30 li outside Jiangxing Bay City lay the abandoned Hongqing steel plant district. The noon sun beat straight down on the barren mud ground while the air was thick with the acrid stench of dried blood mingled with the metallic reek of rust. All around collapsed red brick walls and massive twisted steel support pillars jutted out of the ruins. The ground was littered with rusty gears, broken alloy plates, and several huge footprints left behind by unknown ferocious beasts. Lin Yuan leaned with his back against a load-bearing pillar so thick that 3 people would be needed to encircle it. His chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm as he adjusted the pace of his breathing. A 10-centimeter-long gash marred his right arm, fresh blood dripping from his fingertips onto the dust-covered ground, striking out one dark red spot after another. The wound had been inflicted 10 minutes earlier by a low-level mutant hound. It was deep, the flesh turned outward, yet not even a frown had creased his brow. On the open ground 10 meters behind the pillars stood 2 boys wearing the uniform of Jiangxing Third High School. Both gripped sharpened weapons in their hands as they stepped over scrap metal, scanning the surroundings. The taller boy was called Zhang Chong, reverse gripping a tactical dagger forged of fine steel, its blade still stained with streaks of green viscous fluid that had not yet been wiped clean. The shorter one was Wang Meng, both hands lifting an alloy staff, bristling with sharp barbs, restless agitation flickering in his eyes. Both of them were students of the key class at Third High School and the staunch lackeys of the school Tyrant Li Wei. Where the hell did that brat Lin Yuan run off to? Zhang Chong spat heavily onto the ground, his voice thick with undisguised malice. We clearly saw him rush into this abandoned workshop just now. Today Weiga gave a death order during this wilderness training. We have to rob him of all his qi and blood pills, then break one of his legs and leave him to fend for himself out here. Wang Meng tapped the alloy staff against a discarded gasoline barrel at his feet, producing a dull dong-dong echo. He surveyed the area and lowered his voice. Zhang Chong, let's stop searching. That kid hasn't even reached the early stage of martial disciple. His qi and blood value is a pitiful 60. In a zone where low-level beasts roam with blood scent all over him, he won't survive half an hour. Just now Weiga deliberately tore open a vial of high-grade lure and tossed it on him. The bloodthirsty mad boar that it attracted must be nearby. We should retreat. If we really run into that beast, the 2 of us might die with him. Zhang Chong tightened his grip on the dagger and let out a cold laugh. What's there to be afraid of? Our qi and blood values have already reached 80. We're quasi-martial disciples. Even if we encounter the bloodthirsty mad boar, if we can't beat it, we can still outrun it. That piece of trash Lin Yuan acts all aloof in school, just because he aces the written exams, fine. But today Su Ruoxue actually went to him in front of the entire faculty and student body to ask him questions. Weiga already laid claim to that woman, and he dared to touch her. That's courting death. If I don't watch him torn apart by a beast with my own eyes today, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Fine, then let's search a bit farther. Once we find him, we strike immediately and finish it fast. Wang Meng clenched the alloy staff and strode forward. Pressing himself against the cold steel pillar, Lin Yuan listened to every word of their conversation without missing a syllable. His fingers tightened around a rusty iron spike he had just picked up from the ground. Li Wei, relying on his family's backing in the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, rampaged through the school unchecked. Lin Yuan had always deliberately kept a low profile, avoiding trouble wherever possible. Yet he had never imagined that merely because his deskmate Su Ruoxue borrowed a notebook of basic martial theory from him, Li Wei would set such a deadly trap during the final wilderness training before the college entrance exams. Lin Yuan kept his mind utterly calm. He did not rush out in a desperate charge. With only 60 points of qi and blood, his strength and speed were far inferior to the 2 outside. In a frontal clash, he had no chance of victory. He closed his eyes, listening intently to every sound around him, searching for an opening. Suddenly the ground began to tremble ever so slightly. The tremor was light, but its frequency was rapid. Immediately afterward, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the ruins behind Zhang Chong and Wang Meng. The sound of discarded sheet metal being crushed underfoot reverberated through the cavernous workshop. Zhang Chong and Wang Meng froze in place, their faces changing dramatically as they whipped around to stare fixedly toward the source of the noise. A hulking creature over 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder burst straight through a tottering brick wall, appearing at the edge of the open ground. The beast's entire body was a dark crimson, a single row of hard black barbs running down its back from head to tail. Its eyes were bloodshot, and from its maw jutted 2 half-meter-long ivory tusks, scraps of flesh still clinging to their edges. It panted roughly white vapor snorting from its nostrils, along with a stench so pungent it made one's stomach turn. This was a level-known initial stage ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty mad boar. Its hide was extraordinarily thick, ordinary blades could not even break its defense. Its strength was immense. At full charge it could easily slam a jeep flying through the air. The hands gripping their weapons began to tremble violently as Zhang Chong and Wang Meng's faces turned ashen. The confidence forged by striking sandbags and wooden stakes at school crumbled entirely in the face of a true bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty mad boar sniffed, its nostrils twitching as it instantly caught the scent of fresh human life. It let out a low growl, all 4 hooves gouging 4 deep furrows into the hard-packed mud as its massive body surged forward like a gale, charging directly at the nearest target, Wang Meng. Run! Zhang Chong shrieked, his voice cracking and without even glancing at his companion, he spun around and bolted frantically toward the factory exit. Wang Meng was utterly cowed by the boar's murderous aura. His legs turned to jelly, and his reaction lagged half a beat. By the time he raised the alloy staff in a feeble attempt to block, the boar was already upon him. The boar lowered its head, and its left tusk slammed brutally into Wang Meng's chest. A crisp crack of shattering bone rang out. Before he could even scream, the tremendous impact sent his body hurtling into the air. He tumbled twice in midair before crashing heavily into the shell of an abandoned metal vehicle, denting its body deep. Wang Meng rolled off the vehicle shell and hit the ground, coughing up mouthful after mouthful of blood laced with fragments of viscera. His body convulsed a few times, then he slipped utterly into unconsciousness. The bloodthirsty mad boar halted, flicking the blood from its tusks. It ignored the now helpless Wang Meng and did not chase after the already distant Zhang Chang. Instead, it turned its massive bulk and locked its blood-red gaze onto the load-bearing pillar where Lin Yuan was hiding. The blood still seeping from Lin Yuan's arm wound carried an irresistible allure for the boar. Heavy footsteps resounded once more as the boar advanced step by step toward the pillar. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, lowering his body slightly as the muscles in his legs tensed. He gripped the rusty iron spike with both hands, suppressing his breathing to its bare minimum. The boar lumbered around the thick pillar, jaws gaping wide to reveal rows of tusks as it lunged straight at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not retreat. He stepped sideways, his movement clean and precise as he slipped past the boar's frontal bite. Both hands tightened on the spike as he poured all his strength into driving it toward the boar's most vulnerable point, its left eye. The spike struck true, piercing into the eye socket, but after half an inch it jammed against the hard bony rim and refused. The boar howled in agony, a roar so loud it shook the air. It whipped its massive head violently. A surge of force traveled along the spike, ripping open the skin between Lin Yuan's thumb and index finger as blood spilled out. His grip failed, and the force flung his whole body away. In midair, he twisted his waist by sheer will, landing on both feet. His saw skidded more than 3 meters over the hard-packed earth before he slammed into a pile of scrap, gears, and finally stopped. His chest surged with chi and blood, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Black-red ichors spilled from the boar's left eye, driving it into a frenzy. Its hind legs dug into the ground as it charged at him again, faster and more ferocious than before. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on the oncoming monster. His eyes swept the terrain in a rapid glance before finally locking onto a pale patch beneath the boar's neck where there were no barbs. That was the lethal weak point recorded in the martial arts textbooks, the location of its heart. Just as the distance between them shrank to less than a meter and the tusk tips were about to brush his clothes, a mechanical synthetic voice devoid of emotion rang clearly in Lin Yuan's mind. Plunder system of all things has been activated. Post-mortal crisis detected, initiating novice assistance function. Target locked, level 1 initial stage, ferocious beast, bloodthirsty mad boar. Lin Yuan's brain did not pause to process the sudden voice. His body responded purely on the instinct honed by thousands of repetitions of basic combat drills. He dove toward the ground, rolling along it in a tight arc, barely skimming under the boar's 2 lethal tusks. The boar's momentum was too great for it to stop. It crashed headlong into the heap of scrap gears behind Lin Yuan. Rusty metal gears exploded in all directions as the impact sent them flying. The violent collision left the boar briefly dazed, its body swaying in place. Bracing one hand on the ground, Lin Yuan rose swiftly. He discarded the broken spike and snatched up a shard of alloy plate nearby, its edge still razor-sharp. Seizing the moment of the boar's vertigo, Lin Yuan drove force into his legs and burst into a sudden charge. He sprinted to the boar's flank, clamping both hands around the alloy shard. Aiming at the pale patch beneath its neck, he poured every ounce of his strength into a vicious thrust. The sharp metal sliced through the boar's thick hide and muscle, piercing straight into its heart. Scalding blood erupted like a fountain, drenching Lin Yuan's face and whole body. The boar's enormous body convulsed violently, a final low growl rumbling from its throat before its legs buckled and it crashed to the ground. A vast pool of blood spread across the mud. Lin Yuan released his grip, gasping heavily for air. The mechanical voice echoed again in his mind, clearer than before. Level 1 initial stage, ferocious beast, bloodthirsty mad boar eliminated. Plunder successful. Chi and blood value increased by 10. Plunder successful. Acquired primary hardening talent. A warm current of energy manifested out of nowhere within Lin Yuan's body. That current coursed rapidly through his limbs and bones. Lin Yuan felt the fatigue consumed in battle vanish in an instant, his physical state restored to its peak. What shocked him even more was that the claw wound on his arm and the torn skin between his fingers were ceasing to bleed at a rate visible to the naked eye, scabbing over, then shedding to reveal flawless new skin beneath. His previously somewhat slender muscles began to swell and tighten his bones, emitting a series of faint, crisp pops. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power flooding his body. He could clearly sense that the total volume of chi and blood within him had broken through the limit of an ordinary person, reaching the threshold of early-stage martial disciple. Moreover, a faint dark gray sheen shimmered across the surface of his skin. He picked up a shard of scrap iron and drew it forcefully across his forearm. The iron left only a pale mark on his skin without breaking the flesh. This was the enhanced bodily defense granted by the system's primary hardening talent. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy. After taking a moment to adapt to the changes in his body, he walked toward Wang Meng, who lay some distance away. Wang Meng's chest bones were severely shattered, bloody foam still seeped from his mouth as his breathing hovered on the brink. Lin Yuan squatted beside him, unzipped the tactical vest, and searched through the inner pockets, extracting 3 wax-sealed primary qi and blood pills, a bottle of hemostatic powder, and a crumpled stack of cash. In the wilderness, resources for survival were everything. Stowing the spoils into his own pockets, Lin Yuan rose and walked to the corpse of the bloodthirsty mad boar. Yes, the ruffian nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yi Lingqian continued, after the incident with the Haihe Association, does the Tianlu Alliance still collect in Jiangqing's underground black market? The tusks and heart of a level 1 beast were highly sought after, capable of fetching prices in the tens of thousands. Lin Yuan took off his school jacket, carefully wrapping the materials and tying the bundle tightly to his back. He lifted his head, his gaze calm as it settled on the direction where Zhang Chong had fled outside the workshop. For a single quota for a girl's request for guidance, Li Wei had been willing to orchestrate murder. Zhang Chong and Wang Meng, in order to curry favor with their master, had readily pushed a classmate into mortal peril. Strength. In this high martial era, only absolute strength allowed one to hold one's own life in one's hands. Lin Yuan clenched his fists and strode out of the abandoned steel workshop, his figure merging with the blazing wilderness. The heavy alloy gate of Jiangqing Bay City slowly opened amid the grinding of mechanical bearings. Lin Yuan, carrying a bundle stained with dried blood on his back, followed the returning scavenger convoy and stepped steadily into the outer district. Low concrete buildings lined both sides of the outer district streets, the air filled with a pungent mixture of cheap nutrient solution and engine oil. Several fully armed city defense soldiers stood atop the watchtowers, their sharp gazes sweeping over every person entering the city. Lin Yuan did not linger in the outer district. He headed straight toward the rail station leading to the inner district. After battling for his life in the wilderness, he now urgently needed to exchange the savage beast materials in his backpack for martial resources. The logistics department of Jiangqing No. 3 High School not only purchased materials from its own students, but also offered prices far fairer than those of the black market outside. Most importantly, it was where all teachers and students gathered. Some accounts had to be settled in front of everyone. 40 minutes later, Lin Yuan was standing before the main gate of Jiangqing No. 3 High School. It was precisely the time for the afternoon martial combat class. The central open-air training ground of the school roared with noise as hundreds of third-year students underwent basic qi and blood tests and sparred in pairs. At the edge of the training ground, the logistics purchase point was even more crowded with students who had just returned from tempering themselves in the wilderness, all lining up to exchange the materials from the low-level mutant beasts they had hunted for credits and cash. In the shade in front of the purchase point stood several wide leather randalloy armchairs. The school tyrant Li Wei sat with domineering ease in the very center seat. However, Yi Lingqian was somewhat pleased to hear news from Director Liu that there were quite a few fish on the hook, including several high-ranking officials. Zhang Chong stood before Li Wei drenched in sweat. His school uniform was torn open in several places by thorns, and his face was still deathly pale with lingering terror. Brother Wei, that's how it happened. Zhang Chong lowered his voice, his tone full of flattery and lingering fear. That bloodthirsty mad boar was enormous and completely berserk. Wang Meng was unlucky. Its tusk pierced straight through his chest, and he died on the spot. That civilian Lin Yuan was closest to the mad boar at the time. His legs turned to jelly from fright. He must have been chewed up so completely that not even bone fragments were left. When Li Wei finished listening, a cold sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth. He casually tossed the intermediate qi and blood pill to Zhang Chong. Well done. Wang Meng's death was an accident. Oh, I'll send some compensation money to his family. As for Lin Yuan, a bottom feeder with only 60 points of qi and blood, who dares cozy up to the woman I have my eye on? That is the fate he deserves. Li Wei did not bother to lower his voice. Several students in the queue nearby heard his words, and they all bowed their heads at once, not daring to meddle. Zhang Chong fumbled to catch the qi and blood pill, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Wei. Someone like Lin Yuan dying out in the wilderness won't even make a splash. The school can just report him missing and be done with it. Su Ruoxue will sooner or later be yours, Brother Wei. Just as Zhang Chong plastered on a fawning smile and flattered him, a commotion suddenly rose from the direction of the training ground entrance. The previously noisy crowd was forcibly parted, forming a passageway. All the students stopped what they were doing, their eyes filled with shock and doubt as they turned toward the entrance. Lin Yuan walked with steady steps along the passage formed by the crowd. His school uniform had long since been torn to rags in battle, leaving large swathes of skin exposed. His face, neck, and arms were all smeared with dark red dried blood, and a thick, nauseating stench of savage beast clung to him. His gaze was as icy as the abyss, devoid of any emotional ripple, as he strode straight toward the logistics purchase point. Ghost, what kind of ghost is this? Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Chong caught sight of Lin Yuan's figure and shuddered violently, the intermediate qi and blood pill slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pointing a trembling finger at the approaching Lin Yuan, his lips quivering as he failed to string together a complete sentence. Following Zhang Chong's gaze, the cold smile on Li Wei's face froze instantly. He abruptly rose from the leather alloy chair, his brows knitting together tightly, as a shadow flickered through his eyes. Lin Yuan, you actually survived. Li Wei looked Lin Yuan up and down, his tone brimming with disbelief. According to Zhang Chang's account, encountering a berserk, bloodthirsty mad boar meant almost certain death even for a formal martial apprentice with a qi and blood value of 100. How had Lin Yuan returned alive? Lin Yuan completely ignored Li Wei's questioning. He walked straight to the counter of the logistics purchase point, slipped the heavy bundle wrapped in a tattered coat from his back, and slammed it down onto the hard alloy countertop with a resounding thud. The dull impact made the surrounding students jump in fright. The logistics teacher in charge of acquisitions pushed up his glasses and frowned at the blood-covered Lin Yuan. Student, what is this? If it's just ordinary mutant rat meat or inferior hides, use the junk recycling machine over there. Don't dirty the counter. Lin Yuan said nothing. He simply reached out and untied the dead knot in the coat. With a rustle, the bundle fell open. Two bone tusks, half a meter long, glinting with a chilling cold light, and a dark red heart the size of a volleyball, its surface crisscrossed with thick blood vessels, rolled onto the metal counter. A powerful aura of savage beast and a suffocating stench of blood instantly spread through the entire purchase. The logistics teacher froze mid-motion, his eyes bulging wide as his voice shot up several pitches. A level 1 early-stage savage beast, the tusks and intact heart of a bloodthirsty mad boar. Preserved so perfectly with such smooth cuts, this was killed in a single blow. At those words, the entire training ground sank into a deathly silence. Everyone drew in a sharp breath, their gazes darting back and forth between the trophies on the counter and Lin Yuan. A bloodthirsty mad boar was a genuine level 1 savage beast, the kind that required a fully armed squad of formal martial apprentices working in concert to bring down. Lin Yuan's qi and blood value at school tests had always been only 60, not even enough to qualify as a quasi-martial apprentice. How could he possibly have brought back the core materials of a bloodthirsty mad boar? Impossible. Zhang Chang suddenly shrieked, jabbing a finger at Lin Yuan's nose as he shouted, "This is absolutely impossible. He's lying. He must have stumbled on these two things by sheer dumb luck out in the wilderness. Facing that mad boar, he would only have been instantly killed. How could he possibly slay a level 1 savage beast?" Zhang Chang's outburst immediately sparked a flurry of agreement from the nearby students. Compared to the notion of Lin Yuan single-handedly killing a bloodthirsty mad boar, which defied all common sense, they much preferred to believe he had simply picked up the spoils. Li Wei walked forward with a dark expression, taking his place at Lin Yuan's side. His eyes flashed with greed as he stared at the boar's heart on the counter. The heart of a level 1 savage beast contained immense qi and blood essence. If he consumed it, he was confident he could break through to the late stage of martial apprentice before the entrance examinations. Lin Yuan, Zhang Chang is right. Everyone in the school knows exactly what you're capable of. Li Wei crossed his arms, striking a condescending pose. Materials of this level are wasted in your hands. On account of us being classmates, I'll take these 2 items off your hands. The logistics office will give you at most 10,000. Ooh, I'll pay 20,000. That's enough for your whole family to eat and drink in the slums for 2 years. Take the money and get out of my sight immediately. His tone was full of charity and command, leaving no room for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan turned his head, his icy gaze falling on Li Wei's arrogant face. Did I give you permission to speak? His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly through the crowd. Li Wei was stunned. He suspected he had misheard. The Lin Yuan who usually didn't even dare raise his voice at school actually dared to speak to him in that tone. Before Li Wei could erupt, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to Zhang Chang, who was still shouting. Lin Yuan took a step forward, the muscles in his right arm tightening in an instant as the qi and blood of his newly advanced martial apprentice cultivation burst forth without reservation. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap exploded above the training ground as Lin Yuan's palm whipped across Zhang Chang's left cheek. The sheer force lifted Zhang Chang completely off his feet. He spun half a circle in midair before crashing heavily to the ground 3 meters away. Zhang Chang spat out 2 blood-stained molars as half of his face swelled purplish red in an instant. He lay prone on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, his scream choked in his throat. The entire field fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Though only a lackey, Zhang Chang was still a quasi-martial apprentice with 80 points of qi and blood, a figure of some standing among the students. And yet he had been sent flying by a single slap from Lin Yuan. How much strength did that take? That was absolutely not something a qi and blood value of 60 could accomplish. Zhang Chang and Wang Meng were acting under your orders. Lin Yuan shook out his wrist and looked calmly at Li Wei, stating it as simple fact. You also tampered with the stimulant. You wanted me dead. Li Wei's expression turned utterly dark. Zhang Chang being slapped in public was no different from his own face being slapped. He could feel something changing in the eyes of the surrounding students as they looked at him. In this era that revered martial strength, if he failed to retaliate after being challenged openly, he would lose all authority at school. Lin Yuan, you're courting death. With a furious shout, Li Wei unleashed the full power of his mid-stage martial apprentice cultivation. The concrete under his feet cracked with a sharp snap as he hurled himself at Lin Yuan. His right hand clenched into a fist, its knuckles shrouded in a faint halo of true qi. This was the Li family's inherited crank martial art shattering rock fist, whose destructive power could pulverize solid granite. Facing Li Wei's ferocious punch, Lin Yuan neither dodged nor retreated. Empowered by the Plunder All-Thing system, Lin Yuan had not only broken through to early-stage martial apprentice in terms of chi and blood, he had also plundered the bloodthirsty mad boar's primary hardening talent. The toughness of his flesh had long since surpassed that of martial artists of the same realm. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and met Li Wei's careened fist heated without a hint of avoidance. Boom. Fist and palm collided with a heavy muffled bang. A shockwave burst outward from the two of them, billowing the clothes of the surrounding students. The scene everyone had imagined, Lin Yuan's arms snapping and his body being hurled backward, did not occur. His feet were rooted firmly where he stood. He did not retreat by even half a step. His 5 fingers clamped down, locking Li Wei's fist in an iron grip. The shattering rock fist that Li Wei was so proud of produced only a dull thud against Lin Yuan's palm, not even breaking the skin. At that moment, the primary hardening talent manifested its absolute defensive superiority. How is this possible? Li Wei's pupils constricted sharply, terror finally surfacing in his eyes. He felt as though his fist had slammed into a solid alloy plate. The tremendous recoil sent waves of numbness. What terrified him even more was that Lin Yuan's fingers were locked around his fist like shackles. Oh, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free in the slightest. Is this really the extent of your strength? Lin Yuan looked at Li Wei's fearful face, his tone icy. Before his words had fully fallen, Lin Yuan stepped forward with his left foot, power surging from his waist as the muscles of his right arm bulged. He did not employ any flashy martial skill, only pure physical strength. Still gripping Li Wei's fist, he yanked it down with brutal force. Li Wei lost his balance, his body pitching forward uncontrollably. Lin Yuan drove his right knee upward, cutting through the air with a whistle as it smashed unerringly and viciously into Li Wei's chest. Crack! The distinct sound of breaking bones rang out again. Li Wei's eyes bulged as a mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. His entire body flew backward, smashing through 3 leather alloy chairs in succession before slamming into the wire fence at the edge of the training ground. He slid down to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. Silence. Deathly silence. From the logistics purchase point to half the training ground, every teacher and student stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to utter a sound. The third-ranked top genius of Jiangqing No. 3 High School, Li Wei, the school tyrant who possessed mid-stage martial apprentice strength and a crank martial skill, had been instantly defeated in a single exchange by Lin Yuan, a student long regarded as a mere commoner. There were no ornate moves, only the purest, most brutal, overwhelming force. Lin Yuan withdrew his right leg and did not spare a single glance at the blood-spitting Li Wei lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Lingchen couldn't help but shake his head. It's true that bars have their share of drunks, but this bar was no exception. Today the logistics teacher, jolted awake as if from a dream, a shudder running through his whole body. He hurriedly took out specialized instruments and began scanning and appraising the boar's heart and tusks on the counter. Green lights swept rapidly across the materials, and the beeping prompts sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet field. Confirmed level 1 early-stage savage beast bloodthirsty mad boar. The tusks are at 100% integrity, the heart's vitality extremely high. Student, according to the school's highest purchase price, these 2 materials amount to 200 credits or 150,000 yuan in cash. There was clear reverence in the teacher's voice. In this world, strength was the only universal pass. The power Lin Yuan had just displayed was enough to command the utmost attention of the school's upper echelons. Convert it all to cash and transfer it to my card, Lin Yuan said directly, giving his crystal card number. He now needed a large amount of funds to purchase resources from the underground black market that could rapidly boost his strength. Credits were of little use to him at the moment. Very well, I'll process it immediately. 150,000 yuan has been transferred to your account. The logistics teacher's fingers flew across the terminal before he respectfully handed over an electronic receipt. Lin Yuan took the receipt and walked toward the exit of the training ground. The onlooking students hurriedly stepped aside, automatically opening a broad passage for him. In each pair of eyes there was a mix of awe and fear. No one dared associate the words, low-class commoner, with this youth wreathed in killing intent any longer. As Lin Yuan passed by Zhang Chang, the latter buried his head into the ground in terror, his whole body shaking violently, not daring to even breathe too loudly. Leaving the school gates, Lin Yuan lifted his head to glance at the blinding sun hanging high in the sky. The initial capital of 150,000 was already in hand. The practical effect of the primary hardening talent had also far exceeded his expectations. But this was only the beginning. In this high martial era, above martial apprentices stood martial artists, martial masters, great martial masters, and even those lofty martial generals and abyssal deities. He had to become stronger. Lin Yuan tossed his bloodstained school jacket into a roadside trash bin and strode toward the direction of Jiangqing's underground black market. Deep within the abandoned air raid shelter in the outskirts of Jiangqing Base City, a large underground black market is concealed. The passageways are lined with makeshift stalls, the air thick with the mingling scents of low-quality tobacco and blood. Lin Yuan donned a loose black trench coat and a cap, pulling the brim low to cover most of his face. He smeared some dirt on his neck to mask his youthful appearance. He navigated through the noisy crowd with steady steps, his gaze not lingering on the stalls selling defective goods. Continuing down the passage to the central area, Lin Yuan paused in front of a large store named Iron Blood Armaments. The store's facade was welded from thick alloy plates guarded at the entrance by two burly men, whose chi fluctuations indicated they were at the Quasa warrior level. Lin Yuan pushed open the heavy metal door and stepped inside. The bulletproof glass shelves were filled with well-packaged potions and cold weapons. Behind the counter sat a bald, middle-aged man with a mechanical eye glowing red in his left socket and a silver mechanical arm. The bald man was cleaning a battle knife with an oilcloth, not lifting his head as he asked, "Are you buying or selling?" Lin Yuan approached the counter, lowering his voice. "Buying. I want a high-grade chi blood pill and a Kraid martial technique suitable for close combat." The bald man paused his actions, raised his head, and scanned Lin Yuan with his mechanical eye, producing a faint focusing sound. "High-grade chi blood pills are strictly controlled on the market. I have them for 10,000 each. Kraid martial techniques range from 100,000 to 300,000. With your appearance, can you afford that much? We don't offer any loan services." Lin Yuan pulled out an anonymous crystal card containing 150,000 cash from his pocket and slapped it on the metal counter. "There's 150,000 on this card. I want 5 high-grade chi blood pills. The remaining 100,000 will be used to buy the martial technique." The bald man immediately put down the battle knife and stood up, typing on the keyboard with his mechanical arm to bring up the catalog. "Straightforward. The 5 high-grade chi blood pills will cost you 50,000. For the remaining 100,000, I'll pick out a hidden gem for you." He turned and walked to a safe behind him, entered a password, and took out a black metal box, placing it on the counter and pressing his fingerprint. The box popped open to reveal a book made of sheepskin. "Kraid martial technique, Thunder Fist." The bald man pointed at the large characters on the cover and said, "This set of fist techniques is fierce and domineering, focusing on instant explosive power. When mastered to a high level, one punch can produce a thunderous sound. 100,000 is yours." Training in martial techniques requires years of hard work. Many spend hundreds of thousands to buy one, yet after 3 years, they can't even get started. Lin Yuan picked up the manual and opened the first page, which depicted a diagram of human meridians and the flow of true energy. "Deal." He closed the manual and nodded. The bald man took the crystal card to process the payment, packed the 5 chi blood pills in a bulletproof glass bottle along with the manual into a black tote bag and handed it over the counter. "Cash and goods are settled. Once you step out that door, there are no returns. Even if someone robs you outside, don't come back to me." Lin Yuan took the bag and turned to leave the store. The moment he stepped out of the metal door, the bald man signaled to a small man in the corner of the shop. The small man quietly pushed open a side door and followed him out. Lin Yuan walked towards the second exit of the black market. He reached into the tote bag with his right hand and felt the manual for Thunder Fist. A mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. "Detected Kraid martial technique, Thunder Fist. Would you like to initiate plunder analysis?" "Yes," Lin Yuan silently thought. "Plunder analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Acquired Kraid martial technique, Thunder Fist, current proficiency high level." A vast amount of techniques and combat experience related to Thunder Fist flooded directly into Lin Yuan's brain. The muscle fibers in his arms rapidly tore and reformed beneath his clothing, creating muscle memory. The chi blood power within his body began to operate automatically along the manual's route, widening several main meridians in his arms. In just 1 second, he had mastered this Kraid martial technique to a high level. Lin Yuan clenched his right fist, feeling the power building up in his muscles and bones. He had already noticed the faint footsteps behind him. Not increasing his pace, he deliberately deviated from the wide main road at a fork and turned into an abandoned maintenance alley filled with construction debris. No more than 50 meters into the alley, he found the path blocked by 2 burly men with heavy features, each wielding a grooved alloy machete. Footsteps sounded behind him. The small man who had followed him from the weapon store was toying with 2 butterfly knives, blocking the way out. The 3 men surrounded Lin Yuan in a triangular formation in the middle of the alley. "Kid, you've got some guts. After buying your goods, instead of running to a crowded place, you dare to dive into a dead end." The small man twirled the butterfly knives in his hands. "Put the bag down and hand over the crystal card's password. If you do that, I might leave your corpse intact." The 2 burly men with machetes exchanged glances, raising their weapons as they approached Lin Yuan from either side. They radiated chi fluctuations, each being a seasoned Quasa warrior with over 120 points of chi blood. The small man blocking the way had reached the late stage of the warrior apprentice level. "If you want something, come and take it." Lin Yuan casually tossed the black tote bag at his feet, raising his head with a glint of killing intent in his eyes. "Kill him." The burly man on the left shouted, gripping his alloy machete tightly, and leaped into the air, bringing the blade down toward Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan did not dodge, planting his feet firmly on the ground. At the moment the blade was about to strike his head, he stepped forward half a pace, curled his right hand into a fist, twisting his waist, while the chi blood power surged through his right arm, following the Thunder Fist route. A thunderous explosion echoed in the alley. Lin Yuan's fist struck first, the fist surface glowing with a faint blue true energy, smashing heavily into the chest of the airborne burly man. The man's protective chi shattered instantly, his sternum crushed in half, and his chest cavity caved in. He flew back, crashing into the brick wall of the alley, creating a dent. He opened his mouth, spewing black blood mixed with internal organ fragments, convulsing a couple of times before expiring. The burly man on the right, witnessing his companion's instant demise, showed extreme terror in his eyes, causing his blade to hesitate. Lin Yuan pushed off the ground and rushed towards the burly man on the right, not dodging the incoming blade. He raised his left arm, activating his primary hardening talent as a dark gray metallic sheen appeared on the surface of his left forearm. The sharp alloy machete struck heavily against Lin Yuan's left arm, producing a crisp metallic clang as the blade bent upon impact. Lin Yuan's right hand transformed into a palm blade, accurately striking the burly man's throat. The windpipe shattered. The burly man dropped the machete, clutching his neck tightly, kneeling on the ground, and lost consciousness within seconds. The two seasoned Quasa warriors experienced in combat had perished in less than 3 breaths. The small man blocking the alley's entrance dropped his butterfly knife in fear. His legs trembled violently, and his back was soaked in cold sweat. He suddenly turned around and fled towards the alley's exit, using his footwork technique. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Lin Yuan stomped his foot on the ground, exploding with astonishing speed, creating a gust of wind as he crossed over 10 meters to catch up to the small man. He reached out, grabbing the back of the small man's collar and yanking him back, slamming him hard against the concrete floor. Please don't kill me. I'm an insider at Iron Blood Armaments. Killing me will offend our bald boss. The small man begged loudly. Lin Yuan ignored the threat, raising his right foot and mercilessly stamping down on the small man's chest. The ribs in his chest shattered completely, and the heart exploded under the immense pressure. The small man died on the spot. The alley fell silent once more. A mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Killed a seasoned Quasa warrior, plunder successful, acquired 30 points of chi blood. Killed a seasoned Quasa warrior, plunder successful, acquired 30 points of chi blood. Killed a latest stage warrior, plunder successful, acquired 50 points of chi blood. Plunder successful, acquired experience in the movement technique snake step. 3 streams of vast and pure energy extracted from the corpses surged into Lin Yuan's limbs and bones. His blood vessels expanded violently, and the immense chi blood power raced wildly within him. The 110 points of chi blood put a tremendous strain on his body, causing pain to spread throughout. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes as he forcibly guided the chi blood power within his body to circulate according to the breathing method of Thunder Fist, continuously compressing and purifying it. His skin turned bright red, and steam rose from his head. His bones withstood the impact of the force, producing a series of explosive crackles. When the final compression of chi blood was completed, a deep rumble emanated from his dantian. The barrier of the warrior apprentice level was completely broken, and the scattered chi blood gathered at the dantian, forming a vortex. He officially stepped into the warrior realm, with true energy being generated. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stood up, throwing a punch at the air before him. The pure physical power unleashed a thunderous sound, and the powerful fist wind blew the filthy water and garbage on the ground into the air. Entering the ranks of a first-grade warrior, no more than 10 students in Jiangxing Third High School had reached this realm before the college entrance examination. He bent down to pick up the tote bag containing the chi blood pills and brushed off the dust. Pulling down the brim of his cap, he stepped out of the dim and bloody alley. On a cold night outside the Jiang City base, frost had formed on the window glass. Lin Yuan passed through several narrow alleys piled high with garbage and stopped in front of a dilapidated tube building. The walls here were peeling extensively, and the sensor lights in the corridor had been broken for months without repair. Lin Yuan stepped up the uneven concrete stairs to the 3rd floor and took out a key to unlock the rust-covered security door. As he pushed the door open, the hinges screeched painfully. The room was only a dozen square meters. There was a hardboard bed, a chipped wooden wardrobe, and an old desk by the window. On the desk were neatly arranged high school martial arts theory textbooks. Lin Yuan locked the door behind him and placed the black tote bag he had bought on the table. He took off his coat, which reeked of blood, and walked to the sink, turning on the tap to wash his face with the icy cold water. Water droplets dripped down his jaw. He looked up at himself in the cracked mirror, his expression calm, yet sharp. Suddenly there came a series of urgent knocking sounds from outside the door. Lin Yuan, open the door. I know you're inside. A gruff male voice echoed in the corridor, filled with unmasked arrogance. Lin Yuan wiped his face dry with a towel and walked over to pull open the iron door. Outside stood a middle-aged man with a considerable belly, holding an electronic billing machine. This was Fat Brother, the landlord of the tube building. Relying on a relative who worked in the logistics department of the city defense army, he often bullied others in this outer city area, frequently finding excuses to withhold tenants' deposits. Seeing Lin Yuan open the door, Fat Brother immediately thrust the billing machine in front of Lin Yuan's eyes, shouting with spittle flying, "This month's rent plus last month's excess water and electricity bills totals 800 yuan. You must pay it all tonight, or he'll kick you out and throw your bedding directly onto the street." Lin Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Fat Brother's fleshy face. Having just broken through to a first-grade martial artist, the whirlpool of chi and blood in his dantian was operating at high speed. At this moment, he did not deliberately suppress his aura, and a substantial pressure of martial energy emanated from his gaze, directly enveloping Fat Brother. Fat Brother's voice abruptly stopped. He suddenly felt the air in the corridor grow colder, and breathing became Looking into Lin Yuan's eyes, a surge of intense fear rose in his heart, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his face. He opened his mouth, but found he couldn't utter a single word. His sturdy legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Yuan took out an anonymous crystal card and swiped it on Fat Brother's billing machine. Ding, deducted 800 yuan. The crisp electronic notification shattered the silence in the corridor. The money is paid. Do not come knocking on my door without my permission in the future. Lin Yuan's tone was cold as he directly closed the security door. Outside, Fat Brother leaned against the wall. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, glanced at the tightly shut iron door, and didn't dare say a harsh word as he quickly turned and stumbled down the stairs. Inside the room, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged beside the bed. He took out a bulletproof glass bottle from the tote bag and poured out a high-grade qi and blood pill. The pill appeared dark red with a faint pattern on its surface, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. The high-grade qi and blood pill was an excellent resource for martial artists to consolidate their realms and expand their meridians, something ordinary students could never access. Lin Yuan swallowed the qi and blood pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a scalding flow that surged directly towards his lower abdomen's dantian. The whirlpool of qi and blood in his dantian began to spin faster, absorbing this massive energy. The hot flow traveled through his meridians, continuously washing over his bones and muscles. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, and his breathing became long and steady. This was the inner breathing technique paired with the thunder fist. He could clearly feel that under the hot flows cleansing his meridians became more resilient and wider, and the density of his muscle fibers continued to increase. Time passed bit by bit. The sky outside gradually brightened, and the sounds of morning workers began to appear on the streets of the outer city. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the glass onto the desk, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of turbid air containing gray impurities and stood up from the board bed. After a night of absorption and consolidation, the medicinal power of the high-grade qi and blood pill had been completely refined. His first-grade martial artist realm was now thoroughly stabilized, and the total amount of true qi in his body had doubled compared to when he broke through in the black market yesterday. His initial hardening talent had also been further enhanced with the strengthening of his physique. Lin Yuan changed into a clean blue and white school uniform, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and pushed open the door to exit the room. Today was the last full school simulation exam before the college entrance examination at Jiang City 3rd High School. The results would directly determine eligibility for college entrance examination registration. At 8 in the morning, the central outdoor training field of Jiang City 3rd High School was filled with over 3,000 students from the senior year. Divided by class, the students formed neat formations. On the podium at the front of the field, 10 high-precision qi and blood measuring machines were set up. These measuring machines not only accurately measured a martial artist's qi and blood value, but also tested instantaneous muscle explosive power through targeted strikes. Among the crowd waiting for the test, whispers constantly arose, with almost all discussions centered around one person and one event. Did you hear about what happened in the logistics department yesterday afternoon? Lin Yuan knocked out Li Wei. A boy with a buzz cut said in a low voice to his companion. I heard they say Li Wei spat blood on the spot, several ribs were broken, and he was taken to the central hospital in the inner city. He is still lying in the intensive care unit now. Another boy wearing glasses nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with shock. This is too outrageous. Li Wei is a mid-level martial apprentice mastering grade martial skills. How could Lin Yuan, an ordinary person with a blood value of 60 points, possibly defeat him? A girl nearby interjected, her tone filled with disbelief. I heard Lin Yuan killed a bloodthirsty wild pig during wilderness training and sold it for over 100,000. I think he must have taken some kind of banned stimulant, overdrawing his potential to unleash such formidable power in such drugs ruin a person after use. He will undoubtedly reveal his true form during today's simulation exam. The buzzcut boy provided his analysis, and several students around nodded in agreement. In their perception, this was the most reasonable explanation. An ordinary person wanting to reverse fortunes overnight against a genius could only do so by using underground banned drugs that cost their lives. Lin Yuan stood at the end of the ordinary second-class line, deaf to the surrounding discussions. His gaze calmly rested on the measuring machines on the podium. Director Wang Gang walked to the center of the podium with a microphone, tapping it. The piercing electric sound immediately silenced the entire training field. Everyone be quiet. Today is the last simulation exam of your high school life. The results of this exam will directly determine whether you are qualified to participate in the provincial college entrance examination and how many school recommendations you can obtain. Director Wang's stern gaze swept across the crowd. A qi and blood value of 80 points is considered qualified and allows you to apply for an ordinary martial arts university. A qi and blood value of 100 points is considered excellent, granting you eligibility to participate in the provincial unified examination. Now classes will take turns to test on stage. The tests officially began. Students from the ordinary class were the first to take the stage. The 10 measuring machines powered up simultaneously. Class 1 Wang Lei qi and blood value 65, explosive power 120 kilograms. Not qualified. Class 1 Liu Yan qi and blood value 72, explosive power 150 kilograms. Not qualified. Class 2 Zhang Tao qi and blood value 81, explosive power 200 kilograms. Qualified. The chief examiner read the results expressionlessly next to the measuring machine. Most students from the ordinary class hovered between 60 and 80, and the occasional qualified one drew envious glances. Those deemed unqualified could only walk off the stage with their heads down, accepting their fate as ordinary workers. Half an hour later, it was the turn of the key class students. The atmosphere in the entire training field immediately became lively. Key Class 1 Sun Chang Chi, in blood value 115, explosive power 450 kilograms. Excellent. Sun Chang was a wealthy heir, and upon hearing his results, he joyfully raised his arms to wave at the crowd. The audience erupted in warm applause, and many ordinary class girls gazed at him with admiration. Key Class 1 Su Ruoxue. The chief examiner called out a name. A moment of silence fell over the training field. All eyes focused on the girl clad in a white training suit with a high ponytail. Su Ruoxue was the recognized school beauty of Jiang City, 3rd High School, and a talent prioritized for cultivation by the school. She approached the number 1 measuring machine, took a deep breath, and her fair fist struck fiercely against the black measuring target. A dull thud resounded. The electronic screen on the measuring machine went crazy with fluctuating numbers. Eventually, the chief examiner glanced at the screen, gasping sharply, his voice broadcasting through the microphone. Su Ruoxue, Chi, and blood value 150. Explosive power, 800 kilograms. Achieving the standard for a formal martial apprentice. Extremely excellent. The crowd erupted in an uproar. 150 points. Reaching the level of a formal martial apprentice before the college entrance exam is definitely a guaranteed score for the top 4 martial universities in the Great Xia Kingdom. As expected of the young lady of the Su family, her talent is extraordinary. We can't even reach the passing line while she exceeds the standard by nearly double. Su Ruoxue calmly retracted her hand and stepped down from the podium. Her gaze swept across the crowd and briefly paused on Lin Yuan at the end of the ordinary second class line before she returned her gaze and rejoined the key class. The testing continued, and soon it was the last batch of students from the ordinary second class. Class 2 Lin Yuan, please come up for the test. The chief examiner loudly called out the name from the list. The crowd, which had already been somewhat fatigued, perked up again. All eyes turned sharply to Lin Yuan. They all wanted to see what kind of score Lin Yuan, who had knocked out Li Wei in one move yesterday, could achieve today. Those who firmly believed Lin Yuan had taken drugs widened their eyes, ready to watch the spectacle. Lin Yuan stepped out of the line with steady strides and walked up the podium. He stopped in front of the number 5 measuring. The black alloy target emitted a cold sheen, with shallow fist impressions left by previous students. The chief examiner glanced at him and flatly reminded, "You can begin when ready. Strike the center of the target with all your might, without holding back. If the data is abnormal, the school will immediately arrange blood tests to check for the use of banned substances." Lin Yuan spread his legs shoulder-width apart. He did not adopt any flashy starting posture, merely tightening his right fist. He did not summon the perfected thunder fist he had acquired yesterday. Against this ordinary student measuring machine, there was no need to use martial skills. He merely mobilized 1/10 of the true chi from the whirlpool of chi and blood within him and concentrated it at the knuckles of his right fist. Students in the audience craned their necks. "Look, he can't even borrow strength at the start. He's just standing there to hit. I said he was on drugs yesterday, and now that the effects have worn off, he even forgot the basic striking posture. I doubt he can even hit 50 kilograms with that punch." The buzzcut boy on the sidelines crossed his arms, sneering. Lin Yuan's right arm muscles tensed instantly. Without any warning, he suddenly swung his right fist. The fist tore through the air, producing a sharp sonic boom as it heavily struck the center of the black alloy target. Boom! A thunderous metal explosion erupted on the podium, drowning out all the noise in the venue. The number 5 measuring machine shook violently, and several thick steel rivets securing it to the base emitted a screeching sound of unbearable friction. The target center directly caved in, leaving a distinct fist impression. The electronic screen connected to the measuring machine suddenly flickered, and the numbers began to soar at a frantic pace. 60, 100, 150. The speed of the number jumps was dizzying. 200, 300, 400. The placid expression on the chief examiner's face instantly vanished. He stared fixedly at the screen, his mouth gaping wider, and the score record book he held fell to the ground. The numbers on the screen ultimately stabilized at a suffocating value under the incredulous gazes of everyone. The entire venue fell into silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Director Wang Gang's thermos cup slipped from his hand, the scalding water spilling onto his shoes without him noticing. With trembling hands, he picked up the microphone, his voice hoarse, as he pronounced the final score on the screen. Lin Yuan, Chi, and blood value. 500 points. Explosive power. 5,000 kilograms. First grade, martial artist realm. In the central open training ground of Jiangqing 3rd High School, a deathly silence persisted for a full minute. On the electronic screen of the No. 5 strength tester, a bright red number lingered at 500 points of vitality and 5,000 kilograms of explosive power, dazzling to behold. The voice of Director Wang Gang echoed throughout the venue via the microphone, finally snapping the more than 3,000 students in the audience back to reality. A deafening uproar erupted from the crowd, the wave of sound nearly threatening to overturn the roof of the equipment room beside the training ground. 500 points of vitality. 5,000 kilograms of explosive power. This strength tester must be malfunctioning. It has to be a machine error. Just yesterday it showed only 60 points of vitality. How could it possibly rise tenfold in just one day? Even taking miraculous pills wouldn't achieve that. A boy with a crew cut yelled loudly, relying on his usual friendship, with Li Wei completely disbelieving the reality before him. Director Wang. Lin Yuan must have cheated. Either he tampered with the strength tester, or he took illegal drugs from the underground black market. I strongly demand that the school conduct a full blood test on him. The crew cut boy's shout immediately drew a large number of students to echo his sentiments. For these ordinary students, accepting that a commoner who was originally inferior to them had suddenly become a formidable warrior was far more difficult than accepting a machine malfunction. Standing at the front of the elite class, Su Ruoxiu bit her lip tightly, her brows slightly furrowed. Her vitality value of 150 seemed completely insignificant against the 500. She looked at the tall figure of the boy on stage, recalling the rumors of Lin Yuan having incapacitated Li Wei with a single blow yesterday, feeling a flicker of doubt in her heart. Facing the doubts from the audience, Lin Yuan stood in front of the No. 5 strength tester, his expression unchanged. He slowly retracted his right fist, glanced at his intact knuckles, then turned to look at the chief examiner and Director Wang Gang. Do I need to change the machine and retest? Lin Yuan's voice was steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Director Wang broke into a cold sweat. He quickly walked to the No. 5 strength tester and extended his hand to touch the dent made by Lin Yuan's punch. The alloy target plate was made from high-density composite metal capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an intermediate martial artist without deforming. But at that moment, Wang Gang's fingers touched a clear fist imprint that was 2 inches deep. The hard metal edge had undergone severe physical warping under the immense external force. This was definitely not a force that could be fabricated by a malfunctioning internal sensor. This was tangible physical strength. Change to the No. 1 strength tester. Wang Gang steadied himself, pointing to the adjacent machine that had just finished testing for the elite class and was confirmed to be functioning properly. Lin Yuan hit it again. Full power strike. Lin Yuan wasted no words and directly walked to the No. 1 strength tester. All eyes in the venue once again converged on his right fist. The crew cut boy widened his eyes, fixated on Lin Yuan's movements, ready to laugh loudly at any sign of error in the numbers. Lin Yuan slightly bent his legs and twisted his waist. This time he still did not use the thunder fist, but he mobilized 20% of the true energy within his vitality vortex. His right fist swung out, and once again a sharp sonic boom echoed through the air. Boom! The target plate of the No. 1 strength tester emitted a deeper, duller metallic explosion. The entire 2-ton machine shifted back half an inch on its base, and the bolts on the ground broke apart. The numbers on the electronic screen soared in an instant. Finally, they settled: vitality value 520 points, explosive power 5,300 kilograms. The uproar in the training ground came to an abrupt halt. All doubts, mockery, and disdain were thoroughly shattered in the face of this outrageous data that re-emerged. The crew cut boy's mouth dropped open, and he emitted a croaking sound from his throat, unable to utter a single word. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and thinking about how he had just loudly provoked a first-grade warrior made his back drenched in cold sweat. Wang Gang stared at the numbers on the screen of the No. 1 strength tester, gasping in shock. He picked up the microphone, just about to announce the results, when a powerful voice suddenly resonated from above. No need to test. The machine is not broken and he hasn't taken any drugs. With that voice, a tall figure in a gray training outfit leaped down from the balcony of the 3rd-floor administrative building beside the training ground. From a height of more than 10 meters, the person did not use any cushioning device. He landed steadily on the concrete floor of the stage, creating 2 shallow footprints on the hard surface, and a visible wave of air spread from beneath his feet, causing Wang Gang to step back 2 paces. The newcomer was none other than the principal of Jiangxing 3rd High School, a 2nd-grade martial artist, Xiao Tianzi. He strode to Lin Yuan, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Lin Yuan from head to toe. His gaze lingered for a few seconds on Lin Yuan's skin, which faintly shimmered with a dark gray sheen. You are Lin Yuan, right? Xiao Tianzi extended his right hand. Let me see your wrist. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and offered his wrist. He knew the principal was checking for any residual illegal drug. In this world, the probing of a high-level martial artist's true energy is more accurate than any sophisticated medical instrument. Xiao Tianzi's fingers pressed against Lin Yuan's wrist pulse. A warm and domineering 2nd-grade true energy flowed along Lin Yuan's meridians into his body. In his mind, the emotionless mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded. Detected invasion by external 2nd-grade true energy. Would you like to activate reverse plundering? No. Hide the core of the vitality vortex and only display the total amount of basic true energy. Lin Yuan quickly issued commands in his mind. The plundering system was his greatest trump card and must not be Xiao Tianzi's true energy circulated through Lin Yuan's body. He sensed the width and resilience of Lin Yuan's meridians and felt the 1st-grade true energy in Lin Yuan's dantian, which, although just beginning to condense, was exceptionally pure and free of any violent drug impurities. 2 seconds later, Xiao Tianzi retracted his fingers. A bright smile suddenly blossomed on his previously serious face. Good. Very good. Turning to the more than 3,000 students below, his robust voice resonated in everyone's ears As the principal of Jiangxing Third High School, I announce that Lin Yuan from Class 2 of the senior year has pure vitality and resilient meridians. He has officially broken through to the realm of a first-grade warrior through his own effort and insights. The results of this mock exam are genuine and valid, ranking first in the entire school. The principal personally confirmed this. There were no more voices of doubt from the audience. Su Ruoxue gazed at the calm-faced boy on stage, her fists clenched tightly. A first-grade warrior was a goal she had originally planned to achieve only 1 year after entering a martial arts university. Yet Lin Yuan had crossed this chasm just 2 months before the college entrance examination. Her once proud talent was shattered in the face of absolute strength. The crew-cut boy at the back of the line suddenly felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground, his face pale. Xiao Tianze paid no heed to the students' reactions. He turned his head, his gaze fiery as he looked at Lin Yuan, his tone becoming incredibly gentle. Lin Yuan, you have hidden yourself very well. If it weren't for this mock exam, the school might have nearly overlooked a true genius. I've heard about leeway in the world of martial artists. Challenging someone inferior and getting beaten is a consequence of one's own actions. The school will not pursue any responsibility on your part. Lin Yuan nodded. Thank you, principal. This is the treatment. Xiao Tianze patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. With only 2 months left until the Provincial Unified College entrance examination, staying here and attending classes with ordinary students will only waste your talent. Next week, the Jiangxing Military and the Martial Arts Association will jointly hold the Jiangxing Talent Training Camp. There are only 50 slots available in the entire Jiangxing, and our third high school originally only secured 3. Now I will decide and directly allocate the top seed slot of third high school to you. The training camp features the top instructors in Jiangxing, a 10-fold gravity chamber, and the most refined high-level potions. Only there will you receive the greatest enhancement. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang and several chief examiners beside him displayed shocked expressions. The Jiangxing Talent Training Camp is a place where the top students from all the elite high schools in Jiangxing converge. Those who enter can at least secure admission to a top 10 martial arts university in the province. The originally set 3 slots for the school were intended for the top 3 students in the elite class, but now with a single statement from the principal, the most coveted top seed slot was directly given to Lin Yuan. Additionally, Xiao Tianze continued taking out a gold-embossed crystal card bearing the purple emblem of the Martial Arts Association from his pocket and handing it to Lin Yuan. As a reward for your breakthrough to a first-grade warrior is also compensation from the school for your previous lack of resources. This card contains 1 million in cash. You can use it freely. The school's advanced weapon vault will also be unconditionally open to you once, allowing you to choose a suitable cold weapon. 1 million in cash. The advanced weapon vault is open for selection. The students below, upon hearing this, were filled not only with shock, but also with deep envy and jealousy. 1 million is a fortune that a commoner from the outer districts could never earn, even by breaking their bones for a lifetime. Lin Yuan looked at the purple crystal card before him and did not decline. He extended his hand and steadily accepted it. Cultivating martial arts is indeed a money-burning endeavor. He wanted to push through everything in the upcoming training camp and achieve the top score in the province's college entrance examination, which required purchasing more high-level beast materials to plunder attributes and acquiring superior martial techniques to arm himself. All of this necessitated vast financial support. I accept the slots and the rewards. Lin Yuan placed the crystal card into his pocket and looked directly at Xiao Tianze. Principal, rest assured, I will bring back the provincial champion trophy to third high school in the college entrance examination in 2 months. There was no hint of modesty, only absolute confidence and a straightforward promise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianze's admiration for him deepened. A martial artist should possess such an undaunted spirit. Being timid will never lead to greatness. Good. I look forward to seeing you shine in the provincial examination. Xiao Tianze laughed heartily. The tests of the mock exam continued after Lin Yuan left the stage, but everyone's thoughts were no longer on the tests. Each student who took the stage to test felt an immense pressure upon seeing the deep dent on the no. One strength tester. Lin Yuan did not linger in the training ground. He directly left the school with his backpack, heading towards the inner city of Jiangxing. With 1 million in his pocket, his primary task now was to head to the large martial arts marketplace in the inner city and convert this sum into tangible combat power. The Jiangxing Talent Training Camp gathered the scions of various major families and exceptionally trained talents. It was not only a treasure trove for cultivation, but also an excellent hunting ground for him to continue plundering high-level talents and vast vitality. He had to adjust his state to its peak before entering the camp. Lin Yuan passed through the school gate, sunlight spilling onto his blue and white uniform. His steps were more determined than ever before. The advanced armory of Jiangxing Third High School lay in the deepest recess of the administration building's basement. After leaving the training ground, Lin Yuan descended the metal steps patterned with anti-slip grooves. At the foot of the stairs stood a half-meter-thick titanium alloy door, above which 4 infrared surveillance units provided unobstructed 360-degree coverage. Beside the door, a paint-peeled wooden recliner sat Yuan, an emaciated old man in gray cloth. Missing his left arm, lay with his eyes closed, resting. Hearing footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes. A grisly scar ran vertically through his right eye, his gaze sharpened by years of skirmishes fought on the brink of death. Restricted area, advanced armory. Ordinary students are forbidden to enter. Go back, his voice rasped. Without looking up, he tapped the metal wall with his right hand. Lin Yuan stopped without argument and produced from his pocket the gilded crystal card bearing the Wu Dao Association's purple emblem that Principal Xiao Tianze had given him, presenting it to the old man. The old man's eyes registered the purple gold card, and he stiffened. He sat upright, extended his calloused right hand to take the card, and swiped it on the reader. The screen immediately displayed Lin Yuan's identity information and the principal's highest authority authorization. A first-rank martial artist, and still a senior-year student. The old man looked him up and down in some surprise. The habitual coldness in his face softened a fraction. He rose, returned the purple gold card to Lin Yuan, then moved to the keypad beside the titanium door and quickly entered a string of complex commands before placing his right palm on the scanner. The heavy titanium door slid open with the grinding of gears. A cold draft tinged with machine oil anti-rust solvent and a faint metallic tang blew out from within. Go in, he said. The principal granted you top clearance. You may select any cold weapon inside. When you've chosen one, bring it to me for registration. The old man sank back into the recliner and shut his eyes. Lin Yuan stepped into the armory. Sensor lights above ignited in sequence, bathing the vast subterranean space in a cool clinical glow. The chamber was the size of 3 basketball courts. Rows of tall climate-controlled metal racks stood in neat ranks. The shelves were laden with every variety of cold weapon: longswords, heavy spears, battle axes, daggers. Each weapon had been slicked with a transparent preservative oil, flashing an icy metallic sheen under the lights. Lin Yuan walked slowly along the racks. His bonus explosive output had already reached 5,000 kilograms. Ordinary tempered steel longswords felt weightless in his hand. If he released full force in combat, a common blade would shatter instantly, incapable of bearing his strength. He needed a weapon heavy enough and forged from material resilient enough to withstand such power. After passing 3 aisles, his gaze fixed on a solitary glass display case in the far corner. Inside lay not a pristine weapon, but a broad, dark red heavy war cleaver set horizontally. Its hilt was wrapped in coarse black beast skin. The blade's surface was etched with fine dark grain patterns, and a few minute nicks marred the cutting edge. He read the metal tag beneath: Bloodshadow Mad Blade. Weight, 320 gene. Main materials: leg bone of a second-grade ferocious beast, the Crimson Flame iron armored ox, forged with high-density Xian iron. The previous owner was an instructor who fell in battle in the wastelands. This blade is excessively heavy. Those without innate divine strength cannot wield it, the tag warned. A glint passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. 320 gene was a crushing burden for ordinary martial artists, but for someone with an initial hardening talent and 5,000 kilograms of explosive power, it was precisely apt. He opened the glass case and gripped the hilt wrapped in beast skin with one hand. A cold sensation met his palm. The hide's rough texture offered perfect friction. Muscles along his arm rose subtly as vital chi surged from his palm into the hilt. He tightened his 5 fingers and with no visible effort hoisted the 320 gene war cleaver with a single hand. He casually spun the blade in midair. The massive edge sliced the air with a low keen note. The blade wind sent the preservative labels on a nearby rack fluttering loudly. This is the one, Lin Yuan thought, pleased with the feel. As he prepared to lift the blade and leave, his eyes fell on an aged thread-bound manual lying at the base of the display. The cover bore the title Bloodshadow Chain Slash in large characters and a small line noted Crank Martial Technique Fragment to be used with the Bloodshadow Mad Blade for amplified effect. Lin Yuan reached out with his left hand and touched the yellowed pages. At once a familiar mechanical synthesis chime sounded in his mind. Crank Martial Technique Fragment detected Bloodshadow Chain Slash. Commence plunder simulation. He heard. Yes, he answered silently. Plunder simulation initiating. Missing portions automatically reconstructed and reinforced. Congratulations, host. Acquired Brink Martial Technique Weeping Blood Overlord Blade. Current proficiency consummate. In an instant, a deluge of blade memories, force application techniques, and battlefield sequences poured violently into Lin Yuan's brain. His arm muscle fibers, lashed by the influx of vital chi, rapidly formed deep-rooted muscle memory. The vortices of his vital chi adjusted to the Weeping Blood Overlord Blade's circulation route. True chi thundered through his meridians with muffled roars. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to digest the impressions. In barely 3 seconds, he had completely mastered this Brink martial technique. Without years of repetitive cutting practice, each of his swings would now be the most perfect angle and the most explosive posture. Lin Yuan shouldered the Bloodshadow Mad Blade and left the armory. The gatekeeper, who had been impassive until now, finally showed a flicker of shock when he saw the dark red war cleaver in Lin Yuan's hand. You actually chose this blade. It weighs 320 gene. Its balance is devilishly hard to control. Without the support of true chi at the martial stage, you would exhaust yourself after only a few strikes in real combat, the old man warned. The old man rose and offered the admonition kindly. Lin Yuan gave no explanation. In front of him, he seized the hilt with his right hand and snapped his wrist with sudden force. The Bloodshadow Mad Blade carved a dark red semicircular afterimage through the air and held perfectly still in midair. The blade did not tremble in the least. The motion showcased his absolute command of strength. The old man's shock melted into admiration as he watched it. He took the register and quickly wrote Lin Yuan's name and the weapon serial number. Good lad, born with divine strength. Take it. A blade is a killing instrument, do not disgrace it, he said. Lin Yuan dipped his head, tore off a length of coarse black cloth from nearby, wrapped the bloodshadow mad blade tightly, and slung it across his back. He descended the stairs from the underground armory and walked straight out through the gates of Jiangxing Third High School. There is only 1 week left until the genius training camp opens. He has $1 million cash in his pocket, a reward from the principal, which he must convert into a substantial breakthrough in his realm within this week. Lin Yuan arrived at the light rail station in the outer district, spending 200 to buy a ticket to the inner district. Half an hour later, the train smoothly entered the inner district. Stepping off the platform, the scene before him was vastly different from the dilapidated and filthy outer district. The streets of the inner district were broad and well-paved with high-strength synthetic materials flanked by neatly planted greenery. Towering skyscrapers shimmered with huge holographic advertisements, while anti-gravity vehicles occasionally zipped through. This is a gathering place for the high-ranking officials and advanced martial artists of Jiang City. Lin Yuan, carrying a tightly wrapped battle blade, ignored the astonished stares of passers-by and walked straight towards the largest martial resource shop in the inner district, Wanwu Pavilion. Wanwu Pavilion is a 30-story independent building, its exterior made entirely of bulletproof glass. 4 fully armed guards stood at the entrance, all advanced martial apprentices with blood chi values exceeding 150 points. Lin Yuan pushed open the heavy glass revolving door and stepped into the lobby. The interior was lavishly decorated, with the floor laid with shiny marble and the air filled with a faint scent of high-grade calming incense. Various transparent bulletproof counters displayed high-grade blood chi pills, rare metals, and materials from high-level ferocious beasts. Lin Yuan did not linger on the first floor of the lobby and took the transparent sightseeing elevator directly to the 3rd floor, which specialized in selling ferocious beast essence. Various transparent bulletproof counters displayed high-grade blood chi pills, rare metals, and materials from high-level ferocious beasts. Lin Yuan did not linger on the first floor of the lobby and took the transparent sightseeing elevator directly to the 3rd floor. Lin Yuan walked to the largest circular counter. Sealed metal temperature-controlled boxes were arranged inside the counter. "Hello, sir, what can I assist you with?" A saleswoman in a professional outfit approached with a business smile. She did not show any neglect due to Lin Yuan's casual sportswear. Many powerful martial artists in the inner district preferred to dress casually. "I want to buy the essence of a second-tier ferocious beast, the iron-armored rhino. How much stock do you have?" Lin Yuan stated his request directly. The second-tier iron-armored rhino is known for its defensive capabilities, and its essence significantly enhances Lin Yuan's primary hardening talent. The saleswoman checked her tablet, then looked up and said, "Sir, the essence of the iron-armored rhino is a scarce resource. Currently, our Jiang City branch of Wanwu Pavilion has only 3 portions left in stock. Each portion is priced at 300,000. How many portions would you like?" "He'll take all 3. Lin Yuan pulled out his purple gold card from his pocket and placed it on the transparent counter. "Charge it." 90,000 cash for 3 portions of essence is enough for him to elevate his cultivation to the peak of a first-tier martial artist within this week. "All right, sir, please wait a moment while I process your order." Seeing the purple gold card, the saleswoman's attitude became even more respectful. She picked up the card and prepared to operate it on the nearby card machine. Just then, an arrogant voice came from behind Lin Yuan. "Hold on. I'll take all 3 portions of the iron-armored rhino essence. Wrap them up for me." Lin Yuan turned around to see a young man swaggering towards him, dressed in a custom school uniform from Jiang City's top high school. The young man wore a family crest embedded with a sapphire on his chest, his complexion pale, and his steps unsteady, yet his eyes exuded an air of superiority. Behind him were 2 burly bodyguards in black suits, their blood chi fluctuations extremely strong, clearly true first-tier martial artists. The saleswoman paused, glancing at the crest on the young man's chest. Her expression changed slightly, and her tone became a bit awkward. "Young Master Chu, hello. These 3 portions of essence were chosen by this gentleman first, and he is ready to pay. According to our Wanwu Pavilion's rules, we prioritize first come first served." "Don't lecture me about rules." The young man, referred to as Young Master Chu, impatiently interrupted the saleswoman. He pulled out a golden crystal card and tossed it onto the counter, making a crisp sound. "I'll offer 1 million. The extra 100,000 is your commission. Process my order immediately." After saying that, Young Master Chu, he scrutinized Lin Yuan's ordinary clothes without any distinguishing marks, and the weapon wrapped in black cloth behind him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Kid, you look like a poor student preparing for next week's genius training camp. I'm Chu Xian from the Chu family of Jiangxi. I have my eyes on those 3 portions of essence. Take your card and go buy regular blood chi pills elsewhere. You don't deserve to compete with me for resources." Chu Xian raised his chin, his tone filled with condescension. Lin Yuan ignored Chu Xian's provocation. He turned to the saleswoman, his tone calm, yet undeniably firm. "I've said it, charge it. My transaction is not over yet." The saleswoman was caught in the middle, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. On one side is a mysterious customer holding a purple gold card from the Martial Arts Association, and on the other is Young Master Chu from the powerful local Chu family. She couldn't afford to offend either side. Seeing Lin Yuan dare to ignore him, Chu Xian felt humiliated. His expression darkened as he stepped back, waving at the 2 bodyguards behind him. "You ignorant commoner. Break one of his legs and throw him out of Wanwu Pavilion." The 2 bodyguards strode forward without hesitation at the command. The bodyguard on the left sneered, extending his muscular right hand directly towards Lin Yuan's shoulder. His claw was covered with a layer of pale yellow true chi, clearly employing a grappling martial technique. If he gripped tightly, Lin Yuan's shoulder blade would shatter instantly. Get lost. Lin Yuan stood still, uttering a single word. Facing the approaching true chi claw, Lin Yuan made no unnecessary movements. He reached back with his right hand, grasping the weapon wrapped in black cloth, and exerted force with his wrist. With the knife and cloth, Blood Shadow Fury blade traced a black afterimage in midair, accompanied by a terrifying howl that tore through the air, smashing heavily into the left bodyguard's arm. Without using true chi, Lin Yuan relied solely on pure physical strength, supported by 5,000 kilograms of explosive force, along with the absolute weight of the battle knife, which was 320 pounds. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone fracture resonated abruptly in the quiet third-floor lobby. The pale yellow true chi shield on the bodyguard's claw was completely shattered upon contact with the black cloth. The back of the battle knife heavily struck his ulna and radius, the force unabated, crashing directly into his chest. The bodyguard's hulking body, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying backward, as if struck by a speeding train, his feet leaving the ground. He crashed heavily against the hard marble wall several meters away, sending up a cloud of dust. The bodyguard coughed up a mouthful of blood, sliding down the wall to the ground unconscious. One strike, and he killed a first-tier martial artist. The right bodyguard had just taken half a step when he saw his companion's tragic state, instantly freezing in place. He gazed in terror at the heavy weapon wrapped in black cloth in Lin Yuan's hand, cold sweat pouring down his face. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, not daring to move forward even a millimeter. Chu Xian's arrogance completely froze. He looked at the bodyguard collapsed in the corner, then at the expressionless Lin Yuan. A chilling fear surged from his feet straight to his head. He initially thought the other party was just an ordinary student without any background, but he didn't expect to kick a life-threatening iron plate. Lin Yuan slung the black, cloth-wrapped battle knife back onto his back. He turned his head, his icy gaze landing on Chu Xian's paper-white face. Lin Yuan said nothing, merely took a step. Chu Xian was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he fell directly onto the smooth marble floor. He pushed himself back with his hands, his voice turning sharp and strained with extreme fear. You don't come any closer. I am a direct descendant of the Chu family. If you dare to touch me, the Chu family will never let you go. Lin Yuan looked down at Chu Xian, who was sitting on the ground, his eyes showing no ripples. Take your golden card and get lost. Lin Yuan's tone was icy. Chu Xian felt as if he had received a reprieve. He didn't even dare to retrieve the golden card that had fallen on the counter, scrambling to his feet and rushing towards the elevator, not even bothering with the unconscious bodyguard. The remaining bodyguard quickly lowered his head, dragging his injured companion, and fled the scene in disgrace. The third-floor lobby returned to silence. Lin Yuan turned back to the stunned saleswoman, pointing at the purple gold card on the counter. Now can we process the order? The saleswoman jolted back to reality, trembling as she picked up the purple gold card, quickly completing the transaction on the card machine. All right, your transaction is complete. Here are your 3 portions of iron-armored rhino essence. Please take good care of them. The saleswoman placed the 3 sealed metal temperature-controlled boxes into a specially designed briefcase and respectfully handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the briefcase, secured the purple gold card, and stepped into the descending sightseeing elevator. With the resources from Wanwu Pavilion now in hand, he would enter closed-door cultivation for the next week, striving to reach the peak of a first-tier martial artist. The slaughter at Jiang City's Genius Training Camp was just beginning. In the dilapidated tube building outside Jiang City, the front door had been tightly shut for 7 consecutive days. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a hard bed, bare-chested. The weather in Jiang City in March still carried a chill, but Lin Yuan's room was unbearably hot. His skin exhibited a dark red hue, and white steam constantly rose from the top of his head. Sweat rolled down the sharp contours of his muscles, splattering on the wooden floor below, and instantly evaporating into vapor. On the desk lay 3 empty metal thermos boxes. Over the past 7 days, Lin Yuan had consumed all 3 portions of the second-level Fierce Beast Iron-Armored Rhinoceros Essence Blood in batches. The essence blood of the iron-armored rhinoceros contained violent energy. The last surge of dark red heat was now rampaging through Lin Yuan's meridians, producing a faint muffled sound. Lin Yuan tightly closed his eyes, his facial muscles slightly twitching. He gritted his teeth and forcefully operated the internal breathing technique of the 9-blooded dominating blade, guiding the violent energy to wash through his limbs and bones. In his mind, the emotionless mechanical prompt of the system echoed continuously. Absorbing the essence blood of the second-level Fierce Beast Iron-Armored Rhinoceros, vitality points increased by 10. Absorbing the essence blood of the second-level Fierce Beast Iron-Armored Rhinoceros, vitality points increased by 10. Detected a source of defensive energy. The primary hardening talent has evolved. Evolution completed. Obtained intermediate hardening talent. The bone density of the physical body has increased, and the skin's resistance to impact has doubled. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a dark golden glimmer flashing in his pupils. He exhaled a long breath, releasing a foul-smelling black turbid air. He stood up and walked to the worn dressing mirror in the corner of the room. In the mirror, the youth had grown 3 centimeters taller over the past 7 days. His previously somewhat thin physique was now covered with a layer of streamlined solid muscles. He extended his right hand, and with a thought activated the intermediate hardening talent. A layer of visible iron-gray luster instantly covered his entire right arm. He walked to the desk, picked up a precision steel short knife, usually used for cutting fruit, gripped the hilt, and pointed the sharp blade at his left arm, slicing down forcefully. Sizzle! The sound of metal scraping echoed in the small room, producing a trail of tiny sparks. The blade of the precision steel short knife had chipped, while Lin Yuan's left arm only bore a white mark without even. Lin Yuan satisfactorily put away the short knife. 7 days of seclusion had exhausted the 3 portions of iron-armored rhinoceros essence blood he purchased for 900,000. His vitality points surged past 900, reaching the peak of a first-grade martial artist. His current pure physical explosive power had reached a terrifying 8,000 kilograms. Coupled with the perfected grade martial technique, the 9-blooded dominating blade, and the 320-pound blood shadow frenzy blade, he was fully confident in facing a second-grade martial artist Heaton. Lin Yuan walked to the sink and rinsed off the black impurities expelled from his body with cold water, then changed into a set of durable black combat attire. He wrapped the 320-pound blood shadow frenzy blade in black cloth and secured it to his back before pushing open the door and striding down the stairs. Today was the day the Jiang City Genius Training Camp officially opened. At 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 bulletproof military buses stopped in front of the gate of Military Restricted Zone No. 27 at the outskirts of Jiang City. 50 top geniuses from various high schools in Jiang City descended from the buses, each carrying their own luggage, and this area was completely enclosed by a 10-meter-high electrified barbed wire fence with a concrete watchtower every 50 meters, each equipped with heavy machine guns. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and machine oil. Lin Yuan, carrying a large black cloth bundle, walked at the end of the crowd. The moment he appeared, Chu Xian, standing in the middle of the line, shivered violently. Chu Xian had been bragging about his newly purchased armor to several young nobles when he caught sight of Lin Yuan's figure out of the corner of his eye, and his face instantly turned pale. He immediately lowered his head and shrank behind 2 tall boys, not daring to make a sound. The scene of Lin Yuan incapacitating the bodyguard at Wanwu Pavilion that day had become an indelible shadow in his heart. In front of the crowd was a huge training square paved with granite. A row of fully armed military instructors stood directly ahead. Standing in the center was a burly one-eyed man. He wore a black vest without military insignia, and his exposed arms were covered with crisscrossing scars. The one-eyed man stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a peak second-grade martial artist, causing the 50 geniuses present to momentarily hold their breath. All of you stand at attention. The one-eyed man bellowed, his voice shaking the nearby flagpole. All the students instinctively brought their legs together and stood up straight. I am the chief instructor of this special training camp, Lei Lai. Here all the genius titles you held in school and the family powers behind you are rendered null and void. In my eyes, you are all a bunch of rookies who have barely seen blood. Lei Lai's one eye swept across the crowd, his tone severe. The training camp lasts for 2 months. There is only one rule here, and that is there are no rules. Resources, pills, and martial techniques will be allocated according to ranking. If you want good things, use your fists to seize them. Lei Lai turned around, pointing toward a cluster of buildings behind the square. It was a dormitory area built along the hillside. At the bottom were 2 rows of crowded connected houses. Above them were 10 2-story small buildings, and at the very top of the hillside sat an independent luxurious villa. Surrounding the villa was a faint mist of white vapor. That is your dormitory. The connected houses accommodate 8 people, while the small buildings house 2 people. As for the villa at the top of the hill, it is equipped with a complete set of 5-fold gravity chambers, high-grade vitality recovery pods, and small gathering formations. Lei Lai turned back, looking at the eager students, grinning widely. The villa No. 1 accommodates only 1 person. Whoever believes they are the strongest can walk over now and take the key from the door, provided that you can knock down all those who are unconvinced. A stir immediately arose in the line. The 5-fold gravity chamber and gathering formation were irresistible temptations for martial artists eager to enhance their strength before the college entrance examination. Villa No. 1, I want it. Who is in favor, who is against? A young man in a white custom martial arts outfit stepped out from the front of the line. He had neat short hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, holding a long sword in its sheath. He strode to the front of the line and turned to face the remaining 14 students. The granite ground under his feet emitted a faint cracking sound, and a powerful true energy wave belonging to a second-grade martial artist erupted from him, forming a thin layer of white airflow around his body. It's Zhao Tianyu, the top genius of Jiang City's first high school. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. He has actually broken through to the second-grade martial artist realm. How can we fight him? The Zhao family is one of the top 3 ancient martial families in Jiang City, and he must be practicing high-grade martial techniques. Villa No. 1 seems to be his. Several aspiring martial artists and first-grade martial artists who had initially been eager to try feeling the oppressive aura from Zhao Tianyu retreated, lowering their heads and falling silent. In the face of absolute realm suppression, rushing forward in a heated moment would only bring humiliation. Chu Xian hid in the crowd, watching Zhao Tianyu steal the spotlight, muttering under his breath, a second-grade martial artist. Now, that's a true genius. That commoner in black, no matter how strong he is, will surely fall against a martial artist capable of releasing true energy. Zhao Tianyu scanned the crowd, and seeing no one daring to challenge him, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He turned around, preparing to step towards the stairs leading to the villa on the hill. "Move aside. That house I'm living in." A calm and emotionless voice emerged from the back of the group. All the students turned in unison, looking in the direction. Lin Yuan, carrying the blood shadow mad blade wrapped in black cloth, walked out with steady strides from the parted crowd. His face was devoid of expression, and his gaze directly passed over Zhao Tianyu in front of him, focusing on the villa shrouded in white mist on the mountaintop. Lei Lai stood beside him, arms crossed, a hint of interest flashing in his single eye. He had long obtained the information on these 50 students, and naturally knew that this commoner student named Lin Yuan had achieved an astonishing score of 500 vitality points at 3rd high school. But he wanted to see for himself how the pure physical strength matched up against true second-grade chi, and what chances it held. Zhao Tianyu halted, turning to face Lin Yuan, who had approached him. He looked Lin Yuan up and down, noting his unmarked black combat suit, and frowned slightly. "Lin Yuan from Jiangxing 3rd high school." Zhao Tianyu's tone carried a hint of disdain. "I've heard your name. You're merely at the 1st-grade warrior level, just a bit strong. Do you know the gap between a 1st-grade warrior and a 2nd-grade martial master? A martial master can easily sever steel with their chi. If you back off now, I can pretend I didn't hear your earlier words." Lin Yuan stood 3 meters away from Zhao Tianyu. Too much nonsense. He showed no intention of unwrapping the black cloth from his back. He stepped forward with his right foot, his waist muscles instantly tensing, propelling his right arm. His fingers clenched into a fist without using any chi, relying solely on the explosive power of 8,000 kilograms of pure muscle to strike directly at Zhao Tianyu's chest. The air in front of his fist was instantaneously compressed, emitting a piercing explosion. A visible white wave of chi erupted from Lin Yuan's fist. Zhao Tianyu's expression changed drastically. He sensed a lethal threat from that punch. He had no time to draw the longsword at his waist, and could only frantically mobilize all his 2nd-grade chi, condensing it in front of him into a thick, white chi shield. Boom! Lin Yuan's fist struck heavily against the white chi shield. A deafening roar echoed across the hard granite ground, sank into a 3-meter diameter pit centered around the two, with numerous cracks spreading. Zhao Tianyu's proud 2nd-grade chi shield did not hold for even 1/10 of a second under Lin Yuan's overwhelming force, its surface instantly covered in cracks before shattering into countless light particles that dispersed into the air. Lin Yuan's fist penetrated the shattered chi fragments without obstruction, striking Zhao Tianyu's crossed arms. Crack! The sound of 2 bones breaking echoed simultaneously. Zhao Tianyu's arm bones snapped under the 8-kilogram force in an instant. The immense impact transmitted through his arms to his chest. His eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string landing over 10 meters away. He crashed heavily against the iron wire column at the edge of the square, the steel column severely bent from the impact. Zhao Tianyu slid down the column and fell to the ground, his arms weakly hanging at his sides, completely unconscious. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone remained frozen in their previous actions, their eyes wide in disbelief, as they looked at Zhao Tianyu lying far away, then back at Lin Yuan, who stood in place, without even catching his breath. A single punch. No weapon drawn, no martial skills used, not even chi. Just relying on a basic straight punch, he had directly killed a 2nd-grade martial master, who had activated a defensive skill. Chu Xian, hiding behind the crowd, felt his legs go weak and knelt directly on the ground. He pressed his hands tightly over his mouth, fearing he would make a sound that would attract Lin Yuan's attention. It was only now that he understood that on that day at the Wanwu Pavilion, Lin Yuan had already shown him mercy. Lin Yuan retracted his right fist. He didn't even glance at the unconscious Zhao Tianyu in the distance, and walked straight to the steps leading to the mountaintop. Beside the steps, a metal tray held a brass key embedded with an electronic chip. Lin Yuan reached out and picked it up. He turned his head, his calm gaze sweeping over the 48 students present. "Villano, one belongs to me. Who else wants to snatch it?" His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The group fell into a hushed silence. Everyone involuntarily took a step back, avoiding Lin Yuan's icy gaze. Even the 2nd-grade martial master had been taken down with a single punch. They would only bring death upon themselves by approaching. Lei Lai stood to the side, his eyelid twitching slightly. He had originally expected an exciting battle of levels, but it ended. The physical strength demonstrated by Lin Yuan had completely surpassed the norm for a 1st-grade warrior. "Very good." Lei Lai stepped forward, loudly breaking the silence. "Villano, one belongs to Lin Yuan. The medical personnel take Zhao Tianyu to the treatment room for his bones to be set. The rest of you proceed to choose your dormitories in order of the vitality test rankings from earlier." Lin Yuan ignored the commotion behind him. He turned around and walked up the steps towards Villa No. 1 at the mountaintop. Securing Villa No. 1 meant he would possess the best training resources in the special training camp. In 2 months, the 5-fold gravity chamber and the chi gathering array would be enough to bring about a tremendous transformation in his realm. Pushing open the heavy door of Villa No. 1, a wave of pure spiritual energy, several times denser than the outside world, rushed at him. Lin Yuan locked the door behind him and placed the blood shadow mad blade on the weapon rack in the living room. He took off the outer layer of his black combat suit, revealing his solid muscles. With no intention of resting, he headed straight for the 5-fold gravity training area located in the basement of the villa. Every moment here would be used to push himself to his limits. The basement of Villa No. 1 is entirely constructed from high-strength, soundproof alloy. The cold light source above emits a temperatureless white glow. Lin Yuan stands in the center of the spacious area facing a gravity control console that is half his height. He extended his finger and slid it across the screen directly, setting the gravity multiplier to 5 times. Ding! 5 times gravity field has been activated. As the mechanical synthetic voice fell, the air in the entire basement suddenly sank. Lin Yuan's knees bent slightly by half an inch and a series of dense cracking sounds erupted from his bones. The 5-fold gravity directly acted upon every inch of his skin, every muscle, and his internal organs. His previously steady breathing instantly became heavy, and the rhythm of his heartbeat doubled, laboriously pumping the scalding blood towards his limbs and bones. An ordinary first-grade martial artist entering a 3-fold gravity chamber would experience ruptured capillaries. 5-fold gravity is enough to crush their sternum. However, Lin Yuan possesses a mid-level hardening talent, and his physical strength far exceeds that of others at the same level. He took a deep breath, exerted strength in his legs, and stood upright once more. He walked over to the weapon rack, gripping the blood shadow mad blade that weighs 320 pounds with one hand. In the environment of 5-fold gravity, the actual weight of the blade reaches 1,600 pounds. Lin Yuan's arm muscles bulged with veins prominent on the surface of his skin. He gripped the hilt with both hands and swung forward, fiercely executing a basic chop of the weeping blood dominance blade. The blade cut through the heavy air, producing a dull howling sound. Lin Yuan did not pause, twisting his waist and swinging the blade again with tremendous inertia. Under the 5-fold gravity, he repeatedly executed the movements of this grade martial technique. Sweat began to seep from his pores, only to be pulled down by the immense gravity, quickly pooling into a puddle on the alloy floor. In his mind, the system's notification began to ring at a fixed frequency. Physical body is under high pressure, vitality points increased by 2. Physical body is under high pressure, vitality points increased by 2. Proficiency of weeping blood dominance blade has improved and force application techniques optimized. 3 hours later, Lin Yuan's blade movements began to slow. His physical stamina was greatly depleted and his lungs were heaving like a bellows. He halted his movements, planted the blood shadow mad blade into the alloy floor, and turned to the nearby supply cabinet. He retrieved a transparent, bulletproof glass bottle filled with high-grade vitality pills he had purchased from the Wanwu Pavilion. He poured out 3 dark red pills and swallowed them whole. The violent medicinal power exploded in his stomach, transforming into a searing flow that surged towards his limbs. Lin Yuan directly sat cross-legged on the floor, operating the internal breath cultivation method. The external pressure brought by 5-fold gravity, coupled with the violent medicinal power of the vitality pills, formed a perfect internal and external assault. The first-grade true chi within his body surged rapidly through his meridians, constantly impacting the barrier of the second-grade martial master realm. For a full 5 days, Lin Yuan did not step out of the basement. When hungry, he consumed high-concentration nutrient solution, and when exhausted, he took high-grade vitality pills. The numbers on the gravity control console gradually increased from 5 times to 8 times, finally stabilizing at 10 times during the deep night of the 5th day. Under 10-fold gravity, the air in the basement became viscous. Lin Yuan, bare-chested, exhibited a dark red hue across his skin, resembling that of cooked flesh. With every breath he took, white vapor escaped. The whirlpool of chi at his dantian spun at maximum speed. The originally gaseous first-grade true chi began to compress and condense continuously under immense pressure. Boom! A muffled sound audible only to Lin Yuan exploded within him. At the center of the chi whirlpool, a drop of liquid true chi formed and subsequently dripped to the bottom of his dantian. This drop of liquid true chi triggered a chain reaction, rapidly liquefying the gaseous true chi within the entire whirlpool. A surge of tangible power several times stronger than before flowed through his meridians and spread throughout his body. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, a layer of solid white true chi protective shield manifesting on the surface of his body. Despite the pressure of 10-fold gravity, this layer of protective chi remained stable, showing no signs of dissipating. True chi has liquefied, reaching the realm of second-grade martial master. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power within him, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. He walked to the gravity control console and pressed the off button. The heavy pressure vanished in an instant. Lin Yuan felt light, as if he could float away at any moment. He entered the adjacent bathing room, rinsing off his sweat and expelled impurities with cold water. After changing into a brand new black combat uniform, he slung the blood shadow mad blade over his back and pushed open the door of Villa No. 1. At 9 in the morning, the large training square of the No. 27 military restricted area. 50 talented students from the special training camp had already gathered. After 5 days of basic training, these young masters and geniuses, who usually held themselves high in school, now bore a hint of fatigue and seriousness on their faces. Chief Instructor Lei Lai, wearing a black tactical vest, stood at the front of the line. His one eye scanned the entire field, finally pausing for a moment on Lin Yuan, who had just entered at the back of the line. He keenly noticed that the fluctuations of chi and blood on Lin Yuan had become deeper and more restrained. Beside Lei Lai, there was a tall, specially made black sandbag. The surface of the sandbag was covered in rough patterns emanating a faint scent of ferocious beasts. Today marks the first phase testing of the special training camp. Lei Lai pointed at the sandbag beside him and said loudly, "This sandbag is made from the belly leather of a third-grade ferocious beast, the iron-armored dragon crocodile, and filled with high-density mystic iron sand. Ordinary blades and swords leave no mark upon it. Today's test is simple. Each of you will attack this sandbag with your strongest strength or martial technique." Lei Lai took out a recording terminal and read out the first name. Chu Xin stepped forward. Chu Xin swallowed hard and walked out from the line. 5 days ago he had been terrified by Lin Yuan and had been hiding in the dormitory, but today he finally regained a bit of confidence as a young master from a prestigious family. He approached the iron-armored dragon crocodile leather sandbag, took a deep breath, and unleashed the full power of his qi. He shouted loudly, condensing a pale yellow true qi in his right hand, executing the Chu family's crade martial technique, stone shattering palm, and struck fiercely at the center of the sandbag. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The sandbag merely swayed slightly. Chu Xian retracted his palm, leaving only a shallow white mark on the surface of the sandbag with not even a tear in the skin. Lei Lai recorded expressionlessly on the terminal, Chu Xian attack power assessment mid-level, first-grade martial artist. Next Wang Tong. The test proceeded in succession. Most students' attacks struck the sandbags, leaving varying depths of white marks. A few geniuses who had broken through to the peak of the first-rank martial artist employed advanced martial techniques, barely creating fine cracks on the surface of the sandbags, which drew gasps from the onlookers. Zhao Tianyu's arm had already been healed by the high-level medical chamber. He walked to the sandbag, drew out his long sword, and infused the white true qi of a second-rank martial artist into the sword. He thrust the sword, the tip accurately piercing the sandbag. Whoosh! The long sword sank a third of the way into the sandbag. Zhao Tianyu withdrew his sword, a hint of pride visible on his face. Zhao Tianyu attack power assessment second-rank martial artist initial stage. Lei Lai nodded, recording the score. As the test approached its conclusion, Lei Lai lifted his head to look at the black-clad youth at the end of the line. Lin Yuan stepped forward. All eyes focused on Lin Yuan. Just 5 days ago the scene of Lin Yuan defeating Zhao Tianyu with a single punch was still fresh in everyone's minds. Everyone wanted to know what kind of effect this commoner, who occupied Villa No. 1, could deliver using pure physical strength on a sandbag made from the hide of a third-rank ferocious beast. Lin Yuan strode to the sandbag. He did not unfasten the blood shadow blade on his back, nor did he assume any preparatory stance. He stood with his legs shoulder-width apart, casting a glance at the thick black leather in front of him. In the next second the muscles in his right arm tensed instantly. The liquid true qi of the second rank surged from his dantian, perfectly merging with the explosive power of his 8,000-kilogram physique. He did not use any martial techniques, merely throwing a simple straight punch. His fist sliced through the air, creating a piercing sonic boom. A faint white wave of qi enveloped his fist and struck heavily at the center of the sandbag. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the square. No white marks, no cracks. The specially made sandbag, 2 meters tall and crafted from the hide of a third-rank ferocious beast, was directly pierced through the middle at the moment Lin Yuan's fist made contact. The immense destructive force spread outward, and the entire sandbag exploded in midair. Countless black leather fragments mixed with high-density mysterious iron sand shot out like a torrential rain. They struck the nearby metal railings, producing a series of clanging sounds. The training square fell into dead silence with only the rustling sound of the mysterious iron sand falling. The long sword in Zhao Tianyu's hand clattered to the ground. His eyes widened as he stared at the sandbag frame that was now just a base, his mind blank. His prideful second-rank true qi combined with the long sword had barely pierced a third of the way in. Lin Yuan's plain straight punch had reduced the sandbag to fragments. Chu Xian's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. Lei Lai stood closest to the sandbag, his solitary eye fixed on Lin Yuan's slowly retracting right fist, his pupils contracting violently. True qi projection. Liquid true qi. Lei Lai gasped, his voice betraying undeniable shock. Did you actually break through to the second-rank martial artist realm in just 5 days, eh? As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted in uproar. Second-rank martial artist. Wasn't he just assessed as a first-rank martial artist 5 days ago? This is impossible. Even with the gathering qi formation in Villa No. 1, it wouldn't be possible to leap an entire realm in 5 days. This requires a massive amount of resources and exceptional comprehension. Lin Yuan stood in place, brushing off the mysterious iron sand dust from his hand, calmly replying to Lei Lai, "The effects of the tenfold gravity chamber are excellent." It was a lucky breakthrough. Lei Lai's eyelids twitched. A tenfold gravity chamber. That was a training facility meant for instructors. Ordinary students would be crushed within a minute. This freak had actually stayed inside for 5 days. Lei Lai took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He looked at the terminal's record of the now-destroyed sandbag and directly entered the words, "excellent," next to Lin Yuan's name. Test concluded. Everyone rest in place for 5 minutes, Lei Lai announced loudly, then walked to the high platform at the front of the square. 5 minutes later, Lei Lai's voice rang out again, carrying a tone of grim seriousness. "After 5 days of adaptation and testing, I have assessed your strengths. From today onwards, the special training camp will officially enter the combat phase. Lei Lai pressed a remote control, and the enormous holographic projection screen at the back of the square lit up. The screen displayed a map of a primitive forest with complex terrain. This is the Ecological Simulation Combat Zone within Military Restricted Area No. 27. It contains a large number of first and second rank ferocious beasts. You 50 individuals will be airdropped to various corners of this area for a duration of 3 days. Lei Lai paused, his gaze sweeping over every tense face. After 3 days the combat zone will close. Your ranking will be determined by the number of score plates you hold. Everyone starts with 1 score plate. Killing ferocious beasts will not yield points. The only way to acquire them is to seize other students' score plates. During the process of seizing any means, any martial techniques, and any weapons are allowed. As long as no intentional lethal actions occur, the instructor group will not interfere. Students who are heavily injured and unable to continue will be directly eliminated from the camp. Lei Lai's voice turned cold and ruthless. The top 10 students will receive 1 special cleansing pill provided by the military and the right to select high-level martial techniques. The bottom 20 students will be dismissed directly. As soon as these words were spoken, a tense and hostile atmosphere spread throughout the group. The students who had originally been chatting together quickly distanced themselves from each other, their eyes filled with vigilance. Seizing a companion's score plate was the most direct law of the jungle. Now everyone board the transport planes. Collect your initial score plates and positioning wristbands. We will take off in 10 minutes, Lei Lai issued his final command. 2 heavy military transport planes landed at the edge of the square. Lin Yuan received a black metal plate engraved with his number. He casually stuffed the metal plate into his pocket, shouldering the blood shadow blade, and strode onto the transport plane. For the other students, this was a brutal competition for survival. But for Lin Yuan, who possessed the system of plundering all things, it was a perfect harvesting feast. 50 of the top geniuses from Jiang City meant 50 types of high-quality talents and a massive amount of vitality points. Half an hour later, the transport plane hovered over the combat zone. The cabin door opened and a fierce wind rushed into the cabin. The students carrying parachutes jumped one after another from the transport plane. Lin Yuan landed in a dense broadleaf forest. He unfastened the buckle of his parachute and oriented himself. The positioning wristband on his wrist indicated that this combat zone was a gigantic basin. At the very center of the basin was a place called Black Wind Valley. It was the only high-grade resource drop point in the combat zone, and also the only exit for the military helicopter to come and pick people up 3 days later. Lin Yuan did not lie in wait in the forest like the other students, or search for prey. He directly set off at a brisk pace, heading toward Black Wind Valley. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the dense forest, and the low-ranked ferocious beasts he encountered could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of Black Wind Valley. The steep rock walls on both sides towered into the clouds, with only a narrow passage about 10 meters wide in the middle. Anyone wishing to access the resource point or awaiting evacuation must pass through here. Lin Yuan walked to the center of the passage. He unfastened the black cloth from his back and heavily thrust the 320-pound blood shadow blade into the hard rocky ground. The blade sank 3 inches into the stone, emitting a dull thud. Then Lin Yuan dragged over a large flat stone from the side and sat down in the middle of the path. He crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes, and began to rest. 3 days is a long time. He was too lazy to search for people one by one in the vast forest. He chose to guard this spot and collect tolls. At the entrance of the Black Wind Gorge, the wind was fierce. A wild gale mixed with grit swept past the steep rock walls, emitting a sharp howling sound. Lin Yuan sat calmly on a massive flat boulder in the middle of the passage. His eyes were slightly closed, his breathing steady and elongated, with his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic manner. The blood shadow mad blade, weighing 320 pounds, was firmly embedded in the rocky ground before him, its dark red hilt wrapped in rough black beast skin, unmoving in the wind. On both sides of the gorge were vertical rock walls reaching 80 meters high, with smooth flat surfaces devoid of any vegetation or protrusions for climbing. This narrow passage, only 10 meters wide, was the only essential route leading to the resource point in the center of the combat zone. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yuan's ears twitched slightly. A chaotic sound of footsteps came from the edge of the broadleaf forest ahead, accompanied by the crisp sound of branches snapping underfoot. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze calmly directed towards the front of the passage. 3 figures emerged from the woods. Leading the way was a tall, thin boy holding a tumter-long precision steel spear. To the left was a boy with a buzz cut, each hand gripping a notched short dagger. To the right was a sturdy, overweight boy brandishing a heavy alloy shield that was half his height. All 3 were key class students from Jiangqing's second high school, with blood vitality values around 120 points, making them seasoned, aspiring martial artists. After landing, they quickly regrouped, forming a standard offensive and defensive team, avoiding ferocious beasts and heading straight for the Black Wind Gorge. There are people ahead. The tall, thin boy with the spear halted, gripping the spear tightly. The 3 of them saw Lin Yuan sitting on the boulder and the exaggerated heavy war blade embedded before him. "It's that commoner from Jiangqing third high school, Lin Yuan," the buzzcut boy said in a low voice, a flicker of greed in his eyes. "I remember his profile. Yesterday he smashed the testing sandbag with a single punch in the square. But the instructor said that what matters in the combat zone is overall combat power and teamwork. He is alone now without a teammate. 3 against 1, we can steal his scorecard. The overweight boy stepped forward raising the alloy shield and shouted loudly, Lin Yuan. Surrender your scorecard and retreat back into the woods. The 3 of us are teaming up, you can't withstand it. If you don't want to be seriously injured and eliminated, don't resist. Lin Yuan did not stand up. He looked at the 3 confident students with a cold tone. Place your scorecards on the ground. You may leave. Seeking death. The tall, thin boy yelled. He pushed off the ground, forcefully propelling himself. The precision steel spear danced in the air, the tip aimed directly at Lin Yuan's throat. The buzzcut boy moved in tandem. He burst forth with astonishing speed, circling around from the side, with daggers thrusting towards Lin Yuan's ribs. The overweight boy followed closely behind, prepared to provide defensive cover. Lin Yuan remained seated on the boulder, not attempting to draw the blood shadow mad blade before him. In the instant the spear tip was merely half a foot from his throat, Lin Yuan moved. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, accurately grasping the thrusting spear shaft. The tall, thin boy felt as if his spear had plunged into a solid steel ingot, unable to push it forward even a millimeter, no matter how hard he tried. He looked up at Lin Yuan astonished. Lin Yuan's right arm muscles tightened instantly. His intermediate hardening talent activated, causing a layer of iron-gray sheen to glisten on his arm. He suddenly clenched his right hand. Creak. The hard precision steel spear shaft emitted a jarring metallic distortion sound in Lin Yuan's hand, being crushed and deformed. Before the tall, thin boy could release his grip, Lin Yuan's left hand formed a fist, and the liquid true chi of a second-grade martial artist converged on the surface of his fist, striking the side of the spear shaft. The tremendous recoil force transmitted through the deformed spear shaft. The tall, thin boy's hands were immediately shattered at the tiger's mouth, blood splattering. He was propelled off the ground by this force, crashing backward and landing heavily 10 meters away, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the buzzcut boy who had circled around was now closing in. His 2 daggers fiercely stabbed towards Lin Yuan's ribs. Clang! Clang! The clear sound of metallic collision rang out. The sharp daggers struck Lin Yuan's ribs, not even managing to pierce through his clothing. The defensive power of the intermediate hardening talent was simply beyond what an ordinary aspiring martial artist could break. The buzzcut boy was stunned. He stared at his blunted daggers, his mind blank. Lin Yuan countered with a slap to the buzzcut boy's face. The 5,000 kilograms of pure physical power erupted instantly. The boy's cheekbone shattered and several bloodstained teeth flew from his mouth. His body spun twice in the air before crashing against the rock wall of the gorge, then rolled to the ground, losing consciousness. In just the span of 2 breaths, 2 members of the trio had already fallen. The overweight boy with the alloy shield stood frozen in place. He looked at his 2 unconscious companions, his hands trembling violently, and the shield clanged as it fell to the ground. He swallowed hard and turned to bolt back into the woods. Lin Yuan stood up from the boulder. He did not pursue, but bent down to pick up a fist-sized piece of rubble from the ground. He weighed it in his hand, locking his gaze onto the fleeing figure of the overweight boy. Stretching his right arm back, he then hurled it forward with force. The rubble tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Bang! The rubble accurately struck the overweight boy's right calf. The leg bone snapped in response. The overweight boy let out a wretched scream, losing his balance and crashing heavily onto the gravel-covered ground, rolling and wailing while clutching his broken leg. Lin Yuan brushed off the dust from his hands and walked over to the 3. He skillfully rummaged through their tactical pockets and found 3 black metal scorecards. In his mind, the system's synthesis voice resonated. Defeated a junior aspiring martial artist, plunder successful, gained 5 points of blood vitality. Defeated a seasoned aspiring martial artist, plunder successful, gained 10 points of speed attributes. Defeated a seasoned aspiring martial artist, plunder successful, gained 5 points of blood vitality. A faint warm current flowed within Lin Yuan. The blood vitality points provided by these aspiring martial artists were negligible for him now, but it was better than nothing. Lin Yuan placed the 3 scorecards alongside his own and stuffed them into his pocket. He turned back to the boulder and sat cross-legged once more. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, and everything returned to tranquility, with only the sound of the wind blowing past the rock walls and the distant weak moans of the overweight boy. As time passed into the evening, 17. Some had broken bones, some were spitting blood and unconscious. He still sat on that massive boulder with not a single change in the rhythm of his breathing. The blood shadow mad blade on the ground had not been drawn at any point. All those who rushed up attempting to seize scorecards or force their way through the gorge were swiftly incapacitated by Lin Yuan's basic punches and kicks. Once again, a dense sound of footsteps came from the edge of the woods. This time a massive team emerged. A total of 22 people. Leading the way were 2 other geniuses from Jiangxing First High School, Lin Dong and Su Yan. Both of them had reached the high stage of first-grade martial artists. The 20 individuals following them were all top-ranked elites from various schools, with the weakest being peak aspiring martial artists. After encountering each other in the woods, they chose not to fight among themselves, but formed a temporary alliance, planning to eliminate others first before entering the resource point to share the spoils. When the team reached the entrance of the gorge, everyone halted. They stared at the injured scattered on the ground, and the black-clad youth sitting on the boulder, their expressions instantly turning grave. 17 people, all taken down by him alone. Lin Dong glanced at the familiar faces lying on the ground, his gaze flickering. It seems the rumors are true, this Lin Yuan is quite powerful. So what if he's powerful? Most of those he defeated are aspiring martial artists. Su Yan tightened his grip on the alloy battle axe, snorting coldly. We have 22 people here with 2 at the high stage of first-grade martial artists and 5 at the initial stage. If we all go together we can wear him down. He has 17 scorecards plus his own, making 18 in total. If we seize them each of us will get a share. Su Yan's words ignited the greed of the 20 people behind him. 18 scorecards, if we can obtain them, will almost guarantee a spot in the top 10 of this special training camp, winning the military's special supply of cleansing elixirs. Everyone spread out and surround him. Don't give him the chance to take them out one by one. Lin Dong issued the command. The 22 dispersed quickly, forming a semicircle to surround Lin Yuan and the massive boulder. Everyone drew their cold weapons, and the glow of true qi illuminated the darkened entrance of the gorge. Various colors of blood vitality fluctuations intertwined, forming a massive pressure. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the 22 people closing and scanning the weapons in their hands. Finally, everyone is gathered. I won't have to wait for them one by one. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the vast gorge. He stood up, extended his right hand, and firmly grasped the hilt of the blood shadow mad blade wrapped in black beast skin. This was the first time he gripped his weapon since entering the combat zone. The liquid true qi of the second grade surged explosively from within him, rushing wildly into the blood shadow mad blade. The fine dark patterns on the blade instantly glowed with a dark red light. Zheng. Lin Yuan drew the 320-pound blood shadow mad blade with a single hand. The blade scraped against the rock, emitting a deafening shriek. A potent aura of ferocity, mixed with Lin Yuan's killing intent, swept outward from him. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply. Attack! Su Yan shouted loudly, raising the alloy battle axe high and charging first towards Lin Yuan. He pushed his true qi to the extreme, and the battle axe struck down with the might to split mountains and stones. Lin Dong followed closely behind his sword, transforming into several sharp glimmers, sealing off Lin Yuan's escape routes. The remaining 20 students simultaneously launched their attacks from all directions. Blades, spears, swords, and sticks, 22 attacks intertwined into a web of weapons, all smashing towards the center where Lin Yuan stood. Facing this overwhelming assault, Lin Yuan did not retreat an inch. He gripped the blood shadow mad blade tightly. The grade martial technique, blood-crying overlord blade, was initiated. Lin Yuan exerted force from his waist, propelling his arms. The 320-pound heavy war blade erupted with astonishing speed, creating a complete dark red crescent trajectory around his body. The 8,000 kilograms of physical power combined with the second-grade liquid true qi made the might of this strike reach an astonishing level. Boom! The blade of the blood shadow mad blade collided with Su Yan's alloy battle axe, which was at the forefront. Su Yan's battle axe, mixed with precision steel and mysterious iron, shattered in half upon impact. The broken axe head flew back, deeply embedding itself into the distant soil. The violent force transmitted through the axe handle to Su Yan's arms. Su Yan's arm bones were crushed on the spot, and his body was lifted and slammed heavily into the crowd, knocking down 3 or 4 students. The dark red crescent blade light did not stop. The blade swept across Lin Dong's sword, reducing it to fragments. It swept through the long spears and iron rods of the others, instantly severing all weapons. Within a 30-meter radius, the air was violently displaced by Lin Yuan's strike, forming a brief low-pressure zone. A strong shockwave spread outward, lifting the sand and rubble from the ground, creating a small whirlwind. Cries of agony rang out in unison. The 22 talented students who had been aggressive just a moment ago were directly overturned by the immense power of Lin Yuan's unreserved sweep, all flying backward. Some had broken ribs, some spat blood, and others were knocked unconscious. The 22 were scattered across the entrance of the gorge, and none could stand. With a single strike. Just one strike. The elite coalition of Jiangsheng's major high schools instantly lost their combat capability. Lin Yuan stood with his blade drawn, the tip of the blood shadow mad blade angled towards the ground. Not a single wrinkle had appeared on his black combat uniform. He approached Su Yan and Lin Dong, who were groaning on the ground, without saying a word, simply reaching out to extract their scorecards from their pockets. Then he moved to each of the fallen students, looting them one by one. The system's prompt sounded densely in his mind, with a continuous influx of basic attributes and blood vitality, replenishing the true qi he had just expended. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan returned to that massive boulder. He threw the 22 newly obtained scorecards onto the ground. Along with the previous 18, a total of 40 black metal cards piled up on the boulder, emitting a cold metallic gleam. Out of the 50 students in the entire talented training camp, Lin Yuan now possessed the scorecards of 40. Lin Yuan reinserted the blood shadow mad blade into the rock. He returned to his spot on the boulder, glanced at the sun sinking towards the horizon, closed his eyes, and continued to wait. There were still a few fish that escaped the net in the combat zone, and he had ample time. The holographic monitoring center on level 3 underground of military restricted zone No. 27. A massive circular metallic wall embedded with over 100 high-definition electronic screens. The screens displayed real-time footage from every corner of the ecological simulation combat zone. At the center of the monitoring chamber stood a 10-meter-long tactical sand table above, which hovered a three-dimensional topographic map of the combat zone. Chief Instructor Lin braced his hands against the edge of the sand table, his solitary eye locked unblinkingly onto the largest holographic screen at the center, showing live footage of the entrance to Blackwind Canyon. On the screen, Lin Yuan sat motionless atop a colossal boulder, before him planted a heavy battle saber, its blade dark crimson. Scattered across the open ground around the boulder lay 40 elite trainees from various academies, some clutching shattered arms and groaning in pain, others unconscious. 40 black training camp merit tokens rested casually beside Lin Yuan's hand. Dozens of military instructors, assigned to documentation and medical support, stood silently in the monitoring center. The entire hall was hushed save for the faint hum of electronic circuits. A junior colonel serving as the recording officer swallowed hard, breaking the silence. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he pointed toward Lin Yuan on the screen, his voice trembling. Chief Instructor Lei, this is the 40th. Lin Dong and Su Yin from Jiangxing No. One high school led 22 others in a coordinated assault, and were all gravely wounded by a single strike. Should we dispatch medical helicopters for immediate rescue? If we delay further, several severely injured trainees risk permanent disability. Lei straightened his posture, his brows knotted tightly together. He picked up the intercom on the desk, pressed the transmission key, and issued his command: medical team, deploy 3 transport helicopters to Blackwind Canyon entrance. Evacuate all incapacitated trainees and place them in advanced recovery chambers. Under no circumstances shall anyone interfere with Lin Yuan's actions without my explicit order. But Chief Instructor, the junior colonel said, gazing at the mound of merit tokens on screen, his tone laced with bewilderment, the combat zone's rule is to seize merit tokens. Lin Yuan's tactic, blocking the only passage and disabling every trainee, is a complete subversion of the training camp's competitive framework. Even if the remaining 9 arrive at the canyon, they will never pass. Lei turned his lone eye fixing sternly upon the junior colonel. What is competition? On the true battlefield of 10,000 races will your enemy offer you fair contest. Lin Yuan stands alone, armed with only one blade. Yet with absolute supremacy, he crushed 40 peers, some even ranked above him. This is the iron law of the martial world. Strength is the sole rule. Lei shifted his gaze back to the black-clad youth on screen. This student is a genuine anomaly. His corporeal power and the liquid chi unleashed in that single strike both match the mid-tier standard of a second-rank martial master. Jiangxing hasn't produced such a prodigy in decades. Blackwind Canyon entrance. The sun had fully vanished beyond the horizon. Darkness descended deep and absolute upon the combat zone. The canyon walls loomed like monoliths of dense, impenetrable black. Medical helicopters had landed half an hour earlier, evacuating all 40 fallen trainees. The once crowded canyon entrance now lay vast and desolate. Lin Yuan remained seated atop the boulder. He gathered dry branches and kindled a campfire. Its amber glow illuminated his calm face, and the 40 gleaming metal merit tokens beside him. Crackling embers echoed softly within the fire. Lin Yuan turned his head toward the dark forest to his left. Since you've come, step forth. Hiding behind trees changes nothing. The fact remains your merit tokens belong to me. His voice cut through the forest, resonating across the still night sky. Silence lingered for over 10 seconds. Then 9 figures emerged slowly from the shadows. Leading them was a short-haired woman clad in form-fitting combat gear. Her name was Lung Qingxiu, the top-ranked prospect of Jiangxing No. 2 High School, and one of the few first-rank martial artists at the advanced stage among this cohort. She gripped 2 uniquely shaped crescent blades. Behind her, 8 others each held weapons. These were the final 9 trainees remaining in the combat zone. They had previously scattered along the periphery, hunting fierce beasts to hone their martial arts, only arriving at Blackwind Canyon as dusk fell. They had witnessed in full the military helicopters evacuating the 40 grievously wounded trainees. Lung Qingxiu halted 10 meters from Lin Yuan. Her eyes flicked to the pile of merit tokens beside him, then to the blood shadow rampage saber embedded in the rock. Lin Yuan, we saw the helicopters carry them away. Her voice was icy precise, forged by years of relentless discipline. 40 people, all fell to you. You are formidable. Yet the top 10 in this training camp earn the military-exclusive marrow-cleansing pills. We 9 must pass. Lin Yuan lifted a dry branch and stirred the fire. Sparks scattered wildly. Toll fee. Surrender your merit tokens, and you may proceed. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Lung Qingxiu. Lung Qingxiu tightened her grip on the crescent blades. Behind her, the 8 male trainees assumed stances. Pale auras of chi flared one after another in the night. We number 9. You stand alone. And having fought 40 men today, your chi reserves must be critically depleted. We refuse to surrender our tokens. We choose to force our way through. Lung Qingxiu declared. Lin Yuan uttered no reply. He rose steadily from the boulder. His right foot stepped forward, his hand closed upon the hilt of the blood shadow rampage saber. Within his dantian, the vortex of blood and chi spun at full velocity. Vast quantities of foundational attributes and vital energy absorbed earlier had long since replenished his chi completely. More than restored. He stood now at an even more stable cultivation level. With one hand, he drew the 320 gene warblade. Its surface bathed in firelight shimmered with a ravenous dark red luster. Attack together. Lung Qingqiu cried out, and vanished in a blur. Her cultivated body technique left behind a lingering afterimage. Twin crescent blades slashed across the air, carving intersecting arcs of silver frost aimed directly at Lin Yuan's throat and heart. Simultaneously, the 8 males launched coordinated assaults from both flanks. A staff swept horizontally, a greatsword cleaved downward. 8 strikes infused with vital energy sealed off every possible retreat. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt with both hands. Second-rank liquid chi erupted in full force. White shockwaves blasted the campfire backward in a roaring gust. He did not invoke the sobbing blood tyrant blade technique. Against first-rank martial artists, raw physical might augmented by chi sufficed. He swung the blood shadow rampage saber upward in a sweeping arc, meeting Lung Qingqiu's intersecting frost blades. Heaton. Clang. A deafening metallic explosion reverberated through the canyon. Her prized crescent blades, her pride, shattered upon contact, violently repelled by the saber's overwhelm. The blades spun from her grasp, embedding themselves deep into distant cliff faces. The 320 gene warblade, delivering 5,000 kilograms of explosive force, crashed down upon Lung Qingqiu's crossed forearms. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone snapping. Lung Qingqiu flew backward, crashing 15 meters away, blood erupting from her mouth. Lin Yuan paused not a heartbeat. Using the saber's upward momentum, he twisted his wrist. The massive blade carved a perfect semicircle in midair and swept horizontally toward the 4 attackers closing in from the right. Its thick back struck their weapons. Steel staffs snapped, greatswords clattered to the ground. The hurricane force backlash slammed into the 4 youths, crushing ribs en masse. They flew backward, collapsing unconscious. The remaining 4 witnessing this carnage froze mid-stride. Their faces paled, their weapons trembled uncontrollably in their hands. One blow felling a first-rank advanced martialist, and instantly crippling 4 first-rank novices. Such overwhelming disparity extinguished all will to fight. Shall we continue? Lin Yuan lowered the blade, its tip tracing a shallow white line across the stone. The 4 on the left exchanged glances, and dropped their weapons in unison. They withdrew black merit tokens from their pockets and tossed them onto the ground. Then, moving to where Lung Qingqiu and the other 4 lay, they retrieved their tokens too, piling all 9 before Lin Yuan. 9 tokens, none missing. We yield. Utterly, and without reservation. One youth helped lift the gravely injured Lung Qingqiu, his voice thick with awe. Lin Yuan reinserted the blood shadow rampage saber into the earth. Bending down, he collected the 9 tokens and added them to the original 40. Thus, all 50 merit tokens belonging to the training camp's 50 trainees now rested solely in Lin Yuan's possession. A faint mechanical chime sounded, the system's synthetic voice, as subtle attribute points streamed into his body. Lin Yuan returned to his seat upon the boulder. He watched the 9 silhouettes supporting each other as they disappeared into the canyon's depths, offering no obstruction. 2 days later, the 3-day survival assessment in the combat zone officially concluded. Dawn light spilled across Blackwind Canyon. 3 military transport helicopters circled above the plateau before descending smoothly. Chief Instructor Lei Lai disembarked first, followed by a dozen instructors. Lin Yuan stood before the lead helicopter. Unzipping his backpack, he emptied its contents onto the grass before Lei Lai. 50 black metal merit tokens, cold gleaming, piled into a small mountain. Lei Lai stared at them. Though mentally prepared, a muscle near his eye twitched involuntarily. Training camp rules state top 10 receive marrow cleansing pills, Lin Yuan said, calm and direct. All tokens are here. Do the top 10 rewards belong entirely to me? Lei Lai regarded the black-clad youth before him, his expression placid, unassuming. He knew with quiet certainty that Jiangcheng, a mere pond, could no longer contain this hidden dragon. By regulation, they are yours. Lei Lai nodded. Lin Yuan gathered the 50 tokens back into his pack, slung the blood shadow rampage saber across his back, and strode aboard the helicopter. The countdown to the provincial grand examination entered its final phase. 3 military helicopters landed on the large helipad of military restricted zone No. 27. The wind whipped up by the rotors scattered the dust on the ground. Lin Yuan stepped down from the cabin carrying a backpack filled with 50 merit tokens. On the edge of the helipad, a row of temporary white military medical tents had already been set up. 49 eliminated genius trainees were gathered outside the tents. Those with lighter injuries were wrapped in white bandages with their arms in polymer casts. Those with more severe injuries, such as Zhao Tianyu and Su Yan, lay inside transparent medical recovery pods, soaking in a light green restorative liquid. As Lin Yuan's figure appeared on the helipad, the entire camp fell silent. 49 pairs of eyes fixed intently on him, devoid of any contempt or arrogance, replaced instead by deep reverence and fear. No one dared to utter a word. Even the sound of breathing was deliberately suppressed. Chief Instructor Lei Lai strode to the central metal platform. 2 fully armed military officers carried a silver code-locked safe onto the platform and placed it on the table, and Lei Lai extended his right hand, inputting a long string of complex passwords on the electronic screen of the safe, followed by pressing his palm print. With a soft click, the heavy metal lid of the safe popped open to both sides. Inside, it was lined with black shotproof. In the foam's grooves lay 10 transparent bulletproof glass vials neatly arranged. Each vial contained a round jade green pill the size of a longan. The surface of the pills shimmered with a faint halo, and even through the glass one could smell a rich and refreshing medicinal fragrance. Military Special Supply Cleansing Pill. Lei Lai's voice echoed throughout the venue through loudspeakers. The materials used to refine this pill include the essence of the bones of level 4 ferocious beasts, which cannot be purchased on the regular market. It can deeply cleanse the impurities in a martial artist's meridians and strengthen bone density, making it a top-tier resource for establishing a solid foundation in martial arts. Lei Lai's singular eye swept over the silent trainees below. According to the rules of the special training camp, the top 10 trainees in the practical assessment will each receive one pill. However, in this practical assessment, all the merit tokens are concentrated in one person's hands. Lei Lai paused, his gaze locking onto Lin Yuan, who stood at the forefront. Lin Yuan, come up and claim your spoils. Lin Yuan took firm strides up to the metal platform. He casually tossed the backpack filled with merit tokens onto the table, producing a dull metallic clatter. Then he reached out and directly grabbed all 10 glass vials from the silver safe, stuffing them into his tactical pocket. The entire process was swift and decisive. The 14 trainees below watched in astonishment as the 10 precious cleansing pills fell into Lin Yuan's pocket, and no one raised an objection. The law of the jungle was vividly displayed at that moment. Strength was the only passport. After taking the pills, Lin Yuan turned and walked off the platform, heading straight for Villa No. 1 at the mountaintop. Upon returning to Villa No. 1, Lin Yuan locked the door behind him and proceeded directly to the gravity training area in the basement. He approached the gravity control panel, swiped his fingers across the screen, and set the gravity multiplier to a full 10 times. The heavy pressure descended instantly. The air in the basement was compressed, producing faint explosive sounds. Lin Yuan removed his black combat jacket, sitting cross-legged in the center of the sound-absorbing alloy floor, bare-chested. He took out the 10 transparent glass vials from his tactical pocket and lined them up neatly on the floor in front of him. Ordinary martial artists require a large amount of warm water to consume the cleansing pill, scraping the powder off the pill's surface in 3 doses, and they need a mentor to guard them to prevent the violent medicinal force from breaking through their fragile meridians. Lin Yuan had no such concerns. He possessed an intermediate hardening talent, and his physical strength was sufficient to withstand any violent energy impact. He pulled the cork from the first vial, poured out the jade green cleansing pill, and directly tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it down. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a wave of scorching energy erupted within his gut. This energy was distinct from the gentle chi blood pills. It carried a domineering, tearing sensation, surging straight into Lin Yuan's 8 extraordinary meridians. Lin Yuan tightly closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. He immediately circulated the internal breathing method of the weeping blood dominator, guiding this green energy to flow within his body. Wherever the cleansing pill's energy passed, the tiny impurities adhered to the inner walls of his meridians were forcibly stripped away. The bone marrow deep within his bones began to heat up and expand, producing dense cracking sounds. A viscous black liquid began to seep out from Lin Yuan's pores, composed of the impurities and toxins hidden deep. Soon a pungent and foul odor filled the basement. As the power of the first cleansing pill was absorbed halfway, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, picked up the second vial, pulled out the cork, and swallowed again. The violent energy compounded within him. Lin Yuan's skin turned an angry shade of purple, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The 3rd, 4th, until the 10th. Lin Yuan swallowed all 10 cleansing pills provided by the military in one go. 10 massive streams of green energy converged within him, continuously washing through his limbs and bones. The external pressure of 10 times gravity combined with the internal expansion of 10 cleansing pills placed Lin Yuan's body in an extreme state of tempering. At the Dantian, the vortex formed by liquid true chi began to spin rapidly. The green cleansing energy merged into it, dyeing the originally white liquid true chi with a faint azure hue. The viscosity of the true chi significantly increased, and its volume expanded by more than double. 3 hours later, the cracking sounds from Lin Yuan's bones gradually subsided. He suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance flashing through the dim basement. He opened his mouth and expelled a long stream of black turbid air. This turbid air sprayed onto the alloy floor in front of him, producing faint corrosive sounds. Lin Yuan stood up, feeling the tremendous change in power within him. The 10 cleansing pills had completely expelled the impurities from his body. His bones became crystalline and transparent, with hardness comparable to high-grade alloys. His meridians were 3 times wider, and the liquid true chi of the second-tier martial artist flowed through his body without any obstruction. His current pure physical explosive force directly broke through the 10,000 kilogram barrier. At that moment, a cold mechanical synthesized voice suddenly echoed in his mind, its pitch several decibels higher than usual. Detected perfect reconstruction of the host's physical foundation with vast amounts of high-level energy accumulated within the body. The all-purpose plundering system meets the upgrade conditions and will begin automatic upgrading. Upgrade progress 10. 50. 100. System upgrade complete. New core function unlocked. Martial technique fusion. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. He silently thought. Explain the martial technique fusion function. The mechanical voice immediately responded. The martial technique fusion function can forcibly merge martial techniques mastered by the host across different tiers. The fusion process will eliminate the shortcomings of the original martial techniques, while retaining the core lethality, generating a new high-level martial technique that fits the host's current physique. Detected martial techniques currently mastered by the host grade: Thunderstorm Fist, Major Completion grade; Weeping Blood Dominator, Major Completion. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Lin Yuan looked at the Blood Shadow Mad Knife leaning against the weapon rack and decisively issued the command: Fusion. Command confirmed. Starting to extract the Thunderstorm Fist's thunderous explosive attributes. Starting to extract the Weeping Blood Dominator's heavy weapon consecutive / attributes. Attribute recomposition in progress. Meridian's operation routes optimization in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a grade exclusive martial technique, Thunder Prison Bloodblade. Current proficiency: Major Completion. In an instant, vast and complex martial technique memories were forcibly injected into Lin Yuan's brain. The new power application techniques and true chi operation routes were directly imprinted into his muscle fibers and neurons. No practice was necessary. He had completely mastered all the essence of the Thunder Prison Bloodblade. Lin Yuan strode up to the weapon rack and grasped the Blood Shadow Frenzy Blade, which weighed 320 pounds with one hand. Under 10 times the normal gravity, the effective weight of the blade reached 2,300 pounds. Yet Lin Yuan lifted it effortlessly, his wrist not trembling in the slightest. He took a deep breath, and the liquid true chi within him surged wildly along the new path of the Thunder Prison Bloodblade. The white and blue true chi flowed into the blade, causing arcs of blue lightning to dance around the originally dark. The lightning arcs intertwined with the dark red blade light, emanating a destructive and violent aura. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt, twisting at the waist, and struck the air ahead with a powerful slash. With a thunderous boom akin to a shockwave, the sound exploded in the basement. In front of the blade, the air was instantly evacuated, forming a visible vacuum blade light. The blade light, infused with violent thunder power, struck heavily against the 10-meter distant, sound-absorbing alloy wall. The half-meter thick alloy wall trembled violently. A 3-meter long and 2-inch deep cut was clearly marked on the wall, its edges scorched black from the high temperature. This was merely the destructive force caused by the blade wind. Without the suppression of 10 times gravity, the wind pressure from this strike would be enough to sever a 3-story reinforced concrete building. Lin Yuan sheathed the blade, highly satisfied with the power of this A-grade martial skill. The instantaneous explosiveness of the thunder compensated for the heavy blade's slow initiation, propelling its lethality to a whole new level. He walked into the bathroom, rinsing off the thick layer of black impurities from his body with cold water. After changing into a clean black combat suit, he pushed open the basement door and walked out of Villa 1. It was already the early morning of the next day. The air at the mountaintop was fresh and cool. As Lin Yuan stepped onto the bluestone path outside the villa, he noticed a green off-road vehicle with a provincial military license plate parked at the foot of the mountain. Lei Lai stood beside the off-road vehicle with a middle-aged man in a white Tang suit standing in front of him. The middle-aged man wore a pure gold badge on his chest adorned with an intricately carved pattern of crossed swords. This was the highest symbol of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Upon seeing Lin Yuan descend the mountain, Lei Lai stepped forward to introduce Lin Yuan. This is Zhou Ming, the Special Commissioner of the Provincial Capital Martial Arts Association. Zhou Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his sharp gaze scanning Lin Yuan up and down. His eyes lingered on Lin Yuan's unabashedly powerful aura for a few seconds. "You are the student who single-handedly seized 50 scorecards in the combat zone." Zhou Ming's voice was robust, carrying the authority of a superior. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to respond, Zhou Ming took a half step forward. A tremendous pressure characteristic of a third-grade Grand Martial Master was unleashed fully from Zhou Ming's body. This pressure swept towards Lin Yuan with a heavy sense of oppression. The grass below was pressed flat against the ground, and tiny pebbles rolled backward under the weight of this invisible force. Facing the third-grade Grand Martial Master's test, Lin Yuan remained calm, not retreating an inch. The liquid true chi within him began to circulate automatically, forming an indestructible invisible wall of pure physical strength at the surface of his body. As the pressure released by Zhou Ming collided with Lin Yuan, a dull sound echoed like a clash of air currents, then spread outward. The bluestone slabs beneath Lin Yuan remained intact, and even the corners of his clothing were not disturbed. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. He immediately withdrew his pressure, and a smile broke through his previously stern expression. "Good lad. Lei Lai mentioned in the report that you possess the ability to fight beyond your rank. I was initially skeptical. In Jiang City, a first-grade martial artist who can withstand 3 of my pressure is rare. No, you are already a second-grade martial artist. To reach the second-grade martial artist level in high school is quite a rarity in the entire Great Xia Kingdom." Zhou Ming took out a document sealed with a red stamp from the pocket of his Tang suit and handed it to Lin Yuan. "I am here on behalf of the First Martial Arts Academy in the provincial capital to formally extend a special invitation to you. As long as you sign the document, you will not need to participate in next month's Provincial Unified Examination and will be directly admitted to the Inner Academy of the First Martial Arts Academy in the provincial capital." Zhou Ming extended 3 fingers, his tone filled with temptation. "I will represent the academy to offer you an grade resource contract. This includes a standalone villa in the central area of the provincial capital, 1 million in training funds each month, and a dedicated mentor at the 4th grade marshal general level. Standing aside, Lei gasped at the conditions of this level of special recruitment enough to cause the top families in the provincial capital to scramble over it. Lin Yuan glanced at the document in Zhou Ming's hand, but did not reach out to take it. Thank you for your consideration, Commissioner Zhou. Lin Yuan's tone was flat without a hint of hesitation, but I decline. Zhou Ming's smile froze on his face, and he furrowed his brow slightly, thinking he had misheard decline. Do you know what this contract signifies? The resources in a small place like Jiang City simply cannot support your subsequent cultivation. I know. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Ming straightforwardly, presenting his reason. My goal is the top 4 martial arts universities in the Great Xia Kingdom, specifically the Modu Martial Arts University. I will pass next month's provincial examination based on my results. Zhou Ming's brow furrowed deeper. He put away the document, his tone turning somewhat stern. Lin Yuan, it's good for young people to be vigorous, but don't be blindly confident. The examination venue for the provincial examination is located deep within the Red Mountain Range, where there are not only 3rd and even 4th grade ferocious beasts, but also prodigies cultivated with enormous resources by the top families in the provincial capital. In the practical assessment, life and death are not guaranteed. Although you have reached the 2nd grade martial artist level, the high-level martial skills and life-saving trump cards that those family members possess far exceed your imagination. To risk everything for a spot at Modu Martial Arts University, if you happen to fall short, your current talent will be completely wasted. Lin Yuan extended his right hand and gently patted the rough hilt of the blood shadow frenzy blade behind him. Martial arts must be fought for. Lin Yuan looked into Zhou Ming's eyes, his tone firm and exuding an undeniable dominance. Resources and opportunities are not granted by others, they are carved out with a blade. The provincial examination has more geniuses, which means there are more prey. I will not miss out. Zhou Ming gazed into Lin Yuan's fearless eyes, knowing he could not persuade this stubborn youth. He sighed, pulling out a pure black gilded business card from his pocket and handing it to Lin Yuan. Since you insist on participating in the examination, I won't force you. This is my personal card. If you encounter insurmountable troubles during the examination or change your mind, feel free to call. The doors of the first martial arts academy in the provincial capital will always be open to you before the examination ends. Lin Yuan took the card and placed it in his pocket. Thank you. Zhou Ming turned and opened the door of the off-road vehicle. Getting inside, the car started kicking up a cloud of dust as it drove away from the 27th military restricted area. Lei watched the off-road vehicle disappear, then turned to Lin Yuan. The assessment of the special training camp has concluded completely. Your performance has exceeded everyone's expectations. Lei patted Lin Yuan's shoulder with a hint of respect in his tone. The bus is already waiting at the base entrance. You can return to Jiang City now. There is a full month before the provincial examination. The danger level of the Red Mountain Range is at least 10 times higher than that of this simulated area. Go back and prepare well, and don't capsize in the gutter. Lin Yuan nodded, tightening the grip on his back blade. He took steady steps down the wide asphalt road towards the gate of the military restricted area. The harvest of the special training camp had been completed, and the next goal was the grand examination that would gather all the top talents from the province. Outside Jiang City, the night was deep and somber. Lin Yuan carried the blood shadow mad blade wrapped in black cloth, walking along a bumpy asphalt road. The streetlights were old and poorly maintained, emitting a dim and flickering glow. On both sides of the road stood rows of abandoned auto repair shops and cheap machinery processing stores. He had completed the marrow cleansing transformation at the Genius Training Camp, stabilizing his realm at the initial stage of 2nd rank Martial Master, with his physical burst power reaching 10,000 kilograms. The newly acquired a grade martial technique, Thunder Prison Blood Blade, had successfully fused and reached proficient mastery, but all the memories remained solely in his mind. The military's training camp had a strict no-death policy. Even the fiercest battles were wrapped in a layer of protection. Lin Yuan needed genuine life-and-death combat, needed to see blood to completely merge the power techniques of Thunder Prison Blood Blade in his mind with practical muscle memory. He reached into his pocket and took out a pitch-black metal mask bought from a roadside stall, fastening it onto his face. The mask revealed only a pair of cold, piercing eyes and the lower half of his face. Lin Yuan stopped in front of a rundown iron shed with a sign that read Oldly Scrap Recycling. He pushed open the iron door, finding 2 muscular men playing cards inside. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, who wore a mask and carried a giant weapon, the 2 men immediately dropped their cards and placed their hands on the grips of their kinetic pistols at their waists. Lin Yuan wasted no words and directly pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket, tossing it onto the rusty iron table beside him. 10 consecutive wins challenged by a ticket. His voice, muffled by the mask, echoed through the air. One of the muscular men glanced at the cash on the table, then at the exaggerated silhouette of the weapon behind Lin Yuan, his tense muscles relaxing slightly. He took the cash in his hand, counted it briefly, then walked to the corner of the iron shed, forcefully pulling aside a tattered carpet laid on the ground to reveal a heavy hydraulic metal hatch. The muscular man entered commands into a keypad on the wall, and with a hissing sound of air escaping, the metal hatch slowly opened, revealing a wide staircase leading underground. You should understand the rules. Once you enter the death arena, life and death are your own responsibility. Win a match, earn a prize, lose, and your body will be thrown directly into the incinerator. The muscular man pointed towards the bottomless passage, his tone indifferent. Lin Yuan did not respond, stepping down the staircase with steady strides. The staircase extended a full 30 meters downward. As the depth increased, the air grew heavy with the mixed stench of low-quality alcohol, strong sweat, and a pungent smell. Reaching the end of the passage, he pushed open a soundproof iron door, and an ear-splitting clamor instantly flooded his ears. It was a massive underground space larger than 2 soccer fields. Powerful spotlights swept back and forth from above. In the center of the arena stood a huge octagonal iron. The bars of the cage were all welded from alloy steel rods the thickness of a thumb, coated with years of accumulated dark and dried blood. Surrounding the cage were tiered stands. Thousands of gamblers, gangsters, and thrill-seeking residents from the outer city crowded the stands, waving betting tickets in their hands, shouting fervently at the 2 combatants fighting within the cage. Lin Yuan approached the registration desk at the edge of the arena. A skinny man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a floral shirt was seated behind the desk checking the accounts. Register for the deathmatch. Directly initiate the 10 consecutive wins mode. Lin Yuan slammed 100,000 in registration fees on the desk. The skinny man looked up, adjusted his glasses, and scrutinized Lin Yuan's black mask. The 10 consecutive wins challenge in underground boxing meant that challengers could not rest in between. They must face 10 opponents arranged by the arena in a row. If successful, the prize pool would reach an astonishing 5 million. However, in the past 6 months, 9 out of 10 who came here to challenge the 10 consecutive wins ended up dead in the cage, with the last one left permanently disabled. Codename. The skinny man picked up a pen, preparing to record on a red death contract. Blackblade. Lin Yuan provided 2 words. This is the death contract. Press your fingerprint here. Your number is 89. Go to the waiting area and you will be arranged to enter the arena shortly. The skinny man pushed the red paper towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan bit his index finger, pressing a blood seal onto the death contract. He took a wooden plaque marked 89 and turned to walk to the waiting area beside the cage. 10 minutes later, a battle in the cage concluded with a victory. A blood-soaked warrior was carried out by staff on a stretcher, his fate unknown. The hoarse roar of the host echoed through the central loudspeaker. Next match. A newcomer is starting the 10 consecutive wins challenge. Let us welcome the challenger with the codename Blackblade into the cage. His first opponent is the terror who has already achieved 3 consecutive victories in the death arena. The gamblers in the stands erupted in jeers. They never held any expectations for a newcomer wearing a mask. Most placed all their chips on the so-called terror. Lin Yuan unfastened the blood shadow mad blade from his back, leaning it against the railing in the waiting area. He did not intend to use his weapon in the first match. He pushed open the heavy iron door of the cage and stepped inside. Opposite him entered a brawny man, nearly 2. This man, known as the terror, had an upper body, bare muscles bulging with a pair of precision steel claw blades fitted onto. He was a master at the mid-level of first-rank martial artist. The terror rubbed the claw blades of his fists together, producing a sharp metallic screech. He stared at Lin Yuan, whose physique was not particularly imposing, and grinned cruelly. Kid, wearing a mask to play tricks. I will use these claws to tear your mask off along with your skin. Lin Yuan stood his ground, legs shoulder-width apart, not adopting any defensive stance. The referee outside the cage struck a heavy gong. Dong. At the moment the gong sounded, the alloy floor beneath the terror emitted a dull thud. His massive body exploded with incredible speed, crossing 5 meters in an instant to appear before Lin Yuan. The four-clawed fist blade in his right hand sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aiming directly at Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan did not flinch. In his pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging steel blade. At the moment the claw blade was just an inch away from the mask, Lin Yuan moved. He stepped half a stride to the left, tilting his body within milliseconds. The 4 sharp steel claws grazed past the tip of his nose, the gust of wind blowing his short hair on his forehead. The terror missed, a glint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He could not retract his right arm in time. The claw blade in his left hand followed up from below, fiercely striking towards Lin Yuan's abdomen. Lin Yuan's right arm muscles instantly tightened. The intermediate hardening talent activated. He did not evade. Instead, he swung his right fist, smashing forward in the direction of the opponent's steel claw blade. Clang! The collision between flesh and steel claw blade produced an ear-splitting metallic explosion. 10,000 kilograms of pure physical power poured out without reservation. The steel claw blade in the terror's left hand, capable of tearing through low-tier ferocious beast armor, snapped at the moment it made contact with Lin Yuan's fist, the 4 claws breaking off at the roots. The shattered metal fragments shot out, striking the cage's bars and sparking a flurry of sparks. The immense impact traveled through the broken claw blades into the terror's left arm. His ulna and radius shattered simultaneously, his entire left arm folding behind him in a twisted posture. The terror let out a wretched scream that sounded inhuman. Lin Yuan showed no signs of stopping. He retracted his right fist, sharply raised his left knee, and accurately struck the terror's chest. A dull sound of collapsing ribs echoed. The terror's body, weighing over 200 pounds, left the ground, flying backward and crashing heavily against the cage's alloy bars. The bars were bent outward in a noticeable arc. The terror slid to the ground, blood mixed with chunks of internal organs spilling from his mouth, convulsing twice before losing consciousness altogether. A single strike ended the fight. The entire underground death arena fell into a hushed silence. Just a moment ago the gamblers had been shouting and betting frantically, now they all stood with mouths agape, staring blankly at the masked figure in black who remained in a near-raised stance. Using a flesh fist to break a steel claw blade, taking down a seasoned mid-level first-rank martial artist with a single move. This visually shocking display of violent dominance far exceeded their comprehension. Lin Yuan lowered his left leg and turned to look at the referee outside the cage. Ring the gong. Arrange for the next match. Lin Yuan's voice was distinctly audible in the quiet venue. The referee swallowed hard, frantically picked up the wooden mallet and struck the gong once more. Two staff members rushed into the iron cage, swiftly dragging out the oblivious Ripper. In the second match, the opponent was a slender warrior wielding a poisoned short sword exceptionally quick. Lin Yuan still did not draw his sword. In the moment his opponent attempted to sneak up behind him, Lin Yuan spun around and executed a simple whip kick, directly striking the opponent's lower back. The sound of a spinal fracture echoed and the opponent flew horizontally 8 meters away, unconscious on the spot. In the third match, the opponent was a giant who practiced external martial arts. Lin Yuan exchanged 3 punches with him. With the third punch, the giant's arms broke, his chest caved in, and he collapsed without rising. The atmosphere of the death match was thoroughly ignited. The gamblers stopped booing and began to frantically shout the name of Black Blade. Every time Lin Yuan landed a punch or a kick that sent his opponent flying out of the ring, the stands erupted with roof-raising roars. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had achieved 8 consecutive victories. None of the first 8 opponents could force him to take a step back, nor could any of them compel him to draw the heavy battle knife outside the cage. In the VIP box on the second underground level, the owner of the death match, a fat man with a face full of blubber, smoking a thick cigar, was currently staring grimly at the iron cage below. The glass wine cup in his hand had already cracked under his grip. "Boss, this masked guy is too sinister," reported one of his subordinates, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. In the first 8 matches, he relied solely on his physical strength. All 3 of our top-tier fighters were taken out by him in a single move. His physical strength has definitely reached the standard of a second-tier martial artist. He has already won 8 matches. The fat boss took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaling the smoke onto the glass wall. "If he wins 10 consecutive matches, not only will we lose 5 million in prize money, but the gamblers betting on his victory will wipe out our liquidity. Go get Blood Butcher. Have him face off in the 9th match." The fat boss crushed the cigar in the ashtray, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Tell Blood Butcher that if he kills this masked man in the cage, he'll reward him with 1 million. The subordinate gasped, "Boss, Blood Butcher is ranked among our top 3 aces, a mid-tier, second-tier martial artist. Isn't it against the rules to have him fight a challenger? And here I am the rule. Hurry up." The fat boss kicked his subordinate. 10 minutes later, the gong for the 9th match had yet to be struck. The door to the passage on the other side of the iron cage slowly opened. Heavy footsteps accompanied by the harsh sound of metal dragging along the ground emerged. A bald man standing at 2 meters tall and covered in scars stepped out. His bloodshot eyes radiated a crazy, killing intent. He dragged a serrated large cleaver that measured 1.5 meters long. The back of the blade was embedded with 9 iron rings, making a clattering sound as he walked. This man was the ace of the death match, Blood Butcher. The seasoned gamblers in the stands were momentarily stunned upon seeing Blood Butcher enter, followed by a frenzy of screams. They knew the death match was in a panic, sending out a true killing machine. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the iron cage, watching the approaching Blood Butcher. He sensed the liquid true energy waves within his opponent belonging to a second-tier martial artist, along with the dense killing intent accumulated from years of dancing on the edge of life and death. Lin Yuan turned his head and walked to the edge of the iron cage. He reached out, slipping his hand through the gap in the bars, and grasped the hilt of the blood shadow crazy blade leaning against the outside. Click! Lin Yuan lifted the 320-pound battle knife into the cage with one hand. He casually tore away the black cloth that was wrapped around the blade, revealing its dark red broad edge and the intricate dark patterns on the blade. The weight of 320 pounds pressed down on the floor, creating a dull thud. This was the first time Lin Yuan had used a weapon tonight. Blood Butcher stepped into the iron cage, and the iron door slammed shut behind him. "Kid, forcing me to come out means you want—" Blood Butcher's voice was hoarse. He stopped wasting words, unleashing the liquid true energy of a second-tier martial artist, enveloping himself in a layer of pale red energy shield. Blood Butcher gripped the hilt, tightly exerted force with his feet, and launched himself toward Lin Yuan like a cannonball. He leaped high, the serrated cleaver creating a tearing wind as he executed a powerful downward strike aimed at Lin Yuan's head. The iron rings on the blade clashed violently, producing a distracting noise. Lin Yuan stood firmly in place, his eyes locked onto the descending blade. Within his dantian, the liquid azure-white true energy surged wildly, flowing through his meridians into his right arm. A level martial skill, Thunder Prison Bloodblade, first move. Lin Yuan grasped the hilt of the Blood Shadow Crazy Blade with both hands. The azure-white true energy infused into the dark red blade. In an instant, dazzling blue arcs of electricity danced across the blade's surface. A smell of burnt hair filled the air. Lin Yuan twisted at the waist, his physical strength of 10,000 kilograms combined with the liquid true energy, slicing upward diagonally against Blood Butcher's serrated cleaver. Boom! The two heavy weapons collided in midair without any flourish. The deafening sound of metallic explosion drowned out all the noise in the arena. A visible white shockwave spread from the center of the collision, shaking the blood and dust off the iron cage. Blood Butcher's pride, the serrated cleaver shattered and splintered at the moment of contact with the Blood Shadow Crazy Blade. The violent power of thunder attached to the battle knife tore through Blood Butcher's pale red energy shield, without hindrance transmitting through his arms. Oh! Blood Butcher let out a piercing scream. His palms exploded, and he could no longer hold onto the hilt. The serrated cleaver flew from his grip, spinning in the air before crashing heavily into the floor at the edge of the iron cage. Blood Butcher's body was overturned by the tremendous force flying backward. Lin Yuan did not give him a moment to. He stepped down, causing the sturdy alloy floor to cave in. His figure flashed, instantly closing the distance to Blood. The Blood Shadow Crazy Blade, crackling with jumping blue arcs, traced a dark red death trajectory in midair, with the blade edge parallel, smashing down hard against Blood Butcher's chest. Bang! Blood Butcher's over 200-pound body crashed heavily against the iron bars of the cage behind him. The alloy rebar, as thick as a thumb, bent severely outward, nearly breaking. Blood Butcher opened his mouth, spewing out a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organs. His body slid down along the bars to the ground. His sternum was completely shattered, and he did not have a single cry of lament, losing his breath instantly. Inside and outside the iron cage there was an eerie silence. The thousands of spectators in the stands were like ducks caught by the throat, all sounds stuck in their throats. The ace of the death match, a mid-tier second-tier martial artist, Blood Butcher, was instantaneously killed along with his weapon by this newcomer wearing a black mask. The blue thunder and the violent sense of oppression that erupted in that instant were deeply etched into everyone's retinas. Lin Yuan retracted the battle knife, its tip pointing toward the ground. The blue arcs of electricity gradually faded from the blade. He raised his head, his gaze crossing the iron cage to directly meet the one-way transparent glass of the VIP box on the second floor. Although it was impossible to see inside from the outside, Lin Yuan could sense someone was watching him there. He raised his left hand and extended a finger. This is the final match. Send out your strongest fighter. Otherwise tonight, I will smash your venue. Lin Yuan's cold voice resonated clearly through the arena's microphone, reaching every corner. Inside the VIP box, cold sweat poured down the fat boss' forehead, flowing wildly down his cheeks. He looked at Blood Butcher, who lay dead in the iron cage, his hands uncontrollably trembling. Inside the VIP box, cold sweat poured down the fat boss' forehead, flowing wildly down his cheeks. He looked at Blood Butcher, who lay dead in the subordinate stammered. The fat boss gritted his teeth and suddenly turned his head to look at a man sitting in the dark. The man wore a tattered gray robe, his eyes tightly closed, holding a sheathed longsword in his arms. He had not even glanced at the match below. Oldemo. The fat boss' voice became extremely respectful, even carrying a hint of pleading. We have encountered a tough adversary. Please intervene. As long as you can kill him, I am willing to pay a 10 million appearance fee. The man known as Oldemo slowly opened his eyes. There were no pupils in his eyes, only a murky gray white. He was blind. Yet the aura around him was as unfathomable as an abyss. This was a peak second-tier martial artist, just half a step away from becoming a third-tier grandmaster. Oldemo stood up, his withered hand stroking the sword sheath in his arms. Sword drawn, blood to drink. 10 million, transfer it to my card immediately. Oldmo's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. He leaned on the sheathed longsword, pushed open the box door, and walked step by step toward the iron cage below. The 10th death match, which would determine the allocation of the 5 million prize money, was about to commence. The metal door of the VIP box on the second underground floor slid open to both sides. A man dressed in a tattered gray robe stepped out, his eyes tightly closed with only a murky grayish white beneath his eyelids. He leaned on a slender iron sword sheathed in cracked shark skin. The blind man, Mo Lao, followed the designated VIP passage, stepping carefully towards the octagonal iron cage below. His footsteps were incredibly light, leaving no traces on the dust-covered concrete steps. With each step he took, the gray robe billowed upward, as if stirred by an unseen wind. A weighty and suffocating pressure of true energy emanated from him, spreading outward. The thousands of gamblers in the stands, along with the thugs from the outer districts, ceased their shouting the moment they saw the blind man in the gray robe. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Only the monotonous hum of the ventilation fan overhead could be heard. That is Mo Lao. An old gambler who often frequented the death arena lowered his voice, filled with deep apprehension, saying, the true trump card of the death arena. It is said that he was once an assassin for a powerful faction in the provincial city, retreating to Jiang City after being blinded by enemies' poison. His strength had long reached the peak of a second-tier martial artist, just a step away from breaking into the third-tier grand martial artist realm. It's over. The death arena has completely torn its facade. To protect the 5 million prize pool, they've even summoned such an old monster. The people beside him echoed in agreement, casting sympathetic glances at the masked young man in the iron cage. Mo Lao approached the edge of the cage. The staff responsible for opening the door trembled as they pulled open the heavy alloy gate. Mo Lao raised his foot, stepped over the threshold, and entered the octagonal iron cage filled with a strong smell of blood. Clang! The iron door slammed shut behind Mo Lao, and the large mechanical lock outside emitted a crisp clicking sound. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the cage holding the Blood Shadow Mad Blade, which weighed 320 pounds in his right hand. Through the mask, he coldly scrutinized the blind man in front of him. He could clearly sense that the liquid true energy within Mo Lao was vast and viscous, at least 3 times greater than that of the previous Blood Butcher. This true energy flowed rapidly through Mo Lao's meridians, producing a faint sound akin to rivers surging. This was a true powerhouse, standing at the peak of the second tier. Mo Lao stopped 10 meters away from Lin Yuan. His withered right hand slowly raised, gripping the hilt of the shark skin sword sheath. "Young man, your strength is considerable, and your strikes are quite ruthless." Mo Lao's voice was hoarse and grating like 2 rough pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. "But you shouldn't be so ostentatious in the underground world of Jiang City. Having taken the prize for 10 consecutive victories, the Death Arena cannot save face anymore. The owner offered 10 million for your life. This old bone of mine today can only move around a bit." Lin Yuan did not change his stance. The dark red blade still pointed diagonally at the ground. "Too much nonsense. Your life is worth 10 million. Lin Yuan's tone was flat, stating a fact. Though Mo Lao's gray-white eyes were blind with his keen perception, as a peak second-tier martial artist, he accurately locked onto Lin Yuan's position. "Arrogant." Mo Lao spat out 2 words. The next second, the high-strength alloy floor beneath his feet emitted a dull explosion. The originally flat metal surface was directly stomped into a 2-inch deep dent. Mo Lao's body transformed into a gray shadow, instantly crossing 10 meters to appear directly in front of Lin Yuan. Clang! The clear sound of the sword echoed throughout the underground space. The slender iron sword detached from the shark skin sheath, unleashing a dazzling silver flash aimed straight at Lin Yuan's throat. The sword was enveloped in a thick layer of white true energy, and the sharp sword chi tore through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. The speed of this strike was too fast. The vast majority of the audience in the stands couldn't even catch the motion of the sword being drawn. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He did not retreat. The intermediate hardening talent activated fully within 0.1 seconds. The muscles in his right arm bulged and tightened, a layer of iron-gray metallic sheen appearing on the surface of his skin. Lin Yuan rotated his wrist, raising the 320-pound Blood Shadow Mad Blade from below, positioning the blade horizontally before him. Clang! The silver sword tip struck accurately against the broad dark red blade. A visible wave of white air rippled from the point of impact, spreading wildly outward. The dust and congealed blood on the floor of the cage were directly lifted by this wave, striking against the surrounding alloy railings with a flurry of rustling sounds. The alloy floor beneath Lin Yuan's feet sank down. The tremendous impact force traveled along the blade, yet his 10,000 kilograms of pure physical strength combined with liquid true energy firmly withstood the thrust, his body not retreating even a millimeter. A hint of surprise flashed across Mo Lao's face. He hadn't expected that the young masked man before him not only caught his sword-drawing technique, but possessed such immense power. "There's some skill here. Take this move." Mo Lao flicked his wrist sharply. The slender iron sword, utilizing the rebound force from the blade, drew a strange arc in midair. The sword instantly bent at an astonishing angle, evading the broad back of the Blood Shadow Mad Blade, directly targeting Lin Yuan's right carotid artery. This was a second-tier high-level martial technique, the soft finger sword. The sword strikes at an oblique angle specifically designed to breach the defensive blind spots of heavy weaponry. Lin Yuan did not forcefully withdraw his blade for defense. Within his dantian, the blue-white liquid true energy erupted violently. The great exclusive martial technique, Thunder Prison Bloodblade, fully activated. The violent true energy surged through his meridians into his right arm, subsequently infusing into the Blood Shadow Mad Blade. The dark red blade erupted with dazzling blue arcs of electricity. A pungent smell of ozone quickly filled the air. Lin Yuan abandoned defense. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he powered his waist muscles, twisting his entire upper body sharply to the left. The 320-pound war blade, accompanied by leaping blue lightning and carrying a terrifying force of 10,000 kilograms, swept directly toward Mo Lao's waist. Old Mo sensed a deadly crisis emanating from his waist. The heavy battle blade, charged with thunder, had already torn through his gray robe with its fierce wind. If he insisted on slicing open Lin Yuan's carotid artery, his own body would undoubtedly be cleaved in half by this terrifying battle blade at the same time. In that moment of life and death, Old Mo instinctively reacted like a seasoned powerhouse. He forcefully interrupted the attack of the rounding finger sword. His right foot slammed heavily on the ground as his body leaned back. At the same time, he stood the slender iron sword upright beside him, pouring all of his peak second-grade true chi into the sword, forming a solid white chi wall. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder erupted inside the octagonal iron cage. The blue lightning blade struck violently against the white chi wall. The two distinctly different liquid true chi underwent a fierce collision. The alloy floor in the center of the iron cage could not withstand this level of energy discharge, directly denting and shattering over a large area. Large metal fragments mixed with concrete debris splattered in all directions. The peak second-grade true chi wall that Old Mo had gathered barely held for less than half a second against the violent destructive force of the grade martial skill Thunder Prison Bloodblade. The surface of the white chi wall was covered in cracks, then it exploded with a thunderous sound. The heavy blade accompanied by blue arcs of electricity collided unimpeded with the slender iron sword. Crack! The finely crafted slender iron sword snapped in two. The broken tip spun out of the iron cage and embedded itself deeply into the load-bearing wall behind the viewing platform. The battle blade's momentum remained unabated as it struck heavily against Old Mo's left rib. His withered body erupted in a mist of blood. He let out a piercing scream, his entire body flying sideways to the right, crashing heavily against the alloy steel bars of the iron cage. 3 alloy bars the thickness of a thumb were shattered. Old Mo's body broke through the shattered iron cage and fell onto the passageway below the viewing platform, sliding for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. His left ribs were completely crushed, and his internal organs were utterly shattered by the power of thunder and tremendous blunt force. He convulsed a few times on the ground, black blood mixed with debris continuously gushing from his mouth. His eyes then widened, and he completely breathed his last. The arena fell silent. Thousands of spectators were left in shock. They stared at the huge hole in the iron cage, then at old Mo, who lay dead in the passageway, their brains unable to process what had just happened. The legendary assassin of Jiangsheng's underground world, a peak second-grade martial artist, was thus killed by a newcomer with the most brutal and overpowering strike, smashed to death along with his sword. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the shattered iron cage, his blood shadow blade held diagonally to the ground. The blue arcs of electricity on the blade slowly faded into its body. The surrounding air twisted with ripples due to the high temperature. The cold, mechanical, synthesized voice of the system resonated in his mind right on cue. Kill a peak second-grade martial artist, plunder successful, gain 50 points of high-level vitality. Kill a peak second-grade martial artist, plunder successful, gain 1 portion of second-grade liquid true chi essence. Target practices sword-based martial skills which do not correspond to the host's primary cultivation direction. Automatically converts martial arts experience into pure spiritual power, enhancing the host's soul strength. A massive and pure energy suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's dantian. This energy quickly merged into his existing chi vortex. The vortex's volume expanded once more, and the blue-white liquid true chi became thicker and deeper. Lin Yuan felt a throbbing pain in his meridians, a sign that his realm was about to break through again. He forcefully suppressed the surging true chi within him. It was not yet time to break through in seclusion. Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze crossing the shattered iron cage, locking directly onto the lit VIP box on the second floor. Holding the 320-pound battle blade in one hand, he stepped over the broken iron railing, treading on the scattered metal fragments as he made his way toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Inside the box, the overweight boss trembled violently. He watched the masked figure walk step by step closer, his back soaked with cold sweat. "Quick! Protect me! Shoot him dead!" The boss shouted sharply at the 4 bodyguards beside him. The bodyguards had already been scared out of their wits by Lin Yuan's earlier strike. Upon hearing the boss command, they trembled as they drew their energy pistols from their waists, aiming at the glass door of the box. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted. A dozen large-caliber armor-piercing rounds pierced through the glass, shooting towards Lin Yuan, who was walking up the stairs. Lin Yuan did not dodge. The liquid true chi within him surged outward, forming a thick blue-white chi shield on the surface of his body. The armor-piercing rounds struck the chi shield with a dull thud. The bullet heads were deflected just 2 inches away from Lin Yuan's skin, falling onto the concrete steps with a crisp clink. Ordinary kinetic energy firearms posed a substantial threat to a second-grade martial artist, but against Lin Yuan's one body combined with the absolute defense of the chi shield, they left not even a mark. Lin Yuan arrived in front of the box door. He raised his right leg and kicked the sturdy metal security door. Boom! The entire metal door along with the frame was kicked away by immense force, crashing heavily onto the sofa inside the box. The 4 bodyguards who were shooting were knocked to the ground by the shockwave, their handguns scattering everywhere. Lin Yuan, holding the blade, stepped into the box. The fat boss was so scared that he directly knelt on the carpet. He raised his hands above his head, his voice trembling with uncontrollable fear. "Don't kill me. Sir Blackblade, please don't kill me. I will pay you 5 million in rewards, and Mo Lao's 1 million appearance fee. I will transfer it all to you. Just leave me a dog's life." Lin Yuan walked to the desk, pulled over a genuine leather boss chair, and thrust the blood shadow blade heavily into the carpet. "Transfer it. Now." Lin Yuan's voice was icy, devoid of any fluctuation. The fat boss crawled to the computer at the desk. With trembling hands, he quickly entered several passwords, and then took out an anonymous black highest-grade crystal card. 15 million in cash is all on this card. The password is 6/8. The fat boss held the crystal card with both hands, raising it high to present to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, accepting the crystal card, and casually placing it in his pocket. He stood up and drew the battle blade from the ground. The fat boss, terrified, closed his eyes tightly, shrinking his neck in anticipation of death. But the anticipated blade did not fall. Lin Yuan ignored the kneeling fat man, grabbing a piece of black curtain from the corner of the box, wrapping the blood shadow blade securely again, and slinging it over his back. He turned and walked out of the dilapidated box door. The goal of 10 consecutive victories had been achieved. Both combat experience and high-level true chi were gained. He had an additional 15 million in his pocket. There was no need to waste time on a casino boss who had already been scared out of it. Lin Yuan walked out of the death arena along the dark underground passage. In the deep night outside Jiangsheng's urban area, the cold wind swept through the dilapidated streets. Lin Yuan removed the black mask from his face and casually tossed it into a nearby trash can. He looked up at the bright moon hanging in the sky. There were only 4 weeks left until the provincial examination at the Red Mountain trial. With the 15 million earned tonight, he was confident that he could formally elevate his realm to that of a third-grade grand martial artist before the examination. Lin Yuan tightened his black combat uniform and strode into the deep night. A new hunting ground awaited him. The first rays of morning sunlight penetrated the holographic billboards in Jiang City, casting a glow on the wide and smooth streets. Lin Yuan, carrying his tightly wrapped blood shadow blade, walked into the transaction hall of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association headquarters. The security level here far exceeds that of the Wanwu Pavilion, with 4 military martial artists in exoskeleton armor standing on either side of the entrance. Inside the hall, heavily armed patrol teams were visible everywhere. The resources here are not open to ordinary people, only available to registered elite martial artists and high-ranking military personnel. Lin Yuan approached the circular reception desk in the center of the hall. The receptionist was a young woman in a tidy uniform wearing an internal badge of the Martial Arts Association on her chest. "Hello, sir. Please present your martial artist certificate or identity crystal card." The receptionist wore a professional smile and spoke politely. Lin Yuan took out the gold-foiled crystal card with the purple emblem of the Martial Arts Association from his pocket and placed it on the marble countertop. The moment the receptionist saw the purple gold card, her smile instantly transformed into deep reverence. She picked up the crystal card with both hands, quickly scanned the authorization information on a hidden scanner, and then returned the card to Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, you possess the highest procurement authority at the school level. Please follow me. I will take you to the VIP room on the top floor. The resource supervisor of the association will personally attend to you." The receptionist stepped out from behind the counter and walked slightly behind Lin Yuan to guide him. The two of them crossed the hall and took a dedicated transparent sightseeing elevator straight to the 30th floor of the Martial Arts Association headquarters. As the elevator doors opened, they revealed a luxurious VIP room spanning over 200 square meters. The floor was laid with a thick handcrafted carpet, and the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the bustling scenery of the Jiang City inner city. On the coffee table in front of the leather sofa were several plates of high-grade mutated fruits emitting a faint aura of spiritual energy. A middle-aged man, plump and dressed in a custom suit, was waiting in the room. His name was Wang Fuguei, the chief resource supervisor of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, and he himself was a formidable practitioner at the second-grade martial master level. Upon seeing Lin Yuan enter, Wang Fuguei immediately approached with a beaming smile and extended his hands. "I have heard of your esteemed name, Lin Yuan. You swept all the points in the Genius Training Camp, and Principal Xiao personally handed you this purple gold card. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." Wang Fugui's voice was booming and his attitude was very enthusiastic. Lin Yuan extended his right hand and exchanged a brief handshake with Wang Fuguei. He did not reach for the fruits on the coffee table, but directly sat down on a single sofa. "Supervisor Wang, time is of the essence. I need resources to advance to the third-grade martial master realm. I require the essence blood of a third-grade ferocious beast, preferably with lightning or fire attributes. Additionally, I need a batch of high-purity solidifying yuan pills." Wang Fugui's smile faded slightly. He glanced at Lin Yuan's youthful face, secretly astonished. A high school student was already preparing to acquire resources for advancing to the third-grade martial master. However, he did not inquire further. In the martial artist world, it is a basic rule not to pry into others' cultivation progress. He operated his wrist-mounted micro-terminal, bringing up the internal inventory list of the Martial Arts Association. Essence blood from a third-grade ferocious beast is typically only supplied to generals who have made contributions on the front lines. However, with your highest authority, granted by the purple gold card, you may purchase it. Wang Fuguei looked at the screen, his tone becoming serious. "Currently, there is only one portion in the treasury of the Jiang City headquarters that meets your requirements. Essence blood from the third-grade high-tier ferocious beast, the Thunderstorm Bear." Wang Fuguei raised his head and looked directly into Lin Yuan's eyes. The Thunderstorm Bear is a genuine third-grade high-tier ferocious beast, and its essence blood contains raging lightning power. If an ordinary second-grade martial master ingests it, their meridians will be instantly burned by the lightning power. "Are you sure you want to buy this?" "Show it to me," Lin Yuan replied, without any hesitation. Wang Fuguei nodded and pressed a hidden button beneath the coffee table. The metallic wall on the side of the VIP room slid open, revealing a safe with complex mechanical structures inside. Wang Fuguei walked over, and after passing through retinal fingerprint and password verification, he retrieved a square black lead box from inside. He placed the lead box on the coffee table and input the password to open the lid. A chilling, bone-piercing cold mixed with the agitated aura of lightning instantly diffused throughout the VIP room. A layer of frost formed on the surface of the mutated fruits on the coffee table. In the center of the lead box was a transparent, high-pressure resistant glass bottle. The bottle contained half a bottle of viscous dark purple blood. Tiny blue arcs of electricity jumped and flickered on the surface of the blood, emitting a faint crackling sound. The grade martial technique, Thunder Prison Blood Blade within Lin Yuan resonated violently upon sensing this lightning essence blood. The vortex of qi and blood in his dantian spun faster, transmitting an extreme signal of desire. This is it. Lin Yuan closed the lead box, cutting off the violent aura's leakage. The price for this essence blood is 15 million. 50 high-purity, solidifying yuan pills are bundled at 3 million. The total is 18 million in cash. Wang Fuguwei quoted a staggering amount. Lin Yuan took out the anonymous crystal card worth 15 million that he had obtained from the owner of the underground fighting arena and placed it directly on the coffee table. Swipe the card. Wang Fuguwei took the crystal card and completed the transfer operation on his terminal. Watching the payment confirmation prompt, he pushed the lead box and the vial of solidifying yuan pills toward Lin Yuan. Transaction complete. Student Lin Yuan, I wish you the best in achieving top results in the provincial exam. Lin Yuan picked up the resources, packed them into his backpack, and turned to leave the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan returned to Villa No. 1 in the military restricted area No. 27. Although the training camp had ended as the top seed, he retained the right to use this villa until the eve of the college entrance examination. In the tenfold gravity chamber underground of the villa, Lin Yuan set the gravity to the maximum. The heavy pressure made the surrounding air thick and viscous. He removed his black combat jacket, revealing his solid muscle lines, and sat cross-legged in the center of the sound-absorbing alloy floor. He opened the black lead box and took out the high-pressure resistant glass bottle containing the essence blood of the thunderstorm bear. Unscrewing the bottle cap, the fierce aura of lightning came rushing at him. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, tilting his head back and downing half a bottle of the viscous dark purple blood in one gulp. Boom. As the essence blood entered his abdomen, it was not the dispersal of medicinal power, but a thunderstorm igniting within his body. The bloodline power of the wild thunder bear transformed into countless violent blue currents, directly penetrating Lin Yuan's stomach wall and frantically rushing into his limbs and bones. The intense pain instantly overwhelmed Lin Yuan's nerves. Dark red veins emerged on the surface of his skin, and blue arcs of electricity danced across his body, striking the alloy floor and leaving behind small charred pits. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as cold sweat formed, only to be evaporated into white mist by the high temperature of his body. He forcibly activated the internal breathing technique of the Nine Heavens mystic art. The azure and white liquid true energy in his dantian transformed into a greedy giant beast lunging at the raging thunderous blood coursing through his meridians. In his mind, the system's synthesized voice began to flood him with messages. Absorbing the blood of a high-level beast, blood value increased by 100 points. Absorbing the blood of a high-level beast, blood value increased by 100 points. Detected massive amounts of thunderous primal power, deeply reinforcing the host's bones and organs. Under the impact of this vast energy, Lin Yuan grabbed a nearby bottle containing 50 high-purity spirit essence pills and directly poured 10 into his mouth. The gentle medicinal power of the spirit essence pills turned into a warm current, protecting his meridians that had been torn apart by the thunderous power, and was immediately drawn into the vortex of blood and energy, transforming into the purest true energy to replenish his consumption. The destructive thunderblood was repaired by the spirit essence pills. Lin Yuan's physical body underwent a profound transformation during this process of destruction and rebirth. Time flowed slowly in the tenfold gravity chamber. For a full 2 days and nights, Lin Yuan remained in a cross-legged meditative posture. The 50 spirit essence pills beside him had been completely consumed. The blue electric arcs on the surface of his body completely receded into his body, with a thick layer of black impurities crusting over his skin. In the dantian, the massive vortex that had originally been composed of liquid true energy had ceased to spin. The vast amounts of azure and white liquid true energy were compressed to the utmost under the pressure of tenfold gravity and the refinement of the thunderous blood. At the very center of the vortex, a solid orb the size of a soybean, radiating a dazzling azure blue light, was slowly taking shape. True energy condensed into a core. This was the mark of a third-tier martial artist. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed from within him as the azure blue true energy core solidified completely. A wave of true energy 10 times more powerful than before erupted explosively from Lin Yuan's dantian, spreading throughout his body. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 substantial blue electric beams shot out from his pupils, striking the alloy wall in front of him, leaving behind 2 shallow white marks. The black impurities on his body shattered into pieces under the tremors of the true energy scattering everywhere. The newly exposed skin was no longer the previous iron gray, but instead presented a translucent white jade-like sheen, concealing a terrifying power capable of destruction. The system's prompt sound provided a final summary in his mind. Host has broken through to the third-tier martial artist realm. Intermediate hardening talent absorbs third-level blood essence, undergoing evolution. Acquired advanced hardening talent. The physical body is immune to direct fire from ordinary weapons, possessing strong limb regeneration and internal organ repair capabilities. Pure physical explosive power exceeds 20,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan stood up from the floor. He moved his neck and his bones emitted a dull, thunderous sound. He walked to the edge of the tenfold gravity chamber. There stood a titanium alloy strength testing pillar used to measure the attack power of high-level martial artists. Lin Yuan did not draw his sword or employ grade martial techniques. He merely lifted his right hand, extracting a trace of power from the true energy core within his dantian, gathering it in the palm of his fist. He threw a punch at the titanium alloy strength testing pillar half a meter away. A blue energy fist imprint erupted from his body. The fist imprint expanded in the air, transforming into a solid iron fist the size of a cooking pot, striking heavily at the center of the testing pillar. Boom. The foundation of the entire Villanelle. One shook violently. The titanium alloy strength testing pillar specially made by the military to withstand the full force impact of a third-level beast bent into an exaggerated V shape under Lin Yuan's energy-imbued punch. The sound wave-absorbing alloy wall behind the pillar was deeply dented by the punch's wind. A large chunk caved in. True energy penetrated the body, harming from a distance. This was the means of a third-tier martial artist. Coupled with his 20,000 kilograms of abnormal physical strength and the 320-pound blood shadow mad blade, Lin Yuan now possessed absolute dominance on the stage of the provincial examination. Lin Yuan retracted his right fist. He entered the bathroom to wash off the scattered impurities on the ground with cold water. He changed into a black polymer combat suit issued by Jiangxing Third High School and wrapped the blood shadow mad blade in black cloth, slinging it over his back. Today was the day for the gathering of candidates for the provincial examination. Lin Yuan pushed open the door of Villanelle 1 and walked out of the military restricted area. A black military off-road vehicle was already waiting by the roadside. The driver was the director Wang Gang. Upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge, Wang Gang hurriedly opened the car door. When he sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from Lin Yuan, his steps faltered and an expression of uncontainable horror appeared in his eyes. He was a first-tier martial artist, yet in front of Lin Yuan he felt as if he were facing a humanoid ancient beast. Lin Yuan, classmate. Principal Xiao is already waiting for you at the Jiangxing high-speed railway station. All candidates from Jiangxing participating in the provincial examination will take the military special train to the Red Mountain Range today. Wang Gang's voice unconsciously carried a hint of reverence, even using honorifics. Lin Yuan opened the rear door of the off-road vehicle and took a seat. He laid the blood shadow mad blade horizontally on his knees. Drive, Lin Yuan said in a flat tone. The off-road vehicle started and sped towards the Jiangxing high-speed railway station. The special passageway entrance at Jiangxing high-speed railway station had been completely sealed off by the fully armed city defense forces. On the platform, a military hover train entirely painted black and equipped with heavy armor was parked. More than 100 elite candidates from various high schools in Jiangxing stood on the platform. They were the strongest group selected from tens of thousands of senior students in Jiangxing. All of their blood values were above 100 points, including first-tier martial artists like Su Ruoxue. Principal Xiao Tianze of Jiangxing Third High School stood at the front of the line. He wore a sharply tailored Zhongshan suit, his expression serious. The black off-road vehicle stopped at the special passageway entrance. Lin Yuan opened the car door and stepped out carrying the large black package. All candidates on the platform fell silent the moment they saw Lin Yuan quickly retreating to the sides to clear the wide path. The events that occurred in the Genius training camp had long spread among these candidates. One person and one blade toppled the entire field, seizing all the scorecards, making Lin Yuan an untouchable taboo existence among Jiangxing high school students. Lin Yuan ignored the awe-filled gazes around him and walked straight up to Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze examined Lin Yuan from head to toe. His second-tier martial artist's probing ability completely failed to see through Lin Yuan's current cultivation level. Lin Yuan stood there, not a trace of true energy leaking out, yet this instead caused Xiao Tianze to feel a strong sense of oppression. It seems that your retreat this past month has yielded greater results than I imagined. Xiao Tianze patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction and anticipation. The competition in the provincial examination is incredibly brutal. The top martial academy in the provincial capital and the heirs of various great families will all converge in the Red Mountain Range. What you face now are no longer the sheltered flowers of Jiangxing, but true geniuses who have seen blood. Xiao Tianze turned and pointed to the black military armored train. Get on board. The honor of Jiangxing Third High School rests on your shoulders. Lin Yuan nodded, taking steady steps onto the armored train car. As the last candidate boarded, the heavy metal door of the train slammed shut. The hover engines emitted a deep rumbling sound, and the black steel behemoth transformed into a flash of lightning, speeding out of Jiangxing Bay City towards the Red Mountain Range thousands of kilometers away. Inside the carriage, Lin Yuan sat in an independent seat by the window. He stood the blood shadow mad blade beside him and closed his eyes to conserve his energy. A bloody slaughter gathering the top prodigies of the province was about to unfold at the train's final destination, and he would be the coldest predator in this feast. The black military armored train sped along the wilderness tracks. Outside the carriage, the howling wind and swirling dust raged, but inside it was surprisingly quiet. Over 100 elite candidates from Jiang City sat in their leather seats, most with their eyes closed, adjusting their breathing. The officer leading the city defense troops patrolled the aisle, the sound of his boots echoing on the metal floor. Lin Yuan sat in the corner by the window. The blood shadow mad knife weighing 320 pounds and wrapped in black cloth stood beside his leg. With his eyes closed, he immersed his mind deep within his dantian. The inner core of his newly formed third-grade martial artist true chi rotated steadily, emitting a pure azure glow. With each rotation, a hint of turbulent thunderous power was tempered deep into his bones, continuously reinforcing his advanced hardening talent. 3 hours later, the armored train began to slow down. The retro thrust of the levitating engines caused a slight tremor throughout the carriage. Attention, all candidates, the train is about to arrive at the Red Mountain No. 1 assembly base. Please take your weapons and personal gear and prepare to disembark. The officer's voice broke the silence over the carriage. The train slowly came to a stop at the platform. The heavy metal doors slid open. A cold breeze mixed with the strong smell of gunpowder and a faint hint of blood rushed into the carriage. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, picked up his battle knife, and followed the team from Jiang City out of the train. The sight before him made many candidates from Jiang City gasp. It was a massive military base covering an area larger than 10 central squares of Jiang City. Outside the towering concrete walls, a continuous chain of crimson mountains jutted into the sky. Inside the base were hundreds of armed helicopters and heavy tanks. In the sky, several large military airships patrolled slowly, casting huge shadows on the ground. Candidate teams from various cities across the province were gathering in the central assembly square under the guidance of instructors. Teams from different cities dressed in their own uniforms formed distinct formations. Jiang City examination area, proceed to Zone D for waiting. An armed soldier verified the paperwork of the leading officer before indicating the direction. Over 100 candidates from Jiang City lined up in 2 rows, walking along the wide asphalt road towards Zone D. Just as they were about to turn the corner of a supplies warehouse, another large team approached from the side, blocking Jiang City's path. This team consisted of over 300 members, all dressed in silver-white, high-end custom protective suits. Each person wore a shimmering sword and shield emblem on their chest. The weapons they held were all high-tier custom goods mixed with rare metals. At the front of the team walked several arrogant. They walked with a relaxed gait, showing no intention of yielding to the other teams. That's the team from the top high school in the provincial capital, Su Ruoshua whispered in the Jiang City team per tone, filled with noticeable apprehension. The top high school in the provincial capital, a dominant school in the province. It gathered heirs from the top families in the provincial capital and prodigies formed through vast resources. In the annual provincial examinations, nearly 8 of the top 10 candidates hailed from this school. The 2 teams met at the corner. The leading officer from Jiang City halted, signaling the students behind to wait momentarily and let the other team pass. However, among the provincial capital team, a stout boy with golden short hair suddenly changed his straight path. He intentionally stepped to the right, heavily colliding with a crew-cut boy at the front of the Jiang City team. The crew-cut boy, with barely over 100 points in vitality, could not withstand such force. He lost his balance and fell backward onto the asphalt. The steel long sword he was holding dropped to the ground with a crisp. Sorry, didn't see there were still people standing here. The golden-haired boy stopped, looking down at the crew-cut boy on the ground. His tone bore no hint of apology, rather filled with mockery. The crew-cut boy got up from the ground, his face flushed. He glanced at the sword and shield emblem on the golden-haired boy's chest, gritting his teeth, not daring to retort. In this world where strength was paramount, the identity of the provincial capital's aristocratic youth, coupled with the peak aura of a first-grade martial artist radiating from the other, left him with no choice but to endure. Seeing that the crew-cut boy dared not speak, the golden-haired boy sneered. He lifted his foot, preparing to step directly on the fallen steel long sword as he walked past. Stop! A calm and motionless voice emerged from the back of the Jiang City team. Upon hearing this voice, the Jiang City candidates collectively shuddered and immediately stepped aside. Lin Yuan, carrying the heavy battle knife wrapped in black cloth, walked forward through the open passage to the front of the team. He glanced at the long sword on the ground and turned his gaze toward the golden-haired boy. Apologize and pick up the sword. Lin Yuan looked into the other's eyes, stating his demand. The golden-haired boy, he looked Lin Yuan up and down in his unremarkable black combat suit, then burst into exaggerated laughter. He turned to his provincial capital companions and laughed loudly. Did you all hear that? This country bumpkin from a small city actually wants me to apologize and to pick up the sword for him. Laughter erupted among the provincial capital team. Several girls even covered their mouths, their eyes filled with disdain. In their view, candidates from Jiang City, a marginal city, would be lucky to survive the first day in the combat zone, yet dared to step forward and provoke those from the top high school in the provincial capital. The golden-haired boy stopped laughing, his expression instantly darkening. He turned his head and glared at Lin Yuan. Kid, if you want to show off in front of your classmates, you should at least know your own weight. My name is Chun Lei from the Chun family in the provincial capital. Today not only will I not pick up this broken iron piece, but I will also break your legs, so you can't even enter the examination venue. As soon as Chun Lei finished speaking, the first-grade peak true chi within him erupted violently. He stomped his right leg on the asphalt, creating a dent in the ground. He swung his fist as large as a sandbag wrapped in a layer of violent crimson true chi, unleashing the Chun family's grade martial skill. Exploding flame, fist aimed directly at Lin Yuan's face. A scorching wave of heat immediately filled the air. Facing this powerful punch, Lin Yuan did not unsheath the battle knife on his back. nor did he activate the true chi inner core of a third-grade martial artist. He simply raised his left hand, fingers spread wide. Boom. A dull sound of impact exploded between the two. Chun-Lei's fist, wrapped in crimson true energy and capable of piercing through a 10-centimeter steel plate, heavily struck Lin Yuan's left palm. The red flames instantly dissipated. Lin Yuan's body did not even sway, his feet remained firmly planted. The terrifying strength of 20,000 kilograms combined with his advanced hardening talent made his left hand more unyielding than the highest-grade defensive shield. Chun-Lei's eyes widened, his pupils contracting violently. He felt as if his punch had struck a solid metal mountain. The immense recoil left his entire right arm numb. "Your power is too weak," Lin Yuan uttered a few words. In the next moment, Lin Yuan's 5 fingers suddenly closed, directly gripping Chun-Lei's fist. Lin Yuan's arm muscles instantly exerted force. Crack, crack. A series of spine-tingling sounds of shattering bones resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Chun-Lei's finger bones and palm bones were instantly crushed into fragments under Lin Yuan's immense strength. Lin Yuan did not stop. He twisted his left wrist outward, directly breaking Chun-Lei's right wrist. Up. Chun-Lei let out a piercing scream, his face turning pale as beads of cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. He attempted to attack Lin Yuan with his left hand, trying to break free from control. Lin Yuan raised his right leg, accompanied by a tearing sound through the air, accurately kicking Chun-Lei in the abdomen. Chun-Lei's burly body, weighing over 200 pounds, flew off the ground. He flew backward for over 10 meters, crashing heavily into the crowd behind the provincial team. Several provincial students who failed to dodge were knocked to the ground, letting out painful groans. Chun-Lei rolled on the ground, clutching his shattered right hand, wailing in agony, having completely lost his combat ability. The entire place fell silent. The over 300 geniuses from the provincial first high school, who had just been laughing, were now frozen in place. Chun-Lei was at the peak of a first-grade warrior. Even among the provincial team, he would rank in the top 30. Yet in just one encounter, he was rendered useless by a nameless individual from Jiangxing. Lin Yuan retracted his left hand, took out a tissue from his pocket, wiped the dust from his palm, and casually tossed the tissue onto the ground. "I don't like to repeat myself." Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the hundreds of provincial examinees across from him, his voice icy. "Who was laughing just now? Step forward, pick up the sword on the ground, and clean it up." From the front of the provincial team, a long-haired young man who had been observing coldly parted the crowd and stepped out. He wore a black trench coat and did not display any badge on his chest. However, the moment he stepped forward, the surrounding provincial students all lowered their heads, willingly clearing a path for him. The long-haired young man stopped 5 meters in front of Lin Yuan. He glanced at the wailing Chun-Lei behind him, then looked at Lin Yuan, a cold, sharp curve forming at the corner of his mouth. A powerful wave of true energy belonging to a high-grade second-grade warrior slowly emanated from his body. The temperature of the surrounding air instantly dropped, and a thin layer of frost even formed on the ground. A tough bone has emerged even from a small place like Jiangxing. The long-haired young man's voice was deep, carrying an air of condescension. "My name is Xiaohan. I am ranked 3rd in the provincial first high school. You broke Chun-Lei's hand, which is equivalent to slapping our provincial first high school in the face. Now kneel down and break your own arms. I can let you leave this assembly base alive." Xiaohan's tone held no anger, only a commanding demeanor, as if it were a matter of course. To him, the strength of a high-grade second-grade warrior was enough to crush all the so-called geniuses from fringe cities. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaohan, his expression unchanged. He extended his left hand behind him, grasping the dark red hilt of the Blood Shadow Crazy Blade. Within him, the blue-green true energy core of a third-grade great warrior trembled slightly. A trace of imperceptible, yet extremely violent lightning true energy surged along his meridians into the blade. A blue electric arc flickered across the surface of the black cloth wrapping the battle blade. Lin Yuan was about to draw his sword, ready to cleave this overconfident second-grade warrior in half. "Stop!" A thunderous roar echoed from above the sky. A middle-aged man in military major general attire leaped down from a height of 50 meters atop a towering watchtower. He did not use any deceleration devices. His feet crashed heavily onto the asphalt road between Xiaohan and Lin Yuan. Boom! The ground was smashed into a large pit, and the violent shockwave swept outward, directly dispersing the frost true energy released by Xiaohan. He was forced to retreat 3 steps before stabilizing himself, his expression fluctuating. Lin Yuan remained planted in place, not retreating an inch. He did not release his grip on the hilt. The major general stood upright, casting a cold, piercing gaze over both teams. The pressure of a peak third-grade great warrior enveloped the entire area, making it difficult for all students to breathe. This is a military assembly base. It is not a black market arena for you to fight privately. The major general's voice was deafening. The provincial examination officially begins tomorrow morning. Countless level 3 ferocious beasts await you in the combat zone. Anyone wishing to demonstrate their strength early will have plenty of opportunities to fight for their lives once the exam begins. Now everyone return to your designated areas immediately. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will have their examination qualifications revoked. The military's stern intervention instantly cooled the situation. Xiaohan took a deep breath, suppressing the true energy within him. He glanced at Lin Yuan, who remained motionless, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. The The ability to maintain such composure under the Major General's pressure indicated that Lin Yuan's strength was definitely beyond that of a first-grade warrior. Consider yourself lucky. You've bought yourself a life, Xiao Han coldly tossed out. Once in the Crimson Mountains you'd better pray not to encounter me. Let's go. Xiao Han turned around leading the over 300 examinees from the provincial first high school, circumventing Jiangcheng's team as they headed towards another camp in a different direction. A few students ran over to lift the unconscious Chen Lei and follow the group. Lin Yuan released his grip on the hilt of his sword. He paid no heed to Xiao Han's harsh words. To him, these signs of the provincial city were merely moving attribute points and high-grade true energy packs in the combat zone tomorrow. He was not in a hurry to waste his strength in the base. The buzzcut boy spoke sincerely, filled with deep gratitude. Lin Yuan did not respond, turning to walk back. The buzzcut boy spoke sincerely, filled with deep gratitude. Lin Yuan did not respond, turning to walk back to the front of Jiangcheng's team. The officer leading Jiangcheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and loudly issued orders. Continue forward, proceed to the zone camp for rest. Over 100 Jiangcheng examinees gazed at Lin Yuan's back, their reverence deepening. In the face of the provincial first high school's provocation, Lin Yuan not only did not retreat, but instead broke the opponent's wrist with an extremely strong posture. Such domineering behavior injected a shot of adrenaline into all the Jiangcheng examinees. The team arrived in front of a row of temporary metal houses in zone. Lin Yuan was assigned a single room. He entered the room, took down the Blood Shadow Crazy Blade, and placed it beside the bed. Ignoring the nutritional meal distributed by the base, he directly sat cross-legged on the hard bed and closed his eyes. The blue-green true energy core within him slowly rotated, continuously refining the residual medicinal power from the blood of the thunderstorm bear he absorbed during the day. 12 hours later, the morning air raid siren echoed throughout the entire No. 1 assembly base. The practical survival test of the provincial examination officially commenced. At 6 in the morning, the piercing sound of the air raid siren shattered the tranquility of the No. 1 assembly base. 5,000 elite candidates from 13 cities in the province, fully armed, lined up in the central assembly square. In the sky, over 100 heavy dual-rotor military transport helicopters hovered at low altitude, their massive rotors whipping up gusts of wind that sent dust swirling across the ground. The general who had intervened to stop the conflict yesterday stood on the podium, holding a high-powered megaphone, his voice overpowering the roar of engines in the air. The provincial examination begins now. The general's sharp gaze swept over the 5,000 youthful faces below. The examination grounds range from the outskirts of the Crimson Mountain Range to the edge of the core area. The exam lasts for 7 full days. The rules are simple: hunt ferocious beasts to obtain crystal cores, or seize the crystal cores, and positioning wristbands from other candidates. After 7 days, those who survive and reach the center of the Crimson Mountain Range, the Red Rock Heights, will be ranked according to the total points obtained from their crystal cores and wristbands. The top 100 will enter the 4 top-tier martial universities. The first place, the provincial champion, will not only receive a privilege to choose from the national resource pool once, but will also be awarded a custom-made high-grade spiritual weapon. The general suddenly swung his right arm down. All personnel board. Airdrop in 10 minutes. The 5,000 candidates swiftly rushed toward their assigned transport helicopters. Lin Yuan was assigned to helicopter number 7 along with 40 other candidates from different cities. The top student from the provincial capital's first high school, Xiao Han, was not among them. Lin Yuan carried the Blood Shadow blade wrapped in black cloth, chose a seat near the cabin door, and closed his eyes to. The surrounding candidates glanced at his combat uniform, which bore no family insignia, and then at the exaggeratedly large heavy weapon beside him, their eyes flashing with curiosity and caution. The helicopter took off, forming a formation in the air, and flew deep into the Crimson Mountain Range. Half an hour later, the red indicator light in the cabin flickered wildly. Arriving at airdrop zone 1. Everyone put on your parachutes and jump. The pilot's voice came through the megaphone. The cabin doors opened to the sides. The cold wind at high altitude carried a strong stench of ferocious beasts into the cabin. The candidates showed no hesitation, lining up and leaping out of the cabin quickly. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to the cabin door without wearing the parachute provided by the military. Possessing the strength of a third-tier Grand Martial Master and a physical explosive power of 20,000 kilograms, he could land smoothly from such a height using the cushioning of liquid true chi. He exerted force in his legs and jumped directly out of the helicopter. The wind howled past his ears as Lin Yuan adjusted his posture in midair, head down, feet up, falling towards the dense primordial forest that appeared dark red below. When he was 50 meters from the ground, Lin Yuan forcefully twisted his waist in midair, flipping his body to land feet. The azure true chi in his dantian rapidly rotated, and a powerful flow of liquid true chi surged down his legs, forming a visibly pale blue air cushion beneath his feet. Bang! Lin Yuan's feet landed heavily on the soil of the Crimson Mountain. The tremendous impact created a 2-meter diameter pit in the ground, uprooting several thick dark red trees around him, which fell over in all directions. Lin Yuan straightened his body and brushed the dust off his combat uniform. With a physical strength of 20,000 kilograms, he withstood the impact without even bending his knees. This was the junction between the outskirts and the midsection of the Crimson Mountain Range. The air was thick with a pungent smell of decaying leaves mixed with blood. A rustling sound came from a patch of bushes to the left. Lin Yuan turned his head, his gaze cold. 3 giant wolves, each over 3 meters long and covered in black stripes, emerged from the bushes. They bared their sharp fangs, their green eyes fixated on Lin Yuan, who had just landed, saliva dripping from their jaws onto the dry leaves below with a faint corrosive sound. Second-tier high-level ferocious beasts, ghost-patterned wolves. They were used to hunting in packs, and their claws contained neurotoxin. Lin Yuan did not reach for the blood shadow blade on his back. Dealing with beasts of this level, drawing his blade would be purely a waste of time. The 3 ghost-patterned wolves launched an attack almost simultaneously. They leapt off the ground, turning into 3 black shadows as they pounced at Lin Yuan from the front and both sides. Their sharp claws tore through the air, aiming directly for Lin Yuan's throat and heart. Lin Yuan stood his ground, his right arm's muscles tensing instantly. The advanced hardening talent activated, a layer of white jade-like sheen covered his entire right arm. Facing the wolf lunging at him from the front, Lin Yuan did not retreat, but advanced, meeting its gaping maw with a powerful straight punch. His fist struck the wolf's hard skull. Crack! The terrifying force of 20,000 kilograms crushed the wolf. His fist penetrated its brain without obstruction, emerging from the back of its head. The second-tier high-level beast did not even have the chance to scream, its massive body going stiff in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, its brain matter mixed with black blood spilling everywhere. At this moment, the claws of the other 2 wolves had already sunk deeply into Lin Yuan's shoulders. The piercing sound of metal scraping echoed. The claws of the ghost-patterned wolves, proud of their ability to easily tear through steel armor, shredded the fabric of Lin Yuan's uniform, but the moment they touched his skin, a series of sparks erupted. Not a single mark was left on his white, jade-like skin. A flicker of human-like astonishment flashed in the eyes of the 2 wolves. Lin Yuan simultaneously reached out with both hands, grasping the necks of the 2 giant wolves. He pulled his arms inward with great force. Bang! The 2 3-meter-long ghost-patterned wolves crashed into it. The immense force shattered their ribs, and their internal organs instantly turned to mush. The 2 mangled corpses slumped to the ground. In less than 3 breaths, the 3 second-tier high-level ferocious beasts capable of annihilating an entire squad of aspiring martial artists were killed barehanded by Lin Yuan. In his mind, the system's synthesized voice rang out continuously. Killed a second-tier high-level ferocious beast, plunder successful, gained 15 points in speed attributes. Killed a second-tier high-level ferocious beast, plunder successful, gained 20 points in vitality. Killed a second-tier high-level ferocious beast, plunder successful, gained 5 points in toxin resistance. Lin Yuan stepped forward, transforming his right hand into a blade, precisely slicing through the skulls of the 3 wolves, extracting 3 dark blue crystal cores stained with blood. He casually wiped his hands on the wolves' pelts, tossing the crystal cores into his tactical backpack. After completing all this, Lin Yuan stood up, ready to head towards the core area of the Crimson Mountain Range. At that moment, 5 candidates dressed in the same style of combat uniforms emerged from behind a giant ancient tree to the right. They surrounded Lin Yuan with various weapons in hand. Leading them was a burly youth wielding dual axes, his vitality fluctuation in the mid-stage of a first-tier martial artist. They were candidates who had just been airdropped nearby, attracted by the noise of the fallen tree. They happened to see Lin Yuan bending down to pick up the 3 second-tier crystal cores, but they did not witness how he had killed the 3 ghost-patterned wolves. The burly youth glanced at the headless body of the ghost-patterned wolf on the ground, then at Lin Yuan's completely unmarked black combat uniform, his eyes shining with greed. "Friend, you're quite lucky. Just landed and found 3 second-tier ferocious beasts that killed each other." The burly youth rested the dual axes on his shoulders, speaking arrogantly. "We are from the Luoqing examination area. Meeting is fate. Hand over those 3 crystal cores and your positioning wristband. We won't harm you, and you can use your signal device to forfeit and go home." In their eyes, Lin Yuan had not even drawn his weapon, and his clothes were spotless, making it impossible for him to have slain those 3 ferocious beasts alone. The only explanation was that Lin Yuan had picked up the leftovers after a stroke of luck. Lin Yuan looked at these self-important candidates, his expression completely unreadable. "Get lost." Just one word, crisp and decisive. The burly youth's face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and waved his axe. "You're asking for it. A waste from a poor rural place like Jiangxing dares to act pompous in front of us. Go break his legs and search his bag." Before the burly youth's words had fallen, the 4 peak followers behind him, all aspiring martial artists, rushed forward with their weapons. Spears, broadswords, and iron rods, all aimed at Lin Yuan's lower body with a fierce wind. A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. He did not retreat, his right leg sweeping fiercely across the ground. A shadow of his leg drew a blurred afterimage in the air, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, striking the waists of the 2 leading candidates. Crack! Crack! The sounds of 2 vertebrae breaking echoed simultaneously. The bodies of the 2 candidates snapped at an astonishing angle, blood spraying wildly as they flew out over 10 meters, crashing into a distant tree trunk and sliding down unconscious on the spot. The remaining 2 followers, petrified by the sight, halted in their tracks. Their eyes were wide with horror as they stared at their companion's tragic state, their weapons clattering to the ground, while their legs trembled uncontrollably. The burly youth's dual axes resting on his shoulder froze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as the arrogance he had shown was completely obliterated by Lin Yuan's overwhelmingly violent kick. He finally understood that the 3 second-tier high-level ferocious beasts on the ground had not killed each other, but had been obliterated by this monster before him. You're a peak first tier. No, you're a second-tier martial artist. The burly youth's voice trembled as he stepped back repeatedly, misunderstanding. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. We don't want your stuff anymore, we're leaving now. I said get lost. Lin Yuan stepped forward toward the burly youth. The burly youth realized that Lin Yuan had no intention of letting him go. He gritted his teeth, his true chi surging wildly, lifting his dual axes and swinging them down at Lin Yuan with all his might. He'll fight you. Lin Yuan stood his ground, casually raising his left hand to catch the 2 descending alloy. The azure-white true chi of a third-tier grand martial master flowed through his palm. Lin Yuan clenched his fingers tightly. The alloy axes mixed with mysterious iron were crushed into 2 lumps of scrap metal in his hands, emitting a piercing sound of metal distortion. The burly youth's arms went numb from the shock, his palms cracking. Before he could let go, Lin Yuan's right fist had already slammed into his chest. Bang! The burly youth's chest caved in significantly, sending him flying backward 8 meters, crashing into the bushes, spitting blood, unable to even muster the strength to get up. The remaining 2 followers, already terrified, knelt on the ground with their hands over their heads, having lost the courage to flee. Lin Yuan stepped forward, skillfully looting the burly youth and the other 4 candidates who were either unconscious or kneeling. He pulled out 5 positioning wristbands and tossed them into his tactical backpack. The system's prompt sounded timely, 5 faint vitality points flowing into Lin Yuan's body. Although the number was not large, even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Lin Yuan did not bother with the few people groaning on the ground. He looked up towards the depths of the Crimson Mountain Range. There the towering red rock heights could be vaguely seen, where a large number of 3rd-tier and even 4th-tier ferocious beasts gathered, the ultimate battleground for the province's top talents. He tightened his grip on the blood shadow blade behind him, taking large strides and transforming into a black shadow, disappearing into the dense dark red forest. In the middle section of the Red Mountain Range, the vegetation grew tall and dense. The dark red trunks reached a height of 100 meters, their lush branches and leaves completely blocking out the sunlight. A thick layer of rotting leaves covered the ground, and military boots stepping on them would ooze a black, foul-smelling liquid. The temperature in the air was several degrees higher than the outside, humid and stifling, mixed with a miasma containing trace amounts of toxins. Lin Yuan swiftly maneuvered between the thick trunks. With a burst of pure physical strength weighing 20,000 kilograms, each leap allowed him to cover dozens of meters. He raced forward at full speed, encountering scattered first-level ferocious beasts, without pausing, directly crashing through them with his outwardly projected blue-green protective chi. The bodies of the low-level ferocious beasts, upon contact with the 3rd-grade martial artist's chi barrier, instantly shattered into pieces, and a rain of blood fell to the ground. The mechanical prompt from the system continuously flooded his mind with slight amounts of vitality and basic attributes gradually flowing into his dantian. After 3 hours of high-speed travel, he reached a steep red rock wall. Below was a narrow valley. In the center of the valley, a group of over 50 armored rhinoceroses was gathered. These were 2nd-level peak ferocious beasts, their size comparable to that of a heavy armored vehicle, with thick black hides capable of withstanding sustained fire from ordinary kinetic rifles. This group of armored rhinoceroses completely blocked the only passage to the core area. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the rock wall. He chose not to take a detour. He extended his left hand, unwrapping the black cloth that was wound around the blood shadow mad blade on his back. He casually tossed the cloth aside. The 320-pound battle blade fell into his hand, and the broad dark red blade sliced through the air, emitting a low piercing sound. Lin Yuan leaped down from the 30-meter-high rock wall. At the moment of landing, the blue-green chi internal core in his dantian operated at full speed. The liquid chi surged through his arm meridians without reservation into the blade. Instantly, dazzling blue electric arcs leapt from the dark red blade. A pungent smell of ozone rapidly spread through the air. Lin Yuan gripped the blade with both hands, exerted force in his legs, and charged directly into the group of armored rhinoceroses. He did not require any defensive maneuvers. With a powerful sweep of his arms, the battle blade swept horizontally in front of him, the wide back of the blade imbued with blue thunder crashing down hard on the flanks of the 2 foremost armored rhinoceroses. With a thunderous boom, the deafening sound of thunder echoed throughout the valley. The 2 threatened armored rhinoceroses were flipped over by the tremendous blunt force, their thick ribs breaking apart. The violent power of thunder surged into their bodies through the torn wounds, instantly turning their hearts and internal organs to char. The colossal creatures flew sideways, crashing heavily into several of their companions behind. Lin Yuan's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. He strode forward, swinging the battle blade in a complete dark red crescent arc. The A-grade martial technique, Thunder Prison Bloodblade, combined with the immense force of 20,000 kilograms, displayed a destructive power capable of annihilation. All obstructing armored rhinoceroses were either cleaved in half or had their skulls shattered by the back of the blade. Scalding beast blood stained the soil of the valley, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. 52nd level peak ferocious beasts were carved through the middle by Lin Yuan alone and his single blade, creating a bloody path in less than 5 minutes. The system prompt sounded frantically. A massive influx of vitality and defensive attributes surged into his body. Under the nourishment of these shared defensive attributes, Lin Yuan's advanced hardening talent continuously solidified the foundation of his physical body. The alabaster tone of his skin deepened. Lin Yuan did not bother to dig for the crystal cores on the ground. These second-level crystal cores held too little value for him at the moment, unworthy of wasting time to collect. He held the blood-dripping battle blade, stepping over the corpses scattered on the ground, striding out of the valley. Continuing forward for 10 kilometers, the terrain became flat and open. Ahead appeared a completely barren red soil basin. He had officially stepped into the edge of the core area of the Red Mountain Range. In the center of the basin, a violent energy fluctuation and the loud clash of weapons could be heard. Lin Yuan slowed his pace, moving behind a large rock at the edge of the basin. In the center of the basin, a gigantic lizard over 5 meters long, covered in crimson scales, was wildly thrashing its thick tail. On its head was a dark red horn radiating an astonishing heat. Each swipe of its tail carved a deep trench into the red earth. A third-level high-ranking ferocious beast, the scarlet scale horned lizard. Assaulting this beast were 10 candidates clad in matching blue combat uniforms. They bore the wave badge of the Haiqing examination area on their chests. Haiqing is one of the top 5 cities in the province. All 10 individuals were peak first-grade martial artists, and the leading short-haired girl had even reached the initial phase of second-grade martial artist. They coordinated seamlessly, using flexible formations to continuously exhaust the stamina of the scarlet scale horned lizard. The short-haired girl wielded an icy blue longsword radiating a bone-chilling cold. With each precise thrust, she left a layer of frost on the lizard's high-temperature scales, significantly slowing its movement speed. Everyone give it your all. Maintain the formation. The crystal core of this third-level high-ranking ferocious beast is worth 500 points. If we capture it, our Haiqing team will undoubtedly secure a spot in the top 10 of the province. The short-haired girl shouted loudly, sweat beading on her forehead, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped her sword. The scarlet scale horned lizard was thoroughly enraged by the frost covering its body. It opened its gaping maw, and the horn atop its head glowed with a blinding red light. A massive fireball over 2 meters in diameter rapidly formed in its mouth, carrying the high temperature that distorted the air, and shot directly toward the 3 weakest first-grade martial artists in the side formation. The 3 martial artists' faces changed dramatically as they immediately raised their high-strength alloy shields, pouring all their chi into the shields in an attempt to forcefully block the attack. The fireball violently struck the shield, exploding. The intense flames instantly engulfed the 3 of them. The surface of the alloy shield turned bright red, with some metal even beginning to melt. The 3 screamed in agony as they staggered backward, their blue combat uniforms severely burned, their arms badly scorched, and they lost their combat effectiveness. A deadly gap appeared in the encirclement. The scarlet scale horned lizard exerted force with its 4 limbs, aiming its high-temperature horn at the gap, preparing to break through directly. The short-haired girl gritted her teeth, disregarding the risk of overloading her meridians, and forcibly activated the second-grade chi within her body. She tightened her grip on the icy blue longsword and struck out with a 5-meter-long frost sword energy aimed directly at the right eye of the scarlet scale horned lizard, attempting to force it back and wreck loose the encirclement. At that moment, a black shadow shot out from behind the large rock at the edge of the basin with explosive speed too fast for the naked eye to capture. Lin Yuan held the blood shadow mad blade with both hands, directly crossing over the Haiqing team's defense line, appearing right in front of the scarlet scale horned lizard. The short-haired girl was taken aback and immediately shouted, "Who are you? Quickly get away. That is a fool in charge from a third-level high-ranking ferocious beast." The third-grade inner core within him spun wildly, and the azure-white liquid true chi surged into his battle knife without reservation. The dark red blade instantly erupted with blue thunder, several times thicker than before in the valley. The blinding lightning lit up the entire red soil basin. The crimson-scaled horned lizard sensed the deadly threat. Lowering its massive head, it aimed its heated horn at Lin Yuan, charging forward with immense force. Lin Yuan gripped the handle of the knife, tightly facing the incoming giant beast. With a twist of his waist, he unleashed a powerful downward strike. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the ground. A 10-meter-long blue lightning blade shot out from the blood shadow mad knife. The blade produced a dazzling light trail in midair, accurately cleaving down onto the heated horn atop the crimson-scaled horned lizard's head. The horn, hard enough to easily pierce a main battle tank, was as fragile as paper before this lightning blade, imbued with third-grade martial artist's true chi, being split cleanly in half. The fractured surface was smooth and even. The blade's momentum did not wane, and following the cut, it sliced straight through the horned lizard's tough skull, cleaving its 5-meter-long massive body in two. Scalding crimson blood mixed with shattered innards gushed out violently to either side. The blood splattered onto the dry red earth, emitting a sizzling sound and rising clouds of white smoke. A third-grade high-tier fierce beast killed in a single strike. The remaining 7 members of the Haiqing team stood frozen in place. The short-haired girl held up her ice-blue longsword, her mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a word. The terrifying beast, which had almost resulted in casualties after half an hour of struggle by all 10 of them, was abruptly severed in two by this suddenly appearing black-clad youth. The destructive power displayed by that strike completely shattered their preconceived notions of a high school student's strength. Lin Yuan stepped forward using the tip of his battle knife to pry open the carcass of the beast, extracting a fist-sized crimson crystal core, radiating a rich fire attribute spiritual energy. He casually wiped the blood off the core onto his combat suit and stuffed it directly into his tactical backpack. The system's notification sound rang out precisely in his mind. Killed a third-grade high-tier fierce beast, loot successfully acquired, gained 50 points in power attribute, 10 points in fire resistance. A massive surge of heat flowed into his limbs. Lin Yuan's power within surged once more. His advanced hardening talent absorbed the fire attribute resistance, significantly enhancing his ability to withstand high temperatures. Having completed all this, Lin Yuan hoisted the blood shadow mad knife onto his shoulder, turned around, and prepared to continue deeper into the core area. Wait a moment. The short-haired girl finally snapped back from her extreme shock. She looked at Lin Yuan stuffing the third-grade crystal core into his bag, a flash of intense unwillingness crossing her eyes. She quickly stepped forward, directly blocking Lin Yuan's path. The remaining 6 members of the Haiqing team immediately surrounded him, gripping their weapons tightly. Even though they had witnessed the terrifying power of Lin Yuan's strike, the crystal core worth 500 points was far too important to them. It directly related to the final ranking honors of the entire Haiqing examination area in the province. Lin Yuan halted, his gaze cold as he looked at the short-haired girl before him. This crimson-scaled horned lizard was first discovered by our Haiqing team. We expended a significant amount of true qi and severely injured 3 team members to trap it. The short-haired girl took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady. That strike you executed was indeed powerful, but you struck when it was at the end of its strength. According to the unwritten rules of the examination room, this crystal core rightfully belongs to our team. Other boys immediately echoed her loudly. Yes, this is blatant monster theft. Hand over the crystal core. We fought tooth and nail for half an hour. What right do you have to just take the spoils? Lin Yuan looked at this group of indignant scions with no ripples in his eyes. Rules. He lifted the 320-pound blood shadow mad knife, with one hand pointing the blade toward the ground. Blue arcs of electricity still danced along the blade, producing crackling sounds. The major general in the base made it very clear. The rules of the examination room are about seizing. Lin Yuan took a step forward. The azure blue true qi fluctuations of a third-grade martial artist erupted from his body, without reservation. The heavy pressure bore down on the shoulders of the 7 members of the Haiqing team like a solidified mountain. The surrounding air instantly became stagnant and heavy. The short-haired girl's face turned pale. She felt a palpable sense of pressure from a higher realm. As a second-grade martial artist in the initial stage, she found even the simplest act of breathing extremely difficult in the face of this pressure, her hands gripping the ice blue longsword, trembling uncontrollably. Third-grade martial artist. A boy broke into a cold sweat, stammering out a few words, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the red earth, his weapon falling aside. I took the crystal core. This is my trophy. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the empty basin, chilling to the bone. Now take out all of your positioning wristbands. Pay the toll. Otherwise I'll chop you all down as well. The short-haired girl clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with struggle and resentment. But faced with the giant battle knife radiating violent thunder, her rationality ultimately triumphed over her sense of honor. She knew very well that in this completely strength-driven examination room, the opponent had the absolute capability to turn them all into corpses on the ground within a minute. She lowered her longsword, awkwardly unfastened the black positioning wristband on her wrist, and threw it onto the dirt at Lin Yuan's feet. Hand over all the wristbands. The short-haired girl turned to issue commands to the other team members. Although the remaining 6 teammates wore expressions of humiliation under the real death threat of a third-grade martial artist, they could only obediently unfasten their wristbands and throw them together. The 3 team members, severely burned and lying in the distance, also had their wristbands removed by their companions. 10 military-grade positioning wristbands. Each represented 100 base points, and combined with the fragmented beast points stored inside, their total value was extremely high. Lin Yuan bent down, grabbed all 10 wristbands, and tossed them into his tactical backpack. He did not look at the Haiqing team again, hoisting the blood shadow mad knife, and striding across the red soil basin, not looking back as he headed toward the most dangerous and core heights of the Crimson Mountains. There a multitude of prodigies from the provincial capital's first high school awaited his harvest. In the deepest part of the Crimson Mountain range, the Red Rock Plateau stands in stark transformation. The terrain has fundamentally altered. Towering dark red trees have vanished, replaced entirely by massive blocks of deep red rock. The surface of the rocks is smooth and hard, radiating intense heat. The heated air expands, creating layers of distorted ripples in the space ahead. Lin Yuan, clad in a black polymer combat suit, strides across the searing red rock in military boots, producing a dull thud with each step. He does not make any effort to conceal his presence. In the vast basin at the center of the plateau, an intense hunting operation is underway. A colossal creature over 12 meters long and covered with heavy black armored scales is surrounded by more than 50 candidates clad in silver protective suits. This beast is a 4th-grade initial-level ferocious beast known as the Iron-Armored Earth Dragon. Its limbs are thick and short, and each strike of its massive tail sends large chunks of rock flying. It spews a highly corrosive green gas from its gaping maw. The 50 candidates besieging it all hail from the top high school in the provincial city. They work in coordinated roles with 10 second-grade martial artists wielding heavy tower shields forming a robust metal line at the front. Martial artists in the rear continuously unleash colorful waves of true energy, striking the iron-armored earth dragon's black scales and exploding into bursts of flames. Xiao Han, ranked 3rd in the provincial city's top high school, stands on a towering rock surveying the battlefield. He wears a black trench coat and wields a chilling ice-blue longsword. Hold the shield formation. Do not retreat an inch. Xiao Han barks orders. Its stamina is waning. Wind-type martial artists disperse its poisonous gas. Prepare to close in. The iron-armored earth dragon emits a deafening roar. It swings its massive head, its sharp horn crashing heavily against the 2 tower shields directly in front. Clang. The resounding metallic clash echoes throughout the basin. The arms of 2 second-grade martial artists holding the shields crack under the strain, and they are pushed back 2 meters, gouging deep trenches into the red rock beneath them. Yet they grit their teeth, maintaining their true energy against the shields, preventing the defense line from collapsing. A glint of determination flashes in Xiao Han's eyes. He seizes the moment when the iron-armored earth dragon's old strength has faded and new strength has not yet risen. Leaping from the towering rock, he channels his second-grade high-level true energy into the ice-blue longsword without reservation. The longsword slices through the air, creating a 10-meter-long frost blade aimed directly at the vulnerable seam of scales on the creature's neck. Just as the frost blade is about to strike, a steady sound of footsteps approaches from the entrance at the edge of the basin. The footsteps are quiet, but resonate clearly on the highly tense battlefield. Xiao Han turns his head in midair, catching a glimpse of the entrance out of the corner of his eye. A young man dressed in a black combat suit strides into the smoke-filled red rock basin, carrying a long black cloth-wrapped package and a hand casually in his pocket. Lin Yuan. Xiao Han's movements falter for a brief moment. The frost blade's aim shifts 3 inches off, grazing the thick scales of the iron-armored earth dragon's neck, leaving only a faint white mark and a layer of frost without inflicting any substantial damage. Seizing the opportunity, the iron-armored earth dragon swings its massive tail, violently crashing it against 3 martial artists on its side. The 3 martial artists, caught off guard, are sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing against the distant red rocks, spitting blood, their high-grade protective suits severely torn. Damn it! Xiao Han lands on the ground, his expression darkening to the extreme. He ignores the rampaging iron-armored earth dragon and turns to fixate on the approaching Lin Yuan. The other candidates from the provincial city's top high school also notice Lin Yuan. 20 of them continue to restrain the iron-armored earth dragon, while the remaining 30 quickly turn weapons in hand, with hostile expressions blocking Lin Yuan on the periphery. You actually survived out there. You really dare to come here. Xiao Han looks at Lin Yuan, his voice icy and cutting. At the assembly base, there was a military major to protect you. Now that you've entered the combat zone, let's see who can save you now. Lin Yuan halts, still 20 meters away from Xiao Han's group. He glances at the rampaging iron-armored earth dragon in the back, and then at the 30 provincial city elites blocking his path. I'm not here looking for help. Lin Yuan extends his left hand, untangling the black cloth wrapped around the blood shadow mad blade on his back. The 320-pound battle blade crashes onto the red rock ground, creating a shallow pit. I have come to collect a toll. Hand over all your locator wristbands along with the crystal core of that 4th-grade ferocious beast. You may leave. Lin Yuan's words are flat, stating an unchangeable decision. The 30 provincial city candidates are momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of laughter. Is this kid daft from the poisonous gas? One person with a broken blade dares to challenge our provincial city's top high school. Xiao Ge, don't waste your breath on him. Directly cripple his limbs, crush his wristband, and eliminate him. Xiao Han does not laugh. He tightens his grip on the ice-blue longsword. Although Lin Yuan had defeated Chun Lei unarmed at the assembly base, he still does not believe that a civilian from a marginal city can contend against their elite armed team. Unaware of his own mortality, Xiao Han raises his left hand, gesturing forward. Kill him. The 30 provincial city elites spring into action. Leading the charge are 5 initial stage, 2nd-grade martial artists. They wield high-frequency vibrating blades, heavy war hammers, and alloy-long spears, unleashing their liquid true energy in full force. The dazzling colors of true energy light up the area. The 5 encircle Lin Yuan in a fan shape, sealing off all his escape routes. Lin Yuan does not retreat an inch. His right arm muscles tense, instantly activating his advanced hardening talent, his skin shimmering with a translucent white jade hue. He does not channel the true energy inner core of a 3rd-grade martial master. Against these initial stage, 2nd-grade martial artists, his pure physical strength is more than sufficient. Lin Yuan raises the blood shadow mad blade with his right hand, confronting the leading spear-wielding martial artist, striking down at an angle. There are no martial techniques involved, only 20,000 kilograms of raw violence. Clang. The spear-wielding martial artist raises his alloy-long spear to block. At the moment of contact, the reinforced spear shaft shatters in half. The broken spear tip flies off, embedding into the adjacent red rock ground. The momentum of the blood shadow mad blade remains uncompromised as it slams heavily into the chest of the spear-wielding martial artist. Though this martial artist wears high-grade custom protective gear capable of resisting handgun bullets, it proves as fragile as paper against Lin Yuan's 20,000 kilograms of force. The protective gear tears apart, and his sternum shatters completely. His body is sent flying back several meters, crashing to the ground, and convulsing twice before falling unconscious. Immediately after, the attacks from the other four martial artists descend upon Lin Yuan simultaneously. The high-frequency vibrating blade strikes his left shoulder, the heavy war hammer slams into his back, and two long swords lunge at his ribs. Clang clang. The dense sound of metal clashing rings out. The four martial artists feel as though their weapons have struck a solid titanium alloy plate. The vibrating blade's edge curls, the war hammer is deflected by the tremendous recoil, and the long swords fail to pierce even Lin Yuan's combat suit. The defensive capabilities granted by the advanced hardening talent render these initial stage second-grade attacks completely ineffective. The four martial artists are left aghast, their minds momentarily blank. Lin Yuan does not give them time to react. He swiftly turns and delivers a clean and decisive kick. Lin Yuan swiftly twisted his wrist, swinging the 320-pound blood shadow blade in a semicircle before him. The wide blade heavily struck the remaining three martial artists. Three dull thuds echoed. The three elite second-grade martial artists spat blood, dropped their weapons, and collapsed. In less than 10 seconds, the five talented individuals from the provincial city at the forefront were directly crushed by Lin Yuan's pure physical strength, losing all combat capability. More than 20 martial artists preparing to unleash ranged attacks stood frozen in place. The true energy in their hands flickered uncertainly, and none dared to release their attacks. That invulnerable flesh and the power to kill in one strike completely shattered their fighting spirit. Peak of the second grade. Know your physical strength has already surpassed the second grade. Xiaohan's pupils constricted violently. He finally saw through Lin Yuan's strength threshold. Xiaohan shouted anxiously, "All ranged attacks concentrate fire. Do not engage him in close combat." More than 20 martial artists snapped out of their daze, hurling their gathered fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes towards Lin Yuan. The dense barrage of true energy attacks flooded the area, completely sealing off Lin Yuan's position. Intense explosions erupted continuously on the red rock surface. Flames and dust completely engulfed Lin Yuan's figure. The ground was blasted into massive, deep craters with debris flying everywhere. Xiaohan gripped his longsword, fixated on the center of the explosions. He knew that with just these outwardly released true energy attacks, it would be difficult to kill such a physically robust monster. His true energy quickly circulated within him, ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Before the dust settled, a fierce wind suddenly swept outward from the center of the explosion. Lin Yuan emerged from the dust unharmed. The fireballs and wind blades struck his jade-like skin, leaving behind only slight, inconsequential white marks without even breaking the skin. His advanced hardening talent granted absolute immunity to such loose, true energy attacks. Lin Yuan's patience had run out. He gripped the handle of the blood shadow blade with both hands. Within his dantian, the azure blue third-grade true energy core began to spin rapidly. The A-grade martial skill Thunder Prison Blood Blade was fully activated. Violent azure liquid true energy surged through his meridians into the blade. A blinding blue arc of electricity erupted from the dark red blade. The air not only carried the scent of ozone, but was also filled with a destructive, thunderous pressure. Lin Yuan ignored the ordinary martial artists who were already terrified. His gaze was locked directly on the high-standing Xiaohan. Lin Yuan slightly bent his legs and suddenly exerted force. The red rock ground beneath his feet shattered with a loud rumble. He transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, instantly covering a distance of 20 meters, appearing directly above Xiaohan. With both hands raised, gripping the gigantic war blade entwined with thunder, he swung down with all his might towards Xiaohan's head. Boom! The sound of thunder drowned out all other noises on the battlefield. Xiaohan felt a deadly crisis from above. It was a force capable of utterly erasing him. His eyes widened, and he poured all his strength into the second-grade high-segment true energy within him, raising his ice-blue longsword to block above his head. The blue thunderous blade collided heavily with the ice-blue longsword. There was no stalemate, no suspense. Xiaohan's high-grade customized longsword, embedded with deep-sea cold iron and worth a fortune, was instantly smashed into two pieces at the moment it came into contact with the Thunder Prison Blood Blade. The broken blade spun and flew out several dozen meters. The 320-pound war blade, infused with violent, thunderous power, shattered Xiaohan's protective true energy and heavily struck his right shoulder. Creak! Xiaohan's right collarbone and scapula shattered simultaneously. His entire right arm drooped limply. The immense force sent his body crashing down from the towering rock. Xiaohan fell heavily onto the hard red rocks, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blue thunderous power rampaged within him, damaging his meridians and internal organs. He couldn't even let out a scream, writhing in agony on the ground. The top 3 genius of the provincial city's first high school was defeated in one strike. The entire basin fell into a deathly silence. Only the iron-armored earth dragon in the back continued to crash against the remaining shield formation, producing a dull sound. Lin Yuan leaped down from the rock, landing steadily beside Xiaohan. He did not glance at the trembling provincial city martial artists around him, nor at the distant iron-armored earth dragon. He extended his left hand and directly yanked the black military positioning wristband off Xiaohan's wrist. Lin Yuan turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining 50 or so provincial city examinees. "Throw the wristbands over here." Lin Yuan's voice echoed emotionlessly in the empty basin. All provincial city examinees, including those still desperately holding the iron-armored Earth Dragon at bay with their shields, halted their actions. They looked at Xiaohan, who lay in a pool of blood, completely losing the courage to resist. Clatter, clatter. One after another, the black positioning wristbands were tossed onto the red rock ground before Lin Yuan. More than 50 wristbands piled together, forming a small heap of metal. Lin Yuan stepped forward, sweeping all the wristbands into his tactical backpack. At this moment, the 4th grade initial stage fierce beast, the iron-armored Earth Dragon, broke free from the encirclement. Its red eyes scanned, locking onto Lin Yuan, who stood not far away. The beast's instincts told it that the human's blood and energy fluctuations were the most intense, posing the greatest. The iron-armored Earth Dragon let out a roar, its 4 hooves moving, crushing the rocky ground, transforming into a heavy war chariot and charging madly towards Lin Yuan. Its blood-stained maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of strong green poison gas. Lin Yuan turned around, facing this towering 12-meter behemoth. Instead of retreating, Lin Yuan advanced. He gripped the blood shadow blade tightly, pushing the output of his 3rd-grade true energy core to the maximum. The blue thunder surged, extending the blade's length to over 3 meters, forming a substantial thunderous blade. Facing the oncoming green poison gas and tremendous impact force, Lin Yuan stepped forward, raising his war blade from below to meet the iron-armored Earth Dragon's indestructible head with a fierce upward slash. Thunder prison slash. The blue thunderous blade tore through the green poison gas, accurately striking the most vulnerable area of the iron-armored Earth Dragon's lower jaw that was not covered by scales. 20,000 kilograms of physical strength combined with the A-grade martial skill of a 3rd-grade grand martial artist. PSHH. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh and bone was deep and terrifying. The immense blade cut through the lower jaw, penetrating the entire brain of the iron-armored Earth Dragon, bursting out from the top of its head. The enormous body of the charging iron-armored Earth Dragon immediately stiffened. Its limbs lost nervous control, sliding forward several meters under the immense inertia, crashing heavily. Dark blood mixed with brain matter gushed forth from the large crack in its head, staining a wide area of rock red. The 4th grade initial stage fierce beast was slain with a single strike. The mechanical voice of the system rang out in his mind on time. Kill the 4th grade initial stage fierce beast, plunder successful, gain 200 vitality points. Kill the 4th grade initial stage fierce beast, plunder successful, gain 50 points of advanced defense attributes. Kill the 4th grade initial stage fierce beast, plunder successful, gain a portion of 4th grade fierce beast's intrinsic blood essence. Lin Yuan stepped forward, using the tip of his blade to pry open the shattered skull of the iron-armored Earth Dragon, retrieving a fist-sized black crystal core emanating strong earth attribute spiritual energy and tossing it into his backpack. He turned around, glancing at the provincial city examinees, who were completely dumbfounded in the distance. Lin Yuan said not a word, holding the still dripping warblade, and strode towards the center of the Crimson Mountain Range. In this examination ground, no one could block his path any longer. At the absolute core of the Red Mountain Range lies a massive active volcano. The closer one approaches the center, the higher the temperature of the surface becomes. The dark red rocks have been baked by the underground magma for an extended period, presenting a glass-like crystalline texture. The air is thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, and each breath induces a slight burning sensation in the throat. High-temperature white steam sporadically jets out from the fissures in the ground, completely obscuring the surroundings. Lin Yuan stepped on the scalding crystalline rocks and walked up the wide, gentle slope towards the summit of the volcano, one step at a time. His black polymer combat suit boasts excellent heat insulation, yet beads of sweat still formed on his forehead. Before they could drip down, they were evaporated instantly by the intense heat of his body. His tactical backpack slung across his back was filled with black positioning wristbands and various levels of ferocious beast crystal cores harvested from the periphery. The straps of the backpack dug deep into his shoulders, producing a dull clanking sound of metal and crystal colliding. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan reached the edge of the volcano's crater. The view below opened up dramatically. It was a vast basin with a diameter of over 2,000 meters, and at the bottom of the basin lay a slowly churning lake of magma. In the center of the magma lake stood a 30-meter-tall black basalt pillar. At the top of the pillar rested a military-grade alloy password box that shimmered with a red glow. Inside that password box is the ultimate token of this provincial examination, the Top Scholar Seal. Whoever obtains the Top Scholar Seal and holds on to it until the end of the assessment will secure the top position in the province and gain the privilege to choose from the national-level resource pool. At this moment, 3 teams had gathered on the wide platform surrounding the magma lake. These 3 teams distinctly occupied 3 directions with a total of over 100 individuals. They did not attack one another, but instead focused all their gaze on the basalt pillar in the center of the magma lake. The team standing directly opposite the entrance of the volcanic passage was the smallest, with only 20 members. However, the blood energy fluctuations emanating from each of them reached above the peak of a first-grade martial artist. Leading them was a young man clad in dark gold battle armor. He sported shoulder-length hair and leaned on a 2-4-meter-long Fong Tianhua halberd. Fresh blood streaked the blade of the halberd with drops of dark red blood dripping from the sharp metal edge onto the rocks. This young man is undoubtedly the top seed of the first high school in the provincial city, as well as the primary heir of the most distinguished family in the province, the Yi family, Yitian. Standing 100 meters to the left of Yitian was a team of over 30 girls. The leader, a short-haired girl dressed in a lightweight blue combat suit, wielded a short sword in each hand. She is the top genius of the second high school in the provincial city, Muqing. To the right was a team of more than 50 burly men, led by a bald young man holding a massive tower shield. These 3 individuals claimed the top 3 spots in the provincial mock exam. They had cleared the obstacles leading to the core area early on and gathered here ready to vie for the top scholar seal at the center of the magma lake. Lin Yuan walked down the platform along the gentle slope of the volcanic passage. The military boots made a crisp tap-tap sound as they struck the crystalline rocks. In this quiet basin where only the sound of the rolling magma could be heard, the sound of his footsteps immediately drew everyone's attention. Over 100 gazes turned in unison towards the entrance of the passage. They saw a youth dressed in a black combat suit without any city insignia, carrying a massive black cloth-wrapped backpack, casually walking towards the magma lake with one hand in his pocket and a calm expression. Yitian leaned on his Fong Tianhua halberd and turned his head, his gaze locking onto Lin Yuan. His eyes lingered for 2 seconds on Lin Yuan's bulging tactical backpack before slightly furrowing his brows. "Which examination zone are you from?" Yitian's voice echoed in the vast volcano crater, carrying a tone of scrutiny typical of someone who has been in power for a long time. "The outer defense line is managed by Xiao Han. He stationed 50 people at the Red Rock Heights. How did you get past their defense line to come here?" Lin Yuan did not stop his advance. He stepped onto a raised rock and steadily walked to a halt 30 meters away from Yitian's team. "Are you referring to that waist with the ice blue longsword?" Lin Yuan looked at Yitian, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. He extended his left hand and pulled open the side zipper of his tactical backpack. He took out a black military positioning wristband and casually tossed it onto the scorching rocky ground. Clatter! Dozens of wristbands scattered across the ground, producing crisp metallic clinking sounds. One of the wristbands bore the clear inscription of Xiao Han on its back. The air in the volcano crater fell into an instant silence. Over 100 of the province's top geniuses stared intently at the positioning wristband on the ground inscribed with the name. Muqing tightened her grip on her short swords, and the bald young man widened his eyes in shock. Xiao Han was a powerful second-grade martial artist at the peak, and he wielded a high-grade custom longsword. The elite team of 50 he led was undoubtedly a formidable force in the entire examination venue. Now his wristband was being tossed on the ground like trash by an unknown black-clad youth. "You eliminated Xiao Han." Yitian's gaze instantly sharpened. His right hand, gripping the Fong Tianhua halberd, turned white at the knuckles, and a massive wave of true energy slowly began to revive within him. "Not just eliminated." Lin Yuan looked at Yitian, stating the recent facts. "He has over 60% of his bones broken. As for those 50 people he brought, all their wristbands are in my bag." Yitian took a deep breath of the heated air laced with sulfur. He did not lose his composure because of Xiao Han's defeat, but instead took a step forward. To single-handedly take down Xiao Han's team of 50, your strength is quite formidable. Yitian pulled the Fong Tianhua halberd from the rock, its tip angled toward the ground. "I am Yitian, the first high school of the provincial city, ranked first in the province. No matter what means you use to defeat Xiao Han, your journey. Put down your backpack and hand over all the wristbands. Then crush the signaler and leave the examination site. I can spare you your cultivation." Yitian's words exuded absolute confidence. He had that qualification because he had officially broken through to the realm of a third-grade grand martial artist before entering the examination site. His true energy had completely liquefied and formed a golden core. This was also why he could dominate Muqing and the bald young man standing here to dictate the situation. Lin Yuan looked at Yitian, his eyes showing no ripples. He extended his right hand to grasp the rough hilt of the black, cloth-wrapped knife on his back. First in the provincial city. Lin Yuan exerted force with his wrist, bringing the 320-pound blood shadow mad blade directly from his back to the front. He did not attempt to unravel the black cloth wrapped around the blade. The heavy blade struck the crystalline rock with a resounding thud, sending a shower of sparks flying. "In the underground deathmatch arena of Jiang City, I killed a peak second-grade blind man. You people from the provincial city talk too much nonsense." Lin Yuan looked directly into Yitian's eyes. "My rules are simple. Hand over all your positioning wristbands and crystal cores. Then get out of this volcano crater." At this proclamation, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. A gasp of cold air arose from the ranks of Muqing and the bald youth as they stared at Lin Yuan, deeming the young man in black completely insane. How dare he provoke a genuine third-rank martial master, even attempting to rob all the teams ranked in the top 3 of the province. Seeking death. The 19 elite members behind Yitian roared in unison. They drew their weapons, their inner energy glowing brightly, ready to rush forward and dismember Lin Yuan. "Stand down." Yitian bellowed, stopping his subordinates' impulsive actions. He held the Fong Tianhua halberd with one hand, striding out of the ranks. He looked at the heavy weapon wrapped in black cloth in Lin Yuan's hands, feeling the astonishing weight transmitted from the blade. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Yi Tian did not utter another word. The third-rank inner energy core within him exploded suddenly. A stream of pale golden liquid inner energy surged wildly through his meridians, instantly enveloping his entire body. This inner energy not only formed an indestructible shield around his body, but also infused his hands into the 2-meter-long Fang Tianhua halberd. On the blade of the halberd, the pale golden inner energy flickered unpredictably, forming a solidified edge that extended half a meter. Yi Tian exerted force beneath his feet. The hard crystalline rock at the volcano's mouth was crushed under his feet, leaving 2 deep footprints. He transformed into a streak of golden light, instantly crossing a distance of 30 meters to appear directly above Lin Yuan. The Yi family's grade ancestral martial skill, breaking array, Overlord halberd. Yi Tian tightened his grip on the halberd's shaft, twisting his waist in midair. Utilizing the force of gravity, he concentrated all his inner energy and physical strength onto the crescent blade of the halberd, striking down with full force at Lin Yuan's head. The speed and power of this strike produced a sharp sonic boom in the air. The surface of the magma lake below even rippled violently due to the immense pressure of the wind. Confronted with the full-force strike of a third-rank martial master, Lin Yuan did not dodge. He spread his legs, slightly firmly anchoring himself in place. The muscles in his right arm instantly bulged, the advanced hardening talent fully activated with a white jade-like sheen circulating across his skin. Within his dantian, the azure blue third-rank inner energy core spun at an extraordinary speed. The liquid inner energy surged into Lin Yuan's right arm like a raging river. Lin Yuan gripped the handle of the blood shadow mad blade with one hand. He did not unwrap the black cloth, nor use the grade martial skill, Thunder Prison Bloodblade. He intended to measure the weight of this so-called number 1 of the province using pure physical strength. Lin Yuan lifted his right arm, holding the 320-pound blood shadow mad blade above his head. The explosive power of 20,000 kilograms combined with the azure-white protective inner energy directly countered the descending Fang Tianhua halberd. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of metal colliding echoed within the volcano's mouth. The sound waves even drowned out the rumbling of the magma. A visibly mixed shockwave of pale gold and azure white erupted from the center of their weapon, clashed violently. The surrounding crystalline rocks were directly blown away by the shockwave, turning into a rain of debris. The nearest members of the Yi family were pushed back several steps by this force. Mu Qing and the bald youth both activated their inner energy to protect their faces, their eyes wide with horror as they gazed at the center of the collision. As the dust settled, Lin Yuan still maintained his stance with one hand raised holding the blade. The crystalline rocks beneath his feet had been completely shattered, his feet sinking half a foot deep. Yet his upright back showed no sign of bending, and his right hand holding the blade remained as steady as a mountain, not trembling even a millimeter. On the back of the blood shadow mad blade wrapped in black cloth, only a faint white mark remained. Meanwhile, Yi Tian in midair suddenly changed his expression dramatically. He felt as if his Fang Tianhua halberd had struck not against a person's weapon, but against an immovable iron mountain. An extremely violent recoil surged through the halberd's shaft directly into his arms. Yi Tian's tiger mouth instantly shattered, blood staining the halberd. His proud pale golden protective inner energy upon contact with Lin Yuan's azure white inner energy on the weapon was torn open by a gap. The immense force sent Yi Tian flying backward. He rolled in midair twice, and after landing his feet struck the crystalline rocks, creating dozens of deep pits, retreating to the edge of the magma lake before barely stabilizing his form. Yi Tian gasped for breath, his hands gripping the halberd, trembling violently out of control. He glanced down at the ancestral weapon in his hands. The Fang Tianhua halberd, mixed with sunken silver from the seabed, and capable of withstanding the full output of a third-rank martial master, had a slight bend at the front end of the shaft. This is impossible. Yi Tian clenched his teeth, disbelief filling his eyes. He was already a third-rank martial master practicing top-tier A-grade martial skills. The opponent merely held the blade with one hand without utilizing any martial skills, yet had forcefully repelled him. This sheer physical power completely exceeded his understanding of combat against martial artists. Your inner energy is very superficial. Your power is too scattered. Lin Yuan lowered the blood shadow mad blade from midair, the blade tip heavily striking the ground. He withdrew his left hand from his pocket and gripped the rough handle of the battle blade with both hands. A third-rank martial master is not trained using the methods cultivated in a greenhouse. Lin Yuan's voice was flat, yet it resonated with a deadly sense of oppression in Yi Tian's ears. Lin Yuan did not give Yi Tian a moment to breathe. He forcefully pushed off against the shattered rocks. The explosive power of 20,000 kilograms allowed his body to instantly break the sound barrier. He transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging directly at Yi Tian, who stood at the edge of the magma lake. During the sprint, the azure blue liquid inner energy within Lin Yuan erupted completely. The A-grade martial skill, Thunder Prison Bloodblade, was officially activated. The black coarse cloth wrapped around the blood shadow mad blade was instantly transformed into countless black butterfly fragments, scattering everywhere under the violent impact of the thunderous inner energy. The dark red wide blade was fully exposed to the air. The blinding blue arcs of electricity danced wildly across the blade, producing a flurry of crackling sounds. A devastating pressure of thunder completely emptied the air surrounding the magma lake. Yi Tian's pupils constricted sharply. From the heavy battle blade carrying blue thunder, he sensed a true breath of death. "Form the array. Cover me," Yi Tian shouted loudly, no longer caring about the dignity of an unknown duel. Hearing the command, the 19 elite members of Yi Tian's team rushed up immediately. They all unleashed their inner energy attacks with dozens of colorful blade lights and sword shadows crashing towards Lin Yuan, who was charging. Lin Yuan did not slow down at all. The advanced hardening talent paired with the third-rank inner energy shield. The inner energy attacks from those first-rank martial artists struck his body, producing dull crashing sounds, directly dissipating. Lin Yuan did not even blink, enduring all the attacks as he closed in on Yi Tian. Thunder prison break. Lin Yuan twisted his waist, the muscles in his arms bulging high. The 320-pound blood shadow mad blade, accompanied by leaping blue arcs of electricity, thrust upward with full force against Yi Tian's Fang Tianhua halberd. Clang! The dazzling light flashed within the volcano's mouth. This collision sound was 10 times louder than the last. The resilient Fang Tianhua halberd in Yi Tian's hand snapped cleanly into the moment it came into contact with the furious, thunderous power of the thunder prison blood blade. The broken halberd head spun and flew off the platform, falling into the magma lake below, instantly swallowed by the high temperature. The violent blue thunder surged through the severed halberd shaft, directly crashing into Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian's pale golden inner energy shield shattered inch by inch. The dark golden battle armor on his body was scorched black by the thunderous heat. Yi Tian spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments. His arm bones were severely fractured, and he was sent flying backward. But behind him was the boiling magma lake. Just as he was on the verge of falling into the magma, Lin Yuan took a step forward, reaching out his left hand to grab the collar of Yi Tian's armor. Lin Yuan's right hand swung the blood shadow mad blade horizontally, the thick back of the blade crashing heavily against Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian's sternum emitted a dull cracking sound. His body was directly pulled back onto the hard platform by Lin Yuan, crashing heavily onto the rocks, completely losing consciousness. The number 1 seed of the province's top high school, Yi Tian, was utterly defeated in 2 moves. The 19 elite members of the Yi family who rushed up were all frozen in place. They looked at the broken weapons in their hands, then at Yi Tian, who lay on the ground unaware of his fate, their legs giving way as they all dropped their weapons. Lin Yuan paid no attention to them. Holding the thunderous battle blade in one hand, he turned his head. His cold gaze swept directly towards Mu Qing and the bald youth standing at a distance. "Now it's your turn." Lin Yuan's voice echoed repeatedly against the rock walls of the volcano. The temperature inside the volcano's crater continues to rise. The dark red liquid in the magma lake churns violently, with enormous bubbles rising from the lake's bottom, bursting at the surface and spewing pungent sulfur fumes. The white steam mixed with high temperatures makes the crystalline rocks surrounding the crater scalding to the touch. Lin Yuan holds the blood-shadowed mad blade weighing 320 pounds in one hand. The blue arcs of electricity lingering on the blade flicker, occasionally producing crisp, crackling sounds. He stands beside the severed Fang Tianhua halberd, his cold gaze sweeping directly towards the group of Mu Qing on the left and the bald youth's group on the right. "Now it's your turn." Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the empty basin, overpowering the noise of the churning magma. Yi Tian lies on a nearby rock, the expensive dark golden battle armor on his chest covered in charred cracks, and he has fallen into a deep coma. The 19 elite members of the Yi family have all dropped their weapons, standing in place, trembling, lacking even the courage to assist Yi Tian. The bald youth swallowed hard. His name is Zhao Meng, the top seed from the 3rd high school of the provincial city, a high-tier 2nd-grade martial artist. Zhao Meng glanced down at the heavy tower shield which stands at 1.5 meters tall in his hand. This tower shield is made of high-density alloy 10 centimeters thick, and is his most prized defensive barrier. However, after witnessing Lin Yuan's previous strike that severed the Fang Tianhua halberd, Zhao Meng lost all confidence in the shield. "Brother, if you eat meat, you should at least leave some soup for others." Zhao Meng gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his voice rugged as he attempted one last negotiation. "The hand ring in Yi Tian's possession now belongs entirely to you. We won't contest the champion seal on that basalt pillar. Just let our 2 families leave, and everyone can mind their own business. The provincial examination is about to end, and there's no need for you to offend everyone. I already said hand over all the positioning hand rings and crystal cores, then get out of the volcano crater." Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Meng, his deep pupils showing no emotional fluctuation. "Don't understand." Lin Yuan's tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Meng's face stiffened, the flesh on his face twitching. More than 50 strong men behind him tightened their grips on their heavy weapons, producing a sound of metal clashing. They were the main force of the 3rd high school of the provincial city, used to bullying others, and now being robbed by an unknown individual. Their anger was instantly ignited. "So arrogant. Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Zhao Meng roared, unleashing the full power of his high-tier, 2nd-grade, true energy. The earthy yellow true energy surged out, directly infusing into the heavy tower shield in his hand. A thick layer of yellow aura appeared on the surface of the shield, instantly doubling its defensive power. Form the circular formation. Defensive stance. I don't believe he defeated Yi Tian without any cost. Wear him out. Zhao Meng loudly issued commands. The 50 strong men quickly moved, tightening their formation around Zhao Meng. Dozens of shields of various sizes were pieced together, forming an impenetrable steel wall. The earthy yellow true energy connected between the shields, transforming the entire formation into a solid iron barrel. Mu Qing on the left saw Zhao Meng choose to withstand the attack. She tightened her grip on the two short swords. She did not immediately order an attack, but led more than 30 girls back a dozen meters to the edge of the platform, watching the situation unfold. Mu Qing, ever meticulous, wanted to see if Lin Yuan truly had the strength to break through Zhao Meng's defensive iron barrel formation. Lin Yuan looked at the steel wall formed by dozens of shields, his steps unwavering. He strode forward. His military boots stomped on the crystalline rocks with a steady rhythm, neither rushed nor slow. The internal three-tier Grand Martial Artist's true energy core began to accelerate its rotation. The bluish-white liquid true energy surged into his limbs and bones. Lin Yuan's right arm muscles bulged, activating his high-level hardening talent, a white, jade-like luster flowing across his skin's surface. 10 meters away from the shield formation, Lin Yuan gripped the handle of the blood-shadowed mad blade with both hands. The A-grade martial skill Thunder Prison Blood Blade activated in an instant. The violent blue lightning erupted again from the dark red blade, more concentrated and dazzling than before. Enormous blue electric arcs intertwined around the blade, forming a network of lightning that directly ionized the surrounding hot air, emitting a piercing hissing sound. Block it. Zhao Meng stood at the forefront of the shield formation, pressing down hard on the heavy tower, shield his eyes wide open as he let out a thunderous roar. Lin Yuan suddenly pushed off the rock with his legs. His figure created a blue afterimage in midair. He leaped high, soaring over Zhao Meng's head, raising the massive battle knife intertwined with thunder, and struck down with all his might at the most critical point of the shield formation. Boom. A colossal sound reverberating beyond the volcanic eruption exploded within the basin. The blood-shadowed mad blade, infused with a terrifying force of 20,000 kilograms, coupled with the three-tier liquid true energy and violent lightning, slammed heavily onto Zhao Meng's proud heavy tower shield. The earthy yellow true energy aura dissipated the moment it came into contact with the blue lightning. The 10-centimeter thick alloy tower shield began to crack densely from the point where the blade struck. Crack! The alloy tower shield exploded into dozens of metal fragments, shooting out in all directions. The residual force of the battle knife remained unyielding, and the thick back of the knife slammed hard against Zhao Meng's chest. Zhao Meng spat a long stream of blood, his sternum caving in extensively. His 200-plus pound body flew backward, crashing directly into the shield formation behind. The immense impact triggered a chain reaction. The front row of strong men was hit by Zhao Meng's body, and the shields in their hands fell, the sound of cracking bones echoing throughout. The blue lightning spread along the shattered formation, the violent currents surging into everyone's bodies. Over 50 elites from the 3rd high school of the provincial city found their formation collapsing instantly under the blade's power. Screams arose one after another. Dozens of people fell haphazardly onto the scalding crystalline rocks. Some were cut by metal fragments, others were charred black by the lightning, while some were directly knocked unconscious by the massive blunt force. One blade shattered the formation. Lin Yuan landed steadily among the moaning strong men. He held the blood-shadowed mad blade upside down in one hand, the blade tip leaving a white mark on the rock. He turned his head, his cold gaze piercing through the distance of several tens of meters directly onto Mu Qing. Mu Qing's face instantly turned pale. Her hands, which gripped the short swords, fell weakly to her sides. Zhao Meng's so-called strongest defensive formation in the province did not hold even for a second before Lin Yuan. Her once proud, agile movements and short sword strikes were rendered utterly meaningless in the face of absolute power. Mu Qing took a deep breath of the scorching air. She made a wise decision. We concede. Mu Qing's voice sounded crisp in the quiet volcano crater. She sheathed the two short swords back into her waist. Then she directly unfastened the black military positioning hand ring from her wrist and threw it onto the rocky ground in front of her.
Wait, his mother called after him, her tone carrying an unquestionable sense of arrangement. Xiaozha has his competition tomorrow. We want the whole family to go and cheer for him.
The girls from the 2nd highest high school in the province had long been frightened by Lin Yuan's 2 strikes. Upon hearing the captain's command, they hesitated not for a moment, hastily removing their wristbands and dumping all the beast crystal cores from their tactical backpacks onto the ground. The black wristbands and the colorful crystal cores piled into a small mound, sparkling faintly. Lin Yuan glanced at Mu Qing before retracting his gaze. He strode over to the spot where Zhao Meng had fallen. Zhao Meng was still spitting blood, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Yuan reached out directly to rip the positioning wristband from his wrist, then proceeded to search through the fallen strong men one by one. Minutes later, all the wristbands and crystal cores from Zhao Meng's team and Yi Tian's team had made their way into Lin Yuan's tactical backpack. Lin Yuan approached the pile of supplies left by Mu Qing's team, bent down to gather the wristbands and high-grade crystal cores, stuffing them into his bag. The heavy tactical backpack emitted a dull sound of metal clashing. At this moment the essence of 5,000 candidates across the province was almost entirely consolidated in Lin Yuan's hands. The mechanical voice of the system echoed continuously in his mind, absorbing large amounts of fragmented blood essence and basic attributes. Lin Yuan paid no attention to these prompts. He turned around facing the center of the magma lake. A 30-meter-tall black basalt pillar stood silently amidst the swirling magma. Atop the pillar an alloy safe flashed with red light, and the provincial champion seal awaited its master. Lin Yuan, wielding the blood shadow crazy blade, walked to the edge of the magma lake. The scalding magma churned less than half a meter from his toes. The intense heat distorted his vision, and the red flames reflected off his expressionless face. There was a full 100 meters from the edge of the platform to the central pillar. There were no footholds in between, only the boiling. For an ordinary martial artist, this chasm was impossible to cross. But for a third-rank Grand Martial Master, it was no challenge at all. The azure blue chi within Lin Yuan's body spun rapidly. He concentrated a large amount of liquid true chi into the meridians of his legs. Boom! The crystal rock beneath Lin Yuan's feet exploded violently. He launched himself upwards, transforming into a black meteor that directly crossed the 50 meters of the magma. At the moment his body was about to fall, the true chi in his dantian surged once more, and a powerful azure-white airflow shot out from the soles of his feet, striking hard against the surface of the magma below. Using the rebound force of this true chi, Lin Yuan completed a second boost in midair. His body soared once again, landing precisely on top of the 30-meter-tall basalt pillar. The area at the top of the pillar was small, only about 2 square meters. Lin Yuan stood firmly atop it. He inserted his 320-pound battle blade into the rock beside his feet, crouching down to look at the alloy safe that flickered with red light. The safe had no keyhole, only a palm print recognition area. This was a specially designed sensing lock by the military. As long as a candidate placed their palm on it, the lock would automatically spring open while sending out a positioning signal. Lin Yuan extended his right hand and placed it on the palm print recognition area. Ding! A crisp electronic prompt sounded. The lock of the alloy safe sprang open to the sides, and the lid slowly rose. Inside the safe was lined with red velvet. At the center, a fist-sized square seal carved from top-quality sheep, fat, jade, lay quietly. The top of the seal was engraved with a vividly carved coiling dragon, and at the bottom 4 large characters read Provincial Champion. Lin Yuan reached out and picked up the warm champion seal. The moment he grasped the champion seal, the military positioning wristband on his wrist emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. The screen on the wristband displayed a red countdown, 000. The 7-day provincial survival test officially concluded. Boom! A loud roar of engines echoed from dozens of heavy military transport helicopters swooped down from above the volcano, hovering in midair over the basin. The wind stirred up by the rotors blew away the sulfur smoke from the volcano, revealing the scene below clearly. The door of the frontmost helicopter swung wide open. The Major General, who had previously announced the start of the assessment at the gathering base, along with Zhou Ming, the Special Commissioner from the Provincial Martial Arts Association, stood at the door looking down. When they saw the situation at the center of the magma lake, both experienced figures froze in shock. On the 30-meter-tall basalt pillar stood a youth in a black combat suit, holding the sheep, fat, jade champion seal in one hand. At his feet was a dramatically styled heavy battle blade. Surrounding him on the crystalline platform lay over 100 of the province's top genius candidates in disarray. Yi Tian, Xiaohan, Zhao Meng, and other highly anticipated top seeds were all heavily injured, and lying on the ground, their positioning wristbands vanished without a trace. Mu Qing's team remained standing, but surrendered all their supplies, gazing in awe at the black-clad youth atop the pillar. One person, one blade. He suppressed all the elite offspring of the top families in the province. Zhou Ming looked at the youth with the bulging tactical backpack below and took a deep breath. He recalled his attempt to persuade Lin Yuan to abandon the provincial examination at the Jiang City training camp. Now it seemed that Lin Yuan's words, martial arts must compete, were certainly not an empty phrase. Too ruthless, the Major General said, resting his hands on the edge of the door, an uncontainable admiration flashing in his eyes. He incapacitated all the top seeds and seized all the resources. This domineering style of action is naturally fit for the battlefield of myriad clans. The Major General picked up a high-power loudspeaker, his voice echoing throughout the volcano. Provincial examination assessment concluded. Medical team descend immediately to treat the severely injured candidates. The remaining candidates board the helicopter in order to return to the gathering base. Dozens of medical helicopters marked with red crosses swiftly landed on the crystalline platform. Fully armed military medics rushed out of the aircraft with medical kits, lifting the fallen Yi Tian, Xiaohan, and others into the medical cabin. Mu Qing led the remaining girls onto the transport aircraft in an orderly fashion. Lin Yuan stood atop the pillars, stowing the champion seal into his pocket and drawing the blood shadow crazy blade, wrapping it securely in black cloth again on his back. A specialized military helicopter hovered above the pillar. A black metal ladder was lowered. Lin Yuan exerted his legs, leaping directly 5 meters high, grasping the metal ladder with one hand and swiftly climbing into the cabin. Inside the cabin, Zhou Ming looked at Lin Yuan as he walked in, his gaze landing on the heavy tactical backpack he carried. How many wristbands do you have in your bag? Zhou Ming's voice was somewhat dry. Lin Yuan took off the backpack and placed it on the metallic floor. Basically all the top 200 from the core area are in here. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Zhou Ming's eyelid twitched violently. He knew that the scoring rankings for this provincial examination would produce an unprecedented and extremely outrageous data gap. Lin Yuan's score alone would likely exceed the total of the thousands of candidates behind him. The helicopter squadron completed their assembly in the air, turning direction and speeding towards the direction of Gathering Base 1. 4 hours later at the central square of Gathering Base 1. All the leading officials from 13 cities in the province, directors of martial arts university admissions offices, and representatives from major families in the provincial city gathered in front of the massive holographic leaderboard at the center of the square. All 5,000 candidates had returned to the base. The injured were receiving treatment, while the uninjured stood at the edge of the square. The scoring system was operating at high speed, calculating the number of wristbands and crystal cores submitted by each candidate. On the enormous holographic screen, the numbers jumped wildly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the big screen. The teachers leading the groups were so nervous that their palms sweated, while family representatives whispered predictions about their offspring's final rankings. Ding! Scoring concluded. A crisp electronic prompt resounded through the square. The numbers on the big screen instantly froze. Thousands in attendance fell into a deathly silence as they realized the rankings on the leaderboard. Not a single person spoke. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have halted. At the very top of the screen, the first place read Jiang City Examination Area Lin Yuan. Total score 1,85600 points. Second place, Haiqing Examination Area Mu Qing. Total score 2,100 points. Third place, Provincial City Examination Area Yitian. Total score 0 points. Wristband lost. Fourth place, Provincial City Examination Area Shaohan. Total score 0 points. Wristband lost. Fifth place, Provincial City Examination Area Zhaomeng. Total score 0 points. Wristband lost. The stark contrast of scores was a shocking sight. The top 10 seeded candidates from the provincial city all had 0 points. Mu Qing in second place didn't even have a fraction of Lin Yuan's score. Xiao Tianzi, the principal of Jiang City's third highest high school, stood at the very front of the crowd. He gazed at the lofty name on the big screen and the terrifying score that could be inscribed in the annals of the Great Xia Empire, his eyes slightly reddening. His hands clenched into tight fists, his entire body trembling with excitement. Lin Yuan had fulfilled his promise. Not only had he brought the provincial champion trophy back to Jiang City, but he had also crushed all the geniuses of the province beneath his feet with an invincible posture. At the edge of the square, Lin Yuan, carrying the Blood Shadow Crazy Blade, stood quietly at the end of the Jiang City team. The director of the admissions office of the top martial arts university in the Great Xia Nation, a middle-aged man in a black suit, pushed aside the family representatives blocking his way, striding purposefully toward Lin Yuan, holding a top-tier special freshman contract. A new journey begins at the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. In the central square of the No. 1 assembly base, a massive holographic screen flickered with a breathtaking score of points. The head of the admissions office at Modu Martial Arts University, dressed in a sharp black suit, walked through the silent crowd. The customized leather shoes beneath him made a crisp and rhythmic sound against the concrete square. He stopped less than a meter in front of Lin Yuan, pulling out a heavy document with gilded edges from his titanium briefcase. Lin Yuan, I am Zhao Tianming, the head of the admissions office at Modu Martial Arts University. The middle-aged man smiled, his voice booming to ensure that the representatives of the noble families around could hear him clearly. The recording of your practical assessment has been reviewed by the higher-ups of Modu. On behalf of Modu, I am officially presenting you with a special freshman contract. Zhao Tianming opened the document, directly revealing the listed terms. All you need to do is sign. First, Modu will provide you with 100 million in cash as martial arts startup funds deposited in full into your personal crystal card today. Second, you may unconditionally select one glass cold weapon from Modus Armory. Third, the school's tenfold gravity chamber and high-tier blood recovery pod will be available to you free of charge around the clock. Fourth, the president of Modu, a 9th-grade grandmaster, will personally serve as your exclusive mentor. As these 4 conditions were announced, the teachers leading the group and the representatives of noble families around the square all gasped in shock. The 100 million cash and glass weapon were secondary. Personal guidance from a 9th-grade grandmaster was a privilege rarely seen in the history of the 4 top martial arts universities. Lin Yuan calmly looked at the terms laid out in the document. He did not reach for it immediately. Wait, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University can also offer a special contract. A hurried shout came from the other side of the square. An old man in a white training outfit burst forth with astonishing speed, covering 100 meters in just a few leaps to land steadily beside Lin Yuan and Zhao Tianming. The old man was an elder from the admissions office of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. He did not bother to glance at Zhao Tianming's grim expression and quickly addressed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University not only matches all the material conditions of Modu. We can also grant you 3 months of access to the Dragon Transformation Pool, which is a top-tier resource point that can significantly enhance the resilience of your physical meridians. Moreover, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University is backed by the General Affairs Center of the Great Xia Kingdom, and we can guarantee your admission into the core decision-making level of the military. Following this, 2 more figures pushed their way out of the crowd. They were representatives from Beijing Martial Arts University and Nanhai Martial Arts University. Beijing Martial Arts University offers 200 million in cash, plus 10 drops of the essence blood from 4th-tier ferocious beasts. The scarred representative from Beijing spoke in a rough voice. The 4 top martial arts universities had opened a no-holds-barred bidding war right there in the square for this genius who had secured the provincial top score with a staggering gap. Lin Yuan listened to the escalating bids around him. He unsheathed the blood shadow blade from his back, gripping the hilt with one hand and forcefully embedding the blade into the concrete square. Buzz! As the blade sank 3 inches into the ground, it vibrated and emitted a low hum. The voices of the 4 admissions representatives immediately fell silent. Lin Yuan looked at the 4 before him and calmly stated, "I am not concerned about where I will work after graduation, nor do I lack ordinary funds." He turned to Zhao Tianming of Modu and directly presented his core demand. "I need extensive practical experience and the opportunity to hunt high-tier ferocious beasts. Which university has the most brutal practical environment and the highest density of high-tier ferocious beasts?" The old man from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University frowned slightly. "Lin Yuan, the primary task during the first 2 years at university is to solidify your foundation. Encountering high-tier ferocious beasts too early has a high casualty rate." Zhao Tianming immediately interrupted the old man's words, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yuan, and exclaimed loudly, "Modu Martial Arts University. Our main campus is directly built on the first line of defense at the Sklas Abyss fissure in the Pacific Ocean. Modu students do not have a greenhouse protection period. Freshmen are assigned to frontline reserve roles in the first month of school, facing abyssal monsters and the armies of myriad races directly. Modu's motto consists of just 2 words: death battle." Lin Yuan did not look at the representatives from the other 3 universities any longer. He extended his right hand and picked up the black pen from Zhao Tianming's briefcase. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan quickly signed his name on Modu's special freshman contract. "A wise choice. Modu welcomes you, Lin Yuan." Zhao Tianming laughed heartily, taking the contract and carefully placing it back into his briefcase, then pulling out a black crystal card embossed with the Modu emblem to hand to Lin Yuan. "The 100 million scholarship is on this card. On the 1st of next month, bring this card to report to Modu." With the recruitment settled, the representatives from the imperial capital Beijing and Nanhai Martial Arts Universities shook their heads with regret and turned to leave. They knew that this pure pursuit of slaughter and practical experience genius was indeed most compatible with Modu's madman concentration camp style. At this moment, a military major general approached Lin Yuan, extending a black metal code box with both hands. "Lin Yuan, this is the official reward for being the provincial top scorer." The major general's voice was very formal. "Inside is an entry pass to the national-level resource repository along with a custom exchange voucher for high-tier spiritual weapons. You can use this to go to the provincial military district headquarters for redemption." Lin Yuan accepted the metal code box, placing it into his tactical backpack. The wrap-up work following the big exam began swiftly. The military arranged a special train to return candidates from various cities to their hometowns. At 3 in the afternoon, a black military armored train smoothly arrived at the Jiangxing high-speed rail station. The platform was already packed with people. The Jiangxing City Defense Army set up a long security line. The mayor of Jiangxing, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and reporters from major media outlets all gathered at the designated spot where the train would stop. A huge red banner hung from the top of the station hall, emblazoned with golden block letters. "Warmly welcome, the provincial top scorer Lin Yuan's triumphant return." The train door slid open. The principal of Jiangxing Third High School, Xiao Tianze, walked in front, his face glowing with pride, his back straight. Behind him were over 100 Jiangxing candidates. Lin Yuan, carrying the blood shadow blade, walked in the middle of the group. The moment his figure appeared at the train door, the entire high-speed rail station erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Countless flashes went off as reporters aimed their cameras at the boy dressed in a black combat uniform. In the crowd, those common students who had once mocked Lin Yuan at school were now squeezed at the outer edge of the security. They craned their necks to look at Lin Yuan, who was surrounded by the mayor and military officials, their eyes filled with awe and an unbridgeable sense of distance. Those Jiangxing candidates who had witnessed Lin Yuan's slaughter in the combat zones kept a distance of 3 meters from him, not daring to speak loudly. Lin Yuan showed no interest in the noisy scene. He declined the mayor's invitation for dinner and refused all meat. He directly walked towards the City Defense Army convoy responsible for escorting him, opening the door of a black armored SUV and sitting inside. To the outer district, Hongxing Tongzilu. Lin Yuan stated the address to the military driver in the front seat. The off-road vehicle started up, speeding out of the high-speed train station under the lead of 2 armored motorcycles heading towards the outer city. The previously bumpy and garbage-strewn alley was now spotless. Outside the weathered walls of the building, neighbors and relatives had gathered, drawn by the news. Lin Yuan saw a few familiar faces through the car window. They were distant relatives who often mocked Lin Yuan's father for his lack of ambition during the new year, disdainful of their poor family. At this moment, they were holding exquisitely packaged high-grade vitality supplements, grinning broadly as they crowded at the front of the security door. Standing beside them was the landlord fat brother who had once shouted and demanded Lin Yuan leave. Fat Brother was dressed in a brand new suit today, holding a large red envelope, sweat pouring down his forehead, repeatedly bowing and saying flattering words to the closed security door. The door of the off-road vehicle opened. Lin Yuan stepped out. The noisy alley fell silent instantly. All the relatives and neighbors, upon seeing Lin Yuan carrying the exaggerated giant battle knife, felt the chilling aura that had been tempered by blood, instinctively stepping back a pace. A few distant relatives with forced smiles came forward saying, "Oh, little Yuan is back. Uncle has long recognized you as a martial arts prodigy. Scoring first in the province is truly a glory to the family. Uncle specifically bought." "Get out of the way." Lin Yuan coldly interrupted, not even glancing at the gifts in their hand. The uncle's smile froze on his face. Looking into Lin Yuan's emotionless eyes, he dared not say another word and obediently stepped aside. Fat Brother approached with the red envelope, his legs shaking uncontrollably. "Lin, Lord Lin, in the past I truly failed to see your greatness. Please forgive my past transgressions. I will transfer the property rights of this building to you today as a congratulatory gift." Lin Yuan still ignored him. He turned to the two fully armed city defense soldiers behind him. "Clear the area. From now on, I do not want any non-military personnel within 5 meters of this door. Anyone who dares to cross the line will be detained." Lin Yuan issued the ruthless command. The two soldiers immediately raised their energy rifles, the sound of metal clicking echoing sharply. They stepped forward using their rifle butts to force Fat Brother and the relatives holding gifts out. "Step back. Immediately step back. Violators will be dealt with as obstructing military affairs." The soldiers shouted loudly. The crowd quickly scattered, retreating to the outermost part of the alley, only daring to watch from a distance. Lin Yuan ascended to the 3rd floor and took out the key to open the rusty security door. In the small room of a dozen square meters, his father Lin, High Mother Zhang Lan, and 15-year-old sister Lin Xiaoxiao were sitting on a hard bed. They had seen the news broadcast on TV, and now looking at Lin Yuan coming through the door, their faces were filled with shock, excitement, and a hint of restraint. "Brother." Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to react, jumping off the bed and running to Lin Yuan, her eyes sparkling with anger. Lin Yuan reached out and ruffled his sister's hair, his tense expression softening slightly. He unloaded the blood shadow battle knife from his back and leaned it against the wall. Lin Hai stood up, unsure of where to place his hands. He was just an ordinary mechanical repairman from the outer city of Jiang City, and the title of provincial champion felt too distant and monumental for him. "Little Yuan, is what the TV said true? Did you really score first in the province?" Lin Hai's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yuan nodded. He walked over to the old desk, took out the black crystal card issued by the magic martial arts, and the anonymous crystal card earned from the death match, placing them all on the desk. "Dad, Mom, pack your things. Just bring a few changes of clothes. We won't need any of the other furniture or appliances." Lin Yuan's tone was decisive as he arranged the next steps. "We're moving today to the inner city. Moving to the inner city. But the houses there are very expensive and our family savings. You don't need to worry about money." Lin Yuan pointed to the 2 crystal cards on the table. "These 2 cards combined have a total of 115 million cash. Enough for us to buy a top-notch safe house in the inner city." Lin Hai and Zhang Lan gasped in shock. 115 million was an astronomical figure for them. Lin Yuan didn't give his parents much time to digest the shock. He understood the rules of the high martial world. His fame was too great, and he had offended many powerful families in the provincial city. Once he left Jiang City for the magic martial arts, this unsecured building in the outer city would definitely become a target for enemy retaliation. He needed to ensure his family was protected with absolute physical defenses before leaving. Half an hour later, the family of 4 took only 2 simple cloth bags and boarded the military's bulletproof off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle directly passed through the isolation wall between the outer city and the inner city, entering the core security area of Jiang City. This was where the military and high-ranking officials of the Martial Arts Association resided. The entire area was surrounded by 15-meter-high blast-proof polymer walls. The convoy stopped in front of the main entrance of the Silver Shield Real Estate Trading Center. Lin Yuan walked in without looking at the ordinary apartment buildings, directly requesting the sales manager to show him the independent villa listings with the highest security levels. The sales manager projected a holographic model of a villa. "Mr. Lin, this is the highest security level villa available in this area. Covering an area of 2,000 square meters, the main walls are constructed from 50-centimeter thick class blast-proof alloy capable of withstanding frontal impacts from third-tier ferocious beasts and bombardments from heavy artillery. The basement is equipped with an independent micronuclear fusion energy core and a fully enclosed shelter that can sustain 10 people for 3 years. In terms of external security, the military's mech patrol team passes by the villa gate every 15 minutes, the sales manager explained in detail, pointing at the model. Lin Yuan looked at the physical defense data, nodding in satisfaction. For a house with such configurations, even a third-tier martial artist would require a significant amount of time to forcefully attack, sufficient for the Jiang City military to arrive for support. "Full payment." "How much?" Lin Yuan asked. "The total price, including the complete high-level defense array and exquisite decoration, is 30 million. The sales manager quoted the price. Lin Yuan took the 15 million anonymous crystal card and the black crystal card from the magic martial arts, handing them to the sales manager. "Swipe the card. Check in today." After about 10 minutes, all the complex procedures were completed. Lin Yuan brought his parents and sister into this indestructible alloy villa. The interior of the villa was spacious and bright, furnished with high-end solid wood furniture and smart appliances. Lin Yuan settled his parents in the main bedroom on the second floor. He took out his personal terminal and transferred the remaining balance from the anonymous crystal card, as well as 20 million from the magic martial arts scholarship, directly into his father Lin Hai's account. Dad, there are 20 million for living expenses in this card. I have already bound your iris and fingerprints to the villa's security. Lin Yuan stood in the living room, his expression serious, as he instructed Lin Hai and Zhang Lan, from today onwards, unless in extremely special circumstances, do not leave the inner city, and especially do not return to the outer city building. For everyday shopping, just use the terminal to call the dedicated delivery service from the inner city. Lin Hai looked at the long string of zeros in his account, nodding solemnly. Although he didn't understand martial arts, he knew that the higher his son climbed, the greater the dangers he would face. Not causing trouble for his son was the only thing he could do. Lin Yuan turned around and strapped the 320-pound blood shadow battle knife back on his back. The safety concerns for his family had been completely resolved. In Jiang City, he no longer had any weaknesses to worry about or guard against. A month later, the day of the new students' enrollment at the Magic Capital Martial Arts University would arrive. In that madness built upon the chasms of the abyss, he would embark on an even bloodier and more direct feast of plunder. Lin Yuan pushed open the thick armored door of the villa and strode into the bright sunshine of the inner city. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At the military airport in Jiang City, a military heavy transport aircraft painted in dark gray was stationed on a special alloy runway over 100 meters wide. The 4 plasma engines on either side of the wings were undergoing preheating, emitting faint blue flames that heated the surrounding air, creating rippling distortions. Today marked the day when students accepted by the top martial universities from major cities across the province would depart for the Magic City. Lin Yuan, dressed in a black high molecular combat suit, without any insignia, carrying the blood shadow mad blade wrapped tightly in coarse black cloth, and weighing 320 pounds, steadily walked up the metal ramp of the transport aircraft. Inside the cabin, the space was quite spacious, with 2 rows of specialized anti-crash shock-absorbing seats fixed on either side. At this moment, over a dozen top students from other high schools in Jiang City were already seated in the cabin. The moment these students saw Lin Yuan enter the cabin, their previously murmuring conversations instantly ceased. Everyone sat up straight, gazing ahead, not daring to glance at Lin Yuan, even from the corner of their eyes. Lin Yuan's record of defeating all the prodigies in the province single-handedly in the Red Mountain Combat Zone had long become an untouchable taboo in the hearts of this group of Jiang City examinees. Lin Yuan paid no attention to the somewhat oppressive silence around him. He walked straight to a window seat at the back of the cabin, set down the heavy blood shadow mad blade, and stood it upright between his legs. With his hands crossed over the top of the blade, he closed his eyes and began to circulate his third-grade true chi. During the month of seclusion in the Silver Shield Security Villa, he used the remaining tens of millions in funds to purchase a large amount of high-grade meat and solidifying pills, thoroughly solidifying his realm as a third-grade martial master. His physical explosive power had once again increased, firmly stabilizing at the 22,000 kilogram mark. Cabin door closed. All passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. Preparing for takeoff. The mechanical voice from the cockpit announced. The heavy metal tailgate slowly rose and closed. The roar of the 4 plasma engines suddenly intensified, and after a brief taxiing on the runway, the aircraft's nose lifted and shot into the clouds. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned to look at the reinforced, bulletproof glass window beside him. The transport aircraft quickly ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. From this height, the vast expanse of the Great Xia Kingdom lay beneath him. The base city where humans lived was wrapped inside towering steel walls and massive energy shields, occupying only a tiny portion of the land. Beyond the base city was an endless expanse of primordial forests, fractured mountains, and desolate Gobi Desert. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto a continuous stretch of black mountains below. A giant black python over 100 meters long coiled between 2 peaks. The black python sensed the sound of the aircraft's engines and abruptly raised its massive head, opening its gaping maw capable of swallowing a building. A thick column of green venom shot up over 10 meters high, aimed directly at the transport aircraft at 10,000 meters. The pilot immediately pulled up on the control stick, causing the aircraft to tilt sharply to the left, evading the venom column. The venom lost momentum in midair, transforming into a rain of green poison that fell upon the forest below. Large ancient trees were corroded into pools of black water the moment they came into contact with the venom, rising with waves of yellow pungent smoke. The dozen or so Jiang City examinees in the cabin turned pale with fear, gripping the armrests of their seats tightly. Lin Yuan looked at the 5th-grade ferocious beast that was slowly retracting its head back into the valley, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. This was the true high martial world, where humanity's living space was compressed to its limits in front of these terrifying giant beasts. Only by continuously becoming stronger and constantly plundering could one secure a foothold in this land. After 3 hours of high-speed flight, the transport aircraft began to descend. Approaching the eastern military airport of the Magic City. Please prepare for landing. Lin Yuan looked out the window again. A super city dozens of times larger than Jiang City appeared on the horizon. The The architectural style of the Magic City was starkly different from that of Jiang City. The skyscrapers here were all constructed of explosion-proof alloys and high-strength glass, their surfaces covered in dense defensive array patterns and heavy close-range cannons. In the sky, thousands of anti-gravity vehicles darted through the designated airways. The entire city emitted a cold, lethal, and highly developed heavy industrial atmosphere. The transport aircraft landed smoothly. Lin Yuan hoisted the Blood Shadow Mad Blade and was the first to exit the cabin. Outside the airport, rows of heavy armored buses with exclusive licenses from Magic City Martial University were already parked in the square. Next to each bus stood 2 second-year students dressed in the Magic Martial uniforms, their chi fluctuations reaching the peak of first-grade martial artists. Lin Yuan approached one of the buses presenting the special freshman contract and identity crystal card from Magic Martial. The second-year student checking the information stored the tablet terminal pointed at the bus door and said, "Get on the bus. Handle your own luggage." Magic Martial does not provide transportation services. Lin Yuan stepped onto the bus and found a seat in the last row. The bus quickly filled up, and with a low rumble from the engine, it left the military airport heading towards the main campus of Magic Martial via the wide sea-crossing elevated bridge. The main campus of Magic Martial was not in the city center, but established on the coastline at the easternmost side of the Magic City. An hour later, the armored bus stopped at a massive metal square. Lin Yuan got off the bus. 100 meters ahead stood a giant alloy archway towering 50 meters high. The archway was entirely cast from an unknown black metal, its surface marked by deep claw marks and gashes left by weapon strikes, radiating a strong aura of iron and blood. In the center of the archway, 4 swirling blood-red characters were engraved: Magic City Martial University. At this moment, over 1,000 freshmen who had rushed from all over the country had gathered on the metal square. They were carrying their own luggage and weapons, surging towards the alloy archway. However, the path to the school gate was blocked by a group of seniors dressed in Magic Martial uniforms. 50 second-year seniors formed a long human wall in front of the archway, each wearing a red armband on their sleeves, holding various cold weapons, their expressions cold as they gazed at the group of freshmen who were looking around. Standing in the middle of the human wall was a second-year student about 1.9 meters tall with a buzz cut. He wielded an alloy long rod the thickness of a duck egg, and the true chi of a second-grade martial master faintly flowed over the rod. All freshmen stopped. Form 5 vertical lines. The buzz-cut senior slammed the alloy long rod heavily onto the metal square, producing a deafening sound. The 1,000 freshmen were stunned into silence by the loud noise, and the originally noisy square fell silent instantly. "I am Zhou Chong, a second-year student from the Weapon Academy, and your orientation guide today." Zhou Chong's gaze swept over the front row of freshmen, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The rules of Magic Martial. On the first day of enrollment, freshmen must pay a senior guidance fee. Each person is required to transfer 100 campus credits to my account. Those without credits must hand over any high-grade chi blood pills they carry. Those who pay may enter from my left side. Those who do not pay will immediately roll back home. A strong wave of protests erupted among the freshmen. 100 credits. Our initial credits upon enrollment are only 300. How can you take a third of that? A burly freshman from the Northern Examination District stepped forward, angrily pointing at Zhou Qiang. "We are all the top talents from various provinces. This is robbery." Zhou Qiang looked at this outspoken freshman with no change in his expression. He suddenly swung his right arm. The alloy long rod with a whistling sound swung directly towards the burly freshman's left shoulder. The burly freshman was also a high-level first-grade martial artist, and he reacted swiftly, immediately raising his hands crossed above his head. A faint yellow true chi shield formed, instantly attempting to withstand the blow. Bang! The alloy long rod struck the faint yellow true chi shield, which shattered immediately. The heavy rod smashed down without obstruction onto the burly freshman's arms. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The burly freshman's arms were directly broken. His entire body was sent flying backward under the impact of the massive second-grade true chi, crashing heavily into the crowd of freshmen behind him, knocking over several people. The burly freshman lay on the ground, coughing up blood in so much pain he could not speak. "Genius." Zhou Qiang scoffed, planting the alloy long rod back on the ground. "At Magic Martial there are plenty of geniuses. In high school you were treasures, here you are mere rookies at the bottom. The survival of the fittest, that is your first lesson from Magic Martial." The 14 seniors behind Zhou Qiang simultaneously took a step forward, dozens of pressures from peak first grade and even initial second grade martial artists converging together, directly bearing down on the 1,000 freshmen. The faces of the freshmen turned pale as they began to retreat in fear. The confidence they had built from being the kings of their high schools was shattered by this group of seniors using the simplest and most brutal force just before they entered the gates of Magic Martial. A few timid freshmen had already begun to quietly take out their student crystal cards, preparing to step forward to transfer credits as payment. Just then, from the back of the crowd came a steady, heavy, and penetrating sound of footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yuan, carrying the Blood Shadow Mad Blade wrapped in black cloth, walked through the crowded group of freshmen. He did not take a detour, but headed straight towards Zhou Chang's central position. The surrounding freshmen felt the cold aura from Lin Yuan that radiated a sense of danger, subconsciously parting to the sides, creating a 2-meter-wide passage. Lin Yuan followed the passage until he stopped just under 3 meters away from Zhou Qiang. He did not pull out his student crystal card, nor did he look at the heavily injured freshman on the ground. He raised his head, calmly locking eyes with Zhou Qiang. "Step aside. I want to enter the school gate." Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but clearly audible in the quiet square. Zhou Qiang looked at the boy in black combat gear, carrying an exaggeratedly heavy weapon, his brows furrowing slightly. He sensed no fluctuations of true qi emanating from Lin Yuan, but his intuition told him that the new student's gaze was uncomfortably cold. "You can pass, but the rules I just mentioned still apply." Zhou Qiang pointed to the red armband on his left arm with his thumb. 100 credits. Or withstand 3 strikes from me, and I will personally escort you in. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Qiang and shook his head. "Your rules do not apply to me." Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Before his words fell, he stepped forward. Zhou Qiang's expression darkened instantly. He felt that his authority had been severely provoked. He tightened his grip on the alloy long rod, channeling his true qi into the rod, without reservation, as he swung it horizontally towards Lin Yuan's chest. "You're asking for it. Get down." This strike was incredibly fast, accompanied by a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Lin Yuan neither retreated nor reached for the battle blade on his back. He simply raised his left hand, fingers spread wide. His advanced hardening talent activated instantly, causing the skin on his left arm to gleam with a jade-like hardness. Bang! The alloy long rod crashed heavily into Lin Yuan's palm, producing a deafening metallic collision sound. Zhou Qiang felt as if his full-force strike had hit a solid titanium alloy mountain. The tremendous recoil surged up the rod into his arms, causing his hands to crack open and blood to spill out. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's feet were firmly planted on the metal square, not retreating an inch. His fingers suddenly closed tightly, gripping the other end of the alloy long rod. "Your strength is too weak." Lin Yuan uttered a few words. He yanked back his left wrist suddenly. The terrifying physical power of 22,000 kilograms erupted instantly. Zhou Qiang could not hold onto the long rod. His body was yanked forward, causing him to stagger and completely lose his balance. Lin Yuan raised his right leg, producing a deafening sonic boom as he accurately and fiercely kicked Zhou Qiang in the abdomen. Boom. The second-grade protective true qi within Zhou Qiang was utterly shattered by this kick. He bent his body like a large shrimp, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward at a speed 10 times faster than he soared over 10 meters, crashing heavily into the load-bearing column of the 15-meter-high giant alloy archway. The thick metal column was dented conspicuously. Zhou Qiang slid down the column, opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the spot. A single strike to kill. The entire metal square fell into a deathly silence. Over 1,000 freshmen gaped in shock, staring at Zhou Qiang, who had fallen beneath the archway, then glancing at Lin Yuan, who stood in place, still holding the alloy long rod he had taken. The 14 second-year seniors who had originally blocked the school gate were all frozen in place. The weapons in their hands hovered in midair, their eyes filled with undeniable shock and fear as they looked at Lin Yuan. Zhou Qiang was the strongest among them, yet he hadn't even managed to take a single strike before being knocked unconscious. Lin Yuan glanced at the alloy long rod in his hands. He gripped both ends of the rod and forcefully bent it. Creak! The solid rod mixed with high-strength alloy emitted a piercing sound of metal twisting in Lin Yuan's hands, bending it into a right angle. Lin Yuan casually tossed the discarded iron rod onto the metal floor at his feet, producing a crisp sound. He resumed walking towards the school gate of magic martial. The 14 second-year seniors blocking the way automatically stepped aside in a neat line without needing any command, creating a wide passage as Lin Yuan approached. No one dared to raise their weapons to obstruct him. Lin Yuan, carrying the blood shadow mad blade, passed through the wall of second-year seniors, steadily walking into the giant archway of Magic City Martial University, which was marked by battle scars. The registration hall for new students at the Magic City Martial Arts University is located within a gigantic hemispherical building at the center of the campus. The dome of the building is constructed from transparent, high-strength, shatterproof glass, with sunlight streaming onto the sleek metal floor, refracting into a cold white light. The interior of the hall is devoid of excessive decorations, with the walls adorned with various alien weapons and the remains of high-tier ferocious beasts seized by martial arts students over the centuries. A faint scent of high-grade disinfectant mingles with the lingering strong smell of blood in the air. Lin Yuan walks steadily into the registration hall, carrying the blood shadow mad blade wrapped in black cloth. In the center of the hall, over 100 metal registration desks are lined up in rows. Thousands of new students are queuing to complete their enrollment procedures. Low murmurs occasionally arise from the crowd, with many discussing the recent instant kill incident that occurred at the school gate. As Lin Yuan enters, the new students near the entrance immediately close their mouths and step aside, creating a wide passage. Lin Yuan ignores the awed gazes around him. He glances at the far left of the hall, where a separate registration desk is set up, marked by an electronic sign reading "Exclusive Channel for Special Contracts." He adjusts the straps of his tactical backpack and strides directly towards that exclusive registration desk. The receptionist is a short-haired girl wearing a third-year Magic City martial arts uniform. She is focused on verifying the new student data on her terminal, but upon hearing footsteps, she looks up at Lin Yuan dressed in a black combat uniform devoid of any family insignia and frowns slightly. Classmate, ordinary new students should queue in the middle. This is the exclusive contract channel, and only 3 people in this year's cohort are eligible to use it. The short-haired girl speaks, sharply pointing directly toward the long queue in the center of the hall. Lin Yuan remains silent. He pulls out the golden-edged special new student contract from his pocket along with the black crystal card from Zhao Tianming, the director of the martial arts admissions office, and slams them onto the metal surface. Smack! The crisp sound of impact momentarily stuns the short-haired girl. She lowers her head, her gaze falling on the cover of the contract, and her eyes widen in shock. She quickly picks up the contract, flips it open, checks the official seal and signature, then places the black crystal card on the scanner to read the information. The screen of the scanner immediately displays a line of striking red characters: top scorer of the provincial examination Lin Yuan. Permission level special. The short-haired girl's attitude shifts 180 degrees in an instant. She abruptly stands up from her chair, straightens her back, and respectfully hands the contract and crystal card back to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, my apologies, I failed to recognize you earlier. The short-haired girl's voice grows louder, her tone now laced with evident respect. Your enrollment procedures have been automatically activated. This is your exclusive Magic City communication wristband, which contains your identity information and access to Villa No. 1. You have been directly assigned to the core class of the Weapons Academy. The short-haired girl retrieves a black metal briefcase from beneath the counter and hands it to Lin Yuan with both hands. Inside is the specially crafted combat uniform from the Martial Arts Academy, as well as the access key to the No. 1 Advanced Weapons Depot. According to the special contract's provisions, you can unconditionally enter the No. 1 depot to select and class cold weapon. Lin Yuan accepts the metal briefcase, nods, and turns to leave the registration desk. Just as he turns, a group of people emerges from the passage on the right side of the hall. Leading them is a young man wearing a custom-made white martial arts uniform. He stands at 1.85 meters tall, has shoulder-length hair, and carries a magnificent long sword embedded with a third-level ice attribute beast core at his waist. Behind him follow 7 or 8 new students dressed in the same style of martial arts uniform, all looking vigorous. The young man in the white uniform notices the black metal case with the special emblem that Lin Yuan is holding, and his eyes narrow slightly. He quickens his pace, stepping directly in front of Lin Yuan, blocking his path. Are you the one who scored the fault points in the Crimson Mountain Range, Lin Yuan? The young man in the white uniform sizes Lin Yuan up, his tone dripping with condescension. I am Wang Tung, the eldest grandson of the Wang family in Magic City. First place in the local examination area. I just heard you incapacitated a sophomore from the Weapons Academy at the school gate. Lin Yuan stops, calmly meeting Wang Teng's gaze. He can sense the intense fluctuations of qi and blood within Wang Tung, indicating he has reached the initial stage of a third-grade martial master, with a true qi core already condensed in his dantian. As a scion of one of Magic City's top families, enjoying the best resources in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, achieving this level by the time of high school graduation indeed gives him the capital to be arrogant. Is there something you need? Lin Yuan replies with only 2 words. Wang Tung sneers, pointing at the metal case in Lin Yuan's hand. That's the access to Villa No. 1 in the Hidden Dragon District, right? By the rules of the Martial Arts Academy, the Villa No. 1 for each year's new students belongs to the strongest individuals of that cohort. You, a civilian from another province, relied on bullying those second-grade martial masters in the combat zone to score points, and you obtained a special contract, but that doesn't mean you truly qualify to live in Villa No. 1. Wang Tung steps forward, and the ice-blue true qi of a third-grade martial master appears on his body, causing the surrounding air temperature to drop sharply. Hand over the access to Villa No. 1. You can stay in Villa No. 2. I don't want to injure a fellow student on the first day of school. Wang Tung issues his ultimatum. The thousands of new students in the hall all stop their movements, their gazes fixated on this scene. The confrontation between the top genius of Magic City and the provincial examination champion instantly captures everyone's attention. The short-haired girl responsible for reception breaks into a cold sweat. She wants to intervene, but facing 2 third-grade martial masters as a peak second-grade senior, she cannot insert herself into the situation. Lin Yuan glances at the metal case in his hand. He neither puts it down nor reaches for the blood shadow mad blade on his back. Lin Yuan raises his head, staring directly into Wang Teng's eyes. You want the access to Villa No. 1. Lin Yuan's voice echoes in the quiet hall. The next second, Lin Yuan moves. He pushes off the hard metal floor with his right leg. The tremendous recoil creates a deep dent in the 10-centimeter thick alloy floor. Lin Yuan transforms into a black shadow, instantly crossing 3 meters and appearing right in front of Wang Tung. Wang Tung's pupils constrict violently. He had never anticipated that Lin Yuan would dare to strike in the registration hall, nor that Lin Yuan's speed would be at such an incredible level. Instinctively, he channels his third-grade true qi, and his right hand swiftly draws the longsword from his waist. The ice-blue sword qi carves a fierce arc in the air, aimed straight at Lin Yuan's throat. Lin Yuan does not dodge. He raises his left hand, fingers spread wide. His high-level hardening talent activates, fully covering his entire left arm with a layer of lustrous white jade-like sheen. Clang! The ice blue longsword strikes forcefully against Lin Yuan's left palm. The sound pierces the ear. Wang Tung's high-grade longsword laced with deep-sea cold iron shatters upon contact with Lin Yuan's skin, creating a notch on the blade. The frost true qi attached to the longsword is dispersed by the terrifying qi and blood emanating from Lin Yuan's body, transforming into a cloud of white mist. The 2,200 kilograms of physical strength blocks this lethal strike. Lin Yuan's left fingers suddenly close, gripping the blade of the longsword tightly. Wang Tung is taken aback, trying desperately to pull back the longsword, but the blade remains completely motionless in Lin Yuan's grasp, locked in place by an unyielding force. Lin Yuan lifts his right leg, producing a sonic boom as he delivers a powerful kick to Wang Tung's abdomen. The immense, blunt force penetrates through his abdominal muscles, impacting his internal organs. Wang Tung's over 200-pound body leaves the ground, flying backward over 10 meters, crashing into a load-bearing pillar at the edge of the hall. The thick pillar trembles from the impact. Wang Tung slides down to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His sword sheath falls to the floor, and he feels so weak that he can't even muster the strength to stand. The entire registration hall falls into a profound silence. Over 1,000 new students gaze blankly at Wang Tung, who is lying on the ground bleeding. The initial stage of a third-grade martial master, the top genius of Magic City. He was taken down by this boy carrying a black cloth blade barehanded. The battle concluded so swiftly that no one could. The 7 or 8 followers that Wang Tung brought stand frozen in place, their faces filled with terror as they look at Lin Yuan, none daring to step forward. Lin Yuan releases his left hand. The ice blue longsword with its broken edge drops onto the metal floor, creating a clear ringing sound. He brushes off non-existent dust from his left palm and strides toward the exit of the hall, holding the black metal case. The access is in the case. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Lin Yuan turns his back to Wang Tung, leaving this remark as he vanishes through the registration hall's entrance. After leaving the registration hall, Lin Yuan glances at the campus electronic map on his wristband. Instead of heading to Villa No. 1 in the Hidden Dragon District to drop off his luggage, he follows the map's guidance straight to the deepest part of the Magic City main campus, the No. 1 Advanced Weapons Depot. His current physical explosive power has reached 2,200 kilograms. Carrying the 320-pound Blood Shadow Mad Blade, when executing the A-class martial skill Thunder Prison Blood Blade, it feels a bit weightless, unable to fully unleash his destructive power. He urgently needs a heavier, more resilient glass cold weapon. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan stands before a massive fortress built entirely of black basalt. The heavy metal door of the fortress is tightly shut with a cross pattern of swords and knives carved above it. No students are assigned to guard this place. Only 2 5-meter metal mechs stand silently on either side of the door, their red electronic eyes scanning all nearby life forms. Lin Yuan approaches the metal door and inserts the access key that comes with the special contract into the reader's slot beside the door. Beep. Identity confirmed. Special new student Lin Yuan. Entry permitted. The heavy metal door slowly slides open to the sides with a low mechanical sound. An extremely ancient, weathered, and blood-stained aura of weaponry blows out from within the fortress. Lin Yuan steps into the weapons depot. The door closes behind him. The fortress has no windows, relying entirely on the cold light source from the ceiling for illumination. The space here is more than 10 times larger than the weapons depot at Jiangxing High School. However, there are no rows of densely packed shelves. The vast space is sparsely populated with 100 white jadestone pillars, each 1 meter in diameter. At the top of each jade pillar hovers an glass cold weapon radiating strong light and terrifying fluctuations. Spears, war axes, hammers, longswords. Each weapon possesses its unique aura, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly under the pressure of their true qi. Lin Yuan, carrying the Blood Shadow Mad Blade, slowly walks among the jade pillars. He stops in front of an glass alloy giant axe weighing 800 pounds. This axe is made of excellent materials capable of withstanding his full power blast. However, he practices sword techniques, and the axe's center of gravity and trajectory do not align with his style. He continues forward. After traversing most of the weapons depot, Lin Yuan stops in front of a jade pillar in the corner. This pillar does not have any complete weapons suspended above it. At the top of the jade pillar lies a half-meter-long, irregularly shaped piece of dark black metal. The surface of this metal fragment is covered in dark red rust and deep cracks lacking any luster or strong true qi fluctuations. It looks like a piece of scrap metal salvaged from a junkyard. Yet Lin Yuan's gaze is fixed intently on this fragment. For as he approaches this jade pillar, the system synthesis sound in his mind, which had been silent, suddenly emits a rapid and sharp alert. High energy alert. Detected ultra-high density glass core material starfall black iron fragment. Detected that this material contains a strong attribute of spatial collapse. Triggering system core function dual fusion of martial skills and weapons. This material can serve as the main material for a deep reforging with the Blood Shadow Mad Blade currently worn by the host. After reforging, it will perfectly match the A-class martial skill Thunder Prison Blood Blade. Lin Yuan's eyes flash with brilliance. He does not choose any of the already formed shiny glass weapons. He reaches out his right hand, directly grabbing the dark black metal fragment at the top of the jade pillar. The moment his fingers touch it, an astonishing weight directly impacts Lin Yuan's arm. This half-meter-long fragment weighs over 2,000 pounds. Lin Yuan's right arm muscles tense up, and the true chi of a third-grade martial master automatically circulates to steadily lift this fragment. Holding the piece of scrap metal, Lin Yuan turns around. This is the one. He carries the 2,000-pound Starfall black iron fragment with the blood shadow mad blade on his back and walks steadily toward the weapons depot's door. With this glass core material, he can utilize the system's reforging function to forge a truly invincible divine weapon that belongs to him. Lin Yuan held a Tuathasanjan piece of Starfall black iron in his right hand and a black metal briefcase in his left with the blood shadow mad blade strapped to his back as he walked out of the first advanced weaponry storage at the Magic City Martial Arts University. The weight of 2,000 genes pressed down on his right arm, causing his arm muscles to bulge, yet his footsteps remained steady. The alloy floor beneath his feet emitted a faint dull sound as he stepped. The hidden dragon area of the magic martial arts is located directly behind the campus, backed by a towering black cliff. This is where the spiritual energy is most concentrated in the entire school, reserved only for the top geniuses and outstanding students from previous years. Lin Yuan walked along the tree-lined avenue to the deepest part of the hidden dragon area. The terrain gradually rose, revealing a private estate covering more than 3,000 square meters at the highest point of the cliff. The perimeter of the estate was surrounded by a high-strength electrified metal fence with a pair of heavy gates made of pure titanium alloy. This is Villa No. 1 of the hidden dragon area. Lin Yuan placed the metal briefcase on the ground and took out the access control crystal card that contained his identity information, swiping it on the sensor beside the metal gate. Beep. Identity confirmed. Villa No. 1 owner Lin Yuan. The heavy twin titanium alloy doors slowly opened to the sides. Lin Yuan walked inside with his belongings. The courtyard of the villa was paved with flat bluestone slabs. To the left was an outdoor fighting arena covering 500 square meters, and to the right was a small temperature-controlled herb garden. The 3-story main building in front was constructed with explosion-proof glass and special cement, presenting a cold, hard military style. Lin Yuan did not visit the lounge area of the main building. He directly followed the side passage into the exclusive training room in the basement of the villa. The underground training room was spacious, about the size of a basketball court. The walls and floor were covered with specially designed sound-absorbing metal that could withstand a full-force strike from a third-grade martial master. The gravity control device above emitted a faint blue glow. Lin Yuan placed the Tuathasanjan piece of Starfall black iron in the center of the metal floor. It produced a loud thud, causing the floor to tremble slightly. Then he removed the black cloth from his back and drew the blood shadow mad blade, which weighed 320 genes, laying it flat beside the black iron piece. System initiate dual fusion reforging. Lin Yuan issued the command in his mind. Command confirmed. Detected main materials class Starfall black iron piece. Detected auxiliary material class blood shadow mad blade. Beginning to extract internal structure of materials. Establishing fusion model. The reforging process will consume 10,000 points of vitality from the host. Would you like to continue? Continue. Lin Yuan showed no hesitation. He had plundered over 100,000 vitality points in the provincial exam, so 10,000 points were merely a drop in the bucket for him. As soon as he finished speaking, a large portion of vitality energy within Lin Yuan was instantly drawn away. Soon after, the 2 items on the metal floor were completely enveloped by a dazzling azure light. The temperature in the underground training room suddenly rose. Standing 3 meters away, Lin Yuan could clearly see the physical changes occurring at the center of the azure light. The incredibly hard glass Starfall black iron piece began to melt under the scorching azure light, transforming into a pool of black iron liquid radiating extreme heat. This pool of iron liquid did not flow outward. Instead, under the pull of some invisible force, it slowly covered the dark red blade of the blood shadow mad blade. Sizzle. The sharp sound of metal fusing echoed. The black Starfall iron liquid seeped into the fine dark patterns on the surface of the blood shadow mad blade. The dark red blade gradually deepened in color as it was consumed by the black iron liquid, ultimately turning into a profound pure black. The width of the blade increased by 1 inch and the spine became thicker. The coarse beast hide that had originally wrapped around the handle turned to ash under the high temperature, replaced by fine non-slip metal textures extending from the Starfall black iron. The entire reforging process lasted a full 10 minutes. The high temperature in the basement gradually receded, and the azure light enveloping the weapon dissipated. A brand new heavy warblade lay quietly on the metal floor. The warblade was entirely black, with no reflection. The edge of the blade had a dark red blood groove extending all the way to the handle. The blade emanated a suffocating sense of oppression, the surrounding air creating visible black, distorted lines under the blade's cutting force. This was the spatial collapse attribute inherent in the Starfall black iron. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Reforging complete. Acquired exclusive growth types glass cold weapon Starfall bloodblade. Current weight 3,600 genes. Additional attribute absolute cutting accompanied by a miniature spatial collapse capable of ignoring conventional true chi defensive shields. Lin Yuan stepped forward, gripping the pitch black metal handle. It felt icy to the touch. The weight of 3,600 genes pressed down on his right arm, causing it to drop suddenly. He took a deep breath as the third-grade True Qi inner core within him rapidly circulated, infusing his arms with azure-white liquid True Qi. He grasped the blade with both hands and slowly pulled it up from the floor. Good blade. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The 320 genes of the Blood Shadow Mad Blade was already too light for his current explosive power of 22,000 kilograms. This 3,600 genes Starfall Blood Blade combined with his current physical strength and a grade martial skills could unleash the most perfect destructive power. Lin Yuan approached the gravity control device on the wall, sliding his finger across the screen to directly adjust the gravity to 10 times. The air in the entire basement suddenly felt heavier. Under 10 times the gravity, the actual weight of the 3,600 genes Warblade reached a terrifying 36,000 genes. Lin Yuan slightly bent his legs as the specially designed metal floor creaked under the immense weight. With a forceful twist of his waist, he swung the blade with all his might under 10 times the gravity. Rip! The air was directly torn apart. A black spatial crack briefly appeared along the trajectory of the blade, then quickly healed. The violent wind pressure shattered the distant weapon rack into pieces, scattering metal fragments everywhere. Lin Yuan stood still, satisfied with the reforged weapon. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue his sword training, the villa's security system suddenly emitted a piercing red alarm. The communication screen in the basement automatically lit up, displaying the monitoring footage outside the villa's main gate. In the footage, 6 boys in Magic Martial University sophomore uniforms stood outside the titanium alloy door. Leading them was a slender young man with long hair holding a uniquely designed triangular military dagger. The long-haired youth raised his right leg and kicked hard against the metal door of Villa No. 1. Bang! The door emitted a dull thud, although it did not deform. The security system's alarm was triggered. The voice of a long-haired youth echoed through the surveillance microphone into the basement, filled with provocation and fury. Lin Yuan, the freshman inside, come out. I am Zhao Feng, a second-year student from the Weapon Academy. Ranked 80 on the talented list. You broke Zhou Chang's bones at the school gate today, and Zhou Qiang is one of my people. Open the door immediately and kneel to apologize. From today, on this Villa No. 1 belongs to me. Lin Yuan gazed at the long-haired youth boasting on the screen. He turned off the tenfold gravity and walked to the communication screen, pressing the button to open the door. Then Lin Yuan, holding the Starfallen Blood Blade weighing 3,600 pounds, walked step by step along the underground passage towards the villa's yard. Outside Villa No. 1 in the Qianlong district. Zhao Feng watched as the titanium alloy doors slowly opened on both sides, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 5 second-year students behind him also tightened their grips on their weapons. Brother Zhao, this freshman, seems scared. Directly opening the door to surrender, said a senior student beside him, holding a short knife in a flattering tone. Smart enough. A freshman just out of high school, even if he was top of his class, must kneel before the experts on the talented list of the Demon Martial Academy. Zhao Feng twirled the triangular military thorn in his hand, his tone haughty. Heavy footsteps echoed from the yard. Lin Yuan stepped out of the main building of the villa wielding a heavy black battle knife. He wasn't wearing the Demon Martial Academy uniform, still clad in his black, high-molecular combat suit. Zhao Feng noticed the dull black knife in Lin Yuan's hand, raising an eyebrow slightly. He couldn't sense any chi fluctuations from the knife. It looked like a piece of scrap metal. You are Lin Yuan, Zhao Feng said, standing at the door, pointing the triangular military thorn at Lin Yuan. You crippled Zhou Chang, which made me lose face. According to the rules of the Demon Martial Academy, strength speaks. Step out of the door now and accept 3 moves from me. If you can stand, today's incident will be forgiven. If you fall, hand over the access to Villa No. 1 and roll back to the ordinary dorm area. Lin Yuan stopped in the center of the yard, 10 meters away from Zhao Feng. He heavily planted the tip of the Starfallen Blood Blade onto the bluestone slab. Crack. The hard bluestone slab was directly shattered by the blade tip, and the surrounding stones flipped outward. I understand the rules of the Demon Martial Academy. Lin Yuan raised his head, looking straight into Zhao Feng's eyes. But my rule is that anyone who dares to kick my door must pay the price. No need for 3 moves. 1 move will determine the winner. Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. The 5 senior students behind him joined in the laughter. 1 move? Hey, you, a freshman in your first year, want to determine the outcome with me, a 3rd-ranked Grand Martial Master, and the 80-ranked expert on the talented list. Zhao Feng laughed so hard he almost cried, but suddenly his expression turned fierce. Since you seek death, I will grant it to you. Zhao Feng's faint green chi as a 3rd-rank Grand Martial Master erupted violently. This chi carried a strong corrosive nature, dyeing the air around him a sickly green. He stepped forward, transforming into a green afterimage, and rushed into the yard of Villa No. 1 in an instant. The level martial skill of the Zhao family in the provincial city, Poison Dragon Sting. With the infusion of chi, the triangular military thorn in Zhao Feng's hand erupted with a tunterlong green stabbing light. The light tore through the air, emitting a nauseating stench directly aimed at Lin Yuan's heart. This strike was incredibly fast, with a tricky angle completely sealing off Lin Yuan's escape routes to the sides. Facing a full-force strike from an expert on the talented list, Lin Yuan did not dodge, nor did he use the A-level martial skill, Thunder Prison Bloodblade. He simply tightened his grip on the handle of the Starfallen Bloodblade. The muscle memory of wielding the blade under tenfold gravity at 36,000 pounds was now fully unleashed in a normal gravitational environment. Lin Yuan's right arm muscles swelled to their limits, and the explosive power of 22,000 kilograms of pure physical strength surged through his arms. He faced the green poisonous dragon's stabbing light, lifting the 3,600-pound Starfallen Blood blade with all his might from below. No chi glow, just extreme speed and absolute weight. Rip! The black blade sliced through the air, creating a clear black space crack. The broad back of the Starfallen Blood blade collided heavily with Zhao Feng's triangular military thorn in midair. Clang! A deafening sound echoed in the yard. Zhao Feng's custom triangular military thorn, mixed with high-level materials, was directly severed into two halves upon contact with the Starfallen Blood blade, due to the absolute weight of 3,600 pounds and the property of spatial collapse. The broken tip flew backward, embedding itself into the distant villa wall. What a... Zhao Feng's eyes widened. His proud level martial skill and chi stabs did not withstand even a millisecond against this piece of black scrap metal. The residual force of the Starfallen Blood blade remained unyielding. The heavy back of the blade, accompanied by a howling gale, struck fiercely against Zhao Feng's chest. The faint green protective chi around Zhao Feng shattered instantly. His sternum emitted a series of cracking sounds, and the entire chest cavity collapsed inward significantly. His 140-pound body was lifted off the ground and hurled backward at high speed by this violent force. He flew out of the titanium alloy door, passing over the 5 second-year students who were still in a daze, and crashed heavily into the electrified metal fence on the outskirts of the Qianlong district. Boom! The high-strength metal fence was struck with a massive human-shaped dent, and electric sparks flew everywhere. Zhao Feng slid down the fence to the ground, spewing a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organ fragments, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. One strike, severely injuring the 80-ranked expert on the talented list. The 5 second-year students outside the yard stood frozen in place. The weapons in their hands clattered to the ground, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. They looked at Zhao Feng, who lay far away, and then at the calm-faced youth in the yard holding the black knife with one hand. Their brains completely stopped thinking. Lin Yuan rested the Starfallen Blood blade on his shoulder. He took steady steps towards the titanium alloy door. His icy gaze swept over the 5 trembling senior students. "Take him away and get out of my sight." Lin Yuan's voice echoed outside the gate of the Qianlong district. "Go back and tell those on the talented list who have designs on Villa No. 1 if they want to die, they can knock on the door anytime." The 5 senior students snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. They scrambled over, hoisting the unconscious Zhao Feng, neglecting the broken weapons on the ground, and fled the vicinity of Villa No. 1, crawling and rolling. Lin Yuan watched them disappear at the end of the road. He turned around and walked back into the yard, pressing the button to close the door. The heavy titanium alloy door closed once more, completely isolating the chaos from the outside world. On the first day of school at the Demon Martial Academy, this freshman from Jiang City used the most direct and violent means to trample the school's rules underfoot. At 7 in the morning, a deep alarm bell echoed through the main campus of the Magic City Martial Arts University. In the underground training room of Villa No. 1 in the Qianlong district, the display of the gravity-controlled device lit up with the red word 10 times. Lin Yuan stood bare-chested, gripping the 3,630-pound Starfall Blood blade, engaged in basic chopping. A layer of fine sweat covered his skin, while the azure true chi of a third-grade martial master formed a substantial chi shield around his body, resisting the terrifying pressure brought by the tenfold gravity. 1,005 times. Lin Yuan silently counted in his heart, his arm muscles bulging as he exerted force from his waist, bringing the heavy blade down from above. The black blade tore through the air with a piercing sonic boom. Under the tenfold gravity, the kinetic energy of this strike could easily slice through the frontal armor of a main battle tank. He sheathed the blade and stood upright, pressing the gravity release button on the wall. The heavy sense of oppression dissipated instantly. Lin Yuan walked to the nearby metal sink, turned on the faucet, and rinsed away the sweat with cold water. He changed into a brand new black standard uniform of the Magic City Martial Arts University, carefully wrapping the Starfall Blood blade in black cloth and placing it on his back. At 9 o'clock this morning, the welcome ceremony for all first-year students was set to begin. At this moment, the internal network forum of the Magic City Martial Arts University was already buzzing with activity. The events that transpired in front of Villa No. 1 yesterday evening were fully captured by surveillance cameras around the Qianlong district, and the video received over 100,000 views in just one night. Zhao Feng, a second-year student ranked 80th on the talent list, was sent flying by a single strike from a first-year student suffering extensive fractures to his chest and currently lying in a critical care chamber. This news instilled a strong sense of crisis among all second and third-year students. The competition at the Magic City Martial Arts University has always been brutal, with upperclassmen exploiting the lowerclassmen as a norm. However, a mere freshman had directly stepped over a talent list expert, leading to the name Lin Yuan spreading throughout the entire campus overnight. At 8:40 in the morning, in the massive open-air stadium located in the center of the main campus of the Magic City Martial Arts University, this venue was constructed entirely from high-strength explosion-proof concrete and steel, covering an area larger than 10 standard football fields. Surrounding the stands were over 100 heavy spiritual energy anti-aircraft cannons. 8,000 first-year students from across the country lined up neatly in formation on the green field according to their respective colleges. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of upperclassmen filled the surrounding tiered seating, eagerly awaiting the start of the welcome ceremony, more specifically the appearance of the infamous freshman who had claimed Villanelle. 1. Lin Yuan entered through a special passage of the stadium carrying the heavily wrapped battle blade and walked directly into the most core formation of the Weapon Academy. As soon as he appeared, the once noisy formation fell silent. The dozens of new students surrounding him instinctively stepped back half a pace, creating a 2-meter diameter vacuum zone. Wang Teng, a local genius from Magic City who had been kicked away by Lin Yuan in the registration hall yesterday, now stood at the front of the line. Upon seeing Lin Yuan approach, his complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively covered his still aching abdomen, turning his head away. At 9 o'clock sharp, a dozen school leaders dressed in military uniforms or martial arts attire walked onto the alloy podium at the front of the stadium. Walking in the center was a burly middle-aged man with a beard. He wore a deep green military officer's uniform adorned with numerous medals of honor. Without using a microphone, he stepped to the very front of the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. I am the vice president of the Magic City Martial Arts University and a major general of the Abyss Frontline Defense Force 2 Lai. His booming voice, infused with the terrifying true chi of an 8th grade grandmaster, exploded in everyone's ears. The 8,000 new students on the green field felt their eardrums throb, their chi and blood surging involuntarily. Congratulations on passing the college entrance examination of your respective provinces and walking through the doors of Magic City Martial Arts University. Tu Lai's tone held no hint of welcome, only a cold, iron-blooded flavor. But do not rejoice too early. The graduation rate at Magic City Martial Arts University is only 50%. The remaining 50% all meet their demise on the battlefields of the Pacific Abyss Rift. The entire venue fell silent. Many new students had only known that Magic City was the top university in the Daxia Kingdom, but were unaware that the casualty rate was this high. Here the school will not provide you with any free resources or protections. If you want pills, if you want high-level martial skills, if you want good weapons, there are only 2 paths. First, go to the front lines and kill the alien races to earn military merit. Second, in the school's arena, openly seize other people's credits. Tu Lai pointed sternly at the new student formation below, his tone severe. Weaklings are only fit to do menial work in the logistics department. Only the strong can claim all privileges. Now we proceed to the second item of the meeting. I invite this year's representative of the new students, Lin Yuan, who broke the historical record of the Daxia Kingdom with 1/8 points in the provincial examination and is a special contract holder, to come up and speak. Upon hearing the name Lin Yuan, the tens of thousands of upperclassmen in the stands erupted in a massive commotion. Countless gazes simultaneously turned towards the black-clad youth in the Weapon Academy formation carrying heavy weaponry. Lin Yuan paid no mind to the surrounding gazes. He took steady strides, stepping out of the formation and climbing the 5-meter-high alloy podium step by step. He stood beside Major General Tu Lai, calmly gazing down at the 8,000 fellow first-year students on the green field and the upperclassmen in the stands. Tu Lai took half a step back, giving the center stage to Lin Yuan. He glanced at the black cloth-wrapped weapon behind Lin Yuan, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He knew that it was a heavily forged weapon capable of maintaining a restrained aura even in such an occasion, a quality far surpassed that of his peers. Lin Yuan did not take the speech notes from the podium. He walked directly to the microphone, steadying himself on the metal stand. I am Lin Yuan. His voice was flat, devoid of passionate intonations or any polite opening remarks. The school arranged for me to speak as the representative of the new students, merely wanting me to say some encouraging words for mutual progress. Yet the vice president just stated correctly that the rules of Magic City are those of the survival of the fittest. Since resources are limited, encouragement holds no meaning. Lin Yuan released the microphone stand and took half a step forward, directly standing at the edge of the podium. He raised his left hand, reaching behind him, and ripped away the coarse black cloth covering the Starfall bloodblade. Sizzle. The black cloth fluttered down. The pure black heavy battle blade, weighing 3,600 pounds, was fully exposed to everyone's view. The dark red blood groove along the blade's edge radiated a chilling, murderous intent under the sunlight, and the microspace collapse attribute attached to the blade caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. Lin Yuan lifted the battle blade with his right hand, slamming the blade's tip heavily onto the high-strength alloy floor of the podium. Boom! A dull explosion resounded. The hard alloy floor was directly smashed into a deep pit with numerous cracks radiating outward. My speech consists of only one sentence. Through the microphone, Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the massive stadium. I want to take half of the public resource quota for this year's first-year students for myself. The remaining half will be divided among you 8,000. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy and piercing. Moreover, I am very comfortable living in Villanelle, 1 in the Qianlong district. If any new student feels dissatisfied, or if any upperclassman thinks I have violated the rules, you may come up to this podium. The blade I hold is always open to challenges. Upon these words, the entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. Everyone widened their eyes, questioning whether their ears were malfunctioning. A single person intends to take half of the public resources from all new students. Furthermore, to openly challenge anyone in front of tens of thousands of upperclassmen. This was no longer arrogance, it was a complete disregard for the thousands of teachers and students at Magic City. 5 seconds passed. The formation below, and the stands erupted in chaos. How arrogant. Who does he think he is? Does he really believe that winning the provincial college entrance examination makes him invincible in the realm of magic martial arts? One person taking half the resources. Does he think the other provincial champions are dead? Break his legs. Throw him off the podium. The angry shouts and curses intertwined the clamor, nearly shaking the stadium to its foundation. Major General Tu Lai stood behind Lin Yuan, not only failing to stop the openly divisive remarks, but instead crossing his arms, a hint of excitement on his lips. What we need in magic martial arts is a killing god who dares to draw his sword against everyone. A booming voice rang out from the new student formation of the North Border examination area. A giant bald man over 2 meters tall and muscular like granite propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a cannonball that soared over 10 meters and crashed heavily onto the 5-meter-high alloy podium. First place in the North Border examination area, Tuoba, initial stage of a third-rank martial master. The bald giant's eyes burned red as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan, wielding 2 steel battle axes the size of wheels. As Tuoba's words fell, a lithe figure shot out again from the formation of the southern examination area. A boy clad in green leather armor rolled onto the opposite side of the podium. He held 2 poison daggers with his hands, reversed his steps, so light that they made no sound. First place in the Lingnan examination area, Chun Fei. Initial stage of a third-rank martial master. You take half the resources. Did you ask about the knives in my hands? The 2 top seeds from the 2 major provinces ascended the stage simultaneously. Instead of choosing an unknown duel, they tacitly positioned themselves to flank Lin Yuan, knowing that on this stage that revered strength no one would care if it was a case of many against few, as long as they could bring down this madman. Lin Yuan watched the 2 third-rank martial masters closing in from the left and right, without any excess expression on his face. He drew the Starfall blood blade, which was embedded in the alloy floor, with one hand, and casually pointed it at the ground. 2 people are not enough. Since you've come up, don't waste time. No sooner had Lin Yuan's words fallen than Tuoba let out a fierce roar. The North Border's berserk martial technique activated instantly. Tuoba's massive body expanded further, a layer of blood red chi glowing on his skin. He swung the 2 steel battle axes, each weighing over 400 pounds, down at Lin Yuan's head with a terrifying wind pressure that tore through the air. At the same time, Chun Fei's figure left behind an afterimage at his original spot. He executed a movement technique, his speed skyrocketing to the extreme, directly circumventing to Lin Yuan's blind spot. The 2 poison daggers infused with a cold green glow of chi aimed for Lin Yuan's vital points from behind. One direct, one unexpected, a perfect combination of power and speed. The 8,000 new students below held their breath, their eyes fixed on the impending clash on the podium. Lin Yuan remained rooted in place, his feet unmoved. The azure blue chi core within him completed a maximum acceleration spin in an instant. The explosive power of his 220 kilograms of flesh surged violently into the 3,600-pound Starfall blood blade. Facing the dual axes coming down from Tuoba, Lin Yuan did not evade, nor did he unleash his chi. He abruptly flipped his right wrist upwards. The black heavy warblade rose from below, directly meeting the descending steel axes midair. Clang! The thunderous metallic clash erupted on the podium. The 2 steel battle axes, weighing a total of 800 pounds, were smashed apart at the moment they hit the edge of the Starfall blood blade, due to the overwhelming weight and its accompanying spatial collapse properties. The 5-centimeter thick axe blade broke in 2 and metal fragments shot out in all directions. The wide back of the Starfall blood blade continued its momentum, crashing heavily against Tuoba's chest. Crack crack. The blood-red berserk chi on Tuoba's body shattered. His hardened ribs were crushed in large areas. His massive frame, over 2 meters tall, left the ground and flew backward over 30 meters, crossing the edge of the podium and crashing heavily onto the grass below, creating a large crater as he fainted instantly. At the same time Lin Yuan struck Tuoba away, Chun Fei's poison daggers had already pierced the fabric of Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan did not turn back. The advanced hardening talent activated fully. The skin on his back instantly became as hard as white jade. Ding ding. 2 crisp metallic sounds echoed. Chun Fei's pride, the poison daggers capable of piercing steel plates, struck Lin Yuan's back, leaving only 2 white marks, not even breaking the skin. Chun Fei's eyes widened in shock, his mind blank for a moment. He could not comprehend how a human body could withstand the assassination attempt of a third-rank martial master. Lin Yuan did not give him time to think. He kicked his left leg back with force, the sound of explosive air from his military boots striking precisely against Chun Fei's abdomen. Chun Fei's second-rank protective chi instantly shattered the tremendous blunt force, penetrating his abdominal muscles and directly affecting his internal organs. He spewed a long column of blood from his mouth, his body flying backward in an unnatural twisted posture. He crashed onto the metal floor of the podium, sliding for over 10 meters before colliding against the rear railing, finally stopping while clutching his abdomen and convulsing violently on the ground, completely losing his combat ability. One strike, one kick. The two third-rank martial masters from various provinces were directly crushed by Lin Yuan using sheer physical strength. In less than 2 breaths of time, both severely injured and defeated. The entire giant stadium fell into a dead silence once again. Those new students who had been shouting and cursing moments ago now all shut their mouths, their eyes filled with deep fear. They finally understood that Lin Yuan's earlier words at the welcome ceremony were not arrogance, but a declaration based on absolute strength. The upperclassmen in the stands also put away their expressions of watching a show. The experts on the leaderboard fixed their eyes on the black warblade in Lin Yuan's hand, their expressions turning unprecedentedly serious. To smash apart 2 heavy battle axes with a single strike, this level of power was something even very few third-year seniors could achieve. Lin Yuan raised the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand, turning around to face the 8,000 new students below. He did not say another word. Who else? The 3 words were cold, rigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The grass field fell silent. The 8,000 new students, including the self-proclaimed exceptional scions in the front row, dared not meet his gaze again. With the 2 strongest being instantly defeated, stepping up would only be self-humiliation. Lin Yuan waited for 10 seconds. Seeing no one stepping up, he sheathed the Starfall Bloodblade on his back, turned, and left the podium, striding out of the welcome ceremony via a special passage. The title of Magic Martial Madman was officially inscribed in the historical records of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University on this day. In the main campus of the Magic City Martial Arts University, sunlight shines upon the broad metallic road, reflecting a dazzling white light. The street trees lining the road are not ordinary plants, but genetically modified iron vines, their robust tendrils entwined around the lamp posts, emitting a faint wood-element spiritual energy. Lin Yuan strode along the shaded path, carrying the Starfall Bloodblade wrapped in black cloth. His destination was the Logistics Resource Hall located in the northeastern corner of the campus. The turmoil from the orientation meeting left no trace on his heart. He now needed to convert the vast amount of credits and cash he held into tangible cultivation resources. The Logistics Resource Hall is an expansive hemispherical building. Its outer walls are constructed from half-meter thick explosion-proof concrete coated with a layer of silver-gray anti-corrosion paint. The entrance features 4 10-meter-tall sensing glass doors. Lin Yuan walked into the hall. The internal space was vast, illuminated brightly by cold light sources above. The air was a mixture of a strong herbal fragrance, the bloody scent of high-grade beast materials, and the smell of metal maintenance oil. In the center of the hall hung 4 giant holographic projection screens, each over 20 meters in length. The screens displayed a rolling list of resource exchange items within the Magic Martial Academy. Level 4 low-tier beast, complete crystal core of the iron-armored Earth Dragon, 500 credits. A level lightning attribute movement skill Thunder Step, 3,000 credits. High concentration life restoration potion, 100 credits per vial. At the bottom of the screen, the basic exchange rate of Magic Martial was noted in red. 1 credit equals 10,000 Dasha coins. Lin Yuan raised his left hand and glanced at the Magic Martial exclusive communication bracelet on his wrist. The 185,600 points he earned in the provincial exam had automatically converted into 185,600 Magic Martial credits at a 1:10 ratio. Adding the 100 million cash reward from the Magic Martial special contract, which converted into 10,000 credits, his current account balance reached an astounding 195,600 credits. This massive figure was enough to make the 4th-year graduates of Magic Martial envious and frantic. Lin Yuan passed through the crowded ordinary exchange area. Here gathered many 2nd and 3rd-year students bargaining with the staff at the exchange window for a vial of ordinary blood tonic or a crate weapon. Lin Yuan did not linger and walked directly to the VIP high-end resource exchange window at the back of the hall. There was no queue here. The counter was made from a single piece of transparent bulletproof crystal. Behind the counter sat a male student wearing the 3rd-year uniform of Magic Martial. The boy had a golden student council badge pinned to his sleeve and wore a nameplate that read Vice Minister of Resource Management. Sun Ming was intently looking at an electronic report in his hands. Hearing the footsteps, he raised his head, his gaze landing on Lin Yuan's youthful face and his black combat uniform that bore no senior marks. A first-year freshman. Sun Ming frowned slightly, his tone harsh as he pointed towards the area outside the hall. This is the advanced resource window. First-year freshmen only have 300 credits. You should queue at the ordinary window outside. The minimum exchange amount here starts at 1,000 credits. Lin Yuan ignored Sun Ming's dismissal. He walked to the crystal counter, raised his left hand, and brushed the Magic Martial communication bracelet over the sensing area on the counter. Ding! A crisp electronic prompt sounded. Immediately Lin Yuan's identity information and account balance popped up on the terminal screen in front of Sun Ming. Sun Ming's gaze fell on the long string of numbers. His eyes widened in shock and the corners of his eyes twitched. 195,600 credits. As the Vice Minister of the Student Council's Resource Management Department, after 3 years of struggle at Magic Martial, his account had at most less than 5,000 credits. Lin Yuan. Special contract freshman. As Sun Ming recognized the name, the contempt on his face lessened slightly, but his eyes held a hint of vigilance and hostility. He had already heard about this freshman taking half of the public resources in front of the entire school at the orientation meeting. What do you need to exchange? Sun Ming leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest, still carrying the arrogance of a senior student. Lin Yuan stared directly into Sun Ming's eyes and stated his demands: 10 vials of the essence blood from level 4 peak beast's lightning attribute or spatial attribute, and 100 level bone refining pills. Also bring up the public resource quota list for first-year students this month. I will take half. Sun Ming let out a cold laugh upon hearing Lin Yuan's request. He typed a few keys on the terminal keyboard and then looked up at Lin Yuan. The essence blood from level 4 peak beast sells for 5,000 credits per vial. A level bone refining pills cost 200 credits each. Your account does have enough credits to cover it. However, I cannot sell it to you. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly turned cold. Sun Ming met Lin Yuan's gaze without fear, tapping his right hand on the crystal counter twice, producing a crisp sound. Magic Martial has its own rules. Materials from beasts above level 4 are classified as strategically controlled resources, and first-year students cannot withstand the violent energy of level 4 essence blood due to their physical strength. According to the resource distribution regulations set by the Student Council, first-year students can only exchange for high-tier resources up to level 3 each month. Level 4 resources can only be purchased by core students in their third year or those ranked in the top 50 on the talent list. Sun Ming paused briefly, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. As for your claim to take half of the new student public resource quota, that was a slogan you shouted out during the orientation meeting. The Student Council has not approved it. In Magic Martial, the distribution and auditing of resources are entirely handled by our Student Council's Resource Management Department. I do not agree. You won't be able to take even half of the lowest grade blood tonic. Lin Yuan gazed at Sun Ming, who was confidently speaking behind the counter. He did not argue about any new student regulations, nor did he mention the vice president's speech. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, pressing it directly on the thick 10-centimeter bulletproof crystal counter in front of him. The advanced hardening talent instantly activated. A white jade-like sheen enveloped his entire right hand. The third-grade True Qi inner pill within him began to spin violently, and a terrifying azure-blue liquid True Qi surged down his arm and into his palm. 22,000 kilograms of pure physical strength combined with the raging True Qi. Lin Yuan exerted force through his 5 fingers and pressed down sharply. Crack! The bulletproof crystal counter, reputed to withstand a barrage from micromissiles, emitted an extremely piercing, shattering sound beneath Lin Yuan's palm. Dense white cracks spread wildly from the center of Lin Yuan's palm across the entire surface of the counter. In just half a second, boom, the entire 5-meter-long crystal counter exploded. Countless transparent crystal shards flew in all directions, striking the metal wall behind and producing a series of crackling sounds. The alarm system in the hall immediately flashed a blinding red light, and a sharp alarm echoed throughout the logistics room. The senior students exchanging items around stopped all actions, turning their shocked faces toward the direction of the senior exchange window. Smashing the counter directly in the logistics hall of the MO has not happened for many years. Such blatant destruction. Sun Ming sat in his chair, crystal shards whizzing past his cheek, leaving 2 small trails of blood. His arrogant expression instantly transformed into fury. You dare to attack in the logistics hall? You are seeking death. Sun Ming shouted. The true chi of a mid-grade, third-tier martial artist erupted violently from within him. Dark green would attribute true chi surged from his dantian, covering his entire body through his meridians. He exerted force in his legs and directly kicked apart the remaining base of the counter in front of him, lunging toward Lin Yuan. In midair, his right hand transformed into a claw with 5 fingers covered in dense dark green true chi, his nails elongated and sharp, unleashing the grade martial skill withered would ghost claw to directly seize Lin Yuan's throat. The claw wind was mixed with would attribute poison that could paralyze nerves. Facing this swift strike, Lin Yuan stood still, his feet not moving an inch. He didn't even attempt to unsheath the star-falling blood blade weighing 3,600 pounds from his back. Lin Yuan raised his left hand, fingers spread wide, condensing the third-grade true chi into a tangible stream shield in his palm. He did not retreat, but advanced, meeting Sun Ming's incoming dark green ghost claw with a palm strike. Bang! The 2 distinctly different liquid true chis collided in midair. A dull explosion sound resonated. A visible white shockwave spread outward, blowing away all the crystal shards on the ground. Sun Ming's proud withered wood ghost claw was instantly disrupted, the dark green true chi at his fingertips dissipating in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful force as it made contact with Lin Yuan's palm. This force not only destroyed his true chi defense, but also carried a pure physical destructive power of 22,000 kilograms flooding back into his right arm through his fingers. Crack, crack. Sun Ming's 5 fingers instantly fractured his wrist, bending at a twisted angle. Lin Yuan did not give him a chance to catch his breath. He withdrew his left hand, raised his right leg, and with a sonic boom that tore through the air, accurately kicked Sun Ming in the abdomen. Boom. Sun Ming's body, weighing 150 pounds, left the ground and flew backward. He flew past rows of temperature-controlled metal shelves filled with high-grade materials, crashing heavily into a load-bearing wall several meters away. The alloy wall was dented slightly upon impact. Sun Ming slid down the wall to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He clutched his shattered right hand and painful abdomen, his face pale, gasping for breath, unable to stand up again. The alarm in the hall continued to blare. Hundreds of senior students watched Sun Ming slumped in the corner, then glanced at Lin Yuan who was standing still brushing off dust from his clothes, all gasping in awe. The vice minister of the student council's resource department, a mid-grade, third-tier martial artist, couldn't even withstand a single blow from this freshman. Lin Yuan stepped over the scattered crystal shards and walked up to the terminal control console where Sun Ming had originally sat. The console was embedded in a metal base and had not been damaged by the earlier impact. Lin Yuan glanced at the screen, extending his finger to prepare to operate the exchange process himself. Stop! A deep, resonant voice came down from the second floor of the logistics hall. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in a gray Zhongshan suit with graying hair leaped down directly from the 10-meter-high railing. He did not release any protective true chi, landing steadily on the hard alloy floor without making a sound, not even disturbing a single airflow. This ability to have absolute control over his physical body and true chi was at least that of a 6th-grade martial general. The middle-aged man was the director of the logistics resource hall and one of the mentors of Mo Wu Yin Quan. Yin Quan approached Lin Yuan, glancing at the disaster around him, then at Sun Ming slumped in the corner. There was no anger on his face, only a cold indifference that suggested he was accustomed to life and death. You smashed the high-grade defense crystal counter and damaged the logistics department's facilities. Yin Quan's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. According to school regulations, 1,000 credits will be deducted from you as compensation for repairs. Do you have any objections? Lin Yuan looked at Yin Quan and shook his head. No objections, he replied decisively. Yin Quan nodded. He walked to the terminal control console and entered his mentor's highest authority password on the keyboard. Beep. Mentor authority has been overridden. Restrictions lifted. Yin Quan turned to Lin Yuan and said, the rules of Mo Wu are indeed based on the regulations established by the student council that restrict first-year students are essentially to prevent them from blindly exchanging for high-level resources leading to bodily explosions. But since you have proven that you possess the strength to incapacitate a mid-grade, third-tier martial artist, those restrictions naturally do not apply to you. Yin Quan quickly operated on the terminal. 10 portions of top-tier level 4 thunder attribute beast blood and 100 grade bone refining pills. A total of 70,000 credits. Plus 1,000 credits for compensation. A total deduction of 71,000 credits. Confirm exchange. The terminal emitted a crisp transaction sound. Lin Yuan's balance on his communication wristband instantly decreased by 71,000 credits. Then Yin Quan pressed a green button next to the console. The alloy wall behind the console slid open to the side. An automatic mechanical arm retrieved 10 sealed lead metal boxes and a jade bottle filled with pills from the cold storage, placing them steadily on the metal tray in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan reached out and put all these high-grade resources into his tactical backpack. As for what you said about taking away half of the public resource quota of first-year students. Yin Quan clasped his hands behind his back, looking deeply at Lin Yuan. The review authority of the public resource pool lies with the student council. As a mentor, I do not interfere in the resource competition between students. If you want to obtain the remaining half, just go to the headquarters of the student council break-in and take the documents and materials you need. As long as no lives are lost, the school will not intervene. Yin Quan's words revealed the core educational philosophy of Mo Wu: to encourage plunder, to encourage combat. Lin Yuan zipped up his tactical backpack. Understood. He tightened the backpack, not glancing at the fallen Sun Ming again, and turned to stride out of the logistic. The sunlight outside was still blinding. Lin Yuan glanced at the campus map displayed on his wristband, pinpointing the location of the student council headquarters. But he did not head there immediately. The 10 portions of top-tier level 4 thunder attribute beast blood in his tactical backpack were emitting an astonishingly violent fluctuation. He needed to return to the underground training room of Villeneuve. One first to completely transform these resources into his own combat power. The beast blood of a top-tier level 4 beast combined with his current physical strength was enough to allow him to undergo a thorough baptism from the inside out. He aimed to kick open the doors of the student council headquarters in the most peak state. In the first villa of the Qianlong district, in a private underground training room, a heavy soundproof metal door was sealed. Lin Yuan bare-chested walked to the gravity control console in the center, his fingers sliding over the touchscreen, directly raising the gravity multiplier to 15 times. A low mechanical buzzing sound echoed in the basement. The 15 times gravity descended instantly. The air was compressed, emitting subtle explosive sounds as Lin Yuan's feet left shallow impressions on the specially designed alloy floor. His muscle fibers tightened instantaneously, and his bones emitted a series of dense cracking sounds. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the center of the floor and took out all the resources from his tactical backpack. 100 grade bone refining pills were contained in a huge transparent explosion-proof glass bottle. 10 lead metal boxes, each containing the blood of a level 4 peak thunder-type fierce beast, were neatly arranged in front of his knees. He pulled out the stopper of the glass bottle and poured out 20 thumb-sized bone refining pills, which emitted a rich medicinal fragrance, directly tossing them into his mouth. His throat rolled as the pills entered his stomach. A warm energy spread in his abdomen, quickly permeating through his limbs and bones. This energy precisely enveloped his entire skeleton, beginning to slowly soften the surface of the bones. Lin Yuan did not pause. He extended his right hand to flick open the latch of the first lead metal box. Inside, a tube of dark purple viscous blood lay quietly. A dazzling blue electric arc danced on the surface of the blood, and even through the high-pressure glass tube one could feel the raging destructive aura. This was the source heart's blood of a level 4 peak fierce beast, the purple-eyed thunder leopard. Lin Yuan crushed the glass tube and drank the dark purple essence in one gulp. The violent, thunderous power exploded in his esophagus and stomach. The thick blue electric arcs instantly penetrated his skin, wildly coursing over his body. Under 15 times gravity, these electric arcs struck the alloy floor, leaving behind a series of charred, deep pits. Lin Yuan's skin turned a visible red with veins of deep purple bulging on the surface, rapidly expanding with the violent beating of his heart. The gentle medicinal effect of the bone-refining pills collided directly with the violent thunder of the purple-eyed thunder leopard's blood deep within Lin Yuan's bones. The thunderous power violently tore through the bone marrow, electrocuting the last trace of impurities into fine ash. The medicinal power of the bone-refining pills quickly followed, rapidly repairing the cracks in the bones, forcibly integrating the thunder's intrinsic attributes into the newly formed bone structure. Intense pain engulfed Lin Yuan's nerves. He clenched his teeth tightly, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of it. He operated the third-grade true qi inner core within his body, transforming the bluish-white liquid true qi into a raging river, guiding this massive energy to complete a full circulation through the 8 extraordinary meridians. In his mind, the system's emotionless mechanical prompt tone began to flood the screen. Absorb the essence blood of a level 4 peak fierce beast of vitality increased by 500 points. The thunder attribute source integrated into the bones, significantly increasing bone density. Advanced hardening talent gained thunder resistance enhancement. The energy of the first tube of essence blood had just consumed half, and Lin Yuan opened his bloodshot eyes. He poured out another 20 bone-refining pills and swallowed them, then opened the second lead metal box. One tube after another, Lin Yuan gave himself no time to buffer. He forcefully consumed these massive resources, enough to overwhelm an ordinary third-grade grand martial artist. For a full 5 hours, the underground training room was transformed into a blue thunder plasma field. The high temperature completely evaporated the moisture in the air, and the surfaces of the sound-absorbing metal walls showed signs of slight melting. Lin Yuan sat at the very center of the thunder. The bone-refining pills beside him were all consumed, and the 10 lead metal boxes were completely empty. His skin had completely changed to a deep white jade color, yet beneath it faint blue lightning flowed through his. At the dantian, the bluish-green third-grade true qi inner core had doubled in size, its surface color completely transformed into a dazzling blue, emanating a heart-pounding wave of liquid true qi. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a long stream of black turbid qi. This turbid qi was mixed with tiny electric sparks spraying onto the alloy wall 3 meters away, scorching a black mark. He stood up and pressed the gravity release button on the wall. With the pressure of 15 times gravity gone, Lin Yuan felt his body light enough to escape the pull of gravity at any moment. He clenched his right fist, a series of muffled thunderous sounds echoing between his joints. He walked to the titanium alloy force testing column by the wall. Lin Yuan did not operate his true qi, purely relying on his physical strength. He stretched his right arm back and smashed his fist into the center of the testing column. Boom. The piercing sound of metal distortion rang out. This titanium alloy force testing column, specially made by the military, was directly broken in two by Lin Yuan's punch. The upper half of the heavy metal column flew away, crashing into the distant wall. The electronic display screen on the side flashed wildly before finally freezing on a red number: 30,000 kilograms. 30,000 kilograms of pure physical explosive power. Combined with the advanced hardening talent and the dazzling blue third-grade peak true qi, his current melee destructive power had entirely surpassed the realm of martial artists. Lin Yuan walked into the bathing room, rinsing off the black impurities expelled from his body with high-pressure cold water. He changed into a brand new black standard uniform of the Magic Martial School, with the zipper of the jacket open, revealing a snug black tactical vest underneath. He walked to the center of the field and lifted the Starfall blood blade, which weighed 3,600 pounds and was entirely black. With the blade on his back, Lin Yuan pushed open the door of the basement and strode out of Villa No. 1. At this moment, inside the core building of the Magic Martial main campus, the Student Union headquarters, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. This 60-story building was completely covered in silver-gray explosion-proof glass, shining under the sunlight. In the luxurious circular conference room on the top floor sat several senior officials of the Magic Martial Student Union. They were all 3rd and 4th year students, with the lowest cultivation being peak 3rd grade Grand Martial Artist. Sitting at the head of the oval conference table was the president of the Magic Martial Student Union, the strongest prodigy of the 4th year Shinfeng. He was dressed in a sharp, white Zhongshan suit with neatly cropped short hair. The fluctuations of vitality emanating from him were deep and restrained, having officially entered the realm of the 4th grade martial general. In front of the conference table, a holographic screen was projected. The screen was looping footage of Lin Yuan smashing the bulletproof crystal counter with a palm in the logistics resource hall and kicking the deputy minister of the resource department, Sun Ming. Sun Ming, with his right arm in a high polymer plaster, sat at the very end of the conference table, his face pale, eyes filled with resentment. President Shun. The Minister of Discipline stood up, hands pressed on the table, speaking sternly. This Lin Yuan completely disregards school rules and the resource allocation regulations set by our student union. Not only did he openly shout to take half of the public resources at the welcoming ceremony, but he has also injured Sun Ming. If we do not suppress him today, the student union will have no credibility in the magic marshal from now on. Xin Feng gazed at the figure of Lin Yuan leaving the hall on the holographic screen, gently tapping his fingers on the table. The top scholar of the provincial examination, with an impressive 18,000 points, is a special contract newcomer. Vice Principal Tu Lai clearly expressed his support for Xin Feng's barbaric act of seizing. Xin Feng's voice was remarkably steady, betraying no trace of anger. He is exploiting the underlying rule of might makes right in the magic martial arts, challenging the order we have established. Xin Feng stopped tapping the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. But he overestimates himself. A freshman, no matter how strong, is still merely a third-rank grand martial artist. The authority of the student council is forged through the fists of hundreds of top experts. Xin Feng turned to the head of the discipline inspection department. Mobilize 100 elite third-year students from the discipline inspection department, equip them with heavy armor, standard tower shields, and long halberds. Form a formation on the stairway of the plaza on the first floor. If he dares to come, break his legs and confine him in the underground confinement room. As long as there are no fatalities, I will handle it with the instructors. Understood. The head of the discipline inspection department responded loudly, turning and swiftly exiting the meeting room. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun gradually tilted westward, elongating the shadows of the buildings within the magic martial arts campus. Lin Yuan followed the wide main road and arrived at the plaza in front of the student council headquarters. At the end of the plaza was a giant staircase 50 meters wide, paved with white marble, leading directly to the metallic main entrance of the student council building. By this time, the marble staircase was already on high alert. A full 100 third-year students clad in black heavy armor formed 3 tight square formations, completely blocking the path to the main entrance. They held heavy alloy tower shields taller than themselves in their left hands, while their right hands gripped 3-meter-long steel halberds. The combined fluctuations of chi from 103rd rank grand martial artists formed a visible white wave of pressure above the staircase. The head of the discipline inspection department stood at the top of the staircase, looking down at Lin Yuan, who was approaching step by step. Lin Yuan, this is the headquarters of the student council. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. The head of the discipline inspection department thundered. Turn around immediately and go back to your Qianlong district. Otherwise, this staircase will be your intensive care bed today. Lin Yuan halted at the bottom of the staircase. He raised his head, glancing at the towering main entrance of the student council and the 100 fully armed upperclassmen. He did not respond to the head of the discipline inspection department's words. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, grasping the handle of the 3,600-pound Starfallen blood blade behind him. Clang! The pitch-black heavy battle knife was drawn. Lin Yuan held the blade upside down with one hand, its tip pointing to the ground. He took a step forward. The edge of the battle knife dragged against the hard white marble floor, producing a shrill metallic scraping sound. A bright spray of sparks erupted from the knife tip against the ground, directly plowing a deep black ravine, and the piercing sound of the scraping drowned out all other noises in the plaza, striking at the hearts of the 100 upperclassmen on the staircase. Defense formation. Long halberds ready. The head of the discipline inspection department's expression slightly changed as he loudly issued combat orders. 100 heavily armored upperclassmen slammed their alloy tower shields against the staircase in unison. The long halberds extended through the gaps in the shields, forming an impenetrable formation of steel hedgehogs. A faint white chi flowed over the surface of the shields, linking the entire formation into one. Lin Yuan walked to within 5 meters of the first row of tower shields. He stopped slightly, bending his legs. In the next second, 30,000 kilograms of terrifying physical power erupted from his legs. Bang! The marble floor beneath Lin Yuan's feet exploded violently. He shot up into the air. Within his Dantian Azure Chi of the peak, 3rd rank, surged wildly. The grade martial skill Thunder Prison Blood Blade fully activated. The pitch-black blade of the Starfallen Blood Blade instantly erupted with blinding, deep blue lightning. The space surrounding the blade generated numerous small black fissures due to its collapsing attribute. The violent wind pressure directly shredded the white wave of chi on the staircase. Lin Yuan grasped the handle of the blade in midair, bending his waist backward to an extreme degree, and then using the force of gravity, he swung down with all his might towards the indestructible steel defense below. Break! Lin Yuan let out a low roar from his throat. The black lightning blade light descended like a meteor, smashing directly into the center of the first row of 3 alloy tower shields. Boom! The deafening sound of metal shattering erupted above the plaza. The shockwave directly shattered the glass windows of several nearby teaching buildings. The 3 alloy tower shields, capable of withstanding the blasts of small artillery, exploded into countless twisted pieces of metal upon contact with the Starfallen blood blade. The heavy armor was as fragile as paper before the force of 30,000 kilograms. The 3 upperclassmen holding the shields let out no cries. Their arms, broken chests, caved in their bodies, sent flying backward by the overwhelming force. Their bodies collided with the second and third rows behind them. The immense kinetic energy triggered a domino effect, sending dozens of heavily armored upperclassmen tumbling. The blue violent lightning raged through the shattered formation, causing those clad in metal armor to convulse and foam. With one strike, the proud 100-man heavy defense of the student council was forcibly torn open, creating a massive 5-meter-wide gap. The marble staircase was smashed into a pit 3 meters in diameter and half a meter deep, with debris flying everywhere. Lin Yuan landed steadily on the edge of the pit. He did not look at the upperclassman lying on the ground groaning in pain. He held the pitch-black battle knife, crackling with blue arcs, stepping over the scattered metal fragments and broken shields, walking step by step towards the top of the staircase through the gap he had created. The head of the discipline inspection department stood before the doors, his face pale, as he watched Lin Yuan approach, like a hawk. His legs trembled uncontrollably. As a peak third-rank grand martial artist, he had lost the courage to even draw his weapon to block. Lin Yuan reached him, not even sparing him a glance. He extended his left hand, grabbing the head of the discipline inspection department by the front of his clothes, lifting him off the ground and casually tossing him down the 50-level marble staircase. Lin Yuan, holding his sword, walked up to the 2 5-meter blast-proof glass doors of the student council headquarters. He did not push with his hands. Instead, he lifted his right leg and with a sonic boom delivered a powerful kick to the glass door. Clang! The 2 heavy blast-proof glass doors along with the metal frame were kicked away by the enormous force, crashing heavily into the first-floor hall, sliding across the marble floor for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Lin Yuan stepped on the shattered glass, entering the headquarters of the student council building. Dozens of staff responsible for daily duty froze in place, staring in terror at the weapon-wielding intruder. Lin Yuan brought the star-fallen blood blade down heavily onto the central floor of the hall, its tip piercing the tiles and embedding deep into the concrete layer. "Let Shin Feng come down to see me, or I will come up level by level." Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the hall, cold and domineering. In the reception hall on the first floor of the student union headquarters, the air fell into a deathly silence. 2 heavy explosion-proof glass doors lay twisted and deformed, quietly resting on the marble floor several meters away. Scattered shards of glass sparkled with blinding white light under the refraction of sunlight. Dozens of student union staff members huddled behind their desks, their eyes fixed intently on the black-clad youth standing in the center of the hall. No one dared to make a sound. Even their breathing was suppressed to the bare minimum. Lin Yuan held the Xingyun blood blade inverted in one hand. The pure black blade pierced through the hard marble floor tiles, deeply embedding itself into the cement layer beneath. The weight of 3,600 pounds pressed down on the floor, causing fine radial cracks to form in the surrounding ground. He did not move forward, but stood in place waiting for a response from the highest authority of the building. Ding! A crisp arrival alert rang out from a dedicated VIP elevator deep within the hall. Red numbers counting down from 60 finally settled at 1. The metallic elevator doors smoothly slid open to the sides. The president of the Magic Martial Student Union, the strongest prodigy of the senior year, Shin Feng, stepped out of the elevator. He wore a neatly fitted white Zhongshan suit and stepped in pure black cloth shoes with multiple layers. He had no entourage with him, only himself. Shin Feng's footsteps were remarkably calm as he traversed the hall's corridor, his gaze sweeping over the scattered glass shards, finally landing on Lin Yuan. A tremendous pressure belonging to a 4th-rank martial general was unleashed without reservation as Shin Feng approached. This pressure formed a visibly dark golden wave in the air, causing the glass shards on the ground to roll away in all directions. As a 4th-rank martial general, his true chi could penetrate the body and coalesce into a tangible chi armor with density and defensive capability far surpassing the liquid chi shield of a 3rd-rank grand martial artist. Shin Feng stopped 10 meters away from Lin Yuan. "You're Lin Yuan." Shin Feng's voice was very steady, devoid of any anger. "You smashed the logistics department's counter and kicked in the student union's main door. You used the most brutal method to prove your strength, trying to establish your own rules in magic martial." Lin Yuan looked at Shin Feng, not responding to the provocation. He extended his left hand, pointing to an electronic bulletin board on the side of the hall. "The public resource quota list for freshmen is being held up by your student union. I came today to handle just one matter." Lin Yuan's tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. "Hand over the authorization key for that quota list to me. I want to take my share." Shin Feng looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly let out a short laugh. In magic martial, no one can take resources with just a few words. Shin Feng's smile vanished, his eyes turning cold as ice. "You are indeed talented. But you have miscalculated the chasm between a 4th-rank martial general and a 3rd-rank grand martial artist. The authority of the student union is forged by the fists of generations of prodigies. Since you dared to come in here alone with a blade, I'll ensure you understand why this building stands at the very center of magic martial." Shin Feng did not reach for any weapon. He took half a step forward. The 4th-rank true chi within his dantian erupted violently. Dark golden true chi burst forth, coalescing into a thick layer of dark golden true chi armor on his arms and chest. The armor's surface shimmered with a metallic sheen emanating an indestructible heaviness. Shin Feng stomped his right leg heavily on the ground. The marble floor exploded as he transformed into a dark golden blur, crossing 10 meters in an instant to appear directly in front of Lin Yuan. A grade martial skill great steel wine tier hand. Shen Feng's right hand swelled under the protection of the true chi armor, growing an entire circle larger. His 5 fingers accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air reached straight for Lin Yuan's heart. Before the palm wind even reached him, the black high molecular combat suit on Lin Yuan's chest had already deeply caved in under the pressure. Facing the full force strike of a 4th-rank martial general, Lin Yuan did not evade. His legs slightly bent, the cement floor beneath him creaked under the unbearable burden. The azure true chi at the peak of 3rd rank surged into action. The advanced hardening talent activated instantly, a pearlescent sheen covering his entire chest. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, pulling the Xingyun blood blade free from the cement layer it was deeply embedded in. Without employing the grade martial skill Thunder Prison Bloodblade, Lin Yuan firmly gripped the pure black hilt with both hands and swung the 3,600-pound heavy battle sword upward with all his strength, meeting Shen Feng's dark golden claws coming in. 30,000 kilograms of pure physical force combined with the absolute weight of 3,600 pounds. Boom! A tremendous collision sound erupted in the hall, drowning out all other noises. The thick back of the Xingyun bloodblade collided with Shen Feng's claws encased in dark golden true chi armor, striking together in a straightforward manner. A visible shockwave mixing azure and dark gold expanded wildly from the point of impact. The heavy solid wood desks in the hall were directly blown away by this force, crashing against the walls and shattering into pieces. The dozens of student union staff members hiding behind the desks were stunned, their eardrums bleeding as they covered their ears and dropped to the ground. Shen Feng's expression changed dramatically at the moment of collision. He felt as if his right hand was not gripping any weapon, but rather a solid mountain crashing toward him. A terrifying force of blunt impact not belonging to a 3rd-rank grand martial artist surged through the blade and into his arm. More fatal was the triggering of the microspace collapse attribute attached to the edge of the Xingyun bloodblade. Small black cracks appeared in the air around the blade. When these cracks came into contact with Shen Feng's proud dark golden true chi armor, they completely ignored the high-density defense of the true chi, forcibly tearing a 3-inch gash into the armor's surface. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking followed. Shen Feng's right-hand index and middle fingers shattered under the immense weight of 30,000 kilograms. Shen Feng grunted and, using the rebound from the collision, stepped back 2 steps in midair, retreating 5 meters before landing steadily on the damaged marble floor. He lowered his head to glance at the cracked dark golden true chi armor on his right hand and the 2 fingers that were a hint of uncontainable shock flashed in his eyes. 30,000 kilograms of physical strength. An grade heavy weapon with armor-piercing attributes. Shen Feng took a deep breath, his tone growing serious. No wonder you dared to step in here alone. Your strength has indeed exceeded the scope of a freshman. Lin Yuan gripped the Starfall bloodblade with both hands, the blade tip angled toward the ground. The marble floor beneath his feet was completely shattered. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm. Hand over the key. I don't want to demolish this building. This statement thoroughly crossed the line for Shen Feng, the president of the Magic Martial Student Union. You speak so boldly. Shen Feng shouted angrily. He pushed his 4th grade true chi to its limits, a dark golden light completely enveloping him. No longer relying on empty-handed martial techniques, Shen Feng reached for his waist and drew a soft sword that was coiled at his belt. As true chi infused into it, the originally soft sword blade instantly straightened, transforming into a 3-foot-long azure blade radiating blinding cold light. This was the Shrank high-level weapon, the water cutter blade, which he had customized at great expense through military channels. Receive this strike. The marble beneath Shen Feng's feet shattered once more. He executed in Shrank movement technique, his speed more than doubled from before. In the air, 3 dark, golden afterimages of Shen Feng appeared simultaneously. 3 water cutter blades accompanied by a sharp whistling sound lunged toward Lin Yuan's throat, heart, and lower body from 3 different angles. The true chi blade's aura extended half a meter, completely sealing off all of Lin Yuan's escape routes. Lin Yuan stood his ground, his eyes firmly locked onto the most real dark golden figure in the center. The azure 3rd grade peak true chi erupted violently from his dantian. A grade martial technique, Thunder Prison Bloodblade. The pitch-black blade of the Starfall blood blade instantly burst forth with blinding deep blue lightning. The thunder intertwined with the black fissures of collapsing space, emanating a destructive aura. Lin Yuan twisted his waist, his arm muscles swelling to their limit. He swung the 3,600 battle knife, sweeping it in front of him to create a complete black crescent arc. He did not dodge or evade, using strength to break through skill. Thunder Prison Sweep. The black lightning blade, carrying a terrifying kinetic energy of 30,000 kilograms, slashed horizontally against the 3 sword shadows lunging at Shen Feng. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal colliding rang out almost simultaneously. The 2 true chi afterimages created by Shen Feng's high-level movement technique were instantly shattered upon contact with the violent blue lightning. The real water cutter blade collided head-on with the Starfall bloodblade, and Shrank light sword faced off against an Shrank heavy battle knife. Shen Feng felt an overwhelming force surging along the blade. The blade of the water cutter was bent into an astonishing arc by this immense force. The microspace fissures on the Starfall bloodblade tore apart the dark golden true chi on Shen Feng's sword. Bang! Although the water cutter blade did not break Shenfeng's right hand, which gripped the sword, burst at the tiger's mouth, blood splattering everywhere. The heavy back of the Starfall Bloodblade continued its momentum, crashing heavily against the dark golden true chi armor on Shenfeng's chest. The blue lightning surged violently through the gap, and the fourth grade true chi armor on Shenfeng's chest emitted a piercing cracking sound before exploding, transforming into a sky full of dark golden light spots. 30,000 kilograms of blunt force poured indiscriminately onto Shenfeng's chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his 160 gene body flying backward at high speed, his feet leaving the ground. He crashed over the reception desk in the hall, smashing heavily against the honor wall decorated with photos of past student union presidents. Boom! The hard blast-proof wall was smashed into a massive human-shaped indentation. Several framed photos with golden borders fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Shenfeng slid down the wall, landing amidst the debris. His sternum was severely fractured, his right arm hanging limply at his side, and the water cutter blade had fallen 2 meters away. A fourth-grade martial general president of the Magic Martial Student Union. In a direct confrontation, he was utterly defeated by Lin Yuan, a peak third-grade martial master, through sheer brute force. The entire first-floor hall fell into absolute silence. The dozens of student union officials crouching behind broken desks trembled uncontrollably. They looked at Shenfeng, who was lying in the rubble coughing up blood, and then at the youth standing in the center of the hall, holding the black lightning battle knife. In one hand, their brains completely ceased to function. The sky of magic martial was pierced through at this moment by this freshman. Lin Yuan sheathed his battle knife, the blue arcs of electricity slowly retracting into the pitch-black blade. Carrying the Starfall Bloodblade, he stepped on the shards of glass and shattered marble, walking step by step toward Shenfeng. Shenfeng leaned against the indentation in the wall, coughing violently. Every cough brought forth a large amount of blood foam. He looked up at Lin Yuan, who was towering above him, and his eyes finally revealed a trace of undismissible despair. Lin Yuan lifted his right leg, the sole of his military boot pressing directly onto Shenfeng's right shoulder. It was not forceful, but the posture exuded an absolute sense of oppression. Lin Yuan extended his left hand palm open. The authorization key for the public resource allocation list for first-year students. Hand it over. His tone remained calm as he issued the final command. Shenfeng looked at the bony palm before him, feeling the cold touch on his shoulder. He knew that if he did not hand over the key today, this reckless madman would undoubtedly dare to ruin his chi and blood foundation in front of everyone. Shenfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain in his chest. He searched through the damaged pocket of his white Zhongshan suit with his intact left hand. He pulled out a red crystal card embossed with the highest authority insignia of the student union. Shenfeng, trembling with his left hand, placed the red crystal card into Lin Yuan's left palm. Take it. Shenfeng's voice was weak and hoarse. The allocation authority for the list is inside. You stepped on the student union. The higher-ups of Magic Martial will not turn a blind eye. Lin Yuan curled his fingers, holding the red crystal card in his hand and placing it into the pocket of his combat uniform. He withdrew his right leg from Shenfeng's shoulder. That is my concern. Lin Yuan turned and hoisted the 3,600 Jin Starfall Bloodblade back onto his shoulder. He did not glance back at Shenfeng or the trembling officials on the ground. With steady strides, he walked out of the student union headquarters building, now devoid of a main entrance. The sunlight outside bathed his black combat uniform. The transfer of power in Magic Martial was completed at this moment in the most primal and bloody manner. Next, he would use half of the new student resources to directly break through the 4th grade Martial General's boundary. On the main avenue of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, the setting sun elongated Lin Yuan's shadow. He carried the heavy Starfall Bloodblade weighing 3,600 pounds with a red crystal card belonging to the highest authority of the student council tucked in the pocket of his combat uniform. The senior students he passed quickly retreated to the edges of the green belt along the road, lowering their heads, not daring. At this moment, in the holographic monitoring room on the top floor of the Magic Martial Administration building, Vice Principal Tu Lai stood in front of a giant screen that occupied an entire wall. The screen was replaying the entire process of Lin Yuan shattering the marble stairs with a single strike, kicking open the explosion-proof glass door, and finally stepping on the student council president Shenfeng. The head of the logistics department, Yin Quan, stood behind Tu Lai holding a freshly printed damage report. Repairs for the main entrance, repaving the marble stairs, replacing the interior facilities of the reception hall, along with the medical expenses for over 100 third-year students, as well as Shenfeng's intensive care costs. Yin Quan looked at the numbers on the report and reported to Tu Lai in a flat tone the total exceeds 3 million daxia coins. Lin Yuan has completely dismantled the face and hardware of the student council headquarters this time. Tu Lai did not turn around. He watched Lin Yuan's back, leaving with the knife on the screen, and suddenly laughed twice. The laughter made the glass cups in the monitoring room resonate. Well done. Tu Lai turned around and slapped the metal control platform in front of him, leaving a deep palm print. These old foxes from the student council have been too comfortable for 3 years. It was time someone dealt with them. In Magic Martial, there are no eternal presidents, only eternal fists. Shenfeng was outmatched and trampled by a freshman. It was due to his own lack of cultivation. All losses will be deducted from the student council's annual event budget. Yin Quan closed the report and adjusted. Lin Yuan has obtained the authorization key for the freshman public resource quota. If he really takes half of the supplies, does the logistics department need to approve it? Yin Quan inquired about Tu Lai's final decision. Approve it. Not only allow it, but make sure to deliver it to him with great fanfare. Tu Lai waved his hand, his eyes revealing unrestrained enthusiasm. Since he has the ability to subdue everyone, then this half of the resources is his rightful spoils of war. However, having taken such a large amount of resources from Magic Marshal, the protection period for the new student will be completely over for him. Tu Lai walked to his desk and signed a top-secret document. Notify the Academic Affairs Office. Next week, directly assign Lin Yuan to the first frontline advance team at the East Sea Abyss. Do not let him clean up the low-level magical beasts on the periphery, or just throw him into the high-intensity battlefield. I want to see how much commotion this black heavy war knife can stir amidst the encirclement of the alien army. Lin Yuan was unaware of the decisions being made in the administration building as he walked towards the logistics resource hall. But he was well aware that in a place like Magic Marshal, demonstrating absolute value would grant absolute privileges. He pushed open the large door of the logistics resource hall once again. This time no one in the hall obstructed him. The staff at the front desk stood straight as soon as Lin Yuan walked in, placing their hands together in front of them, their attitude exceedingly respectful. Lin Yuan walked to an empty large resource settlement terminal. He took out the red Student Council Authority crystal card and inserted it into the terminal's reading slot. The screen immediately displayed the total inventory of public resource quotas for this year's freshmen at Magic Marshal. It was an extremely vast resource pool. This included various basic elixirs, high-level mutated beast meat alloy forging materials, and micro-spiritual energy batteries allocated to Magic Marshal by the military. Lin Yuan did not look at the specific details. He directly entered a withdrawal ratio of 50 on the terminal, restricting the types of resources to those that could be used to enhance his physical body and break through realms, specifically high-concentration blood energy resources. Beep. Authorization verified. Packing your freshman quota, 50 for you now. The terminal emitted a mechanical. 10 minutes later, the heavy resource warehouse door at the back of the logistics hall burst open with a bang. 4 military-grade anti-gravity transport trucks slowly emerged from the warehouse. Each truck's cargo hold was filled with sealed metal explosion-proof boxes. A logistics department instructor approached Lin Yuan with an electronic list, verified his identity, and handed the list to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, this is the resource you extracted: 20,000 level 3 blood energy pills, 500 portions of second level peak ferocious beast meat, and 50 bottles of high purity solidifying essence. All resources have been loaded onto the truck. Would you like them delivered to a designated location? The instructor's demeanor was very official, showing no emotion due to the large amount of resources. Lin Yuan glanced at the 4 heavy trucks. Deliver them to Villa No. 1 in the Qianlong district. Lin Yuan replied succinctly. The 4 anti-gravity transport trucks, escorted by Lin Yuan, drove majestically along the main avenue of Magic Marshal towards the Qianlong district. The freshmen along the way looked at the massive convoy, their eyes green with envy, but under the absolute threat of force no one dared to step forward to obstruct them. Half an hour later, all the metal explosion-proof boxes were moved into the exclusive underground training room of Villa No. 1. The spacious basement was filled to the brim with these supplies, leaving hardly any space to step. Lin Yuan locked the heavy metal door of the basement from the inside. He approached the gravity control console, sliding his fingers across the touchscreen. This time he held nothing back, directly raising the gravity multiplier to 20 times. Buzz, kaka. The sudden onset of 20 times gravity made the specially designed soundproof metal walls of the basement emit a series of painful compressions. The air became denser than water, and each breath required immense physical effort to expand his lungs. Lin Yuan's feet sank into the alloy floor, creating 2 deep pits 2 inches deep. His black combat uniform clung tightly to his muscles, instantly soaked with sweat. He did not attempt to adapt to this terrifying pressure. Walking up to the mountain of metal explosion-proof boxes, he kicked open the lock of the first box. Inside, 1,000 level 3 blood energy pills were neatly stacked. Lin Yuan extended his hands, directly grabbing 2 handfuls of blood energy pills and stuffing them into his mouth. Without chewing, the powerful gastric acid and true qi instantly dissolved these pills. The immense and gentle medicinal power spread throughout his stomach. Lin Yuan did not pause. He sat cross-legged at the center of the pile of materials. The azure third-grade pinnacle true qi core within his dantian began to spin wildly at an untraceable speed. He must achieve a breakthrough to the 4th-grade Marshal General before heading to the Abyss frontlines. The hallmark of a 4th-grade Marshal General is the ability to compress the liquid true qi in the dantian to a high degree, then expel it through the pores all over the body, forming an impenetrable armor of solidified true qi on the skin's surface. This is not only an accumulation of true qi, but also a tremendous test of the limits of the Bodhis meridians. The system's prompt began to flood his mind. Absorb level 3 blood qi pill, blood qi value increased by 10 points. Absorb level 3 blood qi pill, blood qi value increased by 10 points. Lin Yuan continuously devoured the resources one box after another. He gulped down those high-purity solidifying liquids as if they were water. The flesh of second-grade pinnacle ferocious beasts was crushed by his true qi and forcefully swallowed. The temperature in the underground training room began to rise sharply. Lin Yuan was bare-chested. Under the dual pressure of 20 times gravity and massive resources, his skin appeared a deep red, almost bleeding. Veins of dark blue stood out beneath his white skin, pulsating violently. The enormous power of blood qi transformed into azure liquid true qi, stretching his meridians to their limits. The advanced hardening talent played a crucial role at this moment. His bones and meridians, refined by thunderous blood, withstood the ferocious internal pressure that could cause an ordinary third-grade pinnacle martial artist to explode. 12 hours passed. Half of the bomb-proof boxes in the basement were already empty. Lin Yuan still maintained his cross-legged meditative posture. A layer of fine blue sweat began to seep from his skin. These droplets were not moisture, but highly condensed liquid true qi. Gather. Lin Yuan let out a low growl in his heart. The azure true qi core in his dantian stopped spinning, collapsing inward violently, then bursting forth with an unprecedented, overwhelming force. All the liquid true qi accumulated in the meridians was forcibly expelled through the pores by this force. Click, click. A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the quiet basement. The expelled blue liquid true qi rapidly cooled and solidified upon contact with the air. They adhered to Lin Yuan's white skin, layer upon layer, interlocking and stitching together. This process was accompanied by intense tearing sensations. The high temperatures generated during the solidification of true qi burned a layer of white steam on Lin Yuan's skin. 3 hours later, the white steam gradually dissipated. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of solidified blue lightning shot from his pupils, striking the metal bomb-proof box 2 meters away, leaving deep charred scorch marks. He stood upright from the floor. At that moment, Lin Yuan was covered in a layer of deep blue, translucent armor. This armor fit perfectly against his skin without any gaps. The surface of the armor shimmered with a metallic luster, with tiny blue arcs of electricity faintly flickering inside. This was not merely an ordinary 4th-grade true qi armor. This was a mutated armor that integrated his pure physical strength of 22,000 kilograms, advanced hardening talent, and the ferocious thunder attribute. The mechanical voice of the system made a final judgment in his mind. The host has broken through to the 4th-grade martial general realm. True qi solidification successful, generating exclusive defensive skill, Thunder Prison Battle Armor. Current pure physical explosive power exceeds 40,000 kilograms. Advanced hardening talent perfectly stacks with Thunder Prison Battle Armor, resulting in a qualitative change in physical defense. Lin Yuan clenched his fists. He could feel the terrifying power within him, capable of tearing mountains apart. With 40,000 kilograms of explosive physical power combined with the enhancement of the true qi armor, he could create a large pit on the metal square of the Demon Martial Academy with just a casual strike. He turned his head to look at the Starfall blood blade leaning against the wall. Lin Yuan walked over and grasped the hilt with one. Without releasing the 20 times gravity, he effortlessly lifted the 36,000 gene heavy battle knife. What had originally felt heavy now fit perfectly in his hand. He extended his left hand to draw a high-carbon steel dagger used for cutting beast meat from his waist. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan drove the dagger into his left arm, which was covered in deep blue armor, with all his might. Ding! Sparks flew. The tip of the high-carbon steel dagger broke off, flying away. Yet the deep blue true qi armor on Lin Yuan's arm showed not even the faintest white mark. The pure physical defense was shockingly formidable. Lin Yuan casually threw away the broken dagger handle. He walked to the gravity control panel and pressed the stop button. Boom! The 20 times gravity vanished instantaneously. The deep blue Thunder Prison Battle Armor also faded into his body, and his skin returned to its white jade-like color. Only when he activated the true qi again would this armor cover his entire body in milliseconds. He glanced at the empty boxes scattered around. He had already consumed nearly 70% of half of the new resources. The resources required for cultivation after becoming a 4th-grade martial general would be an astronomical figure. The basic supplies from the school could no longer meet his needs for rapid advancement. At that moment, the exclusive communication bracelet of the Demon Martial Academy he placed beside him suddenly vibrated urgently. A red emergency notification light lit up on the screen. Lin Yuan picked up the bracelet and tapped the screen. A military order issued directly by the Demon Martial Academy's administration popped up. Freshman Lin Yuan, upon receiving this instruction, please proceed immediately to the campus helipad for assembly. Your freshman protection period has ended early. According to the orders of Major General Tu Lai, you have been officially assigned to the 1st Advanced Team of the Eastern Theater. Objective: Pacific's level Abyss Rift Outpost. Mission intensity: extremely dangerous. Full weapons and equipment are required. Departure in 2 hours. Latecomers will not be waited for. Lin Yuan finished reading this brief military order. He showed no signs of surprise. He walked to the shower room to quickly wash away the sweat on his body. He changed into a set of black tactical combat clothing reinforced with high-strength fibers, filling his tactical backpack with the remaining high-grade solidifying liquid and blood qi pills. He walked to the metal sink, reached out to grasp the 3,600 gene Starfall blood blade. Thick black cloth was tightly wrapped around the blade and hilt, securely covering the battle knife. He strapped the battle knife on his back, tightening the buckle on his chest. Lin Yuan pushed open the heavy metal door of the underground training room. Outside the door, the sky of the Demon Martial Academy appeared a gloomy gray. In the distance along the coastline, a dull echo of heavy artillery fire could be faintly heard. The Abyss Rift was the main passage for foreign invasion into the Great Xia Kingdom and the first line of defense built by human martial artists with their flesh and blood. There were no intrigues from the school, only the purest killing and life-and-death struggles. Lin Yuan took large strides along the tree-lined path of the Hidden Dragon District, heading directly toward the campus helipad. The real battlefield had finally arrived. The military helipad of Magic City Martial Arts University is located at the edge of a cliff on the eastern side of the campus. Thick lead gray clouds pile up in the sky, signaling that a heavy rain is about to fall. The howling wind whips up the sand and gravel from the ground, striking the metal fencing around the helipad with a dense clamor. A heavy tiltrotor transport aircraft coated entirely in matte black is parked in the center. The two giant turbofan engines on either side of the fuselage have already started emitting a deafening roar. Hot exhaust gases create two distorted ripples in the air. Lin Yuan, dressed in a black high-strength tactical combat suit, shoulders the Starfall blood blade tightly wrapped in black cloth and strides up the ramp to the transport aircraft's tailgate, braving the fierce wind. The cabin interior is filled with various military supplies. Boxes of spiritual energy armor-piercing bullets, high-explosive grenades, and spare armor plates are secured to the alloy fasteners on the cabin walls. In the middle section of the cabin, there are only 4 simple metal seats fixed with shock-absorbing straps. At this moment, 3 soldiers dressed in deep green Abyss Defense Corps uniforms are seated there. They carry a strong smell of gunpowder and the lingering scent of blood that has not been completely washed away. Upon seeing Lin Yuan enter, the 3 merely glanced up at his overly youthful face without uttering a word, then continued to inspect the kinetic rifles in their hands. Lin Yuan sat down in the outermost vacant seat, fastening the metal safety belt across his chest. He removed the heavy combat knife from his back, standing it vertically between his legs with his hands crossed atop the hilt. Cabin door closed. 10 minutes until departure from land airspace, entering the Pacific Strong Convective Zone. All personnel secure your positions. A mechanical voice announced from the cockpit. The heavy tailgate slowly rose. The cabin fell into darkness, illuminated only by a few tactical indicator lights emitting a red glow from the ceiling. The transport aircraft ascended vertically and then completed the rotor deflection in midair, transforming into a black arrow that pierced directly into the thick clouds. The fuselage began to shake violently. Outside the window, blinding flashes of lightning flickered and raindrops the size of soybeans pounded against the bulletproof glass, producing a sound like popping beans. After 2 hours of high-speed flight, Lin Yuan kept his eyes closed, adjusting the 4th-grade true chi within his body. The deep blue Thunder Prison battle armor subtly circulated just beneath his skin, ready to cover his entire body in a fraction of a second. Approaching the Pacific S-Class Abyss Rift East C0 outpost. Prepare for landing. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned to look out the porthole. The view below completely surpassed the comprehension of an ordinary human city. Amidst the raging dark sea, a massive artificial metal island loomed so colossal it was nearly suffocating. The island is surrounded by a black alloy breakwater rising to 200 meters. The surface of the breakwater is marked with deep claw marks and high-temperature molten pits. On the wall, heavy spiritual energy railguns with exaggerated calibers are densely arranged. At the center of the island, there is a giant black vortex with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. Inside the vortex, there is no seawater, only endless darkness and dark purple miasma continuously spewing outward. This is the Pacific S-Class Abyss Rift, one of the most dangerous alien invasion channels on Earth. The outpost is established at the edge of this vortex, where tens of thousands of Defense Army warriors are stationed using flesh and steel to staunch this breach. The roar of cannon fire can still be clearly heard even through the soundproof walls of the transport aircraft. Large fireballs explode on the sea surface outside the breakwater, illuminating the grotesque alien monsters climbing the city walls. The transport aircraft broke through the energy shield above the outpost and landed heavily on a metal helipad marked with bullet holes. The hydraulic struts of the landing gear emitted a piercing friction sound. The tailgate descended. A gust of wind carrying the acrid scent of the sea, intense sulfur, and thick blood rushed into the cabin. Lin Yuan picked up the Starfall blood blade beside him and followed the 3 soldiers out of the cabin. The helipad was bustling with running logistics personnel. Helicopters filled with wounded were taking off and landing with warriors lying on stretchers, missing limbs, blood dripping down the stretchers onto the black alloy deck. An officer in a Defense Corps major's uniform approached Lin Yuan holding a tablet terminal. Magic Martial University freshman Lin Yuan. The major quickly checked Lin Yuan's facial features, his brow furrowed tightly. Yes, Lin Yuan replied. A hint of confusion and annoyance flashed in the major's eyes. Vice Principal Tu Lai's orders did indeed assign you to the 1st Advanced Team. But the Advanced Team is the spearhead of the outpost, responsible for deep reconnaissance and high-level monster hunting within the Abyss Rift. The team is filled with veterans who have crawled out from piles of corpses all above 4th grade. You as a freshman, no matter how high your talent, will only be a ready-made corpse there. The major shook his head, not continuing further. Military orders are absolute. He was only responsible for guidance. Follow me. The barracks of the 1st Advanced Team are in the lower armor zone. Lin Yuan hefted his battle knife, following the major through the busy helipad, taking a large military cargo lift down into the depths of the outpost. The cargo lift door opened, revealing a wide metal corridor. On both sides of the corridor are individual barracks. The temperature here is a good 10 degrees lower than above ground, and the air is more humid. The major brought Lin Yuan to a heavy metal door at the end of the corridor and pressed the communication button on the wall. "Captain, the special recruit allocated to you by Magic Marshal has arrived." A rough laughter came from within, and then the metal door slid open to the left. This is a spacious barrack over 300 square meters in area. Scattered on the floor are various cold weapons stained with black blood and damaged tactical armor. The smell of blood in the air is so strong that it is almost suffocating. 8 men are seated in the barrack. Some are sharpening battle axes with grinding wheels, while others are pouring high-concentration repair liquid onto wounds deep enough to see bone. Each person emanates a palpable killing intent ascent that can only accumulate from living on the edge of life and death for years. At the deepest part of the barrack, sitting at a metal table, is a burly man with a shaved head and a black eye patch over his left eye. His bare upper body shows a massive dark red scar stretching from his left shoulder to his right waist. The leader of the first advanced team of 5th grade Marshal General Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai tossed aside the wine jug he was holding and jumped down from the metal table. He approached Lin Yuan, his single eye sizing up Lin Yuan's clean and tidy black combat suit. "Major, are you sure you didn't send the wrong person? This kid is delicate and tender with not a single scar on him. Are you trying to make me babysit him on the battlefield by sticking him in my advanced team?" Zhao Tai's voice was rough, openly revealing his disdain. The nearby soldiers who were sharpening weapons also paused their actions, turned to look at Lin Yuan, and let out a series of mocking chuckles. "Captain, this is a direct order from General Tu Lai. I've delivered the person. How you arrange him is your business." The major did not linger, saluted, and turned back into the cargo lift. The metal door of the barrack closed again. Zhao Tai stepped forward half a meter towards Lin Yuan. A massive pressure belonging to a 5th grade martial general mixed with intense bloodlust bore down directly on Lin Yuan. Under this pressure, an ordinary 4th grade martial artist would undoubtedly feel their legs weaken and cold sweat pour down. But Lin Yuan stood firm, his feet planted on the metal floor. Not even the rhythm of his breathing changed. The azure true chi core in his dantian merely turned slightly, dissipating this pressure completely. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tai's eyes, quickly replaced by indifference. "You can withstand my aura, so you have some skills. But I don't care if you're the top scorer or the number 1 on the genius list in the demon martial arts exam. This is the front line of the abyss. The demons do not care who you are. The mission of the first advanced team is to delve deep into the rift and eliminate the nests of high-level demons, risking total annihilation at any moment." Zhao Tai extended his thick finger, pointing at the massive object wrapped in black cloth behind Lin Yuan. "We don't need any burdens in our team. Carrying such a large bundle, you can barely turn around in the narrow abyss passage. Drop your burden and go to the logistics department to collect a standard combat knife. Otherwise, you can stay in the barracks and clean up." The other 17 members in the barracks stood up. They were all seasoned veterans at the pinnacle of 4th-tier martial generals. "Kid, listen to the captain. That useless thing is not only a hindrance, but also wastes energy. In battle, being light and practical is the key to survival." A team member with a mechanical arm spoke loudly. Lin Yuan ignored the mechanical arm soldier and looked at Zhao Tai. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, reached behind him, and yanked the rough black cloth down sharply. Sizzle. The black cloth fell to the ground. A massive battle knife weighing 3,600 pounds completely revealed before the 8 seasoned veterans. The dark red blood groove along the blade's edge exuded a chilling aura under the barrack's cold light source. No. Lin Yuan grasped the hilt of the battle knife with one hand. His right fingers spread open, completely releasing his grip on the hilt. The 3,600-pound Starfall blood blade lost its support, and the tip slammed straight into the barrack's high-strength alloy floor. A deafening crash echoed. The indestructible 10-centimeter thick explosion-proof alloy floor was pierced directly by the black blade tip. The entire battle knife sank half a foot deep, with the surrounding metal surface curling outward under the immense weight, forming a ring of dense cracks. The entire underground barracks trembled noticeably from this impact. Zhao Tai and the other 7 veterans' laughter abruptly stopped. They stared fixedly at the black battle knife deeply embedded in the alloy floor. As high-level martial artists who had long fought with cold weapons, they could estimate the terrifying weight of this weapon just by looking at how much the blade tip damaged the ground. It definitely exceeded 3,000 pounds. "Pull it out," Lin Yuan said, looking at Zhao Tai with a calm tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Zhao Tai retracted the disdain from his face. He strode to the Starfall blood blade. The earthy yellow true chi of a 5th-tier martial general suddenly erupted, enveloping his arms. He gripped the pitch-black hilt tightly, his waist muscles suddenly tensing, his legs leaving 2 dents in the alloy floor as he shouted and yanked upward. Creak. The sound of metal grinding that made one's teeth ache rang out. Zhao Tai pulled the Starfall blood blade out of the alloy floor. But its weight was still beyond his expectations. The absolute dead weight of 3,600 pounds combined with the resistance from the blade's inherent spatial collapse attribute caused Zhao Tai to tremble visibly in his arms as he lifted it. He barely raised the battle knife to his chest, the blade swaying slightly in midair, making it impossible to wield flexibly. If he took this knife to the battlefield, his speed and stamina consumption would become a fatal shortcoming. What the hell is this material made of? It's so heavy. Zhao Tai slammed the battle knife back down to the ground, gasping for breath, his single eye filled with astonishment. He turned his head, and his gaze toward Lin Yuan had completely changed. A newcomer who could carry such a ridiculously heavy weapon without breaking a sweat must possess a shocking level of physical strength. Lin Yuan stepped forward. He did not circulate any true qi. With one hand, he gripped the hilt. The explosive power of 40,000 kilograms of pure flesh surged through his right arm into the blade. He effortlessly lifted the 3,600-pound Starfall blood blade from the ground, holding it horizontally in the air steady as a mountain without a hint of movement. Then Lin Yuan twisted his wrist. The black heavy battle knife sliced through the narrow space of the barracks gracefully, creating a flower of blades. The blade cut through the air, emitting a sharp sonic boom. The blade tip stopped less than 3 inches from Zhao Tai's nose, the gust of wind generated blowing the sweat off his bald head. With skillful control, it seemed light despite its weight. The 7 veterans in the barracks all gasped in shock. The team member with the mechanical arm instinctively touched his metal arm, fully aware that if this blade struck his mechanical arm, it would surely smash half of his body into a pulp. Now do I still need to exchange for a standard battle knife? Lin Yuan asked, holding the blade with one hand, its tip angled toward the ground, staring directly at Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai looked at the black-clad youth before him, whose momentum had completely changed, and suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Huh, good kid. General Tu Lai certainly didn't send me any useless trash. To wield a weapon over 3,000 pounds with one hand, your physical strength surpasses those specialized in external techniques at the pinnacle of 4th tier. Zhao Tai clapped Lin Yuan heavily on the shoulder, his tone devoid of disdain. Put the knife away. First advanced team, welcome to your addition. Zhao Tai turned to face the other 17 members and shouted, stop pretending to be dead over there. Come over and greet. This is our new member Lin Yuan. The 7 veterans stepped forward, their attitudes completely different from before. In the military, only the strong are respected. Lin Yuan demonstrated his value in the most direct way, earning the respect of these veterans. I am the Deputy Captain Chen Gang, 4th year Marshal General, proficient in heavy shield defense. A stout man with a scar running across his left cheek thumped his chest. Li Fei, 4th year Marshal General, high level scout. The team member with the mechanical arm extended his intact right hand and shook Lin Yuan's hand. The veterans introduced themselves one by one, stating their names and specialties. Lin Yuan strapped the Starfall blood blade back onto his back, nodding slightly as he noted their names. Just as Zhao Tai was about to continue introducing the tactical coordination of the advanced team to Lin Yuan, the red alarm light on the barracks wall suddenly began to flash wildly. The piercing air raid siren blared through the loudspeakers, echoing throughout the underground barracks. Immediately after, a high-level red order popped up on the military tactical terminal on Zhao Tai's wrist. Zhao Tai glanced at the screen, his single eye suddenly narrowing, and his expression turned grave. Everyone, put on heavy armored gear. Bring enough high-explosive grenades and repair fluid. Zhao Tai shouted, grabbing a massive battle axe with a high-frequency vibrating blade from the metal table. The 7 veterans showed no hesitation, completing all weapon and ammunition loading within 3 seconds. What happened? Chen Gang asked loudly, holding up a 2-meter-high alloy tower shield. Zhao Tai kicked open the metal door of the barracks and charged out first. There has been a large-scale spatial collapse at the Abyss Rift. A high-level demon nest has appeared in Area 3, spewing out mutated poisonous insects above level 4 at an alarming rate. The 3rd Defense Battalion on the front line can no longer hold out, suffering over half casualties. Zhao Tai's voice echoed in the corridor, filled with a strong sense of blood and iron. The higher-ups have issued a death order. The 1st advanced team, as the spearhead, is to be airdropped immediately to Area 3. The mission is singular blow it to smithereens before the demon nest fully forms. Zhao Tai glanced back at Lin Yuan, who was at the end of the line. Kid, your practical test has been moved up. Stay close to the team, don't fall behind. Once on the battlefield, no one will have time to care about your life or death. Lead the way. Lin Yuan tightened his 8 seasoned veterans, along with a fervent combat enthusiast, transformed into 9 fleeting shadows, charging straight toward the freight elevator, sprinting at full speed toward the ground parking area. The true Abyss blood battle has begun. The tailgate of the heavy tiltrotor transport aircraft slammed shut, and the red tactical indicator lights illuminated inside the cabin. A fierce wind mixed with torrential rain pounded against the blast-proof windows, creating a series of deafening explosions. The aircraft shook violently in the strong convective weather, with 9 individuals seated on shock-absorbing chairs bobbing up and down with the turbulence of the fuselage. Zhao Tai, the leader of the 1st advanced team, reached up to the overhead weapon rack and retrieved a heavy metal ammunition box. He deftly opened the box with one hand, grabbing the large-caliber spiritual energy armor-piercing rounds inside, and skillfully pressed the bullets into the magazine of his kinetic rifle one by one. The yellow shells refracted a cold metallic sheen under the red lights. Everyone verify the tactical channels. Check the armor's energy output. Zhao Tai issued orders loudly through the helmet's built-in communicator while loading the bullets. Sitting next to him, the Deputy Captain Chen Gang pressed the activation button on his chest-mounted alloy tower shield, and a brownish-yellow pattern of chi flashed across the surface, confirming that the formation was functioning normally. The scout Li Fei, equipped with mechanical prosthetics, drew two high-frequency, vibrating short blades from his tactical belt, the blades scraping against each other, emitting a piercing shriek. Lin Yuan sat on the outermost edge, his hands crossed atop the vertically aligned hilt of his Starfall Bloodblade. He did not take the standard-issue thermal weapon provided by the military. For someone with his explosive physical strength of 40,000 kilograms, any firearm's lethality was far inferior to the heavy sword that weighed 3,600 pounds in his hands. Zhao Tai slung the bullet-filled rifle across his chest and turned to Lin Yuan. The terrain of Area 3 is an abandoned mining site. The defensive structures there consist only of some dilapidated concrete bunkers. Zhao Tai's single eye glimmered with intense killing intent as he began to lay out the tactics. The lair of the venomous insects is located at the bottom of the deepest pit in the mining site. Surrounded by level 4 ferocious beasts, the corrupted armored scorpions, and sickle-legged centipedes. The hardness of these insect shells exceeds that of ordinary armored vehicle side armor, and is infused with highly poisonous corrosive liquid. Zhao Tai extended his thick finger and gestured a formation in midair. After landing, Chun Gang will raise the shield. Li Fei and 3 others will maneuver on both wings, clearing nearby scattered enemies. I will be responsible for cutting a path straight ahead. Zhao Tai looked at Lin Yuan, assigning a clear task. Lin Yuan, you will follow behind Chun Gang's shield and act as the secondary assault force. In the event of a breach in the front line, you are responsible for filling the gap. Do not charge blindly. Your task is to ensure the squad is not divided by the insect swarm. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Yuan replied flatly with 2 words. We will reach the airspace over Area 3 in 5 minutes. Prepare for airdrop. The pilot's tense voice came from the cockpit. Lin Yuan looked out the window. The transport aircraft had pierced through below the ground was enveloped in a thick, dark, green miasma. Explosive flashes flickered within the miasma, and the deafening sound of artillery fire penetrated the soundproofing of the cabin, clearly reaching each person's ears. This abandoned mining site had turned into a massive meat grinder. Hundreds of soldiers from the 3rd Defense Battalion were relying on broken concrete walls, wildly unleashing firepower toward the dark mass of insects ahead. The heavy machine gun's barrel had turned red hot, and spent shells piled up around their ankles. Hundreds of corrupted armored scorpions, each over 5 meters long, waved their massive pincers, advancing through a hail of gunfire. Spiritual energy armor-piercing rounds struck their thick black-brown carapaces, only creating shallow craters and splattering green goo. From time to time, soldiers were stung by the poisonous stingers of the giant scorpions. Their high molecular protective suits were directly corroded to create large holes, causing soldiers to clutch their wounds and collapse to the ground, screaming in agony. Altitude 30 meters. Cannot land. The area below is filled with insects, the pilot shouted. Open the tailgate. Jump directly. Zhao Tai issued the command without hesitation. The hydraulic system at the back of the cabin emitted a dull sound as the tailgate slowly lowered. A violent fishy wind mixed with the smell of gunpowder surged into the cabin. Zhao Tai raised the high-frequency, vibrating giant axe in his hand, without wearing a parachute, and was the first to charge out of the cabin, leaping into the dark green miasma. Chun Gang followed closely behind, holding the tower shield, which was as tall as a person, in front of him as he leaped down. The veterans jumped out one by one. Lin Yuan, holding the Starfall Bloodblade wrapped in black cloth, with one hand, walked to the edge of the tailgate. He bent his legs slightly and jumped directly into the air. The 30-meter height was reached in an instant. Boom! Lin Yuan's feet crashed heavily onto the hard, rocky ground of the mining site. The powerful impact created a 2-meter-wide crater on the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. His 22,000 kilograms of pure physical strength completely absorbed the recoil, and his knees did not bend even slightly. At the moment of landing, a 7-meter-long sickle-legged centipede sprang out from the side ruins. Its body had hundreds of sharp blade-like appendages on either side that etched dense white streaks on the rocks as it opened its mouth filled with fangs and lunged directly at Lin Yuan's neck. This level 4 ferocious beast was incredibly fast, leaving only a dark red afterimage in the air. Lin Yuan did not even look at it. The Azure 4th grade Chi core within his Dantian began to operate at full speed. Buzz! A layer of deep blue translucent Chi armor enveloped Lin Yuan's entire body within 1/10 of a second. The surface of the armor glimmered with a metallic sheen, with tiny blue arcs of electricity constantly moving within. Exclusive defensive skill, Thunder Prison Battle Armor. The centipede's mouthparts bit fiercely into the Thunder Prison Battle Armor on Lin Yuan's neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. The centipede's fangs, capable of shattering fine steel, broke, 3 of them instantly upon contact with the Thunder Prison Battle Armor. Furious blue lightning surged into the centipede's mouth through the broken fangs, causing it to emit a hoarse scream as its massive body rolled violently. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and grabbed the edge of the sickle-legged centipede's head. His fingers tightened, and his white, jade-like advanced hardened skin firmly gripped its hard shell. The black coarse cloth wrapped around the Starfall Bloodblade shattered into pieces under the violent impact of true energy, revealing the pure black heavy battle knife exposed to the air. Lin Yuan did not use any martial arts, instead swinging the 3,600 gene battle knife, with one hand striking down from the head of the Civilite centipede. The black blade sliced through the centipede's carapace, emitting a dull sound like tearing heavy leather. The Starfall blood blade's inherent microspace collapse attribute directly ignored the beast's physical defenses. The 7-meter-long scythe-legged centipede was forcibly cleaved in half by Lin Yuan from head to tail. Dark green viscous blood mixed with shattered internal organs sprayed out, landing on Lin Yuan's deep blue true energy armor, making a hissing corrosive sound, yet even the first layer of the true energy shield was not penetrated. Lin Yuan shook off the green blood from the blade and strode forward towards the formation of the advanced team. Chen Gang held the alloy tower shield with both hands, channeling all of his peak 4th grade true energy into the shield, firmly bracing against the frontal charge of 3 corrupted armored giant scorpions. The earthy yellow formation light flickered wildly on the surface of the tower shield, while Chen Gang's feet plowed 2 long trenches into the ground. Zhao Tai waved a high-frequency, vibrating giant axe, crazily chopping amidst the encirclement of the giant scorpions. The giant axe struck the giant scorpion's carapace, sending sparks flying, only leaving half-foot deep scars without causing fatal damage. Suppress their firepower. Push them back. Zhao Tai shouted loudly, cleaving through a giant scorpion's left claw with a single axe stroke. Lin Yuan approached from behind Chen Gang. He glanced at the densely packed swarm ahead, which seemed endless. At the current speed, by the time they reached the nest at the bottom of the mine, the soldiers of the 3rd Defense Regiment would already be dead. Step aside. Lin Yuan's voice pierced through the sounds of battle, clearly reaching Chen Gang and Zhao Tai's ears. Chen Gang was momentarily stunned. He instinctively took half a step to the right, reducing part of the shield's defensive area. Lin Yuan rushed through the gap directly to the front of the team. He gripped the pure black handle of the Starfall Bloodblade with both hands. The true energy in his dantian surged wildly as deep blue lightning erupted along the blade. Small black cracks appeared in the space around the blade. Facing the dozen or so level 4 corrupted armored giant scorpions rushing towards him, Lin Yuan twisted his waist, unleashing the terrifying strength of his 40,000-kilogram body. Great martial art, Thunder Hell Bloodblade. Lin Yuan swung the 3,600 gene heavy battle knife, creating a 10-meter-long black thunder crescent trajectory in front of him. Break. The violent thunderblade, carrying the momentum to crush everything, struck fiercely against the first row of corrupted armored giant scorpions. Boom. The deafening sound of thunder exploded within the abandoned mining factory. Those hard carapaces that could withstand high explosive armor-piercing shells were as fragile as a sheet of paper before the absolute weight and space collapse attribute of the Starfall Bloodblade. Dozens of massive corrupted armored giant scorpions were sliced in half. Their thick dark brown carapaces shattered into countless pieces. The raging blue lightning surged into their wrecked bodies through the cut, instantly charring their internal organs. Broken limbs and severed arms flew in all directions under the violent shockwave. With one strike, the insect swarm defense line directly in front of the advanced team was completely cleared, creating a 30-meter-long fan-shaped vacuum. The ground was covered with the corpses of insects burning with blue electric arcs and green blood. Zhao Tai and several veterans who were fighting hard all stopped their actions. They widened their eyes, looking at the black-clad youth standing at the very front, covered in deep blue armor. Zhao Tai gasped. He knew that the knife in Lin Yuan's hand was heavy and powerful, but he never expected that this knife could unleash such terrifying destructive power in actual combat, directly bisecting a group of level 4 beasts. Captain, do you still want me to hide behind the shield and provide support? Lin Yuan asked, holding the battle knife upside down with one hand, glancing at Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai swallowed hard. He put away the giant axe. Formation changed. Lin Yuan will be the first assault. Everyone follow behind him, flanking for cover and advance at full speed to the bottom of the mine. Zhao Tai quickly adjusted the tactics. Lin Yuan turned back. He stepped over the ground littered with insect corpses and green blood, striding towards the mining factory's deep tunnel. Continuing forward, Lin Yuan made no unnecessary movements. When encountering the blocking scythe-legged centipedes and corrupted armored giant scorpions, he simply executed a straightforward horizontal sweep or vertical cleave. Not a single level 4 beast could withstand his strike. The Starfall Bloodblade constantly drew black space cracks and blue lightning in the air. Lin Yuan transformed into an unwearied meat grinder, forcefully carving a bloody path through the dense sea of insects toward the bottom of the mine. The veterans of the advanced team trailing behind didn't even need to act much, only clearing the occasional leftover insect. They looked at the figure of the frenzied slaughter ahead, their initial disdain having morphed into profound awe. 10 minutes later, 9 people burst out of the narrow mining tunnel and arrived at the bottom of the mine. The space here was vast, with the original minecart tracks completely corroded and destroyed. In the center of the mine, a giant black space rift over 50 meters in diameter was slowly rotating. A thick layer of dark red flesh masses clung to the surrounding rock walls. These flesh masses throbbed continuously, with huge holes on the surface spewing forth green toxic gas and newly hatched larvae. This was the nest of the insect swarm. Just as the advanced team prepared to use high explosive grenades to destroy these flesh masses, the black space rift suddenly trembled violently. A piercing, eardrum-shattering screech echoed from the depths of the rift. The ground of the entire mine underwent a violent earthquake in response to the scream. A massive, suffocatingly large giant arthropod slowly crawled out from the rift. This creature was over 30 meters long and as tall as a 4-story building. It had a grotesque human skull for a head while its lower body was supported by 8 stout black legs resembling load bears. Its entire body was covered in thick barbed purple-black armor, and the tips of its 8 long legs pierced directly into the hard rocky ground like sharp spears. A 5th-grade initial stage beast, the Abyss Ghostface Spider Matriarch. Its 8 compound eyes glimmering with red light locked onto Lin Yuan and the others standing at the front. The Ghostface Spider Matriarch opened its skull-like mandibles. A ball of thick green venom over 5 meters in diameter rapidly formed in its mouth, while the air around the venom ball was burned into a vacuum state by the intense corrosive gas. Scatter. It's a 5th-grade beast. Don't take its venom, Heathen. Zhao Tai shouted, his body turning into a shadow as he lunged to the left. The veterans reacted, quickly dodging behind the rocks at the edge of the mine. Lin Yuan stood his ground, not retreating. He tightened his grip on the pure black blade handle as the 4th-grade true energy core within him operated at its peak, causing the Thunder Hell battle armor on him to emit a blinding deep blue light. A 5th-grade beast, this was the first truly significant prey he encountered since entering the Abyss outpost. At the bottom of the mine, the air was thick with a pungent acidic odor. A large green sphere of venom over 5 meters in diameter detached from the skeletal mouth of the abyssal ghost-faced spider matriarch, leaving a trail of sickly green in the air as it sped toward Lin Yuan. Before the venom sphere even hit the ground, the high temperature and corrosive gases it emitted had already melted the rubble on the ground into pools of viscous liquid billowing white smoke. Lin Yuan stood firm, his feet planted steadily on the hard rock. He did not flinch or dodge to the sides. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor enveloped his body with azure, true chi circulating at the surface. His hands gripped the Starfall Bloodblade, which weighed 3,600 pounds. The pure black blade suddenly burst forth with dazzling deep blue lightning. Lin Yuan slightly arched his back, his arm muscles bulging. The explosive power of his 40,000-kilogram body coursed through his spine to his arms, and as he faced the incoming massive venom sphere, he unleashed a simple upward strike with all his might. The black heavy battle blade tore through the air, creating a 3-meter-long black spatial rift with its miniature spatial collapse attribute along the edge of the blade. With a sharp hiss, the blade of the Starfall Bloodblade pierced precisely into the center of the 5-meter-wide venom sphere. There was no explosion. The spatial collapse directly forced the energy structure within the venom sphere to disintegrate. The massive venom sphere was split in 2, parting to the sides along the blade. The 2 halves of the sphere brushed past Lin Yuan's body and crashed heavily against the rock wall 30 meters behind him. With a sizzling sound, the thick rock wall was directly melted by the high concentration of venom, creating 2 deep pits, each 2 meters deep. Large chunks of rock transformed into green sludge that flowed downward, rising into thick, pungent yellow-green smoke. Lin Yuan stood in front of the poisonous smoke, his deep blue, true chi armor unscathed. A few droplets of splattered venom landed on the armor's surface, emitting a faint hiss before being directly electrolyzed into nothingness by the raging blue arcs of electricity. The abyssal ghost-faced spider matriarch, witnessing its venom attack being thwarted by a human, instantly turned its 8 glowing red compound eyes locking onto Lin Yuan. It let out a piercing shriek, its massive body pressing forward with ferocity. The 2 stout black legs at the front lifted high, their sharp bone spurs 2 meters long, creating a ripping wind pressure as they aimed directly at Lin Yuan's head and chest. The speed of the bone spurs breaking through the sound barrier produced visible white shockwaves in the air. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed at the bottom of the mine. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Bloodblade horizontally. The thick pure black back of the blade firmly blocked the 2 massive bone spurs that came crashing down. The 40,000-kilogram force of his body collided directly with the massive kinetic energy of the 5th-grade monster, causing the hard rock beneath his feet to shatter extensively. His military boots crushed the stones beneath him, sinking his feet half a foot into the ground, while the surrounding rocks rolled outward, forming a spiderweb-like depression 3 meters in diameter. Yet Lin Yuan's back remained straight, not bending in the slightest. The muscle fibers in his arms tightened to their limits under the heavy pressure, steadfastly resisting the downward force of the ghost-faced spider matriarch. Not bad for strength. But the shell is too brittle, Lin Yuan uttered. He suddenly exerted force with his legs in the depression, lifting his body upward. The Starfall Bloodblade flipped outward, the edge of the blade sliding rapidly upward along the bone spur of the ghost-faced spider matriarch. The high-pitched sound of friction sparked a shower of bright sparks. The black blade sliced through the joint connecting the bone spur. The miniature spatial collapse attribute directly ignored the hard purple-black armor of the 5th-grade monster, severing the front joint of the left leg cleanly. The 3-meter-long severed leg fell to the ground, dark green blood gushing from the smooth cut. The ghost-faced spider matriarch emitted a painful screech, its massive body losing balance and tilting to the left. At this moment, the veteran soldiers of the 1st Scout Team hiding behind the rocks had already completed their tactical evasions. Its shell is too hard, ordinary weapons cannot penetrate. Lin Yuan, you keep it distracted at the head and cut its joints. Well, attack its abdomen and eyes. Captain Zhao Tai bellowed as he charged out from behind the rocks. In his hands, the high-frequency, vibrating giant axe emitted a high-pitched buzzing. He quickly maneuvered along the edge of the mine to avoid the ghost-faced spider matriarch's erratic strikes, charging directly toward the side of the monster. Chun Gang closely followed Zhao Tai, tightly providing cover with his 2-meter-tall alloy tower shield. Scout Li Fei, utilizing his mechanical prosthetics, leaped continuously on the rock wall, climbing to a height of 10 meters above the ground, searching for a blind spot to attack the compound eyes. Lin Yuan ignored the tactical coordination of the veterans. His fighting style was more direct. He pulled his feet out from the ground. With a heavy stomp on the rubble, his body transformed into a blur of blue and black, charging directly at the grotesque skeletal mouth of the ghost-faced spider matriarch. The ghost-faced spider matriarch swung its remaining 7 legs, attempting to block Lin Yuan's approach. 3 legs lunged at Lin Yuan from different directions simultaneously. Lin Yuan did not slow down. The Starfall Blood Blade danced in front of him, creating a dense black net of blades. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy battle blade collided repeatedly with the monster's legs. The weight of 3,600 pounds combined with Lin Yuan's explosive power forced the ghost-faced spider matriarch's legs to be pushed aside with every strike. The massive recoil caused the monster's gigantic body to stagger backward, crashing through large patches of dark red flesh. Lin Yuan braved the onslaught of the 7 legs, forcing his way to within 5 meters of the skeletal mouth. The azure true chi core in his dantian began to spin rapidly. A grade martial skill Thunder Prison Bloodblade. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt tightly. Deep blue lightning gathered frantically on the pitch-black blade, forming a tangible thunderous blade aura 5. The surrounding air became ionized under the violent lightning, attribute true chi, causing the rubble at the bottom of the mine to slowly levitate due to static electricity. The ghost-faced spider matriarch sensed the imminent threat. Its skeletal mouth opened, preparing to spray another high concentration of venom. Lin Yuan did not give it a chance to spit. He slightly bent his knees, concentrating all 40,000 kilograms of explosive power in his legs. Boom. The ground beneath him shattered once more. He shot upward, leaping directly to a height of 10 meters level with the skeletal mouth of the ghost-faced spider matriarch. In midair, he arched his back, raising the heavy battle blade above his head. Flash. The 5-meter-long blue thunderous blade aura, accompanied by miniature spatial collapses, black cracks, came down with full force toward the open mouth of the ghost-faced spider matriarch. The ghost-faced spider matriarch fearfully raised its 2 front legs, crossed above its head. Crack. The 2 thick front legs were instantly sliced into 4 pieces upon contact with the Starfall Blood Blade's edge. The severed limbs flew out to the sides. The black battle blade continued unabated, accurately slicing into the center of the ghost-faced spider matriarch's skeletal mouth. The hard 5th-grade skull cracked directly under the blade of the Starfall Blood Blade. The blade sliced down through the fissure, cleaving the demon's brain and venom gland in half simultaneously. Furious deep blue lightning surged into the demon's body along the blade, instantly turning its internal organs to charcoal. Thick green blood mixed with burnt brain matter violently erupted from the massive gash. The splattering blood hit Lin Yuan's deep blue Thunder Prison battle armor, sliding down the smooth surface of the true chi without leaving a trace. The 30-meter-long colossal body of the phantom face spider mother instantly stiffened. Its 8 gleaming red compound eyes dimmed simultaneously. The lifeless giant collapsed under the force of gravity, crashing heavily onto the rocky bottom of the mine. The enormous weight directly created a deep pit in the ground, crushing the surrounding dark red flesh masses that were spewing larvae, spilling yellow-white mucus all over the ground. The battle was over. From the moment Lin Yuan leaped down to strike to the 5th-grade initial demon collapsing, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Li Fei, who was hanging on the rock wall preparing to find an opportunity to attack the compound eyes, paused his mechanical arm with the short blade in midair. He looked at the massive corpse below with its head cleaved open, swallowed hard, and silently jumped down from the rock wall. Zhao Tai and Chun Gang also halted their steps. He looked at the massive corpse below with its head cleaved open, swallowed hard, and silently jumped down from the rock. 7 veterans stood 10 meters away from the corpse, gazing at the black-clothed youth who stood amidst a pool of green blood, pulling the battle knife out from the demon's skull with one hand. 5th-grade initial. Killed with a single strike, Chun Gang set down the alloy tower shield in his hand, his voice a bit hoarse. He turned to Zhao Tai. Captain, are the first-year freshmen at Magic Martial this abnormal now? Zhao Tai wiped the sweat off his face with the back of his hand. He glanced at Lin Yuan's deep blue armor. The true chi of a 4th-grade warrior permeates through his body. His realm had just recently broken through, but his physical strength definitely exceeded that of a 5th grade. The weight and destructive power of that blade were simply beyond conventional weapons. Zhao Tai gave an objective assessment. General 2 Lai directly sent us a humanoid killing machine. Lin Yuan completely withdrew the Starfall Blood Blade from the phantom face spider mother's skull. He shook off the green blood and flesh from the blade. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind on time. Kill a 5th grade initial demon, plunder successful. Gained 1,000 points of vitality. Kill a 5th grade initial demon, plunder successful. Gained 10 points of 5th grade high-level spatial resistance. Detected that the demon's venom gland has been destroyed, extraction failed. Gained 1 5th grade demon core. A surge of immense vitality poured into his dantian. The true chi consumed during his recent breakthrough to a 4th-grade warrior received a significant replenishment. The advanced hardening talent absorbed the spatial resistance, granting a degree of immunity to the chaotic spatial currents in the abyssal rift. Ignoring the system's prompts, Lin Yuan swung the battle knife, using the tip to pry open the deep fissure in the phantom face Spider Mother's skull. A crystal the size of a fist, entirely purple-black, and exuding rich abyssal energy rolled out. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, picked up the 5th-grade demon core, and casually stuffed it into the pocket of his tactical combat suit. A 5th-grade core could be exchanged for at least 20,000 credits at the logistics department. He turned his head to look at Zhao Tai and the others standing at a distance. The mother worm is dead. Blow up the nest, and report back. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the bottom of the mine, calm, without a hint of turbulence. Zhao Tai snapped back to reality from his shock. He immediately gestured. Li Fei Chen Gang. Set up high-explosive bombs. Blow up all the dark red flesh masses and the edges of the spatial rifts. Move quickly. The commotion here is too loud. The surrounding swarm will soon counterattack. Zhao Tai issued the order loudly. The 7 veterans quickly sprang into action. They unstrapped military high explosives from their tactical belts and rapidly installed explosives on the still writhing dark red flesh masses along the edges of the enormous black spatial rift. 1 minute later, all the explosives were installed. Retreat. Return the same way. 30 seconds countdown. Zhao Tai pressed the countdown button on the detonator. The 9 men immediately turned and sprinted at full speed down the mining tunnel they had come from. Lin Yuan remained at the front of the group. He did not wrap up the battle knife, but directly carried the 3,600-pound Starfall Bloodblade. When he encountered a few corrupted armored scorpions rushing over in response to the noise, he didn't even pause his steps, directly swinging his knife to slice the obstacles in half. 30 seconds later, the 9 men had just burst out of the entrance of the abandoned mining factory. Boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions echoed from the depths of the mine pit behind them. Dazzling flames mixed with billowing thick smoke erupted from the mining tunnel, shooting up into the air for dozens of meters. The shaking of the ground lasted a full minute. The shockwave from the explosion flattened all the shattered concrete barriers at the tunnel entrance. The demon nest at the bottom of the mine was utterly destroyed. The black spatial rift became chaotic under the tremendous explosive energy, rapidly collapsing inward and sealing shut, cutting off the subsequent reinforcements from the swarm. The surrounding swarm that was still entangled with the 3rd defense camp immediately fell into chaos at the moment the motherworm died and the nest was destroyed. They lost unified command and began to scatter in panic, attacking each other. The soldiers of the 3rd defense camp seized this opportunity, unleashing heavy machine gun and artillery fire, beginning to reap the disorganized swarm. Zhao Tai stood on a high ground, reporting to the Abyssal Forward Command Center through the tactical communication channel. Calling Command Center. This is the 1st Advanced Team. The high-grade demon nest in Area 3 has been eradicated. The 5th-grade motherworm has been killed. The spatial rift has closed. Mission accomplished. The voice of the commander from the command center came through the communicator, slightly excited. Well done, Zhao Tai. The pressure on the 3rd defense camp has been relieved. Your advanced team should return to the forward base for rest. The helicopter is on standby at the perimeter of Area 3. Zhao Tai cut off the communication. He turned to look at Lin Yuan, who was next to him, wiping the black battle knife with a piece of cloth he had found somewhere. After this brief and direct battle, the eyes of all the veterans in the advanced team towards Lin Yuan no longer held any tags of a newcomer. On the abyssal battlefield, a powerful being who could cleave a 5th-grade demon with a single strike is enough to earn everyone's respect. Lin Yuan. Zhao Tai walked up to him, looking at the clean, pure black battle knife with his one eye. Well done. This knife of yours is indeed better to use than our standard weapon. Lin Yuan carefully wrapped the clean Starfall Bloodblade back in layers of black cloth. This was just a warm-up. Lin Yuan strapped the wrapped heavy battle knife back on his back, securing the buckle. He glanced at the burning demon corpses, and the dark green blood spread across the ground. His tone flat. Lead the way. To the helipad. 8 veterans exchanged glances. They had spent 3 years on the abyssal front witnessing countless talents, but they had never seen a monster like Lin Yuan, who killed a 5th-grade demon without so much as a heartbeat increase. The 9-man team reassembled, striding toward the military transport helicopter parked at a distance under the pouring rain. The new 1st assault soldier of the 1st advanced team firmly established his footing on the meat grinder-like abyssal battlefield in the simplest and most straightforward manner. The dark, gray military transport helicopter pierced through the heavy rain curtain, landing steadily on the No. 2 helipad of the Donghai Zero outpost. The rotor gradually came to a halt. The tailgate slowly descended and a fierce wind rushed in, bringing with it the chilling rainwater into the cabin. Lin Yuan unfastened the metal safety belt across his chest and stood up. He reached out to grasp the Starfall Bloodblade, which stood vertically in front of him, and slung the 3,600-pound battle blade back over his shoulder. The heavy black cloth had already been soaked by the rain, clinging tightly to the dark hilt. Zhao Tai and 7 other veterans from the 1st advanced team filed down from the cabin. Their tactical armor was splattered with green insect blood and remnants of gunpowder, with a strong, acrid smell permeating the air. Ground crew personnel immediately pushed forward with a high-pressure water gun, starting to wash and disinfect the helicopter. Zhao Tai wiped the rain off his face and turned to look at Lin Yuan. According to the rules at the frontline base, after completing an external duty, the first thing to do is to go to the military supply hall to settle military merit and loot. Zhao Tai pointed with his thick finger towards a massive hemispherical metal structure on the right side of the helipad. The core of the 5th grade Ghostface Spider Mother is in your hands. That is the most valuable item from this mission. Come with me to the senior exchange window. The others can return to the barracks to rest and send their armor to the logistics department for maintenance. Shen Gang, Li Fei, and several other veterans nodded. There was a clear sense of awe in their eyes as they looked at Lin Yuan. At the Abyss frontline, anyone who could cleave the skull of a 5th grade demon with a single strike was fully qualified to take the largest share of the loot. The veterans hoisted their weapons and turned toward the freight elevator of the underground barracks. Lin Yuan followed Zhao Tai, striding toward the hemispherical military supply hall. The entrance of the hall was made up of 2 half-meter thick explosion-proof steel doors. 4 fully armed guards, each at the pinnacle of the 3rd grade Grand Marshal Master, stood at the door. Zhao Tai presented the identification card of the captain of the 1st Advance Team, and the guards immediately stood at attention and saluted, pressing a switch on the wall to allow the two to enter. The interior of the military supply hall was exceedingly spacious. Dozens of high-powered white searchlights hung from the ceiling, illuminating every corner. The ground was covered with durable black anti-slip synthetic material. At this moment, thousands of martial artists who had returned from the front line to rest gathered in the hall. Some wore tattered military uniforms, some donned uniforms from various martial arts academies, and others were dressed in all sorts of peculiar outfits as free mercenaries. The air was a mix of the smell of sweat, blood, and strong cheap tobacco. The circular counter in the center of the hall was divided into a regular zone and a senior zone. Zhao Tai led Lin Yuan through the crowded crowd, directly arriving at the senior exchange area. The counter in the senior area was made of transparent, high-strength, bulletproof crystal, behind which stood several supply officers wearing military insignia. Zhao Tai approached an empty window and placed the tactical terminal on the reader. 1st Advance Team submitting mission for Area 3 extermination. Eliminated 1 high-grade demon nest and killed 1 5th grade initial Ghostface Spider Mother. Zhao Tai announced the mission details to a major supply officer behind the window. The major supply officer quickly typed on the holographic keyboard in front of him, retrieving the mission record. The mission record has been verified. The base military merit reward is 200 points, which has been credited to the Advance Team's public account. The major supply officer raised his head, his gaze landing on Zhao Tai. Captain Zhao, did you bring back the demon core and venom gland of the 5th grade Ghostface Spider Mother? The military research department urgently needs high-grade spatial and toxic materials recently, and these 2 items can be exchanged for a substantial amount of special military merit. Zhao Tai turned his head to look at Lin Yuan, who was standing behind him. Lin Yuan stepped forward. He said nothing and directly reached into the pocket of his black tactical combat suit. He pulled out a fist-sized, deep purple-black core that emitted a rich abyss energy, which belonged to a 5th grade demon. He placed the core on the metal tray of the bulletproof crystal counter. The venom gland was shattered in battle. I only brought... Lin Yuan's tone was calm. The major supply officer looked at the intact 5th grade core on the tray, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He took out a small energy detector and scanned the core. Energy structure is complete, and there is no loss of internal spatial attributes. The major supply officer nodded. This 5th grade core can be exchanged for 500 points of military merit. Adding the basic task reward, that's a total of 700 points. Captain Zhao, should the military merit be credited to the public account or distributed to individuals? Zhao Tai pointed decisively at Lin Yuan. The 500 points of core military merit should all be credited to his personal account. This is the loot he solo killed. Zhao Tai's voice was loud, showing no hint of greed. The major supply officer glanced at Lin Yuan, preparing to process the transfer. At this moment, a large hand clad in silver-gray metallic gloves suddenly reached in from the side, directly pressing down on the metal tray containing the 5th grade core. This 5th grade Ghostface Spider Mother core belongs to my Flying Dragon team. A deep and arrogant voice rang in Lin Yuan and Zhao Tai's ears. Lin Yuan turned his head. 4 men dressed in silver-gray custom exoskeleton armor approached the senior exchange window. Leading them was a burly man with a cross-shaped scar on his face. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with dark red short hair, standing upright, and the fluctuations of his vital energy were extremely volatile, having reached the initial stage of a 5th grade martial general. A coiling Flying Dragon emblem was stamped on the armor across his chest. This was the Flying Dragon team, the top special operations team at the Donghai outpost. The scar-faced man pressed down hard on the metal tray, his gaze crossing over Lin Yuan to directly meet Zhao Tai's. Zhao Tai, I've recently hit a bottleneck in my training and need a high-grade spatial attribute demon core to break through. You Advanced Team can't exchange for anything good with your military merit. You just transfer this core to me. The scar-faced man spoke with an air of command, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Tai's eyes suddenly darkened, and his expression turned ashen. Shen Kuang. This is the military supply hall. Everything is to be exchanged according to military merit. This core is the loot of our 1st Advance Team. Why should we transfer it to you? Zhao Tai stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Yuan with his 5th grade martial general's earthy yellow true energy subtly manifesting on the surface. The scar-faced man Shin Kuang sneered. He completely disregarded Zhao Tai's warning. The Flying Dragon team held a high position at the outpost supported by high-ranking military officials, and he was used to bullying others. Why? Just because our Flying Dragon team has 3 times the kill count of your advanced team. Shin Kuang stepped forward, his heavy silver-gray armor colliding against Zhao Tai's shoulder, forcing Zhao Tai back a half-step. You can submit this core to the supply department for military merit. I will offer you 5,000 points of military merit to your accounts, and he'll take the item. Stop lecturing me on rules. After Shin Kuang finished speaking, he completely ignored Zhao Tai's grim expression and turned to the major supply officer behind the counter. Major Li changed the recipient of the core to me, Shin Kuang. Deduct the military merit from my account. The major supply officer caught in the middle broke out in a cold sweat. The Flying Dragon team and the first advanced team were both frontline main forces, and he could not afford to offend either side. Shin Kuang noticed the supply officer's lack of action, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He directly reached out his right hand clad in a metallic glove towards the 5th grade demon core in the tray, preparing to forcibly take it. Just as his fingers were about to touch the surface of the core, a slender hand as white as jade reached out from the side, accurately clasping Shin Kuang's wrist, which was covered by the silver-gray metallic glove. Lin Yuan stood in place, his feet not moving an inch. His left hand with fingers extended firmly caught at the joint of the metallic glove. Did I agree to let you take it? Lin Yuan's voice was icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Shin Kuang was momentarily taken aback. He turned his head to look at the young recruit dressed in black combat gear, carrying a ragged bundle, and a fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes. Where did this rookie come from, daring to meddle in my affairs? Get off me! Shin Kuang bellowed, unleashing the violent fire attribute true energy of a 5th-tier martial general. Crimson flames raged wildly along his right arm, directly engulfing Lin Yuan's left hand. He attempted to incinerate Lin Yuan's arm into charcoal with the intense heat of his true energy. Lin Yuan didn't even blink. Within his dantian, the Azure 4th-tier true energy core suddenly spun into motion. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor manifested instantly on his body. The crimson flames scorched his alabaster skin and deep blue armor, leaving no trace whatsoever. The advanced hardening talent combined with the lightning attribute true energy granted immunity to such extreme temperatures. Lin Yuan's left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The terrifying physical strength of 40,000 kilograms was unleashed upon Shin Kuang's wrist without reservation. Creak. A sound of metal distortion that made one's teeth ache echoed. The silver-gray metal gloves, crafted from high-strength alloys and capable of withstanding armor-piercing bullets, severely deformed under Lin Yuan's grip. The alloy armor plates buckled inward, deeply embedding themselves into Shin Kuang's flesh. Crack! The crisp sound of a fracture distinctly resonated throughout the entire high-level exchange area. Shin Kuang's wrist bones were crushed into fragments by Lin Yuan's grip. Shin Kuang let out a chilling scream. The excruciating pain twisted the scar in the shape of a cross on his face, making it look particularly hideous. He never expected that a recruit who looked to be under 20 years old could possess such terrifying physical strength, able to bypass even the protective true energy of a 5th-tier martial general and the alloy battle armor. The 3 members of the Flying Dragon team, following Shin Kuang, changed their expressions drastically. They simultaneously drew their high-frequency, vibrating short knives, unleashing their true energy as they charged towards Lin Yuan. Seeking death. Lin Yuan did not release Shin Kuang's wrist. He raised his right leg, producing a sonic boom as he accurately kicked Shin Kuang in the abdomen. Bang! The silver-gray armor on Shin Kuang's abdomen was directly caved in. His 2-meter-tall muscular body lifted off the ground, flying backwards. His massive frame collided directly with the 3 oncoming team members. The tremendous impact sent all 4 of them crashing to the ground. They skidded across the floor for several meters until they finally slammed into a load-bearing column in the center of the hall. Shin Kuang clutched his shattered wrist, an aching abdomen spitting out blood. The 5th-tier fire attribute true energy within him was completely shattered by the thunderous force accompanying Lin Yuan's kick, making it impossible to condense again in a short time. The 3 team members struggled to get up, their hands gripping the short knives, trembling violently, fear evident in their eyes as they looked at Lin Yuan, no longer daring to step forward. The area around the high-level exchange zone fell silent in an instant. Hundreds of veteran soldiers and mercenaries who were queuing to exchange supplies gasped in shock. Shin Kuang, the captain of the Flying Dragon team and a 5th-tier martial general, had been single-handedly crushed by a young recruit, his wrist shattered, and kicked away. The battle was brief, yet visually striking. Zhao Tai stood to the side, his lips twitching slightly. He knew Lin Yuan was strong, but to strike against a comrade so ruthlessly in the strictly controlled military supply hall made even this seasoned veteran feel a chill run down his spine. Lin Yuan withdrew his left hand. He turned to face the completely stunned major supply officer behind the counter. Transfer. 50,000 military merit points transferred to my account. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, lightly tapping the metal surface twice, urging calmly. The major supply officer jolted back to reality. He didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, his hands trembling as he quickly operated the holographic keyboard. Ding! Transfer successful. Your personal account has been credited with 50,000 military merit points. Lin Yuan glanced at the balance notification popping up on his tactical terminal. He pushed the core of the 5th-tier Phantom Spider Mother forward, fully handing it over to the supply office. In the military supply depot, are there any high-tier materials of lightning attribute above level 4? Lin Yuan looked at the supply officer and directly posed his exchange request. The supply officer immediately began checking the system. Yes. A batch of venom glands and lightning wood extracted from 4th-tier Thunderwing flying serpents was just stored the day before yesterday. There is also a 5th-tier low-level lightning beast bone marrow liquid priced exactly at 50,000 military merit points, the supply officer quickly replied. 5th-tier lightning beast bone marrow liquid. He'll take it, Lin Yuan decided without hesitation. The Starfall Bloodblade had already been reforged, but his Thunder Prison battle armor still required higher-tier lightning attributes for nourishment and enhancement. This 5th-tier material came at just the right time. The supply officer swiftly completed the deduction operation and pressed the transmission button behind him. Moments later, a sealed black safe was delivered to the counter via the conveyor belt. Lin Yuan picked up the safe and turned to leave the military supply hall. Shun Kuang, lying beneath the load-bearing column, struggled to stand up with the help of 2 team members. He glared at Lin Yuan's back, his eyes filled with resentment and killing intent. Kid, how dare you cripple my hand in the military supply hall? The military law office won't let you off. Shun Kuang spat through gritted teeth. Lin Yuan paused, but did not turn around, merely glancing over his shoulder with a cold gaze. If you feel dissatisfied, you can come find me anytime at the 1st Forward Team's barracks. Bring all your people with you. Lin Yuan dropped this line, clutching the safe, and strode out of the military supply hall. Zhao Tai watched Lin Yuan leave, shaking his head helplessly. He turned to Shun Kuang, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Shun Kuang, don't say I didn't warn you. His name is Lin Yuan, a special recruit from the Demon Martial Sect. He didn't even breathe heavily when he single-handedly slew a 5th-tier mother bug in the combat zone. You better keep your thoughts of revenge to yourself, or next time it won't just be your wrist that gets broken. With that, Zhao Tai turned. Outside the hall, the torrential rain continued to ravage. Lin Yuan walked through the metallic passageway back to the underground barracks. His tactical terminal suddenly vibrated. A secured message from the military command center popped up. In light of recruit Lin Yuan's outstanding performance in Area 3 along with the submission of the 5th-tier Magical Beast Corps, his rank has been promoted to 1st Lieutenant. Access to the high-gravity training room at the forward base has been granted. The promotion in rank was merely a convenient pass for him. What truly piqued his interest was the access to the high gravity. His physical body had now fully adapted to the 20-fold gravity of the Demon Martial Sect. To digest the 5th-tier lightning beast bone marrow liquid he had just acquired, he needed even more extreme external pressure to accelerate the absorption process. Although the environment at the Abyssal Front was harsh, the resources and training facilities here were far more hardcore than those at the rear schools. Lin Yuan quickened his pace. He did not return to the 1st Forward Team's barracks, but instead followed the map navigation directly to the high-gravity training area beneath the forward base. For the next period of time, he would enter seclusion. Before the next large-scale magical beast siege erupted, he aimed to push his 4th-tier martial general realm to its peak. The 6th underground level of the Donghai Linghao outpost. This is the most heavily defended advanced gravity training chamber in the entire forward base. The surrounding walls had been cast from a full meter of damping alloy specifically designed to absorb the violent chi torrent that leaks out when high-tier warriors train. Lin Yuan pressed the tactical terminal, which displayed captain rank credentials against the metal door sensor. Beep. Captain authorization confirmed. Advanced Gravity Chamber 1 is now open. The heavy alloy door slid left with a grinding thud. Lin Yuan carried a black safe containing a vial of 5th-grade Thunder Beast Bone Marrow liquid and shouldered the Xingyun Shuaran as he stepped inside. The door sealed shut behind him. The training room was bare save for a massive military-grade gravity generator suspended from the ceiling. Lin Yuan moved to the center of the chamber. He unclipped the heavy warblade from his back and set it flat upon the hearth. He then strode to the wall-mounted control panel and swiped the touchscreen, skipping past the 10-fold and 20-fold presets and cranking the gravity multiplier up to 30 times. With a thunderous roar and a cascade of cracking sounds, 30-fold gravity descended violently, compressing the air and producing a barrage of piercing sonic blasts. The damping alloy beneath his feet squealed under the intolerable strain. Lin Yuan's feet plunged downward. The fabric of his combat suit clung to his muscle fibers like a second skin. His heart hammered, its rate multiplying in an instant, forcing scalding blood into his limbs under the immense pressure. Bones clacked against one another with dull impacts. He did not try to adapt to the weight. Instead, he folded his legs and sat cross-legged on the floor. Opening the black safe, he revealed a 20-centimeter transparent vacuum glass tube. Within the tube swirled a viscous, silver-blue liquid. Tiny electrical runes flashed and collapsed within it, exuding a pure and ferocious essence of thunder. It was the bone marrow liquid of a 5th-grade thunder beast. Lin Yuan pressed his thumb, popped the tube's cap, tilted his head back, and poured the silver-blue marrow directly into his mouth. The marrow entered his throat with no warmth, only a ripping primal destructive force. The energy slid down his esophagus to his stomach and on contact with the gastric wall detonated into countless silver-blue thunder blades. Those thunder blades pierced his organs and surged along his meridians, ravenous for the depths of his bones. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth, eyes shut tight. A deep blue Liu Zhanai manifested across his body, but under the crushing 30-fold gravity and the internal onslaught of 5th-grade thunder energy, hairline cracks appeared across the armor's surface. He drew upon the sapphire 4th-grade chi core lodged in his dantian, driving its circulation to the absolute limit. The liquid chi roared like rivers colliding with and washing away those silver-blue thunderblades raging through his meridians. At that moment his advanced hardening trait erupted in full. Beneath his ivory skin his bones began to absorb the pure thunder essence. What had been pearly white bone gradually took on a silver-blue sheen. The thunder's power traveled through his marrow, repeatedly rearranging his skeleton's density and toughness at a physical level. The subterranean chamber's temperature shot upward. Blue-purple veins bulged along Lin Yuan's bare arms. Sweat that barely emerged from his pores was instantly vaporized by the heat into white mist. Under 30-fold gravity, that mist could not rise. It clung to the alloy floor and spread outward. Inside his mind, the system's dispassionate mechanical prompts began to chime rapidly. Absorbed 5th-grade Thunder Beast bone marrow liquid vitality increased by 2,000 points. Skeletal density has surpassed the limits of the current tier, thunder resistance greatly enhanced. Advanced hardening trait has undergone deep mutation integrating 5th-grade thunder essence. Host corporeal defense has achieved a qualitative leap. 4th-grade chi core absorbs homologous energy. I chi reserves expanded to maximum. Time passed in a blur of monotonous torment. 1 second after another ticked by. 2 full days and nights. Lin Yuan maintained his meditative cross-legged posture the whole while. The deep blue Liu Zhanai that shrouded him had fully healed its fissures. Its hue had grown deeper and more solid. Within the blue arcs of electricity that danced along the armor, threads of silver light mingled, emitting a savagery of fluctuation several times stronger than before. The 4th-grade chi core in his dantian had not grown in size, but its density had been compressed to an astonishing degree. 6 distinct, thunderstruck veins formed on its surface. It was the hallmark of a 4th-grade general at his peak. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open. 2 tangible silver-blue bolts of thunder shot from his pupils and struck the damping alloy wall 3 meters away, scorching 2 obsidian pits 2 inches deep. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath flecked with black impurities. He pressed the gravity release button beside him. In an instant, the 30-fold gravity vanished. Lin Yuan rose from the floor, his bones rang with a continuous cascade of crisp detonations. He clenched his right fist and felt the mountain-splitting force surging within him. 50,000 kilograms. The marrow of a 5th-grade thunder beast wrung out under 30-fold gravity had forced his raw physical explosiveness to a terrifying measure of 50,000 kilograms. With the mutated Liu Zhanai and the Xingyun Shuaran at his back, his close-quarters destructive power now fully enabled him to collide head-on with mid-tier 5th-grade Wahou-class adversaries. Lin Yuan bent, grasped the hilt of the Xingyun Shuaran with one hand. Under normal gravity, the 3,600 gene warblade felt feather-light in his grip, no burden at all. He rewrapped the blade in a black cloth and slung it over his back. Turning, he pushed aside the heavy metal door and exited the advanced gravity training area. At the same time, in the medical wing of the Donghai Linghao outpost, a single isolated intensive care room reeked of sterilizing solution. Shun Kuang, captain of the Phylong Squadron, lay half-reclined on the infirmary bed. His right wrist was swathed in a thick military-grade polymer repair gel, several micro-metal probes embedded in flesh connected to a large skeletal regeneration apparatus beside him. The instrument's screen displayed the bone-healing progress bar. 3 deputy captains of the Phylong Squadron stood before the bed, faces clouded. Captain. The surveillance footage from the supply department was requisitioned by the Military Justice Office. A deputy captain with a distinctive mustache lowered his voice to report. But because you initiated the scramble for spoils, and Lin Yuan now carries captain rank, the Military Law Office has ruled it a mutual brawl and has taken no substantive action against him. Shin Kuang's remaining left hand clawed at the white sheet. A vein stood out on the back of his hand, and he tore the high-strength fabric with his grip. A fresh recruit straight out of the academy crushed my wrist, and the Military Justice Office won't even give him a warning. Shin Kuang ground his teeth, the cross-shaped scar on his face contorted with fury. That blind man Zhao Tai from the 1st Vanguard has been hiding in the barracks with his men these past few days, not showing his face. They think they can avoid the Phylong Squadron's retribution by doing that. Captain, private fights are strictly forbidden inside the outpost. If we march into their barracks to cause trouble, we'll be hauled before a military tribunal, another deputy reminded. Shin Kuang drew a deep, cold breath and forced his anger down. He glanced at his wrist where the repairs crawled along. We don't have to settle this inside the base. A venomous chill flashed through Shin Kuang's eyes. I just received internal intel from the command center. The undercurrents at the bottom of the abyssal rift are converging on a large scale. Within at most 3 hours an grade beast tide will erupt. All combat squads will be deployed to form a defensive bulwark. Shin Kuang turned to the mustached deputy. Check the command center's roster. Which sector has the 1st Vanguard been assigned? When a beast tide breaks, the density of monster assaults upon the city is enormous. If the sector they occupy suffers a few minutes of mechanical failure in its flanking heavy rail cannons, or if the adjacent defensive line withdraws, even slightly, leaving them trapped within an encirclement of high-tier fiends. Shen Kuang did not elaborate, but all three vice captains at the bedside understood the implication. In the chaotic battlefield, killing with a borrowed knife is the most discreet method. Understood, Captain. We have people coordinating in the defense zone. I will arrange for the 7th defense zone, where the water-dwelling monsters are landing most densely. Vice Captain with a mustache nodded, turned, and left the infirmary. 3 hours later, Lin Yuan had just returned to the underground barracks of the 1st Advance Team. He pushed open the metal door and saw Zhao Tai Chun Gang and others meticulously checking their weapons and ammunition. Mechanically, Fei was applying lubricant to the joints of his prosthetic limb. Back. With the aura around you, have you reached the peak of the 4th rank? Zhao Tai put down the high-explosive grenade in his hand, and his single eye scanned Lin Yuan with obvious appreciation. In just 2 days, crossing a level is an extremely rare training speed, even on the front lines. Lin Yuan nodded and said nothing more. He walked to his metal bunk and placed his backpack into the storage compartment. At that moment, the entire underground space of EC0 outpost was suddenly engulfed by a blinding red flashing light. Woo, woo, woo. The piercing sound of the highest-level air raid alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the outpost. This sound was 10 times sharper than the alarm during the mission in the 3rd area, piercing the eardrums painfully. The loudspeaker in the underground corridor broadcasted the hoarse voice of the outpost's highest commander. Class A beast tide has erupted. The output from the abyssal rift has reached its peak. All resting teams, logistics personnel, and reserves immediately carry heavy weapons to the surface defense wall. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hold the line. The faces of the 8 veterans in the barracks changed dramatically. Class A beast tide. The old monsters at the bottom of the abyssal rift have all emerged. Zhao Tai grabbed the high-frequency vibration giant axe from the table, crossed the ammunition belt on his chest, and roared loudly. All hands on deck. Fully armed. Check the life support systems and communication channels. Target the 7th defense zone of the surface defense wall. Without any hesitation, everyone in the advance team immediately rushed out of the barracks. Lin Yuan, carrying the Starfall Bloodblade, followed at the back of the team. The entire underground barracks was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of warriors poured out from various barracks, converging into torrents of steel, racing towards the massive elevator leading to the surface. The sounds of various cold weapons clashing, the footsteps of tactical boots stomping on the metal floor, and the shouts of officers intertwined, forming a vivid picture of war. Lin Yuan squeezed into a giant freight elevator that could hold hundreds of people. The elevator ascended at an astonishing clang. The metal doors of the elevator opened inside the passage of the surface defense wall. Lin Yuan stepped out of the passage and onto the black alloy defense wall, which was 200 meters high and 50 meters wide. A cold wind mixed with icy seawater and a strong smell of fish rushed towards him. Lin Yuan looked ahead. Even though he was accustomed to slaughter, the sight before him still gave him a strong visual impact. Outside the defense wall, the originally dark Pacific Ocean surface had been completely stained green and purple. Millions of abyssal sea monsters surged madly from the 10-kilometer-wide black vortex. Mutated ferocious sharks over 10 meters long, deep-sea squids waving gigantic tentacles, and armored sea turtles covered in bone spurs crowded the sea surface, forming an endless ocean of monsters. They trampled on their companions' corpses, madly crashing against the metal base of the defense wall. Agile 4th and 5th rank high-level monsters were quickly climbing up the 1,200-meter-high vertical wall, using their sharp claws and tentacles. Open fire! Open fire! Don't let them come up! The commander on the defense wall waved his lightsaber and shouted orders. The heavy spiritual energy railguns on the wall fired simultaneously. Thick blue light beams tore through the air, exploding in the sea of monsters below. Each explosion could vaporize low-level sea beasts within a radius of several dozen meters. Closed defense machine guns spewed out flames over 10 meters long, creating a rain of armor-piercing rounds that turned the high-level monsters attempting to climb into a bloody mess. But there were too many monsters. The speed of the artillery's killing was far behind the speed at which they surged out. Zhao Tai led the advance team to the 7th defense zone assigned to them. This area was a protruding part of the defense wall, attacked from 3 sides. By this time, a few peak 4th rank mutated crabs had already climbed to the top of the wall. They swung their heavy claws larger than cars, directly smashing 2 heavy machine guns into scrap metal. The soldiers operating the machine guns were cut in half by the claws on the spot. Chen Gang, hold the front. Li Fei, clear the flanks. Lin Yuan, come with me and cut down the beasts that have climbed up. Zhao Tai shouted, his 5th rank martial general's earthy yellow true energy fully erupting. He gripped the high-frequency giant axe tightly with both hands and charged directly at the largest mutated crab. The giant axe, vibrating at high frequency, struck fiercely against the crab's shell, sending sparks flying and cutting a half-foot-deep wound. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the defense wall. He glanced at the army of monsters crawling up like a tide below. He did not loosen the black cloth on his back. His right hand reached behind, directly gripping the hilt of the Starfall Bloodblade. Clang! The battle knife was drawn. The weight of 3,600 pounds pressed down on the floor, producing a dull thud. A 7-meter-long abyssal octopus covered in green tumors flipped over the parapet, its 8 thick tentacles whipping down towards Lin Yuan's head. The suckers on the tentacles sprayed a potent paralyzing venom. Lin Yuan did not retreat. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor appeared instantly on his body. He gripped the knife with both hands, unleashing the full force of 50,000 kilograms of flesh. Without using any martial techniques, he swung horizontally against the 8 whipping tentacles. The pure black blade drew a black spatial rift in midair. Puff, puff, the continuous sound of cutting flesh rang out. The 8 thick tentacles were neatly severed under the absolute cutting property of the Starfall blood blade, as if cutting through tofu. The severed tentacles fell on the defense wall, still writhing vigorously. The abyssal octopus let out a piercing scream, its massive body losing balance and falling backward. Lin Yuan exerted force under his feet, creating a dent in the alloy ground. He leaped high into the air, raising the heavy battle knife above his head, aiming down at the abyssal octopus' massive soft brain, and struck down with full force. Boom! The battle knife split the octopus head in two. Green ink and blood spurted violently, and all the weight of 3,600 pounds along with the octopus corpse smashed down from the 1,200-meter-high defense wall, falling back into the sea of monsters below. The first fourth-rank monster was killed in seconds. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the parapet, holding the blood-dripping battle knife. His gaze locked onto the high-level monsters rapidly approaching the wall. The cruel meat grinder of the abyssal front had become an excellent hunting ground for him to crazily plunder vitality and attributes at this moment. Torrential rain poured down as the howling wind lashed against the 200-meter-high black alloy wave barrier. The roars of abyssal sea beasts intertwined with the thunderous blasts of heavy artillery from the military, shaking the high-strength metal wall beneath their feet. The dark sea water churned, raising monstrous waves dozens of meters high, crashing repeatedly against the outer armor of the wave barrier. Green blood shattered limbs and empty brass shells formed a thick layer on the wall's summit. In the 7th defense zone before the position of the 1st advance team, an 8-meter-long peak 4th-grade armored sea turtle climbed up the vertical wall. Its shell, half a meter thick and brownish-gray, withstood 3 direct hits from spiritual energy armor-piercing rounds, leaving only 3 singed shallow pits on its surface. It opened its triangular mouth filled with serrated teeth, its 4 sturdy limbs crawling on the alloy ground as it lunged towards the mechanic Li Fei, who was reloading his magazine. Li Fei discarded the empty magazine, and his mechanical left arm shot out a high-frequency, vibrating short blade, preparing for close combat. A black shadow suddenly sliced into the space between the two from the side. Lin Yuan gripped the Starfall blood blade weighing 3,600 Jin, with both hands, his feet firmly planted on the slippery, blood-soaked metal floor. The dark blue thunder prison battle armor emitted a chilling gleam in the downpour. He did not employ any martial techniques. With an explosive power of 50,000 kilograms purely from his flesh, Lin Yuan stretched his waist to the left, engaging his arm muscles, and struck a powerful horizontal sweep against the indestructible side of the armored sea turtle. Clang! The piercing sound of metal shattering drowned out the surrounding gunfire. The pitch-black blade of the Starfall blood blade slammed forcefully against the grayish-brown turtle shell. The miniature spatial collapse attribute attached to the blade tore through the physical structure of the shell's surface. The absolute weight of 3,600 Jin poured in without reservation. The half-meter thick hard turtle shell exploded on the spot, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. The black blade pierced into the armored sea turtle's innards, slicing its massive body cleanly in half. A torrent of green entrails and blood splattered onto the ground of the wave barrier. The mechanical prompt sound of the system echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Killed a peak 4th-grade sea beast, successful plunder. Gained 400 points of vitality. Gained 10 points of advanced defense attributes. Lin Yuan did not look at the corpse on the ground. He strode to the edge of the wall, tilting the heavy battle knife downward, the dark red blood groove spilling thick green liquid. His gaze fixed on the relentless horde of demonic creatures climbing up below as he swung the battle knife, slashing down every 4th-grade sea beast attempting to scale the wall. Zhao Tai wielded a high-frequency, vibrating giant axe, shattering the head of a deep-sea frenzy shark. Wiping the rainwater from his face, he glanced at Lin Yuan's fluid, killing motions filled with awe. The defense line is secure. Chen Gang maintained the angle of the shield formation. Li Fei, watch out for any small poisonous creatures slipping through. Zhao Tai commanded loudly. With the cooperation of the 9 members of the 1st advance team, the 7th defense zone was defended without a single leak. The heavy spiritual energy railguns on both sides continued to output fire, the thick blue beams sweeping across the sea of demonic creatures outside the wall, significantly reducing the pressure on the martial artists in close combat. At that moment, the heavy artillery fire from the left 6th defense zone and the right 8th defense zone suddenly stopped without. The anti-aircraft machine guns that had been rapidly spinning ceased their motion, and the railguns that emitted blue beams dimmed their barrels, drooping powerlessly towards the sea. The tightly woven net of fire that had originally covered the front of the 7th defense zone, composed of crossfire from both sides, vanished instantly. Zhao Tai's expression changed drastically. He immediately pressed the helmet communicator, shouting, 6th defense zone. 8th defense zone. Why has your artillery resumed fire immediately? A cacophony of static crackled through the communicator, followed by the anxious voice of the officer responsible for the artillery maintenance, Captain Zhao. Our energy supply pipeline has suddenly malfunctioned. The main control chip is reporting errors. The spiritual energy reactor cannot supply power to the railguns. The engineers are conducting emergency repairs that will take at least 10 minutes to restore. 10 minutes. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. In the battlefield of the A-class beast, a 10-minute vacuum period of firepower was enough for thousands of high-level demonic creatures to inundate the entire position. With the firepower net on both sides down, the demonic creatures that had been suppressed outside the wall instantly sensed the flaw in the defense line. A large number of deep-sea demonic creatures changed their climbing routes, surging towards the 7th defense zone like a black tide frantically rushing towards the unprotected area. In less than half a minute, the edge of the female wall in the 7th defense zone was already swarming with densely packed mutated sea beasts. Hold the line. Not a single step back. Zhao Tai gripped the giant axe tightly, his 5th-grade martial general's earthy yellow true chi bursting forth, charging directly into the oncoming horde of demonic creatures. Chun Gang slammed the Tumterhai alloy tower shield heavily onto the floor, infusing his true chi into the shield, without reservation, forming a 10-meter-long earthy yellow defensive light wall. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of 4th-grade demonic creatures simultaneously crashed against the defensive light wall. Chun Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, his feet sliding back 2 meters on the metal floor. The bones in his arms creaked under the tremendous strain, yet he held firmly against the shield, preventing the defense line from collapsing. Li Fei and several other veterans were also engaged in a bitter struggle. They stood back to back, wildly swinging their weapons to fend off the venom and claws surging from all directions. The pressure increased exponentially. The defense line of the first advance team began to teeter. Hiss! A piercing screech cut through the chaotic battle. 3 deep-sea mantis shrimps, each over 15 meters long and covered in silver scales, leaped directly onto the 7th defense zone's position along the wall. These were genuine 5th-grade, initial-level demonic creatures. Their forelimbs had mutated into 2 enormous hammers covered in hard-bone spines, each swing generating a distinct sonic boom in the air. One of the silver-scaled mantis shrimps locked onto Chun Gang, who held the tower shield. It bent its body and lunged forth its right side hammer limb, carrying terrifying momentum, smashing directly against the earthy yellow defensive light wall. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Chun Gang's proud defensive light wall instantly cracked, then shattered violently. The Tumterhai alloy tower shield caved in severely at the center, the powerful impact force piercing through the shield and striking Chun Gang's chest. Chun Gang spat blood, his body hurtling backward to crash heavily onto an ammunition crate over a dozen meters away. A massive gap opened in the defense line. A large number of 4th-grade sea beasts surged through the gap into the interior of the 7th defense zone. Chun Gang! Zhao Tai roared, cleaving through the enemy in front of him with an axe, wanting to turn back to assist. However, 2 other silver-scaled mantis shrimps had already blocked his path, swinging their hammer-like forelimbs, forcing Zhao Tai to retreat defensively. At the critical moment when the first vanguard was about to be overwhelmed by the tide of monsters, Lin Yuan strode to the center of the defense line, directly standing in the breach left by Chun Gang. He turned his head and glanced at the heavy rail cannon in the distance that had ceased operation, a glint of cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. On the military's tightly secured defense line, the energy conduits on both flanks malfunctioned simultaneously, a probability that was nearly 0. He immediately thought of the Dragon Squadron leader Shin Kuang, whose wrist he had crushed in the military supplies hall. This was a covert attempt to eliminate the first Vanguard squad, or rather to target him directly. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked ahead at the densely packed army of monsters. He cared little for such underhanded schemes. In the face of absolute military might, any tactical failures and the number of monsters became meaningless. Lin Yuan's legs slightly bent, and the high-strength alloy floor beneath him was directly crushed into 2 deep pits. Within his Dantian, the 4th-grade, peak true energy core, marked with lightning patterns, began to spin rapidly. The azure liquid true energy surged out through his meridians. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor, covering his body, erupted with dazzling light, evaporating all the rainwater within a radius of several meters. The silver blue thunder runes inside the armor lit up, emitting a chilling aura of destruction. All retreat. Lin Yuan's voice spread through the true energy, clearly reaching the ears of every veteran in the Vanguard squad. Zhao Tai and the others immediately disengaged from combat and retreated to the inner edge of the wave dissipation wall. Lin Yuan gripped the pitch-black hilt of the Starfall blood blade tightly. The explosive power of his pure physique, enhanced by the refining of 5th-grade Thunder Beast bone marrow liquid, had already increased to 50,000 kilograms. This power, combined with the blade swinging speed developed under 30 times gravity, was poured unreservedly into the 3,600 pounds heavy battle blade. Grade a martial skill Thunder Prison Blood Blade. Lin Yuan faced the silver-scaled mantis shrimp that had knocked Chun Gang away and prepared to charge again, delivering a direct vertical slash. A 10-meter-long deep blue thunder blade burst forth from the battle blade. The black spatial cracks at the edge of the blade intertwined, carrying a destructive force as it struck fiercely at the head of the silver-scaled mantis shrimp. Crack! The silver scales that could withstand heavy artillery fire were split apart under the dual cutting of the Starfall Bloodblade and the Thunderblade. The 5th-grade initial stage monster didn't even have time to scream. Its massive body was cleaved into 2 absolutely symmetrical halves. Dark blue blood sprayed to the sides, splattering onto the metal floor. Lin Yuan did not pause. He stood alone at the forefront of the 7th defense zone, becoming the sole barrier against the tide of monsters. He held the blade with both hands, weaving an impenetrable black blade net in front of him. Each swing was accompanied by a deafening thunderclap and the sharp sound of space tearing. Thunder prison sweep. The black blade sliced through a semicircle, directly cutting down dozens of 4th-grade sea beasts that charged forward. Severed limbs flew in the raging wind. 2 other 5th-grade initial-stage silver-scaled mantis shrimps attacked simultaneously from both sides. Lin Yuan kicked out, with his right leg shattering the heavy forelimb of the mantis shrimp on his left. Then he smoothly swept the battle blade to the right, the black spatial crack cutting open the throat of the right-side mantis shrimp, neatly severing its head, which was adorned with numerous tentacles. Blood stained the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet. He did not retreat. The Starfall Bloodblade initiated a one-sided massacre among the crowd. The monsters, no longer under the pressure of artillery fire, now faced a humanoid meat grinder even more terrifying than the spiritual energy rail cannon. The 50,000 kilograms of immense strength turned each of Lin Yuan's slashes into wide-area AoE damage. The 3,600 pounds battle blade smashed into the dense horde of monsters, turning those hard-shelled sea beasts into puddles of flesh. In his mind, the system's notification sound had turned into an ear-piercing buzz. Kill 4th-grade sea beast vitality value increased. Kill 5th-grade initial stage monsters spatial resistance increased. Thunder attribute true energy proficiency improved. A vast amount of vitality surged into Lin Yuan's body through the ongoing slaughter, replenishing his stamina consumed by the rapid blade swings. His breathing remained steady, his gaze cold, without a hint of fluctuation. For a full 10 minutes at the edge of the female wall in the 7th defense zone, the bodies of monsters piled up into a 5-meter-high mountain of corpses. Green and blue blood mixed with rainwater gushing down the drainage channel of the wave dissipation wall, forming stinking blood waterfalls. Zhao Tai and the veterans of the vanguard stood at the back, staring blankly at the figure wielding a black blade amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. They had originally thought that without artillery support the 7th defense zone would be completely overrun. But Lin Yuan alone with a single blade had forcefully blocked all the monsters at the edge of the wave dissipation wall, not allowing a single creature to cross the line beneath his feet. Is this still human? Chun Gang with an amputated arm leaned against an ammunition box, swallowing a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, murmuring to himself. At this time, 2 kilometers away in a high observation tower, Dragon Squadron leader Shin Kuang stood in front of a holographic screen, holding a high-powered tactical telescope, staring intently in the direction of the 7th defense zone. His right hand was still in thick plaster for repair. His original plan was to use the several minutes of artillery vacuum to let a large number of sea beasts overwhelm the 1st Vanguard Squad. After the monsters had torn those people to shreds, he would allow the defense zone commander to restore power, pretending it was a regular mechanical failure. But in the field of view of the tactical telescope, he saw the mountain of corpses made of monster bodies. He saw the black-clad youth in deep blue true energy armor, standing alone on the wall, cleaving 3 5th-grade initial stage silver-scaled mantis shrimps into chunks. Each swing of that pure black heavy battle blade struck hard against Shin Kuang's heart. Over 50,000 kilograms of physical strength. Peak 4th-grade true energy realm. Killing 5th-grade monsters is as simple as slaughtering chickens. Shin Kuang put down the telescope, his expression completely twisted, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. He finally realized that he had provoked a monster that couldn't be measured by common sense. That kind of absolute violence that suppressed the beast tide alone had long exceeded the capability of him, the dragon. On the wave dissipation wall, the rail cannons of the 6th and 8th defense zones finally lit up with blue light again. The mechanical failure was resolved. The thick spiritual energy beams swept across the sea, once more re-establishing a dense crossfire network. The tide of monsters climbing the wave dissipation wall was suppressed once again. Lin Yuan stopped swinging his blade. He stood on the 5-meter-high mountain of corpses, holding the Starfall blood blade in one hand. The edge of the blade was not stained with a single drop of blood. He turned his head, and through the heavy rain curtain his gaze precisely locked onto the high observation tower 2 kilometers away. Though separated by a great distance and harsh weather, the perception of a peak 4th-grade martial artist allowed him to clearly sense the hostility coming from there. Lin Yuan paid no attention to the artillery that had resumed operation. He jumped down from the mountain of corpses, landing steadily on the blood-soaked metal floor. Clean up the battlefield. Dig out the cores of high-grade monsters, Lin Yuan calmly instructed Zhao Tai and the others behind him. Shen Kuang's face instantly turned pale, but he quickly gritted his teeth and vehemently denied it. Nonsense. The malfunction of the... Now that the crisis of the beast tide had been resolved, it was time to deal with the one who created this crisis. In this lawless outpost of the abyss, Lin Yuan's rule was simple: an eye for an eye, root out the problem. The heavy rain poured down. The cold seawater mixed with the rain cascaded down the 1,200-meter-high black breakwater. The white beams of military searchlights swept back and forth through the curtain of rain. Lin Yuan descended the metal stairs of the breakwater. His black tactical combat suit was completely soaked, but the deep blue thunder prison battle armor covering his body radiated an astonishing heat, instantly evaporating the rainwater that came close into large clouds of white steam. Carrying the 360-pound Starfall blood blade on his back, he strode down the wide internal passage of the outpost towards Observation Tower No. 3, which was 2 kilometers away. The military boots splashed in the puddles on the metal floor, sending up a spray of water. On both sides of the passage, squads of soldiers recently rotated from the front line were resting against the shelters. They saw the black-clad youth exuding a strong aura of blood and killing intent enveloped in white steam, and they all ceased their conversations, instinctively stepping aside. No one dared to approach and question him. The scene of Lin Yuan single-handedly suppressing the beast tide in the 7th Defense Zone had already spread throughout the entire EC outpost No. 0 via the surveillance network. Lin Yuan's steps were steady and rhythmic. The pure physical strength of 50,000 kilograms lent a heavy sense of pressure to each of his strides. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan stopped in front of a 50-meter-tall cylindrical structure. This was Observation Tower No. 3, the frontline independent base of the Flying Dragon Special Operations Team. The outer structure of the tower was encased in a meter-thick layer of blast-resistant concrete coated with a gray waterproof layer. The main entrance was composed of 2 titanium alloy armor plates, each 20 centimeters thick. On either side of the entrance stood 8 fully armed members of the Flying Dragon team. They wore custom silver-gray exoskeleton battle armor and held large-caliber psychic kinetic rifles. Halt. This is the Flying Dragon team's base. Unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from approaching. A sergeant raised his rifle, aiming directly at Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan ignored the verbal warning. He took another step forward. Click. 8 kinetic rifles simultaneously chambered around. The deep blue glow of psychic energy lit up within the chambers of the rifles. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, reaching behind him. Clang. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed in the rain. The black cloth soaked by the rain was instantly shattered. The pure black Starfall bloodblade was drawn forth by Lin Yuan with one hand. The 3,600-pound battle blade traced a black afterimage in the air. Lin Yuan did not expend any true chi externally, relying purely on his explosive physical power of 50,000 kilograms. He stomped his right leg forcefully on the flooded ground. The water on the ground exploded into a vacuum zone 3 meters in diameter. Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of black lightning, breaking through to their front before the 8 guards could pull their triggers. He gripped the handle of the blade, flipping the broad back of the sword outward. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of continuous dull impacts rang out. The back of the Starfall blood blade, infused with terrifying physical kinetic energy, accurately struck the chest armor of the 8 guards. Lin Yuan controlled his strength, not using the blade's absolute cutting property, but the sheer weight of 3,600 pounds combined with the inertia of his high-speed swing still produced an extremely potent blunt force. The 8 members of the Flying Dragon team didn't even get a chance to fire their weapons. Their silver-gray exoskeleton battle armor suffered significant dents. Their bodies, weighing over 100 pounds, left the ground, flying backward and crashing heavily against the titanium alloy door, losing consciousness on the spot and sliding down to the ground. Lin Yuan approached the titanium alloy door. Above the door were infrared scanners and a password input keypad. He did not attempt to hack the password. Lin Yuan held the heavy battle blade upside down. The muscle fibers in his right arm were tense to the limit beneath the deep blue chi armor. He took a deep breath, gripped the knife with both hands twisted at the waist, and with all his might swung horizontally at the 2 closed titanium alloy doors. Thunder prison break. The peak 3rd grade deep blue true chi surged into the blade along the meridians. A blinding deep blue thunderbolt erupted from the black blade. The miniature spatial collapse property was fully activated, causing tiny black cracks to appear around the blade. The deafening sound of metal exploding resonated throughout the base of Observation Tower No. 3. The 20-centimeter thick titanium alloy door was directly blown apart from within by the combination of 50,000 kilograms of immense force, the 3,600-pound battle blade, and the spatial fractures. The 8 hydraulic locking bolts on the doorframe were violently torn apart. The 2 metal doors, each weighing several tons, caved inward and then completely detached from the frame, flying into the hall. Crash! The metal doors smashed the reception desk in the center of the hall, sliding across the marble floor for over 10 meters before coming to a stop, carving out 2 deep grooves. Lin Yuan, holding the knife with one hand, stepped over the deformed door frame and entered the first-floor hall of Observation Tower No. 3. Alarms blared loudly inside the hall. Red strobe lights spun continuously on the walls. At that moment, the second-floor circular corridor was already packed with members of the Flying Dragon team. A total of 200 elite warriors clad in exoskeleton battle armor, armed with various high-grade cold weapons and heavy firearms, looked down intently at Lin Yuan, who had intruded into the first-floor hall. The captain of the Flying Dragon team, Shen Kuang, stood in the center of the second floor. His right wrist was bandaged with high polymer repair plaster, and he held a serrated alloy battle knife in his left hand. Beside him stood 3 vice captains. Shen Kuang looked at the chaos on the first floor, sweat beading on his forehead. He did not expect that after Lin Yuan had endured the intense beast-tide defense, he would not return to the barracks to rest, but instead came directly to his base, smashing through the titanium alloy door with one blow. Lin Yuan, you dare to openly attack the Owlie's base. This is a serious violation of military discipline and an act of treason. Shen Kuang shouted loudly, attempting to suppress Lin Yuan with military regulations while stealing his own resolve. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the hall. He slowly raised his head, his gaze crossing the 20-meter distance, accurately locking onto Shen Kuang on the second floor. The failure of the energy conduits on both sides of the railguns in the 7th defense zone was arranged by you. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the spacious hall, flat and blunt, devoid of any questioning tone, directly stating this fact. Shen Kuang's face instantly turned pale, but he quickly gritted his teeth and vehemently denied it. Nonsense. The malfunction of the frontline artillery is an issue of the logistics maintenance department. It has nothing to do with my Flying Dragon Brigade. You are slandering me, seeking revenge. Shen Kuang raised his left hand, wielding a serrated battle knife, pointing at Lin Yuan below. Everyone obey my orders. Lin Yuan has violated military discipline and invaded the base. Suppress him on the spot. Life or death is irrelevant. 200 members of the Flying Dragon Brigade immediately spread out into formation. Dozens of energy rifles fired simultaneously. A dense rain of blue armor-piercing bullets formed a metallic storm pouring down from the second floor, completely enveloping Lin Yuan's position. Lin Yuan stood his ground, his feet unmoving. Within his dantian, the true chi core marked with lightning patterns spun rapidly. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor erupted with an even more dazzling glow. Ding ding dang dang. The dense armor-piercing bullets struck Lin Yuan's true chi armor, creating a series of bright sparks. These bullets, capable of penetrating ordinary armored vehicles, deformed the moment they hit the mutated thunder prison armor and high-grade hardened skin, falling harmlessly to the ground. Lin Yuan didn't even pause for a moment. He bent his legs, and the marble floor beneath him exploded. 40,000 kilograms of explosive power was concentrated in his legs. Lin Yuan shot upwards like a meteor of blue and black, soaring over 10 meters and landing heavily on the circular corridor of the second floor. Boom. The moment Lin Yuan landed, a powerful shockwave sent a dozen members of the Flying Dragon Brigade flying. He uttered no words, gripping the Starfall blood blade tightly in his hands. The pure black battle knife unleashed a one-sided rampage in the narrow corridor. Lin Yuan still did not use he positioned the battle knife horizontally, attacking with its broad back. Bang, bang, bang. The 3,600-pound heavy battle knife crashed repeatedly against the silver-gray exoskeleton armor, echoing with the sound of destruction. The high-strength bulletproof armor was as fragile as thin ice before the battle knife. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the elite members of the Flying Dragon Brigade were sent flying out of the corridor, crashing down into the lobby on the first floor, spitting blood. The three vice captains exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their chi as fourth-grade martial generals flanking Lin Yuan from three directions. The mustached vice captain on the left held a long spear, its tip infused with sharp wind-based chi, thrusting directly at Lin Yuan's throat. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at it. With his left hand extended, his skin as white as jade grasped the incoming steel spear tip. The sharp spearhead rubbed violently against Lin Yuan's palm, but couldn't pierce even a millimeter of skin. Lin Yuan exerted force with his left hand and yanked back fiercely. The mustached vice captain, along with his spear, was pulled over. Lin Yuan lifted his right leg, delivering a swift and precise kick to his chest. With a collapsed rib cage, the mustached vice captain flew backwards, crashing into a group of his own men. Immediately after, the Starfall blood blade spun in midair. The heavy back of the knife slammed into the two vice captains charging from the right and rear. Two muffled thuds followed. The two fourth-grade martial generals didn't even come within 3 meters of Lin Yuan before their arms and several ribs were shattered, collapsing to the ground, completely losing their combat ability. Under Lin Yuan's sheer violent onslaught, the elite brigade of 200 disintegrated in an instant. The ground was littered with soldiers moaning in pain and broken weapon parts. Lin Yuan, wielding the black battle knife, stepped over the shattered glass and metal debris, slowly approaching Shen Kuang, who had retreated to the corner with nowhere left to go. He looked at the black-clad youth clad in deep blue armor completely and scathed, his heart pounding violently. His pride, the Flying Dragon Brigade, couldn't even hold the enemy for a minute. You can't kill me. In the acting major captain of the outpost. Shen Kuang's voice trembled uncontrollably as he raised his left hand's serrated battle knife, making a final struggle. The crimson fire-based chi of the 5th-grade martial general erupted once more. Shen Kuang shouted, gripping the knife with both hands, pouring all his strength into a downward strike towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not evade. He raised the Starfall blood blade with one hand, meeting Shen Kuang's full force strike directly with the blade. Clang! Sparks flew. The serrated battle knife in Shen Kuang's hand broke instantly upon striking the Starfall blood blade, the broken blade spinning out of the window. Lin Yuan's right wrist twisted. The back of the battle knife slammed heavily against Shen Kuang's left shoulder. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Shen Kuang's left shoulder and collarbone were shattered on the spot, his entire left arm going limp. He let out a miserable scream and fell to his knees before Lin Yuan. With both hands incapacitated, he had completely lost the ability to resist. Lin Yuan rested the tip of the Starfall blood blade on the floor, looking down at Shun Kuang, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In the logistics hall, I warned you, Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the corridor, but you chose to play those dirty tricks on the battle. Lin Yuan lifted his right leg. The military boot cut through the air with a low howl, accurately kicking Shin Kuang in the lower abdomen, targeting his dantian. Boom. 50,000 kilograms of blunt force directly penetrated Shin Kuang's abdominal muscles and exoskeleton armor, impacting the core area where his true chi was stored. Puff, crack. An extremely muffled explosion of energy erupted within Shin Kuang. He opened his mouth, spewing a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. The crimson fire-based chi that had enveloped him instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Lin Yuan's kick had shattered the chi dantian of the 5th-grade martial general. Shin Kuang's body flew backward, crashing into the wall and sliding down. He clutched his abdomen, his face as pale as paper, his eyes vacant. The destruction of his dantian meant that his many years of martial cultivation had been lost overnight, rendering him a cripple. On the front line of the abyss, losing martial cultivation was more brutal than death. The entire second-floor corridor fell into a deathly silence. The members of the Flying Dragon Brigade lying on the ground looked at their now crippled captain, not one daring to make a sound. Lin Yuan retracted his right leg. He did not cast another glance at Shin Kuang on the ground. With one hand lifting the 3,600-pound heavy battle knife, Lin Yuan turned and walked down the stairs, stepping through the debris and moans. He came here today solely to settle this score. Now the account is cleared. Stepping out of the door of Observation Tower No. 3, the torrential rain outside continued to pour. Lin Yuan sheathed the Starfall blood blade on his back. He took steady strides towards the underground barracks of the first. In this abyssal front where only power is recognized only by crushing all conspiracies with the most thorough violence can one achieve true peace. The torrential rain relentlessly battered the metallic shell of the Donghai Zero outpost. Lin Yuan, clad in military combat boots, traversed the flooded open corridor and entered the cargo lift leading to the underground barracks. His black tactical combat suit had completely dried after being evaporated by the high temperatures of the Thunder Prison battle armor, forming a faint layer of white salt frost on its surface. The Starfall blood blade on his back was tightly wrapped in black cloth. Again, the dark red blood groove on the hilt washed clean by the rain. The lift descended, emitting a dull mechanical grinding sound. Lin Yuan stepped out of the lift and walked along the alloy corridor towards the barracks of the 1st Vanguard team. The ventilation ducts on both sides of the corridor emitted a deep humming sound, continuously supplying filtered dry air to the underground space. He pushed open the heavy metal door of the barracks. The air inside was permeated with the acrid scent of high-concentration medical spray. 8 veterans were tending to the wounds left by the beast-tide defense. Vice Captain Shin Gang sat bare-chested, a large bruise of purplish blue on his chest, while 2 medics used a small skeletal connector to provide him with immobilization treatment. Mechanically, Fei sat at a metal workbench repairing a cracked armor plate on a prosthetic limb with a welding gun sparks. Captain Zhao Tai sat on a nearby supply crate holding a military tactical terminal and intensely staring at a red briefing that had just popped up on the screen. Upon hearing the door open, all eyes in the barracks instantly turned to Lin Yuan. Zhao Tai rose from the supply crate, tightly gripping the tactical terminal, his expression a complex mix of shock and disbelief. Did you just return from Observation Tower No. 3? Zhao Tai's voice was somewhat hoarse as he strode up to Lin Yuan, turning the screen of the tactical terminal towards him. The screen displayed a segment of surveillance footage captured from the first-floor hall of the Phylong Brigade's headquarters. In the footage, a 20-centimeter thick titanium alloy door was shattered into pieces, the reception desk in the hall reduced to ruins, with dozens of soldiers in silver-gray exoskeleton armor sprawled across the floor. 100 elite troops were taken down by you alone. The captain of the Phylong Brigade, Shin Kuang, suffered multiple compound fractures, and his dantian was completely shattered by external force. Zhao Tai read the injury report on the briefing word by word, his single eye fixed intently on Lin Yuan's face, devoid of any ripples that included over 100 third-grade martial masters and several fourth-grade generals. You single-handedly incapacitated the top-ranked special operations team at the outpost. Lin Yuan glanced at the screen and nodded. He overreached. The energy pipeline for the orbital cannon in the 7th defense zone was cut by him. Lin Yuan walked to his bed, unstrapped the Starfall blood blade from his back, and stood it upright beside the metal bed frame. Such maneuvers on the battlefield lead only to a dead end. I merely went to settle an account that must be cleared. The veterans in the barracks halted their movements upon hearing this. Chun Gang pushed away the medic who was applying medicine to him, and suddenly sat up straight, pulling at his chest wound, and the fault of the orbital cannon was caused by Shin Kuang. Chun Gang gritted his teeth, his fist crashing heavily against the metal bed frame. That bastard. This is asking for the lives of the 9 members of our 1st Vanguard team to fill the sea. No wonder the energy supply pipeline, which rarely malfunctions, halted right when the beast tide was most intense. Other veterans also revealed killing intent. On the front lines of the abyss, everyone can resort to underhanded tactics for military merit, but absolutely cannot undermine the overall defense during a beast tide, which is a common bottom line for all martial artists. Zhao Tai took a deep breath of the medicated air. I have no objections if you cripple him. Even if you don't take action once I find out the truth, I will chop him down myself. Zhao Tai glanced at the black heavy battle blade standing by the bed, his tone becoming very serious, but you acted in a non-combat zone and directly invaded enemy territory. The highest command of the outpost will definitely not sit idly by. This is a serious violation of military discipline. Just as Zhao Tai finished speaking, a series of synchronized and heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the barracks. This was no ordinary soldier patrol, but the sound of heavy power armor treading on the metal floor. The footsteps halted outside the barracks of the 1st Vanguard team. Clang! The heavy metal door was forcibly pushed open from the outside. A squad of 12 law enforcement officers from the military police clad in black, full-sealed power armor entered. They held large-caliber psychic riot guns, their barrels pointed to the ground, but ready to be raised for firing at any moment. Leading them was a middle-aged officer with the rank of colonel. The emblem of the military police's crossed swords was emblazoned on his armor. The colonel scanned the barracks before finally locking his gaze on Lin Yuan. Lieutenant Lin Yuan. The colonel stepped forward, his voice transmitted through the amplifier of the armor's mask, carrying a cold metallic tone. The highest command of the outpost has issued a summons. The commander wishes to see you personally. Lay down your weapons and come with us. Zhao Tai stepped forward to stand between Lin Yuan and the law enforcement officers. Sir, the incident began when the Feilong Brigade deliberately sabotaged the orbital cannon's energy during a defense mission. Lin Yuan merely went to seek justice. Zhao Tai attempted to defend his team member. Captain Zhao Tai, the military police, only considers facts and results. The investigation into the orbital cannon's malfunction is the responsibility of the logistics department. The colonel gazed at Zhao Tai, his tone stern. The current fact is that an active lieutenant forcibly invaded enemy territory, resulting in significant casualties and property damage. I am only responsible for bringing people in. Hindering the military police from performing their duties will lead to additional charges. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and patted Zhao Tai's shoulders, signaling him to step aside. I will go. Lin Yuan bent down, gripping the hilt of the Starfall Bloodblade. At that moment, all 12 psychic riot guns were raised simultaneously, the azure glow of psychic energy flickering within their chambers. Lieutenant Lin Yuan carrying any large cold weapon is strictly prohibited in the core area of the command. The colonel's finger rested on the trigger, issuing a final warning. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the gun barrels. He single-handedly lifted the 3,600 gene, heavy Starfall Bloodblade, resting its wrapped blade horizontally on his right shoulder. As long as the blade is with me, I am here. That is my rule. Lin Yuan stared directly into the colonel's eyes. You either try to shoot me now to see if you can keep me here, or lead the way. The air in the barracks fell into an absolute silence. Two waves of killing intent clashed violently in the confined space. The colonel's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were fixed intently on Lin Yuan. He sensed the terrifying surge of vitality within this young man in black, rivaling that of a peak 4th grade general, along with the aura of destruction emanating from the black battle blade. He knew very well that at such a close distance, should conflict erupt, those 12 riot guns would be unable to stop even a single strike from the opponent. The colonel raised his left hand and signaled. 12 enforcers simultaneously lowered their weapon barrels. Take your blade. The commander-in-chief awaits you in the top-floor command center. The colonel turned and strode out of the barracks first. Lin Yuan shouldered his warblade and walked with steady, unhurried steps. Midway within the enforcers' formation, the procession traversed an interminable subterranean corridor, then boarded a dedicated high-speed elevator operated by the Military Judiciary Division, ascending directly toward the apex of the forward outpost. The elevator halted at the summit of Central Command Tower in Zeroth Outpost East C. The metallic doors slid open to reveal a circular hall exceeding 1,000 square meters in area. Armored, blast-resistant glass encircled the entire perimeter, offering a panoramic view of the obsidian Pacific Ocean and the colossal abyssal fissure beneath it. At the hall's exact center hovered a 10-meter diameter holographic tactical sandbox. The sandbox displayed real-time energy fluctuations and troop deployments deep within the fissure. No ornamentation adorned the circular chamber. Only cold metallic control consoles and dozens of senior strategists absorbed in urgent work. Guided by the colonel, Lin Yuan crossed the tactical hall and approached a silvery white alloy door at its farthest end. The commander-in-chief is inside. The colonel halted, making no move to follow. Lin Yuan pushed open the silvery white door and strode in. It was a spacious private office. Its floor was lined with deep gray, sound-absorbing material. Before a vast floor-to-ceiling window stood a man clad in a jet-black general's uniform. He faced away from Lin Yuan, hands clasped behind his back. His frame was unimposing, even slightly gaunt, yet his mere presence warped the surrounding air with palpable distortion. All light bent visibly within 1 meter of his body, a physical manifestation of chi density so staggering it defied comprehension. Xiang Tian, the Supreme Commander of East Sea Zeroth Outpost, a 7th-rank Grandmaster Cultivator. Hearing Lin Yuan's footsteps, Xiang Tian slowly turned. His features were utterly ordinary, yet silver lightning arcs crackled with tangible intensity within his eyes. His gaze settled upon Lin Yuan, then lingered on the Xingyun Bloodblade resting across Lin Yuan's shoulder. A top-tier freshman from the Demon War Academy, recommended personally by Tu Lai as a precision edge blade. You slew a 5th-rank nascent spider matriarch in Sector 3 on your first day of enlistment. On the second day, you shattered the wrist of the Flying Dragon Battalion's commander in the supply hall. Today, you held 7th Defense Zone alone against an Alpha-class Beast Tide, then proceeded to dismantle the Flying Dragon Battalion's garrison entirely. I've reviewed every one of your combat recordings. Your raw physical power, combined with that heavy armament, grants you full capacity to engage a 5th-rank Marquis-level warrior Hedon. The Demon War Academy has indeed forged a living weapon. Xiang Tian interlaced his fingers atop the desk and leaned forward slightly. At that moment, the immense pressure of a 7th-ranked Grandmaster erupted, unrestrained, absolute. This was no ethereal aura, it was tangible physical oppression. The air within the office instantly thickened heavier than molten mercury. The deep gray acoustic flooring emitted a cascade of fine sharp fractures. The metal water cup on the desk collapsed inward under invisible force, flattened into a disc of iron. The pressure descended like a mountain made manifest, crushing down upon Lin Yuan's shoulders. Lin Yuan remained rooted in place. The soles of his military combat boots sank deep into the floor. He did not retreat. His 4th-rank peak chi surged through his dantian. In an instant, the indigo lightning prison battle armor coalesced over his body, blazing with radiant brilliance. His right biceps swelled with titanic tension as he single-handedly bore the 3,600 war blade across his shoulder, defying the Grandmaster's crushing will spine, unbent, unwavering. His foundational physical strength, 22,000 kilograms, had been refined beyond measure by 5th-rank Thunderbeast Marrow Essence, surging now to a terrifying 50,000 kilograms. This was Lin Yuan's unshakable foundation, the absolute certainty behind every defiance of overwhelming pressure. Bones ground faintly under the strain, but Lin Yuan's expression remained serene, unmoved. 4th-rank peak cultivation, 50,000 kilograms of pure, unaided physical output. Advanced hardening talent, mutated. Xiang Tian observed Lin Yuan standing firm beneath his pressure. Silver lightning flickered once in his eyes, then the oppressive force withdrew entirely. Air flowed freely again within the office. Tu Lai told me in internal comms that you're an unruly madman who respects no rules. He judged you well. A faint, almost imperceptible curve touched Xiang Tian's lips as he reclined in his chair. On the abyssal frontline, the Supreme Commander valued only one thing above all: absolute combat efficacy. Xiang Tian lifted a hand and tapped the control panel on his desk. A 3-dimensional holographic map unfolded above the surface, vibrant, ominous violet. It rendered the labyrinthine topography deep within the abyssal fissure. Shen Kuang schemed behind the scenes, cutting power to the railgun batteries. His death was justly deserved. I've ordered his remaining forces disbanded and restructured. All logistics personnel implicated have been remanded to the military tribunal. Xiang Tian's tone hardened, settling the Flying Dragon Battalion incident with irrevocable finality. Yet his voice shifted seamlessly. That said, it does not grant you license to demolish military infrastructure at will. That titanium alloy gate and the first-floor defense system cost over 10 million credits. You'll repay that sum in battlefield merit. Xiang Tian extended a finger and tapped a deep red marker on the... This is a classified operation. 200 kilometers beneath the fissure lies the Darkscale Gorge. Our reconnaissance drones detected a high-purity spirit energy vein there. At its heart slumbers a 6th-rank nascent deep-sea demon serpent, guarding the deposit. The military requires exclusive mining rights to that vein. I grant you 1 week to prepare. Afterward, the 1st Vanguard unit will serve as guides and cover, while you as the decisive assault corps descend into the Darkscale Gorge. Slay the 6th-rank demon serpent. Retrieve its core. Your debt for destroying the garrison vanishes. Fail, and the military judiciary will issue a full-scale manhunt for treason. Lin Yuan stared at the deep red marker glowing on the hologram. A 6th-rank nascent demon beast, its power equivalent to a human 6th-rank martial cultivator surpassing even a marquis. Its flesh and bone resilience was nigh impenetrable, and it could manipulate vast swathes of ambient spiritual energy to unleash cataclysmic assaults. This was unequivocally a mission teetering on the precipice of life and death. Yet Lin Yuan's eyes held no hesitation, only a rising fierce ardor. His current strength had reached an impasse. Only the extremity of life or death pressure could shatter the barrier into 5th-rank marquis cultivation. Agreed. Lin Yuan replied with 2 words. He lowered the Xingyun blood blade from his shoulder and gripped its hilt with one hand, the tip pressing firmly into the floor. Departure in 1 week. Lin Yuan turned and strode out of the Commander-in-Chief's office. The silvery white alloy door sealed shut behind him. Xiang Tian watched the door close, picked up the flattened water cup on his desk, glanced at it once, and tossed it into the waste bin. He needed this razor-sharp blade to pierce the deepest, most guarded secrets of the abyssal fissure. The high-speed elevator of the central command tower descended rapidly. Lin Yuan held the Starfall blood blade with one hand as he walked back to the underground barracks of the 1st Advance Team. The metallic door slid open and the air inside the barracks had been replaced. The scent of medical spray had significantly faded. Zhao Tai stood in front of the holographic tactical board reviewing the damage reports from the outpost's defense zone. Chen Gang had thick fixed bandages wrapped around his chest, sitting on the edge of the bed polishing the alloy tower shield. Hearing footsteps, Zhao Tai turned his head. What did the military law office say? The money for breaking down the door can be deducted from military merits. Zhao Tai's single eye fixed on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan approached his storage cabinet leaning the battle blade against the cabinet door. The command headquarters has issued a mandatory mission. A week later, the first advance team will provide cover while I launch the main attack. The target is the Abyss Rift 200 kilometers below the Darkscale Canyon. We will hunt a dormant 6th grade deep sea demon serpent. The barracks fell silent in an instant. The mechanical part that Li Fei had been polishing dropped onto the metal table. Chun Gang's motion of polishing the shield froze. 6th grade deep sea demon serpent. Zhao Tai took a deep breath and strode to the holographic tactical board, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. A dark purple three-dimensional terrain map popped up on the tactical board. A narrow, bottomless underwater canyon appeared in the center of the screen. The Darkscale Canyon is located in the midsection water area of the Abyss Rift. Zhao Tai pointed at the terrain map, his tone serious. The water pressure there is hundreds of times that of normal deep sea. Ordinary high molecular combat suits can't withstand more than 10 minutes. The canyon is filled with high concentrations of spiritual energy veins, which interfere with all electronic communication devices. Once we go down, we will completely lose contact with the outpost command center. Zhao Tai turned to Lin Yuan. A 6th grade monster is a being of the martial commander realm. Its scales are harder than the main armor of military starships. Under such extreme water pressure, our movements will slow down, while it will dominate the battlefield. The death rate for this mission exceeds 90%. Lin Yuan unzipped his tactical combat suit and took off his sweat-soaked shirt. There is no way back. This is an order from Commander Xiang Tian himself. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the 8 veterans in the barracks. For the next 7 days, I will not take any defensive missions. I will enter seclusion in the advanced gravity training room. I have 50,000 military merits in my account, and I will transfer all of it to the public account of the advanced team. Lin Yuan operated his tactical terminal on his wrist. Ding! Transfer successful. Zhao Tai's terminal emitted a notification sound. Use these military merits to exchange for the best deep-sea pressure-resistant combat suits from the logistics department. Get Qingang a new shield mixed with starfall iron, and equip everyone with special underwater high-explosive mines and the highest concentration of healing liquid. Lin Yuan issued clear resource allocation requirements. Zhao Tai looked at the additional 50,000 military merits in the account, clenching his fists. All right. Leave the logistics to me. Zhao Tai nodded. 7 days later, gather at the first deep dive area. Lin Yuan picked up the Starfall Bloodblade and turned to leave the barracks. During the next 7 days, Lin Yuan completely locked himself in the advanced gravity training room on the 6th underground level. He set the gravity control console to 40 times. This was a terrifying gravitational environment capable of flattening ordinary alloys into sheets. Lin Yuan's 5,000 kilograms of muscle power was pushed to the limit here. Every swing of his blade required him to mobilize every muscle fiber and bone in his body. The deep blue Thunder Prison battle armor remained activated for a long time. The Azure peak-level true energy was constantly pressed and compressed against his body. Countless deep imprints were left on the metal floor. On the pure black blade of the Starfall Blood Blade, the dark red blood groove glowed with a faint dark purple sheen due to frequent high-intensity strikes. The microspace collapse attribute fused more deeply with Lin Yuan's thunder attribute true energy during each slash. The blade cut through the air, directly tearing out unhealable black spatial cracks. 7 days later. 6 o'clock in the morning. East C0 Outpost, first deep dive area. This was a massive indoor enclosed dock. Below was the black seawater directly connected to the edge of the Abyss Rift. A 30-meter-long, fully matte black whale-class deep-sea assault boat quietly floated on the water surface. The hull of the assault boat was forged from 10-centimeter-thick pressure-resistant titanium alloy with 4 high-power plasma thrusters installed at the rear. All 8 veterans of the first advance team had gathered. They were wearing the military's latest deep-sea pressure-resistant combat suits. The suits were dark gray covered with hexagonal pressure-resistant patterns and had a small underwater breathing circulation system on the back. Chun Gang held a new heavy tower shield 2 meters high with dark edges. Heavy footsteps echoed from the metallic corridor of the dock. Lin Yuan, carrying the Starfall Bloodblade, entered the deep dive area. He too wore a deep-sea pressure-resistant combat suit, the tight fabric outlining his well-proportioned yet explosively powerful muscle lines. Zhao Tai glanced at the time and pressed the visor of his tactical helmet. All personnel board the vessel. Check weapons and life support systems. 9 people walked in succession across the metal bridge and entered the assault boat's hatch. The hatch sealed tightly behind them with a dull mechanical clank. The lights inside the cabin switched to dark red for coordinates entered. Deep dive program initiated. Li Fei at the control seat gripped the joystick with both hands and reported loudly. A large number of white bubbles surged on the water surface beneath the assault boat. The massive hull began to sink, directly submerging into the dark abyss waters. The submarine's searchlights shone 2 thick beams of light into the pitch-black water. The numbers on the depth gauge fluctuated wildly. 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters. The cabin's air pressure began to change, and the metal walls emitted a series of teeth-grinding metal friction sounds under the terrifying external water pressure. After 3 hours of rapid descent outside the porthole, apart from the occasional massive shadow of high-grade deep-sea monsters flashing by, there was no other light, just darkness. Depth 200,000 meters. Approaching the waters above the dark scale canyon. Radar is affected by strong magnetic field interference, switching to sonar detection. Li Fei quickly operated the control panel, looking at the screen, filled with flickering snowflakes. The speed of the assault boat began to slow down, and the plasma thrusters at the rear adjusted their ejection angle, allowing the hull to hover steadily in the water. 2 beams of searchlight illuminated directly below. A gigantic underwater canyon dozens of kilometers wide and immeasurable in length appeared within the beams of light. The rock walls on both sides of the canyon displayed a strange dark red hue covered with deep-sea poisonous mushrooms that emitted a faint glow. At the canyon's bottom, high concentrations of spiritual energy veins emitted a dazzling purplish red light, illuminating the surrounding waters. Open the bottom docking valve. Prepare for underwater exit. Zhao Tai issued the command. The assault boat slowly descended onto a flat rocky platform at the edge of the canyon. The hydraulic anchors buried deep into the rock, securing the hull. A round valve at the bottom opened, isolating the seawater with a layer of high-density, true energy. The 9 individuals donned underwater breathing masks. Once we exit, immediately form a defensive formation. The spiritual energy concentration here is extremely high and likely to attract high-grade monsters. Zhao Tai was the first to leap into the true energy isolation chamber. Lin Yuan unsheathed the starfall blood blade from his back, gripping the pure black handle with one hand, and followed Zhao Tai into the isolation chamber as the second. The hatch opened, and the cold, bone-chilling seawater surged in with a strong sense of pressure. Lin Yuan's feet landed on the dark red seabed rocks. The underwater pressure of over 20,000 meters directly acted on his pressure-resistant combat suit. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor automatically manifested on his body, forcing the enormous water pressure that could crush steel to open a half-inch gap. The underwater resistance was immense. Even ordinary arm movements required several times the usual physical energy here. The veterans of the first advance team quickly spread out around Lin Yuan and Zhao Tai, with Chun Gang holding the newly replaced Starfall Tower shield at the forefront. Crack, crack, crack. A few faint sounds of shells colliding came from behind the left rock wall. In the deep sea, sound travels fast. Lin Yuan keenly caught this anomaly. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the azure waters, directly locking onto the area on the left filled with glowing poisonous mushrooms. 5 deep-sea magic shadows over 10 meters long swam out from behind the rock wall. These were mid-grade 5th-grade monsters, shadow splitter fish. Their bodies were flat and streamlined, covered in a layer of black slime that absorbed light. Their heads took up a third of their bodies, adorned with massive jaws filled with interlocking fangs. They moved quickly underwater, unhindered by water pressure, transforming into 5 black underwater torpedoes rushing straight towards the formation of the first advance team. The water was violently displaced by their high-speed movement, forming 5 white turbulent streams. It's mid-grade 5th-grade shadow splitter fish. Chun Gang, hold the line. Zhao Tai shouted in the public communication channel. Chun Gang planted his feet firmly on the rocks, pouring all the earthy yellow peak-level true energy into the Starfall Tower shield. Lin Yuan did not wait for the monsters to collide with the shield. He forcefully pushed off the seabed rocks with his right leg. The rocks exploded, sending debris slowly scattering in the water. Using this burst of power, Lin Yuan propelled himself upwards against the current of the water. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor left a dazzling blue light trail in the pitch-black seabed. He gripped the 3,600 gene heavy starfall blood blade tightly. The speed of his slashes, honed in the 40 times gravity chamber, completely overcame the resistance of the deep-sea water pressure. Thunder prison slash. The azure true energy flowed into the blade. A thunderous blade aura erupted from the black edge, extending 8 meters long. The black spatial cracks along the edge of the blade tore through the water, creating an absolutely vacuum-like cutting trajectory. Lin Yuan faced the foremost charging shadow splitter fish, bringing down his blade. No sound. In the high-pressure environment of the seabed, the cutting process of this blow was utterly silent. The pure black blade sliced through the hard skull of the monster, trailing down its spine and cleanly cutting its 10-meter-long massive body in two. Dark red blood quickly spread in the seawater, forming a massive blood fog. The other 4 splitter fish, stimulated by the scent of blood, became even more frenzied, opening their gigantic mouths from 4 different angles to bite at Lin Yuan's limbs. Lin Yuan forcibly twisted his waist in the water. His 5,000 kilograms of pure muscle power propelled his arms, swinging the Starfall blood blade in a complete circle around his body. The black battle blade, charged with violent thunder and spatial collapse cracks, directly swept across the bodies of the 4 monsters. The 4 mid-grade 5th-grade monsters were cleaved in half by the absolute cutting of the Starfall blood blade. The 8 severed bodies rolled in the water, their entrails and blood instantly dyeing the surrounding sea a deep red. Lin Yuan raised the blade with one hand, his feet landing firmly back on the seabed rocks. In less than 3 breaths, Lin Yuan single-handedly slaughtered all 5 mid-grade 5th-grade monsters with a single strike each. The physical strength and swordsmanship he honed under 40 times gravity displayed overwhelming lethality against opponents of the same level. Zhao Tai and the veterans of the advance team stood at the back watching Lin Yuan's unimpeded slaughter through their pressure. They knew that with this person standing in front, there was a real possibility of completing the mission in the Darkscale Canyon. Lin Yuan shook off the seawater and blood from his blade. He raised his head looking towards the deepest part of the canyon, where the dazzling purplish-red light of the spiritual energy veins emanated. There a massive pressure that caused the surrounding seawater to boil intensely was slowly awakening. The territory of the 6th grade deep-sea demon serpent does not allow any creature to intrude. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the handle, took large strides, and walked toward the deepest part of the canyon facing that immense pressure. The first advance team followed closely behind, stepping into this abyssal forbidden zone filled with high-pressure seawater. The seawater at the bottom of the Darkscale Canyon displayed a viscous ink-black color. Lin Yuan carried the 3/6 Aegin Starfall Bloodblade in one hand, walking at the forefront of the group. The immense pressure of the deep sea over 20,000 meters deep pressed relentlessly against the surface of his deep blue Thunder Prison battle armor. The surface of the battle armor emitted a faint sizzling sound as Azure True Chi clashed continuously with the high-pressure seawater, forming a thin vacuum layer around the armor. The deeper they ventured into the canyon, the more blinding the purplish-red light ahead became. It was the brilliance emitted by a high-concentration spiritual energy vein. The temperature of the surrounding seawater rose sharply, with large bubbles surging up from the crevices of the seabed rocks rolling upwards. The veterans of the first advance team wore deep-sea pressure-resistant combat suits, and the temperature alarm lights inside their helmets began to flicker with a yellow glow. Pay attention to the water temperature changes. We have entered the core area of the 6th rank Demon Jiao's territory. Zhao Tai's voice came through the short-range bone conduction communicator built into the pressure-resistant helmet, sounding dull and laden with static. The interference from the high-concentration spiritual energy mine on the communication devices was intensifying. Chen Gang held tightly onto the newly exchanged heavy tower shield edged with starfall iron, walking slightly behind Lin Yuan. Earthy yellow peak 4th grade true chi was poured into the shield without reservation, creating a semicircular defensive light wall in the deep sea. Li Fei and 5 other veterans spread out their formation with the special underwater high-explosive grenades in their hands, already deactivated, ready to be thrown at any moment. They were less than 500 meters from the center of the spiritual energy vein. The dark red rocks on the seabed suddenly trembled violently. This tremor did not come from tectonic activity, but from something massive stirring within the purplish-red pile of, or ahead. The direction of the seawater changed in an instant. A powerful undercurrent mixed with debris and silt surged towards the formation of the first advance team. Steady your base. Zhao Tai shouted, driving the high-frequency, vibrating giant axe heavily into the seabed rocks. The veterans lowered their center of gravity, firmly anchoring their feet in the crevices of the rocks to withstand the sudden deep-sea undercurrent. Lin Yuan stood firm, his legs not bending in the slightest. His 50,000-kilogram pure physical weight and explosive power kept him steady amidst the undercurrent. He lifted his head, piercing through the murky seawater with his gaze. Above the purplish-red spiritual energy vein, a massive shadow over 100 meters long slowly coiled upwards. A 6th-rank beginner-level demon Jiao. Its body was immensely thick, covered in black-purple scales the size of a palm, glimmering with a dark metallic sheen. Its abdomen bore 4 short, yet robust claws, the tips of which reflected a pale, chilling light under the flow of water. Its head was shaped like a flattened, inverted triangle, with 2 rough horns curling backward atop. 2 basin-sized vertical pupils suddenly opened, burning with a brutal, dark, golden light. The demon Jiao awoke. The terrifying pressure of a 6th-rank martial commander surged through the water towards them. The earthy yellow defensive light wall that Chen Gang upheld trembled violently under this pressure, its brightness dimming by a third in an instant. The veterans' pressure-resistant combat suits emitted creaking sounds under the overwhelming burden as the hydraulic devices at their joints released fine bubbles under the immense pressure. The dark, golden vertical pupils of the demon Jiao locked onto the 9 uninvited guests below, who disturbed its slumber. It did not roar in the deep sea over 20,000 meters down. Vocal cord vibrations were entirely suppressed by water pressure. It directly swung its 30-meter-long thick tail. The black-purple tail swept through the seawater at breakneck speed, creating a vacuum in front of it. A crescent-shaped high-pressure water blade with the kinetic energy to tear through steel sliced directly towards the formation of the first advance team. Shield formation. Brace yourselves. Chen Gang gritted his teeth, stepping forward to slam the tower shield down heavily against the rocks in front of him. The remaining 7 veterans quickly gathered behind Chen Gang, channeling all their true chi into his body to maintain this defensive line together. The high-pressure water blade crashed violently into the Starfall Tower shield. Boom! A dull roar erupted from the seabed, a furious shockwave creating a massive white air cavity in the water. Chen Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering against the inner side of his helmet's visor. His feet carved 2 deep furrows half a foot deep and over 10 meters long into the hard rocks as he and the 7 comrades behind him were pushed backward by this overwhelming force. Yet the tower shield mixed with Starfall iron firmly withstood the slicing of the water blade, refusing to shatter. The demon Jiao, having missed its strike, swiped its 4 claws violently through the water. Its enormous body transformed into a bolt of black lightning charging directly above the formation of the advanced team. It opened its massive maw filled with barbed teeth aiming directly at Lin Yuan and bit down fiercely. Lin Yuan showed no signs of retreat. After enduring 40 times the gravity for 7 days in the advanced gravity chamber, the pressure of the deep sea posed no obstacle to him. His 50,000 kilogram pure physical explosive power surged through his legs into the seabed rocks. Bang! The rock beneath him instantly exploded into powder. He surged upwards through the seawater faster than the descending demon Jiao. Within his dantian, his peak 4th grade true chi inner core spun rapidly. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor erupted with blinding light, instantly electrolyzing the surrounding seawater and creating a flurry of bubbles. Lin Yuan gripped the pure black hilt of the starfall blood blade tightly, facing the massive head of the demon Jiao descending towards him, and swung upward with all his might. The 3/6 battle knife tore through the water, creating a track of absolute vacuum. The black blade collided head-on with the thick black-purple scales of the demon Jiao's jaw. Clang! A visible ring of white water ripples spread wildly in all directions. The miniature spatial collapse property of the starfall bloodblade erupted instantly. The black spatial fissures around the blade ignored the physical defenses of the 6th-ranked demon Jiao, which could withstand the main cannon of interstellar battleships, forcefully tearing through the scales on its jaw. The black blade cut into flesh, severing a thick bone on the demon Jiao's chin. Dark red, boiling blood gushed from the wound, spreading through the seawater. In pain, the demon Jiao's massive body thrashed violently in the water. It had not anticipated that this relatively small human possessed the strength to breach its scales. Its enormous right claw slapped down forcefully, 5 sharp claws, each 2 meters long, whistling through the water, aiming directly at Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan found himself in midair with no leverage to push off. Yet he remained calm. The light of the deep blue thunder prison battle armor surged, and beneath his white jade-like skin the bones infused with 5th-grade thunder essence tightened instantly. He did not use his knife to block, but instead extended his left-hand fingers spread wide and grabbed directly at the descending claw of the Jiao. Bang! The 5 sharp claws struck heavily against Lin Yuan's palm and arm. The physical kinetic energy of a 6th-rank demon beast was incredibly terrifying. Lin Yuan's body was directly propelled downward by this immense force, crashing heavily onto the dark red seabed rocks like a meteor. The rocky surface was smashed into a massive pit over 5 meters in diameter, with debris splashing into the water. Lin Yuan, Zhao Tai shouted frantically into the communicator. He immediately swung the high-frequency, vibrating giant axe legs, powering him as he charged towards the side of the demon Jiao. Throw the grenades. Cover him, Chen Gang commanded loudly. Li Fei and several other veterans quickly removed special underwater high-explosive grenades from their tactical belts. They pressed the detonation buttons and used their wrist-mounted mechanical launchers to accurately fire a dozen grenades at the demon Jiao's abdomen and eyes. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted in the deep sea. The intense light and shockwaves rendered the surrounding seawater extremely murky. However, explosives of this level striking the scales of the 6th-ranked demon Jiao only produced bursts of sparks, leaving shallow white marks and causing no substantial damage. Zhao Tai rushed to the side of the demon Jiao, swinging his giant axe down with all his might at a gap between the scales. Clang! The high-frequency vibrating axe struck the black-purple scales, sparking a shower of sparks. The tremendous recoil shattered Zhao Tai's palm, nearly sending the giant axe flying from his grasp. The full force of a 5th-rank martial general couldn't even pierce the surface of the demon Jiao's skin. The tremendous recoil shattered Zhao Tai's palm, nearly sending the giant axe flying from his grasp. The full force of a 5th-rank martial general couldn't even pierce the surface of the demon Jiao's skin. Against a distant or calm. Suddenly, a blinding, deep blue lightning burst forth from the giant pit created by Lin Yuan. The seawater was vaporized by the intense heat. Lin Yuan strode out of the pit. His deep blue thunder prison battle armor remained intact, not a single white mark left. After merging with the essence of the thunder beast's bone marrow, his physical defense had reached an utterly unreasonable level, allowing him to withstand the strikes of the 6th-grade demon flood dragon, with only the sensation of vibration, suffering no substantial harm. Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze coldly locking onto the rampaging demon flood dragon. He extended his right hand and tightly gripped the starfall blood blade once more. If the defense is too thick, then he'll just chop it a few more times, Lin Yuan's calm voice echoed in the communication channel. He exerted force again, his feet creating explosive sounds at the bottom of the pit. With 50,000 kilograms of strength fully unleashed, Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of blue-black lightning charging straight towards the massive body of the demon flood dragon. Great, a martial skill thunder prison bloodblade. The azure true chi was poured into the battle knife without reservation. The 10-meter-long tangible lightning blade glimmered in the seawater. Lin Yuan charged below the neck of the demon flood dragon. This was an area where the defense of most vertebrates was with both hands gripping the knife, he twisted his waist to an extreme angle, bringing 3,600 pounds of dead weight and the edge of spatial collapse into a full horizontal slash. First strike. The black lightning blade fiercely slashed against the black-purple scales of the demon flood dragon's neck. The spatial fissure forcibly tore through the surface true chi defense and the physical scale armor. The blade cut in 3 inches, severing 4 palm-sized scales and releasing a series of dark red blood droplets. The demon flood dragon roared its right claw, striking again. Lin Yuan advanced rather than retreated. Using the recoil from the battle knife, he forcibly twisted his body in the seawater, avoiding the frontal strike, while stepping heavily on the back of the demon flood dragon's claw, leveraging the force to rise. Second strike. The starfall blood blade swept upwards from beneath, following the gap created by the previous slash, rising sharply once more. The blade penetrated 5 inches into the wound. It severed the underlying muscle fibers. A nauseating sound of muscle tearing reverberated from the demon flood dragon's neck. The demon flood dragon sensed a lethal threat. A trace of brutal ferocity flickered in its dark, golden vertical pupils. No longer relying on physical attacks, it opened its bloodthirsty maw. The surrounding high-concentration spiritual energy seawater began to surge frantically towards its mouth. A purple-black energy sphere with a diameter exceeding 10 meters rapidly formed deep within its throat. The destructive aura emitted by this energy sphere caused the veteran soldiers in the distance to feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. It's going to release its life breath. Lin Yuan, retreat now. Zhao Tai shouted hoarsely over the communication channel as he scrambled to his feet. Lin Yuan hovered before the demon flood dragon's neck. He did not retreat. 50,000 kilograms of pure physical power and peak 4th grade true chi were pushed to a limit of 200% at this moment. He raised the starfall blood blade high. The pure black blade had become so saturated with deep blue lightning that it appeared almost black. The surrounding seawater formed a small vortex under the pull of spatial collapse. Third strike. Thunder prison decapitation. Lin Yuan faced the approaching purple-black energy sphere about to erupt from the demon flood dragon's mouth, pouring all his strength into a single downward slash. A massive black lightning blade 20 meters long with a ferocious momentum capable of crushing everything directly sliced into the demon flood dragon's gaping maw. The black crack of spatial collapse collided head-on with the purple-black energy sphere. Boom. The bottom of the dark scale canyon erupted in a devastating deep-sea explosion. The blinding light instantly robbed everyone of their sight. The violent shockwaves stirred up a tsunami-level undercurrent at the seabed. The dark red rock walls on either side of the canyon collapsed massively, with countless boulders weighing several tons. Chun Gang and the veterans immediately raised their tower shields in front of them, channeling their true chi as one to withstand the world-destroying shockwave. Even so, they were still pushed back over 100 meters on the seabed. The brilliance persisted for a full 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. The murky seawater was filled with debris and silt. The veterans anxiously gazed towards the center of the explosion. As the silt slowly settled, the scene before them caused everyone to gasp in shock. The 6th grade early-stage demon flood dragon, measuring 100 meters long, lay helplessly collapsed on the rocky seabed. Its head was brutally cleaved in half from top jaw to chin by the terrifying black lightning blade. The purple-black energy sphere detonated within its mouth, completely obliterating its entire brain and the front section of its cervical spine into a mass of flesh. The dark red blood of the flood dragon gushed forth like a fountain, thoroughly staining the surrounding area of over 10,000 square meters. The 6th grade Martial Commander Realm Demon was killed on the spot. Before that massive corpse, Lin Yuan knelt on one knee on the rocky seabed, his hands resting on the pure black starfall bloodblade. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor glimmered dimly, but still completely covered his body. He slowly straightened up his hand, gripping the battle knife without a hint of tremor. The mechanical prompt from the system madly scrolled through his mind. Kill the 6th grade early-stage demon plunder successful. Gain 5,000 vitality points. Gain 30 points of 6th grade water attribute origin resistance. Advanced hardening talent, deeply evolved bone density, reaching 60-year standards. True Chi core absorbs high-grade vitality. The barrier begins to loosen. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the tumultuous energy changes within him. He stepped forward, treading on the scattered flesh and blood, approaching the demon flood dragon's shattered massive head. He thrust the starfall blood blade forward. A 6th grade inner core the size of a basketball and radiating a purple-golden hue with rich abyssal spiritual energy swirling within rolled out from the flesh. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, cradling this priceless inner core in his embrace and placing it into the specially designed high-pressure storage bag of his tactical combat suit. He turned his head to look at the veteran scouts who were helping each other approach. Inner core secured. Lin Yuan's voice remained steady in the communication channel. Mission accomplished. Prepare to ascend. Zhao Tai and Chun Gang approached Lin Yuan. They looked at the massive corpse of the 6th grade demon beneath their feet, then back to Lin Yuan's face, which bore little expression. 7 days ago, you were still at the early stage of the 4th grade. Today you withstood the attacks of a 6th grade demon flood dragon, chopping it down with 3 strikes. You monster, this temple on the abyssal front line will probably not be able to accommodate you for long, Zhao Tai said, wiping the mud off his helmet visor with his sturdy arm, his voice carrying an indescribable complexity. The stench of blood here is too strong. The surrounding high-grade demons will soon be attracted here. Lin Yuan did not respond to Zhao Tai's words and directly issued the retreat order. The 9 of them swiftly turned heading towards the deep assault submarine docked at the canyon's edge. The bottom of the dark scale canyon fell back into a dead silence. Only the massive corpse of the flood dragon remained bearing witness to the absolute violence of the massacre that had just occurred. Lin Yuan's path to rise had already carved a bloody road through this pitch-black abyss towards a higher realm. The jet-black Black Whale-class deep-sea assault submarine surged upwards at full speed through the dark waters. The 4 plasma thrusters at the rear emitted long blue flames, pushing aside the frigid seawater around it. The titanium alloy shell of the assault submarine produced a deep metallic expansion sound under the drastic changes in water pressure. Inside the cockpit, the dark red combat indicator lights switched to standard white illumination. Lin Yuan sat in the shock-absorbing seat. He laid the 3,600-pound Starfall Bloodblade flat on his legs, holding a dry military-absorbent cloth in his hands, meticulously wiping away the residual blood of the magical creature and the deep-sea slime from the hilt to the tip of the blade. After finishing the wipe, he took out a thick black cloth, wrapping the battle blade tightly in layers, fastening the buckle, and slinging it back onto his back. Zhao Tai and 7 other veterans were removing their heavy, deep-sea, pressure-resistant combat suits. Chun Gang had a large area of dark purple bruising on his chest, a mark from the high-pressure water blade of a 6th-tier magical eel. He opened a bottle of high-concentration external repair liquid, pouring it directly onto the bruised area, rubbing it vigorously to promote absorption. Depth 1,000 meters. About to breach the surface. Li Fei at the pilot seat reported loudly, watching the rapidly changing numbers on the dashboard. Sizzle. The assault submarine broke through the surface, sending a massive spray of white waves rolling to the sides. The hull bucked a few times on the surface before stabilizing, heading directly toward the No. 1 deep-sea dock at East C0 outpost. The long torrential rain had finally ceased. The leaden gray clouds in the sky cracked open in a few places, and the pale sunlight cast down onto the black breakwater. The assault submarine slowly entered the indoor dock. The hydraulic stabilizers at the bottom extended, accurately locking into the fixed slots of the dock. Hatch opening. Li Fei pressed the green button on the control panel. The heavy metal hatch slid open. A rush of cold air mixed with the strong smell of seawater and gunpowder flooded into the cockpit. Lin Yuan stood up and was the first to step down the metal gangway. Zhao Tai and the others followed closely behind. As Lin Yuan's feet touched the alloy floor of the dock, he immediately halted. The dozens of ground crew members who were supposed to be in the dock to receive and maintain them had all vanished. In their place stood over 100 fully armed defense soldiers. They wore specialized silver-white Marine Corps armor, holding large-caliber energy rifles in their hands. More than 100 dark muzzles formed an impenetrable semicircular blockade in front of the metal gangway. At the center of the blockade stood a tall, thin, middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue colonel's uniform. A noticeable burn scar stretched across the man's left cheek, reaching deep into his neck. With his hands clasped behind his back, he emanated a fierce aura of peak 5th-tier martial general. A layer of light blue water attribute true chi flowed subtly over the surface of his uniform, rapidly condensing the moisture in the surrounding air into tiny ice crystals that fell onto the metal floor. Zhao Tai approached from behind, and seeing the situation, his single eye suddenly contracted and his face turned ashen. Shenhai. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth, spitting out the name of the colonel. Shenhai was the younger brother of Shun Kuang, the former captain of the Flying Dragon Brigade. He did not serve in the frontline combat units, but held the position of deputy commander of the Internal Affairs Inspection Team at the outpost, wielding the enforcement authority within the base. Captain Zhao Tai, your first expedition team has worked hard on this external mission. Shenhai looked at the 9 people stepping down from the assault submarine, his tone icy and devoid of any pleasantries. The Internal Affairs Inspection Team has received a named report. Someone accused you of privately intercepting the highest-level strategic materials during the mission in the Darkscale Valley. Shenhai took 2 steps forward, his gaze passing over Zhao Tai and locking directly onto Lin Yuan. Lieutenant Lin Yuan. Hand over the inner core of the 6th-tier deep-sea magical eel. Come with me to the inspection team for isolation review. Shenhai issued the order outright, and over 100 soldiers immediately pulled back the bolts of their rifles, in unison, the azure energy light flickering within the chambers. Zhao Tai stepped forward, blocking Lin Yuan with his massive frame. Shenhai, don't take this opportunity to settle Zhao Tai shouted angrily, his voice echoing in the vast dock. The mission in the Darkscale Valley was a top-secret order issued personally by Commander Xiang Tian. The magical eel's inner core was a task item obtained by Lin Yuan after slaying a 6th-tier magical creature, and we need to present it directly to the commander. You, as a deputy commander of the Internal Affairs Inspection Team, have no right to block us here. Shenhai scoffed coldly. He raised his right hand and took out a document covered with a red official seal from his uniform pocket. Zhao Tai, take a good look. This is a material inspection order jointly issued by the Logistics Equipment Department and the Military Law Office. Shenhai displayed the document in midair. Any 6th-tier or higher advanced materials brought back from the Abyssal Rift must undergo radiation detection and registration by the Internal Affairs Inspection Team before entering the core area of the outpost. The commander is extremely busy, and naturally such minor tasks of receiving materials will be handled by us. Shenhai put away the document and the burn scar on his face twisted slightly with his cold smile. Lin Yuan, you crippled my brother Xinquang's hands and Dantian in the supply hall. I acknowledge that this matter was judged as fighting by the military law office, but today you must hand over the 6th tier inner core according to the rules. If you refuse to hand it over, it will be seen as defying military orders and armed resistance. These 108 energy rifles will directly turn you into a sieve. This was a blatant conspiracy. Shenhai exploited his position to obstruct the task transfer process. As long as the 6th tier inner core landed in his hands, he had countless ways to ensure that the core would accidentally be damaged or lose energy during the inspection. Lin Yuan's failure to complete the task assigned by the commander would not only prevent him from offsetting the compensation for the destruction of the Flying Dragon Brigade's base, but also lead to severe accusations from the military law office. The veterans of the 1st Expedition Team drew their weapons, standing by Lin Yuan's side. Shen Gang raised the heavy tower shield mixed with starfall iron in the front. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Lin Yuan reached out his left hand, resting it on Zhao Tai's shoulder, gently pushing him aside. He stepped over Chen Gang's shield, walking directly to the front of the metal gangway, less than 5 meters away from Shenhai. Lin Yuan looked at Shenhai without reaching for the specially designed storage bag containing the 6th tier inner core. He extended his right hand around his back. Clang! A harsh friction sound rang out. The pure black starfall blood blade was drawn with one hand. The black cloth wrapped around the blade shattered into fragments and scattered around under the agitation of true qi. The 3,600-pound heavy battle blade was gripped in his hand, the blade's tip angled toward the metal floor. The dark red blood groove along the edge of the blade exuded a strong, bloodthirsty aura. The command I received is to hand over the inner core to Commander Xiang Tian. Lin Yuan's voice was flat and rigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As for your worthless paper, take it to the commander. Now clear the way. Shenhai looked at Lin Yuan, drawing his sword, the murderous intent in his eyes fully exposed. Armed resistance. Everyone opened fire. Shenhai shouted loudly. The more than 100 elite soldiers behind him immediately pulled their triggers. A barrage of dense blue energy piercing rounds transformed into a rain of metal directly covering the position where Lin Yuan stood. Lin Yuan stood his ground, not moving an inch. Within his dantian, the pinnacle 4th grade Azure True Energy inner core spun rapidly. The dark blue Thunder Prison battle armor materialized on his body in an instant. The battle armor infused with 5th grade Thunder Beast Marrow liquid shimmered with silver blue thunder runes on its surface, achieving a new height of defensive power. Clang! Countless large-caliber armor-piercing rounds struck the Thunder Prison battle armor, exploding into dazzling sparks. The projectiles were crushed into discs under the immense physical backlash, falling onto the metal floor. Lin Yuan didn't even blink, enduring the torrent of bullets, and took a big step forward. His military boots struck the metal floor, producing a resounding thud. The explosive power of 50,000 kilograms of pure physical might was unleashed in that one step. Lin Yuan transformed into a blur of blue and black, instantly crossing 5 meters to appear directly before Shenhai. Shenhai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that under the concentrated fire of over 100 energy rifles, Lin Yuan not only remained unrestrained, but charged forward, physically withstanding the bullets. Shenhai reacted swiftly. He formed seals with both hands in front of his chest, unleashing the pale blue true energy of a pinnacle 5th grade martial general. The moisture in the surrounding air instantly condensed. A thick iced giant shield, half a meter in thickness and emanating a bone-chilling aura, coalesced in front of him. It was a grade defensive martial technique, the Mystic Ice Heavy Shield. At the same time, Shenhai's right leg suddenly retreated, attempting to create distance. Lin Yuan did not give him any chance to retreat. He gripped the pure black hilt of the Starfall Bloodblade with both hands. Without any flashy movements, he swung the battle sword directly towards the half-meter thick Mystic Ice Heavy Shield, delivering a clean and decisive downward slash. Break. The absolute weight of 3,600 pounds combined with the terrifying kinetic energy of 50,000 kilograms. The miniaturized spatial collapse attribute of the Starfall Bloodblade tore open small black cracks around the blade. Boom. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the dock. Shenhai's pride, the grade defensive martial technique Mystic Ice Heavy Shield, shattered into countless small ice shards upon contact with the Starfall Bloodblade. The spatial cracks ignored the high-density condensation of true energy, forcefully shredding the defensive structure. The momentum of the battle sword remained unyielding. The heavy pure black back of the blade, accompanied by a howling gale, slammed into Shenhai's chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly throughout the area. Shenhai's deep blue colonel's uniform was blown apart, and his sternum caved in significantly. He spat out a long jet of blood, his body lifted off the ground by the violent blunt force. Shenhai flew backward. He crashed into more than a dozen elite soldiers behind him, broke 3 heavy iron columns used to support the dock ceiling, and finally slammed heavily against the blast-proof concrete wall 50 meters away. Bang! The wall was smashed into a deep pit. Shenhai slid down the wall to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing up blood mixed with internal organ fragments. The 5th grade water attribute true energy within him was directly dispersed by the thunderous power attached to Lin Yuan's strike, unable to condense a single bit, heavily injuring a pinnacle 5th grade martial general. The metal dock fell into a deathly silence in an instant. The over 100 elite soldiers ceased fire. Their hands holding guns froze in midair as they stared in terror at the fallen vice commander in the ruins, then back at the black-clad youth standing in the center, surrounded by silver-blue thunder. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Bloodblade in one hand. The pure black blade tip pressed against the metal floor, creating a slight dent in the high-strength alloy plate. He did not pursue further. His cold gaze swept across the more than 100 soldiers blocking the way. Step aside. The simple two words carried an undeniable absolute dominance. The soldiers' psychological defenses completely crumbled. They involuntarily retreated to the sides, clearing a 5-meter-wide path. Not a single person dared to aim their guns at this monster that even bullets couldn't penetrate. Lin Yuan slung the Starfall Bloodblade over his right shoulder. He took steady steps along the path opened by the soldiers, striding towards the dock's main gate. Zhao Tai and the veterans of the first advance team closely followed behind, each standing tall. Just as Lin Yuan was about to walk out of the dock's main gate, a black military hover command vehicle approached on the wide mill. The command vehicle stopped outside the gate, and the door rose upwards. A middle-aged officer in a crisp general's uniform adorned with a golden aide-de-camp insignia stepped out of the vehicle. Behind him followed 4 deep-breathing 6th-grade Marshal Commander elite guards. The middle-aged officer was Commander Xiang Tian's personal aide. The aide glanced at Shun Hai lying on the ground, and the soldiers retreated to the sides, his face revealing no sign of. He walked straight up to Lin Yuan and stopped. "Lieutenant Lin Yuan, the commander is waiting for you at the command center." The aide's tone was quite polite, even carrying a hint of subtle respect. The situation from the task in the Darkscale Valley has been confirmed by the commander through the energy fluctuations detected by the deep-sea monitoring radar. "You did very well." The aide took out a black special password box from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan with both hands. "This is the reward certificate from the commander. With this you can go to the Zero Weapon Vault at the lowest level of the outpost and select the most top-tier technique or martial skill. Just hand over the inner core of the 6th-grade Magic Flood Dragon to me to take back for medicinal use." Lin Yuan lowered the Starfall Bloodblade from his shoulder. He extended his left hand, pulling out the purple-gold 6th-grade inner core from the storage pocket of his tactical combat suit, which radiated a massive wave of spiritual energy. He placed it directly into the aide's hand. Then Lin Yuan took the black password box. He did not glance back at Shun Hai lying in the distance. "Lead the way to the Zero Weapon Vault." Lin Yuan, holding the password box and the heavy battle sword in one hand, directly made a request to the aide. His physical foundation had already reached an incredibly terrifying level. But to perfectly combine this 50,000 kilograms of power with Thunder attribute true energy unleashing lethality beyond his level, he needed a higher grade martial skill to replace the gradually insufficient A-grade Thunder Prison Bloodblade. The Zero Weapon Vault is the true foundation of the military. The items there are the strongest support for him to continue his assault towards the Martial Commander realm. The black military hover command vehicle smoothly navigated the underground passage of the Donghai Zero outpost. The interior was dimly lit with only the dashboard emitting a faint green glow. The adjutant sat upright in a leather seat, hands resting on his knees. Lin Yuan sat opposite him, holding the 3,600 gene heavy Starfall Bloodblade vertically between his legs with his hands crossed on the hilt wrapped in black cloth. The engine of the hover vehicle emitted a low hum, completely isolating them from the external noise. The two men did not speak throughout the journey. 20 minutes later, the hover vehicle slowed down and stopped in front of a massive silver-gray metal gate. The adjutant opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Yuan lifted the heavy battle blade with one hand and followed the adjutant. Beside the gate was a small identity verification station. 2 fully armed major officers stood behind bulletproof glass. The adjutant stepped forward and placed his identity badge on the scanner, then turned to Lin Yuan. "Lieutenant Lin Yuan, place the black password box given to you by the commander on the scanner." The adjutant pointed to a metal slot next to the scanner. Lin Yuan stepped forward and accurately inserted the black password box into the slot. "Ding, commander's highest order confirmed. The Zero Armory descending elevator has been unlocked." The heavy silver-gray metal gate slowly slid open, revealing a massive deep, elevator behind it. The Zero Armory is located deep underground at the outpost 10,000 meters below sea level. It is a core top-secret area for the military to store level and above techniques and combat skills. "I can only take you this far," the adjutant stated, standing outside the elevator door. "When the elevator reaches the bottom, you will see the door to the armory. You have 2 hours to choose inside. Remember, you can only take 1 copy of a combat technique or a memory crystal. Destruction of any original is strictly prohibited." Lin Yuan nodded. He gripped the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand and strode into the elevator cabin. The door closed. The sensation of weightlessness hit him instantly as the elevator plummeted downwards at an extraordinary speed. The red numbers on the display screen flickered wildly: 1,000, 3,000, 8,000. 3 minutes later, the feeling of falling abruptly ceased. A heavy mechanical locking sound echoed from the bottom of the cabin. The metal door slid open. A gust of dry, cold air, faintly scented with preservatives, rushed towards him. Lin Yuan stepped out of the elevator. Before him lay a straight passage 50 meters long. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the passage were all made of dark golden explosion-proof alloy seamless. On either side of the passage, every 5 meters, stood a 3-turtle heavy combat mech. The red electronic eyes of the mechs lit up as Lin Yuan emerged from the elevator, locking onto him. At the end of the passage was a circular gear-shaped door. Lin Yuan walked steadily forward, stepping onto the dark. The sound of military boots echoed clearly. The electronic eyes of 10 heavy mechs slowly turned with his movements, their thick, close-range cannon barrels always aimed at his vital points. Reaching the circular door, Lin Yuan pressed the black password box against the central reading area of the door. Click, click. A series of complex mechanical gear sounds resonated from within the metal door. The circular door panel rotated 3 times counterclockwise, then retracted inward, sliding into the wall. Lin Yuan stepped into the Zero Armory. The interior space was surprisingly simple. It was a circular hall with a diameter of 100 meters, devoid of elaborate decorations or densely arranged bookshelves. On the hall's floor, arranged according to the directions of the 8 trigrams, were over 100 black stone pillars, each reaching the waist of an adult. Atop each pillar sat a physical medium. Some were yellowed beast skin scrolls, others were metal sheets covered in rust, and some were crystal clear memory crystals. Above these media floated a small holographic projection, briefly labeling the name, level, and cultivation requirements of the techniques or combat skills. In the corner of the hall there was a worn rattan chair. An old man dressed in gray cloth with graying hair was lying on it. The old man had only one right arm, while the left sleeve hung empty. His eyes were tightly closed, eye sockets sunk in, his face dotted with brown age spots, and his breathing was so weak it was barely perceptible. The sound of Lin Yuan's footsteps entering the hall caused the old man's right ear to twitch slightly. The old man did not open his eyes, his parched lips moving slowly as he spoke in a hoarse voice. With the water pressure at 10,000 meters, this door hasn't been opened in half a year. Young man, the blade on your back weighs exactly 3,600 gene. The scent of starfall iron is very strong. Lin Yuan halted, turning to look at the old man with a severed arm in the corner. He sensed no fluctuations of true energy from the old man. He appeared to be an ordinary elder whose life was... But in a top-secret area like the Zero Armory, there could be no ordinary person. Yes, Starfall Bloodblade, Lin Yuan replied, directly, his voice steady. The old man coughed a couple of times, using his remaining right hand to fumble for a purple clay teapot on the armrest of the rattan chair, and took a sip of cold tea. Over 3,000 gene of dead weight. Combined with the vibration frequency generated by your footsteps, your pure physical explosive power has already surpassed 50,000 kilograms. The old man swallowed the cold tea, stating a precise figure. Magic marshals too. Lai has sent a few good seedlings over in recent years. However, you're the first with such a strong physique. The old man placed the teapot back and pointed with his bony finger at the leftmost black stone pillar in the 3rd row of the hall. Go take a look at that stone pillar. There's a piece of charred wood struck by lightning. The combat skill recorded within was left by a madman 60 years ago. That madman also wielded a heavy blade. His knife weighed 5,000 gene. That combat skill has low requirements for true energy, but pushes the physical body to its limit. Back then he practiced to the 3rd strike, but the recoil was too much for his body to withstand, shattering his bones on the spot. Go try it, and see if your 50,000 kilograms of flesh can endure it. Lin Yuan followed the direction the old man pointed. Without hesitation, he grasped the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand, and walked straight through the 1st and 2nd rows of stone pillars, to the leftmost position in the 3rd row. Atop the black stone pillar lay a piece of charred wood about a foot long, entirely blackened. The surface of the wood bore deep lightning strike cracks with a faint aura of violent destruction seeping from within. A holographic projection above the wooden surface displayed several lines of red text. S-level blade technique, 9 heavens mystic art. Creator Chu Kuangren. Technique description, abandoning all complex variations. This technique compresses the physical strength and thunder attribute Qi into a singular point, erupting with devastating force, using a heavy weapon to tear apart the very fabric of space. Training requirements: basic physical explosive power must not be less than 40,000 kilograms, weapon weight must not be less than 3,000 gene, and one must possess high-level thunder attribute Qi. Techniques divided into 3 forms. The first form is Ocean Break, the second form is Mountain Collapse, and the third form is Space Shatter. Lin Yuan's gaze was firmly locked onto the lines of red text. This technique was practically tailor-made for his current physical condition and the Starfall Bloodblade. His original A-level martial skill Thunder Prison Bloodblade was merely a simple combination of Qi and strength, while this S-level 9 Heavens Mystic Art deeply fused and transformed these two powers, perfectly aligning with the inherent microspace collapse attribute of the Starfall Bloodblade. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and pressed it directly onto the charred thunderstruck wood. In his mind, the system's emotionless mechanical prompt sounded instantly. Detected S-level Hydere technique medium. Do you wish to proceed with deep scanning and extraction? Confirm. Lin Yuan silently thought. Beginning extraction of the 9 Heavens Mystic Art technique diagram. Extraction successful. Detected that this technique shares the same origin with the host's current training of Thunder Prison Bloodblade, and is perfectly compatible with the exclusive weapon Starfall Bloodblade. The system can directly consume 20,000 Qi blood points to forcibly instill the first form Ocean Break, and create a permanent muscle memory. Do you wish to execute? Lin Yuan had amassed a vast amount of chi blood points through continuous slaughter in the abyssal wave barrier and dark scale canyon. The mere 20,000 points were well within his capacity. Execute. The moment the command was issued, a torrent of information, mixed with the violent essence of thunder, surged directly into Lin Yuan's brain. Lin Yuan stood before the black stone pillar, his eyes tightly shut. The azure 4-rank chi inner core within him began to rotate in an unprecedentedly strange trajectory. The chi surged through his meridians, no longer evenly covering his body, but wildly converging towards his arms, and the right hand gripping the blade. Muscle fibers convulsed violently under the forced infusion of the technique. The system inscribed the chi operating route, muscle exertion angles, and skeletal conduction frequencies of the first 4-motion break into every inch of Lin Yuan's flesh in a brutally deep manner. A thin layer of cold sweat emerged on Lin Yuan's forehead. This forced alteration of muscle memory was accompanied by the excruciating pain of muscles being torn and then sewn back together. 5 full minutes passed. The pain gradually subsided. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and within his pupils 2 deep blue bolts of lightning flashed. He did not activate the deep blue thunder prison battle armor, but the muscle lines on his arms became more pronounced with faint silver blue arcs of electricity coursing beneath his skin. He had completely mastered the first 4-motion break. This move contained no superfluous actions, only extreme compression and explosive force. In an instant, it could amplify his 50,000 kilograms of physical kinetic energy and peak 4-rank chi, several times concentrating it at a single point on the blade's edge, achieving true spatial cutting. Lin Yuan withdrew his left hand from the thunderstruck wood. He turned around to face the corner where the still-eyed old man with a severed arm sat. Thank you for the guidance. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, devoid of any excess gratitude, merely stating a fact. The old man with the severed arm did not open his eyes, his withered lips moving once more. Once you have selected the technique, you may leave. The air in Warehouse 0 is too dry. Staying here for long is harmful to the lungs. The essence within this wood has been completely extracted by you. It is now nothing more than a piece of useless charcoal. Shu Quangren's blade technique has been severed for 60 years. I hope you do not meet the same fate as him and die from the backlash of your own power. Lin Yuan hoisted the Starfall blood blade onto his shoulder, refraining from further speech as he stepped steadily through the circular door of Warehouse 0. The door locked behind him once again. The sound of gears turning echoed in the empty passage. Lin Yuan took the deep well elevator back to the upper area of the outpost. The adjutant was still standing by the hover vehicle waiting. Upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge, the adjutant opened the car door. The hover vehicle retraced its path. Half an hour later, the hover vehicle stopped at the entrance of the underground barracks where the 1st Vanguard team was located. Lin Yuan stepped out of the vehicle. The adjutant lowered the car window and looked at Lin Yuan. The commander has issued an order. In light of your completion of the task in Dark Scale Canyon, the 1st Vanguard team will enter an absolute rest period for the next 3 days. No defensive tasks or external orders will be imposed upon you. After 3 days, the front line will launch a large-scale tactical counterattack. Prepare yourselves. The adjutant conveyed Xiang Tian's orders, and the hover vehicle started quickly disappearing at the end of the metal passage. Lin Yuan carried the blade with one hand as he walked back to the barracks. He pushed open the door, and the 8 old soldiers inside the barracks were present. Zhao Tai was polishing his jagged high-frequency vibrating axe. Li Fei's mechanical prosthetic had been fully repaired and was undergoing flexibility testing. Upon seeing Lin Yuan return, Zhao Tai set down his axe. Did the military law office give you any trouble? Zhao Tai approached, inspecting Lin Yuan from head to toe to confirm that there were no signs of punishment on him. I went to Warehouse 0 and selected a technique. Lin Yuan walked to his bed and placed the Starfall blood blade on the bedboard. The commander has issued an order. The next 3 days are absolute rest. A large-scale counterattack will commence in 3 days. Upon hearing the words absolute rest, the tense nerves of the old soldiers finally relaxed. In the abyssal front lines, having 3 complete days of rest was practically a luxury. Great. No one is allowed to go out and cause trouble during these 3 days. Chun Gang, your sternum hasn't healed, yet lie down and soak in the recovery fluid. Zhao Tai issued orders loudly. Everyone should maintain their equipment well. A large-scale counterattack means we will be filling the most dangerous front lines. Lin Yuan disregarded the conversations in the barracks. He removed his black tactical combat jacket, wearing only a tight black vest beneath. He sat cross-legged on the hard metal bed, closing his eyes. Having just acquired the S-level technique, 9 Heavens Mystic Art, he needed to utilize these 3 days of rest to continuously simulate the exertion trajectory of the first 4-motion break in his mind, ensuring every cell in his body became thoroughly familiar with that extreme, squeezing sensation. 3 days passed swiftly amidst tense preparations and quiet simulations. On the morning of the 4th day, the shrill sound of the assembly horn directly pierced through the soundproof walls of the 6th underground level of the outpost, reverberating explosively in every barracks loudspeaker. This was not an air defense alarm, but the tactical assembly order for the frontline defense forces to launch a full-scale attack. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, the deep blue thunder leaping within his pupils. He stood up from the bed and seized the 3,600 gene heavy Starfall bloodblade. The battle had the deafening sound of the assembly horn echoed through every underground level of the Donghai 0 outpost. Inside the barracks of the 1st Advanced Team, 8 seasoned veterans swiftly donned their heavy tactical armor. Mechanically, Fei inserted 2 high-frequency, vibrating short blades into the tactical slots on the outside of his thigh, casually pulling the bolt of his mechanical prosthetic to check the ammunition feed of the built-in spiritual energy microcannon. Vice Captain Chun Gang slung a 2-meter-tall tower shield edged with starfall iron onto his back. The earthy yellow spiritual energy flowed over the surface of the shield, confirming that the formation was functioning normally. Lin Yuan stood before his metal bunk, lifting the 360-pound starfall blood blade with one hand. The pure black hilt was covered in a rough anti-slip texture, and his fingers tightly gripped it, feeling the cold and heavy touch. Set off, Zhao Tai shouted, raising his high-frequency, vibrating giant axe, and charging out of the barracks first. Lin Yuan strapped the battle blade to his back, securing the clasp at his chest, and strode to catch up with the team. Tens of thousands of defense forces surged out from various barracks, gathering in the wide underground main passage. The synchronized military boots stomped on the metal floor, creating a thunderous roar. The air was thick with the strong smell of machine oil, gunpowder, and the fervent blood waves emitted by high-level martial artists. Massive cargo elevators capable of holding hundreds of soldiers swiftly ascended to the surface, fully loaded with troops. Clang! The metal doors of the elevator opened onto the open-air assembly square number 1 at the 0 outpost. Lin Yuan stepped out of the cabin. The sky was completely shrouded by heavy lead-gray clouds. The fierce wind whipped up the moisture from the sea, striking the surface of the bomb-proof concrete square. At this moment, the massive square, covering over hundreds of thousands of square meters, was filled with a dense crowd of troops. Various heavy spiritual energy armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and 10-meter-tall land-war mechs were arrayed at the rear of the formation. At the front of the square, on a 100-meter-high platform, Commander Xiang Tian stood resolutely in a pure black general's uniform, his posture straight against the cold wind. Behind him stood a row of fully armed generals and senior advisors. Xiang Tian did not use any amplification devices. The true energy of a 7th-grade master enveloped his voice, clearly reaching every corner of the square. The energy eruption cycle of the Abyss Rift has entered the attenuation phase. The outpost has defended for a month, and today it's our turn to strike. Xiang Tian's voice carried a cold and iron-blooded killing intent. All combat teams, advanced teams, and reserve battalions, heed my command. Target the outer defense line of the Abyss Rift, 300 kilometers. Drive those beasts back into the sea. Kill, 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 kill. 100,000 defense warriors simultaneously raised their cold weapons and spiritual energy firearms, erupting in a deafening roar. The sound waves shattered the low clouds above the square. 1st Advanced Team, board the boats. Zhao Tai turned around and gave orders to the team behind him. 9 people quickly ran towards the assault boats docked at the edge of the square. Sleek, elongated swordfish-glass surface assault boats equipped with heavy ice-breaking rams at the front had completed engine preheating. Zhao Tai jumped into the driver's seat of an assault boat. Lin Yuan, Chun Gang, and others followed suit onto the deck. V-room. The 6 high-power plasma engines at the rear of the assault boat simultaneously emitted blinding blue flames. The hull surged forward on the water's surface, crashing through the breakwater gate of the outpost and plunging into the dark Pacific waters. Thousands of assault boats created long white wake trails on the sea, forming a massive fan-shaped charge formation. In the sky, a formation of heavy bombers roared past, first carpet-bombing the sea ahead with spiritual energy bombs. Massive fireballs exploded on the distant sea surface, sending up water columns dozens of meters high. Zhao Tai piloted the assault boat, swiftly weaving through the tumultuous sea, avoiding the debris of blasted monsters. Our target is the Black Rock Reef directly in front of the rift. Zhao Tai gripped the control stick with one hand, loudly announcing the mission. A large number of 5th-grade mid-tier iron-shelled crocodiles are lurking there. They are amphibious monsters with tough skin and thick flesh. The command center requires our advanced team to breach the reef's defenses within half an hour to establish a foothold for the landing armored forces behind us. The assault boat sped across the sea for 20 minutes. Ahead, a large area of black rock formations emerged. These rocks were sharp and spiny, covered in massive crocodile monsters over 10 meters long, all clad in thick black scales. Approaching target. Prepare for battle. Zhao Tai yanked on the control stick. The assault boat maintained its speed, directly crashing towards the largest piece of reef. Boom. The alloy ram at the front of the assault boat slammed into the hard black rock, producing a loud. The hull violently shook. The front half surged up the slope of the reef, crashing into 2 unsuspecting iron-shelled crocodiles, breaking their bones and sending dark red blood spraying onto the deck. Disembark. Chun Gang, establish a position. Zhao Tai raised his giant axe and leaped off the deck. Chun Gang followed closely behind, landing on the slippery rocks. The 2-meter-tall Starfall Tower shield slammed down, and earthy yellow spiritual energy instantly formed a solid defensive light wall. The iron-shelled crocodiles on the reef were enraged by the sudden impact. Hundreds of massive monsters moved with their sturdy limbs, opening their blood-filled maws lined with sharp fangs, encircling the position of the assault boat from all directions. Lin Yuan unsheathed the Starfall blood blade from his back, tearing off the black cloth. He gripped the pure black heavy sword with one hand, stepping off the deck of the assault boat, directly crossing the defensive line of Chungang's tower shield and advancing to the forefront of the team. Facing the tide of 5th grade crocodiles surging toward him, Lin Yuan positioned the 360-pound battle blade in front of him, gripping the rough hilt tightly with both hands. The first style of the S-level combat technique, Void Shattering Thunder Prison Slash, obtained from the Zero Armory, flashed through his mind like lightning. The forcibly implanted muscle memories fully awakened at that moment. Lin Yuan slightly bent his legs, and the black rocks beneath him cracked with fine fissures under the weight of his pure flesh body, which weighed 50,000 kilograms. Within his dantian, the 4th grade pinnacle true energy core, covered in lightning patterns, ceased its usual rotation. All the azure liquid true energy was forcibly drawn out, no longer enveloping his body, but crazily compressing toward his arms and the blade. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor vanished. In its place, an overwhelming mix of suffocating deep darkness and blinding lightning erupted from the blade of the Starfall Bloodblade. Break the sea. A low growl escaped from Lin Yuan's throat. With a surge of power from his waist, the muscles in his arms expanded to their limit. He faced the dozen armored magic crocodiles charging towards him and swung his blade horizontally with all his might from right to left. There was no projection of a true chi blade extending for several meters. All the force, true chi, and the spatial collapse property of the blade were compressed to an extent within less than an inch at the edge of the blade. The battle blade was swung. The air made no sound as it was directly cut open, creating an absolute vacuum. A thin black thread extended from the tip of the Starfall Bloodblade, swiftly slicing through a fan-shaped area 50 meters ahead. Where this black line passed the hard black island reef, the splashing seawater, and the massive bodies of the dozen mid-level 5th grade armored magic crocodiles all fell into absolute stillness in an instant. In the next second, a uniform sound of flesh being cut echoed. The dozen armored magic crocodiles, which possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, were smoothly sliced in half by the black thread. Their upper and lower halves slid down along the cut and crashed heavily onto the rocks. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and it was only half a second later that the internal blood erupted violently like a fountain under the pressure. Not just the magic creatures. The hard black rock formations ahead were also directly leveled at the top by this strike, the cutting surface smooth enough to reflect light. With one strike, the sea was severed. The extreme compression brought about an absolute cutting force that completely disregarded physical defenses. Behind Zhao Tai and Chun Gang and others, upon seeing the scene ahead, experienced a brief moment of mental blankness. They had witnessed Lin Yuan's thunderous blade aura, which indeed shocked them with its wide-ranging explosive power. However, this kind of cutting that had no excess energy leakage and purely compressed destructive force to its limit brought about an even more terrifying visual impact. The heavy scales of those mid-level 5th grade magic creatures were almost as fragile as a sheet of paper before this cutting surface. Lin Yuan stood still, sheathing his blade. He glanced at the pure black blade of his weapon. The force of 50,000 kilograms combined with the combat technique produced a recoil that directly impacted his arms. He could feel a slight soreness in the muscle fibers of his arms. If an ordinary warrior forced this move, the bones in their arms would shatter at the moment of swinging the blade. But this soreness quickly faded under the repair of his advanced hardening talent. Formation expand. Continue. Lin Yuan did not look back, gripping his blade with one hand and stepping directly over the corpses of the magic crocodiles and the steaming blood, walking boldly towards the depths of the island reef. The veterans of the 1st Reconnaissance Team seemed to awaken from a dream. They quickly put away their shock and spread out into a combat formation on either side of Lin Yuan. Li Fei utilized the jumping ability of his mechanical prosthetics to leap onto the flattened rock, accurately stabbing a high-frequency, vibrating dagger into the eye socket of a magic crocodile that slipped through the net. Zhao Tai swung his giant axe, fending off a magic creature that lunged from the side. With Lin Yuan acting as an indomitable armor-piercing spear in front, the advanced speed of the reconnaissance team reached an extreme. Roar! A deeper, thunderous roar came from within the island reef. 3 6th grade initial stage giant bone crocodiles, each over 20 meters long, crawled out from the caves within the island reef. They had no scales on their surface, but were covered with a layer of pale external skeletal armor, their limbs thick as pillars, leaving deep footprints on the rocks with each step. These 3 6th grade magic creatures saw Lin Yuan, who was slaughtering their kind. They opened their huge mouths, gathering high concentrations of dark red fire attribute spiritual energy into glowing orbs, preparing to bomb him with a ranged breath attack. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold in an instant. He did not give them the opportunity to charge their breath. With a sudden push from his feet against the rocks, he launched himself forward. The black rocks exploded as Lin Yuan transformed into a shadow, directly charging towards the middle giant bone crocodile. His speed was so fast that the 3 6th grade magic creatures did not have time to adjust their breath attack angles. As Lin Yuan approached within 3 meters of the central crocodile, he bent his knees slightly and leaped high into the air. He gripped the blade handle tightly once again. The peak-level azure true chi rapidly drained, compressing towards the blade edge. First stance of the sky shattering thunder prison / break the sea. In midair, Lin Yuan bent backward at the waist, facing the open blood-filled maw of the crocodile, and struck down with all his might. The extremely condensed black line appeared once more. The blade edge of the starfall blood blade sliced directly into the upper jaw of the giant bone crocodile, slicing down along its spine. The pale hard external skeleton was as flimsy as paper before this black line. The 3,600-pound battle blade completed a full cut from head to tail in an instant. The dark red spiritual energy orb in the crocodile's mouth, which had not yet had the chance to erupt, was split in half by the blade edge, losing its energy balance and causing a violent internal detonation within the crocodile. Boom. The massive explosion obliterated the 6th-grade magic crocodile into a shower of flesh. Lin Yuan landed steadily amidst the flames of the explosion. Without a moment's pause, he stomped down hard with his right foot, leveraging the force to shift left. The starfall blood blade swept horizontally, the black cutting thread precisely grazing the 4 thick legs of the left giant bone crocodile. The 4 legs were severed at the root. The massive body crashed to the ground with a painful roar. Lin Yuan reversed his grip on the blade, stabbing it into the fallen crocodile's skull, shattering its brain. In the blink of an eye, the 2 6th-grade initial-stage magic creatures were slain. The remaining giant bone crocodile revealed a human-like fear in its eyes. It closed its mouth, turned its massive body, attempting to flee into the deep sea behind the island reef. Can you escape? Lin Yuan held the battle blade upside down in one hand, taking large strides to pursue. The black combat boots struck the rocks, each step erupting with a muffled roar. The curtain for this tactical counterattack was completely drawn open by the edge of his blade. At the edge of the Black Rock Island reef, dark waters crashed against the sharp rocks, churning large swathes of white foam. The 6th-grade initial stage giant bone crocodile, which had narrowly survived, was desperately fleeing into the sea. Its massive body scraped against the uneven rocks, leaving a wide trail of crimson blood. The pale exoskeleton armor emitted a dull clattering sound under the violent movement. Less than 30 meters remained to the sea. Lin Yuan held the starfall blood blade in one hand, relentlessly pursuing from behind. With each step of his military boots on the black rocks, a muffled explosive sound erupted. With a pure physical explosive force of 50,000 kilograms, his running speed far exceeded that of the clumsy 6th-grade monster. The distance between them was rapidly closed in less than 2 breaths. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Half of the giant bone crocodile's body had already protruded over the edge of the rocks, its foreclaw even touching the cold seawater. It let out a low, mournful hiss from its large mouth, filled with sharp fangs, preparing to dive into the deep sea. Lin Yuan did not give it a chance to enter the water. 3 meters away from the monster, Lin Yuan forcefully stomped his right foot on the rocks. The hard black reef was directly crushed into a half-foot deep pit. Lin Yuan leaped into the air, covering the final distance, and landing precisely on the wide back of the giant bone croc with a bang. The weight of 50,000 kilograms combined with Lin Yuan's downward momentum struck mercilessly upon the crocodile's pale exoskeleton. This terrifying blunt force directly penetrated the hard armor. The crocodile's robust spine emitted a series of dense cracking sounds as its massive body was forcibly pressed down onto the rocks, its abdomen grinding the stones beneath into powder. The crocodile let out a piercing scream, its limbs flailing helplessly in the air, unable to crawl forward even an inch. Lin Yuan stood firmly on its back, his legs securely pinned between the pale bones. He gripped the 3,600-gene heavy starfall blood blade tightly. The pure black blade pointed at the gap between the crocodile's exoskeleton armor at the back of its head. Azure 4th-grade peak true chi surged through his arms into the blade. The black spatial fissures along the blade's edge instantly formed. Lin Yuan exerted force from his waist, gripping the sword with both hands, and thrust downwards with all his might. With a thud, the black blade pierced through the gap in the exoskeleton without any obstruction, plunging directly into the depths of the crocodile's brain. The 3,600 gene of dead weight, accompanied by the sharpness of spatial collapse, instantly turned its massive pituitary gland into a mushy pulp. Violent blue lightning exploded within the crocodile's cranial cavity along the blade. The limbs of the giant bone crocodile stiffened suddenly, then fell limply, dark red blood gushing from the blade's blood groove, dyeing the pale bone armor beneath Lin Yuan's feet a striking red. The last 6th-grade initial stage monster was completely slain. Lin Yuan held the hilt, twisting his wrist to pull the battle blade from the monster's skull. In his mind, the system's emotionless mechanical notification sounded continuously. Kill 6th-grade initial stage monster, plunder successful. Gain 5,000 points of vitality. Gained 30 points of 6th-grade water attribute resistance. Cell activity of the physical body enhanced, advanced hardening talent continuously strengthened. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the surging heat within his body. He crouched down, using the tip of the starfall blood blade to pry open the cracked skull of the crocodile, skillfully extracting a dark red inner core radiating rich fire attribute spiritual energy from a mass of mixed brain matter and blood. He extended his left hand, grasping the 6th-grade inner core, and casually stuffed it into the storage bag of his tactic. Then he turned to the corpses of the 2 6th-grade crocodiles he had just slain, digging out and securing the remaining 2 inner cores. At this moment, the veterans of the 1st Vanguard team had completed the extermination of the remaining monsters on the island reef. Chen Gang carried the Starfall Tower shield, smeared with green blood, while fragments of crocodile flesh dripped from Li Fei's mechanical arm. 8 veterans gathered behind Lin Yuan, gazing at the scattered corpses and the bloodstained rocks. The battle ended far too quickly. From the moment they crashed their assault boat onto the reef to Lin Yuan slaying 3 6th-grade giant bone crocodiles and clearing the defensive position ahead, the entire process was less than 5 minutes. The 30-minute assault limit given by the command center was compressed to an outrageously short time by Lin Yuan's absolute violence. Captain, all 5th-grade armored crocodiles around the island reef have been completely cleared. Li Fei reported to Zhao Tai over the communication channel. No live ones were found. Zhao Tai, carrying a high-frequency shock giant axe, strode over to Lin Yuan. He looked at the 10 or so armored crocodiles that Lin Yuan had directly bisected with his first strike, noting the smooth, even cut with no burrs. Such extreme cutting that completely disregarded physical defenses sent a chill down the spine of Zhao Tai, a seasoned 5th-grade martial general. Good lad, your knife technique is truly tyrannical. There is no energy leakage, all the destructive power is concentrated on the blade. Zhao Tai looked at the pure black battle blade in Lin Yuan's hands, offering his praise. Without reservation, the defenses of the Blackrock Island Reef have been thoroughly breached. Our stronghold mission has been exceeded. Lin Yuan held the Starfall blood blade in one hand, taking out a clean military absorbent cloth from his pocket to carefully wipe the blood and brain matter from the blade. Notify the command center to let the main force land. Lin Yuan cleaned the battle blade, re-wrapped it securely in black cloth, and slung it on his back, speaking in a calm tone. Zhao Tai immediately pressed the communication button on the tactical helmet, calling the forward command center. This is the 1st Expeditionary Force. All monsters on Blackrock Reef have been eliminated. 3 6th-tier monsters confirmed killed. The landing area is cleared, requesting immediate deployment of the main force. A few seconds of silence followed from the communicator. Clearly the staff at the command center were very shocked that the expeditionary team had completed the extermination task in 5 minutes. Then a steady voice of an officer came through. Command center received. The heavy armored landing troops have arrived at the surrounding waters of Blackrock Reef. Well done, Zhao Tai. Establish a defensive line and wait for the handover. A few minutes later, the sound of deafening engine roars echoed over the waters surrounding Blackrock Reef. Dozens of massive whale-class heavy armored landing ships broke through the waves and charged directly up the slope of the reef. The heavy metal doors thundered down, crashing onto the black rocks, forming a wide landing ramp. Accompanied by the heavy sound of mechanical treads and the operation of hydraulic bearings, a line of deep gray heavy energy main battle tanks drove out from the landing ship's hold. Following closely were dozens of 10-meter tall heavy battle mechs. The mechs carried large-caliber electromagnetic railguns on their shoulders, and the red electronic eyes on their chests flickered with a cold light under the gloomy sky. Thousands of defense soldiers wielding kinetic rifles quickly established a crossfire network on various high points of the reef, tightly sealing off the surrounding waters. A small military command helicopter hovered above the reef, and then smoothly landed on a piece of open ground near Lin Yuan and the others. A middle-aged officer dressed in a major's uniform jumped out of the helicopter. With 2 guards, he strode towards Zhao Tai and Lin Yuan. This major was the commander of the 1st Armored Regiment, responsible for taking over Blackrock Reef and establishing the major's gaze scanned the ground littered with broken monster corpses, finally resting on the 3 headless 6th-tier giant bone crocodiles at Lin Yuan's feet. He approached the crocodile's corpse, crouched down, and touched the cut-open pale exoskeleton armor with his finger clad in tactical gloves. The cut was smooth with no signs of shattering or dragging. The major stood up and took a deep breath of the air thick with, "Who killed these 3 6th-tier crocodiles?" The major turned to Zhao Tai, his eyes serious and questioning. He was well aware of the defense capabilities of 6th-tier monsters. Even a direct hit from a main battle tank's armor-piercing round would struggle to inflict such a clean, fatal wound. Zhao Tai pointed at Lin Yuan, who was standing nearby. "Our expedition team's newcomer, Lieutenant Lin Yuan. 1 person, 3 strikes." Zhao Tai reported truthfully, without any exaggeration. The major's gaze immediately shifted to Lin Yuan. He looked over the young officer dressed in a black tight-fitting vest, carrying a large black bag, scrutinizing him. He sensed the steady and restrained peak 4th-tier vitality within Lin Yuan, but what shocked him even more was the faint, oppressive physical pressure emanating from Lin Yuan that instinctively affected higher-level warriors. "The exceptional newcomer sent by the demon martial sect. I have heard mention of you from the command headquarters." The major approached Lin Yuan, extending his right hand. "Commander of the 1st Armored Regiment, Lei Jun. Your combat efficiency has saved our armored forces from significant landing casualties." Lin Yuan extended his right hand and shook hands with Lei Jun. The grip was as hard as iron. Lei Jun felt the calluses covering Lin Yuan's palm. The hardness of his bones completely exceeded that of an ordinary human. "Just doing my job." Lin Yuan released his hand, his tone calm. Lei Jun nodded, not dwelling on the issue further. Time on the battlefield equates to life. He turned to Zhao Tai, receiving a holographic tactical tablet from his aide. "Captain Zhao, the defense of Blackrock Reef will be handed over to our 1st Armored Regiment. Your expedition team's mission is not yet over." Lei Jun called up a broader map of the sea on the tablet. "The command headquarters has just issued the operational orders for the 2nd phase. The ultimate goal of this counteroffensive is to advance 50 kilometers forward and reclaim the Blood Coral Islands occupied by the abyssal monsters. Lei Jun magnified the holographic map, pointing at a densely clustered group of islands glowing bright red. The Blood Coral Islands are a nexus of spiritual energy in this sea area and a breeding ground for high-tier monsters. Their defensive forces are 10 times denser than those at Blackrock Reef. The military's heavy bomber squadron will conduct the first round of carpet bombing on the islands in 10 minutes. Lei Jun looked at Zhao Tai and Lin Yuan, issuing the most dangerous tactical command. After the bombing is complete, the first expeditionary force will act as the vanguard, using assault boats to tear a breach in the flank defense of the islands. You do not need to exterminate all the monsters, just destroy the spiritual energy barrier generator in the center of the islands. Once the barrier is broken, my armored regiment and the artillery positions behind will flatten the area. Understood. Zhao Tai stood at attention, accepting the orders. Lei Jun turned to Lin Yuan. Lieutenant Lin Yuan, there is a high probability that a 7th-tier Abyssal Lord is lurking in the central area of the Blood Coral Islands. If you encounter such a monster, do not engage directly, do signal for retreat. The command headquarters will arrange for specialized experts to deal with it. Lei Jun specifically advised. 7th-tier monsters involve control over the natural spiritual energy and cannot simply be overwhelmed by physical strength or numbers. Lin Yuan looked at the red area on the holographic map, his eyes flashing with sharp light. I will make decisions based. Lin Yuan did not provide a clear guarantee, giving an ambiguous answer. Lei Jun frowned, but did not say anything. He waved his hand and walked with the guards towards the armored forces position to begin arranging artillery arrays and defensive fortifications. Zhao Tai called the expedition members to reboard the assault boat docked in the shallow waters. Lin Yuan followed at the end of the line, leaping onto the deck. Li Fei checked the fuel for the plasma thrusters. Chen Gang redistribute the high-explosive grenades. Zhao Tai sat in the driver's seat, quickly issuing pre-battle preparation orders. 50 minutes of travel. Everyone hurry up and recover your true energy and stamina. The assault boat's engine roared back to life. The hull turned in the water, breaking away from the armored position of Blackrock Reef, transforming into a white arrow as it sped towards the Blood Coral Islands 50 kilometers away. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the deck. The sea breeze mixed with cold rain struck him, but could not penetrate the layer of deep blue true energy that automatically circulated around his body. He closed his eyes, and the route of true energy operation for the first move of the Broken Sea Thunder Prison flashed again in his mind. His earlier application in combat had given him a clearer understanding of the extreme compression of this move. The sound of the surrounding waves roared in his ears. 10 minutes later, a series of dazzling bright lights suddenly lit up on the horizon. Then a deep and dense series of explosions reverberated across the long sea expanse, like rolling thunder reaching the assault boat. These were high-yield spiritual energy bombs dropped by the military's heavy bomber squadron, conducting indiscriminate destructive strikes on the Blood Coral Islands. The soaring pillars of fire dyed half the sky red, and thick black smoke formed huge mushroom clouds that reached into the heavens. The bombing has begun. Prepare for combat. Zhao Tai said in a deep voice over the communication channel, his eyes fixed on the sea of flames ahead. Lin Yuan opened his eyes deep blue, lightning flashing in his pupils. He reached for the hilt of the sword at his back. The true blood battle was just ahead. The sea ahead is completely shrouded in dense black smoke. The high-yield spiritual energy bombs dropped by the military's heavy bomber formations have thoroughly plowed the surface of the Blood Coral Islands. The air is filled with the acrid smell of sulfur, the charred scent of protein, and the still dissipating waves of intense heat. The assault boat plunges into the smoke-covered area. The surrounding seawater is boiling, with large clouds of white steam rising from the surface. Countless incomplete corpses of deep-sea monsters float on the sea, their green blood and dark purple entrails dyeing the waters into a murky, toxic brew. Zhao Tai grips the control stick with one hand, his eyes fixed intensely on the sonar detection map on the dashboard ahead. The assault boat weaves through the dense floating corpses and rocky reefs, avoiding the burning high-temperature wreckage. 500 meters ahead, the landing point on the main island of the archipelago, Zhao Tai announces loudly, pulling down the throttle with his left hand. The plasma thruster at the rear of the assault boat shuts down. The ship glides forward by inertia, the hard ice-breaking prow scraping heavily against the dark red coral reefs, producing a sharp metallic screech. Disembark. Maintain a vigilant formation, Zhao Tai commands, brandishing a high-frequency, oscillating giant axe as he leaps off the deck first. Lin Yuan, holding the hilt of the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand, follows in the middle of the group, his feet landing on the scalding dark red rocks. The deep blue Thunder Prison battle armor flows automatically over his body, insulating against the high temperatures radiating from the rocks beneath him. This is an island entirely made up of massive mutated corals. Everywhere are massive craters torn apart by the bombs. Dark red coral pillars standing over 10 meters tall have broken and collapsed, with thick red fluid oozing from the fractured ends. Chen Gang positions the 2-meter-tall Starfall Tower shield at the forefront. The 9-member advance team swiftly moves across the rugged coral ruins towards the basin at the center of the island. Along the way, low-level sea beasts can be seen, their bodies blown in half, writhing in agony on the ground. Lin Yuan pays no attention to these incapacitated carcasses, his gaze pierces through the thick smoke, staring deep into the heart of the island. After advancing about 2 kilometers, the terrain ahead opens up. A gigantic natural basin with a diameter of over 2,000 meters appears before them. In the center of the basin stands a turtle biomechanical hybrid device. The base of the device is deeply embedded in the dark red coral reef, and atop it a giant purplish red crystal pulses rhythmically, emitting visible translucent spiritual energy barriers. This barrier appears dark red inverted over the basin tightly, enclosing the core area of the basin. The recent carpet bombing by the military struck this barrier, leaving only ripples and not harming the internal facilities in the slightest. Inside the barrier, the open area of the basin is densely populated with tens of thousands of deep-sea monsters. They survived the bombing due to the protection of the barrier and are now restlessly moving about, emitting low growls. At the forefront of these monsters stands an overwhelming giant beast. A pinnacle 6th grade blood-armored sea. It stands over 20 meters tall, its body covered in a thick layer of dark red bony armor. This armor is adorned with natural defensive patterns far exceeding the defense of the giant bone crocodile on the Black Rock Reef. It has 4 sturdy arms, each wielding a rough bone club crafted from the leg bones of unknown deep-sea behemoths. The crimson pupils of the blood-armored sea ape swivel in the smoke, locking onto the 9 members of the first advance team, standing at the edge of the basin. It opens its mouth filled with jagged teeth, letting out a thunderous roar. Sound waves create tangible shockwaves in the air, blowing away the surrounding smoke. Tens of thousands of deep-sea monsters within the basin, hearing the roar, immediately shift directions, charging towards the position of the advance team. The earth trembles violently under the stampede of the beasts. Zhao Tai watches the Pinnacle's 6th grade blood-armored sea ape inside the barrier, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The target is right below the barrier. But the level of this beast is too high, a direct confrontation would be fatal. Zhao Tai quickly assesses the battlefield situation. Chun Gang establish a circular formation for defense. Li Fei prepares special demolition charges. We don't need to kill them all, we just need to destroy the barrier generator, and the armored unit's heavy artillery will teach them a lesson. The veterans swiftly retract their formation, preparing to face the onslaught of the monsters. Lin Yuan stands beside Chun Gang's tower shield, gazing at the monstrous army surging toward them like a tsunami, and the heavy dark red spiritual energy barrier. He does not retreat into the circular formation. His right hand reaches behind him, tearing off the last few wraps of black cloth around the Starfall Bloodblade. The pure black heavy battle blade weighing 3,600 gene is fully revealed in the smoke-filled air. The defense is too slow. Lin Yuan's voice is flat, without any fluctuation. He raises the battle blade and steps directly out of Chun Gang's tower shield's protective range, walking towards the front of the base. Zhao Tai opens his mouth to stop him, but seeing the deep blue thunder prison battle armor on Lin Yuan burst into dazzling light, he swallows his words. At the front line of the abyss, the combat power displayed by this rookie has already surpassed that of him, the captain. Lin Yuan faces the hundreds of 5th grade deep-sea razor crabs charging at him. The explosive power of 40,000 kilograms of pure physique is enhanced to 50,000 kilograms under the refining of 5th grade thunder beast bone marrow. He suddenly pushes off against the dark red coral rocks. The rocks collapse massively. Lin Yuan transforms into a streak of blue-black lightning, swiftly cutting into the formation of the razor crabs. Without employing any martial techniques, he grips the hilt tightly. Lin Yuan relies purely on 50,000 kilograms of kinetic energy and the absolute weight of 3,600 gene to initiate the most primitive physical crush within the monster horde. Bang! The wide back of the Starfall Bloodblade crashes into the hard blue shell of the first razor crab. The shell shatters instantly. This 5th grade monster, weighing several tons, is sent flying backward, knocking over a large number of its kin behind it. Lin Yuan's footsteps do not falter. The battle blade swings around his body with great force. Each slash and sweep is accompanied by the deafening sound of bones fracturing and shells exploding. Green blood sprays wildly in the air. The microspace collapse attribute inherent in the Starfall Bloodblade forms a layer of black, cutting lines around the blade, ignoring any physical defenses and neatly slicing all life forms in front of it in half. Lin Yuan single-handedly with a blade forcefully carves a blood-red passageway over 10 meters wide through the tens of thousands of monsters. The ground is littered with severed limbs and entrails. The blood-armored sea ape at the center of the basin watches its subordinates being slaughtered mercilessly, a violent killing intent erupting in its crimson pupils. It no longer waits, its 4 sturdy limbs stomping heavily on the ground. The massive 20-meter-tall body leaps directly into the air, crossing over the dense horde of monsters covering hundreds of meters and slamming down towards Lin Yuan, who is in the midst of his killing spree. The enormous shadow completely envelopes Lin Yuan. The blood-armored sea ape swings its 4 robust arms, 4 10-meter-long giant bone clubs carrying the terrifying pressure of tearing through the air, simultaneously smash down towards Lin Yuan's head and shoulders from 4 different directions. The full-force strike of a pinnacle 6th grade monster. The air produces a series of piercing sonic booms under the compression of the bone clubs. Lin Yuan halts his advance. He raises his head directly facing the 4 giant bone clubs descending upon him. Instead of retreating, he advances. With his knees slightly bent, the coral rocks beneath him shatter once more. His body rises against the blood-armored sea ape in midair. Within his dantian, the 4th grade pinnacle true chi, Dan marked with lightning patterns halts its rotation completely. All of the azure true chi is forcibly extracted and madly compressed into his arms, and the pure black battle blade in his hand. S-grade battle technique, the first form of skybreaking thunder prison / severing the sea. Lin Yuan grips the hilt tightly. Deep blue lightning condenses into an extreme shade of black on the blade. A slender black space fissure forms at the edge of the blade. He twists at the waist midair facing the descending 4 bone clubs, and executes an upward cut with all his might. The extreme compression brings about an extreme cut. The black blade meets the 4 sturdy deep-sea behemoth leg bones heated. There is no earth-shattering explosion. Only a faint, almost imperceptible sizzle sound. The blade of the Starfall blood blade slices through the 4 indestructible, giant bone clubs without resistance. The cut is smooth as a mirror with bone marrow exposed to the air. The black cutting line continues unabated, directly slicing through the blood-armored sea ape's thick, dark red chest armor. The space collapse attribute tears apart the pinnacle 6th grade physical armor and defensive true chi. The blood-armored sea ape's massive body suddenly stiffens in midair. A hint of confusion flashes in its crimson pupils. The next second a straight black line appears across its chest. This line rapidly expands, and a large amount of dark red blood and chunks of entrails burst forth from the rupture. The immense body is directly cleaved in half by this strike, crashing heavily onto the ground of the basin on either side of Lin Yuan. The tremor of the earth causes the low-level monsters around to fall to the ground. The pinnacle's 6th grade blood-armored sea ape is slain in one blow. Lin Yuan's feet land steadily on the blood-soaked ground. He does not look at the split corpse on the ground, nor does he pay attention to the monsters around him that are thrown into chaos after losing their leader. He holds the Starfall bloodblade in one hand and strides towards the dark red spiritual energy barrier that is inverted over the center of the basin. This barrier is capable of withstanding the carpet bombing of military heavy bombers. Lin Yuan stands half a meter in front of the barrier, gripping the battle blade tightly. 50,000 kilograms of pure physical strength gathers once more in his arms. Without any flashy movements, he directly thrusts with immense force. The pure black blade tip, bearing microspace collapse black fissures, thrusts violently into the dark red spiritual energy barrier. The property of space collapse triggers a violent physical repulsion against the high-concentration spiritual energy barrier. Crack crack. The indestructible spiritual energy barrier rapidly spreads dense white cracks at the point of impact. These cracks spread outward at high speed, instantly covering the entire massive semicircular barrier. Boom. The dark red spiritual energy barrier shatters, completely dissipating into countless light particles in the air. The third-turtle biomechanical hybrid device within the barrier is fully exposed. Lin Yuan retracts his battle blade and steps back 2 paces. In the distance, Zhao Tai sees the barrier shatter and immediately pulls out a red signal flare from his tactical belt, aiming it at the sky and pulling the trigger. A blinding red signal flare trailing a long stream of smoke shoots into the sky and explodes into a dazzling red flower in the gloomy sky. This is the signal to attack. On the sea, the heavy bomber positions of the 1st Armored Regiment have already completed their coordinate locking. The moment the signal flare ascends, hundreds of large-caliber spiritual energy heavy artillery fire simultaneously. Thick blue beams tear through the sky, crossing dozens of kilometers of sea, accurately landing in the core basin of the Blood Coral Islands. Destructive artillery fire covers the biomechanical device at the center of the basin. The series of explosions are deafening. Enormous fireballs completely engulf the device. The high temperature vaporizes the surrounding mutated corals and monster corpses. Lin Yuan, at the moment the artillery strikes, has already turned and strode back to the position of the advance team. He stands behind Chen Gang's tower shield, watching the area of the basin's core that has turned into a sea of flames. The pure black Starfall bloodblade points diagonally to the ground, a drop of green monster blood slowly dripping from the dark red blood groove on the blade onto the charred rocks. The bridgehead has been established and the defense barrier has been destroyed. The most difficult part of the tactical counteroffensive against the Blood Coral Islands has been thoroughly smashed by him alone. The subsequent cleanup work belongs to the military's heavy armored infantry. The simultaneous firing of hundreds of large-caliber spiritual energy heavy cannons created a devastating metal storm that lasted a full 5 minutes in the core basin of Blood Coral Archipelago. Thick blue beams of light continuously tore through the sky, striking precisely at the center of the basin. The deafening sound of explosions merged into one continuous roar. Waves of shockwaves spread outward, uprooting the already battered dark red mutated corals at the basin's edge, grinding them into powder that filled the air. The oxygen in the air was instantly sucked away, replaced by the acrid smell of gunpowder and high-concentration hot dust. The 9 members of the 1st Advance Team stood on the high ground at the edge of the basin. Chen Gang drove the Starfall Tower shield deep into the rock, while the other veterans took cover behind the shield, avoiding the blinding light and flying debris from the explosions. Lin Yuan stood beside the shield. The deep blue Thunder Prison battle armor functioned smoothly on his body, blocking the scorching airwaves and small shrapnel that approached him. He held the Starfall Bloodblade in one hand, its pure black tip resting on the ground, as he calmly gazed through the thick smoke at the artillery-scarred central area. 5 minutes later, the military's heavy artillery positions ceased fire. The deafening roar abruptly stopped, leaving behind only the crackling of flames and the crisp sounds of breaking rocks on the battlefield. In the center of the basin, the 30-meter-tall biological mechanical hybrid device had completely vanished, leaving behind a massive glass-like meteorite crater with a diameter of over 100 meters and a depth of several meters. At the bottom of the crater, the rocks melted into dark red magma under temperatures of several thousand degrees, slowly bubbling. Lying at the edge of the crater was the corpse of a 6th-grade pinnacle blood-armored sea ape sliced in half by Lin Yuan. Due to its distance from the explosion's center and its formidable bone armor defense, the massive corpse had not been completely vaporized by the gunfire, only its surface charred black. Lin Yuan, holding his battle knife, stepped onto the scalding debris, striding towards the enormous crater. His military combat boots crunched on the half-melted rocks, producing a hissing sound and billowing white smoke. Reaching the remains of the blood-armored sea ape, Lin Yuan hesitated not a moment, raising the Starfall Bloodblade and striking down towards the charred massive head. Crack! The heavy skull was cleaved open directly by the pure black blade. Lin Yuan searched through the brain fluid and burnt flesh with the blade tip, extracting a fist-sized inner core radiating a rich crimson glow. The spiritual energy fluctuations contained within this inner core were several times more substantial than those of the 6th-grade initial-stage deep-sea demon dragon he had slain in the Darkscales Gorge. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, grasping the inner core. When the high-temperature inner core touched his white, jade-like palm, a faint burning sound was heard, but it could not breach the physical defense of his advanced hardening talent. He casually stuffed the inner core into the storage bag of his tactical combat suit. At that moment, Zhao Tai and the veterans of the advanced team also descended from the high ground. Mission accomplished. The barrier generator has been completely destroyed. Zhao Tai pressed the communication button on his tactical helmet, reporting to the command center. Over 80% of the magical creatures in the basin have been killed or injured under the artillery fire. The remaining remnants are fleeing towards the surrounding sea. The calm voice of Lei Jun, the commander of the 1st Armored Regiment, came through the communicator. Well done, 1st Advanced Team. The armored landing ship has reached the shore. My heavy mech unit is taking over the peripheral positions of the archipelago. Hold your ground and wait for the subsequent units to relieve you. Zhao Tai cut off the communication, exhaling a long breath tinged with the smell of gunpowder. He rested the high-frequency, vibrating giant axe on his shoulder, his taut nerves finally relaxing a bit. Just when everyone thought this tactical counterattack would conclude with a complete victory, Lin Yuan suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixated on the enormous glass-like meteorite crater in the center of the basin. The 4th-grade pinnacle true chi inner core within him suddenly surged with intense agitation. An unprecedented, immensely powerful, and deadly physical pressure began to spread upwards from deep underground without warning. Fall back. Lin Yuan's voice was cold and abrupt. Zhao Tai was momentarily stunned. He followed Lin Yuan's gaze. The bottom of the meteorite crater, which had calmed down, suddenly began to churn wildly. The ground surrounding the basin emitted a series of dull cracking sounds. Gigantic fissures, several meters wide, rapidly split open in all directions, centered around the meteorite crater. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding air became exceptionally agitated. Large swathes of dark clouds began to rapidly converge above the basin, forming a gigantic funnel-shaped black vortex. Beep, beep, beep. The military-grade high-level energy detector on Li Fei's wrist emitted a piercing highest-level red alert. The energy index on the screen instantly exceeded the measurement limits of the instrument, transforming into a mass of garbled data. High-energy reaction detected underground. Energy level exceeds 6th-grade peak. It's the energy fluctuation of a 7th-grade master realm. Li Fei shouted loudly, his voice sharp, due to overwhelming tension. Lei Jun's warning from the pre-battle meeting materialized into reality at this moment. Beneath Blood Coral Archipelago there truly lurked a 7th-grade master realm abyss lord. Boom! A profoundly severe rumble erupted from beneath the ground. The magma at the bottom of the meteorite crater exploded violently. A colossal dark blue water column shot skyward, directly piercing through the black vortex above. Accompanied by this soaring water column, an enormous abyssal beast beyond human imagination slowly rose from the fissure deep underground. This was an abyssal dark sea dragon over 300 meters in length. Its streamlined body was covered with layers of dark blue heavy scales several meters thick. Each scale's edge bore sharp barbs. It did not possess claws, instead it had 8 pairs of massive fleshy fins on either side of its abdomen. Its head resembled that of an ancient songlong, adorned with several rows of interlocking serrated fangs. Most astonishing was that it did not crawl on the ground using its fleshy fins. The 7th-grade Master Realm creature had completely mastered absolute control over local heaven and earth spiritual energy. The abyssal dark sea dragon, using its control over water attribute spiritual energy, suspended its massive body 100 meters above the ground. The surrounding air became heavier than the pressure of the deep sea due to the high concentration of water attribute spiritual energy gathering. It lowered its head, two vertically oriented pupils over 10 meters in diameter emanating a ghostly blue glow, coldly gazing down at the ravaged blood coral archipelago, and the human army below, which appeared as mere ants in its eyes. Roar! The abyssal dark sea dragon opened its enormous maw and released a low growl that resonated through the heavens and earth. This growl did not produce a piercing sonic boom, but directly affected everyone's blood and internal organs. The ordinary defensive soldiers around the basin, hearing this growl, clutched their chests, spitting blood from their mouths, and collapsing to the ground. The 9 members of the first advance team closest to the source bore the brunt of the sonic wave pressure. Chun Gang shouted loudly, pushing his earthy true chi to the limit, firmly bracing against the Starfall Tower shield. Yet the array's glow on the shield flickered wildly under the impact of the 7th grade creature's sonic waves, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhao Tai Li Fei and the others gritted their teeth, unleashing their 5th and 4th grade true chi to withstand the shock that struck their vital organs. Lin Yuan stood firm, his feet creating 2 depressions in the rock. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor shone brightly, and the white jade-like advanced hardening bones emitted a fine friction sound under the sonic wave's impact, yet he did not retreat a single step. All troops listen up. Immediately cease landing. All personnel retreat. Heavy artillery positions direct all firepower towards the 7th grade lord in midair, indiscriminately covering fire. Commander Lei Jun's voice roared through the Army's public channel. He displayed the decisiveness of a high-ranking commander against a 7th grade creature. Sending ordinary soldiers and armored vehicles was merely a death sentence, and only heavy firepower had a slim chance of stopping it. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of heavy railguns deployed on Black Rock Island, and the landing ships opened fire once more. Thick blue beams of light tore through the sky, converging from all directions towards the abyssal dark sea dragon in the air. The abyssal dark sea dragon showed no sign of disturbance in its ghostly blue pupils. It hovered in midair, showing no evasive movement. It merely emitted a low rumbling sound. The rich water attribute spiritual energy in the surrounding air instantly coalesced. A spherical water curtain 10 meters thick and entirely composed of high-density, heavy water enveloped its 300-meter-long massive body in a 360-degree coverage. The density of this heavy water shield was immense, presenting a viscous, deep black color. Boom! Hundreds of spiritual energy light beams capable of penetrating heavy armored mechs slammed violently against the deep black heavy water shield. A suffocating scene unfolded. The devastating artillery fire upon contact with the heavy water shield was immediately forced to distort its trajectory by the extremely dense water flow, or was prematurely detonated by the massive internal water pressure. The violent explosions burst into sprays of water on the surface of the shield, unable to penetrate the 10-meter-thick defense, let alone harm the abyssal dark sea dragon inside. The control and defense over the spiritual energy of the world by a 7th grade master-level demon rendered it completely immune to conventional heavy artillery bombardments. The abyssal dark sea dragon was enraged by the harassment of the shelling. Its massive body slowly twisted within the water curtain. The seawater and water vapor hovering around it transformed in an instant into thousands of high-pressure water spears, each reaching 20 meters in length. The tips of each water spear spun at high speed, carrying the kinetic energy to tear everything apart. Go! This was accompanied by a low roar from the demon. Thousands of high-pressure water spears descended like a torrential rain, hurtling down from a height of 100 meters towards the armored landing troops and assault boat formations. Air defense array. Intercept. Commander Lei Jun shouted orders from the helicopter. The closed defense cannons on the armored vehicles and mechas spewed flames wildly. However, the speed and hardness of the high-pressure water spears completely exceeded the interception limits of the closed defense cannons. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The water spears precisely penetrated the special alloy armor of the mechas, nailing the pilot and control panel to the turret of the heavy main battle tank was directly sliced open by the water spear, triggering a chain explosion of the internal ammunition. The landing ship moored on the sea was pierced through its bottom compartment, with large amounts of seawater rushing and causing the hull to slowly tilt and sink. In just one counterattack, the frontline armored forces suffered heavy losses. First Vanguard Team, retreat. Immediately fall back to the beach edge. Zhao Tai, seeing the unreasonable large-scale energy attack in the sky, decisively issued the retreat order. In the face of a 7th grade demon, they as mid-tier martial artists were not even worthy of being cannon fodder. The veterans quickly turned around, covering each other as they rushed towards the perimeter. Zhao Tai ran a dozen meters before suddenly realizing Lin Yuan had not followed. He turned his head and saw Lin Yuan still standing in place. Not only did he not retreat, but he also looked up at the massive creature in the sky, which was 300 meters long. Lin Yuan, are you crazy? That's a 7th grade lord. Hurry and retreat. Zhao Tai shouted at the top of his lungs. Lin Yuan did not look back. He held the handle of the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand, the blade tip angled toward the ground. The pitch-black battle blade emitted a chilling, killing intent in the smoke-filled air. Commander Lei Jun had stated that when encountering a 7th grade demon, they would retreat and the command center would send someone to handle it. But Lin Yuan had never adhered to the rule of turning and fleeing when faced with a strong enemy in his martial path. His physical explosive power had reached a terrifying scale of 50,000 kilograms, and the pinnacle 4th grade true chi had been compressed to its utmost limit. He was just one opportunity away from breaking through to the 5th grade martial ho realm. A life-and-death opportunity that would push his potential to the absolute limit. The 7th grade lord in the sky was the best sharpening stone. You go first. Lin Yuan's voice spread through the true chi, clearly reaching Zhao Tai and the others' ears. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan slightly bent his legs. The dark red coral reef beneath him creaked under the unbearable load. In his dantian, the true chi core, covered in lightning patterns, completely ceased its rotation. All the azure liquid true chi was extracted by Lin Yuan, without reservation, madly compressing towards his arms and the blade. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor directly merged into his body, all energy no longer used for defense, but transformed entirely into ultimate destructive power. 50,000 kilograms of pure bodily strength erupted fully. Boom. The ground beneath Lin Yuan collapsed violently, forming a deep pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. He transformed into a straight black meteor soaring upwards, braving the heavy water attribute spiritual pressure surrounding him, directly charging towards the abyssal dark sea dragon in the 100-meter-high sky. In midair, the abyssal dark sea dragon's deep blue vertical pupils locked onto this human who had taken the initiative to charge up. It coldly opened its massive mouth. From the layer of deep black heavy water shield surrounding its body, a high-pressure water column, 5 meters in diameter, was directly separated out. The water column, like a substantial battering ram carrying the terrifying kinetic energy to crush mountains, violently struck down towards Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan was in midair. Faced with the high-pressure water column smashing down, he showed no signs of dodging. He tightly gripped the 3,600 gene heavy Starfall Bloodblade. S-grade battle technique, the first form of shattering sky, thunder prison, /sea break. All the bodily strength, true chi, and the absolute weight of the Starfall iron were compressed to the edge of the blade, less than a millimeter in thickness. A pure black, extremely slender space fissure clearly emerged on the blade. Lin Yuan bent his waist backward, and facing the descending high-pressure water column swung upward with all his might. Break! The black cutting line collided head-on with the thick heavy water column in midair. No splashes of water erupted. The extreme compression cleaved through the internal molecular structure of the high-pressure water flow. The space collapse attribute accompanying the Starfall Bloodblade directly ignored the high-density defense of the heavy water, splitting the 5-meter-wide water column neatly in half. The severed water column rushed past both sides of Lin Yuan's body, crashing into the basin below with a deft. Lin Yuan, following the channel created by the split water column, maintained his speed and continued to push upwards, instantly crossing a distance of 100 meters. He charged towards the 10-meter-thick heavy water shield in front of the abyssal dark sea dragon. Lin Yuan gripped the blade with both hands, twisting his body in midair, using his waist to drive his arm muscles. The pure black heavy battle blade drew a complete semicircle in the air. Against that heavy water shield, which even heavy railguns could not penetrate, he delivered a fierce horizontal slash. The black cutting line flashed once more. Hiss! A piercing tearing sound echoed in midair. The edge of the Starfall Bloodblade cut into the heavy water shield. The space collapse characteristic reacted violently with the high-density water flow. The 10-meter-thick deep black shield was forcibly sliced open, creating a massive crack 20 meters long. The internal defense structure of the shield was forcefully breached, with large amounts of heavy water gushing out through the crack. Lin Yuan's body passed through the torn opening, charging directly into the interior of the shield. He stood in front of the massive body of the abyssal dark sea dragon, only less than 5 meters away from its vertically glowing blue eyes. The pitch-black battle blade was raised high. The black space cracks on the blade under the urging of true chi radiated a terrifying aura that could annihilate everything. 3,600 gene of dead weight was ready to leave the most profound physical cut on the body of the 7th grade demon. This extreme battle crossing boundaries officially commenced in midair. Above a height of 100 meters within a heavy water shield that had been torn open by a 20-meter-long crack, Lin Yuan's body utilized the initial explosive force of the ground, shattering the rocks, crossing the final 5 meters. In front of him was the enormous vertical pupil of the abyssal undersea dragon, over 10 meters in diameter, radiating a ghostly blue light. Before the 300-meter-long 7th grade magical beast, Lin Yuan appeared insignificantly small, yet the pure black Starfall Bloodblade in his hand exuded a lethal threat that even a 7th grade lord could not ignore. 50,000 kilograms of pure physical power combined with the dead weight of 3,600 pounds of battle blade. All momentum was forcibly compressed at the edge of the blade by the S-grade martial art void shattering thunder prison / first move sea breaker. A straight black space-gutting line formed in the air. Lin Yuan, suspended midair, without any leverage, relied entirely on the twisting of his back muscles to drive his arms downward with full force towards the enormous vertical pupil. The abyssal undersea dragon sensed the fluctuations of space collapse ahead of it. The nerve reaction speed of a 7th grade master-level magical beast far surpassed that of lower-grade sea creatures. In that millisecond, instead of exhaling spiritual energy, it chose to close its right eyelid directly. The dark blue eyelid, 2 meters thick, suddenly shut. The surface of the eyelid was covered with dense heavy scales shaped like inverted triangles. At the same time, the undersea dragon manipulated the surrounding high-concentration water attribute spiritual energy, instantly forming a layer of half-meter thick dark blue ice on the outer layer of the eyelid scales. Break! Lin Yuan squeezed out a low syllable from his throat. The pure black blade with the slender space, crack, viciously struck the dark blue ice. Crack! The harsh sound of shattering echoed in midair. The half-meter thick ice capable of withstanding heavy armor-piercing bullets had its molecular structure forcibly torn apart the moment it came into contact with the spatial collapse property of the Starfall Bloodblade. The ice exploded from the middle, countless fist-sized shards of ice shooting out in all directions, striking Lin Yuan's pale skin with a series of dense impacts. The battle blade cut through the ice, maintaining its momentum, and directly slashed at the closed eyelid of the undersea dragon. Clang! A sound of unbearable metallic friction resounded through the clouds. The black blade collided directly with the dark blue heavy scales. The absolute weight of 3,600 pounds pressed against the surface of the scales, forcing the space-cutting line to penetrate inward. Sparks exploded in the air. 3 palm-sized scales over 10 centimeters thick were forcibly severed. The blade of the Starfall Bloodblade pierced through the scales' defense, deeply embedding itself into the flesh of the undersea dragon's eyelid. A massive gash 3 meters long and half a foot deep was carved open. Scalding dark blue blood gushed out from the wound, transforming in midair into a small rain of blood that directly drenched Lin Yuan. Yet this strike ultimately did not completely pierce through the eyelid or injure the inner eyeball. The muscle density of a 7th-grade magical beast reached a horrifying level. After half a foot of penetration, the surrounding, contracting, resilient muscle fibers tightly trapped the blade. Lin Yuan, suspended in midair, had exhausted his old strength and had yet to summon new energy, unable to apply any forward thrust. The abyssal undersea dragon felt intense pain radiating from its right eye, causing its massive body to shudder violently in midair. It let out a deafening roar. The roar echoed within the heavy water shield, creating visible white sound wave ripples. The undersea dragon did not use its fins. It directly swung its massive head, which spanned dozens of meters, crashing towards Lin Yuan, who was suspended in front of it. This was a pure assault of volume and mass. Even a slight movement of the head of the 300-meter-long beast generated energy far exceeding that of a fully loaded heavy high-speed train. At that moment, Lin Yuan's battle instincts reached their peak. Instead of trying to pull out the battle blade stuck in the beast's flesh, he relaxed his left hand, gripping the end of the blade's handle with his right hand, flipping the broad body of the Starfall Bloodblade horizontally to shield his chest. Bang! The hard maw of the abyssal undersea dragon collided violently against the back of the Starfall Bloodblade. An indescribable, terrifying impact force transmitted through the blade into Lin Yuan's right arm and chest without reservation. Lin Yuan's right arm bones emitted a series of dense cracks, and his shoulder joint dislocated half an inch under the immense pressure. A layer of fine blood beads oozed from the surface of his pale, high-hardened skin. He was utterly unable to withstand the absolute impact force from the 7th-grade lord. Lin Yuan's entire body was sent plummeting like a baseball struck by a bat, diagonally falling from a height of 100 meters towards the basin below. The wind howled frantically in his ears. The falling speed broke the sound barrier, leaving a white vapor trail in the boom. Lin Yuan's body crashed heavily into the bottom of the crater, which had a diameter of 100 meters at the center of the Blood Coral Islands. The shockwave generated by the impact sent the still solidifying dark red magma flying. The ground was smashed into a 5-meter-deep, human-shaped pit. The surrounding rock surfaces were covered with a spiderweb-like pattern of dense cracks. Dust and smoke rose. In midair, the abyssal undersea dragon rotated its massive head. The wound on the eyelid of its right eye continued to bleed dark blue blood. His upper body was bare, covered with blue blood from the beast, and the black volcanic ash from the pit's bottom. His right arm showed slight distortion. At the bottom of the pit, Lin Yuan lay flat on the scalding rocks. His black tactical vest had turned to ashes from the impact and high temperature. His upper body was bare, covered with blue blood from the beast, and the black volcanic ash from the pit's bottom. His right arm showed slight distortion, and his sternum ached faintly. If any ordinary 4th-grade peak martial artist had endured a direct collision from a 7th-grade lord, and then fallen from a height of 100 meters, their body would have long been reduced to a pile of mush. However, the 6th-grade bone density brought by Lin Yuan's mutated high-hardening talent firmly resisted this lethal physical damage. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of red blood mixed with internal bleeding. Lin Yuan did not lie at the bottom of the pit to rest. He extended his uninjured left hand, pressing it against the scalding rock. His arm muscles exerted force, slowly pushing his body to stand up. Gripping the dislocated joint of his right shoulder with his right hand, he made a dull sound. Lin Yuan expressionlessly forced the dislocated joint back into place. The friction of the bones caused an intense pain, but he did not even furrow his brow. He bent down and picked up the fallen Starfall Bloodblade's handle with his right hand. Lin Yuan raised his head, gazing up at the abyssal undersea dragon that blotted out the sun. The immense pressure emitted by the 7th-grade master-level magical beast, combined with the surrounding high-concentration water attribute spiritual pressure, bore down upon the crater like 100,000 mountains. The air became incredibly thick and each breath required immense physical effort to expand the lungs. Pressure and unprecedented limit pressure. This was the opportunity that Lin Yuan sought to confront the 7th rank Lord Heaton even at the risk of his own safety. After 7 days of seclusion in the gravity training room, his 4th rank True Chi inner pill had absorbed a massive amount of energy compressed to a limit that could not be filled further. However, the solid barrier leading to the 5th rank Martial General realm could not be broken through by the internal True Chi alone. It required the external absolute pressure capable of crushing everything to force it open. Lin Yuan stood up straight. He planted the tip of his 3,600 gene heavy battle blade into the ground. Closing his eyes, Lin Yuan actively released all resistance against the external pressure. Above him, the 7th rank spiritual pressure of the abyssal hell dragon poured down without obstruction, directly flooding into Lin Yuan's body. Under the immense pressure of this spiritual force, every bone in Lin Yuan's body emitted a series of unbearable mournful cries. The surface of his white, jade-like skin began to crack with small wounds, blood flowing along the lines of his muscles, dripping into the lava at the bottom of the pit, producing a hissing sound as it evaporated. The external 7th rank pressure surged directly into Lin Yuan's dantian. At the center of the dantian, the azure liquid True Chi inner pill covered in 6 lightning patterns and compressed to its extreme faced a direct impact from the external pressure. 2 completely different energies collided within the dantian. Boom! A dull sound echoed within Lin Yuan's body like the beating of war drums. The 4th rank pinnacle liquid True Chi inner pill began to collapse inward under the external extreme pressure, its originally smooth surface cracking with numerous fissures. The azure True Chi seeped out from the cracks, no longer flowing as a liquid, but exhibiting a trend towards a high-density, crystalline solid state. This was a qualitative change that multiplied the material's density. The abyssal hell dragon in midair sensed the unusual energy fluctuations from the tiny human below. It had no intention of giving its prey any chance to breathe. The hell dragon opened its massive mouth, and the water attribute spiritual energy in the surrounding air crazily gathered, compressing into a deep, black, high-pressure water sphere with a diameter of over 20 meters. The water inside this sphere spun at supersonic speed, emitting a terrifying sound that could tear through space. Go! The high-pressure water sphere shot from the monster's mouth, crashing straight down towards the bottom of the meteorite pit with the energy to crush everything. At the edge of the basin, the leader of the 1st Armored Corps, Lei Jun, and the members of the 1st Vanguard team, led by Zhao Tai, who had just retreated to a safe distance, were fixated on the center of the basin through tactical binoculars. That Lin Yuan. He is still standing at the bottom of the pit. When the 7th rank monster's life breath strikes down, the rock layers in that area will be directly penetrated by dozens of meters. Lei Jun put down the binoculars, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Zhao Tai's single eye widened, his breath completely halted. He did not issue any rescue orders because in the face of such a level of attack, any rescue would be futile. The high-pressure water sphere was 30 meters away from the bottom of the pit. 20 meters. 10 meters. Just as this deep, black, destructive water sphere was about to completely engulf, Lin Yuan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. 2 solidified silver-blue lightning pillars erupted from his pupils, piercing through the heavy mist of water pressing down from above. Inside his dantian, that cracked liquid True Chi inner pill, after undergoing the dual forging of external 7th rank pressure and internal extreme compression, could no longer withstand the terrifying squeezing force and exploded completely. Boom! The liquid True Chi instantly solidified and then violently expanded outward. A solid-state True Chi crystal half the size of its previous form, but displaying a deep blue hue and covered in crystalline lightning facets, reformed at the center of the dantian. 5th rank Martial General realm. The True Chi solidified and crystallized into a pill. This was not merely a change in the form of True Chi, but a leap in energy density and quality. Accompanied by the formation of the True Chi crystal, a violently surging dark blue blood light pillar shot up from the top of Lin Yuan's head. This light pillar, with a diameter of 10 meters, contained a raging essence of thunder and a destructive aura of spatial collapse, directly colliding with the descending high-pressure water sphere. Boom! The deafening sound of an energy explosion erupted above the meteorite pit. The violent energy unleashed during the breakthrough to the 5th rank Martial General, combined with the absolute destructive power of the thunder attribute, forcefully held the 20-meter diameter, high-pressure water sphere in midair and then tore it apart from the center. The torrential heavy water transformed into a downpour, crashing down onto the surrounding ruins. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the light pillar. All his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace under the nourishment of the 5th rank True Chi crystal. His white, jade-like skin became even more delicate and resilient, with muscle lines presenting a perfect streamlined shape. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor reappeared on his surface. This time the battle armor was no longer in a translucent True Chi form, but had fully materialized, resembling a set of solid armor crafted from dark blue metal. The surface of the armor was engraved with natural lightning patterns, and silver arcs of electricity continuously danced in the gaps, emitting a disquieting high temperature. The system's mechanical prompt sounded punctually in his mind. Host has broken through to the 5th rank Martial General realm. True Qi has completely solidified and crystallized Thunder Prison battle armor has evolved into solid defensive armor. Muscle fibers and bone density have completed secondary restructuring with current pure physical explosive power exceeding 70,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan tightened his left fist. 70,000 kilograms of pure physical strength surged through his veins. He didn't even need to use true qi. Merely the contraction and relaxation of his muscles could trigger a low explosive sound in the surrounding air. He raised his head. The 7th rank master pressure that had originally weighed down on him now felt less unshakable. Lin Yuan lifted the 3,600 gene heavy starfall bloodblade with one hand. The pure black blade tip was pulled from the rock. He stepped forward, walking up step by step from the bottom of the meteorite pit. The dark blue solid battle armor shimmered with a cold metallic luster in the wind and rain. In midair, the abyssal hell dragon's deep blue vertical pupils fixed on the human emerging from the pit. It sensed a violent aura rising sharply from this tiny being, one that even began to pose a threat to it. Lin Yuan reached the edge of the meteorite pit and stopped. He no longer relied on the explosive power of his legs to jump. The solid crystalline 5th rank true qi surged through his meridians into his feet. Dark blue lightning erupted beneath his feet, creating a powerful recoil thrust. The signature ability of the martial general realm, true qi flight. Lin Yuan's feet left the ground, stepping on the crackling lightning in the air, his body rising steadily to 50 meters above the ground. He held the pure black heavy battle blade against the 7th rank abyssal lord who stood 300 meters away, confronting it in midair. The battle blade was held horizontally. The blade tip pointed directly at the intact left eye of the hell dragon. Breakthrough achieved. Now he had enough strength to confront the deep-sea overlord hovering above the archipelago. The cross-dire hunt belonging to the new recruits of the 1st Vanguard team entered its final life-or-death stage. In midair, Lin Yuan stood atop the crackling dark blue lightning, suspended 50 meters above the ground. The newly evolved Thunder Prison battle armor tightly enveloped his entire body. Its deep blue metallic sheen refracted a cold texture under the gloomy sky, with natural lightning patterns on the surface flowing with high-concentration solid true qi. He raised the 3,600 gene starfall bloodblade with one hand, its pure black tip pointing straight at the 300-meter-long abyssal sea dragon ahead. The abyssal sea dragon's eerie blue left eye locked onto Lin Yuan. This 7th-grade master-level creature keenly sensed the violent energy that had just undergone a qualitative change within this human. It opened its massive mouth filled with rows of serrated fangs and let out a deafening roar. The high concentration of water attribute spiritual energy in the surrounding air instantly boiled. Hundreds of high-pressure water blades, each over 10 meters long and entirely compressed from heavy water, formed on both sides of its body. The massive head of the abyssal sea dragon swayed slightly. The hundreds of high-pressure water blades tore through the air, emitting sharp whistling sounds as they rushed towards Lin Yuan from all directions. The physical cutting power of these heavy water blades was sufficient to easily slice through the front armor of a heavy land combat mech. Lin Yuan stood in midair, not retreating an inch. The solid true qi crystal of the 5th-grade martial general realm operated steadily in his dantian. He tightly gripped the rough hilt of the starfall bloodblade. 70,000 kilograms of pure physical explosive power coursed down his spine to his arms. The muscles in his arms bulged high, keeping the dark blue physical battle armor perfectly fitted. Without using any martial techniques, Lin Yuan relied solely on 70,000 kilograms of physical strength and the absolute weight of the 3,600 gene battle blade to swiftly swing a dense black knife net before him. The thick pure black blade back continuously collided with the high-speed incoming heavy water blades. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening explosive sounds merged into one in midair. Those high-pressure water blades were shattered into pieces upon contact with the battle blade, crushed by the terrifying blunt force of 70,000 kilograms. The spiritual energy structure within the water completely collapsed, turning into a torrential downpour that fell downward. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the downpour, the deep blue battle armor completely shielding him from the splashes, not a single drop of water capable of touching his body. The moment he blocked the last round of water blades, Lin Yuan suddenly stomped in midair. The air beneath him was crushed by the powerful physical kinetic energy, creating a ring of white explosive clouds. His body instantly broke through the sound barrier, leaving a white vapor trail in midair as he shot straight toward the head of the abyssal sea dragon above. The gigantic left eye of the abyssal sea dragon reflected Lin Yuan's rapidly enlarging figure. It raised its thick tail 100 meters long, bringing with it a thunderous physical kinetic energy as it swung horizontally. The air emitted a dull roar under the pressure of the enormous tail. Lin Yuan remained in midair, his speed of charge not diminishing. He raised the starfall bloodblade high with both hands. Dark blue solid true qi frantically surged into the pure black blade. S-grade battle technique, void shattering thunder prison slash, second form mountain shatter. This move completely abandoned the extreme sharpness of the first form, sea severing, converting all true qi and physical strength into absolute weight and shattering attributes. The slender spatial cutting line at the edge of the blade vanished, replaced by a black area of collapsing space spreading out. Lin Yuan faced the sweeping gigantic tail, bending his waist back excessively as he swung his blade down with full force. The battle blade collided head-on with the thick, dark blue scales covered in barbs. Boom! The earth-shattering sound drowned out the waves and the sound of wind and rain below. The 3600 gene battle blade, carrying the shattering characteristic of mountain shatter, forcibly crushed the tail's surface, which was 2 meters thick. Large chunks of dark blue scales exploded and splintered in midair. The collapsing area of space forcibly tore through the resilient muscle fibers beneath the skin. The explosive force of 70,000 kilograms poured unreservedly onto the abyssal sea dragon's thick tail vertebrae. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed clearly throughout the area. The enormous tail of the abyssal sea dragon, which spanned 100 meters, twisted and broke unnaturally at the point of physical collision. A large amount of dark blue blood mixed with white bone marrow erupted violently into the air. The immense recoil traveled up the blade. Lin Yuan's body was propelled backward over 30 meters. He stepped in midair, producing several bursts of thunder sparks, stabilizing his position. The surface of the solidified thunder prison battle armor developed fine cracks, which rapidly healed completely within half a second under the quick repair of solid true chi. The abyssal sea dragon let out a painful roar. The fracture of its tailbone caused it to lose its tool for maintaining perfect balance in midair. Its massive body began to tilt uncontrollably and descend. This 7th grade lord had completely fallen into a berserk state. It opened its blood-filled mouth wide, causing the water attribute spiritual energy within a 10-kilometer radius to surge into its mouth. A destruction-grade water ball over 30 meters in diameter and exhibiting a deep dark blue color rapidly formed deep in its throat. The water inside the ball spun at supersonic speeds, swallowing all surrounding light, emitting a suffocating heavy spiritual pressure. At the edge of the basin below, Captain Lei Jun of the 1st Armored Corps watched this scene through a tactical telescope, sweat seeping from his palms. The ultimate killing breath of a 7th grade monster. If this water ball were to strike down, the entire central area of the Blood Coral Islands would be directly erased from the map, and seawater would flood into the underground rock layers. Lei Jun put down the telescope and turned to shout at the communication soldier, "All orbital cannons concentrate fire," to interrupt its charging. Hundreds of heavy orbital cannons positioned on the periphery fired again in unison. However, conventional artillery could not penetrate the defensive force field naturally formed around the abyssal sea dragon. Thick beams of spiritual energy struck the force field, only raising layers of transparent ripples, failing to cause any substantial interference to the charging creature. In midair, Lin Yuan looked at the rapidly expanding destruction-grade water ball. He chose not to retreat downward. He held the starfall blood blade level in front of his chest. Within his dantian, the dark blue true chi crystal exploded with all its energy reserves. Azure purple veins bulged high beneath his alabaster skin. The pure physical strength of 70,000 kilograms operated at its absolute limit. The surrounding air warped and distorted over a wide area due to the extreme heat and tumult of true chi. S-grade battle technique, void shattering thunder prison / 3rd form space shatter. This form required the practitioner to fuse body true chi and weapon into one, generating a single-point physical breakthrough that could instantaneously shatter space. Lin Yuan pushed off heavily with his legs in the air. His body transformed into a straight black lightning bolt. With both hands gripping the battle blade tightly, he became one with the starfall blood blade. Before the blade tip, a fist-sized point of absolute darkness appeared. The surrounding light and air were frantically swallowed by this point. He charged directly into the 30-meter diameter destruction-grade water ball from the front. The dark point before the battle blade made contact with the high-speed rotating water ball. There was no sound. The high-density heavy water underwent annihilation on a physical level before the dark point. Lin Yuan, along with the blade, directly penetrated through the destruction water ball. The water ball was forcibly pierced through the center, creating a 2-meter diameter vacuum passage, and the internal energy structure collapsed, instantly scattering the water in all directions. Lin Yuan passed through the water ball without losing any speed. He directly appeared before the abyssal sea dragon's gaping blood-filled mouth. The pure black battle blade, carrying the shattering power of space shatter, was plunged deep into the monster's brain, following its upper jaw. Crack! The hard skull of the 7th grade shattered directly before the blade's edge. The weight of the starfall blood blade, 3600 gene, penetrated into its cerebral cortex. The violent dark blue thunder true chi detonated fully within the monster's cranial cavity along the blade. The enormous body of the abyssal sea dragon suddenly stiffened in midair. A muffled sound of internal explosion emanated from deep within its throat. The residual energy of the destruction-grade water ball underwent a series of violent chain detonations within its body. Chunks of shredded flesh and dark blue blood erupted from its mouth and nose, staining the air ahead a deep crimson. Its eerie blue vertical pupils instantly lost all their luster. The massive body, 300 meters long, completely lost the support of its floating spiritual energy, plunging straight down into the basin ruins below. Boom! The heavy corpse crashed down onto the central basin of the Blood Coral Islands. The ground shook. The dark red coral reefs were pulverized into fine dust by the enormous weight. Clouds of dust rolled outwards, obscuring the sunlight. Lin Yuan drew his battle blade, performing a graceful flip in midair and landed steadily above the giant head of the abyssal sea dragon. Holding the battle blade upside down with one hand, not a single drop of blood stained his dark blue battle armor. The mechanical notification sound of the system echoed repeatedly in his mind. Kill a 7th grade master-level monster, successful plunder. Gained 10,000 points of chi and blood value. Gained 50 points of 7th grade water attribute origin resistance. Advanced hardening talent absorbed the residual energy of the shattered space, further enhancing physical defense. Lin Yuan ignored the frenzied circulation of chi and blood heat within him. He strode to the wound on the monster's head, rapidly digging downwards with the blade. Moments later, he used the blade tip to extract a 7th grade Lord crystal core the size of a human head, deep blue in color, and continuously rotating with high concentration liquid energy inside. At a distance on the defense army position, Lei Jun and Zhao Tai looked at the enormous corpse falling from the sky, then at Lin Yuan standing atop it, one hand holding the crystal core. The entire position fell into a dead silence. A rookie who had just forcibly broken through to the 5th grade martial general realm in battle, relying solely on pure physical violence and a heavy battle blade, had directly killed a 7th grade master-level abyssal lord. This record of crossing great realms in actual combat completely overturned the understanding of martial knowledge for all the soldiers present. Lin Yuan placed the massive 7th grade crystal core, emitting overwhelming spiritual pressure, into a specially made military storage bag and zipped it up. He lifted his head to gaze at the darkened sky. The battle at the abyssal front still continued, the scent of blood lingering in the sea breeze. But he knew that this outer sea area was no longer the limit of his cultivation. He needed stronger opponents, and to delve deep into those untouched fissures. In the central basin of the Blood Coral Islands, the thick smoke was gradually dispersed by the fierce winds blowing across the sea surface. A 300-meter-long corpse of the abyssal sea dragon lay across the shattered dark red coral reefs. The massive body blocked much of the wind. Dark blue blood continuously flowed out through the cracks in the shattered heavy scales, pooling into a blood pool half a meter deep and covering an area of over 200 square meters in the lowlying ground. Lin Yuan stood atop the enormous head. He zipped up the tactical storage bag and carefully stowed away the 7th grade Lord's crystal core that emitted a ghostly blue light. He gripped the 3/6 Aegean Starfall Bloodblade with one hand, bent his legs slightly, and leaped directly down from the 30-meter high dragon's head. The sound of impact echoed as his black military boots slammed onto the blood-soaked rocks, creating 2 shallow craters. The deep blue solid thunder prison battle armor glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the gloomy sky. He stood upright and turned to walk towards the edge defense line, where the 1st Vanguard team was stationed. Brigade Commander Lei Jun of the 1st Armored Corps approached with 2 fully armed guards. Zhao Tai Chun Gang and others followed behind Lei Jun, halting their steps 10 meters away. Lei Jun stopped 3 meters in front of Lin Yuan. He gazed at Lin Yuan's unblemished solid battle armor, his gaze slowly moving down to the pure black battle knife in Lin Yuan's right hand, which was free of blood. A 7th grade master of the abyssal sea. Lei Jun's voice was somewhat hoarse as he inhaled the blood and gunpowder-laden air. I have guarded the East Sea defense line for 5 years, and this is the first time I have seen someone single-handedly achieve such a significant leap in slaying on the front lines. The 1st Armored Corps owes you a favor. If this monster had completed that heavy water breath, my heavy mech unit would have been completely annihilated. Lin Yuan rested the Starfall Blood Blade horizontally on his right shoulder. It is the best sharpening stone for breaking through realms. We both get what we need. Lin Yuan's tone was flat, showing no pride. Lei Jun nodded. He turned to look at the large number of engineers and heavy transport helicopters moving into the basin behind him. The logistics team will take over the corpse of this 7th grade monster. Its scales and bones are top-tier materials for forging scrade and above weapons and battleship main armor. According to military wartime regulations, 80% of the material benefits from this corpse will be converted into military merit credited to your personal account. Lei Jun explained the spoils distribution rules in an official manner. Lin Yuan showed no excess emotion towards these military merit figures. With his current physical body and realm, ordinary military supply resources had already lost their effect. Only those top-secret treasures or extreme harsh environments could allow him to continue advancing. Captain Zhao Tai, your 1st Vanguard team's raid mission has been completed successfully. Immediately board the vessel and return to Zero Outpost for rest. The remaining cleanup and position construction work will be handled by the Armored Corps. Lei Jun turned to Zhao Tai and issued the retreat order. Zhao Tai stood at attention and saluted. The 9-person team turned and walked towards the coastline. 20 minutes later, the 1st Vanguard team reboarded the Swordfish-class assault boat anchored in the shallow waters. With the plasma thrusters ignited, the assault boat sliced through the waves, heading back at full speed towards the East Sea Zero Outpost. On the deck, the sea breeze howled. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the cold metal deck. He laid the Starfall Blood Blade flat on his legs and took out a clean absorbent cloth from his pocket, carefully wiping off the moisture from the hilt and blade. Zhao Tai sat in the driver's seat, occasionally glancing at Lin Yuan through the rearview mirror. Chun Gang, Li Fei, and the other 7 veterans sat dispersed on either side of the cabin with no one speaking. In their gazes towards Lin Yuan beyond the previous, there was an added layer of unfathomable distance. The crystallization of solid true chi at the 5th grade martial general realm, with a pure physical explosive force of 70,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan's current strength had completely surpassed the scope of an ordinary special operations team. He alone was equivalent to a fully equipped heavy armored marine regiment. The assault boat sailed on the sea for an hour, passing through the enormous black wave barrier gate, and slowly entering Dock 1 for deep submersibles. The vessel stabilized and the hydraulic lock secured. Lin Yuan, carrying the wrapped heavy battle knife, was the first to step down the metal gangway. At the end of the gangway, Commander Xiang Tian's aide had been waiting for a long time. He wore a crisp military uniform, hands clasped behind his back. Around him, there were no idle ground crew members. The entire dock had been completely cleared. Lieutenant Lin Yuan, the commander is waiting for you in the top command center. The aide stepped forward and conveyed the order directly. Lin Yuan turned to glance at Zhao Tai. You all return to the barracks first. Lin Yuan instructed briefly, then followed the aide towards the dedicated high-speed elevator leading to the top floor. The elevator ascended rapidly. Inside the cabin, only the faint sound of ventilation could be heard. Ding! The elevator stopped at the top of the central command tower, and the metal door slid open. Lin Yuan followed the aide through the bustling circular tactical hall, arriving at the silver-white alloy door at the deepest point. The aide pushed the door open and stepped aside to clear the passage. Lin Yuan stepped into the commander's office. The door closed silently behind him. In the spacious office, the 7th grade master Xiang Tian still stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the dark Pacific Ocean. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiang Tian turned around. His eyes flashing with arcs of silver lightning locked directly onto Lin Yuan's Dantian position. Solid true chi crystallization dark blue. The true chi density is 3 times higher than that of an ordinary 5th grade martial general. Xiang Tian walked to the desk and sat down calmly, reporting Lin Yuan's current physical data. Physical strength has surpassed 70,000 kilograms. You withstood the 7th grade Lord's heavy water breath on Blood Coral Islands, forcibly shattering the Dantian barrier under extreme external pressure. This method of breaking through where one risks death for survival is something no one else on the entire EC defense line would dare to attempt. Lin Yuan stopped 2 meters in front of the desk. He extended his left hand, retrieving the 7th grade Abyssal Sea Dragon crystal core that emitted ghostly blue light from his tactical storage bag, and placed it directly on the metal surface in front of Xiang Tian. 7th grade crystal core. Lin Yuan gazed directly into Xiang Tian's eyes. The external battlefield no longer poses pressure on me. I need a higher intensity combat environment. Xiang Tian looked at the priceless 7th grade crystal core on the desk, a glint of admiration flashing in his eye. He did not reach for the crystal core, but raised his right hand, pressing a complex series of 50-digit dynamic passwords on the holographic control panel on the desk. Above the desk, a deep purple, 3-dimensional holographic map slowly unfolded. This map was entirely different from the previous Darkscale Canyon map. It displayed the core area at the bottom of the abyssal rift. In the center of the map was a massive funnel-shaped black whirlpool surrounded by dense red warning symbols. With your current strength, staying on the outer defense line is indeed a waste. Xiang Tian's finger pointed to the center of that black whirlpool. Here is the absolute bottom of the Pacific Abyssal Rift, which the military has named Abyssal Dead End. Xiang Tian's tone grew serious, even tinged with gravity. The Abyssal Dead End is not an ordinary seabed. There exists a high-density spatial folding area there. The pressure there is not water pressure, but pure spatial tearing force. Even a peak 6th grade martial commander without special armor protection would be instantly shredded into a mist of blood by the spatial turbulence upon entering. Xiang Tian raised his head, his gaze piercing through to Lin Yuan. Only martial artists with a pure physical explosive force exceeding 70,000 kilograms and fully solidified true chi can withstand the spatial tearing there with the absolute density of their bodies. Your condition is exactly at the threshold of this death trap. Lin Yuan looked at the black whirlpool on the holographic map. What is there? Lin Yuan asked the most critical question. The stable anchor point of the spatial passage. Xiang Tian clasped his hands on the table. The reason abyssal monsters continuously invade Earth is that at the bottom of the dead end there are 3 spatial boundary pillars made from high-grade abyssal ores. The military has repeatedly dispatched God-class powerhouses to attempt to infiltrate and destroy them, but the blood fluctuations of high-grade warriors are too significant. Once they get close, they immediately attract the siege of 8th grade or even 9th grade monster rulers, resulting in repeated mission failures. Xiang Tian paused, observing Lin Yuan's expression. You need extreme pressure to cultivate the void-shattering thunder prison slash, and the military needs someone to remove those 3 boundary pillars. Your current realm is only at the 5th grade, and your blood fluctuations are highly concealed in the complex environment of the abyssal dead end. Your actual destructive capability combined with the space collapse attribute of the battle knife gives you a complete chance to sever the boundary pillars. This is a truly life-threatening situation. Countless unknown terrifying existences lurk in the abyssal dead end, and the spatial tearing force constantly drains the true chi and stamina of martial artists. Once entangled by high-grade monsters, there would be no support reaching that place. Lin Yuan's eyes showed no sign of retreat. On the contrary, deep blue lightning surged violently within his pupils. The S-grade battle technique Void Shattering Thunder Prison Slash that he obtained from Zero Armory required the third move Void Shattering to utilize high-intensity spatial turbulence to sharpen the blade. There is no better training ground than the Abyssal Dead End. What is the mission deadline? Lin Yuan lowered the battle knife resting on his shoulder, the tip touching the metal floor. There is no deadline. Remove the boundary pillars or die fighting inside. Xiang Tian stood up, taking out a square sealed box made of black star stone from the desk drawer and pushing it in front of Lin Yuan. Inside the box are 3 mini antimatter annihilation thunders. After you locate the boundary pillars, install these 3 thunders on the base of the pillars. The explosive power is enough to completely destroy the spatial anchor point. The explosion has a 10-second delay. After installation, you must escape the explosion radius as quickly as possible. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, picked up the heavy black star stone sealed box, and securely stowed it in the inner compartment of his tactical backpack. When do we depart? Lin Yuan asked. I will give you 3 days to prepare supplies. In 3 days, the military will arrange for a specially designed pressure-resistant submersible to take you to the entrance edge of the Abyssal Dead End alone. Once you enter the folded space, you will be completely cut off from the outpost. All judgments and battles will depend solely on yourself. Xiang Tian finished explaining the final details. Lin Yuan nodded. He did not ask any more unnecessary questions. He lifted the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand and strode out of the commander's office. The silver-white metal door closed behind him. Lin Yuan retraced his steps back to the underground barracks. He headed directly to the logistics department's material exchange hall. An astronomical amount of military merit had just been credited to his account, earned from slaying the 7th-grade Abyssal Sea Dragon and 3 6th-grade monsters. He needed to convert all this military merit into high-purity, solidifying liquid, and top-tier single-soldier medical repair agents before setting out. The Abyssal Dead End was a death zone completely isolated from reinforcements. What he could rely on were only the 3600 gene heavy battle knife in his hand, and the formidable physical body that surged with 70,000 kilograms of immense power. The ultimate crushing and breakthrough were about to unfold in the deepest part of the Earth's core. At the Donghai Zero outpost in the hall of the Logistics Material Department, a high-intensity cold light source illuminated the hemisphere-shaped hall, covering an area of more than 5 football fields. The air was thick with the bloody scent of high-grade beast materials, the chemical odor of metal anti-rust oil, and the sharp smell of various healing potions. Thousands of soldiers and mercenaries who had retreated from the outer defense lines were lining up at various exchange windows. Lin Yuan was dressed in a brand new black sleeveless combat vest with deep gray tactical military pants and slip-resistant boots on his lower body. The 360-pound Starfall Bloodblade was tightly wrapped in coarse black cloth, slung diagonally across his back. He strode through the noisy ordinary exchange area, his military boots making a steady and powerful sound on the black non-slip floor. After breaking through to the 5th-tier Martial General realm, his pure physical explosive power surged directly to 70,000 kilograms. With each step he took, the polymer composite floor beneath him produced a barely perceptible slight indentation. Lin Yuan walked straight to the deepest part of the hall, to the independent exchange room for Sklash strategic materials. The heavy bulletproof glass door slid open automatically. There were no crowds in the exchange room, only a materials supervisor with the rank of lieutenant colonel, his temples graying, sitting behind a holographic office desk. Lin Yuan walked to the desk, raised his left hand, and placed the military tactical terminal on the reading area of his wrist. Beep. Identity verification successful. Lieutenant Lin Yuan. A row of green data streams lit up on the holographic screen. Subsequently, the account balance bar popped up with a long string of numbers. The lieutenant colonel supervisor had originally been reviewing a material report. When he caught a glimpse of that string of numbers with his peripheral vision, the electronic pen in his hand fell directly onto the desk. 265,000 military merit points. The lieutenant colonel supervisor abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Lin Yuan's young and indifferent face, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. You settled all the materials from the 7th-tier Abyss Lord's corpse. In the Abyss frontline, killing an ordinary 4th-tier monster only grants a few hundred military merit points. 265,000 military merit points is an astronomical figure that an ordinary main battle group might not accumulate even after fighting on the front lines for 3 years. Yes. Lin Yuan's response was simple and blunt. Retrieve the list of all high-purity solid essence liquids, glass, individual medical repair needles, and special space-resistant combat suits. The lieutenant colonel supervisor took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock. He immediately began to operate quickly on the holographic keyboard. Glass, high-concentration solid essence liquid, 10,000 military merit points, each 100 in stock. Glass cell regeneration repair needles, 20,000 military merit points, each 50 in stock. The supervisor pushed the list in front of Lin Yuan. He'll take them all. Lin Yuan did not even look at the specific parameters on the list and directly emptied the outpost stock of top-tier recovery materials. The lieutenant colonel's supervisor swallowed hard and confirmed the entry on the keyboard. 200,000 military merit points were instantly deducted from the account. As for the space-resistant combat suit, the lieutenant colonel's supervisor displayed an encrypted equipment blueprint. The military supply depot currently only has one set that meets your requirements. Void Walker Grade Deep Sea Combat Armor. This set of armor is made without any metal materials, entirely woven from the primordial silk of 7th-tier abyss spiders mixed with space-folding ores. It has extremely high physical defense, and most importantly, it can counteract over 60% of spatial turbulence-tearing forces. The price is 500,000 military merit points. Bring it out. Lin Yuan decisively issued the command. 10 minutes later, a black temperature-controlled portable box and a silver-gray metal password box were delivered to the desk by the logistics mechanical arm. Lin Yuan opened the silver-gray password box. Inside, a set of pure black one-piece combat gear was neatly folded. The fabric surface was non-reflective, presenting a deep texture that seemed to absorb surrounding light. Held in hand, it felt so light it was almost imperceptible, yet when pulled slightly, its internal fiber structure proved to be astonishingly resilient. Lin Yuan threw his old tactical backpack into the trash can. He directly donned the Void Walker combat armor in front of the supervisor. As the fibers of the armor made contact with his skin, they automatically contracted to fit the contours of his muscles, which were at the 70,000 kilogram level, without any sense of tightness or constraint. He then opened the black temperature-controlled box, which was filled with 150 test tubes, emitting a faint glow. Lin Yuan closed the box and lifted it with one hand. With 15,000 military merit points remaining in his account, Lin Yuan did not continue the exchange. He turned and exited the glass exchange room, retracing his steps back to the underground barracks of the 1st Advanced Team. He pushed open the heavy metal door of the barracks. 8 veterans were present. Zhao Tai was polishing a high-frequency, vibrating giant axe, while Chun Gang was reapplying an anti-corrosion coating to the Starfall Tower shield. Li Fei's mechanical prosthetic limb was soaking in a maintenance oil tank. Upon seeing Lin Yuan enter with the box, all activity in the barracks came to a halt. They all knew that Lin Yuan had received a top-secret solo mission from the command center, a task whose specific details even frontline veterans like them were not qualified to know. Ready to go. Zhao Tai set down the giant axe he had been holding and stood up. The one-eyed veteran looked at the new type of armor exuding a dark aura on Lin Yuan. I'm going to the rest area to prepare departing in an hour. Lin Yuan walked to his bunk and stuffed the temperature-controlled box into a specially designed waterproof backpack. Then he reached under the bed and pulled out a black starstone sealed box containing 3 miniature antimatter annihilation grenades, carefully securing it in the inner layer of the armor. Zhao Tai walked to the metal table and retrieved a military water bottle with no labels from underneath. He opened the cap, and a strong, pungent smell of high-purity alcohol mixed with the scent of some unknown beast's blood spread throughout the barracks. Zhao Tai tilted his head back and took a large swig from the bottle. His throat rolled as the harsh taste made him grimace, exhaling a breath of alcohol. He passed the bottle to Lin Yuan. It's the rule on the front line: carry out a top-secret solo mission, no questions about the location or the return date. Zhao Tai's voice was rough, carrying the unique toughness of a veteran. This drink is for your send-off. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and took the military water bottle. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back, and the scorching alcohol and the rage-filled blood flowed down his throat into his stomach, instantly transforming into a wave of heat that spread throughout his limbs under the suppression of the 5th-tier true chi crystal. Lin Yuan placed the water bottle on the metal table. I'm leaving. He lifted the 3.630-pound Starfall blood blade with one hand, resting it horizontally on his right shoulder. He turned and strode out of the barracks without looking back or any unnecessary farewells. The heavy metal door crashed shut behind him, completely cutting off the gazes of the 1st Advanced Team's veterans. 1 hour later, in the top-secret launch, well at the lowest level of the Donghai Zero outpost, 12,000 meters below sea level. There was no seawater here, only thick special anti-explosion concrete walls reaching 100 meters. 1 hour later, in the top-secret launch, well at the lowest level of the Donghai Zero outpost, 12,000 meters below sea level. There was no seawater here, only thick special anti-explosion concrete wall. Lin Yuan, carrying the combat knife, walked along the metal walkway to stand before the aide. This is the Abyss Needle single-person airdrop pod. The officer pointed at the jet-black droplet-shaped cabin, delivering the final instructions. It does not have a return function, nor a propulsion system. Once launched, it will utilize its own gravity and aerodynamic shape to directly penetrate the seabed rock layer ahead, plummeting into the abyss of despair in free fall. The officer entered a long series of launch codes on the console. The pod's outer shell is composed of 10 layers of high-density, thermal insulation armor. After entering the spatial folding layer of the abyss of despair, spatial turbulence will shred the airdrop pod into pieces within 10 seconds. You must rely on your physical strength to force your way out of the center of the spatial storm before the pod disintegrates. After that, everything will depend on you. Detonate the antimatter bomb to destroy the 3 boundary pillars. Lin Yuan did not respond. He directly walked to the pod's entrance, bent down, and squeezed into the narrow chamber. Inside the cabin, there were no cushioning seats, only a hydraulic lock to secure his feet. Lin Yuan stood the Starfall blood blade vertically in front of him and stepped into the lock. The hydraulic device tightened instantly, firmly securing his shins to the cabin floor. Safe travels. The officer pressed the shut button from outside. The heavy cabin door sealed tightly. The interior of the cabin plunged into utter darkness with only a faint red tactical light flickering above. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Accompanied by the mechanical synthetic voices countdown, the heavy hydraulic clamp holding the airdrop pod released instantly. The sensation of weightlessness descended in an instant. The droplet-shaped airdrop pod began a frenzied free fall toward the Earth's core, following the vertical launch shaft. The speed broke the sound barrier within seconds. Boom. The tip of the airdrop pod violently struck the seabed rock layer at the bottom of the launch shaft. Thanks to its specially designed armor and terrifying downward momentum, the airdrop pod did not explode, but directly pierced through the thick hard rock layer, several thousand meters deep. The intense jolt transmitted through the cabin floor to Lin Yuan's legs. His body shook violently within the dark blue true chi crystal in his dantian operated at full speed, anchoring him in place with 70,000 kilograms of pure physical strength. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor manifested on his body, resisting the high temperatures generated by friction. The temperature gauge in the cabin soared. The metal walls emitted a painful twisting sound. The fall lasted a full 10. Suddenly all sounds of physical friction and jolting sensations vanished. In their place was an extreme tearing sensation that sent shivers through his very soul. The airdrop pod penetrated the rock layer, officially entering the spatial folding region of the abyss of despair. Sizzle, sizzle. A series of piercing metal-cutting sounds echoed from the exterior of the cabin. Invisible spatial turbulence transformed into countless sharp blades crazily slicing at the pod's shell. The 10 layers of high-density thermal insulation armor were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the spatial tearing force. 1 layer, 2 layers, 5 layers. The external armor was largely stripped away. The red alarm light inside the cabin flashed frantically. Warning. The structural integrity of the pod has dropped to 30%. It will disintegrate in 3 seconds. The mechanical synthetic voice issued the final death sentence. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, deep blue lightning shooting forth from the darkness of the cabin. He did not wait for the pod to disintegrate. Lin Yuan gripped the handle of the Starfall blood blade tightly. Solid-state true chi of the 5th rank surged into the blade. Void shattering thunder prison / sever the sea. Inside the cramped cabin, Lin Yuan faced the cabin door directly and swung his sword. The pure black spatial cutting line instantly sliced through the remaining layers of outer armor. Boom. The airdrop pod exploded midair. Countless twisted metal fragments were swept into an unknown dimension by the spatial turbulence, vanishing from sight. Lin Yuan's body was completely exposed to the violent spatial folding layer. In an instant, hundreds of spatial rifts like invisible blades sliced into Lin Yuan's deep blue thunder prison battle armor from all directions. Clang, 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 clang. Dense sparks erupted violently from Lin Yuan's body. The 7th rank abyssal demon spider silk woven void walker armor played a significant role. The fibers on the surface of the armor twisted under the pull of the spatial turbulence, offsetting 60% of the tearing force. The remaining 40% of the tearing force struck fiercely against the thunder prison battle armor. Deep cracks an inch deep were cut into the dark blue true chi armor. Tiny beads of blood seeped through the surface of his white jade-like skin. Pain coursed through his entire body, yet Lin Yuan did not even furrow his brow. 70,000 kilograms of flesh density withstood the terrifying cuts that could grind a 6th rank martial general into mush. In midair, where gravitational direction was lost, Lin Yuan held the 3,600 gene heavy battle sword. He did not attempt to stabilize his position in the spatial turbulence, but instead took advantage of it, using his 70,000 kilograms of physical mass to become a solid iron ball, crashing straight down in the direction of gravitational collapse. In his line of sight, there was no light, only distorted black spatial rifts that flickered in and out of existence. After a long few seconds of falling, bang, Lin Yuan's feet slammed heavily onto a hard black ground. The 70,000 kilograms of kinetic energy directly created a massive pit in the ground. Debris splattered in all directions, but before it could even fly 2 meters, it was devoured and sliced into nothingness by the omnipresent spatial rifts. Lin Yuan straightened up, pulling the Starfall blood blade from the deep pit in the ground with one hand. He surveyed his surroundings. This was the bottom of the abyss of despair. There was no sky here. Above him was a chaotic, twisted spatial folding layer presenting a nauseating dark purple hue. The ground was entirely composed of an unknown pure black crystalline ore. The direction of gravity was extremely chaotic. One moment, he felt his body weighed down by 10,000 gene. The next, he felt a weightlessness, as if he were about to float into midair. The air was devoid of oxygen, filled only with high concentrations of corrosive abyssal miasma. Lin Yuan sealed his mouth and nose, relying entirely on the 5th rank true chi crystal for internal circulation. Approximately 10 kilometers from Lin Yuan's landing site, 3 massive black stone pillars, each over 100 meters in diameter and thousands of meters tall, stood in a triangular formation on the black ground. The surface of the pillars was covered with intricate, eerie dark red inscriptions emanating a massive energy wave that stabilized the space. They were the spatial boundary pillars, the anchor point for the demon invasion of Earth. Lin Yuan locked onto the target, lifting his pure black battle sword, ready to step forward. Just then, on the black crystalline ground ahead, huge rocks suddenly began to move. Those were not rocks at all. Dozens of bizarre creatures, each over 15 meters long, covered in sharp bone spines with no eyes and only a serrated circular maw, awakened from their slumber. Abyssal Rift Beasts. 6th rank mid-tier special demons. They are naturally adapted to the spatial turbulence here, and can even swallow spatial rifts as an attack method. These creatures lacking visual organs sharply sensed the vigorous blood energy within Lin Yuan's body, which was at odds with the abyssal environment. They opened their circular maws, emitting a silent subsonic shriek. With stout claws they scraped across the crystalline ground, creating blinding sparks as dozens of 6th rank mid-tier demons transformed into black shadows, encircling Lin Yuan from all directions. Lin Yuan stood his ground. The gravity beneath him suddenly reversed, attempting to pull him into midair. He snorted coldly. In his dantian, the solid-state true chi crystal erupted with dazzling light. 70,000 kilograms of physical strength forcibly shattered the reversed gravity. The deep blue thunder prison battle armor radiated a chilling murderous intent in the dark purple space. With both hands gripping the rough sword hilt. Here there are no rules, Lin Yuan silently asserted. He faced the 3 abyssal rift beasts rushing in front, and swung the 3,600 gene Starfall Bloodblade. An ultimate one-man meat grinder battle unfolded amidst the spatial turbulence erupting in the depths of Earth's deadliest abyss. At the bottom of the abyssal chasm, the black crystalline ground experienced 3 erratic fluctuations in gravity within a second. Lin Yuan stood firmly, his feet firmly anchored in the hard crystalline ore. The dark blue solid true chi crystal in his dantian operated at full speed, and the explosive force of 70,000 kilograms surged down his legs, shattering the chaotic gravity, trying to pull him upwards. The deep blue solid thunder prison battle armor emitted a cold metallic sheen within the dark purple spatial fold. Ahead, 3 abyssal rift beasts, each over 15 meters long, lunged at him from 3 different directions, their robust claws swinging menacingly. They had no eyes, their circular mouths lined with hundreds of jagged teeth, opened wide. 3 black energy orbs compressed from high-density spatial rifts erupted from their mouths, hurtling towards Lin Yuan's chest with the power to tear through anything. Lin Yuan gripped the Starfall Bloodblade weighing 3,600 pounds with both hands. Without any unnecessary wind-up, his waist muscles contracted, instantly swinging his arms in a complete semicircle before him. S-grade battle technique, void shattering thunder prison / first form sea break. The pure black blade traced a slender and refined line of spatial cutting through the air. The blade did not clash directly with the 3 energy orbs, but instead cut into the energy sphere's weak points at a precisely calculated angle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 crisp tearing sounds echoed. The 3 energy orbs capable of grinding heavy armored vehicles into scraps were sliced open by the spatial collapse attribute of the Starfall Bloodblade. The chaotic internal spatial forces lost balance, collapsing in midair and dissipating into faint black streams that vanished from sight. Lin Yuan's movements did not pause for a moment. He stomped down hard with his right foot on the crystalline ground, causing the black ore to shatter extensively. His body transformed into a dark blue afterimage, instantly traversing 30 meters to appear directly above the head of the central rift beast. With the battle blade raised high, he struck downwards with all his might. Second form mounting collapse. The absolute weight of 3,600 pounds combined with 70,000 kilograms of gravitational energy. The back of the blade, carrying a vast area of spatial collapse, slammed down onto the spine of the rift beast covered in sharp bone spikes. Boom. A deep and resounding impact echoed. The hardened vertebrae of the mid-tier abyssal creature shattered under the blow of the battle blade. Its massive body was crushed into the black crystalline ground by the terrifying blunt force. Dark red blood mixed with broken entrails gushed out along the edge of the battle blade, while the other 2 rift beasts sensed their companion's demise. They emitted silent subsonic shrieks, swinging their 3-meter-long sharp foreclaws from the left and right towards Lin Yuan's waist. Lin Yuan drew the battle blade from the corpse of the abyssal creature with one hand. He did not retreat. Instead, he lifted his left leg to meet the sweeping claw coming from the left with a direct kick. Bang! The explosive force of 70,000 kilograms in his leg broke the stout forelimb of the rift beast. The broken bones pierced through its own flesh. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan twisted his right wrist horizontally, slicing the Starfall Bloodblade to the right. The pure black blade swept across the neck of the right rift beast, encountering no physical resistance as it cleanly severed its massive head. In less than 5 breaths, all 3 mid-tier abyssal creatures were slain by Lin Yuan's sheer physical power. But this was merely the beginning. Surrounding him, dozens of awakened abyssal rift beasts had completely closed in. They felt no fear, only an insatiable greed for his vigorous life force. Lin Yuan, holding the blood-dripping battle blade, stepped forward, charging into the dense horde of monsters. An unreserved one-man slaughter fest erupted at the bottom of the abyssal chasm. Lin Yuan abandoned all defensive stances. In this area filled with chaotic spatial currents, defense meant passively taking hits. He transformed all his true chi and physical strength into utmost offense. The battle blade swung wide among the horde of monsters. Each slash brought forth a flurry of severed limbs, and suddenly a spatial rift appeared from the side, without warning, cutting sharply into Lin Yuan's left shoulder. The Void Walker battle armor woven from the silk of 7th-tier abyssal spiders shimmered with a faint black light, its fibers twisting at high frequency, dissipating much of the tearing force from the spatial rift. The residual destructive force struck the deep blue solid thunder prison battle armor, leaving a half-inch deep white mark. The dark blue true chi inside the battle armor quickly flowed, repairing the white mark in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan did not even glance at his shoulder. Gripping his blade with both hands, he spun around and cleaved the ambushing rift beast in half. He stepped over the corpses of the monsters and the thick dark red blood, advancing step by step toward the three massive black stone pillars 10 kilometers ahead. 10 kilometers, a distance that would only take a fifth-tier martial general a few minutes under normal circumstances. But here it was a death path paved with blood and shredded flesh. The abyssal miasma continuously corroded the surface of the thunder prison battle armor, while the chaotic gravity incessantly drained Lin Yuan's stamina. He maintained a steady rhythm in his blade swings, aiming for a lethal blow with each attack, never wasting an ounce of excess strength. An hour later, Lin Yuan came to a halt. Beneath his feet lay a total of 47 broken corpses of abyssal rift beasts. Dark red blood pooled into small streams upon the black, crystalline ground, only to be swallowed by the spatial rifts that occasionally flickered on the surface. The pure black blade of the Starfall Bloodblade was completely filled with the blood of the abyssal creatures. Lin Yuan breathed heavily, relying on the fifth-tier, true chi crystal within him to circulate oxygen. His deep blue battle armor was riddled with scratches of various sizes, and a fine layer of sweat seeped from his ivory skin, quickly evaporating under the armor's high temperature. He lifted his head. The three black stone pillars, each over 100 meters in diameter and reaching several thousand meters in height, loomed close at hand. Standing here, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the shock brought by these three spatial boundary pillars. The surface of the stone pillars was intricately carved with dense dark red inscriptions. These inscriptions emitted a profound and heavy wave of energy. Under the influence of this wave, there were no spatial fissures appearing within a 2-kilometer radius, nor was there the nauseating reversal of gravity. The space here was forcibly fixed in an absolutely stable state. However, the price was that the physical pressure reached dozens of times that of the outside world. Lin Yuan took a step forward, entering the energy envelope of the boundary pillar. Buzz! An immense invisible pressure crashed down on his shoulders. Under this heavy pressure, Lin Yuan's knees slightly bent by half an inch. Then, gritting his teeth, he unleashed the full force of 70,000 kilograms of muscle power, forcibly straightening his body again. The military boots made heavy footsteps on the stable black ground. Lin Yuan walked to the front of the nearest boundary. The base, with a diameter of 100 meters, was entirely cast from an unknown deep-sea cold iron seamlessly connected to the black crystal of the ground. Lin Yuan wasted no time. He drew the Starfall Bloodblade and plunged it into the ground beside him. With his left hand, he reached into the inner layer of his battle armor and retrieved a sealed box made of black star stone. Opening the box, 3 fist-sized silver-gray metal discs lay quietly inside. These were the military's top-secret weapons, miniature antimatter annihilation grenades. Lin Yuan picked up the first annihilation grenade and walked to the base of the boundary pillar. The back of the grenade had a layer of high molecular adhesive. He forcefully slapped it onto the metal surface of the base. Click! The surface of the annihilation grenade glowed with a faint red light, indicating successful adhesion. Just as Lin Yuan turned to prepare to install explosives on the second boundary pillar to the left, from behind the previously silent boundary pillar came a heavy and dense sound of metal grinding. This sound did not emanate from the ground, but rather from the shadows of the 2 stone pillars. 2 enormous figures slowly emerged from the shadow of the stone pillars, fully exposed to the faint red light emitted by the boundary pillars. High-grade magical beasts of the 7th rank, void magic mantises. Their body length reached an astonishing 50 meters, their entire bodies covered with a thick shell that gleamed with a dark purple metallic luster. Without lower limbs, they crawled on the ground using 6 sharp blade-like appendages. The most chilling aspect was the 2 pairs of giant scythe-like forelimbs that grew at the front of their bodies. The edges of these forelimbs appeared absolutely transparent. This was a physical manifestation of their ability to cut. 2 high-grade guardian magical beasts of the 7th rank. Their pair of compound eyes glimmering with green fluorescence locked onto Lin Yuan, who stood in front of the base. There were no roars, no howls. The left side void magic mantis moved directly. Its massive body left a dark purple afterimage in place. Its speed was so fast that it completely ignored the terrifying pressure surrounding the boundary pillar. The 50-meter distance closed in an instant. The right side scythe-like forelimb, 20 meters long and transparent, swung toward Lin Yuan's waist with a cutting edge capable of tearing through space. Where the scythe passed, the absolutely stable space around the boundary pillar produced subtle ripples of distortion. Lin Yuan stood still, his pupils suddenly constricting. At such a level of speed and cutting power, if struck heat-in, even the 6th rank density of bones and solid thunder prison battle armor would be effortlessly severed. He had no time to withdraw. The Starfall Bloodblade stuck in the ground. In this life-and-death moment, Lin Yuan's leg muscles contracted to the extreme, and he fell backward, his back pressed tightly against the cold black crystal ground. Swoosh! The transparent scythe-like forelimbs swept across the surface of Lin Yuan's battle armor's chest plate. A long string of dazzling sparks erupted from his chest armor. The deep blue solid chi was forcibly cut open, creating a half-foot-long gash, while the fibers of the 7th rank abyssal spider silk emitted a cracking sound under the cutting force. The residual force of the scythe violently struck the base of the boundary pillar behind Lin Yuan. Clang! A crisp metallic collision sound echoed. On the base cast from deep-sea cold iron, a 2-inch deep white mark was cut. As soon as Lin Yuan's back touched the ground, his legs kicked upward forcefully. The explosive force of 70,000 kilograms directly kicked against the side of the void magic mantis sweeping scythe. The immense physical power caused the mantis attack trajectory to shift slightly. Taking advantage of this recoil, Lin Yuan smoothly slid back several meters on the ground, quickly creating some distance. He extended his right hand and reached out. The starfall blood blade stuck in the ground emitted a sharp blade cry. The 5th rank chi crystal in his dantian surged wildly, and a powerful energy pulled the 3,600 pounds of battle blade into his hand. Lin Yuan stood up from the ground. He gripped the hilt tightly with both hands. Deep blue lightning surged wildly along the blade, gradually transforming into a profound dark hue. Facing the 2 high-grade abyssal lords, fleeing was pointless. With the countdown to the explosion of the boundary pillar yet to start, he had to fight his way through and create a bloody path for installing the explosives. The right side void magic mantis also launched an attack. It leapt into the air, crossing its 2 transparent scythe-like forelimbs in front of its chest, descending upon Lin Yuan with the force of a collapsing mountain. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. At the peak of the 4th rank, he dared to clash head-in with a 7th rank Ming Sea Dragon. Now at the 5th rank martial marquis stage with a body weighing 70,000 kilograms, he similarly dared to face these 2 monsters head-in. S-level battle skill, Void Breaking Thunder Prison, / 3rd form Void Breaking. Lin Yuan made no attempt. He compressed all his energy, all his physical strength and solid chi into that one point of absolute darkness at the tip of the Starfall Bloodblade. His feet dug deep into the ground, and Lin Yuan transformed into a straight bolt of black lightning, charging head-in into the 2 transparent sides descending from above without holding anything back. The absolute black point at the tip of the blade collided violently with the intersecting transparent scythe edges. The laws of physics underwent a fierce clash at this moment. The immense weight of 3,600 pounds and the cutting force of the 7th rank, high-grade magical beast stirred up a small spatial storm beneath the boundary pillar. The hilt of the battle blade groaned under the enormous recoil. The muscle fibers in Lin Yuan's arms tore over a wide area, and blood instantly stained the interior of his deep blue battle armor. But he gritted his teeth firmly, not retreating half an inch. Get away from me. Lin Yuan let out a roar that did not sound. With his waist exerting force again, he drained the last remnant of chi within him and pushed it all into the blade. Crack. A fine crack appeared on the transparent side blade. This crack rapidly expanded. In the face of the absolute shattering attribute of the void-breaking strike, even the solidified spatial organs of the 7th rank, high-grade magical beast could not withstand this extreme burst at a singular point. The 2 sides of the right side void magic mantis shattered at the root, turning into countless transparent fragments. Lin Yuan passed through the storm of fragments, his battle blade maintaining its momentum, directly stabbing into the gap of the mantis' dark purple shell. With one strike he pierced through. Lin Yuan withdrew the battle blade and kicked against the massive body of the beast, propelling himself to sprint at full speed toward the 2nd boundary pillar. His left hand tightly gripped the 2nd antimatter annihilation grenade. The 10-second countdown had officially begun from the moment he pressed down the first explosive. Beep! The first miniature antimatter annihilation thunder was affixed to the cold iron base of the deep sea, and the red countdown indicator began to flash. The 10-second countdown to death established an absolutely precise timeline in Lin Yuan's mind. 9 seconds. Lin Yuan stomped heavily with his right foot on the black crystal ground. 70,000 kilograms of pure physical explosive power was injected into his feet without reservation. The hard crystal shattered extensively with fragments shooting in all directions. Utilizing this massive reaction force, Lin Yuan transformed into a dark blue silhouette, dashing along the ground towards the 2nd boundary pillar, 300 meters away, at full speed. The air emitted a sharp hiss under the pressure of high-speed movement. Behind him, the unscathed void magic mantis released a piercing infrasonic wave. Its enormous body left a phantom in place, 6 sharp limbs striking alternately against the ground, surpassing the 20-meter-long transparent scythe on its right forelimb gleaming with an absolute sharpness that could tear space, slashed down towards the back of Lin Yuan's neck. 8 seconds. Lin Yuan sensed the spatial tearing sensation approaching from behind. He did not look back, nor did his frantic footsteps show any sign of slowing. In the midst of his high-speed sprint, Lin Yuan's waist muscles suddenly exerted force, twisting his upper body forcibly to the right. The 3,600 pounds of Starfall Bloodblade he gripped tightly swept back. The pure black wide blade back accurately met the descending transparent scythe. Clang! A sound exploded at the base of the spatial fold layer. 70,000 kilograms of kinetic energy collided directly with the strike of a high-level 7th-grade demon beast in midair. The blade of the Starfall Bloodblade visibly bent from the immense force, then instantly straightened. The terrifying backlash surged along the handle into his arms, causing Lin Yuan's fair skin to bulge with purple-blue veins. With this rebound force, his sprinting speed increased once again. His body traced a low parabolic arc in midair, landing steadily in front of the base of the second boundary pillar. 7 seconds. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Lin Yuan flipped his left hand, and the second silver-gray miniature antimatter annihilation thunder slammed onto the cold, deep-sea iron base. Click. Red light illuminated, synchronizing the countdown. 6 seconds. Lin Yuan withdrew the Starfall Bloodblade embedded beside the base, turning to face the third boundary pillar. The two pillars were 400 meters apart, forming a gigantic equilateral triangle. He again exerted strength and ran wildly. At this moment, the severely injured void magic mantis, whose arms had been severed by Lin Yuan, blocked the direct path to the third boundary pillar with its massive body. Having lost its forelimbs for physical attacks, it opened its maw filled with fangs wide, with the energy core in its abdomen operating at overload. A dark purple beam of spatial energy over 10 meters in diameter erupted from its mouth, carrying the destructive force to annihilate all matter, aimed straight at Lin Yuan. 5 seconds. Lin Yuan did not change his sprinting route. His eyes locked onto the approaching beam of spatial energy. In his dantian, the dark blue 5th grade solid true chi crystal erupted with dazzling brilliance. All the true chi surged through his meridians into his arms, infusing into the blade of the Starfall Bloodblade. S-grade combat skill, the first form of void shattering thunder prison / sea break. Lin Yuan raised his battle blade high, and in high-speed motion, he chopped down with all his might from above. An extremely refined black spatial cutting line formed at the edge of the pure black blade. The battle blade sliced into the very center of the dark purple energy beam with a diameter of 10 meters. The laws of physics broke down before the extreme compression of the cutting surface. The thick beam of spatial energy was neatly split in two by the Starfall Bloodblade. The turbulence of the divided energy washed past Lin Yuan's body on either side, carving two bottomless trenches into the crystal ground behind. For seconds, Lin Yuan penetrated through the split energy beam. The momentum of the battle blade remained unabated, carrying the black cutting line directly cleaving down onto the head of the severely injured void magic mantis. An unambiguous physical cut. The 3,600 pounds of dead weight smoothly sliced the mantis' enormous head in half. Dark purple blood and cerebrospinal fluid sprayed in all directions. Lin Yuan's military combat boots stepped directly onto the demon's remains, using the force to leap again. 3 seconds. Lin Yuan's body was only 50 meters away from the third boundary pillar. The intact void magic mantis had completely entered a state of frenzy. It abandoned all defenses, its massive body leaping into the air, crossing its two transparent sides in midair, forming a huge spatial cutting net that sealed all of Lin Yuan's escape routes, aiming to strangle him from behind. 2 seconds. Lin Yuan's feet landed standing in front of the base of the third boundary pillar. He did not turn to block the attack from behind. His left hand reached out, pressing the last miniature antimatter annihilation thunder firmly against the surface of the deep-sea cold iron. Click. Red light illuminated. The countdown of the 3 explosives synchronized completely at this moment. At the same instant, the crossing transparent sides of the void magic mantis struck solidly against Lin Yuan's back. Boom. The Void Walker battle armor, woven from 7th grade abyssal spider silk, suffered a space-tearing force beyond its limits, causing its back fibers to shatter extensively. The residual cutting force harshly struck against the deep blue solid thunder prison battle armor. The dark blue true chi armor shattered with a loud bang, and 2 deep bone-deep cross wounds erupted on Lin Yuan's back. Blood instantly stained the surrounding ground. 1 second. Intense pain stimulated every nerve in Lin Yuan's body. He showed no hesitation. His legs bent to the limit, 70,000 kilograms of physical explosive power, and all remaining 5th grade true chi crystal energy concentrated beneath his feet. Boom. The black crystal ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet was directly stomped into a giant pit with a diameter of 20 meters. He transformed into a cannonball, flying in reverse, racing along the edge of the boundary pillar, hurtling towards the distorted dark purple spatial fold layer above at full speed. 0 seconds. The countdown reached 0. 3 miniature antimatter annihilation thunderbolts were triggered, simultaneously activating the core detonation sequence. There was no deafening explosion, no flames or smoke. 3 absolute white spheres of light, each over 100 meters in diameter, instantly expanded on the base of the dimensional pillar. Where the white light passed, the molecular structure of matter was directly erased. The indestructible deep-sea cold iron base, the towering black stone pillars reaching thousands of meters, the piles of monster corpses on the ground, and that 7th grade high-level void magic mantis. Upon contact with the white spheres of light, even the vaporization process was omitted, directly returning to nothingness. The 3 white spheres fused together as they expanded, ultimately forming a gigantic antimatter annihilation domain with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. The spatial anchor point was completely destroyed. The physical rules supporting the folded state of the abyssal deadlock space collapsed entirely at that moment. Lin Yuan's body brushed against the edge of the antimatter annihilation domain in midair. An indescribable force of absolute destruction swept across his back. The remnants of the Thunder Prison battle armor were completely vaporized, and a layer of flesh was directly sheared off his back, exposing the white jade spine to the air. Carbonization marks even appeared on the surface of the bones. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth, tightly gripping the starfall blood blade, with both hands curling his body into a ball and using the terrifying shockwave generated by the explosion to ascend frantically. The layer of spatial folding vanished. The real physical environment from the outside world rushed in an instant. This was the abyssal zone, located 2,000 meters below the Pacific Ocean surface. Hundreds of millions of tons of cold, dark seawater filled with absolute oppression lost the barrier of space, forming a colossal underwater waterfall that crashed violently into the vacuum area left by the antimatter annihilation. Boom. The seawater came into contact with the high temperature at the edge of the annihilation domain, instantly producing a cataclysmic steam explosion. The white high-pressure steam formed a continuously expanding giant bubble in the deep sea. Lin Yuan's body was directly engulfed by the violent seawater and high-pressure steam. The water pressure from 2,000 meters deep instantly acted upon his entire body. His already severely injured form emitted a series of cracking sounds as bones dislocated. His chest was severely compressed, and Lin Yuan opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, which rapidly dispersed in the seawater. He remained in absolute clarity. He released the grip on the blade handle and reached into the waterproof storage bag on the inner side of his tactical combat suit, pulling out Insgrade Cell Regeneration Repair Syringe, emitting a faint glow. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan gripped the syringe and plunged the thick needle deep into the muscle on the outer side of his thigh, using his thumb to forcefully push the high-concentration repair agent into his body in one go. As the agent entered his body, a scorching hot current erupted violently within his veins. The powerful effects of the Scrade individual medical supplies began to take effect. Cells began to divide and regenerate at a speed exceeding conventional norms by millions of times. The surface of the exposed spine saw granulation tissue rapidly grow and weave, filling in the flesh erased by antimatter energy. Dislocated bones were forcibly repositioned under the pull of muscles. Lin Yuan retracted his left hand and tightened his grip on the battle blade once more. Within his dantian, that dark blue 5th grade true chi crystal began to slowly rotate again after a brief pause. Solid true chi flowed along the repaired meridians throughout his body, condensing a thin layer of deep blue thunder prison battle armor on his surface, forcefully creating a 3-inch gap against the 2,000 meters of water pressure. He opened his eyes. Surrounding him was absolute darkness, with only the violent currents of seawater churning in the aftermath of the explosion. The spatial anchor point of the abyssal deadlock had been erased. The abnormal gravity and spatial rifts in this ocean area disappeared, restoring the normal seabed of the Pacific Ocean's deep waters. The military strategic objectives had been achieved, completely severing a concealed high-level passage for monsters invading Earth. Lin Yuan adjusted his body posture in the seawater. The density of his 70,000 kilogram body allowed him to stabilize himself in the deep sea, unaffected by the swirling currents. He raised his head, gazing into the endless darkness above. There were still 2,000 meters to the surface. No deep-sea assault vessels, no communication devices. He must rely on his own strength to swim back from this deathly deep sea to the frontline base. Lin Yuan kicked hard with his legs in the seawater. Dark blue lightning erupted from beneath his feet, evaporating the seawater into a ring of white bubbles. Using the recoil from the true chi to propel himself and the powerful physical explosive force, Lin Yuan's body transformed into a bolt of blue-black wind, ascending rapidly toward the surface of the ocean. As he ascended, the water pressure from the deep sea gradually weakened. The effect of the Scrade repair syringe continued to manifest, and the wounds on his back had completely scabbed over, growing new white jade-like skin. After ascending 10,000 meters, faint light began to appear in the surrounding seawater. Some mid to low-tier deep-sea monsters sensed Lin Yuan's vibrant vitality and attempted to approach and attack. Lin Yuan swung the Starfall blood blade with one hand. There was no need to utilize battle techniques. The sheer weight of the 3,600 gene blade cut a black line through the seawater, cleaving all approaching monsters in two. Green blood trailed in the seawater. For hours later, splash. Lin Yuan broke through the surface of the sea, his body leaping several meters high above the water. The sunlight pierced through the gray clouds, illuminating his deep blue solid thunder prison battle armor. He took a deep breath of the fresh air filled with the scent of the sea. His internal organs revitalized with the nourishment of oxygen. Lin Yuan adjusted his posture in midair, landing steadily on the turbulent surface of the sea. A layer of dense buoyancy field formed beneath his feet from the 5th grade solid true chi, allowing him to stand on the water's surface as if on solid ground. He looked around. From the southeast horizon, the rumbling of heavy artillery faintly reached his ears, and the sky occasionally flickered with the bright explosions of psionic bombs. That was the large-scale meat grinder battle between the military defense forces and the abyssal sea beasts. Lin Yuan discerned the direction. He placed the Starfall blood blade horizontally in front of him and stomped heavily on the water's surface. The sea surface erupted into a 10-meter-wide pit. Lin Yuan walked across the waves, transforming into a streak of blue-black wind rushing at full speed toward the frontline battlefield filled with artillery fire. The life-and-death trial of the abyssal deadlock had concluded, and the battlefield ahead would witness the official arrival of a killing god in the 5th grade martial general realm. On the dark surface of the Pacific Ocean, fierce winds whipped up towering waves several meters high. Lin Yuan alternated his feet as he trod upon the undulating waters. A layer of dense and hard levitation field formed at the bottom of his military combat boots from the dark blue, solidified true energy of the 5th rank martial general realm. With each step he took the physical mass of 70,000 kilograms, and the kinetic energy of his fall created a deep water pit over 3 meters in diameter on the surface of the sea. White splashes erupted violently around him due to the recoil. His body transformed into a whirlwind of blue and black slicing through the ocean surface as he surged towards the artillery-heavy area in the southeast at full speed. As he drew closer, the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of blood in the air grew increasingly intense. In the sky, hundreds of spiritual energy shells streaked through the gloomy clouds, passing over Lin Yuan's head and crashing onto the coastline several kilometers ahead. The muffled sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the tremors from the earth resonated through the sea, creating layers of fine ripples on the surface beneath Lin Yuan's feet. Ahead lay a circular reef defense line extending for dozens of kilometers. This was the second strategic blockade established by the Eastern Sea Zero outpost. At this moment, the heavy armored troops of the defense forces were embroiled in the most brutal melee combat. The position of the first advance team was located at the left wing protrusion of the defense line. The once smooth black rocky ground was already cratered and pockmarked from explosions, with pools of green monster blood and human warrior blood accumulating up to their ankles. Mixed with mud and shredded flesh, it formed a muddy blood swamp. Chun Gang knelt half submerged in the blood swamp, his hands bracing against a heavy tower shield with edges reinforced with meteor iron. The surface of the tower shield was covered with scratches and dents of varying depths, and the earthy yellow defensive formation flickered erratically, teetering on the edge of extinguishing. "Hold your ground. Not a single step back," Zhao Tai shouted hoarsely, his voice already strained. He swung his serrated high-frequency shock axe, cleaving a 4th-rank deep-sea shark in half that attempted to vault over the tower shield. Hot blood splattered across his face, trickling down the corner of his remaining left eye. Mechanically, Fei's right mechanical limb experienced severe barrel overheating during the continuous high-intensity fire, with dark red barrels billowing white smoke completely jammed. He drew 2 shock short blades, engaging in close combat with several low-ranking sea beasts that approached. His deep-sea pressure-resistant battlesuit had been torn in several places, with flesh and blood spilling out from the wounds. Before them, thousands of deep-sea monsters crowded the narrow reef passage. Behind the throng of monsters, a 6th-rank peak monster, the deep-sea armored rhino, over 30 meters long, slowly. This deep-sea armored rhino was covered in a thick, grayish-white, bony armor measuring up to 1 meter. Its head bore a 5-meter-long spiral horn. The horn was wrapped in a high concentration of water attribute spiritual energy, and with each swing it produced a piercing sonic boom in the air. 2 heavy railguns positioned at the rear locked onto this high-tier monster. Thick blue beams struck its grayish-white heavy armor, exploding into brilliant fireballs and dazzling electric. However, the surface of the heavy armor only bore a few half-foot deep charred pits, utterly incapable of penetrating the 1-meter-thick bony defense. The deep-sea armored rhino was enraged by the artillery fire. It lowered its head, aiming its 5-meter-long spiral horn at the defense position of the first advance team. For sturdy legs as thick as load-bearing pillars surged powerfully against the rocks. Its 30-meter-long massive body transformed into an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle, crushing dozens of low-ranking sea beasts along the way, charging straight towards Chun Gang's tower shield defense line with overwhelming kinetic force. 6th rank peak. Heavy charge. Everyone disperse. Zhao Tai issued orders loudly upon seeing the situation ahead. In the face of absolute mass, holding the line would only lead to total annihilation. Chun Gang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his hands. He did not loosen his grip on the tower shield. Instead, he poured all the remaining true energy within him into the shield, trying to buy his teammates a few seconds to retreat. The deep-sea armored rhino charged at an incredibly high speed, reducing the rocks beneath it to powder, trailing a long plume of grayish-white dust behind. Just as the spiral horn was less than 30 meters away from Chun Gang's tower shield, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sea behind the horde of monsters. A water column several dozen meters high surged into the sky. The sea was violently pushed apart by an incredibly ferocious physical force, carving out a 10-meter-wide vacuum channel on the ocean surface. Lin Yuan burst through the waves, his feet landing heavily on the black rocks at the edge of the reef. The 70,000-kilogram downward force directly crushed the rocks. Without a moment's pause, he gripped the 3,600-pound Starfall Bloodblade, with one hand slicing directly into the dense horde of monsters from behind. The dark blue physical thunder prison battle armor exuded a chilling, killing intent under the gloomy sky. Within his dantian, the 5th rank solidified true energy crystal operated at full speed, channeling all energy directly into his arms gripping the blade. Lin Yuan remained silent, wielding his battle blade to enact a one-sided massacre before him. The pure black blade sliced through the air, carving out precise, black spatial cutting lines. With the 3,600-pound battle blade combined with 70,000 kilograms of explosive force, each of his strikes transformed into a wide-ranging AoE physical clearance. The dozens of fifth-rank sea beasts blocking Lin Yuan's path had no chance to even let out a roar. Their hard shells were utterly vulnerable before the edge of the starfall blood blade, their massive bodies sliced in half and vertically cleaved. Severed limbs and internal organs were violently hurled sideways from the shock of kinetic energy, crashing into other monsters. A straight 100-meter-long blood and flesh passage was forcibly carved through the dense horde of monsters. Lin Yuan's speed surpassed even that of the deep-sea armored rhinoceros charge. He stepped on the ground littered with crushed flesh and blood, instantly covering 100 meters and appearing directly behind the 6th-grade peak demon beast. The deep-sea armored rhinoceros sensed the spatial collapse behind it. It forcibly halted its charge, its sturdy limbs carving deep grooves into the ground as its massive body struggled to turn around. Lin Yuan did not give it the chance to complete its turn. He bent his legs, and the rocks beneath him shattered extensively. His body launched into the air, directly leaping onto the wide, grayish-white armored back of the deep-sea armored rhinoceros. With a loud bang, Lin Yuan's feet crashed heavily onto the surface of the heavy armor. The 70,000-kilogram weight made the demon beast's spine emit a dull, grinding sound. The deep-sea armored rhinoceros let out a furious roar, its massive body violently bucking in an attempt to throw off the human on its back. Lin Yuan stood firm on the swaying spine, his legs seemingly rooted in the gaps of the bone armor. He gripped the hilt of the starfall blood blade tightly. The battle knife was raised high, its blade pointed downward. S-grade battle skill shattering void thunder prison / second form mountain crumble. Dark blue 5th grade solidified true chi surged madly into the pure black blade. Black spatial cracks along the edge of the blade expanded outward, forming a zone of spatial collapse. All the true chi and physical strength were forcibly converted into absolute pressure and shattering attributes. Lin Yuan exerted force from his waist, his arm muscles instantly swelling as he drove the battle knife down with all his might. Break. The 3600 gene battle knife, infused with the shattering property of mountain crumble, stabbed fiercely into the grayish-white bone armor. Crack. The 1 meter thick 6th grade peak defensive armor exploded directly under the tip of the starfall blood blade. Large shards of grayish-white bone flew out in all directions. The spatial collapse zone forcibly tore open the high-density defensive structure inside the shell. The pure black battle knife advanced like a hot knife through butter, piercing deep into the hilt. The blade precisely severed the central nervous system of the deep-sea armored rhinoceros. The massive body of the demon beast instantly lost all control. Its 4 massive legs went limp, and the 30-meter-long body crashed to the ground, smashing dozens of low-ranking sea beasts below into a pulp. Rampant dark blue thunder exploded throughout the demon beast's body along the blade. Its internal organs were directly crushed by the high temperature and lightning. A large amount of dark red blood gushed out wildly from the wound created by the battle knife, completely staining the lower half of Lin Yuan's battle armor in crimson. The 6th grade peak deep-sea armored rhinoceros was killed in one blow. Lin Yuan held the hilt with one hand, twisting his wrist to pull the starfall blood blade out of the demon beast's back. As the battle knife was drawn, a string of viscous blood droplets followed. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the corpse of the demon beast to the front line 30 meters ahead. On the front line, Xingang's hand holding the tower shield was still frozen in midair. Zhao Tai gripped his dull giant axe, his single eye fixed intently on the figure in black, standing atop the massive demon beast's corpse. Li Fei and several other veteran soldiers were panting heavily, their expressions frozen in a state of shock. From Lin Yuan charging ashore, to cutting through a 100-meter demon beast horde, and finally, to pinning down the 6th grade peak demon beast, with one strike, the entire process took only 10 seconds. The sheer simplicity and directness of the extreme physical violence devoid of any flashy moves completely stunned everyone in the first advance team. What shocked them even more was the entirely materialized dark blue thunder prison battle armor Lin Yuan wore, along with the profound and restrained blood wave emanating from him, which was even more terrifying than that of a 6th grade demon beast. Lin Yuan. Zhao Tai swallowed a mouthful of saliva mingled with the scent of gunpowder, his voice filled with intense uncertainty. Lin Yuan leaped down from the corpse of the deep-sea armored rhinoceros, landing steadily in the muddy blood pit. He held the starfall blood blade in one hand and strode towards the defenses of the first advance team. The remaining deep-sea demon beasts, witnessing their leader being instantaneously killed, instinctively sensed the overwhelming oppression of a superior. They no longer attacked frantically, but emitted fearful low growls, quickly retreating to the sides of the beach, actively clearing a wide path for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stopped in front of Zhao Tai. He ignored the fleeing demon beasts around him and paid no mind to the blood splattered on his battle armor. The spatial anchor points at the bottom of the abyssal dead zone, all three-dimensional pillars, have been detonated with antimatter. Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Tai, his voice steady as he stated this shocking fact that would astonish the entire military hierarchy. The spatial passage has completely collapsed. The funnel vortex at the bottom of the sea has vanished. Zhao Tai's single eye widened to its limit, his hand gripping the giant axe, trembling uncontrollably. You really blew up the anchor point at the bottom of the dead zone. Zhao Tai was fully aware of the horror of that place where the military had lost countless god-level powerhouses without being able to approach half a step, yet Lin Yuan had infiltrated it alone and successfully completed the mission. Lin Yuan nodded. He turned around and directed his gaze inland where the command center of the Donghai Zero outpost was. Commander Xiang Tian is waiting for my report at the command tower. The pressure on the defenses here has been lifted. The remaining demon beasts are to be cleared by the armored units. Lin Yuan shouldered the Starfall Blood Blade once more, the pure black blade tip slanting toward the sky behind him. He did not linger any longer, taking steady strides as he passed through the first advanced team's position, heading towards the outpost. The military boots thudded on the rocks, producing a steady and rhythmic sound. Zhao Tai and the veterans stood in place, watching Lin Yuan's tall figure wrapped in dark blue materialized battle armor, unable to regain their senses for a long time. They knew that the moment Lin Yuan walked into the command center with the achievement of destroying the dimensional anchor point, this sharpest blade of the demon warriors would officially enter the sight of the highest command of the Great Xia nation. A new era belonging to the 5th grade martial marquee killer had completely begun at the front line of the abyss. On the coastline outside the EC0 outpost, the sea breeze dispersed the lead gray clouds that had accumulated for days. The pale sunlight pierced through the clouds, directly illuminating the scarred black rock formations. The heavy main battle tanks of the armored forces advanced forward amidst the roar of their tracks, while rows of land combat mechs wielded large-caliber electromagnetic railguns, systematically clearing the low-tier sea beasts that survived the artillery barrage. The tremors of the earth intertwined with the growls of mechanical engines along the entire defensive line. Lin Yuan hoisted the 360-pound Starfall Blood Blade onto his right shoulder, striding purposefully along the broad military corridor against the direction of the advancing armored forces. His deep blue solid-state Thunder Prison battle armor reflected a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The natural lightning patterns on the surface of the armor were infused with dark blue solid chi flowing steadily. His deep blue solid-state Thunder Prison battle armor reflected a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The natural lightning patterns on the surface of the armor were infused with dark blue solid chi flowing. No one spoke up to inquire. The scene of Lin Yuan nailing a pinnacle-level deep-sea armored rhinoceros with a single strike right in front of the 1st Expeditionary Team's position had already been completely recorded by battlefield surveillance and circulated within the armored regiment's internal communication network. His military boots thudded heavily on the cement pavement littered with shell casings and rubble. The pure mass density of 70,000 kilograms added a sense of physical weight to each step he took. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan arrived beneath the 1200 metal black alloy wave barrier of the EC0 outpost. The massive tumtor-thick gate slowly slid open to the sides with the sound of hydraulic bearings. Lin Yuan entered the internal passage of the outpost. At the end of the passage, the personal aide to Commander Xiang Tian had been waiting for some time in front of the dedicated high-speed elevator. The aide, dressed in a crisp general's uniform, had metals glimmering under the cold light source on his chest. He gazed at Lin Yuan, who was striding, in his eyes lingering on Lin Yuan's fully materialized deep blue battle armor for 2 seconds. A solid-state chi crystal at the 5th rank of the martial marquee realm. The aide's heart skipped a beat. 3 days ago, this young man had still been a peak 4th rank martial general when he entered the abyssal deadlock. In that deadly place where survival was nearly impossible, he not only survived, but also achieved a breakthrough to a higher realm. Lieutenant Lin Yuan. The commander is in the top command center. The aide stepped aside, clearing the entrance to the elevator, his tone carrying an unmistakable hint of reverence. Lin Yuan did not respond. He stepped into the elevator cab, lowering the battle blade from his shoulder with the tip resting on the metal floor. The aide followed into the elevator, pressing the button for the highest floor. The elevator ascended rapidly within the sealed shaft. Lin Yuan concentrated his thoughts. The solid-state Thunder Prison battle armor covering his body began to disassemble rapidly. The dark blue solid chi transformed into countless tiny streams, seeping directly through the pores of his skin and flowing back to gather in the multifaceted chi crystal within his dantian. As the battle armor faded away, Lin Yuan was revealed to be wearing a tattered black, sleeveless tactical vest. The severe burns he sustained at the edge of the antimatter annihilation field had long been completely healed by Scrade Repair Serum. The exposed skin on his arms and shoulders glistened with a lustrous jade-like sheen, with defined muscle lines embodying a terrifying explosive power of 70,000 kilograms. Ding! The elevator stopped at the top floor of the central command tower. The metal doors slid open to the sides. Lin Yuan stepped out of the elevator, holding the Starfall Blood Blade in one hand. Inside the circular tactical hall, dozens of senior advisors were rapidly operating at the holographic control stations. The enormous main screen continuously displayed various deep-sea detection data. The atmosphere in the entire hall was charged with extreme tension and excitement. Lin Yuan walked through the tactical hall, heading straight to the silver-white alloy door at the deepest point. He pushed open the door and entered the commander's office. Inside the spacious office, the 7th rank Master Xiang Tian stood in front of the desk. His hands rested on the holographic projection control console. Hearing the door open, Xiang Tian raised his head. His eyes sparkling with arcs of silver lightning locked onto Lin Yuan. "You've returned alive." Xiang Tian's voice remained steady, though his pace had quickened slightly. He gestured on the control console. Above the desk, a massive, three-dimensional holographic map unfolded. This was the same terrain map of the abyssal deadlock that he had shown Lin Yuan 3 days prior. However, at this moment the terrain on the map had undergone a dramatic transformation. The massive black funnel-shaped spatial vortex that had once occupied the center of the map had completely vanished. In its place was a flat, deep-sea seabed. The 3 red highlighted coordinates representing the spatial boundary pillars had also been entirely erased from the radar detection screen. For hours ago, the deep-sea monitoring radar captured an ultra-high-energy antimatter annihilation reaction at the bottom of the abyss. Subsequently, the abnormal magnetic field readings in the spatial folding area dropped to 0. Xiang Tian pointed to the flat seabed location, turning his gaze towards Lin Yuan. The 3 spatial boundary pillars have been completely destroyed by you. The highest tier spatial passage for the invasion of deep-sea monsters into the East Sea defense line has been severed. Lin Yuan stopped 2 meters from the desk, leaning the 360-pound Starfall Bloodblade against his side as his right hand left the hilt. All 3 antimatter annihilation grenades were detonated. Lin Yuan's tone was devoid of fluctuations, simply stating the outcome of the battle. The boundary pillars and surrounding guardian monsters were completely vaporized. The collapse of the passage caused seawater to rush back in. Xiang Tian observed Lin Yuan, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yuan's jade-like arms and steady breathing rhythm. The Void Walker battle armor woven from 7th rank abyssal spider silk is gone. Xiang Tian noted the details, directly pointing out the dangers involved. You did not use a submersible, but instead endured the pressure of 20,000 meters of deep-sea water with your bare body. Moreover, the chi within you has completely crystallized and solidified. 5th rank Martial Marquis Realm. Xiang Tian walked around the desk, coming face to face with Lin Yuan. The immense pressure of the 7th rank Master Realm was suddenly unleashed without warning. The air instantly became oppressively heavy. The metal pen holder on the desk emitted faint sounds of compression. The dark gray sound-absorbing floor cracked under the immense pressure. This was Xiang Tian's direct test of Lin Yuan's physical condition. Lin Yuan stood firm, his feet planted on the floor. The dark blue chi crystal in his dantian operated at full speed. 70,000 kilograms of pure physical strength coursed through his bones and muscles. He did not activate the Thunder Prison battle armor, relying solely on the absolute density of his body. He withstood the pressure of this 7th rank might. His back remained straight, and not a millimeter of bend appeared in his knees. The bones clashed with a dull sound, yet Lin Yuan's expression remained as calm as still water. 10 seconds later, Xiang Tian withdrew the pressure. The air in the office began to circulate again. 70,000 kilograms of physical foundation. Solid-state chi at the 5th rank Martial Marquis Realm. Xiang Tian nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. You have not disappointed the command headquarters. Not only did you complete this near-impossible mission, but you also pushed your potential to a new limit in the face of despair. Xiang Tian turned around, heading back behind the desk. He opened the lowest metal drawer secured with a fingerprint lock. From the drawer, he took out a black velvet box and placed it. The destruction of the anchor point in the abyssal deadlock means that the East Sea defense line will not experience any more 6th rank or higher abyssal lords directly descending through spatial rifts in the next 5 years. The military's defensive pressure has significantly decreased. Xiang Tian opened the black velvet box, revealing a pure gold rank insignia shoulder board intricately carved with an intercrossed long sword and star patterns. Xiang Tian picked up the shoulder board, looking at Lin Yuan. In light of your solo removal of the spatial anchor point and the successful completion of a strategic-level top-secret mission, the highest military department of the Great Xia Kingdom has officially issued a commendation order an hour ago. Xiang Tian's voice grew solemn and grave. Lin Yuan, from now on you are specially promoted to the position of colonel in the Abyss Defense Army of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Yuan gazed at the golden colonel's shoulder insignia. On the front lines of the Abyss, the rank of colonel is typically held only by the leaders of major battle groups commanding tens of thousands, whose cultivation level is at least at the 6th rank martial commander. To grant him the rank of colonel at the 5th rank martial general level is an unprecedented exception in military history. He extended his right hand to receive the heavy pure gold insignia, casually placing it into the pocket of his tactical vest. In addition, your personal military merit account will receive a reward of 10 million points for the strategic mission. Xiang Tian inputted the transfer command on the console. This amount of military merit is enough to exhaust half of the scrayed resources in the logistics warehouse of the Eastern Sea Outpost. Ding! The tactical terminal on Lin Yuan's wrist immediately popped up a notification of the transaction. A long string of numbers elevated his military merit balance to a terrifying magnitude. The mission is over. I need to return to the retreat chamber to digest my true chi. Lin Yuan made no remarks about his promotion. He picked up the Starfall Bloodblade and prepared to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Xiang Tian called out to him. Lin Yuan halted his steps. The extermination work around the Eastern Sea Outpost will be completed by the armored forces within a month. There is no longer a suitable high-intensity combat environment for you here. Xiang Tian clasped his hands on the table, looking at Lin Yuan. 2 hours ago, Vice President Tu Lai of Magic City Martial Arts University called through the military's encrypted channel. He wants you to immediately end your service on the front lines and return to the main campus of Magic Martial. Lin Yuan turned around, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiang Tian pressed a button on the console. A red document stamped with both the Ministry of Education and the military's dual seals of the Great Xia Kingdom appeared on the holographic screen. The National Martial Arts University Resource Competition will officially commence in a month in Kyoto. The result of this competition will directly determine the resource allocation ratio for the military's support to major universities and the quota for high-tier pills over the next 3 years. Xiang Tian's tone turned serious. Magic Martial suffered severe losses in the last competition with a gap in the top 10 of the talented rankings. Tu Lai needs you to return and secure the national championship for Magic Martial in this edition. Lin Yuan looked at the red document on the holographic screen. He had only stayed at Magic Martial for less than 3 days, shattering the podium at the welcome conference, smashing the counter in the logistics hall, and ultimately demolishing the headquarters of the student council. After obtaining half of the new student resources, he was directly thrown to the front lines of the abyss. Now his cultivation level had broken through to the 5th rank Martial General, with 70,000 kilograms of physical strength, paired with the S-level battle skill Shattering Sky, Thunder Prison Slash. Among his peers there were no longer any rivals. Does the military agree to release me? Lin Yuan asked. You destroyed the boundary marker. The military owes you a significant favor. The General Staff directly approved your special pass. You can leave Zero Outpost at any time. Xiang Tian closed the holographic screen. Moreover, 10 million points of military merit are difficult to fully convert into the top-tier resources you currently need at an outpost like this. The high-level military supply depot in Kyoto and the internal depot of the National Martial Arts Association are the only places that can provide you with the rare materials needed to break into the 6th rank Martial Commander. That competition is your only ticket to access those internal depots for resources. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint upon hearing this. The transition from the 5th rank to the 6th rank involves a much larger accumulation of energy. The resources at the outpost have indeed reached their ceiling. He needs a more substantial platform to obtain the nourishment for advancement. I'm leaving today. Lin Yuan made his decision. The military's heavy transport aircraft will take off at 3 o'clock this afternoon, heading directly to the military airport in Magic City. Xiang Tian looked at Lin Yuan, giving his final warning. Lin Yuan, the Abyss front lines are places where one speaks with bloodshed, but once you return to the inland, the rules of those aristocratic families and the Martial Arts Association will become cumbersome. Your blade is heavy. Oh, I hope you can still shatter those tedious rules in the arena. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the blade. Those who block my path will all face the same fate. Lin Yuan left this statement behind, holding the Starfall blood blade in one hand, and turned to exit the commander's office. The silver-white alloy door closed heavily behind him. At 2:50 in the afternoon on the open military helipad of the Eastern Sea Zero outpost, the howling winds roared. A Company-class heavy military transport aircraft completely painted in dark gray had already started its 4 massive turbofan engines. The high-temperature exhaust pulled visible ripples in the air. Lin Yuan changed into a brand new black combat uniform with the 3,600 pounds Starfall blood blade rewrapped in coarse cloth secured on his back. He strode up the ramp of the transport aircraft. There were no other passengers in the cabin. This was a single flight arranged specifically for him. The cabin door is closing. Prepare for takeoff. The voice of the pilot came from the cockpit. The tailgate slowly rose. The cabin door is closing. Prepare for takeoff. The voice of the pilot came from the cockpit. The tailgate slowly rose. This place witnessed his journey from the 4th rank Martial General to the 5th rank Martial General. Countless corpses of magical beasts and smoke of gunpowder forged his current 70,000 kilograms of physical destructive power. The transport aircraft accelerated down the runway, its massive nose suddenly lifting up, piercing the gray sky. After 2 hours of smooth flight, the transport aircraft broke through the clouds, revealing a vast and prosperous super metropolis below. Countless towering steel buildings glittered in the sunlight, with dense, suspended trains weaving through the air. Magic City, one of the core martial arts centers of the Great Xia Kingdom. The transport aircraft landed smoothly on the exclusive runway of the military airport in Magic City. The tailgate descended. Lin Yuan, carrying the heavy battle blade, stepped down the ramp in his combat boots. The wind blowing towards him was no longer the cold air laden with sulfur and sea salt, but the city's unique, dry, and warm air. At the edge of the runway, a black extended off-road vehicle with the exclusive license plate of Magic City Martial Arts University was already parked there. The car door swung open, and a burly middle-aged man with a beard stepped down. He wore a deep gray casual outfit, but the iron-blooded aura of someone who had seen many battles could not be concealed. The vice president of Magic Martial Tu Lai. Tu Lai strode up to Lin Yuan, scanning him with his gaze. Upon sensing the density of true chi that was completely reigned and yet more terrifying, he burst into hearty laughter. Good lad. I threw you to the Abyss front lines to make you suffer a bit, and look at you, you single-handedly blew up the spatial anchor point at the bottom of the dead end, and returned with a colonel's insignia. Tu Lai slapped Lin Yuan's shoulder hard. Lin Yuan did not flinch, allowing Tu Lai to pat him. Get in the car. The kids at Magic Martial have been too comfortable these past few months. The black military extended SUV smoothly drove along the elevated bridge in the Magic City district. The interior of the vehicle was spacious, with the seats covered in a layer of bulletproof, high-polymer material. Tu Lai gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his gaze fixed ahead at the congested traffic. The passenger seat was empty, while Lin Yuan sat alone in the back, laying the 360-pound Starfall Bloodblade flat on the empty seat. Beside him, his right hand casually resting on the rough edge of the black cloth. No music played inside the car, only the deep rumble of the high-displacement engine. You've been at the Abyss frontline for more than 3 months. Tu Lai broke the silence in the vehicle, his voice rough and deep. In these 3 months, many things have happened at the Magic Marshal main campus. Your earlier incapacitation of Shinfeng in the Student Union building indeed had a deterrent effect. But you left too hastily, without staying to take over that mess completely. Lin Yuan looked out the window at the towering buildings rushing past, remaining silent and waiting for Tu Lai to continue. After Shinfeng was incapacitated, another vice president from the 3rd year, Lu Ming, stepped up. Tu Lai glanced at Lin Yuan through the rearview mirror. Lu Ming has the resources of the Kyoto martial arts family backing him. A month ago, he officially broke through to the initial stage of the 5th grade martial Ho realm. With his newfound strength, his first action was to reshuffle the student union, reclaiming the public resource quotas originally belonging to your freshman class. Tu Lai paused for a moment, a hint of coldness in his tone. Moreover, he moved into Villa No. 1 in the Qianlong district. All your personal belongings left there were thrown into the trash. According to the rules of Magic Martial, as long as you're not at school, others with strength can challenge and occupy your resource points. Instructors won't intervene in such turf disputes among students. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze from the window, glancing down at his white, jade-colored right hand. With a pure physical explosive force of 70,000 kilograms enhanced by the 5th grade solid, true, chi crystal, this hand could unleash devastating physical destruction at any moment. Is he in the villa? Lin Yuan's tone was flat, showing no hint of anger. It's the weekend today, he should be in the underground training room of Villa No. 1, adapting to the true chi of the 5th grade realm. Tu Lai pressed the gas pedal, forcing the SUV to change lanes amid the traffic, eliciting a chorus of honks from behind. He'll drop you off at the entrance of the Qianlong district. As for the rest, you'll have to handle it yourself. Remember, as long as it doesn't result in fatalities, feel free to tear it apart. Next month's national resource competition requires Magic Martial to have an unequivocal core leader who can deliver on promises, not a student union preoccupied with internal strife. Understood, Lin Yuan replied with 2 words. Half an hour later, the black military SUV drove through the main gate of Magic Martial University. The asphalt roads on campus were clean and tidy, while the iron vines swayed gently in the breeze along the sides. Students in various training outfits walked in groups on the sidewalk, discussing insights on martial arts techniques or weekend gathering plans. The air here was filled with the fragrance of plants and a sense of comfort unique to peacetime, starkly different from the meat grinder battlefield of the Abyss frontline, which was always accompanied by severed limbs and a strong smell of blood. The SUV traversed most of the campus, stopping outside the metal gate of the Qianlong district. Get out, Tu Lai said without turning off the engine. Lin Yuan pushed open the heavy car door, lifted the Starfall Bloodblade wrapped in black cloth with one hand, and stepped out of the vehicle. He closed the car door behind him. The SUV emitted a deep rumble, turning around and leaving the Qianlong district. Lin Yuan slung the black cloth-wrapped blade across his right shoulder. He wore a black sleeveless combat vest exchanged at the military supply hall, paired with dark gray military tactical pants and slip-resistant combat boots. He wore no school badge or military insignia. He took steady steps and walked straight through the gates of the Qianlong district, proceeding along the familiar tree-lined path. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan stopped in front of the courtyard gate of Villa No. 1. The originally black, ornate iron gate of Villa No. 1 had been removed and replaced with an expensive silver-white, fully enclosed bulletproof alloy door. For microspiritual surveillance cameras were installed on the walls flanking the gate, their red indicator lights scanning back and forth. Outside in the open space, a dramatically designed red convertible hovercar was parked. 2 boys in 3rd-year Magic Martial uniforms leaned against the car doors, smoking. They wore badges of the student union's discipline department on their chests, with 2 standard long swords placed at their feet. Hearing heavy footsteps, both boys turned their heads simultaneously. They saw a black-clad youth striding forward, carrying a large bundle wrapped in black cloth. There was no noticeable true chi fluctuation from him, but with each step he took, the stone pavement beneath his feet emitted a dull thud. Stop! What do you want? The tall boy on the left flicked away his cigarette, but gripping the hilt of his sword, and shouted, "This is the private residence of Vice President Liu of the Student Union. Unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from approaching. Get back to your ordinary dormitory area." Lin Yuan did not stop or respond. He continued walking forward, now less than 5 meters away from the red hover car. The 2 boys sensed hostility from the approaching figure. They simultaneously drew their standard long swords, the peak blood energy fluctuations of 3rd-grade martial masters erupting instantly. The 2 long swords cutting through the air with fierce winds thrust toward Lin Yuan's shoulders, one from the left and the other from the right. Lin Yuan did not even glance at the approaching swords. He did not use the blade on his shoulder, nor did he activate the 5th-grade solid true chi within him. Lin Yuan simply raised his free left hand. His white, jade-colored left hand transformed into an afterimage in midair, precisely meeting the sword blade coming from the left. His 5 fingers clutched the sharp steel sword body. Creak! The agonizing sound of metal twisting echoed. The tall boy's prideful third-grade peak true chi was instantly crushed before Lin Yuan's pure physical grip. The steel sword forged from high-quality steel was squeezed into a twisted heap of scrap metal by Lin Yuan's fingers. The tall boy was taken aback and attempted to retract his weapon. Lin Yuan's left hand yanked backward. The enormous physical force directly pulled the tall boy along with his sword off balance, causing him to tumble forward. Lin Yuan raised his right leg and delivered a swift and decisive kick to the boy's abdomen. Bang! The tall boy's body flew backward, crashing heavily against the red hover car. The bulletproof windshield of the car shattered on impact, and the door caved in. The boy spat out blood and fell unconscious. The other boy on the right turned pale at the sight. His long sword remained suspended in midair, leaving him in a state of indecision. Lin Yuan did not give him any time to think. He swiftly slapped the boy's cheek with his left hand. With 70,000 kilograms of physical strength, even though Lin Yuan had deliberately restrained 99% of his force, the slap still carried an air-splitting pressure. Lin Yuan carried the battle blade with one hand, approaching the silver-white bulletproof alloy door. He did not press the doorbell, nor did he search for a password lock. He slightly retracted his right leg. 70,000 kilograms of physical kinetic energy concentrated at the soles of his combat boots. Boom! Lin Yuan delivered a powerful kick right at the center of the bulletproof alloy door. Accompanied by a deafening metallic explosion, the 10-centimeter thick bulletproof door, along with the metal frame fixed to the wall, was directly kicked away from the wall by this overwhelming force. The heavy metal doors flew inward, crossing over a dozen meters of the courtyard, and crashed heavily into the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa's living room. A large area of the explosion-proof glass shattered into countless sparkling fragments. The metal door rushed into the living room, smashing a whole set of precious solid wood sofas and coffee tables, carving 2 deep trenches into the valuable Persian carpet. The alarm system within the villa instantly blared loudly. Lin Yuan stepped on the scattered metal debris and rubble, striding into the courtyard, directly passing through the broken floor-to-ceiling window and stepping into the living room. The living room was in disarray. The crystal chandelier above trembled ominously. From the direction of the basement came hurried footsteps. The metal door leading to the underground training room was suddenly pushed open. A young man dressed in pure white silk training garb with handsome features emerged. Behind him followed 4 fourth-grade martial generals with deep auras. This man in white was none other than the current president of the Demon Martial Student Council, Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the 2 twisted and deformed metal doors in the living room and the glass shards scattered across the floor, his expression darkening to the extreme. His gaze shifted to the black-clad youth standing in the center of the hall, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Lin Yuan. Lu Ming recognized that face, but his eyes were filled more with disbelief. Weren't you assigned to the Death Advance team at the Abyss frontline? How could you possibly come back alive? Lin Yuan lowered the Xingyun blood blade resting on his shoulder. The pure black blade tip touched the marble floor, crushing the hard tiles into a web-like shattered pit. You touched my belongings, Lin Yuan stated, calmly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lu Ming scoffed cold. He stopped 5 meters away from Lin Yuan. The blood energy of his initial 5th-grade martial general suddenly erupted. A layer of faint azure wind attribute true energy rapidly coalesced around his body, causing his white training attire to flutter. Lin Yuan, do you think it's still 3 months ago? Lu Ming placed his hands behind his back, his tone dripping with condescension. You defeated Shin Feng because he underestimated you. Now I am also a 5th-grade martial general. And you, even if you survive the front line, are at most a peak 4th grade. In the demon martial realm, strength speaks louder than words. This villa and those resources now belong to me. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the 4 4th-grade martial generals behind him immediately spread out, forming a half encirclement around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gazed at the faint azure layer of liquid true energy around Lu Ming, a flicker of extreme indifference flashing deep within his eyes. Such a sheltered warrior who had just broken through to the 5th grade, who had not even solidified his true energy, was in his eyes even inferior to the most ordinary 6th grade sea beast in the abyss. Too much nonsense. Lin Yuan abruptly released his grip on the knife handle. He did not draw his blade. His legs slightly bent in place, and the marble floor beneath him instantly turned to powder. Lin Yuan transformed into a whirlwind of blue and black, directly vanishing from his spot. Without any true energy emanation, it was purely the speed of his physical movement breaking the sound barrier, creating a deafening sonic boom in the living room. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. His neural reaction speed could not keep up with Lin Yuan's movement trajectory. Before he could make any defensive action, a white jade-like hand had already penetrated the faint azure layer of wind attribute true energy surrounding him. The high-density liquid true energy was as fragile as a sheet of window paper in the face of 70,000 kilograms of physical force. Lin Yuan's right hand clutched Lu Ming's neck. Bang! Lin Yuan lifted Lu Ming's body weighing over 100 pounds off the ground with one hand, then took a step forward, smashing Lu Ming's back against a load-bearing pillar in the living room. The thick load-bearing pillar cracked extensively on its surface. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back, due to asphyxiation and excruciating pain. The 5th grade true energy within him was completely disrupted upon impact, unable to organize any form of resistance. The 4 surrounding 4th grade martial generals were terrified, their guts churning with fear. They hadn't even seen how Lin Yuan made his move when their strongest combat force was pinned against the pillar by the opponent's single hand. Let go of President Liu. One of the fourth-grade martial generals gritted his teeth, drawing a short knife from his waist and stabbing towards Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan did not look back. He raised his left leg, not even glancing, and kicked sideways. Boom. This kick landed precisely on that martial general's chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed in the living room. The fourth-grade martial general flew backward at twice the speed he had come, crashing through the wooden dining table and collapsing in the ruins, coughing up blood and unable to rise again. The remaining 3 martial generals completely lost their fighting spirit, retreating while pressing their backs against the wall, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling violently. Lin Yuan retracted his left leg. He tightened his grip on Lu Ming's neck, lifting his body slightly. Lu Ming's face had turned a deep shade of purple. He gripped Lin Yuan's arm tightly, trying to pry open that iron-like hand, but his strength was negligible in front of Lin Yuan. Hand over my resources intact. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Ming's face, twisted from lack of oxygen, and throw in a brand new set of solid wood furniture as well. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, if I don't see the items, I will crush every bone in your body inch by inch. Lin Yuan released his grip. Lu Ming slid down the load-bearing pillar to the ground. He knelt amidst the marble shards, covering his neck with both hands, greedily gasping for air and coughing violently. Each cough brought forth streaks of blood. He lifted his head, looking up at Lin Yuan, who loomed over him, and his eyes finally revealed deep-seated fear. That kind of absolute killing intent which emerged from the edge of life and death completely shattered his psychological defenses. Lin Yuan paid no further attention to Lu Ming on the ground. He turned around, walked to the Xingyun blood blade standing on the ground, grasped the hilt with one hand, and hoisted the battle blade back onto his right shoulder. Stepping steadily, Lin Yuan walked across the ground littered with glass and wood chips, ascending the spiral staircase to the second floor. His silhouette vanished around the corner of the staircase. Only then did the 3 fourth-grade martial generals in the living room dare to exhale, deeply rushing over to assist the limp Lu Ming. Recapturing Villeneuve. One was just the beginning. The killing god from the Abyss frontline had returned, and the hypocritical order that had long been established within the demon marshal would be utterly crushed into powder in the coming days by his most direct physical means. Lin Yuan carried the 3/6-pound Starfall blood blade on one shoulder, stepping up the spiral staircase, made of red pine wood, one step at a time, towards the second floor of Villeneuve. 1. The black military boots thudded against the wooden steps, producing a dull, yet solid sound. The sheer density of 70,000 kilograms caused a subtle downward deformation of the wooden boards, but under his precise control of strength the staircase remained intact. He arrived at the door of the master bedroom at the end of the second floor, and pushed open the solid wooden door. The arrangement inside the bedroom was somewhat different from 3 months ago when he left. The originally simple single bed had been replaced with a spacious leather soft bed, and the wardrobe was filled with various branded casual clothes and custom-made white training outfits. These were all personal items added after Lu Ming moved in. Lin Yuan walked to the corner and removed the Starfall blood blade from his shoulder. The heavy blade, wrapped in black cloth, stood vertically on the floor. The 3,600 pounds of dead weight pressed a shallow dent into the solid wood floor, with the blade's bottom touching the underlying concrete slab. Lin Yuan turned around, ignoring the clothes in the wardrobe. He took off the black sleeveless tactical vest, which still bore the smell of gunpowder, and tossed it onto the floor. His white, jade-like upper body was exposed to the air with smooth and taut lines of his spine and muscles. The powerful effect of this glass cell regeneration and repair serum left no scars on the surface of his skin, only absolute resilience, and a muscular physique filled with explosive strength. He entered the bathroom and turned on the cold water valve of the shower head. Icy water gushed from the shower, drenching Lin Yuan's head and shoulders. The water flowed down along the defined lines of his muscles, splashing fine droplets on his white skin. The water droplets could not penetrate his high-density skin surface, flowing rapidly down due to gravity, pooling on the tiles, and draining into the sewer. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, pressing his hands against the cold porcelain wall. Inside his dantian, the dark blue 5th-grade solid-state true chi crystal was slowly rotating at a constant speed. The surface of the true chi crystal was covered with natural lightning crystal angles, and with each rotation a trace of pure lightning attribute true chi flowed through his meridians and returned to the dantian. This completely solidified form of true chi allowed Lin Yuan's chi and blood fluctuations to be completely contained. If he did not actively release his pressure, he appeared to be devoid of the sharpness typical of high-level martial artists, exuding an extreme calm. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan turned off the faucet. He grabbed a white towel, casually dried himself, and changed into a set of loose gray training clothes taken from his military tactical backpack. In the living room on the first floor, chaos and panic reigned. Lu Ming knelt on the marble floor littered with glass shards, and would chips, his hands tightly clutching his purplish red neck. His breathing was rapid and heavy, each inhale straining his damaged airway, triggering severe coughing fits. 5 clear finger marks were visible on the skin of his throat, with a large area of subcutaneous capillaries having ruptured and bled. 3 uninjured 4th-grade martial generals carefully helped him up from the ground. "Chairman Liu, are you okay?" One martial general asked, his voice trembling, glancing fearfully towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Lu Ming pushed away the helping hands, barely steadying himself on his legs. He spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his face turning ashen. The true chi of the 5th grade martial lord began to condense within him, slowly repairing the damaged tissues of his throat. Immediately call the logistics department. Lu Ming's voice was hoarse, filled with unmistakable fear and urgency. Find out the model of this sofa and coffee table, contact the top furniture dealer in the Magic City district, pay double, and have them deliver a brand new set overnight. Also immediately call the moving company to take away all my personal belongings left in the villa. Not a single item must be left. Yes. We'll take care of it right away. 2 martial generals immediately pulled out their tactical terminals, trembling fingers dialing the number. Lu Ming turned to the completely kicketed bulletproof alloy door, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Go to the finance department and retrieve all of Lin Yuan's public resource quotas for the past 3 months. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and issued the final order. Whether it's pills or energy stones, pack them all into the safe without a single piece missing. Before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I must personally hand them over to him. In the face of absolute physical violence, Lu Ming's proud family background and student council authority were directly crushed into dust. His only thought now was to appease this killing god according to Lin Yuan's conditions. Throughout the latter half of the night, the courtyard of Villa No. 1 was brightly lit. Dozens of movers entered and exited quietly, taking away Lu Ming's clothes, personal belongings, and the red floating sports car with a shattered windshield. Immediately after, a large truck stopped outside the courtyard, and several workers moved a brand new set of solid wood sofas, coffee tables, and a high-end single bed into the 1st and 2nd floors. Professional cleaners used static vacuum cleaners to thoroughly clean up all the glass shards and wood chips on the living room floor without producing a single jarring noise. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, closing his eyes to rest. He could clearly hear all the noises happening downstairs, yet he did not rise, instead continuously simulating the trajectory of chi operation for the shattered sky, thunder prison slash in his mind. The next morning, at 7:50 a.m., the rising sun penetrated the courtyard without a door, illuminating the spacious living room on the 1st floor. The brand new solid wood sofa and coffee table were neatly arranged on the Persian carpet, with a faint scent of wood and disinfectant wafting through the air. Lu Ming stood beside the shattered door frame outside the main entrance. A white medical bandage was wrapped around his neck, and his face appeared somewhat pale. He held a silver-gray high-strength metal safe in both hands, standing stiffly with his legs straight, his demeanor quite restrained. At exactly 8:00 a.m., steady footsteps echoed from the staircase on the 2nd floor. Lin Yuan, dressed in loose gray training clothes, descended the wooden steps. Although he did not carry the 360-pound Starfall blood blade, the density of 70,000 kilograms still made his footsteps sound particularly heavy. Lin Yuan walked to the center of the living room, his gaze sweeping over the brand new furniture, then looking towards Lu Ming, standing outside the door. Lu Ming immediately hurried forward, placing the silver-gray safe flat on the solid wood coffee table. Lin Yuan. Lu Ming's voice was still somewhat hoarse. He did not use any titles, his demeanor very humble. Here is your quota of public resources for the first 3 months as a freshman. According to the highest standard calculation, it totals 30 4th grade gathering chi pills, 10 5th grade solidifying yuan pills, and 50 standard-sized deep-sea high-purity energy stones. The furniture has all been replaced, and I will send a construction team to reinstall the villa's alloy door this morning. Lin Yuan stepped forward and pressed his right hand on the lock of the safe. Click! The lid of the box popped open. Inside, 3 specially made shockproof grooves were neatly arranged. On the far left were 30 pills emitting a faint blue glow. In the middle were 10 high-grade pills of bright red color. On the far right, there were 50 square-shaped deep-sea energy stones, all glowing a deep blue and exuding a rich aura of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Lin Yuan picked up a fired 5th grade solidifying yuan pill and examined it on his fingertip for 2 seconds. The medicinal power of the 5th grade pills is an excellent supplement for ordinary 5th grade martial lords to rapidly accumulate true chi. However, the true chi within Lin Yuan had already crystallized and solidified, making the energy contained in such pills seem quite meager for the dark blue true chi crystal. Lin Yuan applied slight pressure with his finger. Snap! The hard 5th grade solidifying yuan pill was crushed into powder at his fingertip. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and directly inhaled the powder into his abdomen. The powder entered his esophagus and instantly transformed into a stream of scorching true chi. Yet as this stream of true chi entered the dantian, it was immediately crushed and absorbed by the dark blue solid-state crystal, not even increasing the rotation speed of the crystal by the slightest. Lin Yuan patted the residue off his hands. The quantity is correct. He closed the lid of the safe, turning his gaze towards Lu Ming. You may leave. In the future, do not let anyone from the student council appear in the Qianlong district. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon him. He nodded immediately and quickly exited the courtyard of Villa No. 1, his back appearing quite hurried. Lin Yuan sat down in front of the new solid wood sofa, holding the safe. He opened the box and took out a deep-sea high-purity energy stone that was azure blue. This type of energy stone is hard currency mined from the abyssal rift, containing purer spiritual energy than pills. Lin Yuan gripped the energy stone at both ends, and the 5th grade true chi crystal in his dantian began to rotate in reverse. A massive suction force surged through his arms. The azure blue energy stone suddenly radiated a blinding light. The high concentration of spiritual energy inside was brutally extracted by Lin Yuan, flowing into his body through the meridians in his palms. In just 10 seconds, the originally crystalline azure blue energy stone completely lost all its luster, turning into a gray-white discarded stone. Lin Yuan released his grip, and the gray-white stone fell onto the coffee table with a crisp sound. The absorbed spiritual energy entered the dantian, rapidly assimilated by the solid-state true chi crystal. Lin Yuan distinctly felt a slight increase in his true chi reserves. Ordinary 5th grade resources have too low efficiency in enhancing solid-state true chi. Lin Yuan made an accurate assessment in his mind. He forcibly broke through in the abyssal deadlock, skipping the lengthy process of accumulating liquid true chi, and condensed it into a solid-state crystal. This resulted in his starting point being far higher than that of martial artists at the same level, but it also meant that he needed larger and higher-grade energy to continue advancing his cultivation. At the very least, he required top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures at the 6th grade martial lord level, or the crystal core of a 7th grade abyssal lord, to achieve a substantial leap in his strength. Lin Yuan closed the safe and placed it beside the sofa. He stood up and walked to the shattered floor-to-ceiling window looking out at the sunlit campus. The National Martial Arts University Resource Competition, mentioned by Commander Xiang Tian and Vice Principal Tu Lai, was his only legal channel to acquire the top-tier internal resource stocks blocked by major families and martial arts associations. As long as he won the national championship in the arena, Magic Marshal would be able to share the largest slice of the resource pie, and he could justifiably enter the advanced military supply depot in the capital to select what he needed. At that moment, Lin Yuan's military tactical terminal on his wrist vibrated. A message appeared on the screen, encrypted: "Once the matters of Villain No. 1 are handled, come to the Vice Principal's office. At 2 p.m., there will be a battle team selection meeting at the school's indoor combat arena. As the main core of Magic Marshal, you need to meet your teammates. Don't be late." Lin Yuan read the message and casually he turned and walked towards the 2nd floor. The afternoon battle team selection meeting meant that he would officially become involved in the internal combat strength system of Magic Marshal. In this world where everything spoke with strength, he did not need to understand those complex tactical combinations. All he needed to do was stand at the forefront using the knife in his hand and 70,000 kilograms of physical force to crush all opponents blocking his way. With several hours remaining until 2 p.m., Lin Yuan planned to use this time to go to the school's gravity training room to retest the specific data of his physical indicators. He needed to achieve more precise control over the explosive force of 70,000 kilograms after breaking through, ensuring that he could freely manipulate it in the arena. At 9:30 in the morning at the main campus of Magic City Martial Arts University, in the Advanced Gravity Training Center. This is a vast, fully enclosed hemispherical building with its outer walls constructed from soundproof, energy-absorbing alloy panels. Lin Yuan, dressed in a loose gray training outfit, walked along the wide concrete path towards the main entrance of the building, carrying the Starfall blood blade wrapped in black cloth in one hand. The main entrance is a thick 30-centimeter anti-explosion metal door. Lin Yuan raised his left hand and placed the military tactical terminal on his wrist against the identity verification area beside the door. Ding. Identity confirmed. Lin Yuan, first-year freshman. You have access to the highest level facilities. The mechanical synthesized voice echoed in the entrance. The heavy metal door slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a brightly lit long corridor inside. Lin Yuan stepped into the corridor and walked straight to the scrayed independent gravity room located at the deepest part of the hallway. He pushed open the door and entered this spacious room, which spanned 200 square meters. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the room are all made from deep black high-density silver, or a material capable of withstanding ultra-high intensity, physical damage, and chi impacts. He walked to the control panel at the edge of the room. Lin Yuan extended his finger and directly adjusted the gravity multiplier on the touchscreen to 60 times. The dull sound of mechanical operation resonated within the walls. In an instant, the air within the entire room was pulled down by the powerful gravitational field. The density of the air sharply increased, even forming visible wisps of white airflow distortion in midair. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the room. The 60 times standard gravity directly affected his entire skeletal structure and internal organs. The gray training outfit on his body was pulled straight down, tightly adhering to the surface of his skin. He did not activate the 5th grade solid-state chi crystal in his dantian. At this moment, the density of 70,000 kilograms of pure flesh exhibited absolute physical resistance. Beneath his white, jade-like skin, the blue-purple veins slightly protruded, and the frequency of his heartbeat accelerated by 1/3 compared to usual. Blood surged through his veins, producing a low rumbling sound. His knees did not bend even half an inch, and his back remained straight. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, positioning the Starfall blood blade that had been held in his hand vertically on the ground. As he tore away the outer layer of black cloth, the 3,600 gene pure black heavy warblade was completely exposed to the air. Under the 60 times gravity, the static dead weight of this blade reached an astonishing value. The silver or floor emitted a faint grinding sound under the pressure of the blade's tip. Lin Yuan grasped the rough handle of the sword. He spread his legs apart, shoulder-width apart. The floor beneath his feet instantly sank, creating 2 shallow footprints. Without any chi release, Lin Yuan relied solely on the contraction and relaxation of his muscles to swing his right arm, bringing the starfall blood blade from below with all his might. The blade of the sword sliced through the high-density air, without producing a sharp whistle, instead creating a large region of absolute vacuum in midair. The air was violently pushed aside, forming 2 visible white, high-pressure shock waves that crashed against the walls on each. Bang! Bang! The entire gravity room trembled violently. Lin Yuan's movements did not cease. He began a series of high-intensity, fundamental slashes under 60 times gravity. Vertical slashes, horizontal sweeps, upward thrusts. With each swing of the blade, the explosive power of 70,000 kilograms of flesh perfectly matched the absolute weight of the sword. Sweat seeped from his forehead, and the moment it left his pores, it was directly pulled down by the powerful gravity, shattering into tiny droplets on the floor. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan stopped swinging the sword. His breathing remained steady, though the rise and fall of his chest was slightly more pronounced than usual. The 6th grade bone density brought by the advanced hardening talent mutation perfectly withstood the recoil under such extreme compression without any muscle fibers tearing. He walked to the control panel and pressed the stop button. The gravitational field disappeared, and the air in the room returned to normal circulation. Lin Yuan wrapped the starfall blood blade tightly in the black cloth again and slung it over his back. He turned around and exited the gravity room, retracing his steps out of the training center. It was now noon. He did not go to the cafeteria, but returned directly to Villa No. 1, changing into a clean set of black combat gear. At 1:50 in the afternoon, at Magic City Martial Arts University in the indoor battle arena. This arena can accommodate 30,000 spectators, with a giant alloy arena in the center measuring 100 meters in length and width. High-strength, transparent spiritual energy protective shield generators are installed around the arena. At this moment, the stands are empty, with only a dozen people standing in front of the arena. Vice Principal Tu Lai, dressed in dark gray casual clothes, stood at the edge of the arena with his arms crossed. In front of him stood 10 young martial artists dressed in uniform dark red Magic Martial School team uniforms. These 10 individuals are the top elites from the 2nd and 3rd year of Magic Martial, and they are the official participants in this year's National Martial Arts University Resource Competition. Each of their blood chi fluctuations has reached the peak of the 4th grade martial general, with the 2 boys standing at the front exuding fluctuations of liquid chi at the 5th grade martial marquis level. At 2 o'clock sharp, the door to the battle arena was pushed open. Lin Yuan entered with steady steps, carrying the large black cloth bundle. The military boots thudded against the alloy floor, producing a dull sound. He walked unhurriedly down the empty corridor and directly approached Tu Lai and the 10 team members. The eyes of the 10 team members instantly focused on Lin Yuan. Their gazes were filled with scrutiny, doubt, and a clear hint of rejection. Tu Lai lowered his arms, his gaze sweeping across the 11 individuals present. Everyone is here. He'll get straight. Tu Lai's voice was rough, echoing in the empty battle arena. The National Resource Competition will begin in a month in Kyoto. The competition format consists of 10-person team battles and individual arena battles. The reason I called you all here today is to establish the core tactics and captain for the team. Tu Lai extended his right hand, pointing at Lin Yuan, who stood aside. From today on, Lin Yuan will serve as the official captain of the Magic Martial team. The tactical arrangements for the team battles and the order of appearance in the arena battles will be determined solely by him. All of you must unconditionally obey his commands on the competition field. This is a direct appointment from the school committee. As soon as Tu Lai's words fell, the expressions of the 10 team members instantly changed. A tall boy with a buzz cut stepped forward. His name is Zhao Qing, the top student of the 3rd year, with a 5th grade martial marquis mid-stage cultivation, holding a tumterlong steel-heavy gun in his hand. Vice Principal Tu, I disagree. Zhao Qing's voice was loud, and he stared directly at Tu Lai, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is a first-year freshman. His performance at the orientation conference was indeed impressive, but that was against fellow freshmen. We have been preparing for the national competition for 3 whole years. Now that the competition is approaching, the school committee suddenly parachutes in a freshman to be the captain and requires us to obey unconditionally. This does not conform to the principle of Magic Martial speaking with strength. Zhao Qing heavily slammed the fine steel-heavy spear onto the alloy floor. I, Zhao Qing, am a mid-level 5th-tier practitioner and have honed my skills in a class spear techniques. I do not believe that a newcomer who has just joined for a few months is qualified to lead our team, unless he can demonstrate strength that silences us all. The other 9 team members, although silent, had already indicated their alignment with Zhao Qing. They could not accept a newcomer lacking any team synergy experience directly usurping the captain's high position. Tu Lai did not get angry. He turned to Lin Yuan. The rules of MOU are established through combat. Since they refuse to submit, deal with it yourself. Tu Lai stepped back, clearing the area. Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Qing before him, his expression showing no fluctuations. He did not attempt to defend himself, nor did he mention the level of monsters he had slain at the Abyss front. In the sheltered environment of the inland, verbal achievements hold no persuasive power. Lin Yuan directly stepped onto the massive alloy platform, which measured 100 meters in length and width. Standing at the center of the platform, he turned around. The Starfall Bloodblade behind him remained tightly wrapped in black cloth, and he had no intention of unwrapping it. Come up here. Lin Yuan looked down at Zhao Qing, uttering 2 words. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes. Gripping the fine steel heavy spear with both hands, he exerted force in his legs and leaped onto the platform. The true chi of a mid-level 5th-tier practitioner erupted within him, a layer of crimson fire attribute liquid true chi instantly enveloping his body and scorching the surrounding air, causing a massive distortion. Lin Yuan blades are blind. I will control my strength, but if you cannot withstand even a single strike from me, then withdraw from the school team yourself. Zhao Qing shouted. He did not waste any more words. With a sudden stomp on the alloy platform, his body transformed into a streak of crimson fire charging straight at Lin Yuan. Blazing fire sweeps the plains. Zhao Qing gripped the spear with both hands, its body spinning rapidly in mid. The crimson true chi surged from the spear tip, morphing into a 5-meter-long spiral fire dragon, striking towards Lin Yuan's chest with astonishing penetrating power and high temperature. The speed of this strike was incredibly fast, the spear tip tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. The 9 team members below looked on, nodding in approval. Zhao Qing's strike had already showcased the solid foundation of a 5th-tier martial general. However, Lin Yuan at the center of the platform stood his ground, his feet not moving an inch. He watched the spiraling fire dragon and the sharp spear tip approach. He did not dodge, nor did he channel any true. As the spear tip was less than half a foot from his chest, Lin Yuan raised his left hand. His white jade left hand carved a blurring shadow in the air, its speed completely overwhelming Zhao Qing's spear speed. His 5 fingers accurately grasped the shaft of the high-speed spinning fine steel spear behind the blade. Clang! A dull thud resounded on the platform. The force of Zhao Qing's thrust, imbued with mid-tier 5th-level true chi and the momentum of his forward motion, came to a sudden halt in Lin Yuan's palm. The tremendous physical energy was abruptly cut off by a grip of 70,000 kilograms. The spear shaft emitted violent bending and deformation due to the clash of forces. The crimson spiral fire dragon struck Lin Yuan's arm, instantly dispersing upon contact with the surface of his skin, which had mutated due to high-level hardening talent, scattering into sparks. Zhao Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if his heavy spear had not pierced a person's hand, but had struck an immovable iron mountain. No matter how he urged the true chi within him to push forward, the spear could not advance even a millimeter. Lin Yuan did not give Zhao Qing a moment to react. His left hand's 5 fingers suddenly contracted with force. Creak! The high-strength fine steel shaft under Lin Yuan's terrifying grip was directly dented with 5 deep finger holes. Lin Yuan yanked the spear back with a fierce pull. The 70,000 kilograms of physical force was uncompromisingly applied to the shaft. Zhao Qing's body was yanked off the ground by this irresistible force, losing his balance and tumbling forward. Lin Yuan lifted his right leg. A simple front kick. Without using any martial techniques, it was purely the explosive power of muscle. Bang! Lin Yuan's military boot accurately struck Zhao Qing's abdomen. The layer of crimson liquid protective true chi surrounding Zhao Qing shattered instantly upon contact with the boot, crushed by sheer physical mass. With a dull impact sound, Zhao Qing's body flew back at twice the speed he had charged in. He traced a long parabolic arc in the air, directly crossing a distance of 50 meters on the platform, before crashing heavily against the transparent energy shield at the edge. The surface of the shield rippled violently. Zhao Qing slid down the shield onto the alloy floor, his fine steel-heavy spear having fallen from his grasp at the center of the platform. He clutched his abdomen, opening his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain in his abdomen left him unable to stand, and his mid-level true chi dissipated under the impact of the kick. One strike. Just a single exchange. Zhao Qing, the top student of the mid-level 5th tier and a 3rd-year student, was directly defeated by Lin Yuan with pure physical strength, without even drawing his weapon. The entire combat arena fell into a deathly silence. The other 9 team members stood frozen in place, including the vice-captain, who was also a mid-level 5th-tier practitioner. Their pupils constricted sharply as they looked at the figure in black, standing at the center of the platform, still shrouded in black cloth, with no change in his breathing rhythm. They could not comprehend what had just transpired. There was no clash of true chi, no contest of martial skills. Only that unreasonable speed and strength crushed everything. The strength Lin Yuan had just displayed had completely exceeded their understanding of martial arts among peers. Lin Yuan retracted his right leg. He did not even glance at Zhao Qing, who was lying by the energy shield. He walked over to the fallen fine steel heavy spear and raised his right foot, stepping on the shaft's midpoint. Crack! The fine steel shaft snapped cleanly in two under 70,000 kilograms of pressure. Lin Yuan turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the 9 team members below. Who else is unconvinced? You may come up now. Lin Yuan's voice echoed clearly in the empty combat arena. You can come up together. The 9 individuals below dared not utter a word. They instinctively took half a step back, avoiding Lin Yuan's gaze, which exuded an overwhelming physical pressure. In the face of a monster capable of crushing fine steel with one hand and kicking a 5th-tier martial general away, numbers on the platform had lost their significance. Tu Lai stood aside watching everything unfold on the platform, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Having witnessed Lin Yuan's growth speed at the abyss front, this overwhelming victory was entirely within his expectations. Since no one has any objections, Tu Lai strode to the edge of the platform, his voice rising above the crowd once more. From now on, Lin Yuan will be the official captain of this year's Mo Wu battle team. The team's daily training and tactical arrangements will be entirely under his responsibility. I will only observe the results of the competition in Kyoto a month later. Tu Lai looked at Lin Yuan. Tu Lai strode to the edge of the platform, his voice rising above the crowd once more. From now on, Lin Yuan will be the official captain of this year's. Make good use of this month to synergize with your team members, and do not let any mishaps occur during team battles. After finishing, Tu Lai turned and exited the combat arena. Lin Yuan stood on the platform. He did not pay attention to the several members who rushed onto the platform to assist Zhao Qing. He unfastened the Starfall blood blade from his back with one hand. The pure black battle blade along with the black cloth was lifted in his hand. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, gather at the Advanced Gravity Training Center. Lin Yuan looked down at the team members, issuing his first command as captain. No encouragement, no pledges. Lin Yuan turned and walked down the platform, striding out of the indoor combat arena. He did not need to strategize with these sheltered team members. What he aimed to do in this month was to forcefully elevate their physical fitness and true chi resistance to a new level in the most brutal physical environment. At 7:50 in the morning in the main campus of Magic City Martial Arts University, the Advanced Gravity Training Center. The rising sun cast its light upon the silver-gray soundproof alloy exterior of the training center, refracting a cold, hard metallic sheen. In the spacious hall on the first floor of the training center, 10 students dressed in dark red uniforms of the martial arts team have gathered. They stand in 2 rows. Former Captain Zhao Qing stands at the far left of the front row. His abdomen is wrapped in thick, white medical bandages, his complexion slightly pale, and his breathing rhythm is noticeably quicker than usual. Having been kicked by Lin Yuan yesterday afternoon, shattering his protective true energy, and sending him flying, his internal organs suffered substantial shock injuries, yet he still stands here neatly dressed, straight-backed. The other 9 team members occasionally glance towards the metal door of the training center. No one whispers, the hall room. At 8 o'clock sharp, the heavy bomb-proof metal door slowly slid open. Lin Yuan stepped into the hall wearing a black sleeveless tactical vest, deep gray military tactical pants, and slip-resistant combat boots. The 3,600-pound Starfall blood blade is wrapped in rough black cloth, secured horizontally to his right shoulder. The sound of his military boots striking the polished marble floor echoes with a dull rhythmic thump. Lin Yuan stopped in front of the 10 team members. His gaze swept across each person's face, lingering for a second on the bandage on Zhao Qing's abdomen before moving away. Follow me, Lin Yuan said with just 3 words. He turned around and led the team towards the deepest part of the first floor corridor to the glass independent gravity chamber. Lin Yuan raised his left hand, placing the tactical terminal against the reading area by the door. The metal door opened, revealing a vast room spanning 500 square meters before everyone. The floor, walls, and ceiling of the room are all laid with deep black high-density silver or devoid of any unnecessary decorations, only illuminated by cold white light sources. The 10 team members followed Lin Yuan into the room. Lin Yuan walked to the metal control console at the edge of the room. He turned around to face the 10 members. Shut down all true energy circulation within your bodies. Lin Yuan issued the first training order of the day. Completely seal off your dantian. For the upcoming training, you are not allowed to use any true energy for defense or assistance. I'll rely solely on your physical muscles and bones. A slight stir arose among the team. A female team member with ear-length short hair, Shen Yue, stepped forward. She is at the peak of the 4th grade martial general level, specializing in body movement combat techniques. Captain Lin, our martial arts system is built upon the operation of true energy. If we completely seal our true energy and force physical training in the gravity chamber, it will lead to extensive tearing of muscle fibers and skeletal strain. Such injuries will affect the national competition in a month, Shen Yu stated, presenting the commonly accepted training knowledge in the martial arts academy. Lin Yuan looked at Shen Yu. In a true life and death struggle, true energy can run out at any moment. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, stating the physical laws of the abyss front. When your dantian is depleted and the spiritual energy in the environment is cut off, your physical body becomes your last line of defense. The training system of Magic City Martial Arts is too reliant on true energy, resulting in a weak physical foundation among you. Lin Yuan extended his right index finger and pressed it directly on the touch screen of the metal control console. The red gravity parameters quickly fluctuated on the screen, jumping from the standard 1x to directly locking in at 20x. Buzz. The low rumble of mechanical operation emanated from within the silver or walls. The air density within the room dramatically changed in an instant, with even wisps of white distorted airflow appearing in the previously transparent air. Standard gravity of 20 times suddenly descended upon the entire room. The 10 team members, in a state of sealed true energy, completely lost their pressure resistance as advanced martial artists. Their bodies were instantly subjected to physical pressure equivalent to 20 times their own weight. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knees striking the floor echoed throughout the room. 7 of the 4th grade Marshal General level team members simply could not endure this sudden massive pressure, their knees crashing heavily against the black-silver floor. Xinyu pressed her hands firmly on the ground, trying to prevent her upper body from collapsing. Her arms trembled violently, and the veins on her forehead stood out. Zhao Qing and 2 other initial 5th grade team members, relying on their slightly stronger physical foundation, barely managed to maintain a standing position, but their backs were greatly bent under the pressure. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth, and the wound on his abdomen burst open under the strain of gravity. Dark red blood quickly soaked through the white medical bandages, flowing down his thigh and dripping onto the black floor. Sweat gushed from every pore, dripping straight down after leaving the skin pooling on the floor in puddles. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the room. The 20 times gravity field had no effect on his 70,000 kilograms of pure bodily density. His back remained straight and his breathing steady. The 3,600-pound Starfall blood blade weighed down on his shoulder, creating 2 shallow dents of 1 millimeter depth in the floor beneath his military boots. Lin Yuan. The Vice Captain Li Cheng at the initial 5th grade level pressed his hands on his thighs, struggling to raise his head, squeezing out a voice through gritted teeth. This pure physical pressure is meaningless. We are martial artists, not laborers training for physical endurance. Lin Yuan looked at Li Cheng. He extended his left hand, removing the battle blade from his shoulder. Tearing away the black cloth wrapped around the blade, the pure black Starfall blood blade was fully revealed in the air. Under 20 times gravity, the static weight of this battle blade reached an astonishing value. Lin Yuan grasped the rough handle with one hand, the muscles in his arm instantly tensing. He did not activate his 5th grade solid true energy crystal. Relying purely on the physical strength of his arm and waist, he raised the battle blade in front of him horizontally. Then with a standard horizontal slash, the pure black blade cut through the high-density air. Without the glow of true energy, only the ultimate physical speed and power remained. The air was violently displaced by the blade, forming a visible white, high-pressure vacuum band. The fierce physical wind pressure generated by the swing of the battle blade formed a gust that swept directly across Li Cheng and the other team members. Li Cheng's already unsteady body was pushed back half a meter by the impact of the wind pressure, his knees crashing heavily onto the floor. Lin Yuan halted the blade, its tip pointing to the ground. Under 60 times gravity, I can maintain this rate of slashing to complete 5,000 basic cuts. Lin Yuan held the blade vertically at his side, his voice firm. While you all can't even stand upright under 20 times, this is the proud 4th and 5th grade realms you hold. Lin Yuan raised his left hand, pointing forward. Everyone's complete 100 standard squats. Do not use a single shred of true energy. Violators immediately roll out of the team. Lin Yuan issued the hard training requirements. The silver floor fell into a deathly silence, only the sound of heavy breathing echoed. The first to react was Zhao Qing, whose abdomen was still bleeding. He took a deep breath, his hands leaving his thighs. His feet planted firmly on the black floor. The muscles in his thighs spasmed violently under 20 times gravity. The sound of his knee joints grinding was painfully audible. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth, gradually straightening his bent spine. Blood flowed down from his tactical pants to the edges of his combat boots. He completely ignored the physical pain, his eyes fixed on the wall ahead. Lowering his body, his thighs parallel to the ground, he then unleashed all the physical strength in his thigh muscles to push his body back up. A standard squat completed. With Zhao Qing leading the way, Li Cheng, Xun Yue, and the other team members gritted their teeth, struggling to rise from their kneeling positions to standing. The sounds of bones grinding and heavy gasps intertwined within the 500 square meter gravity chamber. With each squat completed, micro-tears occurred in the muscle fibers of their thighs, which then forcibly healed through the body's self-protective mechanisms. Sweat had completely soaked their dark red uniforms, dripping continuously from the edges of their clothing. Lin Yuan stood still, holding the battle blade with one hand. He observed the standard of movement of these 10 individuals with the most objective gaze, neither urging them nor offering any words of encouragement. Time stretched infinitely in this high-pressure environment. 2 full hours passed. When the last team member completed the 100th squat, he collapsed directly onto the black-silver floor, gasping for the 10 of them lay haphazardly on the ground, their muscles uncontrollably twitching, devoid of the strength to even move a finger. Zhao Qing lay flat on the ground, the bandage on his abdomen now completely dark red. Lin Yuan walked to the control console and pressed the stop button. Buzz. The mechanical sounds of the gravity chamber ceased. The 20 times gravity field vanished instantly, and the air within the room returned to normal weight. The team members felt their bodies suddenly lighten, and as the terrifying weight pressing on their bones and internal organs dissipated, a profound fatigue and soreness settled deep into their bones. Lin Yuan returned to the center of the crowd. He unfastened the tactical storage bag at his waist and took out a military thermoregulated box. Opening it revealed 10 transparent glass tubes neatly arranged, emitting a faint glow. This was the grade high-concentration solid essence and cellular regeneration repair agent mix he exchanged with a hefty amount of military merit at the logistics headquarters of EC0 Outpost yesterday. Lin Yuan tossed the 10 reagent tubes beside each of the 10 team members, the glass tubes clinking crisply as they landed on the silver floor. Drink it. Refine the medicinal properties on the spot. Lin Yuan's voice resonated in the room. Rest for 30 minutes. Then activate 10 times gravity for unrestricted live combat training. Zhao Qing extended his trembling right hand, grasping the glass tube beside him. He bit open the seal and poured the light blue liquid directly into his mouth. As the high-concentration sprayed agent from the abyss front crossed his throat, it instantly transformed into a scorching flow, forcefully surging into his limbs and bones. Zhao Qing felt the muscle fibers that had torn from the 20 times gravity squats quickly reassemble under the nourishment of this heat flow. A tingling itch spread from the wound on his abdomen, where new granulation tissue was visibly filling the damaged. What shocked him even more was that the pure spiritual energy contained in this agent surged directly into his depleted dantian, forcibly increasing the total amount of his 5th-grade mid-tier liquid true energy. This is a strategic-grade resource from the military's internal warehouse. Li Cheng recognized the quality of the agent, his eyes flashing with shock. Such a level of agent is difficult to obtain in bulk even for martial arts families in the capital, yet here in Lin Yuan's hands it was directly treated as a recovery supply post-basic training. The other team members also popped the stoppers, swallowing the agents. They endured the soreness in their muscles, rising from the ground to sit cross-legged on the black floor, beginning to guide the energy of the agents to repair their bodies. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Bloodblade in one hand, walking to the edge of the gravity chamber. He leaned the battle blade against the black wall, his hands crossed over his chest. In this gravity meat grinder, he aimed not only to crush the pride of these greenhouse martial artists with the cruelest physical laws, but also to forcibly reshape their bodies and true energy with the vast frontline resources at his disposal. In a month during the national resource competition, he needed these 10 individuals to keep pace with his advance and walk into the arena of the capital standing. 30 minutes of rest time slowly passed in the quiet, heavy gravity chamber. 10 members of the Magic Martial Academy squad sat cross-legged on the black floor. The mixture of Slevel high-concentration solid essence and cellular regeneration repair serum was rapidly digested and absorbed in their stomachs, transforming into a surging flow of heat that coursed through their entire bodies along the meridians. The wound on Zhao Qing's abdomen had completely stopped bleeding. Beneath the white medical bandage, the severed muscle fibers and damaged capillaries quickly healed under the catalyst of the medicine, sprouting new pink flesh. He could clearly feel that the total amount of his 5th-grade mid-tier liquid true qi had expanded outward after absorbing this pure abyssal spiritual energy. The severe soreness in his thigh from the 20-fold gravity squats completely vanished, replaced by a vibrant feeling of Shen Yu took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. The barrier of her cultivation, which was at the peak of the 4th-grade martial general, showed a slight loosening under the impact of this high-level potion. She clenched her fists, the bones on the back of her hands cracking audibly. This top-tier military resource had directly spared her at least half a year of arduous cultivation. The remaining 8 team members also gradually completed the initial absorption of the medicine's effects. They stood up from the floor, moving their hands and feet, their eyes free of previous resistance, now filled with shock and genuine awe. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the room, supporting the 3600 gene heavy Starfall Bloodblade with one hand. He watched as these 10 individuals regained their peak condition and their true qi resistance elevated under the medicine's effects. He turned around and extended his left hand to re-enter parameters on the touchscreen of the metallic control panel. The red numbers jumped from 1 to 10, then locked in place. With a low hum, the mechanical bearings within the heavy silver walls emitted a deep operational sound once more. The air density in the room increased, and a 10-fold standard gravity field instantly enveloped the entire 500 square meters of enclosed space. The bodies of the 10 squad members suddenly sank down, their feet making dull thuds on the marble floor. This time Lin Yuan did not require them to close their true qi. At the moment the gravity descended, Zhao Qing, Li Cheng, and the others immediately activated the liquid true qi in their dantians. Crimson, light blue, and earthy yellow true qi glowed in succession within the room, enveloping their bodies. With the support of true qi and the enhancement from the previous potion, they stabilized their forms under the 10-fold gravity without directly kneeling, but each step still consumed several times the energy they would normally expend. Lin Yuan wrapped the Starfall Bloodblade securely in rough black cloth again. He did not place the combat knife behind him, but casually laid it flat on the ground beside the control panel. The collision of the 3600 gene deadweight with the heavy silver floor produced a dull thud. He turned around, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, and walked to the center of the room. There are training weapons forged from high-density alloys on the left wall. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the 10 people in front of him, his tone steady and firm. Go choose the weapons you are accustomed to. Then all 10 of you together. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pointed at the black sleeveless tactical vest he wore. You may use any martial skills and tactical combinations. As long as one person's weapon or fists can touch my clothes, today's training will end here. Otherwise it will continue until you all fall down. This set of combat rules is simple and straightforward. Zhao Qing had no hesitation. He turned and walked toward the weapon rack on the left wall, reaching out to pull out a training heavy spear made entirely of tungsten steel. The Tumterlong tungsten steel spear was incredibly heavy under 10-fold gravity. He gripped the spear shaft with both hands, infusing fiery crimson true qi into the spear's body. This set of combat rules is simple and straightforward. Zhao Qing had no hesitation. He turned and walked toward the weapon rack on the left wall, reaching out to pull out a training. The 10 of them spread out 20 meters in front of Lin Yuan, spontaneously forming a semicircular encirclement. Zhaoqing, Li Cheng, and another 5th grade junior member stood at the forefront, forming the main attacking tip. Shen Yu and 2 peak 4th grade members were stationed on the sides, responsible for flanking, harassment, and mobility. The remaining 4 kept their distance in the back, looking for openings for a combined attack. There was no unnecessary communication. Zhaoqing understood that any reservation in front of Lin Yuan was superfluous. "Make your move," Zhaoqing shouted. He explosively pushed off from the heavy silver floor, the fiery crimson liquid true qi burning fiercely on the surface of his body. The tenfold gravity severely delayed his starting speed, but he still unleashed the maximum kinetic energy of a 5th grade martial general, charging forward toward Lin Yuan with an unstoppable momentum. The tungsten steel spear drew a straight red line through the air, aiming directly at Lin Yuan's throat. Li Cheng followed closely behind, gripping the broad-backed alloy saber with both hands and leaping high. A light blue wind attribute true qi coiled around the blade, descending with full force toward Lin Yuan's head in midair. Shen Yu and another flanking team member turned into 2 afterimages, simultaneously cutting in from the left and right. The 2 curved blades glimmered with cold light, stabbing toward Lin Yuan's ribs from below. The coordinated assault from 4 directions, combined with the pressure of the tenfold gravity field, completely sealed off all escape routes for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood in place, his feet not moving an inch. The dark blue solid true qi crystal in his dantian maintained an extremely slow and steady rotation. He did not even activate his true qi. Dealing with these students who had yet to solidify their true qi, 70,000 kilograms of pure physical explosive power was more than sufficient. The tip of the tungsten steel spear was merely half a foot away from Lin Yuan's throat. Lin Yuan raised his left hand. The white jade-like palm accurately captured the trajectory of the incoming spear. His 5 fingers locked onto the tungsten connection behind the spear tip. Clang! A crisp metallic collision sound rang out. Zhaoqing's spear, thrust with all his might, was firmly caught by Lin Yuan's left hand. The 70,000 kilograms of physical grip severed all kinetic energy of the spear moving forward. The spear bent into a dangerous arc under Zhaoqing's thrust and Lin Yuan's block. At the same time, Li Cheng's broad-backed saber, descending from midair, had already reached Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan did not look up, his right arm bent upwards, directly meeting the sharp alloy blade with his forearm covered in white jade-like skin. Clang! Sparks flew. Li Cheng felt as though his saber struck a piece of high-density starfall iron. The immense recoil force shattered his palm. A fingernail-sized chip broke off the edge of the broad-backed saber, yet Lin Yuan's arm bore not a single mark. Lin Yuan's movements did not pause for a moment. He gripped Zhaoqing's spear shaft with his left hand and forcefully pulled to the right. 70,000 kilograms of pulling force rendered Zhaoqing completely unable to control his center of gravity. He, along with the spear, was flung to the right by Lin Yuan, crashing directly into Shen Yue, who had charged from that side. The 2 curved blades in Shen Yu's hands were just thrusting out when Zhaoqing collided into her. The 2 of them fell onto the black floor, simultaneously tumbling together. Lin Yuan's right arm, which had blocked Li Cheng's saber, shot forward. His right hand accurately grasped Li Cheng's collar, then forcefully yanked down, while simultaneously raising his right knee. Bang! Lin Yuan's knee firmly struck Li Cheng's chest. The light blue protective true qi surrounding Li Cheng's body shattered under the physical impact. His sternum emitted a dull sound as Li Cheng opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, flying backward over 10 meters and landing on top of the 4 team members behind him. From Zhaoqing's attack to Lin Yuan's single-handed weapon snatch to his arm bracing against the blade, and finally the knee strike that sent the deputy captain flying, the entire process occurred within a mere 3 seconds. The encirclement was instantly torn apart. Lin Yuan released his left hand, allowing the bent tungsten steel spear to fall to the ground. He turned around and took steps toward the remaining few team members. He did not employ any complex martial techniques or footwork. He simply stepped forward. In the tenfold gravity environment, the speed and stride of each step he took were unaffected. A peak 4th grade member lunged at him with a long sword. Lin Yuan sidestepped to evade the blade, and his right fist directly struck the opponent's shoulder. 70,000 kilograms of force was precisely controlled to the limit that could disperse the opponent's true qi without injuring their internal organs. The shoulder joint of this team member dislocated, and their body spun half a turn before crashing heavily to the ground. Another team member raised a heavy hammer to smash into Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan did not even turn his head, delivering a high-pressure backward kick with his left leg, striking the hammerhead squarely. The high-density alloy hammerhead detached from the handle under the force of his kick, smashing directly into the adjacent wall. That team member was stunned by the recoil and sat down on the ground. This was a teaching session of overwhelming physical domination. 5 minutes later, all 10 members of the Magic Martial Academy squad were lying on the heavy silver mineral floor. Some were clutching their chests while others held their dislocated shoulders. Heavy breaths echoed throughout the gravity chamber. The pressure of tenfold gravity combined with Lin Yuan's physical strikes had completely depleted their true qi. Lin Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd, his black sleeveless tactical vest, not a speck of dust on it, not even. He looked down from above at the 10 individuals sprawled on the ground. The tenfold gravity has restricted your true chi's operational speed. Facing an enemy with physical speed far exceeding yours, your formation is completely scattered. Lin Yuan's voice was cold, stating the fatal flaws from the earlier battle. When faced with overwhelming strength, you do not know how to dissipate force. When seeing a comrade captured, you do not know how to cut off the opponent's attack route. Lin Yuan walked up to the control panel without pressing the stop button. The tenfold gravity field continued to operate. Lin Yuan turned around, looking at the 10 individuals on the ground. Pick up your weapons and continue. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and was the first to push against the floor with both hands slowly standing up. He did not go to pick up the bent tungsten steel spear, but instead drew a thick-backed cleaver from the weapon rack on the wall. Li Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the sharp pain in his chest, forcing himself to stand upright. Shen Yu picked up the fallen curved blade, her gaze sharpening. The 10 individuals supported each other, reforming into a line. Their true chi was completely exhausted, and now each breath required relying solely on their physical bodies to combat the tenfold gravity. Lin Yuan did not give them any time to breathe. He stepped forward once more, re-entering the formation of the 10. The dull thuds of fists striking flesh, the sounds of bones colliding, and the noise of heavy objects hitting the ground became the only dominant melody in this enclosed gravity chamber for the next several hours. Time and again they were knocked down only to rise again. When their stamina depleted, Lin Yuan would forcibly stop the gravity, tossing each person another height-year solid essence and repair serum mixture. Once the effects of the potion were absorbed, the tenfold gravity would descend again and the combat would continue. This was a violent reorganization that pushed the human bodis functions to the extreme. Through this method, Lin Yuan etched the cruel rules of the abyssal front line into the very marrow of these 10 magic martial elites, bit by bit. In this endless cycle of destruction and restoration, they would shed the fragility brought by the inland greenhouse, forging the physical resilience and combat intuition necessary to crush all opponents in the national competitions. At the main campus of Magic City Martial Arts University, in the Advanced Gravity Training Center, the metallic control panel of the Scrade Independent Gravity Chamber displayed a steady red number of 30. 30 times standard gravity. In the 500 square meter enclosed room, the air density was so high that it was visibly thick. White currents swirled slowly in the air, forming distorted ripples. The black floor, paved with silver, or was covered with pools of sweat of varying depths. The final day of a 28-day closed hellish training had arrived. 10 members of the Magic Martial School team wore gray vests and tactical trousers, soaked in sweat. Their physiques had undergone substantial changes compared to a month ago. The muscle lines on each person had become more defined and compact, with their previously unstable chi fluctuations now completely reined in. Zhao Qing held a brand new tungsten steel heavy gun with both hands. The crimson fire attribute chi within him was fully contracted beneath his skin, not leaking out even a hint. He alternated stepping on the silver floor, maintaining a high speed of movement despite the 30-fold gravity pressure. Left flank cut in. Li Cheng cover. Zhao Qing uttered in a low voice. He exerted force with his legs, the black floor emitting a muffled sound. The tungsten steel heavy gun transformed into a streak of black lightning, thrusting straight towards Lin Yuan, who stood in the center of the room. Almost simultaneously, Shen Yu silently glided forward from Lin Yuan's blind spot. The two curved blades in her hands emitted no chi glow, relying solely on their physical sharpness as she aimed directly at Lin Yuan's side neck. Vice Captain Li Cheng raised his broad-bladed alloy knife, high, blocking all of Lin Yuan's escape routes from the front, and struck down with full force. 3 elite warriors at the 5th rank formed a flawless joint attack under 30 times gravity. Lin Yuan stood in place, his black sleeveless tactical vest remaining dry in the face of lethal attacks from 3. Lin Yuan raised his left hand, his index and middle fingers precisely extending into the air. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as Li Cheng's powerful strike was firmly clamped by Lin Yuan's 2 fingers. 70,000 kilograms of physical force directly severed all kinetic energy from the blade. Li Cheng's arm muscles bulged, yet he could not push the blade down even a millimeter. At the moment he blocked the blade, Lin Yuan's body tilted slightly to the right. Zhao Qing's tungsten steel heavy gun grazed the edge of Lin Yuan's tactical vest, and the fierce physical wind pressure raised Lin Yuan's black short hair. Lin Yuan did not try to grab the gun barrel. Instead, his right knee lifted upward. Bang! Lin Yuan's knee accurately struck the midsection of Zhao Qing's gun barrel. The immense recoil transmitted through the tungsten steel to Zhao Qing's hands. Zhao Qing's hands were torn at the seams, and the tungsten steel heavy gun flew out of his grip, crashing against the distant wall. At the same time, Shen Yu's curved blade had already approached Lin Yuan's side neck. Lin Yuan's left hand released the broad knife, his wrist twisting the back of his hand, striking against Shen Yu's inner wrist. A dull sound of bone collision rang out. Shen Yu winced in pain as the curved blade dropped to the ground. Lin Yuan's right hand reached forward, grabbing Li Cheng by the collar and flinging him backward, knocking over the 2 other teammates who had attempted to cover. Within 10 seconds, Lin Yuan completely shattered the joint attack formation of the 10 team members with pure physical techniques. Not a single weapon in their hands could touch Lin Yuan's black tactical vest. The 10 individuals fell haphazardly onto the silver floor. Exhausted, they gasped heavily, their chests rising and falling violently. Lin Yuan walked to the metallic control panel and extended his index finger to press the stop button. Buzz! The 30-fold gravity field instantly dissipated. The air in the room returned to normal circulation. Lin Yuan turned around looking at the 10 team members lying on the ground. That's it for today. After you drink the medicine, pack up your gear. Gather at the military airport at 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yuan said as he lifted the wrapped starfall blood blade resting it horizontally on his right shoulder and strode out of the scrayed, independent gravity chamber. On the floor, Zhao Qing bit open the seal of the glass vial and drank the light blue potion in one gulp. A scorching flow erupted within his body. Zhao Qing closed his eyes, guiding the medicinal power through his veins. His cultivation had now firmly stabilized at the peak of the 5th rank. Not just him, Vice Captain Li Cheng had reached the high tier of the 5th rank, and Shun Yu had successfully broken through to the initial stage of the 5th rank. The entire team of 10 under Lin Yuan's relentless resource infusion and extreme physical pressure had all crossed the threshold into the 5th rank. Their physical resilience and chi refinement had improved by more than double compared to a month ago. At 1:50 in the afternoon at the military airport in Magic City on the 2nd tarmac, a deep gray Kunping-class heavy transport aircraft was parked on the runway. The tailgate opened downwards, forming a wide boarding ramp. Magic Marshal Vice President Tu Lai, dressed in a deep gray casual outfit, stood beside the ramp with his hands clasped behind his back. A military bus drove into the tarmac, stopping 30 meters away from the transport aircraft. The bus doors opened. The 10 members of the Magic Marshal School team descended from the bus in succession. They were not wearing the traditional dark red school uniforms, but had uniformly changed into the military-issued deep gray tactical suits. Each person carried their own cold weapon on their backs with tactical storage bags hanging at their waists. They formed 2 orderly lines, marching in perfect synchronization. The sound of military boots striking the concrete runway echoed dully. The aura emitted by the 10 individuals was cold and silent, devoid of any youthful impulsiveness, resembling an elite advanced team that had just emerged from a battlefield. Tu Lai gazed at the team, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. He knew Lin Yuan had been conducting closed training at the Gravity Training Center for a month and had authorized massive resource consumption. However, he did not expect Lin Yuan to transform a group of students accustomed to arena sparring into a lethal force in just 30 days. Lin Yuan walked at the front of the team. Wearing a black combat suit, the 3,600-pound Starfall Bloodblade was wrapped in black cloth and secured to his back. He came to a stop in front of Tu Lai. "The personnel are here," Lin Yuan said. "Good. Very good." Tu Lai laughed heartily, clapping Lin Yuan on the shoulder. This time at the National Resource Competition, all the high-ranking officials from the military and the Ministry of Education will be present. The martial arts universities in Kyoto and the children of the aristocratic families have dominated the top 3 spots for a full decade. This time you all crush their bones for me. Lin Yuan did not respond. He directly turned and stepped onto the ramp of the transport aircraft. The 10 team members followed closely behind, entering the cabin in an orderly manner. Tu Lai followed onto the plane, and the hatch slowly closed with the sound of the hydraulic bearings operating. From massive turbofan engines erupted with a deafening roar. The transport aircraft accelerated down the runway, its enormous nose raised high, piercing the clouds as it flew at full speed towards the heart of the Daxia Kingdom, Kyoto. 2 hours of smooth flying. The transport plane landed at the first military airport on the outskirts of Kyoto. The air in Kyoto was drier and colder than that of Magic City. The cabin door opened, and Lin Yuan, carrying a battle knife, led the team off the plane. Outside the airport, a luxury bus emblazoned with the logo of the National Martial Arts University Resource Competition Organizing Committee had been waiting for a long time. Tu Lai sat in the front row of the bus. Lin Yuan found a seat by the window in the last row. The other 10 team members quietly took their seats without uttering a word. The bus started driving onto the wide highway, heading straight for the designated hotel in downtown Kyoto for the competition. An hour later, the bus stopped in front of a luxurious 5-star hotel towering 80 stories high. The plaza of the hotel was paved with white Hanbaiyu tiles. A gigantic holographic banner hung above the entrance. Teams from dozens of top martial arts universities across the country were gathering in the hotel's luxurious lobby, which spanned over 3,000 square meters, waiting to check in and register for the competition. The lobby was bustling with voices. Talented students from various universities wore distinctive uniforms, gathering in groups of 3 to 5, discussing the favorites to win the competition and their respective cultivation levels. Tu Lai walked ahead, pushing open the glass door of the hotel. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, stepping into the lobby with 10 members of the Magic Martial team dressed in dark gray tactical uniforms trailing after him. The appearance of their team immediately drew the attention of many in the lobby. There were no vibrant uniforms, no loud conversations. The footsteps of the 11 members were in perfect unison, their cold and lethal aura contrasting sharply with the surrounding noisy environment. Lin Yuan grasped the strap of his backpack with one hand, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd in the lobby. Just as Tu Lai approached the registration desk, a group of students in pure white uniforms with golden trims blocked the path of the Magic Martial team in the center of the lobby. This was the representative team of Kyoto Martial Arts University, the reigning champion for 3 consecutive national competitions. They enjoyed the highest level of resource allocation, with each member being a core direct descendant rigorously trained by various martial arts families. The leader, a young man named Xiao Chun, was the eldest grandson of the Xiao family in Kyoto and the captain of the university's martial arts team. His cultivation had just broken through to the initial stage of the 6th grade martial commander realm a week ago, making him the acknowledged pinnacle of individual combat power in this competition. Xiao Chun was toying with a custom long sword adorned with an exquisite sheath. Looking at Zhao Qing standing in front of the magic martial team, a hint of undisguised disdain curved his lips. Isn't this Zhao Qing from Magic Martial? Xiao Chun stepped forward, stopping less than 3 meters from the magic martial team. I heard you were severely injured recently. What's wrong? Magic Martial can't even find a substitute this year, and you're bringing an injured leader to Kyoto to hand out points. As soon as Xiao Chun finished speaking, the Kyoto Martial Arts University team members behind him burst into low laughter. Zhao Qing's face turned ashen. He did not retort, for after Lin Yuan took over the team, he had come to deeply understand that verbal disputes held no meaning in the face of absolute strength. He maintained a standard military posture, standing still in place. Seeing Zhao Qing's lack of response, Xiao Chun found it somewhat boring. He snorted coldly and directly activated the blood energy within his body, which was at the initial stage of the 6th grade martial commander realm. An extremely sharp metal element, true qi, erupted from his body. This true qi formed a visible translucent wave in the air, radiating a piercing edge as it pressed directly toward the front row of the magic martial team. The surrounding students from other universities felt the oppressive force of the 6th grade martial commander realm and turned pale, retreating backward. Just as the translucent metal true qi wave was about to touch Zhao Qing's body, a tall figure in black stepped out from beside Zhao Qing, positioning himself directly between Xiao Chun and the magic martial team. It was Lin Yuan. He did not activate the 5th grade solid true qi crystal in his dantian. 70,000 kilograms of pure physical density directly blocked the air. Bang! The sharp true qi wave released by Xiao Chun collided with Lin Yuan's chest. It did not produce any explosion and did not push Lin Yuan back even a step. The true qi shattered upon impact as if it had collided with a solid deep-sea silver mine, instantly disintegrating into harmless breezes that blew to the sides. Xiao Chun's brows furrowed sharply. He looked at the black-clad youth who had blocked his oppressive force without even releasing true qi, his eyes flashing with a hint of wariness. Who are you? The new substitute for Magic Martial. Xiao Chun tightened his grip on the custom long sword, his gaze turning cold. He extended his right hand, aiming to slap Lin Yuan's shoulder. This slap appeared casual on the surface, but it concealed a shockwave of true qi from the 6th grade martial commander realm sufficient to shatter the shoulder bone of a 5th grade martial marquis. Lin Yuan stood in place, his icy gaze fixed on the approaching hand. His left hand shot up instantly, its speed surpassing the propagation of sound. It left a clear afterimage in the air. Lin Yuan's left hand opened, accurately catching Xiao Chun's right wrist as it extended. 70,000 kilograms of physical grip erupted in an instant. Crack! A crisp and piercing sound of bones fracturing exploded in the lobby. The 6th grade metal element protective true qi surrounding Xiao Chun's wrist shattered under Lin Yuan's pure physical strength. The radius and ulna of his wrist were severely deformed, resulting in a comminuted fracture. Xiao Chun's face turned pale, instantly, large beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He opened his mouth to let out a scream, but the intense pain caused his vocal cords to constrict completely. He instinctively tried to retract his right arm. Lin Yuan's left hand clamped down like a hydraulic clamp, holding. Xiao Chun struggled and placed his feet, leaving noticeable friction marks on the marble floor, but his wrist remained completely unable to escape. The Kyoto Martial Arts University team members who followed Xiao Chun saw their captain being restrained and immediately drew their weapons, encircling Lin Yuan. Let go! You're seeking death. Various shouts rang out and dozens of 5th grade martial marquis true qi flared up simultaneously in the lobby. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at the team members who had drawn their weapons. He released his grip on Xiao Chun's wrist. Without the restraint, Xiao Chun lost his balance and stumbled backward for 5 or 6 steps, only being supported by 2 team members to prevent himself from falling. He clutched his completely twisted and deformed right wrist, his eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, filled with pain and disbelief. Lin Yuan lifted the massive black cloth bag on his back. Those who block the way will have their bones crushed. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the lobby, devoid of any fluctuation or emotional turmoil. He turned around and took steady steps, directly passing through those Kyoto team members holding weapons who were completely suppressed by his aura and dared not approach, and walked straight towards the elevator. Zhao Qing, Li Cheng, and the other 10 members of the Magic Martial team did not hesitate for a moment and closely followed Lin Yuan moving through the crowd. In the luxurious hotel lobby, hundreds of talented martial artists from across the country fell silent. They watched as the team dressed in gray tactical uniforms entered the elevator. This overwhelming physical domination before the competition had even officially begun had already crushed the absolute authority that Kyoto Martial Arts University had held for 10 years into dust. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in a 5-star hotel in the center of Kyoto within the exclusive top-floor conference room of the Magic Martial University. Outside the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling neon lights of Kyoto flickered in the night. The air conditioning in the conference room was set to a low temperature. 10 members of the magic martial team dressed in gray tactical suits sat upright on either side of the oval conference table. Lin Yuan sat at the head of the table, placing the Starfall blood blade wrapped in black cloth and weighing 3,600 pounds flat on the metal surface beside him. The vice principal of magic martial Tu Lai strode into the conference room, holding a thick stack of red confidential documents. Bang! Tu Lai slammed the documents heavily onto the center of the conference table and pulled out a chair to sit down. His expression was very serious, even carrying a hint of suppressed anger. The competition rules have changed. Tu Lai glanced around at the seated team members, his gaze finally resting on Lin Yuan. The Ministry of Education and the highest command of the military issued the final documents 2 hours ago. The National Resource Competition for Martial Arts Universities this year will no longer use the traditional, closed arena battles. Tu Lai reached for the first page of the document and pushed it to the center of the table. To maximize the commercial value of the event and secure substantial sponsorships from corporations to support military funding, this competition will officially transform into an all-network live broadcast format known as High Martial Real Combat Dating Show. The conference room fell silent instantly. Zhao Qing and Li Cheng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. The transformation of the martial arts competition into a dating reality show was a leap that the warriors accustomed to gravity chambers and frontline battles could not adapt to at once. The specific rules are quite simple. Tu Lai tapped the document on the table with his thick fingers. 50 top martial arts universities nationwide will select 50 male and 50 female students. All participants will be placed in a fully enclosed combat zone known as the Wilderness Ruins on the outskirts of Kyoto, engaging in survival and combat for a month. All contestants must form male-female pairs binding as combat CPs. Tu Lai turned to the second page and continued to read the details of resource allocation. In the combat zone, defeating simulated magical creatures and capturing resource points will earn martial arts points. Meanwhile, during the live broadcast, audience votes, rewards, and popularity interactions will directly transform into popularity points. Martial arts points and popularity points will be integrated at a 1:10 ratio. The top 3 CP combinations based on final scores will allow their respective martial arts universities to share 80% of the national quota for high-level elixirs and abyssal ores over the next 3 years. Zhao Qing took a deep breath, the heel wound on his abdomen slightly rising and falling with each breath. Principle 2, does that mean we not only have to fight, but also cater to the audience in front of the cameras and team up with those female warriors to gain popularity? Zhao Qing's tone carried a hint of confusion and rejection. Tu Lai leaned back in his chair and nodded. In this era where martial prowess is revered, the interaction and battles among top, good-looking genius warriors are the most sought-after monetization traffic by corporations and media. The military requires this astronomical funding. Tu Lai looked at Lin Yuan seated at the head of the table. Lin Yuan, the female slots for Magic Martial will be filled by Shun Yu and 4 other girls. The boys will be centered around you. Can you adapt to these rules filled with cameras and showmanship? Lin Yuan leaned back in the wide leather chair. His expression showed no change. The index finger of his white, jade-like right hand lightly tapped the table twice. In his mind, the emotionless mechanical prompt of the system rang out on time. Detected that the host has entered the High Martial Real Combat Dating Show environment. The system's plundering mechanism has been automatically upgraded. New modules for popularity plundering and fortune stripping have been added. Show absolute physical dominance in front of the camera to gain binding values from the opposite sex's geniuses, and the entire network's popularity can be directly converted into high-level vitality points and original resistance. Lin Yuan stopped tapping his fingers. He picked up the pure, black, heavy battle knife beside him and slung it over his right shoulder with one hand. The magical creatures are prey, and popularity is also prey. No matter how the rules change, it will not affect the final plundering results. Lin Yuan's voice resonated steadily in the conference room. I will seize all the martial arts points. As for teaming up, whoever can keep up with my speed without being blown away by my blade's wind, that's who we'll team up with. Lin Yuan stood up, no longer looking at the red document. The meeting is adjourned. Assemble tomorrow morning. He strode out of the conference room, leaving everyone with a cold, hard black silhouette. The next morning, at 7 o'clock in the morning, outside Kyoto at the entrance of the Wilderness Ruins Combat Zone, a large assembly center. It was a semi-open square covering tens of thousands of square meters. Surrounding the square were over 1,000 high-precision spiritual energy capturing cameras with hundreds of miniature live broadcast drones hovering in the air, emitting a soft humming sound. Over 300 million viewers from across the internet were currently flooding into the official live broadcast rooms of various platforms, waiting for this unprecedented high martial dating show to begin. 100 top martial arts geniuses from all over the country had gathered in the center of the square. The boys and girls stood on opposite sides of the square. Among the girls, 2 individuals stood out. One was the absolute core of Kyoto Martial Arts University, Su Qingxue. She wore a pure white form-fitting combat suit that highlighted her tall and slender figure. In her hand was a silver longsword radiating a bone-chilling cold, with her peak ice attribute, true energy, slowly circulating around her body. Her exquisitely beautiful face showed no expression, her gaze cold and distant. The other was Lu Ruoyan, a popular idol warrior from the East Sea Arts Martial Academy. She was dressed in a set of purple lightweight leather armor with 2 long alloy whips hanging at her waist. With her sweet appearance and a professional smile playing on her lips, she waved at the livestream drones hovering above, instantly flooding the chat with comments. On the boys' side, Xiao Chun, who had his wrist crushed by Lin Yuan the day before, was also standing in the ranks. His right wrist was already wrapped in the military's highest grade nanorepair bandage. Although he couldn't wield a sword, he still held a heavy battle knife in his left hand. He stared at Lin Yuan, who stood at the front of the magic martial team, his eyes filled with unabashed resentment. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the holographic screen at the front of the square lit up, and a major in military uniform appeared on the screen. The National High Martial Real Combat Dating Show is now officially starting. The major's voice echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeakers. The first segment: mutual selection for team formation. All female students, please come to the center of the square. You have the first priority in choosing. Male students can showcase their abilities to attract the attention of the female students. If both sides confirm, they will immediately bind as CPs and be assigned survival wristbands for the combat zone. As soon as the major's words fell, the atmosphere in the square instantly became subtle. 50 female warriors stepped forward, walking onto the red carpet area of the plaza. Their gazes swept back and forth over the 50 male students across from them. In this dangerous combat zone, choosing a powerful male partner not only earns high popularity points, but is also the only guarantee for survival. Xiao Chun immediately took a step forward. He raised his intact left hand, and the initial stage of the 6th grade martial commander's Gung Jin true energy condensed above his head into a 3-meter-long golden giant sword, emitting dazzling light and a sharp cutting sound. I am Xiao Chun from Kyoto Martial Arts University's 6th grade initial stage. Team up with me and I promise to help you secure the top spot on the martial arts leaderboard. Xiao Chun shouted loudly, his gaze directly locking onto the most popular girl in the female camp, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at the golden giant sword above Xiao Chun's head, a glint flashing in her eyes. The 6th grade martial commander is the highest known realm in the arena. If she could form a pair with Xiao Chun, they would definitely be the peak of popularity in this season's dating show. Lu Ruyan lengthened her strides, preparing to walk towards Xiao Chun. Bang! A dull sound of physical impact echoed from the left corner of the male camp. This sound was purely a result of the high-density heavy object striking the ground, without any amplification from true energy. At that moment, all the 5th grade martial marquis present felt their hearts tighten suddenly. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Lin Yuan stood at the forefront of the demon martial team, wearing a black tactical vest. He had just pulled out the 3600 Gene Starfall Bloodblade from the black cloth. The tip of the blade pointed straight down. Relying solely on the weight of the battle knife and the slight downward kinetic energy from Lin Yuan's relaxed wrist, the pure black blade directly sliced through the 10-centimeter-thick explosion-proof granite tiles laid in the plaza, deeply embedding itself into the soil beneath. Lin Yuan interlocked his hands, resting on top of the rough handle. There was no hint of true energy radiance from his white jade-like arms, only the perfect compact lines displayed when his muscles tightened. He didn't even glance at the 50 girls across from him, his calm gaze fixed on the distant ruins combat zone. This was an absolute indifference to the entire scene. The viewers who had been frantically spamming the bullet comments about Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyan in the live broadcast suddenly shifted their attention to Lin Yuan, captivated by the visual impact of his heavy weapon and his cold demeanor. Who is that guy in the black vest? Is he a substitute for the demon martial team? That sword looks so heavy. What do you know? Yesterday in the hotel lobby, he crushed Xiao Chun's wrist with one hand. Purely with his physical strength, he crushed a 6th grade true energy. The bullet comments in the live room instantly flipped wildly, discussing Lin Yuan's identity. In the center of the plaza, Lu Ruyan, who was originally prepared to walk towards Xiao Chun, halted her steps. She sensed the faint yet lethal spatial collapse wave generated when the Starfall Bloodblade cut through the ground. At the forefront of the female camp, the Ice Queen Su Qingxue made a shocking move that stunned the entire venue. She did not look at Xiao Chun, who was demonstrating his 6th grade true energy, nor did she pay attention to the other young masters from the Beijing circle trying to recruit her. Su Qingxue gripped her silver longsword and walked straight towards the area where the demon martial team was located. Her tall figure crossed the open ground and stopped directly in front of Lin Yuan. A faint chill of ice and snow brushed against Lin Yuan's black tactical vest as she approached. Kyoto Martial Arts University, Su Qingxue. Peak 5th grade martial marquis. Major in class battle technique, extreme cold sword domain. Su Qingxue looked directly into Lin Yuan's eyes, her voice cold and crisp without any girlish shyness. I want all eyes in the arena and the hundreds of live broadcast drones cameras focused on Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. One was the most famous Ice Queen of Kyoto, and the other was the mysterious heavy sword dark horse of the demon martial team. This strong combination was precisely the explosive point that the dating show sought. Xiao Chun stood not far away, watching Su Qingxue take the initiative to approach Lin Yuan, his expression darkened to the point of dripping water. The 6th grade golden giant sword he released trembled slightly above his head, reflecting the extreme anger within its master. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Yuan's response. To ordinary people, being invited by Su Qingxue was an incredible stroke of luck. No one would turn down a partner with both strength and top-notch looks. Lin Yuan loosened his hands, resting on the handle of the sword. He extended his right hand and held the handle of the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand. Clang! The battle knife was pulled directly from the granite tiles, sending shards flying. Lin Yuan held the battle knife horizontally, the pure black broad blade positioned between the two of them. The dark red blood groove along the edge of the blade still retained the indelible stains from slaying a 7th-grade lord in the abyss. My name is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Su Qingsu's exquisite and cold face, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. In my team there is no need for a protective umbrella. Once we enter the combat zone, my pace will not slow down because of anyone. I will handle all the direct kills. Your only task is to keep up with my physical speed. Lin Yuan's wrist turned slightly, and the 3/6 edging battle knife cut through the air, creating a black afterimage and generating an extremely fierce physical wind pressure. The wind pressure stirred Su Qingsu's long hair and even caused a layer of 5th-grade extreme cold true energy around her to cave inward. If within 1 kilometer you are injured by the physical shockwaves produced by my strikes or fail to keep up with my line of attack. Lin Yuan looked directly into Su Qingsu's eyes, stating the most absolute condition. We will immediately unbind. Do you understand? The arena fell silent. After a second of stagnation, the bullet comments in the live stream exploded. Wow, is this guy insane? Saying such things to Su Qingxue, a pure straight male killer. He's laying down the law in the dating show. So hardcore. When he swung that black knife earlier, I felt the pressure even through the screen. He's treating the girl completely as a tool. That absolutely domineering coldness, so handsome. Lin Yuan. I'm a fan now. The system's prompt echoed rapidly in Lin Yuan's mind. Popularity points skyrocketing. Total online attention surpassing 5 million. Converting 2,000 vitality points. Su Qingxue stood still. Instead of being angered by Lin Yuan's tough condition, a strong sense of battle intent and appreciation flashed in her cold eyes. In this environment filled with hypocrisy and deliberate flattery, Lin Yuan's pure existence for slaughter and victory, showcasing absolute rationality, perfectly aligned with her pursuit of martial arts. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded without any hesitation, directly agreeing. She raised her wrist and pressed the confirm button on the teaming bracelet. Ding! Binding successful. Demon Martial Team Lin Yuan Kyoto Team, Su Qingxue. CP code name 0 Degree Heavy Sword. Officially established. The mechanical announcement echoed from the broadcast. Lin Yuan did not say another word. He shouldered the Starfall blood. Keep up. Lin Yuan turned directly, stepping forward with steady, yet heavy strides towards the alloy gate leading to the Wilderness Ruins combat zone. Su Qingxue, carrying her silver longsword, closely followed Lin Yuan on his side. The contrasting figures of black and white under the drone's camera set the stage for a scene that would turn the entire dating show into a battlefield. Accompanied by the shrill sound of mechanical friction, the 30-meter-high alloy wave barrier slowly opened to the sides. The entire view of the Wasteland Ruins combat zone was unveiled before the 50 participants. This place was once a prosperous second-tier city, completely fallen during the Abyssal Rift explosion 50 years ago. The cracked asphalt road was overgrown with dark purple mutated vines. Rusty scrapped cars were haphazardly piled along the streets, their surfaces covered with deep-sea toxic mushrooms that emitted a faint glow. In the distance, skyscrapers were snapped in half with thick steel bars exposed in the air, filled with a stench of decay. The sky was shrouded in a layer of gray fog, preventing sunlight from penetrating. Lin Yuan hoisted the Starfall blood blade on his right shoulder, stepping over the metal threshold at the bottom of the barrier. His black military boots struck the cracked asphalt, producing a series of dull, solid footsteps. With a physical density of 70,000 kilograms, each step he took left a half-inch deep footprint on the edge. Su Qingxue held a silver longsword, walking compactly 3 meters behind Lin Yuan. She maintained an absolutely precise tactical distance, neither interfering with Lin Yuan's movements nor unable to provide flank support in case of an emergency. 2 miniature livestream drones hovered 10 meters above their heads. The drones were equipped with high-precision spiritual energy capture arrays and 3-dimensional microphones, transmitting the two figures and the subtle sounds of their surroundings in real time to the virtual reality projections of the live streaming room. The two advanced less than 500 meters into the ruined street. Ahead, beneath a collapsed overpass, the sound of claws scraping against the concrete ground echoed. More than 30 bloodthirsty iron-armored wolves, each over 3 meters long, sprang out from the shadows of the overpass. These were 5th-grade initial stage pack monsters. They had sturdy limbs covered in a layer of black hardbone plates, and green saliva dripped from their fang-filled jaws onto the ground, burning small holes into the rotting leaves. The pack of iron-armored wolves keenly sensed the vigorous vitality emanating from Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. They quickly spread out, forming a semicircular encirclement that sealed off the path ahead. 5th-grade initial stage pack monsters, their weakness is the unarmored area on their abdomen. Should I cut in from the left flank? Su Qingxue's voice came from behind, cold and calm. She slightly tightened her right hand, gripping the sword hilt, the 5th-grade extreme cold true energy beginning to gather on the blade, a layer of white frost spreading across the sword body. No need. Lin Yuan's response was succinct, just 3 words. He did not halt his advance. The rhythm of his military boots remained constant. 20 meters away from the wolf pack, 5 iron-armored wolves, unable to suppress their bloodthirsty instincts, suddenly pushed off the ground with their hind legs. 5 black afterimages soared into the air, mouths wide open, lunging at Lin Yuan's throat and shoulders from the front and both sides. Lin Yuan gripped the rough sword hilt with his right hand. He did not activate the 5th-grade solid true energy crystal in his dantian. His waist muscles contracted and exerted force in an instant, propelling his entire right arm. The 3,600 gene pure black heavy sword was swung in a semicircular horizontal sweep by Lin Yuan with one hand, without any outward glow of true energy. Only the absolute physical speed from 70,000 kilograms of pure muscle power was unleashed. The pure black blade sliced through the high-density air, creating a large area of absolute vacuum in midair. The air was brutally pushed aside, forming a visibly white, high-pressure wind blade that was propelled forward along the edge of the sword. Puff! The continuous dull cutting sounds exploded in the air. The first 5 iron-armored wolves that lunged did not even touch the physical body of the Starfall blood blade. They were directly swept away by the high-pressure wind blade created by the sword's edge. Their proud black bone plates crumbled like thin paper before the absolute physical cutting force. The bodies of the 5 monsters were neatly severed in midair. The upper and lower halves of their bodies flew out in the direction of their original sprinting momentum, dark red blood and mottled internal organs splattering violently in midair, landing on the surrounding abandoned car shells. The aftermath of the blade's sweep did not diminish in force. The 3,600 gene heavy sword crashed directly into the densely packed wolf pack behind. Bang! Bang! The loud sound of shattering bones echoed through the entire ruined street. A few iron-armored wolves struck directly by the Starfall blood blade exploded on the spot, turning into a pile of unrecognizable minced meat. The fierce physical wind pressure generated by the sword's swing formed a gust of wind mixed with rubble and a strong smell of blood sweeping forward and also spreading backward. The gale blew towards Su Qingxue. She immediately raised her left hand, and the 5th-grade extreme cold true energy rapidly condensed in front of her, forming a transparent ice shield half a foot thick. Clang, clang, clang. The rubble lifted by the wind pressure slammed against the surface of the ice shield, producing a series of dense impact sounds. The surface of the ice shield even showed some fine cracks. A trace of undeniable surprise flashed in Su Qingxue's cold eyes. She personally felt the power of this residual wave. Lin Yuan's words in the square were not exaggerated at all. Just relying on the muscle power to swing a single sword generated environmental wind pressure, its destructive force was already equivalent to a full-force strike from a 4th-grade martial general. If she had been standing 2 meters closer, just now her protective true energy would have been directly torn apart by this wind pressure. Ahead, the remaining 20 or so iron-armored wolves were thoroughly intimidated by the horrifying destructive power of Lin Yuan's sword. They emitted a whimpering sound mixed with fear, abandoning their encirclement and turning to flee madly into the ruins on both sides of the overpass. Lin Yuan did not pursue the fleeing low-grade monsters. He hoisted the sword back onto his shoulder. Not a drop of monster blood stained his black tactical vest. Ding! 8 5th-grade initial stage monsters killed, gaining 80 martial arts points. The intelligent wristband in the combat zone emitted a mechanical announcement, and the points updated synchronously on the leaderboard of the martial arts combat team in the live streaming room. In his mind, the system's prompt echoed. Popularity points continue to soar. The total attention across the internet has surpassed 10 million. The live stream audience is subjected to intense physical visual shocks. The conversion of vitality points reached 30,000. The density of the advanced hardened bones has slightly increased. In this show centered around male-female interaction and romantic pairings, Lin Yuan ruthlessly carved out a brand new traffic avenue with pure, merciless physical slaughter. In the live stream room, comments regarding the 0-degree heavy blade CP flooded the screen. I just set the pain perception of the VR device to 10%. When Lin Yuan swung his blade, the wind pressure actually knocked me off the sofa. Is this the kind of physical power a human can possess? In other teams, the boys protect the girls, performing various heroic rescues. But Lin Yuan is like a physical bulldozer in front, while the campus beauty Su Qingxue is behind, creating an ice shield to prevent friendly fire. I can't stop laughing. Lin Yuan really treats Su Qingxue like an inconsequential accessory. Not a word from him, he just slashes and moves on. This taciturn heavy-armored brute paired with the cold, icy swordsman creates a stark contrast that is 1,000 times more appealing than any industrial sweetener. Give me popularity votes. Lin Yuan ignored the chaos in the live stream. He stepped over the ground covered in sticky blood and severed limbs, continuing deeper into the city ruins along the dilapidated street. Su Qingxue dissipated the ice shield in front of her. She reined in her surprise, gripped her silver longsword tightly, and immediately lengthened her stride to keep pace with Lin Yuan. She did not show any emotional fluctuations due to Lin Yuan's indifference. Instead, she focused all her attention on his crisp and efficient killing techniques, attempting to draw inspiration for her martial arts from his precise strikes. The two advanced 10 kilometers along the main road, one in front of the other. All the deep-sea monsters they encountered along the way, whether of the 4th or 5th rank, were cleared out by Lin Yuan in the same straightforward and brutal manner. A long blood-stained path was left on the street. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They arrived in front of a vast abandoned commercial plaza. In the center of the plaza was a dried-up decorative fountain pool, the bottom piled high with countless white bones. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. Retreat 50 meters. Establish a frost defense position. Lin Yuan turned to Su Qingxue behind him and issued his second command since entering the combat zone. Without any hesitation, Su Qingxue immediately flew back. She plunged her silver longsword into the asphalt, unleashing her peak 5th rank extreme cold true chi without reservation. A semicircular frost barrier 2 meters high and 10 meters long rapidly rose from the ground before her. Just as the ice wall was completed, the ground of the commercial plaza 10 meters ahead of Lin Yuan suddenly collapsed. A massive pit with a diameter exceeding 20 meters appeared on the surface. Accompanied by a nauseating stench and a splash of corrosive acid, a 10-meter-long 6th rank mid-tier monster, the cracked rock poison spider king, crawled out from the pit. This spider monster had 8 long legs covered with steel-like barbs. Its back shell displayed a bizarre pale green hue, and its surface was dotted with bulging poison sacs. The enormous pressure of the 6th rank mid-tier monster caused shards of glass from the surrounding abandoned buildings to shatter. The poison spider king's 8 compound eyes fixated on Lin Yuan standing before it. It opened its mandibles bristling with fangs, and its abdomen contracted violently. Hiss! A 2-meter diameter column of highly corrosive green poison shot toward Lin Yuan like a fire hose. The poison column emitted a pungent white smoke in the air, instantly evaporating and decomposing even the moisture in the air. Lin Yuan did not dodge. Within his dantian, the dark blue 5th rank solidified true chi crystal surged into action at full speed. The deep blue physical thunder prison battle armor erupted around his body. The electric patterns on the surface of the battle armor coursed with high concentration solidified thunder attribute true chi. The dense green poison column crashed directly against Lin Yuan's chest armor. Zzz. The piercing sound of corrosion echoed across the plaza. The 6th rank poison that could easily melt main battle tank armor into molten iron upon contact with the solidified thunder prison battle armor was directly purified by the raging thunder. Deep blue arcs of electricity darted through the poison, generating temperatures in the thousands of degrees. The poison was forcibly vaporized, rising in massive clouds of pale green toxic smoke. Facing the spray of poison, Lin Yuan exerted force with his legs on the asphalt. The surface was crushed into a gravel pit 5 meters in diameter. He transformed into a bolt of blue-black lightning piercing through the toxic smoke, instantly appearing directly above the poison spider king. His hands firmly gripped the hilt of the Starfall Bloodblade. S-ranked battle technique, the first move of the void-shattering thunder prison /sea breaker. All the 5th rank solidified true chi and 70,000 kilograms of physical strength were compressed to the extreme along the pure black spatial cutting line at the edge of the blade. Bending at the waist, Lin Yuan swung down with full force at the massive spider monster below. The poison spider king sensed the lethal threat descending from above. It quickly raised its 2 thickest forelimbs, which were covered with a high-density green true chi barrier, attempting to block this descending blow. The pure black cutting line collided with the green true chi barrier. There was no stalemate, no loud noise. In the face of absolute physical mass and the dual attributes of spatial collapse, the 6th rank mid-tier defensive barrier was as if it did not exist. The Starfall Bloodblade effortlessly severed the 2 thick forelimbs. The black cutting line traced down the head of the poison spider king, directly piercing through its pale green back shell, smoothly splitting its massive body into 2 halves. A large amount of green poisonous blood and fragments of internal organs fell into the pit. Lin Yuan landed steadily at the edge of the plaza. With a flick of his blade, the poisonous blood on the blade was directly flung off, corroding a blackened scar into the ground. He twisted his wrist, using the tip of the blade to precisely extract a fist-sized 6th rank mid-tier crystal core radiating with rich poisonous energy from the split spider's head. Lin Yuan did not reach for the crystal core. He lifted his left leg, lightly kicked in midair. The 6th rank crystal core, smeared with a bit of green blood, arced perfectly towards Su Qingxue, 50 meters back. Collect the spoils of war. Lin Yuan held the blade in one hand, not turning back. 50 meters away, Su Qingxue dissipated the frost barrier in front of her. She extended her right hand, clad in tactical gloves, and securely caught the incoming 6th rank crystal core. The cold sensation from the 6th rank energy transmitted through the glove to her palm. She stored the crystal core in a specially designed pouch at her waist. Good. Su Qingxue glanced at the imposing figure clad in deep blue battle armor and gave a succinct, firm response. In this perilous wasteland filled with crises, there was no superfluous banter or showmanship. The man ahead swept away all obstacles with absolute physical power, while she was responsible for collecting the spoils and ready to clear the flanks at any moment. This cold, tacit understanding, devoid of any emotional exchanges, and purely based on efficiency and slaughter, was transforming what should have been a romantic variety show filled with pink bubbles into a hardcore survival documentary witnessed by hundreds of millions online. At the edge of the commercial square, thick, green, poisonous blood flowed from the cracked remains of a spider into the dry fountain's basin. Pungent white smoke slowly rose in the air. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Bloodblade in one hand, his military boots crunching on the shattered asphalt. He He glanced up at the two miniature live-streaming drones above him, adjusting their focus. The red indicator lights of the drones flashed, rapidly broadcasting the scene of the recently cleared ruins to millions of viewers across the internet in real time. In his mind, the system's mechanical prompt was densely broadcasting. Popularity points are experiencing exponential growth. The total attention across the internet has surpassed 15 million. Viewer emotions are in a state of intense shock. The luck deprivation module has been activated. Conversion complete. Gained 50,000 height-year vitality points and 10 points of advanced physical defense resistance. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He slung the battle blade back onto his right shoulder. For him, whether facing the cruel meat grinder on the front lines of the abyss or this reality show filled with cameras, there was no essential difference. All rules were merely a fragile layer of tissue paper in the face of absolute physical violence. Behind him, Su Qingxue carefully stored the 6th grade mid-tier crystal core into her tactical storage bag. She stepped forward, coming to Lin Yuan's side. Su Qingxue did not speak. She pulled out a clean, specially designed absorbent cloth from her tactical accessory pouch and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan paused, turning to look at her. He extended his left hand to take the absorbent cloth while his right hand lowered the Starfall blood blade to the ground. He used the cloth to wipe along the dark red blood groove on the edge of the blade, applying force to remove the residual sickly green poison and bits of flesh. Su Qingxue stood beside him, holding a silver longsword, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surrounding ruined commercial buildings, taking on the task of flank guard. There were no sweet pleasantries, no deliberate camera interactions. Only the passing of the absorbent cloth and the unspoken tactical cooperation of vigilance. This quiet yet efficient mode of interaction was clearly transmitted to the live stream through the drone's microphone and high-definition lens. So smooth. Su Qingxue's motion of handing over the cloth had no hesitation, perfectly matching Lin Yuan's comment. Is this the quality of top-tier warriors? Not discussing romance, only efficiency. This subtle camaraderie is truly pleasant to watch. Lin Yuan pushed forward while Su Qingxue handled the loot recovery and flank blind spots. A perfect loop. I declare the 0-degree heavy blade couple officially locked in. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away from the commercial square in an abandoned underground subway station, dust continuously fell from the cracked ceiling. Xiao Chun held a custom heavy longsword in his left hand, while his right wrist was wrapped in thick nano-repair plaster, suspended in front of his chest with bandages. His complexion was pale and dark. The 6th grade martial artist aura surged violently at his surface, emitting a brilliant golden light that illuminated the dim subway platform. In front of him stood a 5-meter-long mid-tier magical beast, the iron-armored mad rhino. This beast had tough skin and flesh with a thick horn protruding from its head. Ruyan, stand back, don't let this beast's blood dirty your clothes. Xiao Chun shouted loudly, trying to showcase the demeanor of a 6th grade expert in front of the camera. He stomped his left leg hard on the dust-covered platform tiles. His body transformed into a streak of golden light, charging directly at the oncoming iron-armored mad rhino. Metal-splitting sword. Xiao Chun swung his sword with his left hand, unleashing a 5-meter-long golden sword aura that struck fiercely against the rhino's back armor. Clang. The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed in the underground space. The defense of the mid-tier magical beast was extremely strong, due to the disability of his right hand. The force of Xiao Chen's swing was greatly reduced. This magnificent sword aura only left a white mark on the rhino's back, failing to breach its defenses. The iron-armored mad rhino was enraged, lowering its head and accelerating its charge. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, forced to dodge to the side. He weaved between the support columns of the platform, taking advantage of his speed as a 6th grade expert to leave small sword wounds on the beast's sides and rear. After a full 10 minutes, Xiao Chun finally found an opportunity. He leaped high, gripping the sword in his left hand, compressing his metal chi to the maximum, and thrust it into the gap of the rhino's head armor, piercing its brain. The magical beast let out a dull howl, its massive body crashing down at the edge of the platform, kicking up clouds of dust. Xiao Qingji, you are amazing. Standing on the safety passage stairs, Lu Ru Yin immediately ran down. She held her collar with both hands, her face beaming with admiration, perfectly playing the role of the protected. Xiao Chun withdrew his longsword, panting slightly. He glanced at the hovering live-streaming drone above, hiding his exhaustion and feigning a composed demeanor. It's just a 5-tier magical beast, not much effort required. Xiao Chun stepped forward, using the tip of his sword to extract the beast's crystal core. He wanted to see how his ranking on the leaderboard had changed after killing the mid-tier magical beast. When he clearly saw the data on the screen, the calmness on his face instantly froze, and his eyes were filled with a twisted. First place, Lin Yuan Su Qingxue. Martial arts points, 1850. Popularity points, 30. Second place, Xiao Chenlu Rian. Martial arts points, 300. Popularity points, 5 million. The data gap between the first and second places presented a suffocating chasm of oppression. This is impossible. Xiao Chun growled softly, his voice tinged with extreme unwillingness. He turned to look at the point details. A mid-tier 6th grade magical creature along with over 85 grade magical creatures. How could they possibly advance so quickly in less than 2 hours since the broadcast started? Could they have just pushed through the pile of monsters? Xiao Chen's left hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The humiliation of having his wrist crushed by Lin Yuan in the hotel lobby surged back to him. On this live-streaming stage, he had originally planned to crush everyone with the power of a 6th-grade martial general and regain his lost face. But now Lin Yuan didn't even spare him a glance, directly trampling him underfoot with an even more violent speed. Lu Ruyan leaned closer to the screen and clearly saw the numbers displayed. The sweet smile on her face stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Being a shrewd idle warrior, she immediately understood the direction of the situation. Brother Xiao Chun, the points from the low-tier magical creatures on the outskirts of the ruins are too low. We need to delve deeper into the core area to search for those hidden high-value resource points. Lu Ruyan analyzed softly, her voice transmitted through the microphone. As long as we obtain high-tier items, the points will quickly surpass theirs. Xiao Chun nodded grimly. He stowed away the 5th-grade crystal core, picked up his sword, and strode towards the depths of the subway tunnel. At this moment in the core area of the wilderness ruins, Lin Yuan hoisted the clean Starfall blood blade back onto his shoulder. He casually tossed the water-absorbing cloth stained with poisonous blood onto the ground. Let's go. Lin Yuan stepped over the corpse of the poisonous Spider King, heading towards the back of an abandoned commercial plaza, with Su Qingxue closely following. The two crossed a pedestrian street littered with shattered glass and abandoned shops, arriving beneath a dilapidated 50-story. The walls of the building had large areas of peeling paint, exposing the internal anti-explosion steel bars. At the entrance on the first floor hung a rusted metal sign on which the words Daxia United Spiritual Energy Bank could be faintly discerned. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on a heavy metal door deep within the first floor of the building. It was a circular vault door with a diameter of 3 meters. The door was entirely cast from high-strength deep-sea cold iron alloy with a thickness exceeding half a meter. During the disaster 50 years ago, a violent fire and spiritual energy explosion occurred inside the building. The surface of this vault door bore traces of high-temperature burns, yet its overall structure remained intact. The walls surrounding the door were covered with dark purple vines whose roots were deeply embedded in the wall cracks. Lin Yuan walked up to the vault door. He lowered the Starfall blood blade from his shoulder, gripping the hilt with his right hand. There are high-density spiritual energy reactions inside. Su Qingxue stood behind and to the side of Lin Yuan, closing her eyes to sense for a moment. But at the same time, there are faint life signs of living organisms. The life signs are very concealed, and there are quite a few of them. Lin Yuan did not turn back. His combat boots pressed firmly against the marble floor. 70,000 kilograms of pure physical explosive force converged throughout his arms. The bluish-purple veins bulged beneath his alabaster skin. He did not search for the vault door's combination lock, nor his hands tightly grasped the pure black hilt weighing 3,600 pounds. No true energy was summoned, just pure physical violence. Lin Yuan bent backward at the waist, and facing the half-meter thick deep-sea cold iron vault door, delivered a powerful downward slash. Bang! A deafening metallic explosion resounded within the abandoned hall. The sound wave directly shattered all remaining glass counters in the hall. The heavy back of the Starfall blood blade slammed hard into the center of the circular door. 70,000 kilograms of kinetic energy combined with 3,600 pounds of dead weight. The surface of the deep-sea cold iron door instantly dented inward. The 8 thick hydraulic lock bolts fixed around the door frame emitted a series of piercing metallic snapping sounds under this terrifying physical impact, being forcibly snapped. Boom! The circular vault door weighing several tons fell inward and crashed heavily onto the floor inside the vault, kicking up a large cloud of dust. At the moment the door opened, the previously dark space inside the vault suddenly lit up with several pairs of vertically aligned eyes emanating a ghostly green glow. Accompanied by an extremely subtle sound of air breaking, 3 black phantoms silently pounced out from the shadows at the top of the vault. Their speed was extremely fast, completely blending into the dim environment, making it difficult for the naked eye to capture their movement trajectories. They were peak 5-grade special magical creatures known as shadow assassins. They lacked a fixed form, their bodies composed of high-density dark attribute spiritual energy, wielding sharp bone blades formed from mutated bones. These magical creatures specialized in lurking in the dark corners of ruins, relying on their extreme stealth abilities to deliver lethal strikes. 3 white bone blades struck directly at Lin Yuan's throat, heart, and nape from 3 directions. The moment Su Qingxue saw these 3 phantoms, her scalp tingled. The silver longsword in her hand had just been raised, ready to unleash a frost sword energy for support. But Lin Yuan's movements were faster than hers. Facing the stealthy assassinations of these 3 peak 5-grade magical creatures, Lin Yuan did not retract his battle knife. He directly released his grip on the hilt, with his left hand lifting the 3,600-pound battle knife with one arm, and smoothly sidestepped half a step to the right. As he dodged the frontal bone blades, Lin Yuan's left hand opened its fingers and accurately grasped the neck of one of the shadow assassins in midair. Bang! A dull explosion sounded. Lin Yuan's left hand clenched tightly, and 70,000 kilograms of physical grip force crushed the neck vertebrae of the magical creature formed from dark attribute spiritual energy. The magical creature's body instantly disintegrated in midair, turning into a cloud of black mist. The other 2 shadow assassins' bone blades struck empty, their bodies propelled forward by inertia. Lin Yuan's right arm exerted force as he swung the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand. The pure black battle knife swept horizontally within the narrow vault passage, creating a physical wind pressure that dispersed the surrounding black mist. The black blade sliced through the air, cleaving the remaining two shadow assassins in half. At the moment of contact with the physical edge of the Starfall Bloodblade, the internal spiritual energy structures of their bodies were violently disrupted and directly vaporized. In the span of 3 seconds after the vault door opened, all 3 peak, 5-grade, special magical creatures were swiftly eliminated by Lin Yuan with one hand. He retracted the battle knife and stepped over the collapsed metal door, entering the vault. The barrage of comments in the live stream briefly paused at this moment before erupting with a flood of exclamation marks. Holding a 3,600-pound knife and slashing, while also being able to crush the shadow assassin's spiritual forms with bare hands. What kind of monster is he? The door is locked. No need for a key. Lin Yuan's method of opening doors is physical demolition. So brutal. I like it. The interior of the vault was vast. The spiritual energy explosion from 50 years ago had not affected this area. Rows of high-strength temperature-controlled safes were neatly arranged along the walls. Lin Yuan walked up to the nearest safe. His fingers grasped the metal handle, and with 70,000 kilograms of grip force, he directly tore off the fingerprint lock along with the handle. He pulled open the cabinet door. Inside there were no stacks of currency or gold. Instead, there was a whole row of sealed plant specimens in specially made crystal bottles. These specimens had maintained their vibrant colors even after 50 years. The bottles contained high-tier spiritual herbs that had long disappeared from the outside world. 5th-grade bone cleansing grass, 6th-grade fire lotus seeds. Su Qingxue walked up behind Lin Yuan, clearly seeing the items in the crystal bottles, and a flicker of emotion passed through her cold gaze. These ancient high-tier spiritual herbs were top-grade materials for refining 6th-grade or even 7th-grade pills. In auction houses in the outside world, each one fetched astronomical prices. Lin Yuan looked at these crystal bottles, his expression showing no change. He did not touch those bottles, but instead turned to look towards the innermost part of the vault. In the darkness, there an even larger and more violent wave of life energy was slowly awakening. The true guardian of the ruins vault was not just those few shadow assassins. In the first-floor hall of the abandoned United Spiritual Energy Bank, the collapsed deep-sea cold iron door lay smashed on the ground, the stirred dust yet to settle. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance of the vault passage holding the Starfall Bloodblade in one hand. His gaze pierced past rows of crystal safes filled with high-grade spiritual herbs, staring into the absolute darkness at the deepest part of the vault. A high-frequency vibration emanating from deep underground grew increasingly intense. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed within the sealed underground space. With each step, the load-bearing walls of the vault shook noticeably. Cement debris and rusty rebar fell from the ceiling, crashing onto the temperature-controlled cabinets below, producing a dull thud. Accompanying the footsteps, a pungent metallic stench mixed with the scent of rust surged forth from the darkness. A massive figure slowly emerged from the shadows, fully exposed to the faint light streaming in from outside. It was a 6th-grade peak special magical creature, the gold-eating mad ape, standing 15 meters tall. Unlike the flesh-and-blood creatures at the front lines of the abyss, this gold-eating mad ape had devoured a substantial amount of rare metal ores and spiritual energy coins stored within this bank vault over the past 50 years. Its body had undergone a mutation that fused mechanical and biological elements, covered entirely in a layer of dark golden metal armor measuring 20 centimeters thick. The armor had fused seamlessly with its flesh, its surface adorned with sharp metal barbs and scratches from friction. Its lantern-sized eyes emitted a frenzied crimson glow, and its robust arms hung down at its sides, massive metallic palms dragging along the ground, carving deep trenches into the floor. The overwhelming pressure of the 6th-grade peak caused the air density within the vault to rise sharply, making breathing exceedingly difficult. Su Qingxue stood 5 meters behind Lin Yuan. The silver longsword in her hand was completely enveloped in a thick layer of frost with peak-grade icy true energy, forming a distinct white vortex around her body. 6th-grade peak metallic mutant. Its physical defense far exceeds that of other creatures of the same grade. Su Qingxue quickly reported her observations. Its weakness should be at the joints of the armor seams. I can use icy true energy to slow its movement speed. No need, Lin Yuan replied calmly without a hint. He did not regard this 6th-grade peak beast with any fear. In the abyss, he could cleave through the hardened spatial organs of a 7th-grade void magic mantis. With sheer physical strength, this 20-centimeter thick metal armor held no capacity to obstruct the force of 70,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt tightly, his fingers pressing firmly against the rough surface of the blade. The gold-eating mad ape ahead sensed the unmasked killing intent radiating from Lin Yuan. It stood upright, its 15-meter-tall frame towering. Its metallic fists thumped forcefully against its dark golden chest. Bang, bang, bang. The dull and massive sound of metal clashing was deafening. The mad ape opened its mouth filled with steel teeth, releasing a thunderous roar. Its sturdy legs pushed off the vault floor with tremendous force, causing the high-strength composite stone slabs laid on the ground to shatter extensively. The gold-eating mad ape's massive body transformed into an out-of-control heavy metal bulldozer, crossing 30 meters in an instant, propelled by the kinetic energy to crush everything in its path, charging directly at Lin Yuan. Its right metallic fist raised high, enveloped in a thick layer of earthy yellow spiritual energy aura. It aimed to smash down on Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan did not retreat a single step, nor did he dodge sideways. His feet were firmly planted in place. Within his dantian, the dark blue 5-grade solid-state true energy crystal maintained a steady rotation, not releasing even a hint of true energy. Completely relying on the pure physical density of 70,000 kilograms, Lin Yuan's waist muscles contracted instantly, causing his upper body to lean back slightly. With both hands gripping the 3,600 heavy starfall bloodblade, he struck upwards with all his might against the descending metallic fist. Clang! A shrill sound of metal tearing erupted within the vault. Sparks exploded in the air, illuminating the entire dim space. The pure black blade, weighing 3,600 gene, collided brutally with the 20-centimeter thick, dark, golden metallic fist. 70,000 kilograms of explosive power surged through the blade. The spatial collapse property attached to the starfall blood blade activated upon contact. The proud mutated metal armor of the gold-eating mad ape was directly breached by this blow. The black blade sliced through the hard metallic shell, embedding deeply into the flesh and bones of the mad ape's right arm. The massive kinetic energy from the mad ape's charge was forcibly interrupted by this power. The immense recoil caused its 15-meter-tall body to topple backward. Roar! The mad ape let out a cry of pain. Its right arm's metal armor cracked, extensively dark red blood mixed with metal fragments gushing out. Lin Yuan's movements showed no signs of hesitation. He pulled back his battle blade using the recoil. His left leg stomped forcefully on the ground as his body leapt into the air. He directly leaped in front of the mad ape's broad metallic chest. Bang! Lin Yuan raised his right leg, delivering a swift and efficient knee strike directly against the armor on the mad ape's chest. The 6-grade density of his white, jade-like bones collided with the dark golden metal, creating a half-meter deep dent in the armor on the mad ape's chest. The mad ape's enormous body completely lost its balance, heavily toppling backward, crashing into rows of heavy metal safes at the back of the vault. Dozens of safes were crushed to pieces, with various paper documents and discarded instruments scattered across the ground. Lin Yuan flipped his body in midair, landing firmly on the massive chest of the raging ape. He held the starfall blood blade upside down in both hands. He did not employ the martial technique, sky-shattering thunder prison slash, but instead executed the simplest physical thrust. The battle blade, weighing 3,600 pounds, descended with the force of Lin Yuan's falling body, precisely targeting a gap in the armor on the raging ape's throat. With a pucci, the pure black wide blade pierced through the raging ape's throat without obstruction, severing its thick carotid artery and trachea, then directly penetrating the cervical vertebra behind. The tip of the blade was firmly embedded in the concrete floor below. The raging ape's limbs convulsed violently in midair for a moment. Its crimson eyes quickly lost their glimmer, ultimately becoming completely lifeless. From the beast's charge to Lin Yuan's direct confrontation that broke its defense, and finally to the blade that pinned it down, the entire process unfolded in less than 10 seconds. A 6th-tier peak mutated monster was subdued by pure physical violence. 2 miniature live-streaming drones hovered in midair, faithfully recording this scene. At that moment, the number of bullet comments in the live stream reached its highest peak since the broadcast began. I was left stunned. A 6th-tier peak metallic mutant was cleaved by him with a single stroke. This physical penetration is incredible. This isn't a dating show, it's simply Lin Yuan's personal showcase of physical slaughter. Su Qingxue didn't even draw her sword while standing in the back. Lin Yuan's statement, "Your only task is to keep up with my speed," wasn't an act of bravado. He genuinely didn't need any assistance. The system's mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Total online attention has surpassed 20 million. The audience is shocked by the extreme physical violence. The luck deprivation module is continuously converting. Gained 60,000 points of high-level vitality. The cellular activity of the physical body has slightly increased. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt with one hand and pulled the starfall blood blade from the raging ape's throat. He bent down and used the tip of the blade to search through the shattered skull of the raging ape, extracting a 6th-tier peak crystal core the size of an adult's fist, radiating a rich metallic sheen and earthy yellow spiritual energy. Lin Yuan turned and tossed the crystal core to Su Qingxue behind him. She raised her hand to catch it steadily. After securing the crystal core, she walked over to the crystal safes filled with high-level spiritual herbs. She opened her specially designed preservation collection box and skillfully transferred precious materials such as 5th-tier cleansing marrow grass and 6th-tier fire lotus seeds from the crystal bottles into the collection box. These resources could not only be exchanged for a substantial amount of martial arts points, but were also core materials for refining high-level pills to be brought back to school after the competition. Lin Yuan paid no attention to Su Qingxue's collection work. Carrying the battle blade, he walked to the crushed remains of the safes behind the raging ape's corpse. Amidst a pile of twisted metal debris, Lin Yuan spotted a uniquely shaped silver-gray metal box. This box had not been crushed by the massive body of the raging ape. Its surface not only showed no signs of rust, but also emitted a faint spatial fluctuation. Lin Yuan stepped forward and bent down to pick up the metal box. It had no lock and its surroundings were a completely sealed, seamless welding structure. Lin Yuan held the box with both hands exerting force with his fingers. A grip strength of 70,000 kilograms was directly applied to the top and bottom of the metal box. Gotsi! Under the intense physical pressure, the high-strength alloy material twisted. A crack burst open on the side of the box. Lin Yuan yanked outward with both hands, forcibly tearing the metal box in half. Inside the box lay a multifaceted crystal stone only the size of a baby's fist, presenting a deep dark color. It was a high-level spatial folding ore. This is a top-tier strategic resource that can only be produced in small quantities in the core areas of abyssal fissures. It is a core material for forging glass weapons with spatial attributes, and an excellent auxiliary item for high-level martial artists to comprehend spatial laws. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The value of this, or even surpassed, that of the 6th-tier peak Raging Ape's crystal core. He directly stowed the spatial ore into his tactical pocket. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue had already finished collecting all the high-level spiritual herbs. She secured the collection box on her back and approached Lin Yuan while holding the silver sword. "I've got everything," Su Qingxue reported. "Let's go. Let's move on to the next target." Lin Yuan wasted no time. He slung the battle blade over his shoulder and turned to walk towards the entrance of the vault. The two left the abandoned United Spiritual Energy Bank building, one in front and the other behind. At this moment, 4 hours had passed since the combat zone was live-streamed. The data on the scoreboards on Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue's wristbands welcomed a new round of updates. First place, Lin Yuan Su Qingxue. Martial arts points, 5,600. Popularity points, 68 million. This score topped both leaderboards, far surpassing all other teams. In stark contrast was the second-ranked team. In an abandoned underground subway station, Xiao Chun held a long sword in his left hand, and with one swing decapitated a 4th-tier low-level burrowing rat. His gray tactical uniform was stained with dirt and dark green rat blood, and his previously meticulously styled hair had become somewhat disheveled. Lu Ruan stood in a safe area in the distance, holding a wet tissue, feigning concern. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and raised his left hand to look at the screen on his wristband. When he saw Lin Yuan's staggering 5,600 martial arts points and nearly 70 million popularity points, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. His points had only just reached 1,200. During these 4 hours, he had been searching for monsters in the subway tunnels with Lu Ruan. Yet all they encountered were low-tier creatures of the 3rd and 4th tiers. His efficiency in one-handed combat was already low, and he had to maintain composure in front of the camera, progressing at a snail's pace. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan swept through the high-score areas with an unreasonable, straightforward approach. "Brother Xiao Chun," Lu Ruan stepped forward, her voice laced with urgency. "Our points have fallen too far behind the team from Magic Martial. The popularity in the live stream is also declining. Many viewers have gone to watch Lin Yuan instead." Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, his remaining left hand tightly gripping the sword hilt. "The low-tier monsters in the perimeter aren't even enough to fill a gap in my teeth." Xiao Chun's gaze turned cold and twisted. "Let's head to the ruin center. The first wave of A-class airdrop supply boxes will be deployed there soon. Acquiring the high-level material cards in the supply boxes will yield 3,000 points in one go. I want to see if Lin Yuan dares to rush into the central area to compete." Xiao Chun disregarded the dirt on him and strode confidently towards the depths of the subway tunnel. Lu Ruan hurriedly followed. The sky above the wasteland ruins grew darker. In the afternoon, thick fog enveloped the dilapidated city streets. 50 groups of participants launched into the first round of resource plundering in the combat zone. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue advanced steadily towards the city's central area, using an absolutely hardcore physical push strategy. All obstacles in their path would be ruthlessly ground into powder by that 3,600-pound pure black. At the center of the wasteland, the once municipal square has been completely enveloped by dense dark purple mutated shrubs. In the middle of the originally spacious fountain square, a broken flagpole jutted at an angle toward the sky. Due to years of corrosion from acid rain, the surface of the metal flagpole was covered in dark red rust. Lin Yuan carried the Starfall blood blade wrapped in black cloth on one shoulder, while his military boots made a faint muffled sound as they trod on the soft decaying soil. Su Qingxue followed closely behind him at an angle, maintaining a tactical distance of 3 meters between them. The silver longsword in her hand was not sheathed, its tip pointed slightly toward the ground, as faint traces of extreme cold chi condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air, only to dissipate rapidly. Airdrop warning in 3 minutes. Su Qingxue lifted her fair wrist to glance at the countdown on her tactical wristband. Her voice resonated clearly in the empty square. As this area was the core of the combat zone, many subtle fluctuations of chi and blood had begun to shift within the towering abandoned office buildings around them. Lin Yuan halted his steps. He unstrapped the battle blade from his back and stood it upright in front of him. The 3,600 pounds of dead weight directly snapped a piece of dry wood beneath his feet. Lin Yuan placed his hands atop the hilt of the blade, the deep blue tactical vest clinging to his alabaster skin, revealing the rippling of his densely packed muscles. There are a total of 6 teams approaching here. Lin Yuan did not turn around. His perception, enhanced by the quintessence of solidified qi, had already covered a radius of 500 meters. At that moment, the layer of gloomy gray mist above was suddenly torn apart by a violent airflow. A piercing sonic boom sliced through the sky. A circular alloy container approximately 3 meters in diameter descended straight from the heights, its rear emitting a pale blue plasma flame for deceleration accompanied by a heavy physical whistling sound. Boom. The alloy container crashed heavily onto the empty ground at the center of the square. The enormous shockwave from the impact uprooted large swathes of mutated shrubs, sending dust and dead leaves swirling in all directions. The ground was smashed into a circular pit 2 meters deep, with splintered stones ricocheting off the walls of the abandoned buildings, creating a series of dense crashing sounds. Ding! The first wave of a grade airdrop supply boxes has been positioned. Coordinates center of the municipal square. All participants' tactical wristbands emitted a crisp notification sound simultaneously. The previously concealed fluctuations of qi and blood in the surrounding ruins suddenly became exceedingly violent. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of figures leaped out from the windows of the abandoned office buildings on both sides. They landed swiftly at the edge of the square, stepping on broken balconies and rusted air conditioning units. The first to appear was the battle team from Bwood University. Leading them was a burly boy with a face full of muscle, wielding a pair of heavy tungsten steel hammers. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th rank, with earthy yellow liquid qi swirling around his body, exuding a sense of overwhelming physical pressure. Immediately after, Xiao Chun ran out from the direction of the subway station exit, accompanied by Lu Rian. His right hand was still bandaged, and he held a heavy sword in his left hand. After running at full speed, his breathing was slightly hurried and his eyes were filled with a twisted desire for competition. Lin Yuan, you can't consume everything in that box by yourself. The boy from Bwood University, wielding the twin hammers, stepped forward with large strides, causing the hammers to clang against each other in midair, producing a deafening metallic roar. His name was Lei Shan, renowned for his formidable strength at Bwood University. Lin Yuan looked at the 6 teams gradually surrounding him, his expression betraying no sign of fluctuation. He released his hands from the hilt of the blade, gripping the handle of the Starfall Bloodblade with his right hand. The items are in the pit. Whoever wants them can go get them themselves. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, devoid of any provocative undertones, yet in this intensely tense atmosphere, such calmness itself was a tremendous act of disdain. Xiao Chun stood to the side of the crowd, gripping the sword hilt tightly with his left hand. Watching Lin Yuan's relaxed demeanor, the pain from the fracture in his wrist surged through his body once more. Everyone, Lin Yuan and Su Kings's points have distanced themselves from us too much. If they obtain this supply box, there's no need to continue the rest of the competition. Xiao Chun surveyed the surrounding teams, his voice low and cold. Why don't we join forces to clear the field, eliminate them from the competition, and then divide the remaining items based on our abilities? This proposal was immediately met with tacit agreement from several other teams. In the face of absolute interest, the once competitive squads swiftly formed a temporary alliance. 12 talented students at the 5th rank of Marshal General surrounded Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue from all directions. Various attributes of true energy illuminated the dim square. The scorching heat of fire, the sharpness of wind, and the heaviness of earth compressed the air, creating a buzzing sound. The barrage in the live stream exploded at this moment. What the heck? A gang attack? Is this what they call the style of prestigious schools? This is too shameless. 12 against 2. Xiao Chun truly had no sense of shame. Lin Yuan is in danger this time. A pair of fists cannot rival 4 hands. Among them are 12 5th-rank martial generals, including Lei Shan, a peak powerhouse. Look at Su, the school beauty. She is already gathering her strength. If they win this fight, Lin Yuan's reputation will truly soar to divine heights. Lin Yuan felt the oppressive aura of true energy intertwining in the surrounding air. The dark blue 5th rank, solid true energy crystal within him began to spin rapidly. Su Qingxue, retreat 30 meters. Lin Yuan issued the command. Su Qingxue did not hesitate. She understood Lin Yuan's battle style. She gracefully flew back, holding her silver long sword horizontally. The extreme cold true energy of her peak 5th rank spread beneath her feet, freezing a thick layer of white frost on the ground's edge, preventing other teams from launching long-range attacks. Lin Yuan, since you seek death, don't blame us. Lei Shan yelled, taking the lead in attacking. He kicked off the ground with great force, his entire weight combined with the earthy protective true energy charging towards Lin Yuan like a cannonball. The tungsten steel hammers in his hand slammed towards Lin Yuan's head with overwhelming force. At the same time, the ranged warriors from 2 other teams also launched their attacks. Several blades of wind and fiery arrows sealed off all of Lin Yuan's escape routes. Lin Yuan stood his ground, his feet not moving an inch. His right hand held the 3.60-pound Starfall Bloodblade. The muscles beneath his white, jade-like skin tensed up abruptly. 70,000 kilograms of pure physical explosive power was unleashed through his grasp at that moment. He did not employ any complex martial techniques, merely executing a simple horizontal sweep. The pure black battle blade traced a perfect semicircle through the air. Whoosh! That was the low-frequency sound wave generated by the air, violently displaced in an instant. Due to the speed of the blade, the air molecules in front of the blade were compressed to the extreme, creating a visible, transparent ripple. Before Lei Shan's tungsten steel hammers even grazed the hem of Lin Yuan's clothes, they first collided with this terrifying physical pressure. Bang! A dull crashing sound echoed. Lei Shan felt as if his hammers had struck a supersonic reinforced concrete wall. The layer of earthy liquid defensive true energy on his body did not withstand even a fraction of a second against this unreasonable physical sweep. It was directly shattered. The pair of tungsten steel hammers weighing 100 pounds each were directly swept by Lin Yuan's battle blade. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal distortion, the tungsten hammerheads were actually flattened by the Starfall blood blade. Lei Shan's entire body was like a tennis ball struck by a racket, his massive figure tracing a straight line through the air, directly smashing into a discarded power pole at the edge of the square, and then crashing heavily into the lobby of a building. The lobby's load-bearing wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying Lei Shan in the rubble. The residual force of Lin Yuan's strike had not dissipated. The fierce wind pressure generated by the sweep shattered the fiery arrows and wind blades aimed at him in midair. The 10 warriors who had originally surrounded him were swept by this extremely violent gust. Without the substantial physical resistance of Lei Shan, they slid back clumsily for more than 10 meters, their weapons sparking as they scraped the ground, barely managing to steady themselves. The center of the square fell into a deathly silence once more. Only the heavy sound of the alloy airdrop box emitting puffs of white smoke could be heard. Lin Yuan held his blade with one hand. His figure stood tall, the black tactical vest fluttering gently in the wind. At that moment, 70,000 kilograms of physical power instilled the most direct and primal fear in everyone. "Is there anyone else who wants to team up to clear the field?" Lin Yuan asked calmly. Xiao Qin's left hand holding the heavy sword trembled violently. He looked in the direction where Lei Shan had just been sent flying, his throat feeling as though it was blocked by a chunk of ice. He had originally thought that uniting so many people would at least exhaust Lin Yuan's true energy, but he did not expect that Lin Yuan hadn't even used his true energy. With just a single strike, he had rendered the strongest individual of Beewood University incapacitated. The popularity in the live stream skyrocketed to 80 million in that instant. One strike. Just one strike. Lei Shan couldn't even withstand the back of his blade. That was tungsten steel. It was flattened. This power data must be cheating. What is Lin Yuan's body even made of? Is he really a 5th-rank martial general? I don't see any 6th-rank martial commander being this exaggerated. It's too hard. Really too hardcore. Sue, the school beauty, is behind creating an ice shield. It turns out to prevent herself from being cut down by her teammates' blade wind. The system's notification sound flooded Lin Yuan's mind. Popularity points have broken through the 100 million mark. Pillage mechanism determined single physical crushing created a massive shock effect. Reward high-level vitality points of 100,000. Reward power amplification. Permanent passive physical attacks carry a 20 gravity suppression effect. Lin Yuan felt a slight tremor in the true energy crystal within his dantian. A new sense of gravity surged through his meridians into his palm. He stepped towards the pit, emitting white smoke. The remaining 10 warriors stood frozen in place, gripping their weapons. They watched Lin Yuan's back, each pair of eyes filled with intense trepidation. Although they had the numerical advantage, not one dared to take the first step. The physical density displayed by Lin Yuan's strike had thoroughly shattered their fighting spirit. At this moment, this reality dating show, which should have been filled with a pink and ambiguous atmosphere, was completely transformed into Lin Yuan's absolute dominion with a single stroke. Lin Yuan approached the alloy airdrop box, casually waving his left hand. Creak. The 5-centimeter thick alloy hatch was pried open by him with one hand. Inside the chamber, several special resource packs, emitting a faint purple light, lay quietly within. These resource packs contained not only high-value point cards, but also truly exceptional items that had leaked from the internal treasury of the capital. High-grade spiritual liquid capable of washing marrow and bones. Lin Yuan did not glance at the competitors behind him. He casually grabbed a resource pack and turned to throw it to Su Qingxue, who was standing behind. Catch. His voice remained calm. In this ruined square filled with hundreds of cameras, he was using a brutally straightforward manner to show the online audience what true high martial violent aesthetics were. In the municipal square of the wasteland, the smoke and dust gradually settled in the gentle breeze. Lin Yuan single-handedly carried the forcibly dismantled alloy airdrop box, casually tossing it onto the shattered granite pavement. The crisp sound of the alloy striking the ground was particularly jarring in the silent square. Behind him, Su Qingxue had already carefully stored the mid-level 6th-grade crystal core and the resource package Lin Yuan had tossed over. She stepped onto the frost-covered ground and walked to Lin Yuan's side. The resource package contains a bottle of earth vein purple essence and a martial arts points card worth 3,000 points. Su Qingxue glanced at the numbers flashing on her tactical wristband, her voice calm. With the points from the kill just now, our martial arts points have now surpassed 10,000. The second-ranked Xiao Qin's group currently only has 1,500 points. Lin Yuan nodded. The earth vein purple essence was worth at least tens of millions of daxia coins in the black market. It greatly enhances the flexibility of a warrior's meridians and is an essential auxiliary medicine for breaking through the 6th-grade martial commander realm, allowing one to withstand stronger true energy explosions. However, he did not show much enthusiasm. His meridians honed day and night by advanced hardening and 5th-grade solidified true energy crystals had long surpassed those of an average 6th-grade martial commander, even approaching that of a 7th-grade master. You take the points card and just drink the purple essence directly, there's no need to save it. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at Su Qingxue. His gaze was cold and direct. In this dating show site filled with cameras, he displayed no facade of gentlemanly demeanor. This distribution method was purely based on maximizing combat power. Su Qingxue was slightly taken aback, but then nodded. She did not refuse. Before the drone's camera, she directly activated the vial and drank the exquisite spiritual liquid that emanated a faint purple glow. A surge of spiritual energy erupted within her body, and her dantian, which had felt somewhat empty due to the earlier outburst of frost sword chi, was almost instantly restored to fullness, with even a hint of cracks appearing in that heavy bottleneck. This scene triggered another wave of excitement in the live stream chat. While Lin Yuan is really ruthless, he just gave away his spiritual liquid worth tens of millions without a blink. Does he really want Su the campus beauty to grow stronger to keep up with his demolition speed? This kind of I handle the conquest you handle getting stronger hardcore romance really has me hooked. Everyone look at Xiao Chen's face. He's staring at that airdrop spiritual liquid, nearly drooling, while Lin Yuan just gives it to his teammate Ha. The system's notification sound echoed again in Lin Yuan's mind. Popularity points continue to rise. Current attention, 95 million. Plundering Judgment, the host demonstrated extreme resource control and absolute combat deterrence. Reward high-level vitality points of 50,000 with strength amplification passive effect increased to 25. Lin Yuan felt the power in his right hand gripping the Starfall Bloodblade, strengthening further. Every fiber of his muscles seemed to become denser under this conversion of popularity, evolving even towards some unknown liquid metal state. Rest is over. Next stop, the heart of the city. Lin Yuan hoisted the 3,600 gene war knife back onto his shoulder, the black blade gleaming with a chilling light in the dim surroundings. He paid no heed to the wary gazes lurking in the shadows of the ruins in the distance. To him, these so-called national geniuses were no different from the rubble by the roadside, as long as they did not obstruct his path. The two followed the north side of the square's fissure, officially entering the most core area of the ruins. The mutated vines had transformed from dark purple to a strange dark red. Between the abandoned high-rises, countless gigantic spider webs, each over a meter in diameter, were entangled. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was frighteningly high, but mixed with a strong corrosive and violent aura. On the ground, broken remnants of heavy mechas could be seen from time to time. These were the last traces of resistance left when the city fell 50 years ago, now completely consumed by rust. Roar. A deep roar with strong physical penetration emanated from the interior of a relatively intact financial tower ahead. The roar caused visible tremors in the air, instantly dispersing the dense fog that had been lingering around. The silver longsword in Su Qingxue's hand emitted a faint ringing sound, a natural response of the spiritual weapon, sensing a high-level threat. Peak 6th grade, or perhaps a fluctuation of half-step 7th grade. Su Qingxue's expression grew serious as she held her sword horizontally in front of her chest. The fluctuation is coming from the hall on the first floor of that building. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. He not only sensed the aura of the magical beast, but also detected that on the flank of that building 3 groups with strong auras were quietly surrounding the center, using the remnants of walls for cover. One of the auras belonged to Lei Shan, who had just been pushed back by a gust of wind. He seemed to have consumed some powerful recovery potion, although his injuries were not fully healed, his blood energy fluctuations had become even more violent. Xiao Chun Lei Shan. It seems they want to launch a final ambush in the central area. Su Qingxue snorted coldly. Lin Yuan's expression remained emotionless. He gripped the hilt of the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand and slowly lowered the war knife from his shoulder. They think that numbers and the environment can make up for the absolute gap in physical strength. Lin Yuan gazed at the pitch-black entrance of the building ahead, his tone as cold as ice. Since they want to see, let them see what true clearing the Forbidden Zone looks like. Lin Yuan made no effort to conceal his movements, directly stepping on the rubble scattered on the ground as he walked towards the building. With each step, the solidified true energy and 70,000 kilograms of brute force created a 1-meter-wide deep pit in the ground. This domineering approach was like ringing the death knell for the magical beasts in the wilderness. In the shadows of the first floor of the building, a abyss-hell dragon beast covered in dark golden scales, and with eyes as large as blood pools, slowly opened its eyes. At the same time, hiding in the ruins on the flank, Xiao Chun tightly gripped the heavy sword with his left hand. All groups prepare. As soon as he collides with that hell dragon beast, everyone should encircle with all their strength. Whether it is Lin Yuan or Su Qingxue this time, they must be completely eliminated from this show in front of the national audience. Xiao Chen's voice was transmitted through encrypted communication to the ears of several other team leaders. A great battle was about to unfold. At this moment, the real-time viewership numbers in the live stream officially surpassed 100 million. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the most intense physical collision since the start of this hardcore dating show. The dark red mutated vines entwined around the facade of the Daxia United Financial Building, exuding a nauseating stench of blood amidst the dim fog that enveloped the 50-story structure. Lin Yuan lifted the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand, his military boots crunching on the cracked marble stairs. The black tactical vest on his body clung tightly to his dense muscle contours, while his alabaster arms stood out starkly against the dark red backdrop. He made no tactical evasive maneuvers, directly walking through the violently shattered sensor glass doors into the lobby. The lobby was vast, the once luxurious crystal chandelier long fallen and shattered into fragments. Dried dark purple bloodstains and half-meter-deep claw marks marred the surrounding walls. At the center of the lobby lay the Abyss Hell Dragon Beast, a creature over 20 meters long. Its shape was a hybrid between a giant lizard and a western dragon, its entire body covered with a layer of dark golden scales deeper than obsidian. The edges of each scale bore tiny serrations glistening with metallic sheen in the faint light. A row of bone spikes stood atop its back, and the end of its tail was a heavy mace lined with sharp spikes. The dragon beast's blood-red vertical pupils, each over half a meter in diameter, were locked onto Lin Yuan. Its thick forelimbs resembling stone pillars suddenly scraped across the marble floor, plowing deep grooves as a strong scent of sulfur pervaded the air. Roar! The dragon beast emitted a low growl once more. A circle of visible translucent sound waves erupted from its mouth, distorting dozens of metal consultation tables in its path, which were then sent crashing against the walls as scrap metal. Lin Yuan stood his ground, holding the Starfall Bloodblade horizontally in front of him. He did not activate the 5th-grade solid true chi within him. The density of his pure flesh, weighing 70,000 kilograms, anchored him like a steel pillar rooted deep in the earth against the sonic impact. The sound waves capable of causing ordinary 5th-grade martial generals to bleed from their orifices swept over Lin Yuan's body, with only a dull thud, not even ruffling the edges of his clothing. Su Qingxue held the door. Lin Yuan turned his head and issued a command to Su Qingxue behind him. His tone was cold and brooked no dissent. In this impending physical collision, he needed no long-range support. He merely required Su Qingxue to block the rabble attempting to take advantage. Understood. Su Qingxue had no further words. Her cold gaze swept over the indistinct shadows on the flanks, and she raised her silver longsword. A wave of extreme cold true chi rapidly spread from her feet. Extreme cold sword domain seal. In an instant, all exits on the first floor of the building were completely sealed by a layer of pale blue ice a meter thick. The white cold mist rose at the edges of the lobby, isolating the interior from the ruins outside. This maneuver effectively thwarted the plans of Xiao Chun and Lei Shan, who sought to ambush from the sides. In the live broadcast room, this domineering two-person lockdown behavior caused the barrage of comments to double once. Lin Yuan intends to challenge the half-step 7th-grade dragon beast, while Su Shuahua directly helps him seal the door and cover his back. You go and kill with peace of mind, I've got your back. This plot is so satisfying to watch. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. He held the 3,600 gene heavy Starfall Bloodblade tightly. Lin Yuan forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot. Boom. The marble floor turned to dust in that instant as Lin Yuan transformed into a blue-black blur, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, charging directly at the dragon beast. The dragon beast sensed this extreme physical threat. Its 10-meter-long heavy mace swung through the air in a lethal arc, carrying terrifying kinetic energy as it aimed to strike Lin Yuan in the waist. Lin Yuan was suspended in midair, making no evasive moves. He gripped his blade with both hands, channeling the explosive force of 70,000 kilograms from his waist, delivering a horizontal slash. Shattered Sky Thunder Prison Slash, second style mountain break. The pure black heavy blade collided fiercely with the spiked heavy mace. Dong! A tremendous sound erupted in the lobby. The shockwave from the impact radiated in a circular pattern, causing the few remaining load-bearing columns in the center of the lobby to crack with numerous fissures. The dragon beast's tail, weighing several tons, surprisingly rebounded upon contact with the Starfall Bloodblade, due to an unreasonable force. The few bone spikes on the mace could not withstand such extreme, localized violence, and shattered, flying off. The massive body of the dragon beast lost balance due to the recoil. Lin Yuan, propelled by the tremendous inertia, flipped backward in midair. He leveraged off the beast's back, forcibly twisting his body, gripping the blade tightly, and with the force of his descent swung down towards the dragon beast's neck scales. The dragon beast reacted swiftly. The row of bone spikes on its back glowed with dark red light, forming a dense water attribute defensive barrier on the surface of its scales. Break! Lin Yuan squeezed out a cold syllable from his throat. The 3,600 gene battle blade, infused with the fragmented sky attribute of the 5th-grade solid true chi, struck fiercely against the barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered instantaneously upon encountering the edge of the black blade's spatial cutting line. The blade sliced through the 3-centimeter thick dark golden scales, as if cutting through bamboo that cut smooth as a mirror. Scarlet dragon blood spurted forth. Roar! The hell dragon beast let out an enraged cry of pain. It slammed its massive foreclaw onto the ground, rotating its body 180 degrees, opening its gigantic mouth lined with serrated teeth, and a blinding firelight ignited deep within its throat. A ball of abyss dragon flame, mixed with a high concentration of sulfur, was aimed directly at Lin Yuan's face from less than a meter away. The intense heat instantly drained the surrounding air. Thunder Prison battle armor materialize. Lin Yuan's mind focused as the deep blue physical true chi armor enveloped him completely. He did not flinch. In the face of the fire pillar hot enough to vaporize steel, Lin Yuan pushed forward, taking a step against the tremendous force. The surface of the materialized thunder prison battle armor flashed with electric patterns under the extreme heat. Lin Yuan's alabaster skin felt no burning sensation within the armor. Facing the dragon beast's gaping maw, he gripped the blade with both hands and thrust it forward with all his might. The tip of the battle blade, imbued with highly condensed thunder attributes, pierced deep into the throat of the dragon beast that was exhaling flames. PSH'd. The blade pierced through the upper jaw of the dragon beast, directly puncturing its cerebral cortex. The raging fifth-grade solid true chi exploded within the beast's skull. The massive body of the dragon beast stiffened violently for a second, then a torrent of black smoke and blood gushed out from its mouth and nose. Its dragon flame breath was completely extinguished, and the light within its blood-red vertical pupils quickly dimmed. Boom. The 20-meter-long abyss-held dragon beast crashed heavily into the wreckage of the lobby. The tremor of the earth caused the entire financial building to tilt slightly. Lin Yuan stood atop the dragon beast's head, forcefully pulling out the starfall blood blade embedded within. The blade left a mournful arc as he grasped the air with one hand. A 6th-grade pinnacle crystal core over 20 centimeters in diameter and exhibiting a dark golden color with dark red patterns was violently extracted from the dragon beast's brain, landing steadily in his left hand. The system's voice resonated in his mind at that moment. Popularity points exceed 200 million. The entire network is plunged into absolute frenzy. Plunder mechanism triggers top-level critical strike, vitality increases by 200,000 points. Gain dragon beast dread passive. Host's flesh density officially breaks through 80,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan stood atop the dragon beast's corpse, feeling the power within him boiling once again. He raised his head, gazing through the thick layer of ice toward Xiao Chun and the others who were anxiously pacing outside the building. Gather your things. It's time to clear out those fish waiting to die outside. Lin Yuan turned to Su Qingxue, his tone calm, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Su Qingxue nodded slightly. She sheathed her longsword, approached the corpse, and skillfully began to cut and pack the most valuable materials from the half-step 7th-grade monster. At that moment, the live broadcast room displayed nothing but two figures, one tall and one short, one black and one white, standing at the very center of the ruins, emanating an absolute suppression that made the entire combat zone tremble. At the edge of the lobby on the first floor of the Daxia United Financial Building, a thick ice wall formed from the 5th-grade pinnacle extreme, cold true chi of Su Qingxue stood firm against the shattered glass sensor doors. The pale blue solid ice, towering 2 meters high and 1 meter thick, emitted a bone-chilling white mist, completely dividing the interior and exterior of the lobby into two worlds. Sunlight could not penetrate the heavy gray fog overhead, casting a dim light over the ruins. Crack! A crisp and jarring sound of shattering echoed through the silent street. On the outermost side of the ice wall, a white crack suddenly appeared, curving inward. Immediately after, an extremely sharp golden sword light pierced through the ice layer, forcibly carving a 3-foot-long gash into the surface of the solid ice. Xiao Qin stood outside the ice wall, his right arm wrapped in thick nano repair plaster, suspended in front of his chest by a white medical bandage. His remaining left hand tightly gripped a customized heavy longsword. The 6th-grade martial commander, initial stage Gung Jin True Chi, surged wildly across his body, slicing through the surrounding air with a faint whistling sound. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chopping at such a dense, extreme cold ice wall with one hand was exhausting his true chi substantially. Leishan, this woman's ice true chi density is very high. I can't break through quickly on my own. Let's work together. Xiao Chun turned his head and shouted at Leishan, who stood nearby with a pair of tungsten steel hammers. A flicker of malice flashed across Leishan's beefy face. The earthy yellow liquid true chi enveloping his body suddenly swelled, and his arm muscles bulged. He took 2 large strides forward, his heavy military boots leaving 2 deep imprints on the asphalt road. Break! Leishan roared, swinging the pair of tungsten steel hammers weighing 100 pounds, each bringing down an overwhelming force as they struck fiercely at the gash Xiao Chun had just made. Boom! The deafening sound of the physical impact reverberated through the empty, ruin-filled street. The 1-meter-thick ice wall could no longer withstand such violent destruction, rapidly cracking outward from the point of impact. Accompanied by a continuous sound of collapse, the entire pale blue ice wall shattered into countless crystal-clear ice fragments, wildly splattering onto the marble floor inside the building. The icy mist spread in all directions, then was slowly blown away by the sea breeze. Leading 4 battle teams, a total of 8 5th-grade and above genius martial artists, stood on the ground littered with shattered ice, forming a semicircular encirclement as they stepped into the lobby on the first floor. The air inside the lobby still carried an intense sulfur smell and a pungent scent of blood. The footsteps of the 8 paused simultaneously the moment they entered the lobby. Their gazes swept past the scattered debris and the wrecked metal consultation desks, locking onto the center of the lobby. There lay the massive corpse of a 20-meter-long demonic beast. The dark, golden heavy scales of the abyss hell dragon beast were soaked in blood, its enormous head drooping lifelessly on the floor, with a deep penetrating wound in its throat, dark red blood oozing out. Above the dragon beast's massive head, Lin Yuan stood tall, wearing a black sleeveless tactical vest. He held the Starfall Bloodblade weighing 3,600 pounds inverted in one hand, the pure black blade tip resting on the dragon beast's scales. His white jade-like arms emitted no true chi glow, only the perfect dense lines of his tightened muscles. Su Qingxue stood 5 meters behind Lin Yuan on the ground, holding a tactical collection box filled with high-grade materials in one hand and a silver longsword in the other, her cold gaze calmly observing the 8 individuals who had entered the lobby. 2 miniature live broadcast drones hovered at a height of 10 meters diagonally above Lin Yuan, their high-precision cameras synchronizing this visually striking scene in real time across major live streaming platforms. Xiao Qin's left hand gripping the heavy sword involuntarily trembled. He looked at the corpse of the half-step 7th grade hell dragon beast, then at Lin Yuan, whose black vest was barely dusted with jealousy and fear intertwining deep in his eyes, nearly materializing. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tremor in his heart, and stepped forward half a step. Lin Yuan, Su Qing. This hell dragon beast is a public high-grade resource from the core area of the wild ruins. Xiao Qin's voice clearly transmitted across the internet through the drone's microphone. You two have monopolized all the high-grade materials and 6th grade pinnacle crystal cores, which violates the sharing principle of the competition. Xiao Qin paused, trying to regain his moral high ground as a prodigy of Kyoto before the camera. Hand over half of the materials and crystal cores, and we can let you safely exit this building. Otherwise, to ensure the fairness of the competition, we 8 can only forcibly eliminate you here. The lobby fell into a brief silence. Lin Yuan stood atop the dragon beast's head, looking down at Xiao Qin. His expression showed no turbulence, his gaze as indifferent as if he were staring at a pile of rubble. He did not refute nor explain what fairness was. Slowly, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, lifting the inverted starfall. The 3,600-pound heavy warblade was slung horizontally over his right shoulder. The blade's back rested on his solid muscles without causing any movement in his body. Sharing principle. Lin Yuan's voice finally rang out in the lobby, steady and deep, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Only those who survive in the abyss frontline are qualified to talk about distribution. You waited outside for half an hour watching me kill this demonic beast, and now you come in to talk to me about principles? Lin Yuan's words were blunt and ruthless, tearing apart the hypocritical facade of this group, wanting to play the role of the clever one behind the scenes. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room erupted at this moment. The emotions of 300 million online viewers were ignited by Lin Yuan's absolutely hardcore remarks. Well said. Lin Yuan directly calls them out. What nonsense sharing principle. If you have the ability, go kill that dragon beast yourself. Xiao Qin's operation is really off-putting. Staying outside, breaking the ice while fighting the boss, then coming out to reason after the boss is dead. Does he think all the online viewers are blind? Is this the charm of reality dating shows? While others are flirting in front of the camera, Lin Yuan is teaching this bunch of young masters a lesson. I declare that Lin Yuan, a straightforward brute who only recognizes physical truth, paired with Su Qingxue, a quiet yet fierce ice gold swordswoman, is definitely the strongest CP of this year's reality dating show. I ship this duo. 8 against 2. Lin Yuan just finished cutting the dragon beast. His stamina must be greatly depleted. All 8 of them are expert fighters above the 5th grade. Can he hold on? Inside the lobby, Laishan's temper was ignited by Lin Yuan's merciless mockery. Don't waste your breath with him. He just killed a 6th grade peak dragon beast, and his true energy must be completely exhausted. He's just putting on a brave front now. Lei Shan swung his pair of deformed tungsten steel hammers, and the earthy true energy around him formed a thick rock armor. Everyone charged together. Let's take back our points. Lei Shan roared, pushing off forcefully against the damaged marble floor. The explosive power developed under 20 times gravity transformed his massive body into a heavy cannonball. With overwhelming momentum, he charged straight towards Lin Yuan, who was on the corpse of the dragon beast. The remaining 6 team members also activated their movements simultaneously. Fire, wind, and water attribute true energies intertwined, forming a gigantic energy net that was colorful yet filled with deadly intent, sealing all of Lin Yuan's escape routes. Your opponent is me. Su Qingxue's cold voice echoed in the hall. Her figure transformed into a beam of white cold light, reflecting an incredible and bizarre path in midair, directly intercepting the charging Lei Shan. The silver long sword swung, unleashing the peak frost true energy of the 5th grade without holding back. Frost sword domain freeze for 3,000 miles. Numerous ice blue sword energies crisscrossed, instantly condensing sharp ice spikes around Lei Shan. The extremely low temperature caused the operation speed of Lei Shan's earthy true energy to greatly slow down. Forced to swing his hammers, Lei Shan shattered the ice spikes closing in on him, but his advance was forcibly halted. With her alone, Su Qingxue dragged Lei Shan and 2 other 5th grade martial artists, attempting to encircle from the side deep into her sword domain. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stood atop the dragon beast's corpse, facing the charging Xiao Qin and 3 other peak 5th grade elite martial artists. Within his dantian, the dark blue 5th grade solid true energy crystal trembled slightly. the terrifying physical strength having just surpassed 80,000 kilograms transmitted through his spine to every muscle fiber and 6th-grade density bones throughout his body. Purple-blue veins bulged beneath his white skin. Lin Yuan made no move to draw his sword. He simply released his grip on the hilt, allowing the wide blade of the Starfall blood blade to slide down his shoulder under gravity. Thud! The 3,600-pound battle blade pierced vertically into the hard skull of the Hell Dragon beast standing firmly beside him. Xiao Chun was filled with wild joy as he saw Lin Yuan abandon his weapon at that moment. Seeking death. Xiao Chun tightly grasped his heavy sword with his left hand, compressing his 6th-grade gung metal true energy onto the blade. He leaped high, striking downwards towards Lin Yuan's forehead with all his might. The golden sword light drew a long shadow in the air. The sword edge was less than half a meter from Lin Yuan's forehead. Lin Yuan raised his left hand. His white, jade-like left hand opened, fingers moving faster than the eye could capture, creating a blurred afterimage. He did not try to block the sharp blade, nor evade sideways. Lin Yuan's left hand precisely grabbed the spine of Xiao Chen's heavy sword in midair. Clang! A dull, heavy sound of physical collision resonated. Xiao Chen's carefully prepared 6th-grade gung metal true energy upon contact with Lin Yuan's palm felt as if it had crashed into a solid deep-sea silver mine. The high-density sharp, true energy exploded and dissipated in the air, turning into specks of golden light that vanished. Lin Yuan tightened his fingers, causing his knuckles to emit a faint cracking sound. The terrifying 80,000 kilograms of physical grip was unreservedly applied to the forged steel blade. Creak! A sound of painful metal distortion echoed throughout the hall. Xiao Chen's expensive custom heavy sword was directly crushed by Lin Yuan's grip, leaving 5 deep finger holes. The wide blade could not withstand such extreme, localized violence, exhibiting severe, twisted deformation. Xiao Chen's expression shifted from wild joy to horror. He felt an irresistible, immense force transmitting through the blade, causing his left hand's tiger mouth to burst. He felt as if he had collided not with a human martial artist, but with an ancient, ferocious beast disguised in human skin. Lin Yuan took a step forward. His right fist was drawn back to his waist, then pushed forward without any fancy movements or martial techniques. This punch was delivered without any enhancement or even a hint of solid true energy. Only pure physical mass and supersonic speed. Bang! The air was violently compressed before the fist producing a deep sound explosion. Lin Yuan's fist solidly struck Xiao Chen's chest. The layer of protective true energy that had just begun to condense on Xiao Chen's surface was completely shattered at the moment of contact. The crisp sound of a broken sternum echoed clearly in the hall. Xiao Chen's whole person was like a shell fired from a heavy tank main gun. His body reflected an eerie angle in midair, flying backward. Boom! Xiao Chen's back heavily collided against the first load-bearing wall at the back of the building. The cement wall collapsed with a loud crash. Yet the residual force of the 80,000 kilograms of explosive power had not dissipated. Xiao Chen's body continued to fly backward, crashing through 3 thick cement partition walls, accompanied by a cloud of dust and bricks, ultimately disappearing into a mass of rubble, life or death unknown. The remaining 3 peak 5th-grade martial artists barely saw Lin Yuan's movements. They only felt an extremely strong physical wind pressure rushing at them, causing their cheeks to sting. By the time they regained their senses, their leader Xiao Chun had vanished without a trace, with only 3 damaged walls bearing human-shaped holes in front of them. The 3 of them stood frozen in place, their weapons suspended in midair, caught between advance and retreat. Lin Yuan did not give them time to consider a way out. He turned his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the 3. He extended his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the Starfall blood blade standing beside him. It's your turn. Lin Yuan lifted the blade with one hand and leaped down from the dragon beast's head. His black military boots struck the marble floor, leaving a blue-black afterimage in place. 1 minute. A full minute's time. The first floor hall of the building was filled with the muffled sounds of bodies colliding and bones dislocating. Lin Yuan did not use the blade to slash, but purely employed the back of the sword and his fists and feet to conduct a one-sided physical domination lesson among the 3 martial artists. The true energy of the 5th-grade martial generals was utterly fragile in the face of absolute physical violence. After 1 minute, the hall fell into a dead silence. The 3 martial artists lay in disarray among the rubble. Each one bore a deep fist imprint or dent on their chest armor or shoulders. The true energy within their bodies had been thoroughly shattered by that barbaric force, leaving them groaning in pain on the ground, unable to stand again for a while. Lin Yuan, holding the blade, turned to look at the other side of the hall. Su Qingxue was still suppressing Lei Shan with the frost sword domain. Though Lei Shan possessed great strength, his movements became increasingly sluggish under the frost delay, and his body was now covered in a thick layer of frost. Lin Yuan stepped towards Lei Shan. He did not intervene in the battle between the 2. Instead, he walked to Lei Shan's side and kicked out violently towards the heavily shielded back protected by the tungsten steel hammers. Boom! The full force of 80,000 kilograms erupted from his foot. Lei Shan's pride in his stable footing became utterly meaningless at that moment. He, along with the tungsten steel hammers in his hands, was directly kicked off the ground and flew 50 meters away. His massive body crashed heavily onto a wrecked armored vehicle at the entrance of the building. The side armor of the armored vehicle caved in, forming a human-shaped pit. Lei Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out immediately. Lin Yuan brushed off the dust from his hands and stopped moving. He turned to look at Su Qingxue, who had also ceased her actions and was breathing steadily. Cleanup complete. Lin Yuan's tone remained flat, as if he were stating the most ordinary daily task. Su Qingxue sheathed her sword. She glanced at the screen on her tactical wristband, a flicker of emotion passing through her cold eyes. The points have changed. Su Qingxue looked up at the live drone above. In just this minute of one-handed domination and absolute suppression, the popularity points across the entire network had once again surged in a nuclear explosion-like increase. On the holographic projection of the smart wristband, the latest dual ranking was clearly displayed. First place, Demon Martial Team Lin Yuan Su Qingxue. Martial Arts points, 12000. Popularity points, 150 million. This was not just a number, but the unshakable absolute dominance that Lin Yuan established in front of a national audience through blunt physical violence. In this reality show combat zone emphasizing male-female interaction, this pair of zero-gravity heavy blade CP had completely extinguished all suspense in the competition with their hardcore killing methods. Lin Yuan slung the Starfall blood blade back onto his right shoulder, not even glancing at the so-called geniuses groaning on the ground. Let's go. This level of child's play should come to an end. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the empty hall as he led the way out, stepping onto the debris-littered street. To the last supply point in the core area. After we gather our things, we will return to school. Su Qingxue carried a collection box filled with high-grade materials and quickly followed. The two walked one behind the other, continuing to push deeper into the wild ruins under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers across the entire network. The sky above the central area of the desolate ruins is perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of gray mist. Without the direct rays of sunlight, the entire city ruins present a cold and damp physical texture. Lin Yuan effortlessly carried the 360-pound Starfall blood blade, his military boots steady on the cracked asphalt road. After emerging from the United Finance building, they had advanced 3 kilometers into the deepest part of the ruins. The damage to the buildings on both sides of the street became increasingly severe, with many skyscrapers towering dozens of stories high, suffering structural fractures in the middle causing the upper halves to collapse onto other buildings, forming massive steel ruin bridges. Dark red, mutated vines crawled over the exteriors of all the buildings. These vines, thicker than an adult's waist, secreted a transparent, highly corrosive slime. A drop of the slime fell onto the hood of a junked car, directly burning a round hole through the rusted metal, releasing a pungent chemical reaction odor. Su Qingxue carried a tactical collection box filled with high-grade materials, gripping her silver longsword, maintaining a tactical distance of 3 meters behind Lin Yuan. Her white combat suit remained untouched by dust as the pinnacle of 5th-grade extreme cold true chi maintained a low-temperature force field with a radius of half a meter around her. All acid rain droplets or corrosive odors approaching her were instantly frozen into tiny white ice crystals upon contact with the force field, then fell to the ground and shattered into powder. Above them, a mini live-streaming drone adjusted its rotor speed, closely following them. Meanwhile, in the official control room of the National Martial Arts University Resource Competition in Kyoto, in the central control hall spanning over 1,000 square meters, a 30-meter-long holographic screen hung from the ceiling. The screen displayed dozens of different live-streaming angles. However, the largest and most central image was continuously locked on the backs of Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. Several elderly men dressed in military officer uniforms and high-ranking officials from the education department sat at the control panel, watching the cliff-like disparity in scores on the screen. 1,500,000 martial arts points, 200 million popularity points, said a commander with a major general insignia, his voice heavy as he gazed at the data panel. The Demon Martial team is no longer competing. They are conducting a one-sided physical sweep of the combat zone. Xiao Chun and Lei Shan's key trained talents have all been defeated by him alone. The monitoring group just transmitted the skeletal scan data of Xiao Chun and the others. Another education department executive looked at the report in hand. Xiao Chun has a comminuted fracture in his wrist and 3 broken ribs. Lei Shan's internal organs suffered severe shock. Lin Yuan's control over his strength was precise to the millimeter when he acted. He shattered their true chi defenses and damaged their skeletal structure, but avoided all vital organs. The deterrent effect of such pure physical crushing is even more terrifying than directly killing someone, said the deputy principal of the Demon Martial School, Tu Lai, sitting in the corner of the meeting room. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, watching Lin Yuan's broad back on the screen, a clear smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I have always said that once you put Lin Yuan in this dating show, will only have one outcome. Tu Lai lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. Doesn't the military need traffic and sponsorship? Now all the viewers online are watching how he dismantles that ruin. This primal violence is the most core commercial value of the high martial arts era. On screen, Lin Yuan's footsteps stopped in front of a massive hemispherical fortress. This is the center of the desolate ruins, the wartime air defense military hub established underground by the Great Xia Kingdom 50 years ago. The outer layer of the entire fortress is entirely cast from high-density titanium alloy, presenting a dark gray metallic luster. Over time, the surface of the fortress has become covered with a thick layer of dark red moss. Directly in front of the fortress is a heavy armored isolation door measuring 10 meters in height and 20 meters in width. On either side of the door stand two 6-barreled automatic defense cannons. These originally human defense weapons have undergone bizarre mechanical biological mutations under the long-term erosion of the abyssal aura. The metallic gun barrels of the cannons have grown dark purple flesh-like tissue, and several thick tentacles extend from the base deeply embedded in the ground to draw energy. Target confirmed. This is the finals class airdrop supply point officially deployed. Su Qingxue glanced at the positioning system on her tactical wristband. The green coordinate dot perfectly coincided with their current position. As soon as Su Qingxue finished speaking, the four mutated defense cannons on either side of the fortress immediately reacted. The dark purple flesh-like tissue on the gun barrels writhed violently. The bases of the cannons emitted the sound of mechanical friction as the four thick gun barrels locked onto Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue, who stood 30 meters away. Buzz, the high-frequency sound of spiritual energy charging resonated in the air. A blinding blue light illuminated the depths of the gun barrels, and high concentrations of abyssal spiritual energy were compressed into solid projectiles ready to unleash devastating firepower. Su Qingxue's gaze sharpened, and the silver longsword in her hand instantly crossed in front of her. The pinnacle of 5th grade extreme cold true chi erupted fully, and a massive ice shield 1 meter thick and 5 meters long and wide rapidly formed in front of her, blocking between her and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood behind the ice shield. He did not lower the starfall blood blade from his shoulder. His left hand reached out directly, picking up 4 fist-sized pieces of hard granite from the cracked asphalt. 80,000 kilograms of physical explosive power surged into the muscle fibers of his left arm in an instant. His blue-purple veins bulged on his arm. Lin Yuan made no preparatory movements. His left hand directly hurled the 4 pieces forward in quick succession. Bang, 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 bang. 4 deafening sonic booms erupted in the square. The 4 ordinary pieces of granite, empowered by 80,000 kilograms of physical kinetic energy, broke through 3 times the speed of sound. The friction of the stones in the air generated extreme high temperatures, causing their surfaces to glow red-hot, with 4 white vacuum trails extending from their tails. This was not merely throwing stones, it was 4 rounds of a heavy electromagnetic railgun launched purely by physical strength. Boom. The charging process of the mutated cannon was not yet complete, but the 4 pieces of granite flying at high speed accurately struck the center base of the target. An unquestionable physical destruction. The high-density kinetic energy shattered the outer layer of dark purple flesh-like tissue of the cannon, then pierced through the titanium alloy mechanical shell. The violent physical impact triggered a chain explosion of the spiritual energy ammunition inside the cannon. 4 massive blue fireballs shot up into the sky on either side of the fortress gate. Steel debris and charred flesh splattered around, striking Su Qingxue's ice shield, creating a series of collision sounds. A few seconds later, the shockwave from the explosion subsided. The 4 mutated defense cannons, which possessed 6th grade lethality, were completely obliterated, leaving only 4 charred pits. Viewers in the live stream saw this scene clearly through the drone's camera. Did a stone just smash the air defense cannon? Am I watching some ancient myth documentary? That initial speed, I slowed it down 10 times to see that he was throwing stones from the roadside. 80,000 kilograms of wrist strength using hand bones as artillery. Su Qingxue's ice shield in front of Lin Yuan exists solely to prevent his clothes from getting dirty from the explosion splatter. Lin Yuan brushed off the dust from his left hand. Put away the ice shield. Keep up. He issued the command, stepping forward in his combat boots directly toward the 10-meter-high heavy armored isolation door. Su Qingxue released her true energy, and the ice shield transformed into a pool of clear water. She held the collection box tightly, closely following Lin Yuan. This wartime-level door had a thickness of over 1 meter, filled with multiple layers of explosion-proof energy absorption. Due to the electric system already being down, the hydraulic lock mechanism of the door was in a state of permanent locking, achieving the highest level of physical strength. Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the massive metal door. The surface of the door was covered with mottled scars of time and dark red mutated moss. There was no password pad, no energy interface. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt with his right hand, lifting the 360-pound starfall blood blade from his shoulder. The moment the blade touched the ground, it crushed the granite floor tiles into powder. He did not activate the 5th grade solid true energy crystal within his dantian, but fully engaged every muscle in his body. Lin Yuan slightly spread his legs, stabilizing his stance. The military boots left 2 deep pits in the ground, lowering his center of gravity. He gripped the rough hilt tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. With an explosive force of 80,000 kilograms combined with the recently awarded 25 passive effect of power amplification, at this moment Lin Yuan's arms could exert absolute strength surpassing 100,000 kilograms. With a pure physical force of 100,000 kilograms, Lin Yuan held the blade with both hands, aiming the blade edge directly at the seam in the center of the heavy armored isolation door. Without any martial skills, without any fancy movements. The most direct thrust. Break. The pure black wide blade of the starfall blood blade, carrying the kinetic energy to destroy everything, fiercely plunged into the center of the door. Creak. A piercing metallic scraping sound erupted in the air, the sound waves making one's teeth ache. The 1-meter-thick composite armor door capable of withstanding the bombardment of heavy ground-penetrating missiles was directly breached under the 100,000 kilograms of localized physical pressure and the spatial collapse attribute of the Starfall iron. The blade cut through the outer titanium alloy armor plate, like a bamboo piercing through the inner energy-absorbing filling layer, and finally penetrating the inner steel plate of the door. The entire battle blade was embedded in the door, leaving only the hilt in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan exerted force again with his feet. The marble floor cracked under the immense pressure with cracks spreading outward. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt, tightly twisting his waist muscles sharply to the right. He aimed to forcefully cut the door open. Shred. With a deafening sound of metal tearing, the Starfall blood blade sliced horizontally inside the 1-meter-thick armor door. The pure black blade severed several internal hydraulic lock bolts, each over 10 centimeters in diameter. Sparks sprayed out wildly from the door seam. The right half of the door, having lost the support of the bolts, shifted its center of gravity. Lin Yuan withdrew the battle blade, raised his right leg, and delivered a powerful kick to the metal door, which had been cut through. Boom. The half-done armored door weighing several tons collapsed inward, crashing heavily onto the floor of the internal passage, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. The physical breach was complete. Lin Yuan, holding the blade, stepped onto the collapsed metal door and walked into the interior of the fortress. The interior space of the fortress was quite expansive. This was a metal passage over 100 meters long. Emergency lights were installed on both sides of the walls, but after 50 years those tubes had long since shattered. Light could only shine in through the broken door, barely illuminating the path ahead. At the end of the passage was a circular underground plaza measuring 2,000 square meters. Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue passed through the passage and arrived at the edge of the plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a massive silver-white metal box, 3 meters in length and width. The surface of the box emitted a soft white glow with not a speck of dust or trace of corrosion. That was the final level airdrop supply for this combat zone. However, Lin Yuan's gaze did not linger on the metal box. His eyes locked onto a colossal object lurking beneath It was an old, deep-sea Titan-class tactical heavy mech. Originally standing 20 meters tall, the mech's exterior was painted in the deep gray camouflage of the Xia military. But this mech had no pilot. Its cockpit was entirely occupied by a massive dark red tumor. The surface of the tumor was covered with pulsating blood vessels and neural cords which extended along the mech's metal skeleton, connecting to every power joint and weapon system of the mech. A perfect fusion of abyssal flesh and humanity's pinnacle heavy mech. 7th grade, initial stage. Mutated biological mech. The surface of the tumor cracked open, exposing a huge blood-red eyeball that stared intently at Lin Yuan, who had... This mech emitted no roar. The heavy engine on its back shot out a dazzling blue tail flame. Its enormous metal foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing the entire underground plaza to tremble violently. This tactical mech, weighing hundreds of tons, driven by abyssal flesh, erupted with a speed that defied the laws of physics, transforming into a dark gray shadow as it charged towards Lin Yuan. The heavy-ship blade on the mech's right arm was raised high, with high concentrations of dark attribute destructive true energy coiling around the blade, aiming to cleave Lin Yuan in half. The power of this strike was enough to split a 1,000-ton-class destroyer in two. Su Qingxue felt the pressure of this 7th-grade force from behind her breath, freezing instantly. Her extreme cold true energy could not even condense externally in the face of such a level of power. Lin Yuan stood still, watching the heavy-ship blade descending upon him. Within his dantian, the dark blue 5th-grade solid true energy crystal finally ceased its slow rotation. All the solid true energy erupted instantaneously, surging through his meridians into his arms and the Starfall blood blade. The deep blue physical thunder prison battle armor formed explosively on his body, with blinding silver electric arcs flowing through the lightning patterns on the surface of the armor. Lin Yuan grasped the hilt tightly. The pure physical strength of 100,000 kilograms merged perfectly with the 5th-grade solid thunder true energy. S-level battle skill void shattering thunder prison / 3rd style void shatter. Lin Yuan slightly bent his legs, facing the descending 20-meter-long /ship blade, transforming into a straight blue-black reverse lightning bolt. He swung with all his might in a direct counter-slash. Shatter for me. An absolute black point the size of a fist appeared at the tip of the pure black Starfall blood blade. The surrounding light and air were frantically devoured by this point. The black point collided violently with the massive /ship blade in midair. There was no deafening explosion, only the complete fracture of physical rules in the face of extreme destructive power. The high-density titanium alloy /ship blade underwent physical annihilation upon contact with the void shatter point. The massive metal blade began to shatter from the point of impact, turning into a cloud of metal dust. Lin Yuan's sprinting speed showed no signs of slowing. The 3,600-pound battle blade, carrying the momentum to crush everything, directly sliced through the heavy armor plate on the mech's chest. Puff! The black blade accurately pierced into the massive dark red tumor located at the mech's cockpit. The violent lightning attribute solid true energy erupted completely within the tumor. Deep blue thunder transformed into thousands of sharp swords directly shredding the blood-red eyeball along with all the neural cords into a pile of charred ashes. The engine's tail flame behind the mech extinguished instantly. The colossal metal body 20 meters tall lost all power support in midair, tilting forward due to inertia and crashing heavily at the edge of the underground plaza, raising a cloud of dust. 7th grade initial stage mutated biological mech one-hit kill. Lin Yuan landed steadily in front of the high platform. He withdrew the Starfall blood blade from the wreckage, the blade untouched by a drop of blood. He stepped onto the high platform, arriving in front of the massive metal box that emitted white light. He placed his left hand on the edge of the metal box, not searching for a switch. With a flick of his wrist, he forcibly lifted the heavy metal lid. Inside the box, 100 perfectly cut deep-sea high-purity energy stones and 3 specially made temperature-controlled sealed jars were neatly stacked. Through the transparent glass of the sealed jars, 3 level high-grade pills exuding a rich life force could be seen. Martial arts points, 1000 points credited directly. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Lin Yuan hesitated not at all. He took out the 3 temperature-controlled sealed jars, turned around. With a flick of his wrist, he directly threw the 3 priceless grade pill jars towards Su Qingxue behind him. Grab the things and let's go. Lin Yuan hoisted the battle blade with one hand and turned to walk towards the outside of the fortress. What was left for the billions of viewers in the live broadcast room was only his cold hard silhouette that completed the absolute cleanup in the ruins without taking a single cloud. At this moment, the practical survival phase of the wild ruins was unilaterally declared completely over by Lin Yuan. Deep within the underground military command center of the wilderness ruins, the air was thick with the pungent scent of machine oil and the charred smell of flesh. Lin Yuan shouldered the 3.60-pound Starfall blood blade with one hand, turning to walk steadily toward the exit of the fortress. The black military combat boots crushed the shattered metal parts and dark red remained scattered across the ground, producing a dull and sticky sound with each step. The completely destroyed 7th grade initial stage mutated biological mech lay quietly at the edge of the underground square, the massive gash in its chest pierced by a blade still crackling with dissipating silver lightning sparks. Su Qingxue carefully placed the 3 thermally sealed containers containing grade advanced pills into the tactical collection box, then packed all 100 perfectly cut deep-sea, high-purity energy stones from the platform into a specially crafted storage bag. She zipped up the bag and, carrying the heavy collection box, quickly caught up with Lin Yuan's pace. The two of them walked one behind the other through the long metal corridor spanning 100 meters. The half-collapsed heavy armored door on the ground was covered with knife marks. Lin Yuan stepped onto the thick door panel, using the recoil to leap out of the corridor and back under the dim sky of the wilderness ruins. The thick fog over the municipal square was torn apart by the sea breeze blowing from above. Just as the two stepped out of the fortress, hundreds of high-volume broadcasting nodes set up above the entire combat area were activated simultaneously. The harsh sound of electric microphone testing shattered the silence of the ruins. Attention all units. Attention all units. The heavy and emotionless voice of the commander of the Great Xia Kingdom's military echoed through the sky over the entire city via powerful speakers. The course-grade airdrop supply one has been successfully acquired. According to the assessment of the central control room of the combat area, the martial arts team of Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue currently has a total martial arts score and popularity score exceeding the second-ranked team by more than 10 times, creating an absolute data gap. The broadcast paused for 2 seconds. At the same time, over 80% of the participating teams in the combat area have lost the physical conditions to continue fighting. This year's National Martial Arts University Resource Competition has been terminated early. All participants remain in place. The military transport aircraft formation will arrive at each coordinate point for personnel retrieval within 5 minutes. The end of the broadcast reverberated between the towering buildings of the ruins, producing a series of deep echoes. This survival combat romance variety show, originally planned to last a month, was abruptly concluded less than 12 hours after its launch, as Lin Yuan directly pushed it to the finale in an utterly unreasonable manner through sheer physical force. There were no tactical maneuvers, no reversals, only an absolute violent crushing from start to finish. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the shattered square, lowering the battle blade. He had carried on his shoulder the pure black blade tip resting on the granite tiles. He lifted his head calmly, gazing at the gray sky. 5 minutes later, the clouds in the sky were violently torn apart by a turbulent airflow. 3 large military heavy-armed transport helicopters painted in dark gray broke through the clouds and appeared above the municipal square. The massive dual rotors spun rapidly, creating a terrifying airflow reaching the standards of a 12-level typhoon. The remaining mutated shrubs on the square were uprooted, and a whirlwind of sand and dead leaves spiraled through the air. The leading helicopter hovered 10 meters above the ground, and the heavy hydraulic side door of the cabin slowly slid open. A wide metal boarding ramp extended down from the cabin, landing steadily on the ground of the square. Boarding. 2 fully armed military special forces stood on either side of the ramp, signaling with tactical gestures. Lin Yuan showed no hesitation. He held the Starfall blood blade with one hand, stepping directly onto the metal ramp. The 70,000 kilograms of physical density combined with the 360-pound dead weight of the battle blade caused the high-strength aerospace aluminum alloy ramp to emit a piercing groan as two clear footprints pressed into its surface. The entire heavy helicopter suspended in midair suddenly dropped uncontrollably due to the unexpected. The pilot in the cockpit's face changed dramatically immediately, pushing the engine output to maximum, barely stabilizing the helicopter's hovering position. Lin Yuan walked expressionlessly into the spacious cabin. He sat down in an independent metal seat by the window, laying the battle blade flat on the metal floor beside him. Su Qingxue followed closely behind him into the cabin. She placed the heavy tactical collection box at her feet and sat down across from Lin Yuan, closing the cabin door. Returning to base. The special forces pressed the cabin door control button. The heavy helicopter rapidly ascended amidst the roar of the engines, making a wide turn in midair, speeding toward the center of Kyoto. The sound insulation effect inside the cabin was excellent, but one could still hear the low noise generated by the external airflow rubbing against the fuselage. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, crossing his hands over his chest. Within his dantian, the dark blue 5th-grade solid chi crystal began to rotate steadily. Earlier in the underground fortress, to execute the third style of the sky-shattering thunder prison slash to eliminate the 7th-grade biological mech, he had consumed nearly 30% of his solid chi. At this moment, he was drawing energy from the extremely thin spiritual energy in the air through steady breathing, slowly replenishing the deficit in his dantian. Su Qingxue sat across from him. Her cold gaze fell upon Lin Yuan's sharply defined face, which showed no sign. In just this half-day, she had witnessed how this man used the most primal physical strength to tear apart all rule. She lowered her head, glancing at the collection box she had placed at her feet, her eyes flashing with a strong desire for a higher realm. 1 hour of smooth flight. The helicopter formation flew over the towering city walls, entering the absolute core defense zone of Kyoto. Below was a massive circular structure covering over 1,000 square meters, the central military sports arena of the Great Xia Kingdom. At this moment, the arena was filled with noise. Over 100,000 live spectators along with high-ranking officials from the Great Xia Kingdom's military and the Ministry of Education had gathered here. On the holographic three-dimensional screen in the center of the venue, the shocking image of Lin Yuan shattering the 7th-grade mech with a single strike was frozen in place. Boom. 3 heavy transport helicopters landed in sequence on the helipad paved with high-strength energy-absorbing materials in the center of the arena. Massive searchlights illuminated the helipad as brightly as day. The cabin door slid open. At this moment, all 100,000 spectators spontaneously ceased their noise. The entire giant stadium fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Countless eyes fixated on the open cabin door. Lin Yuan strode forth first from the dim aircraft cabin, shouldering the Xingyun bloodblade with a single hand. His black sleeveless tactical vest clung tightly to his chiseled torso, and his arms, pale as carved jade, refracted a cold metallic sheen beneath the blinding glare of the searchlights. He descended the ramp in measured strides, his military-grade combat boots striking the ground with deliberate weight. Each resonant footfall captured by ultra-high-fidelity audio equipment echoed clearly throughout every corner of the stadium. With every step, an absolute visceral pressure descended, a force that made hearts constrict instinctively. The true god of slaughter had returned. No cheers rose at that moment. Every spectator stood paralyzed, utterly subdued by the unyielding blood-soaked aura Lin Yuan carried, forged in mountains of corpses and seas of gore. This raw, unadulterated aesthetic of violence delivered a crushing psychological impact far exceeding anything viewed through a screen, hundreds, even thousands of times more intense. Lin Yuan reached the bottom of the ramp and stood motionless at the center of the vast tarmac. Su Qingxue stood silently behind and slightly to his right, holding a compact case. At the edge of the field, Tu Lai, the vice president of the Martial Arts University, strode forward with booming laughter. His charcoal-gray civilian attire billowed fiercely in the wind, and his face radiated unrestrained elation. Outstanding young man. A flawless performance. Tu Lai approached Lin Yuan and extended his thick, calloused right hand, delivering a heavy, resounding slap onto Lin Yuan's shoulder. That blow, imbued with the full might of Tu Lai's peak 6th-rank martial cultivation, landed with a deep, muffled thud upon Lin Yuan's shoulder. Lin Yuan did not sway, not so much as a millimeter. Even the energy-absorbing floor beneath his boots remained perfectly undistorted. A flicker of astonishment flashed across Tu Lai's eyes. He sensed that unmistakably Lin Yuan's corporeal density had surged upward yet again, another terrifying leap, within just half a day. President, Lin Yuan nodded faintly, his tone calm and devoid of arrogance. Let us proceed. The military high command and the Ministry of Education await us for the settlement ceremony in the main conference hall inside. Tu Lai withdrew his hand and turned, leading the way. The old masters from Beijing's martial clans are currently grimmer than the bottom of a cooking pot. Once we enter, say nothing. Claim every resource you're owed. Not 1 iota less. Lin Yuan hoisted the battle blade onto his right shoulder and followed closely behind Tu Lai. The three of them crossed the expansive tarmac and entered the stadium's exclusive VIP corridor. Fully armed military guards lined both sides of the passage. Their gazes upon Lin Yuan held not only vigilance, but profound reverence for sheer, uncompromising strength. Riding a dedicated high-speed elevator, they ascended to the central panoramic conference hall on the stadium's topmost level. Heavy soundproof alloy doors slid silently apart. The chamber was immense. At its center stood an elliptical Zeitenwood conference table over 20 meters long. 3 PLA lieutenant generals and senior officials from the Ministry of Education occupied the head seats. Along both sides of the table sat over a dozen elders, robed in traditional silks or bespoke suits, each representing one of Desia's most prestigious martial clans. These families controlled over half the nation's elite martial resources, from Beijing to every province. Seated foremost on the left was an elder with snow-white hair and beard clad in a dark gold ceremonial robe. He was Xiao Zhan, the current patriarch of the Beijing Xiao clan and grandfather of Xiao Chun. His cultivation had reached the mid-tier of the 7th rank Grandmaster realm. His Gungjin true qi had fully merged with his blood and flesh. Each breath he drew sliced faintly through the air with a metallic whisper. The instant Lin Yuan stepped into the chamber, the low murmur of conversation ceased, replaced by absolute silence. Every clan elder's gaze converged upon him like sharpened blades materialized from thin air. Those stares brimmed with ruthless scrutiny, open hostility, and seething fury, born from the violent expulsion of their own disciples. Xiao Zhan remained seated, his clouded, yet piercing eyes locked unblinkingly onto Lin Yuan. He saw the Xingyun bloodblade, weighing 3,600 jin, in Lin Yuan's grip. He saw the unscathed black tactical vest clinging to Lin Yuan's frame. He had just examined his eldest grandson Xiao Qin's injuries in the medical wing, shattered wrist bones, collapsed ribs, and meridians ruptured, shattered outright by brute force physical trauma. Without top-tier S-class spirit medicines for regeneration, Xiao Qin's martial path would end forever. All this, wrought by this freshman student standing before him. Xiao Zhan's breathing deepened. Without warning, or even a verbal challenge, a ferocious razor-edged 7th rank Grandmaster pressure erupted from him, unleashed without restraint. It did not disperse widely. Instead, Xiao Zhan compressed it with surgical precision into an invisible wave of condensed true qi, launching straight across the chamber's airspace, aimed directly at Lin Yuan, standing by the entrance. The air shrieked under the compression of 7th rank Gungjin pressure. Spiderweb cracks instantly fractured the glass water glasses atop the conference table. Tu Lai's eyes hardened. He moved to intercept, ready to shield Lin Yuan with his own true qi. But before he could take a step, Lin Yuan lifted his right foot. Boom. His military combat boot struck the premium hardwood floor with thunderous finality. 700,000 kilograms. No after-system enhancement, now exceeding 800,000 kilograms of terrifying corporeal density, surged forth in full release. Within his dantian, the indigo blue 5th rank solidified qi crystal spun backward at maximum velocity. The deep blue Leiyu battle armor did not manifest externally. Instead, it retracted entirely beneath his pale jade skin, pushing his skeletal and muscular resistance beyond human limits. Lin Yuan stood rooted, spine rigid, refusing to yield even an inch. That overwhelming 7th rank Grandmaster pressure, capable of forcing ordinary 6th rank marshals to their knees, vomiting blood, crashed violently against his body. Crack, crack. The premium hardwood floor beneath Lin Yuan's feet, unable to withstand such extreme physical and qi resistance, splintered en masse, with fragments exploding outward. The air within a 2-meter radius around him warped severely. Yet Lin Yuan's stance did not shift, not a single centimeter backward. With pure physical fortitude alone, he had withstood the frontal assault of a 7th rank Grandmaster's pressure. Then he raised his head, his deep glacial eyes locking directly onto Xiao Zhan, seated at the far end of the long table. He spoke no words. With his right hand gripping the hilt of the Xingyun bloodblade, he subtly flexed his wrist. Zheng. A short, icy resonance rang from the pitch-black blade. A flash of indigo blue lightning, solidified, tangible, flickered along the edge of the blade, carrying the annihilating aura of spatial collapse, and tore cleanly through the onrushing Gungjin true qi like a cleaver through silk. Xiao Zhan's expression contorted sharply. He felt his own pressure severed, heated by raw physical force. Elder Patriarch Xiao, a PLA lieutenant general seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. His voice resonated like mountainous stone, instantly halting the silent duel. He raised a hand, and a vastly greater surge of vital energy rippled through the chamber, suppressing Xiao Zhan's pressure, completely forcing it back inward. This is the Supreme High Command Conference Hall of Dexia, not your Xiao clan's private tribunal. The general's gaze swept coldly over Xiao Zhan. The competition rules were set by the military. Within the live combat zone, life and death are left to fate. Before millions of viewers, Lin Yuan claimed first place through absolute undeniable supremacy. That fact stands beyond dispute. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, withdrawing his aura, but his eyes remained murderous as they fixed upon Lin Yuan. He offered no rebuttal. The military's authority dwarfed any single clan's power. Lin Yuan showed no reaction to the confrontation. He strode forward, placed the blade upright between his legs, pulled out a chair at the table's far end, and sat, unapologetically, dominantly. The blade stood erect before him, its hilt aligned precisely with his line of sight. The general watched Lin Yuan, and a rare, undisguised admiration gleamed in his eyes. Per tournament regulations, the general picked up a crimson encrypted dossier from the table, Team Lin Yuan Su Qingxue of the Martial Arts University has secured the championship title of this year's resource competition. The Martial Arts University shall receive 80% of the nation's elite resource allocations for the next 3 years. Setting the dossier aside, the general withdrew a dark gold metal authorization card, its surface etched with intricate formation patterns, and slid it smoothly across the polished tabletop toward Lin Yuan. The card halted precisely beside Lin Yuan's hand. This is the S-Class access pass to the Beijing Advanced Military Supply Vault. The general met Lin Yuan's gaze. Within the vault you may claim, without restriction, 3 selections of any non-restricted grade spirit treasures, high-tier abyssal ores, or S-Class martial techniques. This is the military's special commendation for your solo conquest of the live combat zone. As the clan elders stared at the dark gold pass, envy burned openly in their eyes. The Beijing Advanced Military Supply Vault housed Xia's truest strategic reserves. Every item within, if leaked to the outside world, would ignite wars of bloodshed and betrayal. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and lifted the dark gold pass. Its surface conveyed a crisp, chilling touch. He offered no thanks to the general, nor acknowledged the elder's glares. He rose abruptly from his seat, and with one hand hoisted the Xingyun blood blade back onto his right shoulder. May I withdraw the goods now? Lin Yuan looked directly at the general, asking the only question that mattered. The general paused, then burst into hearty, unrestrained laughter. Of course, the pass activates immediately. Guards outside will escort you directly to the vault. Good. Lin Yuan uttered a single word, then turned and strode purposefully toward the conference hall's massive doors. Su Qingxue lifted her specimen case and followed closely behind. Tu Lai snapped a sharp salute to the general, beaming broadly as he fell into step behind them. The heavy alloy doors sealed shut behind them, cutting off the elder's furious, impotent stares entirely. A fully enclosed matte-black armored military SUV departed the stadium, speeding through a classified subterranean tunnel toward the heart of Beijing's underground depths. Lin Yuan sat in the rear seat, eyes closed in quiet repose. He held no interest in elite clan politics. His objective had always been singular, unwavering. 800,000 kilograms of physical force could dominate 6th-rank cultivators and withstand early 7th-rank assaults. But against true abyssal high-tier threats, it remained insufficient. He required denser, higher-grade physical materials to reforging the Xingyun Bloodblade, and supreme spirit treasures capable of directly reinforcing 6th-tier bone density. The Beijing Advanced Military Supply Vault, the nation's ultimate repository of peerless resources, was about to welcome its most ruthless, purely physical predator, a warrior forged in the abyssal front lines, descending now for total, unrelenting plunder. Reforging, and the ultimate evolution, would commence in the deepest subterranean vaults without delay. A black military armored SUV raced through the deep underground tunnel. Outside the window, every 50 meters, a powerful sensing cold light flashed by casting blurred shadows on the bulletproof glass. The interior of the SUV was remarkably quiet, only the faint sound of tires rubbing against the specialized concrete surface and the steady low hum of the high-displacement engine could be heard. Lin Yuan sat in the back seat, arms crossed over his chest. The 3,600 gene heavy Starfall Bloodblade leaned against one side of the seat, and the pure black hilt had pressed a deep indentation into the leather backrest due to the force of gravity. Vice Principal Tu Lai sat in the passenger seat, reviewing a top-secret supply list through a tactical terminal. Lin Yuan, the Advanced Military Supply Depot of the Daxia Kingdom, is established 300 meters underground in the center of Kyoto City. The entire treasury is covered by 10 layers of special explosion-proof lead, each 10 meters thick, sufficient to withstand nuclear-level direct impacts. Tu Lai did not turn around, his voice low and serious. That is the nation's last bastion. Many of the items stored inside were retrieved from the most forbidden areas of the Abyssal Rift, exchanged for lives by God of War-level powerhouses. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. There were no ripples in his deep blue pupils, only a pure pursuit of greater strength. I need materials capable of withstanding over 100,000 kilograms of explosive force. I know. Lin Yuan spoke, his tone steady, without any unnecessary embellishments. I understand. Tu Lai nodded. Your Starfall Bloodblade is sufficient at the 5th tier level, but your current body density has already surpassed 80,000 kilograms. If this brutal physical growth continues, ordinary Starfall iron will develop minute molecular structure cracks the moment it bears the weight of spatial collapse. You indeed need to be reforged. 10 minutes later, the SUV stopped in front of a massive dark gray alloy gate 50 meters high. This gate was forged from 100% pure deep-sea sunken silver alloy, with no seams visible on the surface, appearing as a single entity. On either side of the gate stood 2 6-meter-tall Guardian-class heavy mechas. The mechas firmly grasped enormous energy swords, and red scanning lasers locked onto the license plate and personnel as the SUV entered. Get out. Verify fingerprints and iris. Tu Lai took the lead and exited the vehicle. Lin Yuan lifted the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand and stepped out of the cabin. Standing before the massive silver gate, even without utilizing his true energy, the physical pressure emanating from his 80,000 kilogram body density caused the surrounding guarding mechas to emit faint warning alarms. The verification process was incredibly complex. After 3 rounds of biological characteristics scanning true energy, frequency interference, and remote authorization from the command center, the silver gate slowly slid open with a deep hydraulic sound. A rich, almost liquefied spiritual energy mixed with the unique cold aura of various rare metals surged forth from within the gate. Lin Yuan stepped into the treasury. The scene before him was not an ordinary warehouse. It was a vast circular space exceeding 30,000 square meters. Inside it was divided into thousands of independent high-intensity transparent force field cabinets. Each cabinet held a peerless treasure capable of driving external martial arts families insane. There was a 7th-tier fire dragon spine emitting dark red flames. There was a fully transparent shape-shifting spatial folding crystal. There was even a piece of an 8th-tier abyssal demon heart tissue still slowly beating, soaked in a special nutrient solution. The spiritual energy concentration here was over 100 times that of the outside world. If an ordinary person stayed here for 10 minutes, they would be directly burst apart by the violent spiritual energy. Lin Yuan, gripping the blade with one hand, walked steadily along the radiative floor paved passage. His gaze swept rapidly over the rows of force field cabinets, not pausing for even half a second on the expensive pills and cultivation methods. He headed straight for the special heavy materials zone. Here were stored all the heaviest, hardest, and most physically penetrable abyssal ores collected since the establishment of. Lin Yuan stopped in front of a force field cabinet marked S009. Inside the cabinet silently floated a spherical metal piece the size of a basketball, covered with dense black scale patterns. This metal emitted no light, but rather absorbed surrounding light, like a black hole. This is great void sunken eye. Tu Lai walked to Lin Yuan's side, looking at the black sphere with a flash of shock in his eyes. This was excavated 20 years ago by the first generation of God of War level powerhouses from the 9th layer rift of the abyss, near a collapsed spatial singularity. Its weight is only 20,000 gene, but its molecular density is 100 times that of gold. Its most important feature is that it has zero conductivity for true energy, yet it transmits spatial fluctuations 100%. Lin Yuan reached out with his left hand and directly pressed against the control panel of the force field cabinet. Ding! Identity verification passed. S-level pass authorization used once. Extraction great void sunken iron. The transparent force field barrier silently dissipated. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, directly grasping the basketball-sized black sphere. The moment his fingertips touched the sunken iron, Lin Yuan's right arm muscles suddenly bulged, veins popping under his white skin. The weight of 20,000 gene concentrated in such a small volume created an astonishing pressure per unit area. If Lin Yuan did not already possess a body density of 80,000 kilograms, his hand would have been crushed and broken by this weight upon contact. Lin Yuan lifted the black sphere with one hand. He felt the extremely heavy and solid physical feedback transmitting through his palm. This metal resonated with the solid thunder true energy within him. The material is ready. Next I need something that can enhance bone density. Lin Yuan did not waste any time and directly turned to walk toward the gene and physique enhancement zone. He walked around this area and finally stopped in front of a thermostatic bottle containing golden liquid. The liquid in the bottle was thick as lava, occasionally producing golden bubbles that would pop with a sound resembling a dragon. This is 9 Revolutions Golden Body Dragon Marrow Liquid. Tu Lai approached, his tone becoming serious. This is made from the bone marrow of a pinnacle-level abyssal golden dragon, mixed with 36 types of S-level high-grade herbs, and refined in a high-temperature, high-pressure environment for a full 9 years. It was originally intended for those few preparing to break through to the 8th tier. Are you sure you want to use it at the 5th tier? Lin Yuan remained silent. He directly extended his hand and swiped the card again. Extraction 9 turns Golden Body Dragon Marrow Liquid. This was the second time he had used his privileges. Lin Yuan held the constant temperature bottle containing the golden liquid in his hand. Through the special glass, he could feel the extreme violent life energy contained within. This energy was not only meant to repair the physical body, but also to completely shatter the original bone structure of a human and then reassemble it using the genetic material of a golden dragon. The process was akin to being sliced into pieces. Only one extraction opportunity left, Tu Lai reminded. Lin Yuan surveyed the hall. His gaze swept over the exquisite battle armor and the mysterious array discs finally locking onto a remote. There was no force field cabinet, just a rusty iron rack with a black leather scroll that looked extremely worn, seemingly made from the skin of some deep-sea behemoth. The scroll bore no text, only a simple mark made by a sharp blade. Yet this mark sent an unprecedented shiver through Lin Yuan's 5th grade solid true energy. That is the nameless blade, intent fragment. Tu Lai's expression became somewhat strange. It was found in the ruins 30 years ago. There are no true energy operation routes, nor any techniques. Only this scratch left by a madman known as. Over the years, dozens of masters who wielded blades have come to examine it, but no one could comprehend its secrets. Lin Yuan, you only have one chance left. Choosing this has too low a cost-performance ratio. Lin Yuan walked to the iron rack. He extended his finger, gently tracing the profound scratch on the scroll. At the moment of contact, it was as if a towering black-armored giant appeared in Lin Yuan's consciousness, wielding a butcher's knife, and simply swung it toward the entire sky and abyss. That swing bore no true energy, no loss. Just a pure extreme physical strike. The void was shattered, space crushed, and even time seemed to come to a halt at that moment. This was precisely the pinnacle of martial arts Lin Yuan had always pursued. He'll choose it. Lin Yuan's voice was low, carrying an undeniable resolve. He swiped the dark golden pass for the third time. After acquiring 3 top-tier resources capable of changing the future martial arts landscape of the Great Xia Kingdom, Lin Yuan did not leave. He turned and looked at Tu Lai. Principal, is there a high-intensity gravity refining room in the main repository? Tu Lai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood Lin Yuan's intention. You want to remold the battle knife on the spot and absorb the dragon marrow liquid? Yes. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the Starfall Bloodblade. Time is short. The families in the capital won't sit idly by as I grow stronger. I need to achieve the final physical transformation before they can react. Follow me. The lowest level of the main repository has a void furnace room prepared specifically for god-level powerhouses. There are top-notch forging equipment ready, and the gravity can be adjusted to 120 times. Half an hour later, at the deepest part of the main repository, a circular chamber with a diameter of 30 meters. The walls of the chamber were a dark red color intricately carved with cooling array patterns. In the center stood a semi-transparent furnace made of high-frequency spiritual energy waves. Lin Yuan entered the chamber. He unfastened the Starfall Bloodblade from his back. The pitch-black weapon leaned against the wall. He then took out the high-level spatial folding, or that he had kept close at all times from his tactical storage bag. This, or combined with the freshly extracted Great Void Sinking Iron, was the core material for remolding the battle knife. Lin Yuan, I must remind you. Tu Lai stood outside the chamber door, his expression unusually serious. 120 times gravity combined with the dragon marrow liquid's bone restructuring will suppress your true energy to freezing point. This is purely a battle of physical will. If you can't hold on, call it off immediately. No need to call it off. Lin Yuan turned and waved his hand. The heavy chamber door slammed shut with a rumble. Lin Yuan walked to the control panel in the center of the chamber, his finger hesitating not for a moment as he pulled the gravity dial to the maximum. A dull rumbling echoed throughout the underground structure. 120 times standard gravity descended in an instant. The air at that moment felt like solid steel. The heavy silver floor beneath Lin Yuan emitted a piercing compressive sound, sinking a full 5 centimeters. Under the pull of gravity, Lin Yuan's skin instantly split open with countless tiny wounds, and as bright red blood flowed out, it was pressed down into the floor by the overwhelming pressure. The 5th-grade solid true energy crystal in his body halted its rotation at that moment due to the external extreme pressure. All energy ceased to be released, and instead crazily retracted deep into the marrow. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He reached for the bottle of 9 turns golden body dragon marrow liquid. With one hand, he shattered the seal. Lin Yuan raised his head, and like drinking strong liquor, poured the entire viscous golden liquid into his mouth. Boom. The golden liquid flowed down his throat, transforming into a violently raging flow of lava. This energy did not enter his meridians. Instead, it acted like countless microscopic high-frequency, vibrating blades, frantically cutting into every bone and marrow within Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's originally white, jade-like bones were violently shattered by the dragon marrow liquid at that moment. It was true pulverizing reconstruction. All 206 bones in his body were simultaneously ground into powder and then wrapped in golden energy, absorbing spiritual energy for remolding. The intense pain caused Lin Yuan's forehead to bulge with veins as thick as a thumb. His eyes became bloodshot, turning completely red, and he continuously swallowed the blood foam that surged forth from the agony. Yet he stood firm in the center of the chamber, not a single tremor in his body. At the same time, his left hand suddenly waved. The Great Void Sinking Iron and Spatial Folding were directly thrown into the central high-frequency spiritual energy furnace. The Starfall Bloodblade followed suit. In the center of 120 times gravity and golden energy, Lin Yuan resembled a primordial blacksmith. He did not employ any true energy secret techniques, but relied purely on the strength of his body that was being restructured, extending his white jade-like fists now adorned with golden patterns, and began the most hardcore physical forging against the already red-hot blade in the furnace. Dang! 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 The dull sounds of impact resonated. Each punch fell with a weight of 100,000 kilograms. Deep within this underground chamber, 300 meters down, a true physical brute that surpassed the limits of human species was completing his final remolding amidst this hellish gravity and pain. The live broadcast screen had already disappeared, but the heads of the martial arts families in the capital felt as if they were sensing something looking toward the depths of the earth. They could sense a physical pressure that made their souls tremble, rising from beneath the thick lead like a newborn star, slowly and steadily beginning to glow. 300 meters deep underground, inside the void furnace chamber, the dark red alloy walls emitted a muffled and dense sound of metal compression under the extreme pressure of 120 times standard gravity. This level of gravitational field had completely distorted the physical constants within the chamber. The air was compressed into a thick and heavy substance, and each breath felt like swallowing cold liquid lead. The light that originally fell vertically now exhibited a bizarre curvature, being drawn towards the floor paved with high-density dark silver ore. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the secret chamber. His skin had completely ruptured due to the overloaded gravity. Fresh red blood surged from his wounds, but the moment it left his body, it was instantly crushed against the floor by the hundredfold gravity, forming a thin layer of dark red blood membrane. His short black hair clung tightly to his scalp, and he looked like a Shura who had just emerged from a pool of blood. However, beneath this extreme brutality, a transformation surpassing human physiological limits was radiant. The golden energy of the 9 turns golden body dragon essence, transformed into millions of tiny dragons rampaging through Lin Yuan's veins and bone marrow. This essence derived from the pinnacle deep abyss golden dragon possessed an extremely tyrannical exclusivity. The first step of its entry into Lin Yuan's body was not healing, but a complete clearing out. Crack, a sound that made teeth ache echoed from Lin Yuan's left arm. Following that, the sound of dense bone fractures began to erupt in a chain reaction throughout his 206 bones. The originally 60-year dense titanium alloy-like white jade bones were violently shattered into the most primitive powder under the brutal wash of golden energy. This pain exceeded the carrying limit of any nervous system. Lin Yuan's eyes turned blood red, the result of ruptured capillaries within his eyeballs. A low beast-like groan emanated from deep within his throat. His teeth clenched tightly, suppressing the overwhelming metallic taste of blood. Gravity was the best furnace. Had it not been for the 120 times gravity pinning his flesh down, the explosive force of the dragon essence would have instantly ruptured his body. Now the external extreme pressure and internal explosive force achieved a brutal physical balance beneath Lin Yuan's skin. Within this body, a wasteland-like ruin, the golden energy began to reconstruct his bones. The newly formed bones were no longer purely white, but exhibited a dense luster with a hint of dark gold. Every inch of the molecular structure of the bones was pressed to the absolute physical limit under the hammering of gravity. The originally hollow bone marrow cavity was filled with high-purity solid spiritual energy, and the newly formed blood cells nourished by the dragon essence radiated a faint golden hue full of vitality. Boom! A sound reverberated within Lin Yuan's body, audible only to him. It marked the completion of the first week of the 9 turns. As the bones were reforged, his 5th-tier solid true chi crystal also faced extreme pressure. The originally dark blue polyhedral crystal began to collapse towards the center under the assault of gravity and dragon essence energy. The volume of the crystal shrank by 1/3, yet the thunderous essence contained within became increasingly profound, subtly revealing a trace of destructive black radiance. Lin Yuan ignored the transformation of his body. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the high-frequency spiritual energy furnace ahead. At the furnace's center, the 3,600 pounds of star-falling blood blade had already been burned into a translucent dark red. The piece of great void heavy iron had turned into a pitch-black liquid metal under the high temperature. This metal did not react with the surrounding spiritual energy, merely floating quietly in midair, exuding a heavy sensation capable of causing spatial collapse. Meanwhile, the space folding or displayed a transparent crystalline state, occasionally shimmering in the air, as if ready to leap into another dimension. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, now covered with dark golden patterns. He ignored the furnace's center where temperatures soared into the thousands, and directly thrust his white jade hand into the flame of spiritual energy. Clang! Lin Yuan clenched his left fist, and struck the softened star-falling blood blade with the first punch. Over 100,000 kilograms of pure physical strength under the addition of gravity unleashed a shockwave far exceeding that of a heavy hydraulic press. As the punch landed, the dark red blade quivered violently, and the pitch-black, great void heavy iron began to slowly seep into the molecular gaps of the star-falling iron under the physical impact. Reforging the battle blade required no complex formations or mystical secret techniques. Lin Yuan pursued the ultimate physical fusion. He aimed to use his fists to force these 2 top-tier abyss ores into the original battle blade, allowing them to complete a thorough reorganization at the atomic level. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sounds of impact resonated throughout the chamber. With each punch, vast arcs of dark blue thunderfire ignited in midair. At this moment, Lin Yuan's body resembled an unyielding heavy forging machine, with his muscles contracting wildly under gravity, continuously infusing the new energy brought by the dragon essence into the blade through his fists. He also crushed the space folding, or with one hand, transforming it into a sky of silver powder sprinkled onto the red-hot blade. These powders under the physical impact acted like tiny nails, firmly embedding themselves into the interior of the blade. Time became meaningless in this inhuman self-mutilating evolution. 2 hours passed. Lin Yuan's skin had completed its first transformation. The originally ruptured wounds had completely vanished, replaced by a layer of skin that was more delicate and resilient, faintly radiating a dark golden sheen. This layer of skin's physical defense was sufficient to withstand the true chi bombardment of a peak 6th-tier fighter without leaving a trace. His bones had also been completely restructured. 100,000 kilograms. 120,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan felt the surging physical kinetic energy within him. The explosive power of each cell was increasing geometrically. His pure physical density had officially entered a realm unimaginable to ordinary human fighters. In his hand, the star-falling blood blade had already changed shape completely. The originally 3,600 pounds blade shrank in size by one-third after merging with the Great Void heavy iron, yet its real weight soared to 23,600 pounds. This absolute dead weight of over 20,000 pounds would feel burdensome even to an ordinary 7th-tier master. However, gripped in Lin Yuan's already reforged right hand, it felt just right. The blade was no longer pure black, but exhibited a deeply profound dark ink color. The original blood groove on the blade's surface now bore a dark blue natural pattern, a trace left by the fusion of thunder, true chi, and spatial ore. The reforged battle blade had a cutting edge less than 0.1 millimeters. Even without true chi enhancement merely lying there, the surrounding air would ripple subtly due to the blade's inherent spatial cutting properties. It's not over yet. Lin Yuan's voice had turned hoarse and deep. He took out the last resource, a nameless scroll of knife intent called Butcher. He neither read nor comprehended it. Lin Yuan simply slapped the scroll made from the skin of a deep-sea behemoth onto the still red-hot blade. The scroll instantly vaporized under high temperatures. The trace of knife intent that had crossed 30 years of time found its final resting place in that moment, transforming into a pitch-black stream of light directly drilling into the body of the blade, weighing over 20,000 pounds. Buzz! At that moment, the entire battle blade emitted an unprecedented violent resonance. The 120 times gravitational field in the chamber was forcibly torn open, creating a 5-meter-long black void fissure amid this resonance. Lin Yuan grasped the hilt with one hand. Deep in his pupils, the trace representing destruction suddenly magnified. Shatter the void. Without any warning, Lin Yuan simply swung the blade towards the wall of the secret chamber. His strike did not stir any wind. Even the gravitational field's pressure on the air vanished in that instant. The heavy battle blade, propelled by 1,200,000 kilograms of physical force, severed the continuity of time and space. Sizzle. That was the sound of fabric being torn apart. The deepest part of the total warehouse, constructed from 10-meter-thick special lead layers and deep-sea silver alloy, was sliced open, creating a smooth 3-meter-long gap. The edges of the gap remained undistorted, unmelted, only leaving minimalist traces from absolute physical cutting. This strike had entirely transcended the realm of martial techniques. This was a direct demolition of physical rules achieved when pure power reached a certain height. Lin Yuan withdrew the battle blade, exhaling a long breath. This breath, mixed with dark golden waste blood, splattered against the opposite wall, making a loud sound. The true chi crystal within him began to rotate again. In the center of the dark blue crystal, there was now a black point, the seed of spatial collapse. Lin Yuan walked to the control panel and pressed the gravity stop button. Buzz! The gravitational field instantly dissipated. Lin Yuan's previously tense muscles relaxed slightly. His height seemed to have increased by 2 centimeters after reforging, exuding a deep and unshakable pressure akin to a mountain. He took out a piece of black cloth wrapping the 23,600-pound divine weapon tightly. Lin Yuan approached the large door of the chamber, pressing the opening button with one hand. The heavy alloy door slid open to the sides. Outside, Vice Principal Tu Lai was anxiously waiting, having waited there for a full 6 hours. During this time, he had heard the kind of collision sounds from inside that made even him, a peak 6th-tier expert, feel a chill down his spine. When the door opened and Lin Yuan walked out holding the blade, Tu Lai instinctively took a half-step back. He widened his eyes, fixating on Lin Yuan. As a peak 6th-tier martial general, Tu Lai's perception was extremely sharp. He could sense that the person standing before him was no longer the freshman who had just won the championship, but a terrifying killing god who had reigned in all his brilliance, capable of crushing this earth at any moment. Lin Yuan, you broke through. Tu Lai asked tentatively, his voice carrying a quiver he was not even aware of. Lin Yuan shook his head. My true chi is still 5th tier. His voice was as calm as still water, but my bones have hardened a bit. Lin Yuan did not explain further. He carried the war blade, now several times heavier, and stepped forward along the passage towards the exit. Tu Lai followed behind, watching Lin Yuan's unusually solid footprints, and a storm rose in his heart. He knew that the family heads in Kyoto who were preparing to unite to suppress Lin Yuan were not merely facing a steel plate this time, but a demon of physical extremity climbing up from the depths of the abyss. Exiting the high-level military supply depot, the sky outside had completely darkened. The night in Kyoto remained splendid, but to Lin Yuan the hidden rules and games beneath this splendor had become unimportant. He tightened his grip on the hilt. The weight of over 20,000 pounds provided him with the most tangible feedback. Let's go back to Mo Wu. Lin Yuan looked at Tu Lai, his tone carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Although the national resource competition had ended, Lin Yuan's path of plunder was just beginning, officially marking the first bloodstained scar on the territory of these top families. The night had completely enveloped the steel jungle of the capital. A black military-grade bulletproof SUV emerged from the underground tunnel, merging into the wide main roadway. The sodium lights lining the streets emitted a dim yellow glow, with the light filtering through 3 centimeters of bulletproof glass into the rear of the vehicle. Lin Yuan sat in the black leather seat, his eyes slightly closed. The black tactical vest he wore had already been soaked with sweat and blood during the intense forging earlier, then forcibly dried by his body heat, leaving a layer of hard dark red salt crust on the surface. Beside him lay the recently reforged Starfall blood blade, still tightly wrapped in rough black cloth. The absolute dead weight of 23,600 pounds pressed down on the right leather seat and the metal chassis below, causing a noticeable tilt in the entire heavy SUV. The hydraulic suspension on the right side was compressed to its lowest limit, emitting a sound of metal friction under. The special explosion-proof tire on the right rear wheel underwent severe deformation under the immense pressure, with the tire wall bulging outward, increasing the contact area with the asphalt road by double, producing a dull buzzing noise while speeding. The military driver at the wheel gripped the steering tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had to continually correct the direction to ensure the vehicle didn't veer off the straight road. The RPM of the V12 twin-turbo engine was forcibly raised, with the exhaust pipe spewing out scorching exhaust fumes to counter the unreasonable physical load in the rear compartment. Vice Principal Tu Lai sat in the passenger seat. He turned his head, his gaze falling on Lin Yuan's sharply contoured face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Tu Lai's gaze moved downward, resting on the hands Lin Yuan had placed on his knees, where a layer of dark golden dense patterns subtly flowed over his fair skin. These were the external signs left by the 9 turns golden body dragon essence liquid after it fundamentally altered his skeletal and cellular structure. As a peak 6th grade Marshal General, Tu Lai could clearly sense the intensely compressed blood energy within Lin Yuan. That blood energy was completely contained, sealed within the terrifying density of 12,000 kilograms of flesh. Lin Yuan's body now resembled a humanoid high-density neutron star. Sitting there, even the flow of air around became sluggish. Lin Yuan. Tu Lai's voice broke the oppressive silence in the vehicle, deep and rough. The material extraction records from the military supply depot are top secrets. The aristocratic families in the capital cannot currently trace what you have taken. However, you incapacitated Xiao Chun and Lei Shan with one hand in the combat zone and withstood the 7th grade pressure of Xiao Zhan in the conference room. This account will be attributed to you by the local forces of the capital. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The deep blue pupils reflected the rapidly retreating streetlights outside the window. Settling accounts requires commensurate physical strength. Lin Yuan's tone was steady and rigid, devoid of emotional fluctuation. If they wish to settle accounts, they can come find me at any time. Tu Lai shook his head, his thick fingers tapping twice on the car door armrest. In inland cities, there is a joint prohibition from the military and the Ministry of Education against martial artists above the 7th grade using force within the urban area. They do not dare to openly act against you in the districts of the capital or Magic City. Tu Lai analyzed the current situation. However, the foundational courses for first-year students will soon conclude. According to the rules of magic martial arts, next month your batch of team mainstays will be sent in batches to various defensive zones at the front line of the Eastern Sea Abyss for actual combat deployment. Tu Lai paused, his gaze sharpening. The front line is a lawless territory. The Shao family has deep roots within the military system, having placed numerous loyal officers and hired martial artists in the 3rd and 5th districts of the Eastern Sea defense line. Once you leave the protective circle of the school and enter the abyss crack, they will employ all resources to secretly eliminate you. Lin Yuan listened to Tu Lai's words, his gaze falling on the battle blade wrapped in black cloth beside him. He extended his right hand, his 5 fingers lightly resting on the end of the hilt. 12,000 kilograms of gripping force was poised at his fingertips. The front line of the abyss is originally a place meant for slaughter. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again. There are no cameras, no rules. If the Shao family's people block my path, I want need to hold back my strength. I will shatter them along with the demonic creatures. As many come, I will kill as many. Tu Lai looked at Lin Yuan, who appeared so nonchalant, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the remaining persuasion. He realized that he was still measuring Lin Yuan with the mindset of an inland martial artist. For Lin Yuan, a pure physical brute born for destruction and plunder, the number and background of enemies held no significance whatsoever. The only thing that mattered was whether the opponent's bones could withstand the over 20,000-pound black blade in his hand. The SUV continued to speed through the night. At the same time, deep within a vast classical garden complex in the center of the capital lay the core residence of the top martial arts family, the Shao family. Tall red walls completely isolated the external clamor. All patrol guards within the residence were composed of 4th-grade martial generals, each wielding a standard alloy-long knife that emitted a chilling gleam. In the innermost part of the residence, there was a standalone medical building. The air was thick with the pungent scent of a high concentration of nutrient solution mixed with various grade healing agents. In a 1,200 square meter sterile intensive care unit, a silver-white military-grade deep-sea medical pod was placed, filled with light green restorative gel. Xiao Chun lay naked from the waist up, eyes closed, immersed in the gel. A breathing mask covered his mouth and his chest rose and fell with the sound of a mechanical pump. Several holographic displays above the medical pod were scrolling Xiao Chen's body data in real time. The current head of the Shao family, Xiao Zhan, stood beside the medical pod dressed in a dark golden robe, hands clasped behind his back. His wrinkled face was so gloomy that it seemed ready to drip with water. The 7th grade mid-level martial energy, Gung Jin True Chi, uncontrollably overflowed from his body, slicing fine white marks on the high-strength explosion-proof glass of the sterile room. A chief physician from the Shao family dressed in a white coat approached Xiao Zhan from behind, tremblingly holding an electronic report. Patriarch, young Master Chen's preliminary skeletal reconstruction surgery has been completed. The physician lowered his head, his voice trembling, not daring to directly meet Xiao Zhan's back. However, the injury is more severe than anticipated. Xiao Zhan did not turn around, only coldly uttering a single word, speak. The opponent used pure physical destructive force when attacking without any true chi attributes attached. This resulted in young Master Chen's protective true chi being unable to carry out effective attribute neutralization. The physician opened the electronic report's perspective view. Young Master Chen's left wrist ulna and radius were directly crushed into a fine powder by that grip, with the bone marrow and nerves completely necrotic. The sternum was fractured in 6 places, with fragments piercing into the lung lobes. Most critically, the physical shockwave from the opponent's punch directly damaged 3 main meridians near young Master Chen's chest cavity. The physician took a deep breath, braving Xiao Zhan's increasingly furious pressure, and spoke the final diagnosis. Even using this grade rebirth elixir from the family treasury can only preserve young Master Chen's hands from amputation. The ruptured meridians in his body will leave permanent physical scars. Young Master Chen's cultivation will be permanently stagnated at the initial stage of the 6th grade, with no possibility of breaking through to the 7th grade. Crack! The high-strength anti-static tiles under Xiao Zhan's feet shattered into pieces in an instant. A sharp and unmatched sword intent erupted from his body, shattering all the cold light source tubes above the sterile room. The room plunged into darkness, with only the green fluorescence of the medical pod flickering. The physician, terrified, knelt on the ground covered in shattered glass, not daring to move. Permanently stagnated. A beast-like growl erupted from Xiao Zhan's throat. My Xiao family has invested a decade of resources to cultivate this prodigy, only to have him ruined by a first-year student from magic martial arts using brute force. Xiao Zhan turned around and kicked the physician kneeling on the ground aside. He strode to the metal door of the intensive care unit and pulled it open. Outside, 4 dark guards from the Xiao family, dressed in black tactical clothing and radiating the aura of peak 6th grade martial artists, knelt on one knee awaiting the patriarch's command. Pass on my order to the family head. Xiao Zhan looked down at the 4 shadow guards, his voice laced with an absolute aura of slaughter. Go investigate the new recruit frontline defense list of the demon marshal next month. As long as Lin Yuan leaves the inland city and steps into any defense zone of the Eastern Sea Abyss frontline, immediately activate all the hidden lines our family has placed in the military. Xiao Zhan's fingers cracked ominously. Offer a bounty of 100,000 military merits and 3 7th grade barrier-breaking pills, and issue the highest level kill order in the underground black market. I want those desperate men and mercenaries on the Eastern Sea defense line to find Lin Yuan's location. I want him to die in the abyss fissure with not a trace left behind. Bring back the black knife in his hand and hang it outside Xiao Chen's hospital room. Yes. The 4 shadow guard leaders responded in unison, their voices synchronized before swiftly rising and blending into the night of the courtyard. Xiao Zhan stood at the door, gazing towards the distant south. He knew that a comprehensive encirclement aimed at that pure physical thug had officially begun in the underground world of the Great Xia Kingdom. At 11 o'clock at night, the first military airport in the capital, the floodlights on the tarmac illuminated the wide cement runway. A dark gray Kunping-class heavy tactical transport aircraft was stationed in the center of the runway. For massive turbofan engines were already idling in a preheating state, emitting a deafening roar. The wide metal boarding ramp at the rear was directly connected to the ground. A black military bulletproof SUV drove onto the tarmac, stopping 30 meters away from the transport aircraft. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Bloodblade in one hand, pushed open the car door, and stepped down from the SUV. The cold wind at high altitude mixed with the smell of aviation fuel blew against his face. He did not pause and walked straight towards the boarding ramp of the transport aircraft. Just as Lin Yuan reached the front of the ramp, a tall figure emerged from the enormous shadow of the transport aircraft. Su Qingxue wore a familiar pure white tight combat suit, holding a silver tactical briefcase in one hand and a silver longsword in the other. She stood alone at the entrance of the ramp, quietly waiting. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks and looked calmly at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue stepped forward and handed the silver tactical briefcase to Lin Yuan. This is the last glass supply from the combat zone airdrop. Su Qingxue's voice remained cold and clear amidst the roar of the engines. According to your instructions in the fortress, I have compressed and packaged 100 pieces of high-purity deep-sea energy stones. I did not touch the 3 glass elixirs inside. Lin Yuan did not reach out to take it. You exerted effort handling the side vigilance and supply retrieval. Lin Yuan looked at Su Qingxue. Take what you deserve. Su Qingxue shook her head. Her gaze passed over Lin Yuan, looking at the massive transport aircraft. Those monsters were killed by you alone, with absolute physical strength. My bit of ice-type true energy did not have a decisive effect in this level of battle. Su Qingxue stared directly into Lin Yuan's eyes. I do not need resources that are given as charity. I, Su Qingxue, cultivate martial arts not to pick up scraps under someone else's protection. She placed the briefcase on the cement floor by Lin Yuan's feet. Then she took out a document stamped with the Ministry of Education's red seal from her storage bag at her waist. I have submitted an application to the school committee of the Capital Martial Arts University and received special approval from the Ministry of Education. Su Qingxue showed the document to Lin Yuan. Starting next month, I will officially transfer to the Demon City Martial Arts University as a practical exchange student. For a period of 2 years. At this moment Tu Lai had just stepped down from the SUV and froze upon hearing this. He looked at Su Qingxue, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The absolute core of the Capital Martial Arts University, a genius from a prestigious family, actually took the initiative to apply to transfer to Demon Martial. This was the first time in the history of both schools. Lin Yuan's expression showed no change. He did not look at the document. Transferring schools is your freedom. Lin Yuan picked up the briefcase at his feet. The training intensity at Demon Martial is very high. I will be going to the Eastern Sea Abyss frontline next month. If you want to join the team, there is only one condition. Lin Yuan turned around, dragging the battle knife on the cement ground, leaving a long white mark and producing a harsh scraping sound. Keep up with my physical speed. If you are injured by the wind pressure from my swing, roll back to the capital yourself. Lin Yuan offered no pleasantries and directly stepped into the transport aircraft's metal ramp. With a body density of 120,000 kilograms combined with a battle knife weighing over 23,600 pounds. Creak. The high-strength aviation aluminum alloy ramp emitted a severe metallic distortion sound the moment Lin Yuan landed. The ramp's surface directly sank, leaving two deep footprints of 2 centimeters. The entire rear of the heavy transport aircraft suddenly sank under this terrifying weight, and the damping hydraulic bearings emitted strained cries of overload. Su Qingxue looked at the 2 deep footprints imprinted on the alloy ramp, a strong shock and undeniable battle intent flashing in her cold eyes. She knew that Lin Yuan's strength had undergone another qualitative leap in the past half-day. I will keep up. Su Qingxue gave the most resolute answer to Lin Yuan's broad back. Lin Yuan did not turn around. He strode into the cabin and sat down in a metal seat by the window. The battle knife lay flat on the floor, directly crushing the anti-slip mat, the blade pressed tightly against the cabin's steel floor. Tu Lai also quickly boarded the plane, waving goodbye to Su Qingxue. The cabin door slowly closed with a hydraulic sound. The 4 turbofan engines erupted with maximum thrust. The enormous transport aircraft accelerated on the runway, piercing through the turbulent air towards the night sky, flying at full speed towards the southern demon city. The interior of the cabin was dimly lit. Lin Yuan sat in the seat, eyes closed. His consciousness sank into his dantian. The power of 120,000 kilograms flowed steadily through his limbs like boiling magma. The 5th-grade solid true energy crystal suppressed at the center of his dantian, the black point representing space collapse, was radiating a black halo at an extremely slow speed. Lin Yuan did not pay attention to that true energy. His core was entirely built on absolute physical mass. He needed the battlefield. He needed stronger monster bones to test the new knife in his hand that weighed over 23,000 pounds. The peaceful environment of the inland could no longer withstand the destructive power brought by each punch and step he took. 2 hours of flight time passed in the blink of an eye. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the heavy transport aircraft landed smoothly on the military tarmac behind the Demon City Martial Arts University. The sea breeze carried a damp, salty scent into the open cabin. Lin Yuan held the battle knife and the briefcase, walking down the plane along the ramp. At this moment, the campus of Demon Martial was quiet. Streetlights cast mottled tree shadows on both sides of the road. Tu Lai did not accompany Lin Yuan back to the dormitory area, as he had to report to the school committee about the resource allocation from this competition. Lin Yuan walked alone along the wide cement path towards Villa No. 1 in the Qianlong district. Occasionally, a few members of the campus night patrol passed by. When they saw the figure in the dark carrying a huge black knife and emanating a chilling aura, they all stopped, standing at the edge of the road, silently paying their respects. The live broadcast footage of Lin Yuan at the national competition had already spread throughout Demon Martial. Everyone knew that this freshman had trampled all the high-ranking genius science of the capital underfoot with the most violence. In this martial arts university where the strong are revered, Lin Yuan had already become a sort of uncrowned king. Lin Yuan paid no attention to these gazes. He walked steadily back to the Qianlong district. The courtyard gate of Villa No. 1 was open. The bulletproof alloy door he had kicked in had already been replaced by the engineering team with the latest model. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and entered the spacious living room on the first floor. The living room was neatly arranged with high-end solid wood furniture. A fresh scent of air purifier filled the air. Lin Yuan did not turn on the lights. He walked to the center of the living room and unloaded the Starfall blood blade resting on his right shoulder. He did not exert force, but simply released his grip, allowing the 2,360 pounds heavy battle knife to fall naturally under gravity. The knife tip pointed straight down. Bang! A dull yet extreme physical impact sound echoed in the quiet villa. The pure black blade tip touched the high-end Persian carpet laid on the floor, instantly slicing it open. Then it directly penetrated the thick 2-centimeter high-density marble floor tiles below. The marble tiles cracked outward, forming a dense spiderweb of cracks. The weight of the battle knife did not stop its downward pressure. The blade continued to cut into the cement floor beneath, forcibly severing 2 steel bars, finally embedding half a meter deep into the ground, standing firmly in the center of the living room. Lin Yuan glanced at the damaged floor without showing any emotional fluctuation. The combination of 120,000 kilograms of body mass plus this heavy battle knife made it difficult for ordinary civil building structures to endure his daily physical activities. He casually tossed the briefcase containing the glass resources onto the solid wood coffee table. There is still a week until the frontline deployment next month. Lin Yuan turned and walked towards the bathroom. He needed to use this week to finally tune the explosive power of 120,000 kilograms with the reforged battle knife in the school's advanced gravity chamber. A week later, the zero defense zone of the Eastern Sea Abyss frontline would welcome a true physical cleansing. And those hidden shadow guards from prestigious families preparing to ambush him would soon understand what a true forbidden area slaughterhouse was. At 6 in the morning, the main campus of the Magic City Martial Arts University Advanced Gravity Training Center. The fully enclosed silver-gray alloy hemispherical building reflected a cold metallic sheen under the rising sun. The surrounding air carried a hint of the unique moisture of the morning. Lin Yuan was clad in a pure black sleeveless tactical vest paired with dark gray military tactical pants and anti-slip combat boots. A rough black cloth tightly wrapped the Starfall blood blade resting on his right shoulder. After being reforged, the battle knife now weighed a staggering 23,600 pounds. He took steady steps along the wide concrete walkway towards the main entrance of the training center. The black military boots made a dull, yet solid thudding sound against the hard concrete ground. The density of his pure flesh weighing 120,000 kilograms combined with the dead weight of the battle knife left a half-inch deep indentation with each footprint on the smooth concrete surface. This was not a deliberate display of power, but rather the natural crushing of conventional building materials due to the physical mass reaching a certain level. Lin Yuan approached the 30-centimeter thick explosion-proof metal door. He raised his left hand and placed the military tactical terminal on the identity verification area. Beep. Identity confirmed. Captain of the Magic Martial Team Lin Yuan. Access level S-Class maximum. A mechanical synthesized voice echoed in the entrance. The heavy metal door slowly slid open, revealing a brightly lit corridor inside. Lin Yuan entered the corridor and walked straight to the deepest part, the S-Class independent gravity room. He pushed the door open and stepped into the spacious room, which spanned 500 square meters. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the room were all crafted from deep black high-density silver ore. This ore could withstand ultra-high-intensity physical damage and chi impact, making it the highest-level training facility available in the inland cities. Lin Yuan approached the metal control console at the edge of the room. He unloaded the Starfall blood blade from his shoulder. Without any unnecessary movement, he simply released his grip, allowing the over 20,000 pounds heavy battle knife to fall vertically. Bang! A dull, yet powerful physical impact resonated throughout the gravity room. The wrapped tip of the knife made contact with the deep black silver floor. The silver ore capable of withstanding full-force strikes from a fifth-tier martial general without leaving a mark directly dented and cracked under the absolute dead weight of 23,600 pounds and the knife's inherent spatial cutting properties. The blade cut into the floor a full 10 centimeters deep, standing firmly beside Lin Yuan. A large web of cracks radiated from the edge of the blade, spreading wildly across the surrounding floor. Lin Yuan extended his left index finger and pressed it against the touchscreen of the metal control console. Red numbers began to rapidly jump from 1, 10, 50, 100. The numbers finally stabilized at 150. 150 times the standard gravity field. V-room. The mechanical bearings within the silver ore walls emitted a low rumble under the unbearable load. The air density in the entire room experienced a violent physical change within a thousandth of a second. The originally transparent air compressed into a visible layer of white vortex slowly circulating within the room. This level of gravitational pressure could crush a main battle tank into a slab of iron. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the room. The black sleeveless vest he wore was pulled taut downwards, tightly adhering to his white jade-like skin. The physical density of 120,000 kilograms manifested absolute resistance at that moment. His knees did not bend half an inch, and his back remained perfectly straight. Purple-blue veins slightly bulged on his arms, and the heartbeat maintained a slow yet powerful constant rhythm. He extended his right hand, gripping the rough handle of the knife. With a forceful grip, he pulled the Starfall blood blade directly out of the cracked silver floor. Clang! The pure black blade emitted a short, cold metallic tremor as it scraped against the silver ore. Lin Yuan stood with his legs apart, shoulder-width apart. The floor beneath his feet sank again, leaving 2 shallow footprints. Without releasing any chi, he completely sealed the 5th-tier solid chi crystal within his dantian. Lin Yuan relied purely on muscular contraction and relaxation to swing the 23,600 pounds Starfall blood blade from the bottom to the top with all his might. The foundational movement for void-shattering thunder prison, slash, and upward thrust. In the environment of 150 times gravity, the pure black battle knife experienced no lag whatsoever. The blade sliced through the high-density air, creating a large area of absolute vacuum in midair. The air was violently pushed aside, forming 2 visible, white, high-pressure waves. The dark blue spatial cutting line at the edge of the blade drew a 3-meter-long black crack in the air. Boom! The physical wind pressure generated by the swing of the knife slammed against the silver wall directly in front. The entire wall quivered violently. A straight mark 2 centimeters deep was scraped onto the surface of the wall by the wind pressure, and a large amount of metal debris flew in the air. Lin Yuan's movements did not cease. He twisted his waist muscles, sharply swinging his strong arms to draw the battle knife in a large arc above his head, then struck down with all his might. A direct chop, a horizontal sweep, a diagonal slash. Under the extreme gravity of 150 times, Lin Yuan began a continuous series of high-intensity basic slashes. With each swing, the explosive power of his 120,000 kilograms of flesh perfectly matched the dead weight of the over 20,000 pounds battle knife. Sweat trickled from his forehead and back. Just as it left his pores, the immense gravity yanked it straight down to the floor, shattering it into tiny droplets. Large amounts of white steam rose from the surface of his white, jade-like skin. This was the high temperature generated by muscle fibers operating under ultra-high loads, directly vaporizing the sweat on his surface. A full 5 hours. Inside the sealed gravity room, only the incessant sound of air explosions and the vibrations from the silver wall being scraped by wind pressure could be heard. When Lin Yuan completed his first 10,000 basic slashes, he halted his movements. He planted the Starfall blood blade back into the battered floor. Lin Yuan's chest heaved greatly, and his breathing became heavy. This pure physical squeezing induced a long-lost sense of soreness in his muscles. But along with the soreness came an almost perfect coordination between power and weapon. In his mind, the emotionless mechanical prompt of the system sounded on cue. Detected that the host has completed 10,000 ultra-gravity physical slashes. Muscle memory and high-density weapon compatibility reached 100%. Advanced hardened bone density has slightly increased. Pure physical explosive power stabilized at 125,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan walked to the control console and pressed the stop button. The 150 times gravity field dissipated instantly, and the air in the room returned to normal circulation. Lin Yuan picked up the black cloth and rewrapped the battle knife securely. He turned and exited the gravity room, retracing his steps away from the training center. It was already noon. The sunlight had become somewhat piercing. Today marked the day when the main battle team of the first-year students from the Demon Martial Academy set off towards the front line of the Eastern Sea Abyss. Lin Yuan returned to Villa No. 1, took a cold shower, and changed into a clean black combat uniform. He stuffed several vials of sprayed high-concentration solid essence liquid, which he had casually taken from the military supply depot in Kyoto, into his tactical storage bag. He then hoisted his battle knife and strode towards the military train dispatch station within the Demon Martial Academy. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. The military train dispatch station of the Demon Martial Academy. This was a massive military facility built 30 meters underground. Lines of magnetically levitated tracks glimmered with a cold sheen extending infinitely into the distance. The dispatch station was brightly lit with a military heavy cargo train 30 cars long and entirely wrapped in dark gray high-strength alloy armor parked on the platform. The train was emblazoned with the red battle sword insignia of the Great Xia Kingdom's military. A dual-mounted spiritual energy anti-aircraft cannon was installed on the roof every 10 meters. This type of train was specifically designed for troop deployment and material transport between inland cities and the Abyss frontline, capable of withstanding the impact of 5th-grade monsters without derailing. On the platform, Zhao Qing, Li Cheng, and the other 9 members of the Demon Martial Academy's team had gathered. They wore matching dark red polymer tactical suits, carrying their respective cold weapons lined up in 2 neat columns. During the past half-month of training, these 9 individuals had been voraciously absorbing the vast high-level resources Lin Yuan had brought back from the ruins combat zone. Each person's cultivation had stabilized, their vitality restrained, and their gazes were devoid of the previous restlessness of students, now infused with a genuine aura of lethal intent. At the front of the team stood a tall girl dressed in a pure white, tight-fitting combat suit. Su Qingxue. She carried a sheathed silver long sword on her back, and the white combat suit accentuated her well-proportioned, explosively powerful figure. A faint chill of ice and snow slowly circulated around her, cooling the stagnant air beneath the platform. A few days prior, she had arrived at the Demon Martial Academy with special approval documents from the Ministry of Education and Transfer Procedures. Today she would join the Demon Martial battle team and follow Lin Yuan to the most dangerous Zone 0. Tully, the vice principal of the Demon Martial Academy, stood beside the train's door in a deep gray military coat. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the steady and heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance passage of the dispatch station. Lin Yuan appeared in everyone's view, one hand hoisting a massive battle knife wrapped in black cloth. He walked calmly but with purpose along the cement platform until he reached the front of the team. The black military boots thudded rhythmically against the ground. The 9 members of the Demon Martial team straightened instinctively as they watched Lin Yuan approach, not daring to meet. The single-entity physical slaughter that was live-streamed across Kyoto had etched an indelible fear and reverence in the hearts of these talented warriors. They understood clearly that this peer before them was a terrifying monster capable of tearing apart 7th-grade mechas with sheer physical strength. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the team, lingering on Su Qingxue for a second. Su Qingxue met Lin Yuan's gaze and nodded slightly. Her cool face bore no excessive expressions, only a calm readiness to embrace the impending slaughter. Everyone is here. Lin Yuan turned to look at Tully. Tully stepped forward, his stern gaze sweeping over the 11 present. This is your first time truly stepping into the forefront of the Abyss, Fisher. Tully's gruff voice echoed in the vast underground station. Zone 0 is the core meat grinder of the Eastern Sea frontline, resisting the tide of deep-sea monsters. There are no rules, no referees. The number of monsters will be tenfold, 100-fold compared to you. Tully pointed a thick finger at the armored train behind him. Once you board this train, you are no longer students. You are soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom. On the battlefield, your only duty is to obey the orders of Captain Lin Yuan. Anyone who dares to falter in battle won't need monsters to act. A Lin Yuan can enforce battlefield discipline and execute on the spot. As soon as Tully finished speaking, Zhao Qing and the others involuntarily swallowed hard. They had no doubt that Lin Yuan would wield that black knife to decapitate them. Board the train. Lin Yuan made no pre-battle speeches. He uttered 2 words and turned striding up the metal boarding ramp of the armored train. The 12,000 kilograms of physical mass pressed down on the ramp, which emitted a piercing metallic distortion sound. The entire carriage sank sharply by 5 centimeters under the support of hydraulic suspension. Su Qingxue followed closely behind, gracefully stepping into the carriage. Zhao Qing and the others lined up and boarded in an orderly fashion. The cabin door closed tightly with the sound of pressure release. Heavy alloy armor plates completely isolated the interior from the outside. The magnetic levitation track beneath the train emitted a high-frequency charging sound. The 30-car heavy armored train slowly started traveling through the underground tunnel, gradually accelerating, ultimately transforming into a deep gray steel dragon, speeding toward the southeastern front of the Eastern Sea abyss. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious. Sturdy tactical seats lined both sides while a wide aisle ran down the center. The windows were made of one-way shatterproof glass, allowing a view of the outside scenery. Lin Yuan sat in the independent seat at the front of the first carriage. The Starfall blood blade lay flat on the metal floor beside him. Over 10,000 pounds of absolute dead weight crushed the anti-slip, shock-absorbing rubber layer of the floor, the blade firmly pressed against the underlying high-strength steel plate. Su Qingxue sat opposite the aisle, resting her silver longsword horizontally on her lap, with her eyes closed in meditation. The peak-level cold true chi of 5th grade circulated through her meridians in a great cycle. Zhao Qing and the other 9 sat in the back seats, maintaining absolute silence, with no one whispering to another. After 2 hours of traveling through the underground tunnel, the train finally broke through to the surface. The blinding sunlight streamed in through the shatterproof windows. The outside scenery had undergone a dramatic transformation, leaving the bustling inland city far behind. What came into view was an endless wasteland. As the train continued southeast, the vegetation on the plain became sparse. The color of the soil shifted from yellow-brown to a strange dark red. The originally white clouds in the sky were also tinted with a layer of gloomy haze. This was the edge of the area eroded by the abyss aura. The closer one got to the Eastern Sea front line, the lower the oxygen content in the air, replaced by a pungent smell of sulfur and a strong metallic scent of blood. Even with the train's heavy air filtration system, this scent still managed to invade everyone's nostrils. For hours, the speed of the train began to slow down. The light outside the windows suddenly dimmed. Everyone turned to look outside. On the horizon ahead stood a black metal high wall 200 meters high, extending infinitely to the left and right. This was the ultimate defensive line of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Eastern Sea Breakwater. The entire wall was constructed entirely from high-strength tungsten steel and special concrete. Its surface was covered with a dense array of massive gun ports and missile silos. Under the dark red sky, this magnificent military structure emanated a suffocating sense of war's oppression. On the outer side of the high wall were numerous dark stains of dried blood and enormous claw marks several meters deep, narrating the countless brutal battles that had taken place here. The train entered a massive gate at the base of the high wall, screeching to a halt on the military platform inside Zone 0. Hiss! The cabin door slid open. A gust of wind mixed with the strong smells of machine oil, gunpowder, and a sharp scent of blood rushed into the carriage. Lin Yuan lifted the battle knife with one hand, resting it on his right shoulder. He stood up and strode out of the carriage. The military platform was bustling with activity. Everywhere were fully armed soldiers, heavy logistics armored vehicles moving back and forth, and blood-soaked wounded soldiers returning from the front lines. The low wail of air raid sirens and the rough shouts of officers echoed in the air. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the platform, taking a deep breath of this violently tainted air. Within his dantian, that dark blue 5th grade solid true chi crystal, the black spatial collapse point quivered violently with excitement upon coming into contact with this pure abyss aura. The 12,000 kilograms of flesh and physical cells fully awakened at this moment. He relished the scent of this place. There were no staged cameras, no rules to adhere to. At that moment, 200 meters away from the platform, on top of a towering lookout tower, 3 men dressed in deep green tactical camouflage, their faces smeared with camouflage paint, were intently watching Lin Yuan, who had just disembarked from the train, through high-magnification, military-grade spiritual energy binoculars. These 3 were not regular soldiers, but top mercenaries who had long mixed among the front line of the abyss. Their blood vitality fluctuations were deep and cold, all reaching the pinnacle of 6th grade martial commanders, with the leader a scar-faced man emanating a violent true chi at half-step 7th grade. The scar-faced man lowered the binoculars and pressed a hand to the encrypted communicator at his ear. Target confirmed. The demon martial battle team Lin Yuan has arrived at the internal platform of Zone 0. The assassination order released by the Shao family on the black market has officially been activated. 100,000 military merit points, and 3 7th-grade barrier-breaking pills. Notify Team Viper and Team Crackbone to set up an ambush near the 3rd supply line. The scar-faced man stroked the poison-coated serrated dagger at his waist, his eyes glinting with greedy cold light. Wait for him to leave the safe zone and step into the real battlefield, then execute physical eradication immediately. Bring that black knife back as proof. On the platform, Lin Yuan seemed to sense something. He hoisted the battle knife, slowly turned his head, and his deep blue gaze crossed the 200 meters to land precisely on the top of that lookout tower. Although separated by thick, bulletproof glass and distance, the moment the 3 mercenaries met Lin Yuan's gaze, their hearts constricted sharply. It was a primal feeling of being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, a cold and cruel arc forming at the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Su Qingxue and the 9 demon martial team members who had gathered and stood ready behind him. Prepare. Report in as you enter the defense zone. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his black boots thudding against the blood-stained surface. The brutal meat grinder of the Eastern Sea Abyss frontline was about to welcome a blood-soaked storm that would completely overturn the physical understanding of the defense line with the formal involvement of this pure physical thug. Those hidden in the shadows, thinking themselves to be hunters, would soon realize that in this lawless land where only power could define life and death, they were up against a truly unreasonable monster. Within the military platform of the East Sea breakwater, the high-temperature steam emitted by the heavy maglev train slowly dispersed in the air, slicing the humid and briny sea breeze into fragmented white mist. Lin Yuan grasped the starfall blood blade wrapped in coarse black cloth, with one hand the muscular lines of his arm clearly visible beneath the black combat suit. He stepped forward, the heavy military boots thudding against the cement floor stained with oil and dried blood. With a burst of pure physical force of 12500 kilograms combined with the weight of the battle knife at 23600 gene, each step he took produced a dull thud. The cement floor could not withstand such terrifying pressure per unit area of fine cracks spread outwards from the center of his footprint, eventually turning into tiny stone chips. Su Qingxue followed closely behind him, her silver long sword unsheathed, the tip pointing straight down, the chilling aura emanating from her purifying the murky air within 3 meters. Zhao Qing, Li Cheng, and the other 9 members of the Demon Martial battle team lined up in a combat formation, each gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the surrounding chaotic and busy military base with vigilance. At the edge of the platform, several heavy tracked transport vehicles painted in deep green camouflage were frantically. Logistics personnel in exoskeleton armor, aided by forklifts, pushed boxes of heavy shells emanating spiritual energy fluctuations into the cargo hold. Demon City Martial Arts University freshman garrison battle team reporting for duty. Lin Yuan reached the inspection station at the end of the platform, his voice steady, penetrating the loud mechanical roar. An army captain inside the inspection station put down the tactical tablet in his hands. He looked up, first glancing at Lin Yuan's tall and imposing physique, then his gaze fell upon Lin Yuan's foot deeply embedded in the cement floor. The captain's eyelids twitched violently. He sensed a heaviness from this young man that seemed to belong to a realm beyond. Identity verification passed. Captain Lin Yuan, I am the head of the reception team for Zone 0. General Wei Cheng has been waiting for you at the command center for quite some time. The captain swiped the electronic gate open, stepping aside to allow passage, his tone carrying a newfound respect for strength. Lin Yuan hoisted the long knife wrapped in black cloth and led the team through the gate. The internal structure of Zone 0 exhibited a rugged and cold aesthetic of violent beauty. The 1,200-meter-high metal walls were crisscrossed with energy transport pipelines and automated defense machine guns. Massive ventilation fan blades slowly spun overhead, emitting low-frequency rumbling sounds that resonated within the chest. A convertible military jeep awaited at the exit of the passage. Get in. Lin Yuan uttered 2 words, stepping into the back seat of the jeep first. Due to his terrifying physical mass, the jeep's chassis sank sharply 10 centimeters the moment it made contact with him, the shock absorbers emitting a sharp, grinding sound. Once Su Qingxue and the remaining 9 people got in, the high-speed vehicle originally meant for racing across the wilderness now exhibited a serious overload sluggishness, its engine roaring heavily as it crawled slowly up the oil-stained ramp. The jeep passed through 3 50-centimeter thick pneumatic blast doors, finally stopping in front of a hemispherical building covered in countless radar antennas. This is the core brain of Zone 0, the command center. Lin Yuan jumped out of the vehicle single-handedly, carrying the over 20,000-gen battle knife as he stepped through the building's entrance. Inside the hall, hundreds of large holographic projection screens were displaying real-time energy fluctuations at the front lines of the sea and the advancing routes of demonic creatures. Dozens of commanders and spiritual energy analysts hurried back and forth between the light screens, the sounds of commands being issued echoing throughout. In front of the panoramic observation window at the front of the hall stood a burly old man. He wore a dark gray general's uniform, the stars on his shoulders glimmering under the lights. He turned around, revealing a weathered face marked by the traces of gunpowder smoke to Lin Yuan's gaze. General Wei Cheng, the supreme commander of the East Sea Defense Line Zone 0, a 7th-grade peak master who had fought on the Abyss battlefield for decades. Wei Cheng's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Yuan. He could feel that Lin Yuan standing there was not merely a person, but rather a solid mass of metal that had been compressed to an extreme at the atomic level. The surrounding air twisted and flowed on a physical level due to Lin Yuan's presence. Lin Yuan. Wei Cheng took 2 steps forward, his voice hoarse, carrying a dryness of iron-blooded battlefields. I have seen your performance in the battle report from Kyoto. Reforging divine weapons with one hand, your physical strength has broken through the limits. The demon marshal has sent me an astonishing Buddha this time. Wei Cheng's gaze shifted to the black cloth wrap in Lin Yuan's right hand. Is this the blade, Oi? Lin Yuan did not respond, he simply waved his right hand. Bang! The black cloth-wrapped Starfall blood blade stood directly on the high-strength alloy floor of the command center. This time, even the specially alloyed floor was directly penetrated by the pure dead weight of 2360 gene. The blade tip sliced through the wire conduits below, sending out a series of crackling blue sparks. General Wei Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt a strong vibration beneath his feet. This weight had completely surpassed the physical limits that ordinary 5th and 6th grade martial artists could control. General, we need combat assignments. Lin Yuan looked at Wei Cheng and stated bluntly. Wei Cheng withdrew his gaze, turning around and pointing to the large red holographic sea map behind him. 20 kilometers directly ahead of Zone 0 lies the third abyssal rift, known as the Crimson Tide. According to the latest spiritual energy spectrum, a large-scale wave of demonic creatures will erupt next week, even mixed with multi-headed 7th grade initial stage Lord-level beings. Wei Cheng's voice grew extremely serious. Currently, the defensive forces are critically stretched. I originally planned to have your student team handle internal patrols, but since you have demonstrated this level of power, I must place the heaviest burden upon you. Wei Cheng tapped on the screen, illuminating a coordinate marked as Death Valley with glaring red light. This is the most prominent isolated observation post on the defense line, responsible for monitoring the atmospheric pressure at the bottom of the abyssal rift. It is the first line of defense against the demonic creature's assault, and currently the place with the highest casualty rate. Lin Yuan, I want you to hold this observation post with your team for 1 week. If the observation post is lost, the entire East Sea defense line will lose real-time warning against the wave of demonic creatures, costing the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Wei Cheng turned his head, staring fiercely into Lin Yuan's eyes. Do you dare to accept? Lin Yuan extended his right hand, gripping the hilt of the knife, standing beside him. As long as my knife remains, no demonic creature can set foot on the steps of the observation post. Lin Yuan's voice carried an absolute arrogance and coldness. This confidence did not stem from embellishment of words, but from the physical assurance brought by the 12500 kilograms of bodily strength. Alright, the promotion ceremony is waived, only achievements matter on the battlefield. Wei Cheng picked up a special authority medal radiating purple light from the table and threw it to Lin Yuan. From now on, the independent military authority of the Death Valley observation post and its surroundings belongs to you. You have 1 hour to resupply, after which a helicopter will drop you into the battlefield. Lin Yuan caught the medal and pinned it to his chest. He turned around without a word, leading the members of the Demon Marshal battle team out of the command center. Just as Lin Yuan and his team headed for the supply station in the shadows on the 2nd floor of the command center, a man resembling an aide quietly tucked away his communicator. Target confirmed. Lin Yuan has taken on the task of Death Valley. That is the best ambush location. Notify the Shao family's dark guards to prepare to strike during the gap of the demonic wave. The man's cold gaze fixed on Lin Yuan's retreating figure, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. Inside the supply station, Zhao Qing was calibrating a large-caliber dual-purpose heavy machine gun. Li Cheng was equipping energy-absorbing ceramic plates onto his battle skirt. Everyone understood what the upcoming task meant. It was a true life-or-death scenario where only absolute slaughter could exchange for a glimmer of survival. Su Qingxue approached Lin Yuan, resheathing her silver-long sword behind her. The terrain of Death Valley is extremely complex, shrouded in abyssal mist year-round, compressing the range of chi perception to within 50 meters. Su Qingxue reported softly, relaying the information she had retrieved from the database. If those assassins from the aristocratic families ambush us in the mist, our vision and divine sense will be severely disrupted. Lin Yuan, holding a bottle of high-concentration nutrient solution in one hand, tipped his head back and drank it down. He casually crumpled the empty bottle into a small metal ball and tossed it into the trash bin. The mist may obscure vision, but it cannot hinder the vibrations brought by physical mass. Lin Yuan turned his head, a hint of destructive black light flickering in his deep blue pupils. In my gravitational field, no one can hide. Whoever comes dies. An hour later, 3 deep gray Ghost-class stealth helicopters took off into the swirling red dust. The rapid rotation of the propellers shredded the surrounding abyssal aura. Lin Yuan sat at the edge of the cabin door, his legs dangling in midair. He carried the battle knife, weighing over 20,000 gene, letting the fierce wind tousle his black hair. Below lay an endless expanse of dark red earth. The ground was riddled with massive surface fissures from which dark purple gas surged, muddling the entire space. Entering the airspace of Death Valley ahead. All battle teams prepare for descent. The red lights inside the cabin began to flash violently. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He already smelled that familiar air, the scent of slaughter and blood. He leaped directly from the 10-meter-high cabin. Bang! Lin Yuan's feet slammed heavily onto a giant granite block at the edge of the canyon. The impact generated by 80,000 kilograms of flesh combined with the heavy battle knife shattered the 5-meter-wide boulder into tiny fragments. As the dust settled, Lin Yuan stood in the center of the ruins with one hand holding the knife, his gaze fixed on the lonely and dilapidated observation post deep within the canyon. There, a group of deep-sea fishmen, demonic creatures exuding a vicious aura, had already sensed the invaders' vital energy, slowly crawling out from the shadows while brandishing rusty bone forks. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand. The surface of the black cloth-wrapped starfall blood blade faintly glimmered with dark blue lightning. Since I've come, let's clear out these insignificant fish first. Lin Yuan stepped forward, heading alone towards the deepest part of the canyon, facing thousands of demonic creatures. Su Qingxue and the others followed suit, swiftly spreading into tactical formation. The blood-red storm at the east seafront officially commenced, the prelude to physical slaughter at this moment. And those lurking in the shadows, the assassins, had no idea that they were tracking a terrifying living forbidden zone. The wind in the canyon wailed in despair. Lin Yuan swung his first blade upon arriving at the front lines. The pure black blade sliced through the air without any obstruction. Amidst the muffled sounds of flesh being violently crushed, the ground throughout the canyon began to tremble violently. This was an unreasonable display of absolute power, forcibly asserting the sovereignty of physical laws over this abyssal territory. The surface of the Death Valley exhibited a deep purple hue, a result of extensive oxidation. The humidity in the air was high, with dense acidic mist rising from the deep cracks, compressing visibility to less than 50 meters. Lin Yuan carried the 236-pound Starfall blood blade on one shoulder, his military boots sinking into the soft, sticky, dark purple soil. The soil was mingled with shattered shells and the hard exoskeletons of some arthropods, producing a crisp, cracking sound under the weight of gravity. 30 meters ahead, the first group of deep-sea mermen emerged from the shadows of the rocks. These demonic creatures stood at an average height of around 2-3 meters, their bodies covered in a layer of slimy gray-green scales. Their limbs were long and slender, with thick webbing between their fingers, tightly gripping bone forks crafted from the ribs of deep-sea behemoths. Their huge, dead fish-like eyes, emitting a ghostly green glow, were fixated on Lin Yuan's body, which radiated a strong wave of vitality. Ga, the lead merman at the peak of the fourth rank, let out a piercing scream. It lunged forward, its emaciated hind legs kicking up a mud pit, while the bone fork in its hand sliced through the air towards Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan stood his ground, his right hand slowly tightening around the rough handle of the Starfall bloodblade. He did not activate the dark blue 5th rank, solid, true chi crystal within him. Faced with such a level of charge, his physical strength of 12500 kilograms had already been completely overloaded. The muscles in Lin Yuan's waist suddenly tensed, propelling his right arm. The heavy warblade, weighing over 200 pounds, traced a black arc through the air. Due to its weight, the blade forced aside the air molecules in its path. Virum, a low-frequency roar of air echoed throughout the valley. Just half a meter away from Lin Yuan's chest, the wide blade of the Starfall bloodblade struck the merman's waist first. There was no anticipated sound of metal clashing, only a dull and dense sound of physical shattering. The thick gray-green scales of the peak 4th rank merman shattered in an instant under the impact of over 200 pounds of force, unable to withstand even a fraction of a second. Following this, its internal spine and ribcage turned into countless tiny bone fragments upon the violent impact, piercing through its internal organs. Puff! The upper half of the merman's body and the lower half snapped apart in an instant. A large amount of dark green blood mixed with shattered internal organs violently sprayed towards the left rock wall due to the inertia. The severed half of the corpse crashed against the rocks, creating a crack in the hard granite, then slid to the ground, turning into an indistinguishable puddle of flesh. Lin Yuan's form did not pause. He stepped forward, following the inertia of his blade swing. As he landed, the ground within a 5-meter radius could not withstand the sudden surge of pressure, collapsing downwards by a full 10 centimeters. Behind him, Su Qingxue had already landed on the observation platform with 9 members of the Demon Warrior team. Zhao Qing, take your men to secure the 3 high ground firing points. Li Cheng set up the 6 heavy dual-purpose machine guns at the entrance, sealing off the only gentle slope of the valley. Su Qingxue's commanding voice was cold and decisive. She drew out the silver longsword from her back. The rest clear the flanks with me. Do not let any stray fish approach them. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her peak 5th rank extreme cold true chi flowing through her meridians into a ring of light blue frost rapidly spread beneath her feet, freezing the originally sticky soil into a hard ice surface, countering the abyssal aura's effect on her speed. Zhao Qing and the others acted swiftly. The heavy military supply boxes were pried open and the alloy frames sparked against the marble platform. Zhao Qing and the others acted swiftly. The heavy military supply boxes were pried open and the alloy frames sparked against the marble platform. At this moment, the merman horde below had completely erupted. Thousands of demons surged out from the purple mist. They trampled over the corpses of their companions, wielding bone forks and rusty iron spears like a tide of dark red, pressing in layers towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood alone at the narrowest part of the valley, holding the blade with one hand. Facing the hundreds of mermen charging at him, he swung the reforged Starfall Bloodblade forward. The first style of the Shattering Sky Thunder Prison cut, severing the sea. Although he did not use true chi, the physical speed of this strike reached several times the speed of sound, and with the weight of the blade at 23600 pounds, a brief gravitational collapse occurred in the physical space directly in front of the blade at the moment of the swing. Boom! A visible white high-pressure shockwave surged forward along the trajectory of Lin Yuan's blade. It was a column of air compressed by absolute force. The first few dozen mermen at the front did not even see the blade before their bodies were directly crushed by this terrifying high-pressure air column. Their eyes bulged, and the scales on their bodies shattered in chunks. As the air column swept over them, these demons burst into a mist of blood, as if thrown into a heavy industrial grinder. The shockwave did not diminish, directly sweeping over a 40-meter wide, fan-shaped area. The ground was furrowed into a trench a meter deep by this force. Both sides of the trench were littered with the severed limbs and shattered shells of the mermen. Under this blow, over 100 mermen were wiped out on the spot. The dense purple mist in the valley was forcefully cleared over a large area by this strike, revealing even more demons climbing from behind. Lin Yuan held the blade horizontally in front of him. His right arm muscles tensed, the alabaster skin radiating a metallic sheen under the dim light. The surface of the reforged Starfall Bloodblade glowed faintly, as its dark blue natural patterns absorbed the death energy emitted by the demons. Roar! Behind the merman, an entity far larger than its kin appeared. It was a deep-sea commander, its skin was a dark golden color with a row of bone spines extending half a meter from its back. It wielded a black iron trident weighing 500 pounds. The sixth rank initial true chi fluctuations rolled around it, causing the surrounding mermen to retreat in fear. This deep-sea commander fixed its blood-red vertical pupils on Lin Yuan, sensing the lethal threat contained in that last strike. It let out a low growl, its massive body suddenly propelling off the ground, transforming into a golden afterimage, the black iron trident whistling through the air as it lunged towards Lin Yuan's forehead. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly cold. He stepped forward half a pace, his left hand rapidly opening with a sharp cracking sound from his knuckles. Faced with the black iron trident imbued with 6th grade true chi, Lin Yuan neither flinched nor drew his battle blade. He directly extended his left hand, reaching for the blade of the trident. Li Cheng, who was setting up defenses behind, inadvertently glanced back and was startled, nearly dropping the chain of bullets in his hand. Barehanded against a 6th grade demonic weapon, a sharp metallic clash resounded through the canyon. Lin Yuan's palm made direct contact with the black iron trident. The impact force capable of piercing the armor of a main battle tank was abruptly severed upon striking Lin Yuan's jade-white palm, thwarted by the sheer physical hardness of 12500 kilograms. The ground within a 3-meter radius beneath Lin Yuan could not withstand the collision of these two colossal forces, instantly shattering and collapsing, sending a multitude of debris into the air. Lin Yuan's left hand firmly grasped the tip of the trident. The layer of dark golden 6th grade true chi was instantly dispersed upon contact with his skin, transforming into specks of golden light that vanished. Not even a trace was left on his palm. Is this all it takes, say? Lin Yuan's voice rang clear amidst the noisy. He exerted a powerful grip with his fingers. Crack! The black iron trident forged from deep-sea cold iron was crushed under Lin Yuan's terrifying grip, 5 finger holes appearing, followed by a sharp sound as the tip was forcibly snapped off. The deep-sea overseer's blood-red vertical pupils were filled with horror. Before it could retreat, Lin Yuan had already released the trident, his right hand's Starfall Bloodblade, slashing upward from below. The blade, weighing over 2000 gene, carried an unstoppable physical inertia. Thud! This strike cut directly into the deep-sea overseer's waist, traveling up along its spine, and finally bursting through from the crown of its head. The cut was exceptionally smooth. This 6th grade initial stage demonic creature, known for its incredible defense, could not withstand even a second in front of Lin Yuan, its body cleaved in two. A torrent of dark golden blood sprayed out, staining Lin Yuan's black vest with mottled blood. He casually flicked his battle blade, the residual blood splattering against the rock wall, corroding a dark mark. He did not lower his gaze to look at the corpse, but instead glanced up at the canyon above. On a cliff 200 meters away, several figures dressed in deep black stealth suits were kneeling behind a boulder. They held specially crafted long-distance spiritual energy observation mirrors. Boss, what kind of power is that? A killer's voice trembled over the internal channel. The physical strength of that deep-sea overseer has at least reached the 5th tier limit, and he broke its weapon with his bare hands, then cut it open. Wait. The scar-faced mercenary leader put down the observation mirror in his hand, his face darkening to the point of dripping water. He glanced at the tactical terminal concerning Lin Yuan's profile. The profile stated, 5th grade warrior strength type awakening. 5th grade, my ass. Are the Oldtimers of the Shao family in Kyoto just eating air? The scar-faced man muttered under his breath. With this kind of physical density, it must be above 120 kilograms. That level of foundation is only found in war god level experts in their youth. He glanced at Lin Yuan, who was single-handedly blocking an army of thousands. Don't rush to act. The mission in the Death Canyon has only just begun. Once the subsequent tide of demonic creatures truly erupts and the deep-sea lord descends, no matter how strong his body, there will come a time when his stamina is exhausted. When his true chi and blood energy decline to the critical point, we will go down to reap. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something coldly sweeping his gaze toward the cliff. He paid no attention to the lurking small fry. For him, the more demonic creatures there were here, the richer the blood energy and resources he could plunder. Su Qingxue has the spiritual energy spectrometer inside the observation station been activated. Lin Yuan called out loudly, facing away from the others. It has been activated. The current spiritual energy fluctuation frequency is 450 Hz, climbing towards the red alert line. Su Qingxue stood on the platform, her long hair blowing in the cold wind. Based on predictions, the first wave of the real tide will arrive in 30 minutes. At that time, 6th grade high-level demonic creatures will appear. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the blade. The weight of 23600 gene gave him a strong sense of control. 30 minutes. Enough time for me to clear out all this trash in my way. Lin Yuan's figure lunged forward. He no longer stayed in place, but actively charged into the dense crowd of fishmen. The Starfall Bloodblade, weighing over 200 gene, felt as light as a feather in his hands, yet every swing created terrifying gravitational ripples in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of bursting flesh echoed throughout the canyon. Lin Yuan did not employ complex sword techniques. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, and forward thrusts. Each movement was executed with utmost simplicity. Wherever he passed, the ground left a blood-colored path paved with flesh and rubble. Those fishmen attempting to surround him would have their organs shattered by the physical pressure generated by the heavy blade as soon as they entered a 3-meter radius around him. The purple mist within the canyon was completely stained dark red. The 9 members of the Demon Warrior team behind watched this scene, all stunned. Zhao Qing's hand gripping the heavy machine gun trembled slightly. He had thought his improvement over the past half-month was significant, but upon witnessing Lin Yuan's slaughtering efficiency akin to a physical grinding wheel, he realized his so-called progress was utterly insignificant in the face of true violence. This isn't even a battle. Li Cheng swallowed hard. This is one-sided physical dissection. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted from the abyssal rift at the deepest part of the canyon. The entire ground trembled violently. The originally dark red soil began to roll upward, and a highly corrosive black liquid gushed forth from the rift. Spiritual energy frequency has surpassed 1000 Hz. Alarm! The deep-sea tide has erupted prematurely. Su Qingxue's voice carried a hint of urgency for the first time. Lin Yuan halted his slaughtering steps. He stood amidst the pile of corpses, slowly turning his head. From the abyssal rift, a giant claw nearly 10 meters wide violently grasped the edge of the rift. The claw was covered in numerous suction cups and mucus, each nail resembling a sharp military-grade steel knife. With a roar that echoed throughout the canyon, a deep-sea giant demon, as large as a small mountain, was slowly crawling out of the rift. A 7th-grade initial-stage demonic creature, the deep-sea ambusher. Its emergence caused all the low-tier fishmen nearby to be instantly crushed by some invisible aura. Lin Yuan looked at this colossal creature, not retreating in the slightest, but instead revealing a hint of extreme excitement in his eyes. The area around his right hand's tiger mouth felt slightly warm. The reforged Starfall Bloodblade required such a hard target to sharpen its edge. You all hold the platform, leave the rest to me. Lin Yuan extended his tongue, licking the coolness splashed on his lips. He hoisted the battle blade weighing over 200 gene, with one hand steadily walking toward the 7th-grade giant demon that emerged like a mountain. Every step he took landed on the nodes of physical rules. At that moment, Lin Yuan resembled a small nuclear bomb on the verge of detonation, about to unleash absolute violence that would make the entire Eastern Sea defense line tremble in the deepest part of this Death Canyon. The ground deep within the Death Valley trembled violently, cracking continuously as dark purple gas surged forth from the abyssal fissures, intertwining with corrosive black liquid, compressing the already murky air into a suffocating physical sensation. Lin Yuan hoisted the Starfall Bloodblade weighing a staggering 23,600 gene, with one hand leaving deep 3-centimeter footprints in the viscous dark purple soil with his military boots. His deep blue eyes coldly gazed ahead at the colossal creature crawling out from the ground. It was a 7th-grade, low-level magical beast, the Deep-Sea Stalker. The head of this giant demon was shaped like a flattened spindle covered by a thick layer of dark blue keratin, nearly half. Beneath that keratin layer were 6 dark red compound eyes arranged in an arc, each the size of a human head, exuding a bloodthirsty and frenzied glow. Its 10-meter-wide bluish-black claws gripped the edge of the fissure tightly, each exertion crushing the hard granite walls into powder, with large amounts of stone debris rolling into the bottomless darkness below. A roar imbued with a powerful physical penetrating force erupted from the mouth of the giant demon, filled with rows of serrated teeth. The sonic waves generated by the roar formed a visible translucent fan-shaped air wave, directly causing a dozen 4th-grade fishmen in its path to bleed from their orifices and burst their innards. The air wave swept across the canyon floor, ripping the dark red humus layer apart to a depth of half a meter, then crashing violently into Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan stood his ground, his feet not moving an inch. The black combat suit on his body clung tightly to his skin under the onslaught of the sonic waves, outlining the contours of his muscles forged like steel. With a pure body density of 125,000 kilograms, he possessed absolute physical immunity against such sonic wave attacks. The sonic wave struck against his alabaster skin, producing a dull sound akin to metal clashing before dissipating entirely. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, unhooking the Starfall Bloodblade from his shoulder and holding it horizontally. Su Qingxue lead the team to retreat to the inner layer of the observation station. Activate the Level 2 Spiritual Energy Shield. Lin Yuan did not turn back, his voice low and calm, clear amidst the loud explosions. Understood. Su Qingxue did not hesitate for a moment. She held her silver longsword in one hand, the other pressing on the tactical terminal, quickly issuing commands. Everyone retreat into the inner area. Zhao Qing provide crosscover with the heavy machine gun. Li Cheng activate the Spiritual Energy Shield Synchronizer. Under Su Qingxue's command, 9 Magic Martial Team members systematically retreated along the anti-explosion slope towards the interior of the observation station. Zhao Qing's heavy machine gun continued to spew fire wildly, the large-caliber armor-piercing rounds tearing a bloody path through the fishmen, buying the team the last 10 seconds for their retreat. With a hiss of released air pressure, the 50-centimeter-thick alloy door of the observation station closed tightly, and a layer of faint blue spiritual energy shield instantly enveloped the entire building. In the center of the canyon, only Lin Yuan remained facing the 7th-grade giant demon that had fully emerged from the fissure. The deep-sea stalker measured 30 meters in length, its back bulging high, covered in rows of massive suction cups, each a meter in diameter. These suction cups continuously contracted in the air, ejecting a highly corrosive black slime that sizzled as it corroded the surrounding rocks. Its 15-meter-long heavy tail swung across the ground, leaving a half-meter-deep trench with every sweep at the giant demon sensed the star-like heat and condensed blood energy emanating from Lin Yuan, a significant provocation to it, a high-grade magical beast. It moved. At that moment, its massive body erupted with an illogical physical initial velocity. The giant demon's claws pushed off the ground violently. Its weight of over 30 tons combined with terrifying explosive power transformed it into a bluish-black afterimage, instantly crossing 50 meters to appear right in front of Lin Yuan. The right giant claw was raised high, 5 black sharp claws like steel blades slashed through the air, leaving 5 pale vacuum trails, and with the power to shatter everything, it aimed to smash Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan raised his head. The 5th-grade solid chi crystal within him maintained an extremely slow and constant rotation, still not releasing any chi. He intended to use this 7th-grade magical beast to test his newly reconstructed body and reforged battle blade. Lin Yuan gripped the rough handle of the Starfall blood blade tightly. His waist bent slightly backward, every inch of muscle fiber highly contracted at that moment, channeling the 125,000 kilograms of physical explosive power through his spine to his arms. Open the blade. Lin Yuan shouted softly, raising the heavy battle blade against the descending giant claw, executing a horizontal slash from below. The 23,600 gene dark blade traced an extremely fine, yet profound physical trajectory through the air. Dong! A sound almost shattering eardrums rang out in the canyon. The physical shockwave generated by the impact expanded in a ring, swiftly clearing the remnants of fishmen and debris within a 30-meter radius. The spiritual energy shield of the observation station shook violently under the residual force of the shockwave, setting off a series of alarms. The ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet completely collapsed. He sank half a meter into the ground, absorbing all the recoil generated by the collision of the 2 colossal forces. The giant demon's claws, capable of easily shattering main battle tanks, cracked extensively upon contact with the edge of the Starfall bloodblade. The black blade sliced through the hard armor, piercing directly into the giant demon's palm along the gaps between its fingers. Dark golden blood mixed with shattered armor fragments splattered everywhere. The deep-sea stalker emitted a piercing cry of pain. Its massive body, due to the immense physical inertia, was forcibly tilted off balance by the power of Lin Yuan's strike, causing its giant claw to swing violently to the left. Lin Yuan did not give it a moment to breathe. He exerted force with his legs in the collapsing pit, transforming into a bluish-black flash, leaping directly onto the giant demon's massive back. Second blade. Lin Yuan gripped the blade handle and reversed the blade tip, pointing downward. The weight of over 20,000 gene combined with the gravitational acceleration of his descent. Puff! The Starfall bloodblade pierced effortlessly through the thick layer of skin and fat on the giant demon's back. As the blade entered, Lin Yuan could feel it cutting through the giant demon's tough muscle fibers and large nerve cords. The reforged Starfall iron exhibited extraordinarily strong physical penetrability, rendering the pressure-resistant tissues that could block most chi attacks ineffective under the weight of 20,000 gene. Lin Yuan gripped his knife with both hands and pulled back fiercely on the back of the giant beast. Shoo! A massive wound 5 meters long tore open completely on the beast's back. A torrent of black liquid and dark golden blood gushed forth, soaking Lin Yuan completely. Roar! The deep-sea lurker fell into utter madness. It thrashed its body wildly, attempting to shake Lin Yuan off its back. Its heavy tail whipped through the air, striking the surrounding rock walls and causing massive collapses. Lin Yuan's feet were firmly planted on the back of the giant beast. The dragon marrow in his body emitted a faint golden glow. Each bone showcased absolute physical resilience under the pull of gravity. No matter how the giant beast shook, he remained like a steel nail, firmly rooted on its back. At that moment on the cliff above the canyon, 3 mercenaries from the Shao family stared intently at the scene, their faces etched with uncontainable fear. This is not a human fighting at all. The mercenary with a scar on his face held a psychic telescope that trembled slightly. Those are 2 ancient ferocious beasts engaged in a brawl. Does that kid have unlimited stamina? Can a body trained in a 150-fold gravity chamber really reach this level? Prepare the specially made blood transformation needles. When he delivers the final blow to this giant beast, that will be the moment when his old strength is exhausted and his new strength has yet to arise. At that time we will clear the area. Below the canyon, Lin Yuan had already drawn his battle knife. He stood on the beast's back holding the knife in one hand while his left hand suddenly spread wide, pressing against the beast's continuously trembling skin. True Qi solidified. In his dantian, the dark blue solid crystal came to a halt at that moment. The 5th grade solid-state thunder true Qi, which had been suppressed within his body, surged into the giant beast without reservation through Lin Yuan's palm. This true Qi was not scattered, instead it pierced precisely into the beast's blood vessels and psychic energy circuits like extremely fine steel needles. In that instant the giant beast's body stiffened. It felt as if countless thunderous blades were crazily slicing. Lin Yuan leapt high at that moment. In midair he swung the battle knife weighing 23,600 pounds above his head in a perfect arc. Shattering void thunder prison slash, second style collapsing mountain. This strike fused 125,000 kilograms of physical power over 20,000 pounds of battle knife weight along with the most simplistic blade intent from the butcher. Before the blade even arrived, a heavy sensation capable of collapsing space descended. The air beneath the blade was compressed to its limits, generating a series of sharp sonic booms. Die! Lin Yuan uttered a single word. The pure black blade sliced through the dim canyon. Puff! There was no fierce explosion, only the ultimate penetration on a physical level. This strike accurately struck the center of the giant beast's elongated head. The half-meter thick dark blue keratin layer was sliced smoothly, as if it were fragile paper by the Starfall blood blade. The blade followed the seams of the skull directly, splitting the deep-sea lurker's massive head in half. A torrent of brain matter and blood sprayed wildly at the edges of the Earth's fissure. The 7th grade giant beast, measuring 30 meters in length, convulsed violently twice before its 6 dark red compound eyes quickly lost their luster, and its colossal body crashed heavily onto the dark purple mud, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Yuan landed on one foot. He half knelt on the ground, his battle knife deeply embedded in the soil. He panted heavily, the dark golden patterns on his skin flickering intermittently. This strike had consumed a significant amount of his physical strength. Just as he was about to retract his knife, 3 black streaks of light shot towards the vital points on his back from the cliff above the canyon, accompanied by a piercing sound. The specially made blood transformation needles, crafted from deep-sea mysterious ice iron, had tips coated with venom that could instantly disrupt a warrior's blood flow. This was a lethal strike long awaited by the Shao family shadow guards. Lin Yuan did not look back. However, around him, a highly reclusive physical field underwent a strange distortion as the 3 poison needles approached within a meter of his back. This was a natural physical field generated by the extreme density of his body after reforging his battle knife. Ding, ding, ding. 3 crisp sounds of metal clashing. The blood transformation needles, capable of piercing through the 5th grade Martial Marquis protective true Qi, collided with Lin Yuan's bloodstained back, as if striking the hardest alloy steel plate, and were directly deflected, tracing 3 powerless arcs in the air. Lin Yuan slowly straightened his body. Holding the Starfall blood blade in one hand, he turned his head slowly to look at the cliff above. His gaze held no surprise, only a cold indifference, as if he were watching a clown. After waiting so long, this is all you can do. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, causing the battle knife to carve a glaring white mark on the ground. He paid no attention to the observation post behind him. The ground beneath his feet shattered once more. His entire being shot up like a black meteor, defying the flow of gravity, scaling the vertical cliff of the canyon, directly charging towards the 3 mercenaries hiding on the cliff, who were already pale with fear. Boss, he's not human. He's a monster. Run. A mercenary let out a pitchy scream. Yet in the face of 125,000 kilograms of explosive force, fleeing was merely a meaningless joke. Lin Yuan's figure crossed 200 meters of vertical height in less than a second, appearing directly above the scarf. Due to the speed of his landing, the combination of 200 meters of height and his astonishing physical mass created an explosive impact. Boom! The entire protruding cliff rock shattered upon Lin Yuan's landing. Lin Yuan held the knife in one hand. Amidst the flying debris, he delivered the simplest yet most absolute horizontal sweep at the 3 assassins. The physical slaughter was just beginning. Meanwhile, within the observation post, Su Qingxue watched the screen as the red, representing Lin Yuan's vitality, surged madly, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She knew that in this death canyon no bigger than a fist, Lin Yuan was using his own method to reduce all rules and conspiracies to physical dust. The 200 meters of vertical height was compressed into less than a second of hovering time in the face of 12,500 kilograms of pure physical explosive power. Lin Yuan's figure tore through the air with a sharp whistle crashing heavily against the edge of the cliff above the depth. At the moment he landed, the massive granite block weighing several tons jutting out beneath his feet underwent a complete structural collapse. Thick cracks spread wildly from the center of his military combat boots in all directions, then erupted into a shower of rubble with a dull roar. 3 mercenaries who had been half-kneeling behind the boulder were directly flung away by this unreasonable physical shockwave. The scar-faced mercenary reacted the fastest. Having reached the peak of the 6th rank at the moment, he lost his balance. The dark attribute, true chi, within him erupted completely. He forcibly twisted his waist in midair, pushing off violently from a piece of flying debris, and moved backward over 10 meters, landing steadily on another hard rock layer. His 2 subordinates were not so fortunate. Lin Yuan held his sword in one hand amidst the swirling dust. The 23,600 gene Starfall Bloodblade, with no build-up, directly followed the physical inertia of landing, drawing a straight black line through the air. The spatial collapse attribute of the Starfall Iron, when swung rapidly, forcibly compressed the air in front of the blade into a translucent, high-pressure air blade. Bang! The first mercenary didn't even have time to draw his short knife from his waist before his body was struck heat-in by this high-pressure air blade. The 6th rank protective true chi, capable of withstanding armor-piercing bullets from heavy sniper rifles, was instantly shattered in the face of pure physical mass. The air blade sliced through his tactical bulletproof vest, severed his ribs, and directly bisected his upper body. Dark red blood sprayed in a fan shape through the air, and chunks of internal organs slammed against the rear rock wall, producing a sticky sound. The second mercenary, witnessing his comrade's tragic state, widened his eyes in shock. He gripped a 6th rank defensive heavy shield made of deep-sea cold iron, with both hands firmly holding it in front of him, continuously channeling his earth attribute, true chi, into the shield. Lin Yuan's steps did not falter. He took half a step forward, his right arm's muscles tightening, as the broad, pure black blade of the Starfall Bloodblade, carrying a terrifying momentum of 12,000 kilograms, decisively struck the center of the deep-sea cold iron heavy shield. Dang! The ear-piercing sound of metal shattering echoed through the sky. The surface of the shield, crafted from deep-sea cold iron, immediately dented downwards, then cracked from the center. The battle blade, weighing over 20,000 gene, continued unabated, shattering the shield before heavily striking the second mercenary's shoulder. The mercenary's collarbone, scapula, and entire right chest cavity collapsed under the force of the blow. His body was brutally hammered into the rocky ground below, and the sound of shattering bones echoed particularly clearly against the quiet cliff. He opened his mouth, but couldn't even scream. Chunks of his internal organs mixed with blood gushed out, leading to his instant demise. From Lin Yuan's landing to the 2 peak 6th rank mercenaries being reduced to minced meat, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The scar-faced mercenary stood over 10 meters away, his hand gripping the poisoned dagger, trembling violently. Having licked blood on the blade for many years at the Abyss frontline, he had seen countless brutal deep-sea lords and encountered the top geniuses of various great families. Yet he had never witnessed a combat style that entirely abandoned the exchange of true chi, relying solely on pure physical mass for one-sided suppression. Lin Yuan pulled the battle blade from the rocky ground, pointing the blade towards the scar-faced mercenary. His black sleeveless vest was splattered with the blood of enemies, and beneath his white skin dark golden patterns flickered in the night wind. How much military merit did Xiaozhan pay to buy my life? Lin Yuan's voice was steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He knew there was absolutely no chance of survival today. The peak 6th rank's lifeblood was raging within him as he directly activated a forbidden technique that drained his life force. Blood beads oozed from the surface of his skin, and he transformed into a dark red blood shadow skimming along the ground with an extremely peculiar zigzagging step towards Lin Yuan. Blood shadow, absolute kill stab. He compressed all of his true chi into the short blade in his hand, aiming directly for Lin Yuan's heart. Lin Yuan stood still, his deep blue pupils capturing the trajectory of his opponent's physical movement. At the moment the short blade was half a foot from his chest, Lin Yuan did not swing his sword. Instead, he lifted his left leg and forcefully thrust his knee upwards. There were no fancy techniques, only the physical speed that broke the sound barrier. Bang! Lin Yuan's knee accurately collided with the center of the scar-faced man's sternum. 12,500 kilograms of explosive force acted directly on a single point. The scar-faced man's sternum shattered instantly, and his heart exploded under the immense physical shock. His forward momentum was forcibly halted, and his entire body folded backwards in midair into a horrifying acute angle before being sent flying backwards, crashing heavily against the edge of the cliff 30 meters away. The scar-faced man lay on the ground, his body uncontrollably convulsing. A large amount of blood gushed from his mouth, and his gaze quickly dulled. Lin Yuan, holding the Starfall blood blade, walked steadily to the side of the scar-faced man. He extended his left hand, searching through the tactical vest pocket of the scar-faced man, pulling out a black communication terminal, emitting a weak signal. Lin Yuan applied force with his fingers. Crack! The high-intensity explosion-proof communication terminal in Lin Yuan's hand directly transformed into a twisted mass of metal scrap. The sound of electronic components shattering echoed against the cliff. In his mind, the system's emotionless mechanical prompt sounded on time. Killed 3 peak 6th rank human warriors. Acquired 30,000 points of high tier lifeblood. Fortune deprivation module activated. Detecting strong hostile intent from the enemy. Slight enhancement of physical body cell activity. Lin Yuan casually tossed the mass of metal scrap down the cliff. He walked to the cliff's edge, looking down into the 200-meter deep death gorge. The deep purple mist at the bottom of the gorge continued to roll. The massive corpse of the 7th rank initial stage deep sea stalker, whose skull he had split open with a single strike, lay quietly in the muddy ground. Dark, golden blood pooled into little puddles, emitting a pungent sulfur smell. Lin Yuan suddenly pushed off from the cliff edge with his legs leaping directly into the air, plummeting vertically from a height of 200 meters. The wind howled past his ears. Just before touching the ground, Lin Yuan slightly bent his knees to adjust his center of gravity. Boom. He landed heavily on the dark, purple muddy ground at the bottom of the gorge. The soil rolled outward, forming a deep pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. Lin Yuan stood up from the pit and walked towards the corpse of the deep sea stalker. He raised the starfall blood blade, inserting it into the fissure of the corpse's split head, and flicked the blade downward. A crystal core the size of an adult water bucket, dark blue and exuding rich water attributes spiritual energy, was directly pulled out from the brain matter. The surface of this crystal core was covered with natural spiritual energy patterns, and the energy contained within was immensely vast enough to sustain a small city for a month. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, steadily catching the heavy crystal core. He did not store it in a spatial bag, but instead held it in one hand, while carrying the battle blade in the other, turning to walk in the direction of the observation station. At this moment, inside the observation station of the death gorge, the 50-centimeter thick alloy door slid open inward with a sound of pressure release. Lin Yuan crossed the threshold and entered the tactical hall inside the observation station. The lights in the hall were set to a dark red alert state. 9 members of the Magic Martial Combat Team were nervously stationed at their respective battle posts. Su Qingxue stood before the tactical holographic projection platform in the center of the hall and turned her head upon hearing the heavy footsteps. Lin Yuan's black combat uniform was thoroughly soaked in various colors of monster blood and human blood. He casually tossed the massive 7th rank crystal core onto the metal floor beside the holographic projection platform. Bang! The crystal core struck the floor, producing a muffled sound, and rich spiritual energy instantly filled the entire hall. Zhao Qing and Li Cheng watched the 7th rank crystal core, their throats involuntarily rolling. Although they hadn't witnessed the entire battle outside, just the pressure emanating from this crystal core was enough to make them feel palpitation. Lin Yuan removed the starfall blood blade and stood it on the ground beside him. The blade tip sank 2 centimeters into the alloy floor, standing firmly. Su Qingxue stepped forward, taking a clean white towel from her tactical bag and handing it to Lin Yuan. The energy response outside has completely subsided. Su Qingxue's voice remained cold, but her gaze held a hint of curiosity towards the man before her. I just detected the blood wave fluctuations of 3 humans on the radar. They disappeared quickly after you killed the 7th rank monster. Lin Yuan took the towel and casually wiped the blood from his face. The dark guards of the Shao family in Kyoto. He tossed the soiled towel onto the table. 3 peak 6th grade martial artists have been dealt with cleanly. The hall instantly fell into a dead silence. Zhao Qing gasped. 3 peak 6th grade human martial artists capable of establishing sex in any inland city were merely referred to as having been dealt with cleanly by Lin Yuan. Behind this understatement lay a terrifying efficiency of physical annihilation that they dared not contemplate. Su Qingxue furrowed her brows slightly and hurried to the holographic control panel, her fingers rapidly tapping on the virtual keyboard. Captain, the situation has changed. Su Qingxue brought up a red battle zone map. Our communication link with the command center of the Zero Zone has been cut off. The backup microwave communication frequency has also been severely interfered with by spiritual energy, completely shielded. Lin Yuan approached the holographic table, gazing at the isolated blue dot representing the observation station on the map. The spiritual energy spectrum interference from the monsters cannot penetrate the military's encrypted frequencies. Lin Yuan's voice was low, stating a straightforward physical fact. Someone has tampered with the internal communication nodes of the defense zone. They've cut off the connection between the Death Valley and the outside world. Li Cheng tightened his grip on his firearm, his expression darkening. Is it the Shao family? Not only did they send assassins, but they also infiltrated the military's communication network. The aristocracy has been operating within the military for decades. Inserting a few insiders to sever the signal of a frontline observation station is not a difficult task. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the position of the Crimson Tide Rift on the holographic map. They want to turn this place into an information island. During the next large-scale monster tide outbreak, they plan to bury us all here using the monster's hands. A cold, emotionless smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. Cutting off communications means the command center won't send troops for support. But it also means that no matter how many people we kill or how many resources we seize here, the military will have no record of it. Lin Yuan turned his head, addressing all the magical martial team members present. From now on, the Death Valley is under complete lockdown. Li Cheng switched the perimeter defense artillery to manual control mode and load the bullets. Zhao Qing take people to account for the high explosive armor-piercing ammunition reserves in the observation station's arsenal. No one is allowed to leave the alloy gates without my command. Lin Yuan grabbed the Starfall Bloodblade, standing beside him, a dark blue lightning flickering across its pure black blade. Since they want to turn this place into an island, we shall turn it into their graveyard, whether it be monsters or the troops sent by the Shao family. At the same time, 2,000 kilometers away in the heart of Kyoto City, deep within the Shao family estate, in a completely soundproof dark chamber, the light was extremely dim. The current head of the Shao family, Xiao Zhan, sat upright in a mahogany armchair dressed in a dark golden robe. In front of him lay a long offering table neatly arranged with dozens of life-sign jade tablets used to monitor the vital signs of core family members and high-ranking dark guards. A dark guard captain in black combat attire knelt semi-upright before the offering table, trembling violently. At the front of the offering table, 3 jade tablets representing the peak 6th grade dark guards had just shattered with a crisp sound, turning into a pile of dull powder. Head of the family. The Scarface team sent to execute the annihilation order in the Zero Zone. All members have perished. The dark guard captain's voice was hoarse, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the floor. Xiao Zhan closed his eyes, gripping the armrest of the armchair with his right hand. The mid-level 7th grade Gung Gold True Qi surged uncontrollably within the dark chamber. The mahogany armrest was reduced to a pile of wood shavings under the cutting of the True Qi. 3 peak 6th grade martial artists. Not only did they fail to kill a first-year student, but they were also completely uprooted. Xiao Zhan slowly opened his eyes, the killing intent in his gaze nearly solidifying. Lin Yuan's strength was misjudged. The knife in his hand is definitely not an ordinary glass weapon. The material he reforged is very likely a forbidden item from the military supply depot. Xiao Zhan stood up and began pacing back and forth in the dark chamber. The hands of his eldest grandson Xiao Chun were ruined, his meridians severed, and the family's reputation was brutally trampled on before a national audience. Now their strongest assassination team had also been completely wiped out. This was no longer a simple matter of pride, but a life-and-death survival struggle between the Shao family and this backgroundless civilian martial artist. Xiao Zhan walked to the corner of the dark chamber and took out a red communicator with the military's highest encryption level from a safe. He pressed a complex string of numbers. Once the communication was established, a deep and wary voice came from the other end. Old head of the Shao family, I told you not to contact me during this time. The command center's supervision over the Zero Zone is extremely strict. General Wang, Xiao Zhan's voice turned cold, directly addressing the other party's title. You cut off the communications in the Death Valley. Yes. I modified the underlying logic of the microwave relay station. They are now blind and deaf. But I can only maintain this for 3 days. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat impatient. 3 days is enough. Xiao Zhan stared at the pile of jade tablet powder on the table. I need you to use your authority in the 3rd Division on the EC front to secretly airdrop the reorganized Frenzy Blood Mercenary Regiment into the rear highlands of the Death Valley through the supply channel. The other end of the phone fell into a brief silence followed by suppressed anger. You are insane. The Frenzy Blood Regiment has a full 500 high-level martial artists, and the commander is even a half-step 7th grade. Secretly sending so many people into the frontline position, if discovered by Wei Cheng, it would be treason. I will transfer 3 of the Shao family's spiritual energy mines in the EC to the 3rd Division as military funding. Xiao Zhan laid down his trump card, his tone resolute and unyielding. General Wang Xiaochun is ruined. If Lin Yuan survives and returns from the front line, the new generation of the Shao family in the military will be completely severed. This matter leaves no room for negotiation. I want Lin Yuan and all 9 of his magical martial students to die before the outbreak of the monster tide. The other end of the line fell silent for a long time. Finally, a cold reply came back. At 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, the airdrop will be completed. This is the last transaction. After the matter is done, we will be even. The communication was cut off unilaterally. Xiao Zhan returned the red communicator to the safe. He walked to the ventilation shaft of the dark chamber, gazing at the pitch-black night sky outside. What does it matter if the physical density of a body is 120,000 kilograms? Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. Before an army of 500 fully armed high-level martial artists, even a real Iron Mountain, I will grind you into iron powder. The night of the Death Valley is about to welcome the longest and bloodiest countdown. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who was meditating in the observation station, awaited the arrival of this batch of physical consumables that would allow him to wield his blade freely. In the depths of the Death Valley at midnight, a thick, deep purple fog completely shrouded the area. The atmospheric pressure here was 3 times higher than outside, with the air filled with a viscous charge. Each breath carried the metallic taste of rust deep in the throat. On the alloy platform outside the observation station, a light blue energy shield operated at the lowest power. The surface of the light curtain occasionally flickered with purple lightning patterns, indicating the impact of high concentrations of abyssal energy against the protective layer. The illumination lights at the edge of the platform emitted a dim red glow, casting a bleak outline on the rubble-strewn ground within a 20-meter radius. Lin Yuan sat alone on the metal stairs in the hall on the first floor. He wore a black sleeveless vest, dark brown from being soaked in dried blood, exposing his forearms where dark golden patterns glimmered beneath the skin with a high-density metallic sheen. In his right hand, he gripped the rough handle of the Starfall Bloodblade, which was wrapped in old cloth. The battle knife, weighing 23,600 pounds, was embedded vertically deep into the alloy floor, causing a continuous low-frequency tremor in the surrounding air due to its massive weight. With his eyes closed, Lin Yuan had extended his sense of touch to every corner of the observation station. With a pure body density of 125,000 kilograms, he had an almost instinctive sensitivity to the vibrations of the earth. His spine had completed the dragon marrow reorganization, and at this moment each vertebra exuded a heavy sense of oppression. Captain, the communication remained silent. Su Kingsu's light footsteps echoed from above the stairs. She had changed into a black special operations uniform, her long hair neatly tied back. She held a bottle of refined energy replenishment liquid, handing it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, the deep blue depths revealing a remarkably profound black. As he took the bottle, his fingertips brushed against its surface, causing the high-strength tempered glass to emit a faint sound of strain. The other party has severed the physical link. Lin Yuan tilted his head back and drank a mouthful of the cold liquid, feeling his atoms apple move up and down. At the eastern sea front, large-scale energy shielding typically indicates that the following attack will come from a non-magical entity. Su Qingxue sat on the steps beside him. Her silver sword rested on her knee, her fingertips gently tracing a scratch on the scabbard. The radar monitoring range of the observation station has been compressed to 2 kilometers. Su Kingsu's voice was cold, echoing in the empty hall. But I just observed from the auxiliary tower on the flank that the purple clouds above the valley are experiencing unusual airflow conflicts. That is not a natural phenomenon. A heavy transport aircraft has activated silent delivery mode. Lin Yuan's grip on the handle tightened slightly. The bloodthirsty mercenary corps. Lin Yuan casually uttered a name, the biggest trump card the Shao family can mobilize in this area. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall became extraordinarily tense. Zhao Qing and 9 team members also emerged from the rear ammunition depot. Each of them carried 3 times the standard load of ammunition and high-level recovery agents. After several days of blood-soaked baptism, these once proud students from prestigious schools had their air of arrogance replaced by a cold, hard sense of combat. Captain, all 36 automated defense cannons around the observation station have been locked into manual control mode. Zhao Qing's voice was steady as he carried 2 specially made ammunition chains they can fire at any time. No need. Lin Yuan stood up from the stairs. His movements were slow, but as his center of gravity shifted upward, the alloy stairs beneath him emitted a series of painful twisting sounds. The load-bearing columns of the observation station underwent slight deformation under the pressure of such pure physical mass. Lin Yuan exerted strength in his right hand, pulling the Starfall Bloodblade that was deeply embedded in the floor. He hoisted the battle knife weighing over 20,000 pounds onto his shoulder. In this battle, your mission is to protect the core of the observation station's energy. No matter what happens outside, you are not to step outside the threshold. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, his undeniable determination sending a jolt through the hearts of the 9 team members. Su Qingxue, you are responsible for the defense within the command room. If anyone attempts to infiltrate through the exhaust pipe or underground passage, eliminate them directly. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the heavy alloy door. Hiss! With a rush of high-pressure gas, the heavy doors slid open to the sides. The purple acidic mist outside surged in instantly. Lin Yuan stepped into the thick fog without any obstruction, his black silhouette quickly swallowed by the dim red light. At exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, a dull sonic boom erupted from the clouds above the Death Valley. Immediately after, hundreds of black parachutes blossomed in the sky. There were no indicator lights, no radar signals. These shadows descended rapidly towards the observation station's high ground with extremely precise tactical movements. They were the vanguard of the bloodthirsty mercenary corps. 500 high-level warriors, the weakest among them at the pinnacle of the 4th rank, with a large number of 6th-rank martial generals mixed in. Each of them was equipped with armor-piercing kinetic guns specifically designed for warriors above the 5th rank and highly concentrated blood toxins. On a protruding rock on the west side of the valley, the vice-captain of the bloodthirsty corps, a 6th-rank peak warrior codenamed Butcher, landed steadily. He tore off his parachute, gripping a serrated alloy broadsword in his hand, his eyes reflecting a ferocity that had long lingered at the edges of the law. The deposit from the Shao family has been received. The Butcher issued orders over the radio channel, his voice hoarse. The target is a first-year student in the magical martial arts with extremely high physical defense and close combat capabilities, rated as near 7th rank. Everyone do not engage in close-quarters combat. The first wave of attacks will use heavy armor-piercing positions. I want to turn that observation station and all the living souls inside into a sieve within 10 minutes. Understood. A cold response echoed through the communication channel. 5 fully equipped tactical teams swiftly spread out along the ridges on both sides of the valley. A 3-meter-long special energy heavy sniper was set up in the rock crevice, its massive muzzle locked onto the solitary metal fortress below. Just as the butcher was about to give the order to fire, he saw a black figure standing in front of the observation station's door through the tactical scope. The figure stood openly on the empty platform, holding a massive black blade in one hand, gazing up towards the ridge. Is he scared silly? The butcher sneered, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. First team test shots. Aim for his left leg. We need to bring Xiaozhan back alive. Bang. A piercing gunshot rang out. A 20-centimeter-long tungsten armor-piercing round propelled by energy powder transformed into a fiery red streak, piercing through the purple mist, heading straight for Lin Yuan's knee. The initial velocity of this bullet reached 5 times the speed of sound, enough to instantly penetrate a 10-centimeter-thick homogeneous steel plate. Lin Yuan stood on the platform, his deep blue eyes capturing the trajectory of the spark. He did not evade. After reforging his bones, a domain he referred to as the physical field had naturally formed. This field did not originate from true qi, but rather from the terrifying molecular density within his body that transcended conventional material limits. At the moment the tungsten steel projectile entered within 3 meters of Lin Yuan, an unbelievable physical phenomenon occurred. The projectile, initially maintaining a speed of 5 times the speed of sound, seemed to crash into a layer of extraordinarily viscous liquid lead. The speed of the projectile sharply reduced in an instant due to the immense inertia and the sudden gravity field's compression. The surface of the tungsten steel projectile began to heat up, violently manifesting a dark red glowing state. At half a meter away from Lin Yuan's body, the projectile came to a complete stop. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. As the atomic structure within the projectile could not withstand the instantaneous shear of the gravity field, the entire armor-piercing round shattered into countless tiny iron pieces, helplessly dropping beside Lin Yuan's battle boots. What? The sniper responsible for the shooting on the ridge could not help but let out a cry of astonishment. The butcher, looking through the scope, saw the entire process, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Everyone fire at will. Covering fire. He has high-level spatial defense gear. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames erupted along the ridges on both sides of the canyon. Hundreds of mercenaries simultaneously pulled the trigger. A torrential downpour of kinetic projectiles and high-intensity laser beams poured down, completely engulfing the platform of the observation station. In the center of the dense flames, Lin Yuan raised the Starfall blood blade with one hand. The 23,600 gene battle knife emitted an extremely steady resonance in his grasp. The dark blue solid true qi crystals within Lin Yuan's body began to spin in reverse at full speed in an instant. Physical force field activate. A circle of black rippling waves distorting the visual field suddenly spread outward from the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet. This was no longer a simple downward pressure like in the gravity chamber, but rather a forced reshaping of all physical constants within a 50-meter radius. The kinetic projectiles that entered the range of the rippling waves were instantaneously endowed with a weight over 10,000 times their original. They no longer flew forward, but instead followed an extraordinarily domineering gravitational trajectory, each one vertically impaling into the alloy floor of the platform. The surface of the platform instantly bore numerous deep pits. Lin Yuan stepped forward amidst the flames. He moved slowly, and with each step he took, the alloy floor beneath him caved in dramatically. Not enough firepower. Lin Yuan looked up, his gaze locking onto the butcher on the western ridge. Gripping the hilt of his knife with his right hand, he did not employ any martial technique, but simply thrust the blade forward unceremoniously. Over 20,000 gene of physical inertia combined with a burst of 125,000 kilograms of explosive force. Whoosh! A visibly cylindrical high-pressure airflow surged forth from the edge of the Starfall blood blade. This was not true qi, it was a physical shockwave formed due to the blade's speed being so fast that it forcibly compressed the air molecules in front of it to a near-liquid state. This white high-pressure wave spanned 200 meters, directly slamming into the rocks on the western ridge. The 6 mercenaries crouched behind that boulder did not even have time to scream before they were crushed to pieces by this terror. The entire boulder along with the mountain wall behind it was shattered by the shockwave, sending a large amount of debris tumbling down into the canyon. The rhythm of the attacks from the ridge was abruptly interrupted. Vice Captain, his physical attacks ignore our protective true qi. Desperate cries echoed through the communication channel. At this moment the butcher could no longer heed the command from Xiaozhan to spare any lives. He seized the radio and roared, "Prepare the heavy energy cannon. Use the meteor projectile. Blow him to pieces." 2 heavy mobile energy cannons hidden at the back slowly raised their barrels. Lin Yuan stood on the platform, sensing the 2 terrifying energy responses. The dragon marrow bones within him glimmered with a faint golden light. Su Qingshui, guard the door well. Lin Yuan left behind this sentence and suddenly surged forward. He did not leap into the air, but instead ran up the vertical rock face of the canyon. His feet struck the rock face each step, creating a crater with a diameter of 1 meter. With a physical density exceeding 80,000 kilograms, he was able to move like a cannonball that ignored gravity, leaving a straight upward path of destruction on the vertical rock wall. In 3 seconds Lin Yuan ascended 200 meters in height, directly appearing in the center of the western ridges. A mercenary holding a repeating crossbow had not even caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan's face before being met with an overwhelmingly powerful gust of wind. Lin Yuan did not swing his blade. He simply held the battle knife weighing over 20,000 gene with one hand and reached forward with his left hand. The mercenary's helmet along with the head inside it under the grip of Lin Yuan's 5 fingers exploded like a ripe tomato. Lin Yuan seized the repeating crossbow from the mercenary's hand. His right hand swung the Starfall Bloodblade back. Thud! A 6th-grade martial commander attempting a sneak attack from behind was struck down by the broad blade. Due to the weight of the blade, the mercenary's protective true chi completely collapsed upon contact, and he was turned into a puddle of blood sticking to the rocks behind. Lin Yuan flicked the battle knife, sending the puddle of blood flying into the sky, transforming it into a rain of blood. He stood in the center of the mercenary group's position, surveying the fearful faces around him. Now it's my turn. Lin Yuan shook his right hand, and the surface wrapped in black cloth of the Starfall Bloodblade cracked open a dark split within its blue patterns for the first time. The seed of spatial collapse quietly sprouted among these so-called high-level martial practitioners. This was a one-sided slaughter utterly devoid of suspense built upon the foundation of physical disparity. At this moment, the ridge of the Death Valley was no longer a paradise for ambushers but had transformed into Lin Yuan's bloody laboratory for testing the limits of physical destruction. Inside the observation station, Su Qingxue listened to the series of dull impacts and the sounds of bones shattering outside, calmly calibrating her longsword. She knew that in the face of absolute mass, numbers were merely figures to enhance the thrill of slaughter. The demise of the Blood Frenzy mercenary group had already entered a countdown in the physical since the moment Lin Yuan stepped through that alloy door. And 2,000 kilometers away in Kyoto, Xiao Zhan could never have imagined the kind of insurmountable nightmare that awaited the 500 elite he had dispatched. On the rocky battlefield of the western ridge of the Death Canyon, the once pervasive purple acidic mist was forcefully dispelled by the brilliant light preceding the firing of the heavy spiritual energy cannon. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Bloodblade weighing 23,600 pounds in one hand with military boots planted amidst the rubble of the giant stones he had just crushed. His body leaned slightly forward, and beneath his white, jade-like skin the dark golden skeletal patterns reshaped from dragon marrow exuded a physical pressure that distorted the air. In front of him, more than 30 mercenaries clad in deep black stealth tactical suits from the Blood Frenzy group had arranged themselves in a half-circle formation. The breathing patterns of these individuals became noticeably chaotic upon seeing Lin Yuan crush a comrade's skull with one hand. The energy kinetic guns in their hands emitted high-frequency charging whirs, yet no one dared to pull the trigger first. Die! The butcher let out a hoarse roar. He swung the serrated alloy broadsword in his hand horizontally, and the 6th-grade peak dark attribute true chi enveloping the blade radiated a piercing black glow. Meanwhile, the 2 self-propelled spiritual energy cannons behind him had finally completed their charging, and 2 40-centimeter diameter meteor armor-piercing, high-explosive shells whistled toward Lin Yuan's position. Lin Yuan made no attempt to evade. He gripped the hilt of the Starfall Bloodblade in his right hand, and the muscles in his waist instantaneously tensed, propelling his entire upper body. He did not use any martial technique. He simply took a large step forward. As his foot landed, a series of dense physical cracking sounds echoed from the surrounding 5-meter ridge rock layer. The 12,500 kilograms of pure body weight concentrated at the soles of his boots generated an instantaneous pressure that crushed the granite beneath into fine white powder. Riding the momentum from his step, Lin Yuan swung the battle blade, weighing over 20,000 pounds with one hand. The pure black blade cut through the air. Boom! A deafening physical collision erupted on the ridge. The first to meet the blade was the 2 energy shells traveling at 5 times the speed of sound. There was no explosion. The 2 special shells capable of destroying small fortifications were crushed and ground to pieces the moment they touched the dark blue space mark on the edge of the Starfall Bloodblade due to excessive physical pressure before their internal fuses and gunpowder could react chemically. Lin Yuan's battle blade maintained its momentum. The butcher's serrated broadsword struck the side of the Starfall Bloodblade infused with dark attribute true chi. Clang! The sharp metallic clash triggered a visibly perceivable physical shockwave. The butcher's previously grinning face froze in an instant. He felt as if he were striking not a blade, but a small asteroid moving at high speed. The powerful recoil directly transmitted through the sword into his arms. Crack! The protective true chi around the butcher's arms shattered upon contact. Immediately after, his radius and ulna fractured under the immense physical load. The serrated broadsword could not withstand this tremendous force and shattered into several pieces. Get lost! Lin Yuan forced a cold syllable from his throat, extending his left-hand fingers spread and grabbed the butcher's helmet. He did not employ true chi, he simply exerted force with his arm and pressed down. Bang! The butcher's entire body was pressed into the hard rocky ground by Lin Yuan. With a shower of rubble, the butcher's lower body created a deep pit in the rock layer under the immense impact, and blood gushed out instantly from the seams of the helmet. Lin Yuan released his grip, no longer looking at this so-called vice-captain. He turned his head, his gaze landing on the remaining 20 or so mercenaries. Upon witnessing their 6th-grade peak vice-captain being pressed into the ground like a dead dog, the fighting spirit of these mercenaries completely shattered. Some frantically dropped their weapons and jumped down the ridge, while others hysterically pulled the trigger. Physical force. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. The physical field naturally generated by the density of 12,500 kilograms of flesh was actively contracted to a radius of 10 meters around him. The originally invisible airfield formed a black, translucent spherical outline in the air. As the incoming bullets and poison needles entered this 10-meter range, their previously maintained high-speed momentum was forcibly altered in its vector direction by gravity. The bullet heads traced strange arcs in the air, all vertically embedding into the rubble at Lin Yuan's feet, accumulating into a circle of metal debris. Lin Yuan, wielding the Starfall Bloodblade, stepped toward the crowd. His pace was not fast, but each step sent tremor. A fourth-grade peak mercenary raised the alloy long gun in his hand in an attempt to block him. Lin Yuan did not even swing his battle blade. He extended his left hand, accurately grasping the gun's tip, fingers closing together to crush it. Creak. The tip of the long gun, made of high-strength chromolybdenum steel, crumbled in Lin Yuan's hand, like fragile crackers reducing to a pile of scrap metal. Creak. The tip of the long gun, made of high-strength chromolybdenum steel, crumbled in Lin Yuan's hand, like fragile crackers reducing to a pile of scrap metal. Below, tracing a perfectly smooth tuft, the blade cut through the air and also through the mercenary's body. The over 20,000 pounds of physical inertia combined with the dark blue space pattern sliced the opponent's body, along with the expensive tactical bulletproof vest, smoothly in half. The dark red blood, under the influence of the gravitational field, barely managed to fly out 3 meters before falling straight to the ground. This method of killing surpassed the comprehension of these individuals. In their eyes, Lin Yuan was no longer a martial artist, but a walking physical meat grinder. On the opposite side of the ridge, Su Qingxue stood atop the observation platform. She tightly gripped her silver-long sword, her cold gaze penetrating through the dark red night vision goggles fixated on the figure rampaging across the ridge. The captain's physical strength is approaching the critical point of human comprehension. Su Qingxue muttered to herself, her voice carried away by the howling wind. She observed bursts of blood mist erupting on the ridge from time to time, each explosion signifying the direct erasure of a high-level martial artist's physical existence. The data from the spiritual energy spectrum analyzer around the observation station is abnormal. Inside the observation station, Li Cheng's voice came through the tactical earpiece. The captain's movements on the ridge are too violent, causing localized gravitational constant fluctuations. The monster tied below the canyon has been alarmed and has begun its full-scale assault ahead of time. Su Qingxue turned to look into the depths of the canyon. The black liquid in the abyssal rift, which had been calm for a few minutes, began to boil again. Thousands of deep-sea fishmen and heavily armored crab-like monsters were frantically trampling over their fallen comrades, surging upward. Behind these monsters, 3 giant silhouettes over 50 meters in size emerged. The mid-tier 7th-grade monsters, deep-sea giants. These creatures had skin of dead gray covered in thick seaweed and rotting flesh lumps, wielding 20-meter-long ship anchor chains. Lin Yuan. The main wave of monstrous tide has entered attack range. 3 grade 7 mid-tier beasts. Su Qingxue's voice crackled over the radio, edged with gravity. Upon the mountain ridge, Lin Yuan stood balanced on 1 foot atop the corpse of a mercenary whose spine he had shattered beneath his boot. Hearing the radio report, he slowly turned his head. Dark crimson blood speckled his face. Beneath his alabaster skin, dark golden patterns pulsed rhythmically, an indication that his dragon marrow was undergoing secondary absorption under extreme muscular compression. He gazed into the canyon's depths. The 3 colossal deep-sea colossi had already emerged from the rift, swinging massive anchor chains to obliterate observation station fortifications along their path. The remaining dozens of survivors from the Raging Blood Mercenary Battalion hesitated, until they beheld the hellish tide of monsters below and their faces drained of all color. Too noisy. Lin Yuan looked down at the mercenary, still convulsing beneath his foot. His right hand tightened around the hilt of Xingyun Bloodblade, its black-wrapped grip groaning under immense pressure. He paid no mind to the scattered remnants. Lin Yuan strode toward the cliff's edge, each step carving footprints 3 centimeters deep into the unyielding rock. His 360 Jin heavy warblade, superheated by the boiling torrent of his inner chi and blood, bore a fissure across its dark blue surface, revealing a slender ink-black rift into the void. Su Qingxue, lock onto the positions of those 3 giants. Lin Yuan's voice cut through the radio with crystalline clarity. I'm drawing my blade. Everyone, shut down all electronic devices and stabilize your center of gravity. Shut down electronics. Su Qingxue paused, then instantly grasped that this was the prelude to large-scale physical collapse. All personnel, deactivate tactical terminals. Secure yourselves immediately. Within the observation station, 9 crew members snapped into action, locking their bodies into reinforced metal seats. Atop the mountain ridge, Lin Yuan held the blade aloft in one hand. He drew a slow, deep breath, the explosive force of 125,000 kilograms surging through every restructured dark gold bone, amplifying compounding. He did not leap into the canyon. Instead, standing upon the very crest of the ridge, he unleashed his full power, a decisive strike forged anew in divine weaponry, against the monstrous tide thousands of meters below. The third form of Shatter Sky Thunder Prison / Void. Though the arc traced by the Tuthisan Plustion warblade through air was minute, its velocity surpassed the frame rate perceptible to the human eye. HSSSS. A sound like silk violently torn, space itself cleaving open. Before the blade's edge, the vile-thud air instantly blackened into absolute lightless void. A spherical vacuum 10 meters in diameter bloomed along the blade's trajectory, then descended unnaturally down the ridge's slope, plunging directly into the canyon's abyss. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In that instant, gravitational parameters across the entire Death Canyon collapsed entirely. Thousands upon thousands of fishmen charging forward disintegrated the moment they touched the black void wave. No pain signal even registered before their bodies were compressed into millimeter-thin flesh sheets, then atomized by spatial implosion into dust-fine particles. The three mountain-sized Grade 7 mid-tier deep-sea colossi raised their anchor chains in desperate defense, yet the moment the black wave swept over them, their ashen-gray hides, capable of withstanding ordinary Grade 6 true chi martial techniques, offered not a single second's resistance. The sunken anchor chains exploded into shards. 100 softened masses of flesh and bone crumbled like desiccated leaves before absolute physical mass collapse. The black wave pierced all three colossi, then slammed into the canyon's opposite cliff face. Crack! The entire 300-meter high mountainside, cut cleanly across its midsection, severed by a single stroke. The colossal upper half slid downward under gravity, shaking the entire defensive line with thunderous resonance. Dust and smoke blotted out the sun. Where once teemed a dense churning tide of monsters, a perfect void now stretched, 1 kilometer long, 50 meters wide, utterly barren. Nothing remained but dark red soil and fading ripples of black void. Upon the ridge, Lin Yuan leaned alone on Xingyun Bloodblade, gripping it with one hand. His right arm trembled violently. Dark gold sweat beaded across his alabaster skin. The reforged blade hummed softly in his grasp, a sound of profound satisfaction. In his mind system, notifications cascaded without pause, like a riotous, ceaseless celebration. 3 Grade 7 mid-tier monsters annihilated. 1,200 elite fishmen slain. Unacquired elite Cayenne blood essence 15000 points. In looting mechanism activated, host has forcibly seized the primordial essence of the deep-sea colossi. Permanent passive effect unlocked. Physical attacks now carry the heavy impact attribute, ignoring 50 of target's physical defense layers. In bodily explosive force increased to 130,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan felt the renewed weight coiling within him, each breath drawing vast currents of air deep in. He turned, his gaze falling upon the few surviving raging blood mercenaries huddled motionless in the corner. These ruthless killers now stared at Lin Yuan, not as a man, but as an incarnate calamity walking among. With one hand, Lin Yuan lifted Xingyun Bloodblade and tapped its hilt lightly against the rock. When will communications resume? His voice cut through the settling dust, landing sharp and clear in the ears of the survivors. 3 minutes. One mercenary's teeth chattered. His voice was little more than a whisper. The microwave relay station's jammer carries a self-destruct protocol. It'll deactivate automatically in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes. Sufficient. Lin Yuan watched the thick layer of violet mist already beginning to coalesce again beneath his feet. The first wave of the deep-sea tide had been merely an appetizer. Those 3 Grade 7 colossi were nothing more than scouts, pawns dispatched by the abyssal consciousness to probe the threshold. Far deeper within the rift, something older, vaster, and undeniably sentient stirred, awakening with deliberate slowness. Its presence transcended Lin Yuan's current perception threshold, faintly exuding the oppressive aura of a Grade 8 war god. Yet instead of dread, Lin Yuan tightened his grip upon the blade's hilt. His feet pressed firmly into the earth once more. Dark gold patterns surged upward from his heels, tracing veins of power all the way to his neck. Come forth. Lin Yuan stood at the cliff's broken edge. A lone blade in hand, he waited amid the ruins of the Death Canyon for the final prey worthy of his absolute unrestrained. Inside the observation station, communication signals flickered back to life. On external monitors, Vice Principal Tu Lai and Commander Wei Chung stared in prolonged silence at the canyon wall, half sheared away as if by a god scalpel. The screen's wildly oscillating, catastrophically overloaded physical destruction metrics silently proclaimed the dawn of a new law of violence. On the ridge of the west side of the Death Canyon, the air was suffused with a dryness that seemed to have been forcibly scorched by intense. Lin Yuan leaned on the Starfall Bloodblade, which weighed 23,600 pounds, as the rocky ground beneath his feet displayed a pattern of regular, outwardly spreading radial cracks. His black sleeveless vest soaked in dark red blood clung to his back, rising and falling in accordance with his deep and slow breathing. 50 meters ahead of him, the originally towering opposite mountain had been smoothly sliced away from its upper half by a strike named Void, causing tens of thousands of tons of rock to plummet into the canyon, completely severing the once continuous river of black liquid. The purple mist at the bottom of the canyon was forcibly sucked away by the vacuum created by that strike, revealing the dark purple ground stained with fresh blood beneath. Aside from the more than 1,000 fishman monsters that had been shattered into atomic states, the lower-tier monsters in the distance were currently caught in a state of physical paralysis, lying in the mud, their bodies twitching in high-frequency spasms due to overwhelming fear. The 13,000 kilograms of physical explosive power within Lin Yuan flowed steadily through every inch of his dark golden bones. The spine restructured with dragon marrow emanated a cold and hard sense of oppression, yet he maintained an absolute standing posture under this extreme muscular load. With a sharp electronic synthesized sound, the military tactical terminal on Lin Yuan's left wrist lit up, with the previously blocked radio frequency re-established a physical connection in that instant. The holographic projection screen flickered in the air and automatically popped up an encrypted video communication from the command center of the Zero Defense Zone of the EC Defense Line. Lin Yuan, can you hear me? Report your coordinates. What happened in the Death Canyon? The satellite just detected a massive gravitational collapse there. General Wei Cheng's hoarse and urgent voice echoed through the speaker. In the video, Wei Cheng stood before a massive tactical display screen, while dozens of staff officers behind him frantically recorded the constantly fluctuating spiritual energy data. Lin Yuan raised his left hand, aiming the terminal at the severed mountain ahead. The signal jammer has been dismantled. The advanced team of 500 from the Blood Frenzy mercenary group has been annihilated. Lin Yuan's voice sounded flat in the wind, merely stating a predetermined fact. The first wave of the Deep Sea Tidal Main Force, 3 mid-tier, 7-grade Deep Sea Giant Spirits, has been slain. At the other end of the video, the command hall fell into a near-frozen silence. General Wei Cheng fixed his gaze intently on the smooth mirror-like cut of the mountain. As a peak 7-grade master, he understood all too well what kind of terrifying explosive power was required to cause such a level of physical destruction in this environment. That cutting surface bore no traces of spiritual energy scorching. It was entirely dependent on pure physical mass and speed to forcibly disrupt the molecular structure of the material. 500 high-tier warriors. 3 mid-tier 7-grade. Wei Cheng murmured these numbers, turning to his aide. Immediately transmit the gravitational waveform data captured by the satellite to the research department. This level of destructive power has exceeded the limits of a 6th-grade martial commander. General Wei, now is not the time to discuss battle reports. Lin Yuan interrupted Wei Cheng's thoughts. He slowly withdrew the Starfall blood blade from the rock. The moment the blade tip left the ground, it sparked a flurry of tiny embers. In the abyssal crack at the bottom of the canyon, an 8th-grade entity is awakening. Lin Yuan turned to the nearly 100-meter-wide black gap at the deepest part of the canyon. Its oppressive aura has locked onto this observation station. If the defense system cannot keep up, the first line of defense in the Zero Defense Zone will completely collapse in 3 minutes. Wei Cheng's face turned pale in an instant. 8th grade? Are you sure? That is a Lord of Lords level monster. The EC Defense Line hasn't faced an 8th-grade entity in 30 years. I can sense its physical fluctuations. Lin Yuan looked down into the canyon. At this moment, the purple mist which had calmed down began to roll wildly again. A pressure surpassing common understanding and imbued with an extremely viscous sensation surged forth from the depths of the earth. This pressure affected not only the mind, but also acted directly on the physical level. Crack! Several alloy lightning rods around the observation station began to bend and deform under the pull of that invisible pressure. Alarm! Spiritual energy value has exceeded 3,500 Hz. System determination 8th-grade preliminary monster Deep Sea Mourner is forcefully breaking through the spatial anchor point. Su Kingsu's voice came from the internal channel, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Lin Yuan turned off the tactical terminal. He did not give General Wei Cheng the opportunity to issue subsequent orders, for in battles of that level the support of ordinary soldiers would only become meaningless expendables. Lin Yuan took a step forward. His military boots stepped on the edge of the cliff. Everyone stay put. Do not attempt to pry into the upcoming battle. Lin Yuan left his final command, and then without any leveraging action his body fell straight down into the 1,200-meter deep canyon. The sound of the wind howled in his ears. The 23,600 pounds of battle blade absorbed the surrounding air as it descended, forming a black physical field with a diameter of 5 meters. Boom. Lin Yuan's feet slammed heavily into the muddy ground at the bottom of the canyon. This time he did not relieve the impact. 13,000 kilograms of flesh combined with the gravitational potential energy from the fall directly created a giant circular pit with a diameter of 50 meters at the bottom of the canyon. The soil was compressed into a high-density crystalline state, and the one-spoiling river of black liquid was forcefully repelled by this power. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the pit, gripping his blade with his right hand as he slowly released the towel with his left. In the abyssal crack directly in front of him, a massive tentacle, translucent and dark purple throughout, with countless suction cups sparking with electric light, slammed violently onto the ground. That was the limb of an 8th-grade monster. As the rocks at the edge of the crack crumbled, a terrifying figure, nearly 40 meters tall, slowly rose from the depths. This creature, known as the Deep Sea Mourner, had a head resembling a massive inverted bell. It bore no facial features, only a 10-meter-wide black spiritual energy heart pulsating beneath its translucent skin. Its lower body formed a base of over 100 tentacles, each 50 meters long, covered with bone spurs made of high-density calcium. 8th-grade pressure. This level of atmospheric pressure slowed the airflow around Lin Yuan to a crawl. Every inch of his skin felt the crushing weight from all directions, reaching tens of thousands of tons. The dragon marrow skeleton within Lin Yuan emitted a crisp, crackling sound. The dark golden patterns on the surface of his skin completely connected, forming a dense, visibly tangible physical defense net. The deep-sea mourner emitted no sound yet unleashed an incredibly refined infrasonic wave impact. The remnants of the stone walls on both sides of the canyon under this sound wave crumbled like foam tossed into a shredder, disintegrating into a cloud of powder. The sound wave struck Lin Yuan's body, producing a deafening metallic thud. Lin Yuan felt a slight displacement of his internal organs, but the 13,000 kilograms of muscle instantly compensated, physically perfectly dissipating all the impact into the ground. The starfall blood blade in his hand trembled with excitement under the baptism of that infrasonic wave. Finally, someone with a hard enough bone. Lin Yuan's voice resonated in the silent canyon. He held nothing back. At the center of his dantian, the solid chi crystal extremely compressed, and marked by a black void completely shattered at that moment. All the energy did not explode outward, but rather in an extremely restrained manner was entirely infused into his bones and muscles. Physical overload phase 1. Lin Yuan's skin color instantly shifted from a jade-like hue to a profound dark gold. With each breath he exhaled, a visible white, high-pressure mist formed in the air. Lin Yuan moved. He pushed off the ground with a sudden force. Bang! The original circular pit sank another 3 meters. Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a streak of black light, leaving a vacuum trail extending over 100 meters. Due to his incredibly fast speed and the high density of his body, he created a series of violent sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of 3,600 meters. Lin Yuan appeared directly beneath the vast body of the deep-sea mourner. The over 20,000 genes of battle blades slashed upward, carving a black arc capable of severing sight. The fourth style of the shattering void, thunder prison, slash annihilation. This strike had completely transcended the realm of martial skills. It represented Lin Yuan's current physical limit. The starfall iron weighing over 20,000 genes swung through the air at high speed, generating pressure at its blade tip sufficient to alter microscopic physical structures. Where the blade passed, the originally viscous air molecules were directly pulverized into their primal atomic state. Puff! A faint penetrating sound echoed. The dark purple skin of the deep-sea mourner, capable of withstanding the bombardment of cruise missiles, was torn apart, creating a massive 20-meter-long gash upon contact with the starfall bloodblade. Dark energy blood poured down like a torrential rain. Roar! The deep-sea mourner felt an excruciating pain that pierced to the bone. Its hundreds of tentacles thrashed wildly in an instant, resembling a vast forest of flesh and blood, enclosing Lin Yuan from all sides. Each sucker on the tentacles released a corrosive liquid capable of reducing a 6th-rank martial commander to blood. Lin Yuan stood his ground, showing no signs of retreat. With his right hand gripping the blade, his left hand suddenly opened 5 fingers. Gravitational waves, all activated. At this moment, the gravitational constant within a 100-meter radius centered on Lin Yuan underwent a complete distortion. The hundreds of tentacles that had been striking towards him seemed as if they were anchored by a 100-million-ton iron anchor the moment they entered this 100-meter range. Their speed dropped to 0 in an instant, and then under the immense gravitational pull they crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! Boom! Each falling tentacle shattered a large area of rock layer. The body of the deep-sea mourner was pulled sideways by this distorted gravitational field. The ground beneath Lin Yuan could not withstand the release of energy at this level and began to crystallize over a large area. He stood as if at the edge of a black hole, with all the dust and debris around him being drawn toward his position, subsequently shattered by the violent physical field emanating from his body. He raised his head, locking his gaze on the pulsating black energy core. 8th rank crystal core I wanted. Lin Yuan's figure vanished once more. No flamboyant movements, just the most pure forward thrust. The over 20,000 genes battle blade combined with Lin Yuan's 13,000 kg. No flamboyant movements, just the most pure forward thrust. The over 20,000 genes battle blade combined with Lin Yuan's 13,000 kilograms of explosive power pierced into the gigantic heart, like a black needle penetrating the heavens and the earth. Sizzle. That was the sound of high-level energy being forcibly penetrated by physical force. The black heart stopped beating the moment the starfall bloodblade pierced it. A pitch-black, profound spatial crack spread wildly along the point of force at the blade tip, extending toward the entire heart. At this moment, in the command center of the No. 0 defense zone, General Wei Chung and all the staff officers stared blankly at the screen. In the satellite's returning image, the Death Canyon, once shrouded in thick fog, was now completely enveloped by an enormous mass radiating dark blue light. Warning. 8th rank energy response detected to have vanished. Detecting super large-scale spatial collapse. The mechanical alarm echoed throughout the hall. Wei Cheng's hand trembled slightly. He knew that this was definitely not some so-called martial skill, but a person who had forcibly terminated the life process of an 8th rank monster using the most unreasonable physical violence. At the bottom of the canyon, dust filled the air. Lin Yuan emerged from the dissipating flesh holding a dark attribute crystal core the size of a bucket covered in black veins. His right arm was stained with blood, and his black battle vest had been torn into strips, revealing his perfectly sculpted dark gold muscles. The physical strength within him surged again under the immense transformation of energy points, welcoming a new round of leap. 13,500 kilograms. Lin Yuan felt the cold and heavy feedback in his palm. He turned his head looking towards the observation station in the distance, which was emitting a faint glow of spiritual energy. He knew that the fall of this 8th rank monster was merely the beginning of the abyss tide. In the deeper, more distant seas, there were more beings like this watching this physically forbidden zone he had forcibly opened from across the void. Lin Yuan held the sword in one hand, and the 8th rank crystal core in the other. He stepped towards the observation station, each step solid and firm. The scouts from the noble families who had originally hidden in the shadows looking for opportunities were now terrified beyond belief 200 meters away on the cliff. In the face of such violence capable of shattering an 8th rank monster, any conspiracy or scheme seemed like a... Lin Yuan not only secured the observation station, but he also planted his personal banner of physical dominance upon this land corroded by the abyss for 50 years. From this day forth the rules of the East Sea defense line have changed. The dark purple mist at the bottom of the Death Canyon was completely drained by the void slash. With the abyssal gases no longer obscuring it, the gray clouds above the canyon were directly revealed. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and the strong sulfur scent emitted by the heavy magical beasts after death. Lin Yuan held a massive crystal core belonging to the 8th grade initial stage deep sea mourner in one hand. The crystal core exhibited a deep dark color with naturally formed golden spiritual energy veins covering its surface, while the energy inside produced low-frequency vibrations on a physical level. He carried the Starfall Bloodblade weighing 36,000 pounds on his right shoulder, his military boots stepping on the dark red soil littered with debris. With a pure physical density of 135,000 kilograms each step, he took left a half-foot deep pit in the ground. The scattered rock fragments around him were silently crushed into fine powder upon contact with the invisible physical force field surrounding him. He walked with steady steps towards the observation station 2 kilometers away, which emitted a faint blue glow of spiritual energy. The 50-centimeter thick alloy door of the observation station slid open to the sides with a screech as the air pressure was released. Su Qingxue stood inside the door. Her black special operations suit was unstained, and her silver longsword was sheathed and resting on her back. Her cold gaze pierced through the door, locking onto Lin Yuan's black vest completely soaked in magical beast blood, and the 8th grade crystal core radiating a terrifying pressure in his hand. Lin Yuan stepped over the threshold. Bang! He casually tossed the 8th grade crystal core onto the alloy floor. The heavy core collided with the metal surface, producing a thunderous sound that shook the entire observation station. Lin Yuan removed the Starfall Bloodblade, resting the tip against the floor, his hands crossed atop the hilt. The large living entities outside have been cleared. Lin Yuan's voice was deep and calm, devoid of any breathlessness from intense combat. Pack up the crystal core. Contact Wei Cheng and have him establish the satellite signal for the live broadcast. Su Qingxue stepped forward and took out a specially made large-capacity polymer storage bag from her tactical gear. Without asking any unnecessary questions, she bent down to place the 8th grade crystal core into the bag, zipped it up, sealing the crystal core's spiritual energy fluctuations. This seamless action, devoid of any pleasantries and purely based on tactical efficiency, reflected the unique tacit understanding between the two of them. On this bloody front line of the abyss, any excessive emotional exchange would detract from physical efficiency. The military's quantum communication satellites are recovering this airspace. This seamless action, devoid of any pleasantries and purely based on tactical efficiency, reflected the unique tacit understanding between the two of them. 10 seconds later, the 4 all-weather high-definition live broadcast drones atop the observation station would reboot and directly connect to the main live room of the National High-Level Martial Arts Dating Show. At the back of the hall, Zhao Qing and 9 other Magic Martial team members stood frozen in place, not daring. They looked at Lin Yuan's tall figure, then at Su Qingxue's decisive actions, deeply understanding what true battlefield dominance meant. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Atop the observation station, the 4 heavy live broadcast drones marked with the insignia of the Great Xia Nation's military emitted a low hum of their motors, and the red operational indicator lights simultaneously lit up. The high-definition lenses quickly focused, capturing the panoramic view of the interior and exterior of the Death Canyon, as well as the figures of Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue in the hall, and transmitting them in real time to the military satellites in synchronous orbit. Great Xia Nation, the center of Kyoto City. In the official live room of the National Martial Arts University Resource Competition Practical Dating Show. For the past 3 days, the live room had been in blackout due to signal disruption. Over 500 million online viewers were furiously refreshing on major social platforms, speculating about what happened inside the Death Canyon. Some believed the Magic Martial team had been annihilated, while others thought it was a secret military exercise. Suddenly, the black screen flickered. The image lit up instantly. The first thing the 500 million viewers saw was the massive mountain that had been neatly cut in half on the outskirts of the Death Canyon. The smooth cut extending for a kilometer exhibited a chilling aesthetic of violent beauty under the dim light. Next, the camera panned downward, freezing on the enormous corpse of the 8th grade initial stage deep sea mourner, cleaved in half at the head, measuring 40 meters in length. The dark spiritual energy blood had pooled into a lake. Thousands of high-grade magical beast remains filled the entire screen. After the live room's comments had been stagnant for a full 5 seconds, they were met with an unprecedented nuclear explosion-like barrage. What did I just see? That mountain was cut. That headless corpse labeled by the system as an 8th grade magic. What's happening? An 8th grade magical beast appeared on the East Sea defense line, and it was killed. Who did it? It's Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. The scene shifted, cutting to the interior of the observation station hall. Lin Yuan stood inside the door, propping himself up with the heavy black war knife weighing over 20,000 pounds. His black vest was torn into strips, revealing muscles covered with dark golden patterns, exuding explosive physics. Su Qingxue stood beside him, holding the specially made storage bag containing the 8th grade crystal core, her cold face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. There were no embraces of survival, no deliberate performances for the camera. Just the absolute calmness and efficiency of standing shoulder to shoulder after emerging from the sea of corpses and blood. This is the true hardcore CP. No romance, just a focus on killing efficiency. Lin Yuan handles the physical path ahead, cleaving the 8th grade magical beasts in half, while Su Xuehua follows behind to collect the crystal cores. This division of labor is so oppressive. Xiao Chen's team struggles to kill a 5th grade magical beast in the ruins, while look at Lin Yuan finishing off an 8th grade beast without even catching his breath. The 0-degree heavy blade CP is locked in. All popularity votes go to them. I want to see them take first place, and I also want to see them flatten the abyssal rift. In the observation station hall, in Lin Yuan's mind, the system's cold mechanical voice was delivering an extremely dense broadcast. The satellite live broadcast has been established. The number of online viewers has surpassed 700 million. Viewer emotions have reached extreme shock, and the hardcore CP has topped the internet. The luck deprivation module is operating at full capacity. Popularity points are converted into high-level vitality values, 300,000 points. The host's bone density and muscle fibers are undergoing secondary restructuring. The pure physical explosive power has increased to 140,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan felt the flow of blood within him accelerate instantly. A torrent of hot energy surged along his spine, washing over his limbs and bones. His already maximized physical density compressed inward once more, and the dark golden patterns on his white skin became deeper and denser. He tightened his grip on the hilt, gathering 14,000 kilograms of strength in his palm, as the incredibly hard hilt of the Starfall blood blade emitted a faint protest. The holographic projection platform in the center of the hall lit up. General Wei Cheng's half-length, three-dimensional image appeared on the projection platform, his eyes filled with unrestrained fervor and reverence, staring directly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, well done. The military command center has just received the physical destruction data transmitted by the satellite. Your attack that flattened the mountain has been officially classified as a quasi 9th grade war, god-level physical destructive force. Wei Cheng's voice echoed in the vast hall. Given that you single-handedly killed the 8th grade magical beast, and secured the bottom pressure monitoring station of the Death Canyon, the command center has decided to issue the final CP reward for this practical dating show ahead of schedule. Furthermore, your personal military rank will be directly elevated to Major General of the Great Xia Nation, granting you independent action rights on the East Sea defense line. As Wei Cheng's words fell, a small spatial teleportation array appeared on the projection platform. Accompanied by a flash of white light, 2 black metal tactical wristbands appeared at the center of the array. This is the CP exclusive airdrop voted for by 700 million viewers across the internet. It contains the top 2 sets of grade tactical communication and life sign binding systems from the military's internal inventory. Once worn, the 2 of you can maintain zero-latency communication within 1,000 kilometers, even in any physically shielded environment. Additionally, the storage space includes 10 units of Tianshan Snow Lotus liquid and 100 tons of deep-sea titanium alloy repair materials. Su Qingxue stepped forward and picked up the 2 black metal wristbands. She handed one to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan extended his left hand to receive the wristband. He did not look at the wristband's design, directly fastening it onto his robust wrist. His 14,000 kilograms of muscle swelled slightly, and the high-strength metal strap automatically adjusted its size, fitting tightly against his skin. Su Qingxue also donned the other wristband on her fair wrist. Beep. Life sign binding completed. Physical location sharing is now activated. The wristband emitted a crisp alert sound. This reality dating show, initially designed to cultivate the emotions of martial arts geniuses, had completely transformed into the most ruthless and efficient military coordination system for these 2. Lin Yuan glanced at the projection screen on the wristband, then shifted his gaze to Wei Cheng's holographic image. The reward has been received. Now let's discuss serious matters. Lin Yuan's tone turned extremely cold, devoid of any respect due to a subordinate, only pure neutrality. The Bloodthirsty Mercenary Corps is a registered auxiliary force of the 3rd Division on the Eastern Sea defense line. They can carry heavy spiritual energy cannons, break through the air defense identification zone, and parachute down onto my head. General Wei, how do you intend to explain this? Wei Cheng's face instantly turned ashen. He slammed his palm heavily on the command desk. This is a disgrace for them. The commander of the 3rd Division, Wang Jianye, is a staunch loyalist cultivated by the Shao family in the capital. He used his highest authority to shut down the air defense radar in that area, and tampered with the underlying code of the microwave relay station. Wei Cheng's eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent. I have already applied for an arrest warrant from the Supreme Command. The military police are gathering ready to take over the defense at the 3rd Division's base. The military police do not need to go. Lin Yuan interrupted Wei Cheng. He lifted the 236 Indogene heavy Starfall Bloodblade with one hand and slung it over his right shoulder. The heavy back of the blade pressed against his muscle, producing a dull thud. Capturing people trial following procedures, it's too slow. In Lin Yuan's deep blue pupils, the black point of physical collapse was slowly rotating. Since he dared to reach into my zone of physical slaughter, there is no longer any need for the entire base he belongs. Lin Yuan turned to Su Qingxue, coordinates of the 3rd Division's forward base. Su Qingxue raised her wrist and swiftly operated on the black metallic wristband. A blue holographic map popped up marked with a conspicuous red dot. 120 kilometers north of Death Valley, codenamed Black Wind Pass Fortress. It houses a fully equipped heavy infantry regiment of the 3rd Division and the command post of Wang Jianya. Su Qingxue accurately reported the data, her voice still cold, without any doubt regarding Lin Yuan's insane idea of flattening a regular army base. Zhao Qing Li Cheng, you two stay here and hold the observation post. Lin Yuan issued the final order before departure. Su Qingxue, bring the collection box. Follow me. Lin Yuan had no unnecessary words, turning and striding out of the observation station's alloy door. Su Qingxue lifted the heavy collection box containing 8th grade crystal cores, gracefully following behind Lin Yuan. The 700 million viewers online clearly heard the entire conversation between Lin Yuan and Wei Cheng through the live-streaming drones circling overhead, and witnessed Lin Yuan's cold, hard silhouette as he marched northward with his blade. The bullet screen in the live room went completely wild. What is he going to do? Is he going to challenge a fully integrated division of the Dxia's regular army? Wang Jianya has messed with the wrong person. Lin Yuan doesn't care about military court protocols, he only believes in physical transcendence. So arrogant. Too slow to capture people, I'll just flatten it myself. This is the true dominance of martial arts. 0-degree heavy blade CP is on the move. A rapid march of 200 kilometers straight to Black Wind Pass Fortress. Wei Cheng stood in front of the projection platform in the command center, watching Lin Yuan's silhouette disappear into the thick fog, opening his mouth, but ultimately failing to issue any commands to stop him. He turned to the staff officer behind him. Order the military police to stop gathering. Notify all friendly troops around Black Wind Pass Fortress to withdraw 30 kilometers. Wei Cheng took a deep breath. Designate that area as an A-class physical disaster zone. No one is allowed to intervene in Lin Yuan's reckoning actions. At this moment, the outer edges of Death Valley were being forcefully torn open by the wind pressure created by Lin Yuan's advance, revealing a passage through the dark purple mist. With a pure body density of 140 kilograms, Lin Yuan's running across the wilderness presented an extremely terrifying visual effect of gravity. He did not use any martial techniques, but simply ran with large strides. Each step he took caused the hard granite ground to crumble over a wide area. The immense physical reaction force propelled his body forward like a cannonball. His running speed directly surpassed 3 times the speed of sound, creating a visible white sonic boom cloud in the air. Su Qingxue operated her extreme cold true energy to perfection, forming an ice blue sliding trajectory beneath her feet, closely tailing Lin Yuan 50 meters behind. She watched the man ahead, who was constantly smashing through massive rocks and plowing a straight, deep trench into the ground, with an absolute faith in this extreme violence reflected in her cold eyes. The 120 kilometers distance was covered in less than 20 minutes due to this physical frenzy breaking the sound barrier. Black Wind Pass Fortress. It was a heavy military fortress built between 2 black peaks. The 50-meter-high reinforced concrete walls were densely equipped with various air defense missiles and spiritual energy heavy cannons. Below the walls, over 1,000 soldiers wearing heavy exoskeleton armor were patrolling in formation. The command post of the division was located at the innermost part of the fortress. Wang Jianya, the commander of the 3rd Division, a peak 6th grade military power player, was sitting behind a large desk, his face dark as he stared at an encrypted report on the table. The bloodthirsty mercenary corps went missing. The air pressure at the bottom of Death Valley was stable. All signs indicated that his risky covert operation, which could have landed him in a military court, had completely failed. Immediately contact the Shao family in the capital and ask what kind of monster they have provoked. Wang Jianya slammed the report on the table, shouting loudly at the adjutant in front of him. Just as the adjutant was about to turn and execute the order, boom, a deep and continuous seismic wave came from the wilderness directly south of the fortress. The teacup on the desk fell to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. The dust-proof coating on the fortress ceiling began to fall in large chunks. The piercing sound of the air defense alarm echoed throughout Black Wind Pass Fortress. Report to the commander. An unidentified high-energy physical reaction has been detected directly south. The speed exceeds 3 Mach and is rapidly approaching the fortress's main gate. The communications officer operating the radar cried out in terror over the loudspeaker. There are no true energy fluctuations, it is purely a physical mass movement. Wang Jianya suddenly stood up, rushing to the window, grabbing a high-powered telescope to look southward. On the horizon, a white sonic boom cloud was racing close to the ground. Below the sonic boom cloud was a deep trench violently plowed to a depth of 1 meter. At the forefront of that trench stood a figure wearing a tattered black vest, holding a gigantic black blade with one hand, radiating a devastating physical aura as it charged straight towards the fortress' 3-meter-thick steel main gate. Open fire. All spiritual energy heavy cannons fire at will. Wang Jianya's eyes bulged as he felt the suffocating sense of impending death, frantically shouting into the communicator. The 12 heavy spiritual energy cannons on the wall simultaneously turned their barrels, gathering dazzling light within the barrels. But it was all too late. Lin Yuan's running speed showed no signs of slowing down. When he was still 100 meters away from the fortress gate, Lin Yuan gripped the Starfall blood blades handle tightly with his right hand. All of his 14000 kilograms of muscle strength concentrated in his arms. As he ran wildly, leveraging the 3 Mach physical inertia, he suddenly twisted his waist sharply to the left and swung the over 10,000 gene heavy war blade in an extremely full crescent sweep towards the imposing military fortress ahead. The first form of shattering sky thunder prison / breaking the sea. A 200-meter-long white high-pressure air blade accompanied by the unique spatial collapse property of the Starfall iron was unleashed. This air blade appeared to be in an absolute state of transparency, yet the physical pressure at its edges was so immense that it distorted the light. The air blade swept across the land in front of the fortress with unstoppable force. Boom. There was no explosive firelight, only the dull roar of material structures being forcibly severed by physical violence. The 50-meter-high reinforced concrete wall, the 3-meter-thick steel gate, and the 12 heavy spiritual energy cannons on the wall that had yet to fire. At the moment they came into contact with this high-pressure air blade, they were all smoothly split in two. The upper half of the wall collapsed under the force of gravity, crashing down into the fortress, destroying large sections of barracks and armored vehicle garages. A cloud of dust surged into the sky, obscuring the sunlight over Black Wind Pass Fortress. Lin Yuan came to a halt in the midst of the swirling dust, his military boots leaving a deep pit in the earth. He shouldered the war blade with one hand, stepping calmly onto the ruins of the collapsed wall as he entered the heavy military fortress of the Dixia's regular army. Behind him, Su Qingxue stood quietly on the remnants of the collapsed steel gate, holding a silver longsword and the collection box, her cold gaze fixed on the depths of the fortress. The 700 million viewers across the internet witnessed this scene that transcended common sense live. One man, one sword, one sweeping strike. He had directly cut through a fully integrated military fortress on the eastern sea defense line of the Dixia. This was no longer a contest between geniuses, it was Lin Yuan's most straightforward and unreasonable physical reckoning against the entire old aristocratic power system. The fortress at Black Wind Pass, which once symbolized absolute defense with its 50-meter-high wall, has now turned into a twisted heap of scrap metal and shattered concrete blocks. The incision left by the high-pressure air blade is so smooth that one can even see the texture of every steel rebar forcefully severed within the concrete. The swirling dust in the air, violently stirred by the airflow, formed gray whirlwinds that spiraled back and forth across the vast open space inside the fortress. Lin Yuan hefted the Starfall blood blade weighing 36,000 pounds with one hand, while his military boots stepped on the remnants of the shattered steel door. The alloy platform emitted a series of dry cracking sounds under the burden of his 14,000-kilogram body. His movements were not swift, each step carried a physical rhythm heavy enough to resonate with the ground. Inside the fortress, the once orderly rows of heavy armored vehicle garages have been largely destroyed in the recent collapse. A dozen Cheetah-class light tanks which hadn't had time to start up were pinned beneath half a wall, their tracks completely deformed under the immense pressure, emitting plumes of black smoke. All personnel assemble. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion seize the flanking ruins. Heavy weapon teams prepare for close-range fire. The frantic roar of the commander echoed from the loudspeakers in the inner courtyard of the fortress. Due to the destruction of the psychic relay station, these voices were mixed with a significant amount of electronic noise, sounding particularly jarring. Hundreds of soldiers from the 3rd Division, clad in heavy exoskeleton armor, surged out from the barracks and air defense shelters. They held large-caliber electromagnetic rifles, their faces filled with shock from the terrifying strike they just witnessed. From their perspective, the air blade that cleaved through the wall was beyond the realm of human power. Lin Yuan stopped about 30 meters from the first inner ring barricade. He slowly rotated his neck, his deep blue pupils sweeping across the fully armed soldiers before him. The dark golden patterns on his ivory skin flickered with unusual vitality due to the intense sprint earlier, subtly radiating a high-density radiation that sent shivers through the skin. They'll say it again, I am only looking for Wang Jianya. Lin Yuan's voice resonated within the fortress, cutting through. Without any amplification devices, the high-density sound waves traveled straight through the air, vibrating the eardrums of every soldier. Stand down or die. The response to Lin Yuan was a series of rapid gunbolt sounds. Fire. Eliminate this rebel. An officer standing in the second-floor observation post waved a command flag. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of electromagnetic rifles simultaneously belched fire. The tungsten armor-piercing rounds, measuring 10 centimeters in length, drawn by the magnetic field's acceleration, created arcs of faint blue electricity, forming a fan-shaped crossfire net that sealed off all physical space around Lin Yuan. As these rounds flew, they continuously scraped against the air, generating heat that caused their tips to glow red-hot. Lin Yuan remained stationary, gripping the rough handle of the Starfall Blood Blade with his right hand. He did not swing the blade, nor activate his true chi defense. The physical force field that formed naturally around his body compressed the air density within a 3-meter radius to nearly a solid liquid state. The armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating main battle tank side armor upon entering this 3-meter range suddenly lost their high-speed momentum as if they had crashed into an invisible elastic wall. The heat generated by the abrupt deceleration caused the rounds to explode midair, turning into glowing shards of metal that subsequently fell vertically around Lin Yuan's battle boots under the pull of gravity. Lin Yuan tilted his head back, then stepped forward decisively. Since you won't yield, then this unit has no need to retain its designation. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, sweeping the battle blade horizontally over 20,000 pounds of weight behind the motion. This time he used a hint of the profound solid-state thunder true chi within him. Whoosh! The dark blue arcs of electricity burst forth from the void along the edge of the blade. The wind pressure generated by the swing of the battle blade caused the barricade made of sandbags and alloy plates directly to lift off the ground. Dozens of soldiers clad in heavy exoskeletons felt an irresistible force pushing from the front, their bodies blown towards the warehouse wall 100 meters away by this wind pressure. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of human bodies colliding with the wall echoed densely. The high-strength ceramic bulletproof plates shattered under this impact. Although Lin Yuan deliberately diverted the blade's edge, this simple air shockwave still rendered these soldiers incapable of fighting, leaving them lying on the ground while coughing up blood. Lin Yuan stepped over the cracks in the ground, continuing toward the deepest part of the fortress, the command building. Behind him, Su Qingxue held a silver longsword, her steps light. She paid no heed to the fallen soldiers, her cold gaze locked onto the towering sniper towers around them. Ding! Su Qingxue unsheathed her longsword slightly. An extremely condensed ice blue sword aura streaked across the sky. 200 meters to the side above, a sniper attempting to activate a heavy laser jammer had not yet pressed the button. His finger, along with the entire device, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture by this sword aura, then shattered. Captain Wang Jianye is initiating the self-destruct sequence of the underground command post. He intends to escape with the core data. He won't get away. Su Qingxue glanced at the tactical terminal on her wrist, which provided her with the latest intelligence obtained by infiltrating the fortress internal network. Lin Yuan quickened his pace. He arrived before the 1-meter-thick hydraulic security door of the command building. The surface of the door flickered with a red defensive halo, indicating the internal energy core was operating at full capacity. Behind the door, several automated turrets controlled by artificial intelligence were swiftly adjusting their gun barrels. Lin Yuan ignored those charging laser ports. He gripped the Starfall Blood Blade tightly with both hands. Within his dantian, the solid crystal with a black had completely stilled. Physical demolition. Lin Yuan swung the battle blade in a circle beside him, then delivered a powerful downward strike aimed directly at the physical axis of the security door. Boom! The deafening metallic explosion caused the entire command building to tremble violently. The 1-meter-thick hydraulic security door, under the combined weight of over 20,000 pounds and the explosive force of 14,000 kilograms, was as fragile as a sheet of aluminum foil. The blade instantly penetrated the door. Lin Yuan exerted force with both arms, ripping it violently to the sides. Accompanied by the chilling sound of metal fracturing, the hydraulically locked door was torn apart by him with sheer brute force. Inside, the hydraulic oil pipes sprayed dark red liquid, splattering onto Lin Yuan's face, which was then instantly evaporated by the high temperature of his body. In the hall, dozens of elite warriors from the division's guard were gathering. Sitting on the high platform in the center of the hall was the 3rd Division Commander Wang Jianye. He wore a crisp general's uniform, and the medals on his chest gleamed under the light. In his hand, he wielded a slender longsword radiating a golden aura, his face twisted with malice. Lin Yuan, do you have any idea what you are doing? Wang Jianye suddenly stood up, pointing his sword at Lin Yuan at the entrance, roaring, assaulting the regular army of the Great Xia Nation and slaughtering comrades. This is treason. The command headquarters in the capital will never let you go. The Shao family is already waiting over there to take your corpse. Lin Yuan, holding his blade, stepped onto the floor, slick with hydraulic oil, advancing step by step into the hall. His battle boots left a trail of charred and cracked footprints on the marble floor. Shao family. Lin Yuan stopped in the center of the hall, his gaze locking onto Wang Jianye. A family that can only resort to lowly tactics in the shadows is, in my eyes, even inferior to the fishmen at the bottom of the abyss. Lin Yuan slowly raised the Starfall Bloodblade. Wang Jianye, you colluded with the mercenary group attempting to murder a meritorious general in the Death Gorge. General Wei Cheng is already aware of this. Since you enjoy discussing laws, let me use my physical law to convict you here. Kill him. Wang Jianye, realizing there was no hope for survival, let out a desperate howl. The dozens of 6th-grade martial generals around him simultaneously unleashed their true energy. Various lights flashed in the hall, some transforming into fiery dragons while others became icy blades. Lin Yuan said nothing. He swung the heavy battle knife in his hand directly. The first style of the Shattered Sky, Thunder Prison, / Break the Sea. There was no flashy manifestation of true energy, only an absolute physical push. A circle of black ripples centered around Lin Yuan swept towards the surrounding guards. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies shattering filled the air. The so-called elite 6th grade warriors, upon contact with this physical ripple, found their protective true energy shattered like porcelain struck by a heavy hammer. Their sternum's ribs and internal organs were simultaneously crushed under 10,000 times the force of gravity. Dozens of figures flew backward, crashing into the load-bearing pillars of the hall, leaving the sturdy stone columns riddled with cracks. In the hall apart from Wang Jianya, there was no one left standing. The 700 million viewers online watched through drones as this scene unfolded. This is not a battle. This is cleaning up trash. Wang Jianya's expression was spectacular. He had just been lecturing, and now he couldn't even protect his own guards. Lin Yuan's body density was terrifying. Look at how those bullets fell at his feet without even leaving a scratch. Wang Jianya's hand gripping the slender sword trembled violently. His 6th grade, peak Gungjin true energy became extremely unstable at that moment. Lin Yuan, you can't kill me. I'm a major general. I have been awarded the star of the Great Xia Kingdom. Wang Jianya roared, channeling all his true energy into the long sword in his hand. The sword emitted a humming sound as a golden sword light, 10 meters long, instantly took shape. Die for me. Knowing he was doomed, Wang Jianya chose to burn his life force for a last-ditch effort. His whole body transformed into a streak of golden light, directly piercing towards Lin Yuan's brow. Lin Yuan stood still, his right hand raised with the knife. At the moment the golden sword light was about to touch 3 inches from his brow, Lin Yuan's left hand shot out. Crack. The golden sword light, capable of piercing through 6th grade defensive artifacts, was crushed into countless golden specks by Lin Yuan's grip, which exerted a force of 14,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan's left hand continued its motion, accurately gripping the tip of the slender sword. Your proud true energy is worthless in the face of physical strength. Lin Yuan's fingers twisted hard. Creak. The top-grade sword made of deep-sea mysterious gold felt like a fragile wire in Lin Yuan's hand, twisted into a distorted ring. Wang Jianya spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a severe backlash from his true energy. Lin Yuan released his grip and slapped Wang Jianya's face with his left hand. Smack. A crisp sound of physical impact echoed. Wang Jianya's well-maintained cheek exploded in an instant, half of his teeth mixed with shattered jawbone spraying outward. His entire body spun 3 times in the air before crashing heavily onto the general's chair he had just been sitting in. The entire solid wood chair shattered upon impact. Lin Yuan walked up to the bloodied and dazed Wang Jianya. He raised the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand, the tip aimed at Wang Jianya's chest. This stab is for the soldiers who died in the Death Canyon. Lin Yuan's voice was exceptionally calm. The pitch-black battle knife slowly pierced in. There was no quick end. Lin Yuan utilized the weight of the blade to slowly sever Wang Jianya's heart pulse and spinal cord. Wang Jianya's eyes widened. He could feel his life force rapidly draining under the unreasonable pressure. The rescue he had once longed for from the Shao family in the capital seemed so distant and ridiculous in front of the black heavy knife. That's a wrap. Lin Yuan withdrew the battle knife. He turned and looked towards the corner of the hall. The holographic communicator there was still lit, displaying the surveillance footage from the Shao family in the capital. Lin Yuan approached the communicator, his face stained with a few drops of blood appearing in the sight of the senior members of the Shao family. Xiaozhan. Lin Yuan calmly uttered 2 words to the screen. I have already taken over the Black Wind Pass. The materials you sent are of too poor quality. Next time send someone of the 8th grade. Otherwise I'm afraid your bones won't be enough for me to chop. As his words fell, Lin Yuan's left hand squeezed hard. The entire communicator turned into a pile of scrap iron. At that moment Su Qingxue walked up to Lin Yuan holding a silver hard drive. The evidence of Wang Jianya colluding with the Shao family has been extracted. This data will be synchronized and sent to General Wei Cheng and the Ministry of Education. Su Qingxue glanced at Wang Jianya's corpse on the ground, her tone devoid of any sympathy. Let's go. Lin Yuan hoisted the battle knife and strode out of the command hall, which had turned into ruins. At this moment the Black Wind Pass had no sounds of resistance except for the soldiers who had been stunned by the physical wind pressure. At this moment the 700 million viewers online fell into a long silence. Then a tsunami-like barrage instantly flooded the entire live broadcast room. So ruthless. This is the demon Marshal Lin Yuan. Killing a general face-to-face and directly challenging the Shao family in the capital. This is no longer a dating show. This is rewriting the new history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Did you see him crush the long sword? That kind of physical beauty is more shocking than any magnificent martial art. Lin Yuan walked through the ruins. He could feel the energy absorbed from the 8th grade crystal nucleus and the blood and chi after just settling the enemy roaring wildly deep within his bones. He needed stronger opponents. Just then a massive crack suddenly opened in the previously gray clouds above the northern sky of the pass. A colossal spiritual energy storm radiating a ghostly blue light was rapidly moving from the sea towards the land. It was the second phase of the true deep-sea tide. A monster frenzy 10 times larger than the Death Canyon was bearing down on the East Sea defense line with a terrifying pressure from several 8th grade and even half-step 9th grade beings. Lin Yuan looked up, his gaze locking onto the center of the storm. He gripped the handle of the Starfall Blood Blade tightly. This battle has only just begun. The remnants of the Black Wind Port Fortress groaned under the howling sea breeze. The command building, originally forged from special reinforced concrete, now stood as a lonely half-frame jutting into the dark sky. The electronic devices inside the building suffered a massive short circuit due to the earlier physical shock, with blue electric sparks intermittently leaping between the twisted wires. Wang Jianye's cold corpse lay beside the shattered general's chair, dark red blood slowly seeping through the cracks in the marble floor, saturating the once powerful Persian carpet. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Blood Blade, weighing 23,600 pounds in one hand, his military boots planted in the center of the chaotic command hall. The physical explosive force of his 14,000-kilogram body reached an unprecedented state of balance at this moment. The dark golden bones, restructured from dragon marrow, emitted a heavy physical sensation beneath his skin. With each subtle breath, he took visible ripples stirred in the surrounding air. He turned his head, his deep blue pupils. There at the horizon's edge, the originally dull clouds had been completely replaced by an intensely rich, almost liquid, deep blue glow of spiritual energy. The massive storm was advancing toward the defensive line of the Black Wind Port Fortress at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. As the storm approached, the humidity in the air surged, carrying an oppressive salty odor and a heavy sense of gravity. Captain, the satellite cloud map indicates that the energy peak of this tidal wave has surpassed 5,000 hertz. Su Qingxue stood to Lin Yuan's side, tightly gripping her silver longsword, her tactical terminal displaying a series of red alerts. At the center of the storm, at least 5 life fluctuations at the initial stage of the 8th tier have been detected, along with a suspected high-energy reaction point at the peak of the 8th tier. They are encircling our fortress in AP formation. Su Qingxue's voice remained calm and steady, showing no sign of wavering even in the face of a terrifying disaster capable of annihilating an entire regiment. After witnessing Lin Yuan single-handedly flatten the fortress, her will had completely solidified in the belief of Lin Yuan's absolute physical power. Lin Yuan remained silent. His right hand slowly tightened, grasping the rough, cracked hilt of the Starfall Blood. 5 8th-tier creatures. Lin Yuan's voice was deep, echoing in the hall. Not enough for me to cut down. He stepped forward, heading towards the fortress' broken main gate. The black combat suit rustled in the wind. Due to the high-intensity physical attacks he unleashed in rapid succession, the high temperature on his skin dried the blood splattered on him, forming a layer of hard, dark red scab. As he moved, the scabs began to fall away, revealing dense skin beneath, smooth and dark golden, like polished jade. When Lin Yuan reached the edge of the fortress ruins, the deep blue storm had already arrived 5 kilometers from the boom. The rumble of the earth drew closer. At the horizon's end, a black tide surged forth. It was a multitude of deep-sea monsters. Aside from the lowest-tier fishmen, there were more heavy-armored crab demons over 5 meters in size, as well as deep-sea electric eels covered in deadly spines. These monsters filled the entire plain, roaring wildly, their massive paws and sharp claws crushing everything. Above the tide of monsters, 5 giant phantoms flickered in and out of view amidst the storm. They were the kin of the deep-sea mourner. They waved their translucent tentacles, each one over 100 meters long, rolling in the clouds, leaving a 1,000-meter-long rift in the air with every strike. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. He spread his legs slightly, his feet sinking deeply into the rubble of the ruins. He did not release any true energy. At that moment, he resembled a stabilizing needle driven into the ground. No matter how fiercely the storm raged ahead, his body remained completely motionless. Su Qingxue guard the ammunition depot behind the command center. If anyone approaches, leave no survivors. Lin Yuan issued his final command before the battle began. Understood. Su Qingxue's figure flickered, transforming into a white afterimage, disappearing into the depths of the command building's ruins. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. As his lungs expanded, the air within a 10-meter radius was instantly vacated, creating a brief zone of physical. With his right hand gripping the sword, he suddenly slapped the side of the Starfall Blood Blade. Virum, the tooth, the sand-pound war blade, emitted a joyful tremor. The dark blue pattern on the blade completely cracked open, revealing a pitch-black fissure that ran through the entire sword. At that moment, the reforged divine weapon sensed its master's killing intent, and the gravitational collapse at the tip started to voraciously devour the surrounding light. Here they come. Lin Yuan focused on the frontline troops of monsters that had already stormed within a kilometer. Leading the charge were thousands of initial-stage 6th-tier heavy-armored crab demons. These monsters had shells 20 centimeters thick with a hardness comparable to that of tank armor. They swung their massive pincers, generating a heavy physical shockwave. Lin Yuan did not employ any martial techniques. He simply lifted the blade with one hand and surged forward. Bang! Where he landed, the originally solid concrete surface instantly exploded, forming a 3-meter-wide pit. Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of black light, crashing straight into the formation of heavy-armored crab demons at triple the speed of sound. With a body density reaching 14,000 kilograms coupled with the inertia of the over 20,000-pound warblade, he was effectively a human-shaped super heavy armor-piercing projectile. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever Lin Yuan passed, those heavy-armored crab demons, known for their defense, had no chance to react before their bodies crumbled under the physical destruction. They weren't killed by a blade. Instead, they were shattered by the extremely powerful air pressure wave generated by Lin. The pincers over a meter in diameter shattered into countless fragments upon contact with the 3-meter physical field around Lin Yuan. A vast amount of monster blood mist exploded in midair, forming a blood-red passageway 500 meters long. Lin Yuan had reached the center of the formation. With a powerful motion of his right hand, the starfall blood blade swung in a massive arc at his waist. Whoosh! A white vacuum wave rapidly expanded outwards. This wave carried the attribute of deep impact awarded by the system. Any monster swept by the wave saw its outer keratin layer and defensive barrier instantly nullified. Bang! 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 A series of dense explosions. Within 100 meters, hundreds of heavy-armored crab demons simultaneously exploded from within under this sweeping strike. Dark red blood mixed with white chunks of internal organs stained the entire inner field a hellish hue. Lin Yuan did not pause. He stepped over the scattered limbs and locked his gaze on the 5 8th-tier monsters descending ahead. At this moment, the 5 deep-sea mourner creatures in the sky had clearly sensed the terrifying threat posed by the small. They simultaneously emitted low-frequency infrasound waves. The 5 overlapping infrasound shockwaves descended upon the ground where Lin Yuan stood like invisible mountain hammers from 5 directions. In an instant, the ground sank 5 meters. The foundational stones of the entire Black Wind Port Fortress experienced structural fractures under this attack. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the pit. The bones in his spine emitted dense metallic crash-like explosive sounds. Dark golden patterns surged wildly across his body, counteracting the physical pressure capable of crushing a mountain. Is this all the pressure you can muster? Lin Yuan raised his head, and the dark point of physical collapse in his deep blue pupils suddenly expanded. His solid-state thunder true energy erupted at full speed in an instant. Physical overload stage 2. Lin Yuan's skin turned a deep dark golden color. With each step he took, the crystallized ground beneath him shattered with a crisp cracking sound. Gripping the sword in his right hand, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his left leg. Boom! The entire valley seemed to tremble with this push. Lin Yuan's figure surged upwards, creating a straight black vacuum channel amidst the descending forest of tentacles. He appeared directly in front of one of the 8th-tier monsters. The over 20,000-pound Starfall Bloodblade, along with Lin Yuan's 14,000 kilograms of physical strength and the ultimate intent of annihilation, pierced directly into the semi-transparent core of the monster. Puff! An extremely dull, penetrating sound. The Fortimaturtle 8th-tier monster froze in that instant. Its heart collapsed at the moment of contact with the blade as the physical compression exceeded the limits of its microscopic structure, resulting in a material-level collapse. A black void with a diameter of 3 meters formed in its chest, rapidly devouring its flesh and true energy. The first 8th-tier monster had fallen. Lin Yuan grasped a massive crystal core emerging from the gradually collapsing remains. He took a step in mid. Due to his immense body density, each step he took in the air created visible physical ripples. The second one. Lin Yuan vanished again. The remaining 4 8th-tier monsters were now completely driven into. Sensing the approach of death, hundreds of tentacles intertwined to form a massive ball of flesh, trying to ensnare Lin Yuan within. Lin Yuan charged towards the flesh ball. He did not evade nor seek a gap. With both hands gripping the hilt, the muscles in his arms coiled like a dragon. Void breaking / 5th style, breaking the barrier. This was his strongest strike at this moment, combining the dragon marrow energy within him and the reforged divine weapon. The blade sliced through. The previously tumultuous storm fell into absolute silence at that moment. A pitch-black blade of light 200 meters long with the domineering force to shatter all physical constants directly sliced through the defensive barrier formed by hundreds of tentacles. Sizzle. Accompanied by a massive tearing sound akin to ripping silk. 2 8th-tier monsters were simultaneously cleaved in half. A deluge of blue blood fell into the canyon. Lin Yuan passed through the blood mist, his hands clasping 2 still-beating 8th-tier crystal cores. He landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, the 2 colossal corpses collapsed, due to inertia stirring up. In less than 3 minutes, 5 8th-tier monsters capable of threatening the entire defensive line had 3 killed and 2 severely injured. The low-tier monster hordes inside and outside the fortress had completely lost their will to fight. They began to flee frantically, trampling and injuring countless companions. In their simple minds, that man ahead was the embodiment of death in the physical sense. Lin Yuan casually tossed the 3 8th-tier crystal cores into his tactical storage bag. He raised his head, gazing at the heart of the storm. There, the terrifying aura infused with a touch of 9th-tier divine warrior level pressure, which had been dormant finally. A giant over 100 meters tall, covered in dark golden scales, and resembling a human, was slowly descending from the deep blue clouds. With each meter it descended, the surrounding space emitted a series of shattering wails. 9th-tier deep sea throne. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the Starfall Bloodblade. His blood and energy surged with intense excitement. He had waited too long for this battle. On this battlefield ruled by physical laws, he intended to carve his own mark of slaughter upon this pseudo-god with his over 20,000-pound black blade. In the live broadcast room online, 700 million viewers held their breath at this moment. This was no longer any drill or competition. This was the first face-to-face clash in the martial history of the Great Xia Kingdom, where a 5th-tier warrior directly confronted a 9th-tier divine warrior-level monster. And Lin Yuan with solid steps walked alone into the heart of the storm, each step treading upon the boundaries of life. The deep blue storm of spiritual energy erupted above the Black Wind Fortress. The originally dense gray clouds were forcibly torn apart into a massive circular void. At the center of that void, the towering 9-ranked demon Deep Sea Throne, covered in dark golden heavy scales, descended slowly from the void with a steady and oppressive demeanor. As it descended, the gravitational parameters surrounding the ruins of the fortress underwent devastating chaos. A low-frequency vibration swept across the ground, causing teeth to ache. The remaining foundation of the fortress emitted sharp cracking sounds under the pressure of this invisible divine. The already shattered concrete pavement was forcibly compressed into fine white dust, which was then swept up by the storm, forming a yellowish smoke screen connecting heaven and earth. Lin Yuan held the 236 Starfall Bloodblade with one hand firmly anchoring his feet in the center of the ruins. The physical explosive force of his 14000 kilogram body was pushed to its limit at this moment. The dark golden bones, restructured from dragon marrow, emitted a substantial weight beneath his skin. Despite the oppressive 9-ranked pressure which could instantly obliterate an ordinary 6-ranked martial general, he stood tall like a spear. He slowly raised his head, and within his deep blue pupils the black physical collapse point had spread throughout his entire gaze. Is this the power of 9 ranks? Lin Yuan's voice maintained a deep and cold texture amidst the howling. He did not take a single step back. Instead, he stepped forward with his right leg slamming his heavy military boots onto the crystallized ground. With this step, the ground within a 10-meter radius directly sank half a meter deep. Using this terrifying physical recoil, Lin Yuan's body transformed into a dark golden streak of light, hurtling straight toward the colossal being descending from the sky. Due to the immense density of his body, the air along his path was forcibly displaced, creating a visible white shock. As the 9-ranked Deep Sea Throne descended from the sky, a hint of disdain flickered in its enormous dark purple. Its dark golden giant hand, large enough to cover half a plaza, slowly extended, and 5 10-meter-long claws tore through the air, creating 5 pitch-black spatial rifts as it aimed a casual strike at Lin Yuan. This strike held no martial technique, only the absolute physical mass of the 9-ranked demon, weighing tens of thousands of tons. A metallic crash that could render all life within 50 kilometers deaf echoed through the air. The Starfall Bloodblade in Lin Yuan's hand collided head-on with the dark golden claws. The physical shockwave generated instantly swept away the dense fog and dust surrounding a kilometer radius. The spiritual energy shield at the observation station, capable of withstanding 8-ranked attacks, showed a web of cracks the moment it came into contact with the shockwave before shattering explosively. Su Qingxue stood at the edge of the command building's ruins, her long hair wildly dancing in the wind. The silver longsword in her hand was buried 3 inches into the ground, anchoring her stance. She looked up to see Lin Yuan's tiny figure halting the descent of the giant hand. The dark golden patterns on Lin Yuan's arms shone at their peak. Every inch of his muscles resonated with high-frequency tremors under the clash of this tens of thousands of tons impact. The dragon marrow bones displayed absolute physical resilience. No matter how the force pressed down from above, his skeletal structure showed no signs of bending. "Get off me!" Lin Yuan let out a low roar from his throat. The solidified thunder true energy in his body spun in reverse to its limit in an instant. All physical potential surged through his arms, exploding geometrically with the weight of the Starfall Bloodblade, over 20,000 genes. With that single-point explosion, the dark golden giant hand that blocked the sky was forced upward by Lin Yuan. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Yuan executed an incredible pivot in midair. He stepped on the edge of the giant hand's claws, his form darting up along the thick arm of the giant creature like a bolt of lightning. His combat boots sparked with fragments on the dark golden scales. Su Qingxue lock onto its energy core. Lin Yuan's voice exploded in Su Qingxue's ear through the tactical headset. Without hesitation, she rapidly input a complex spectrum analysis on the terminal on her wrist, instantly transmitting a set of data to Lin Yuan's visor. 3 meters below its throat, there is a piece of reverse growing purple scale, its weak point in physical defense. As soon as Su Qingxue's words fell, Lin Yuan had already dashed to the shoulder of the Deep Sea Throne. This 9-ranked giant demon was clearly enraged by this ant-like creature. Its tail, over 100 meters long, crackled with black electric sparks, suddenly whipping towards Lin Yuan from behind. Lin Yuan did not look back. Gripping the Starfall Bloodblade tightly with his right hand, he opened his left hand wide, pressing it against the giant's neck armor. Gravity wave, tenfold compression. The physical gravity within a 5-meter radius around Lin Yuan increased 100-fold in an instant. The heavy tail that had been swung down experienced a brief pause in speed upon entering this field. Taking advantage of this fraction of a second, Lin Yuan leaped from the shoulder of the giant demon. In midair, he swung the 236 Zojin battle blade in a perfect arc above his head. Skybreaking Thunder Prison / 5th style Break the Realm. This slash incorporated all of Lin Yuan's physical explosive power of 140 kilograms, along with the simple blade intent he comprehended from the military supply depot. The blade's edge sliced through the air. The once violent storm fell into absolute stillness at this moment. A pitch-black blade of light 200 meters long descended with the dominance to shatter all physical rules, accurately striking the reverse-growing purple scale. SEZ. No intense explosion accompanied it, only the dull sound of material structure being severed at the atomic. That 9-ranked reverse scale capable of withstanding nuclear explosion impacts was as fragile as a withered, decayed leaf before the edge of the Starfall Bloodblade. The black blade light cut through the scale, penetrating 5 meters deep. A torrent of dark purple spiritual blood gushed out from the wound like a breached dam. This blood, highly corrosive, immediately corroded the ground of the fortress, creating bottomless black holes. Roar! The 9-ranked deep-sea throne let out the most mournful wail since its arrival. Its massive body convulsed in a frenzy of pain. The surrounding space collapsed on a large scale due to its painful struggle, with countless small spatial rifts appearing in the air, absorbing all surrounding matter. Lin Yuan's figure was sent flying by a tremendous shockwave. He flipped in midair, stabbing the Starfall Bloodblade into a heavy load-bearing column. Zzz. The battle blade scraped against the hard special alloy column, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Lin Yuan forcefully stabilized his form, landing on a relatively flat area of the ruins. He gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. The dark golden patterns on his white, jade-like skin dulled slightly, a sign of rapid energy depletion. Not dead yet. Lin Yuan stared at the 9-ranked giant demon that was frantically repairing its wounds. Such a level of vitality exceeded that of ordinary carbon-based life. As long as its heart remained intact, this demon could regenerate its limbs within minutes. At this moment, in the command center of Zone 0, General Wei Cheng and all the staff had risen from their seats. They stared blankly at the battle footage on the screen, a scene worthy of being recorded in martial arts history. He actually injured a 9-ranked being. Wei Cheng's voice trembled violently. As a peak 7 rank, he understood what that slash meant. That slash not only cut through the demon's flesh, but also severed the psychological defense of the Daxian nation's martial arts community against the invincibility of 9 ranks. General Wei. The popularity value on the entire network is skyrocketing. It's already surpassed 1 billion. A data officer screamed. The backend system is alerting the energy fluctuations from the popularity conversion have exceeded our monitoring limits. Meanwhile, in Lin Yuan's mind, the system's alert sound was no longer mechanical, but resembled a series of urgent popularity points have surpassed 1 billion. Achievement world attention unlocked. Plunder mechanism triggered. 9-ranked divine might fragment detected. The host body begins ultimate quantum leap. Gaining advanced vitality value 1 million points. Physical explosive power increased to 200,000 kilograms. Passive skill gravity suppression evolved into physical forbidden zone. Within 10 meters of the host, any true energy and law attributes will be subject to 50 absolute physical suppression. A power of unprecedented magnitude erupted from every cell of Lin Yuan's being. He felt his bones becoming translucent at this moment, with pure golden black liquid energy flowing within instead. The leap from 14000 kilograms to 200 kilograms made every heartbeat resonate with the physical pulse of the surrounding earth. Lin Yuan straightened his body. Holding the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand, he slowly positioned the battle blade horizontally in front of him. The black cloth that had been wrapped around the blade disintegrated into ashes at this moment, unable to withstand the terrifying density emanating from his palm, revealing the true form of the divine weapon, entirely ink-colored with deep blue ghostly light swirling at the edges. Second round. Lin Yuan raised his head, gazing at the 9-ranked demon preparing to launch its final counterattack. His figure vanished. This time it was not movement, but a forceful penetration of space using extreme physical. He left behind a dark golden afterimage in the air. The next second, Lin Yuan appeared directly above the massive head of the deep-sea throne. Die for me. The 236 Gene battle blade, infused with 200,000 kilograms of ultimate violence and the physical forbidden zone capable of collapsing space, struck down towards the head of the 9-ranked demon. This slash was soundless. The sunlight of the entire Blackwind fortress was siphoned away in that instant. The world plunged into a second of absolute darkness. After that second, the entire EC defense line heard an extremely muffled sound of matter being completely annihilated. 1 billion viewers across the network witnessed through the live broadcast as the 100-meter-tall dark golden deity was cleaved in half from head to toe beneath the ink-colored heavy blade. Blood poured like a waterfall. The deity fell. The dark golden body of the divine entity, standing 100 meters tall, was smoothly split in half along the central axis under the weight of the 236-pound Starfall Bloodblade. The deep blue energy storm above the Blackwind fortress instantly lost all its violent attributes after losing the support of its source power. Ordinary air forcibly squeezed to the edge of the storm rushed in, forming an 11th-level hurricane that swept across the entire wasteland. The two remnants of the deep-sea throne, weighing tens of thousands of tons, fell towards the heavily damaged fortress ruins below, following different parabolic trajectories under the pull of gravity. With a thunderous boom, the left half of the body crashed down at the location of the fortress' former heavy armored vehicle garage. The thick concrete top of the air defense bunker upon contact with this half of the divine body instantly turned into a cloud of dust. Dark purple energy blood gushed down from the smooth cut, like a waterfall inundating all metal debris within a radius of 500 meters. This blood contained extremely high temperatures and corrosiveness, emitting a harsh sizzling sound as the concrete and steel dissolved rapidly into pools of black mud, releasing a pungent sulfur smell. The right half of the body crashed heavily outside the main defensive line of the Black Wind Fortress. The immense mass combined with the physical potential energy from its fall created a giant meteorite crater measuring 300 meters in length and 30 meters in depth on the wasteland. The tremors of the earth spread wildly through the crust, extending all the way to the main base of the zero defense zone 100 kilometers away, triggering the highest level red alert on the seismographs within the base. The blood rain fell from the sky, covering the entire fortress sky, while Lin Yuan's figure freely descended through the surface of the starfall blood blade in his hand was slowly closing the pitch-black void seam. As the weight of the battle blade pressed down, Lin Yuan's falling speed far exceeded the conventional limits of gravitational acceleration. With a thud, Lin Yuan's feet landed firmly on a piece of intact granite between the two ruins. The terrifying density of 200,000 kilograms upon touching the ground transmitted all the reactive force directly into the depths of the earth through his legs. The granite block, measuring 10 meters in length and width and 3 meters thick, did not even have a chance to emit a crisp sound before being crushed into fine white stone powder. Centered around Lin Yuan, the ground, within a 50-meter radius, presented a regular spiderweb-like collapse. The dark purple blood rain falling from the sky was intercepted by an invisible force field known as the physical forbidden zone when it approached within 10 meters of Lin Yuan. The gravitational distortion caused by the 200,000 kilograms of mass made the droplets of blood change their falling trajectory in midair, sliding along the edges of the force field, ultimately forming an absolutely clean circular area devoid of blood at Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan straightened up and adjusted his breathing. Each expansion and contraction of his lungs formed a visible mass of white high-pressure airflow before his mouth and nose. The leap from 140,000 kilograms to 200,000 kilograms, this dimensional physical evolution subjected his internal organs to immense pressure. The dark golden bones restructured from dragon marrow emitted a dense luster beneath his skin, while the gold-black liquid energy deep within the marrow flowed rapidly, repairing the micro-tears in muscle fibers caused by high-intensity exertion. Lin Yuan grasped the hilt of his blade, his gaze fixed on the right half of the divine body that had crashed into the meteorite crater. He took steady steps toward that direction. At this time, the hundreds of thousands of demonic creatures outside the Black Wind Fortress were plunged into complete physical chaos. The high-level demons were most sensitive to the presence of superior bloodlines. The moment the life signs of the 9th grade deep-sea throne were completely erased on a physical level, the deep-sea demons under its command lost all will to attack. The 6th grade heavy-armored crab demon and the deep-sea electric eel in the front row unhesitatingly turned their massive bodies, frantically fleeing toward the direction of the East Sea Abyss Rift. The panic triggered a brutal stampede. The large high-level demons trampled over the bodies of the low-level fishmen. The sounds of snapping bones and the squelching of flesh turning to mush echoed across the wasteland. Tens of thousands of low-level demons were trampled to death by their own kind during the retreat, forming a blood and flesh river stretching over 10 kilometers. Lin Yuan ignored the fleeing rabble. His target was very clear. He walked to the edge of the meteorite crater and slid down the slope into the pit. The high-temperature demon blood submerged the soles of his battle boots as Lin Yuan approached the half-sized head, which was as large as a hill. The skull of a 9th grade demon was even harder than the highest grade deep-sea silver alloy used by the military. But at this moment, this indestructible skull bore a perfectly smooth incision. Lin Yuan raised the starfall blood blade and pierced it into the translucent brain membrane along the edge of the cut. With both hands exerting force, the 200,000 kilograms of physical power surged along the blade. Crack, crack, crack. The battle blade pried horizontally within the skull. Accompanied by a dull sound of bones dislocating, Lin Yuan forcibly lifted a piece of skull, weighing several tons. Deep within the viscous brain matter, a massive crystal nucleus, over 2 meters in diameter, and interwoven with dark gold and deep purple, emitted a heart-pounding high-frequency energy wave. The energy circuits within this crystal nucleus were extraordinarily complex. Even the slightest residual wave it emitted could cause the surrounding air to warp slightly. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, pressing it against the massive 9th grade crystal nucleus. The moment he made contact, an extremely high concentration of abyssal true energy tried to invade his meridians through his palm. However, upon contacting his dark golden bones with a density of 200,000 kilograms, this true energy was shattered and dissipated into harmless energy particles in the air. Suqingxue. Lin Yuan did not turn around. His voice penetrated the thick barrier of blood energy and accurately conveyed itself 1,000 meters away. 2 minutes later, a white figure gracefully leaped down the edge of the meteorite crater. Suqingxue, clad in a black special operations suit, stepped lightly on a circle of pale blue extreme cold true energy. Frost formed on the soles of her combat boots, freezing the high-temperature demon blood along her path into a hard dark red ice layer, ensuring she would not be tainted by any filth. She quickly walked to Lin Yuan's side, her gaze lingering on the 2-meter-tall, 9th-grade crystal nucleus for 3 seconds. It's beyond the capacity limit of the conventional special storage bag. Su Qingsu's voice remained cold as she swiftly pulled up a set of data on her tactical terminal. The energy density within this crystal nucleus is too high, forcibly placing it in a spatial folding bag will trigger a physical collapse of the spatial structure. Direct physical cutting. Lin Yuan replied calmly, retracting his left hand and glancing at the heavy battle blade. He raised the Starfall blood blade and brought it down directly onto the 9th-grade crystal nucleus, which was worth a fortune and would drive the highest command of the Daxia kingdom crazy. Clang. Crack. The first strike fell, sending a shower of golden energy sparks flying from the surface of the crystal nucleus. The blade of the Starfall blood blade, possessing spatial cutting properties, forcefully cut a half-meter deep crack into the 9th-grade crystal nucleus. Lin Yuan did not pause, delivering 3 consecutive strikes. Under the absolute force of 200,000 kilograms, the intact 9th-grade crystal nucleus was neatly sliced into 4 evenly sized cubes. Each piece's volume was compressed to the edge of the capacity limit of the special storage bags. Su Qingxue raised no objections regarding this wasteful method of physical disassembly. She deftly took out 4 high-spec military polymer storage bags and systematically placed the 4 pieces of crystal nucleus fragments inside, sealing them with the highest level energy lock zipper. Above them, 4 military HD live-streaming drones hovered steadily at a height of 100 meters, synchronously transmitting the scene unfolding at the bottom of the pit across the internet. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments from 1 billion online viewers experienced a brief pause before erupting into an unprecedented frenzy. What is he doing? That is a 9th-grade crystal nucleus. An intact 9th-grade crystal nucleus. The Daxia kingdom has never captured one in perfect condition. Did he just slice it into 4 pieces with a knife? This physical cutting will cause a 10% loss of energy from the crystal. You in front are telling a monster who could slay a 9th-grade demon with a single blow about energy loss. Does he need that bit of energy? He simply finds this thing too large to fit in his pocket. Su Zuewa's actions are too adept. Cut backpack. These two treat the zero defense zone like their own backyard market. I admit this kind of interaction, which focuses solely on physical efficiency and disregards any rules, is 1,000 times sweeter than that oily industrial sugar. This is the real hardcore wilderness duo. In Lin Yuan's mind, the system's announcement echoed once more. The audience has shown a strong reaction to the host's hardcore resource handling methods. CP popularity continues to dominate the charts. Gained 50,000 points of high-level vitality. The fatigue of the physical cells decreased significantly. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and rested the Starfall blood blade on his right shoulder. He turned around and walked out of the meteorite crater, stepping on the frozen blood ice. Su Qingxue followed closely behind, carrying 4 heavy storage bags. The two returned to the inner ruins of the Black Wind Fortress. The original command building had been completely reduced to the body of Wang Jianya, and the remains of the 3rd Division's guards had been crushed into a blood-colored coating, merging with the marble floor under the pressure of the 9th-grade demon's descent. Lin Yuan approached a relatively flat high ground. He raised his left wrist and glanced at the black tactical wristband specially airdropped by the military. The communication channel of the wristband was in a constant active state, indicating that the command center was always online. Wei Cheng. Lin Yuan directly called the highest commander of the Zero Defense Zone. Received. Lin Yuan, this is Wei Cheng. The voice of Wei Cheng, filled with extreme fatigue, yet unable to hide his excitement, came through the communicator. The 3rd Division Station Black Wind Fortress has completed the physical clearance. The vanguard forces of the Deep Sea Tide have retreated. The 9th-grade individual Deep Sea Throne has been confirmed. The crystal nucleus has been recovered. The command center has confirmed the results through satellite surveillance. Wei Cheng took a deep breath and his voice echoed over the loudspeaker above the fortress. Major General Lin Yuan, your achievements will be directly recorded in the highest-level top-secret files of the Daxia Kingdom. The first batch of heavy-duty cleanup troops from the military, along with a high-level delegation from the Ministry of Education, are en route to the Black Wind Fortress, traveling by high-speed transport aircraft. They are expected to arrive in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Lin Yuan replied calmly, make sure they bring enough high-strength towing vehicles. There's quite a bit of scrap iron here. Lin Yuan cut off the communication. He stood the battle blade beside him and directly sat down cross-legged on the spot. At the same time, 2,000 kilometers away from the Eastern Sea defense line in the capital city of Beijing. In the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom, the surface remains prosperous and calm, yet within the martial families that hold the nation's lifeblood, a seismic upheaval of magnitude 10 is unfolding. In the core residence of the Shao family, 300 meters underground in the highest-level secret meeting room for air defense, 5 elders are seated around a 10-meter-long deep-sea silver round table. Aside from the patriarch of the Shao family, Shao Zhan, the other 4 are the current heads of the Wang, Li Zhao, and Sun family. These 5 great families control nearly 60% of the core resources in the military, politics, and martial education of Beijing. On the holographic projection screen in the center of the meeting room, a still image captures the shocking moment when Lin Yuan sliced through a 100-meter-tall ninth-grade demon. The air in the room feels as if it has solidified. The 5 elders, all above the 7th-grade master realm, are staring intently at the screen, their breaths becoming exceedingly heavy. With one strike, he killed a 9th-grade initial stage demon. The patriarch of the Wang family, an elder dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, is the first to break the silence. His voice is somewhat hoarse. Wang Jianya is a branch of my Wang family, although not central. He controls the 3rd division. Lin Yuan, in front of 1 billion viewers online, flattened the Hai Fengku and killed a major general of the Great Xia Kingdom. This is trampling our family's face into the ground with Shu Saul's. Xiao Zhan sneered, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the black and white image of Lin Yuan. Old Wang, you still care about fate? Can't you see that this monster named Lin Yuan is not using the true energy system at all? Satellite monitoring detects no high-level rule fluctuations within his body. He completely shattered the rules of the 9th-grade demon, purely relying on his physical prowess. Li family patriarch furrowed his brow. A martial school of physical sanctification. But since the establishment of the Great Xia Kingdom, even the god of war who trained external martial arts to perfection could only achieve a pure physical strength limit of 80,000 kilograms. That strike he just displayed had physical kinetic energy that conservatively exceeds 200,000 kilograms. Xiao Zhan pressed his hands on the silver table, exerting force to create 10 deep finger holes in the hard surface. The 3rd division is gone, and the bloodthirsty mercenary group has been wiped out. The assassination team I sent out didn't even make a splash. Now those hardliners in the command center, Wei Cheng and Tu Lai, have already treated him like a national treasure. He has been directly awarded the rank of Major General with independent operational authority. This means that as long as he is within the defense line, he can kill anyone we have placed without following military court procedures. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the other for present. Everyone, this kid is only a freshman now. The resources of the magic marshal are all tilted toward him, plus the 8th and 9th grade crystal cores he has obtained today. If he successfully digests these resources and returns to the inland, what do you think will be his first action? The temperature in the meeting room suddenly dropped. Everyone understands what Xiao Zhan means. The words Lin Yuan left before crushing the communicator at Hai Fengku are by no means just a threat. That is a bill of reckoning issued by a pure physical thug. Once Lin Yuan returns to Beijing with over 200,000 kilograms of physical destruction, it will be an unstoppable physical bulldozer. Any family's defensive formations and ancient ancestors will face severe tests against that 2-man knife weighing over 20,000 pounds. He cannot be allowed to leave the Eastern Sea defense line alive. The patriarch of the Zhao family spoke coldly with a tone of resolution. Even if he can kill 9th graders, that is only under unknown conditions. A person's stamina has its limits. I don't believe his kind of physical explosion comes without a cost. Xiao Zhan, you called us over, you must have a plan in mind. The patriarch of the Sun family looked at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan stood up straight, a trace of extreme madness flashing in his eyes. Activate the Abyss Treaty. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other 4 patriarchs changed dramatically. Are you crazy? The patriarch of the Wang family suddenly stood up, the chair behind him falling to the ground. That treaty was a ceasefire agreement signed with the 10th grade, forbidden existence of the deep sea at the beginning of the Great Xia Kingdom to protect the inland cities. If it is unilaterally torn apart, or its powers are invoked, the entire Eastern Sea defense line will face a full-scale counterattack from 10th grade demon-level creatures. At that time, the death toll will be in the millions. If Lin Yuan does not die, our 5 great families will die. Xiao Zhan slammed his fist on the table. We don't need to tear up the treaty. We only need to use our authority in the command center secret room to alter the energy beacon once. We will disguise the coordinates of the Death Canyon in Zero District as the arrival point of Divine Fragment. As soon as the beacon lights up, the slumbering 10th grade forbidden beings in the depths of the Eastern Sea will surely cross space to descend. No matter how strong Lin Yuan is with his physical mass, can he withstand the annihilation of the rules from 10th grade forbidden beings? The meeting room fell into a prolonged silence. This is an extremely risky, nearly treasonous mad plan. But in the face of the unreasonable absolute violence exhibited by Lin Yuan, these patriarchs, accustomed to controlling everything, feel an unprecedented survival crisis. Let's vote. Xiao Zhan said coldly. Those in favor of initiating the Abyss Beacon transfer plan, light up the indicators. 1 minute later, 5 red lights representing approval lit up simultaneously in the dim air defense meeting room. An ultimate extermination plan targeting Lin Yuan involving 10th grade forbidden beings formally took shape deep beneath Beijing. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Hai Fengku Fortress, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. 20 minutes of meditation had solidified the 200,000 kilograms of explosive power within him. The golden black energy in his marrow completed its final circulation and retreated back into the depths of his dark golden bones. In the sky, the deep rumble of heavy transport aircraft engines can be heard. 12 military tactical transport planes painted in pure black broke through the clouds and began to hover and descend over the fortress. A large number of fully armed military police and military researchers in biohazard suits poured out from the cabin. They quickly set up a cordon, began clearing the battlefield, retrieving the remains of Wang Jianye and others, and taking samples from the demon corpses in the distance. A senior commander wearing the rank of Major General accompanied by Tu Lai hastily walked to Lin Yuan's area. The Major General glanced at the 4 storage bags filled with 9th-grade crystal core fragments at Lin Yuan's feet, then at Lin Yuan's, still steady, breathing, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Major General Lin Yuan. I am the Chief of Staff of the Eastern Sea War Zone Lei Ting. The Major General stood firm and gave Lin Yuan a standard military salute. Lin Yuan stood up without returning the salute, simply grabbing the Starfall blood blade with one hand. This scrap metal is for you to clean up. The evidence of Wang Jianye's treason is in Su Qingsu's hands. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. The command center has verified all data. Major General Lei Ting lowered his hand, his expression serious. General Wei Cheng has officially transferred the independent command authority of Zero District to you. Additionally, the command center has orders. Major General Lei Ting paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ruins. Major General Lin Yuan, your existence has already broken the strategic balance of the Eastern Sea defense line. The military high command has decided to form an independent special assault corps centered around you, codenamed Abyss Hammer. Lin Yuan looked at Major General Lei. I do not need a cumbersome corps. I only need logistical support that can withstand my physical strength in a free killing zone. Lin Yuan carried the 4 storage bags in his left hand and shouldered the battle knife with his right, turning to walk towards a heavy helicopter prepared specifically for him. Return to the observation station. Although this wave of tides has receded, I can sense that beneath the deep-sea harder bones are being awakened. Lin Yuan's figure under everyone's gaze steadily walked up the metal ramp of the helicopter. With the helicopter ascending, this shocking nationwide single-handed assault on the fortress event temporarily came to a close. But everyone knows that with Lin Yuan's physical density jumping again, the physical laws of the Eastern Sea defense line are about to undergo an unprecedented rewrite. And that hidden 10th grade forbidden kill plan is like an invisible giant net quietly enveloping this unparalleled. The heavy military tactical helicopter tore a corridor through the turbulent air of the darkened sky above the East Sea defense line. The powerful downwash generated by the rapidly spinning rotor blades completely dispersed the purple mist above the Death Valley, revealing the solitary metallic observation station below. The helicopter hovered 10 meters above the helipad atop the observation station. The heavy hydraulic door on the side of the cabin slowly slid open. Lin Yuan, with one hand gripping the Starfall blood blade weighing 23,600 pounds, leaped directly off the edge of the cabin without waiting for the metal ramp to descend. Bang! The black military boots slammed down on the high-strength alloy floor of the helipad. The terrifying density of 200,000 kilograms created an extremely concentrated physical pressure the moment it made contact with the ground. The 20-centimeter-thick alloy floor emitted a piercing sound of metal fracturing, directly caving in to form a giant footprint pit, half a meter deep. The surrounding metal panels were pressed upwards, revealing fractured hydraulic lines and supporting steel beams inside. The helicopter pilot felt a strong recoil airflow inside the cabin and quickly pulled the control stick to stabilize the aircraft's posture. Lin Yuan pulled the battle knife from the metal wreckage and casually slung it over his right shoulder. He ignored the damaged helipad beneath his feet and walked steadily towards the interior of the observation station along the stairs. Su Qingxue followed closely behind. She carried 4 military polymer storage bags filled with 9th-grade crystal core fragments, landing lightly on the platform. The icy blue extreme cold chi formed a thin cushioning layer beneath her feet, making no sound. Inside the hall, Zhao Qing and Li Cheng, along with 7 other members of the Demon Marshal team, stood upright. They had witnessed the entire process of Lin Yuan single-handedly cleaving through 9th-grade demon beasts and flattening the regular army's base through the big screen. At this moment, as Lin Yuan entered the hall with his body exuding a strong bloody scent and an extreme sense of physical oppression, everyone's breathing involuntarily slowed down. Lin Yuan's black tactical vest was already severely damaged, with dark golden patterns slowly flowing beneath his white skin, radiating a high-density thermal radiation. With each step he took, the air in the hall slightly distorted. Check the defense system and replenish ammunition supplies. Replace all automated defensive cannons with high-explosive armor-piercing shells. Lin Yuan walked to the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping across the 9 team members, his voice deep and rough, devoid of any post-battle pleasantries. Yes, Captain. Zhao Qing responded loudly, immediately turning with several team members to rush towards the underground ammunition depot. Lin Yuan turned to look at Su Qingxue. Take the crystal cores to the underground isolation chamber. After speaking, Lin Yuan headed straight for the passage leading to the special isolation chamber on the 3rd underground level. The underground isolation chamber of the Death Valley Observation Station was originally a physical shielding chamber used by the military to store high-risk radioactive abyssal ores. The entire isolation chamber took the shape of a cube with 10-meter sides, its walls composed of 2 meters thick radiation-proof lead layers and 1 meter thick deep-sea silver alloy alternatingly stacked to completely isolate any energy fluctuations inside. Lin Yuan pushed open the heavy isolation chamber door and stepped inside. The door closed heavily behind him. The lights inside the isolation chamber emitted a cold white glow. Lin Yuan stood the starfall blood blade upright in the center of the room, the blade tip effortlessly piercing into the silver floor. Su Qingxue placed the 4 heavy storage bags on the corner's metal platform before turning to leave the isolation chamber. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the cold metal floor. He opened the first storage bag. A piece of 9th grade crystal core fragment he had forcefully cut open was exposed to the air. This fragment presented an extremely deep dark golden color with an internal energy circuit that was incredibly complex. Even a mere trace of the residual waves caused the temperature inside the isolation chamber to soar above 100 degrees in an instant. Lin Yuan did not employ any guiding chi techniques. His physical mass of 200,000 kilograms was in itself the most violent energy-crushing machine. He extended his right hand, his 5 fingers directly gripping the high-temperature crystal core fragment. Crack! The bones of his fingers exerted force. The grip strength of 200,000 kilograms concentrated on his fingertips, directly compressing the physical structure of the crystal core. The hardness of the 9th grade crystal core far surpassed that of diamond, but under Lin Yuan's absolute physical violence, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the crystal core. Crack, crack! The cracks quickly expanded. With a dull explosion, the 9th grade crystal core fragment was directly crushed into countless golden dust in Lin Yuan's palm. The highly concentrated abyssal energy freed from the constraints of its crystal core shell instantly transformed into an extremely violent dark golden liquid plasma fireball, attempting to spread in all directions. Lin Yuan directly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The contraction of his lungs, aided by 14,000 kilograms of muscle, created a formidable physical negative pressure. That liquid plasma energy capable of melting a building into molten iron was forcibly inhaled into his body. Boom! The dark golden energies surged into his body through the respiratory tract, instantly detonating. Lin Yuan's esophagus and trachea were instantly burned to ashes upon contact with this high-energy plasma. But immediately after the 9 transformations, golden body dragon marrow liquid hidden deep within his bone marrow erupted with a powerful regenerative force. The golden black energy liquid surged out wildly, reconstructing the damaged organs in the blink of an eye. The surface of the newly formed internal organs was covered with a dense dark golden keratin layer, greatly increasing their physical strength. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his facial muscles twitching slightly due to extreme pain. At this moment, his body transformed into a super high-pressure steel furnace. The massive 9th grade energy rampaged through his veins. Lin Yuan summoned all the bones and muscles in his body, using 200,000 kilograms of internal contraction force to forcefully compress this energy within his circulatory system. His heart rate surged directly to 800 beats per minute. Each heartbeat emitted a sound akin to a heavy pile driver smashing into the ground. The muffled heartbeat reverberated through the tunter-thick lead layer, echoing throughout the entire underground space of the observation station. The blood under such high-frequency pumping and extreme pressure became increasingly viscous. The originally bright red blood gradually transformed into a deep golden-black liquid metal texture. This high-density blood washed against the walls of his blood vessels, forcefully crushing the rule fragments contained within the 9th grade crystal core, transforming them into the purest physical nutrients that filled every atomic gap in his cells. The first crystal core was completely digested. Lin Yuan's bone density increased again. At this moment, his weight shattered the physical common sense of human form, skyrocketing. He did not pause, reaching for the second storage bag. Crush, devour, forcefully suppress. The third, the fourth. For a full 5 hours, the temperature inside the underground isolation chamber exceeded 3,000 degrees. The innermost layer of the walls, made of deep-sea silver alloy, showed signs of softening under such high temperatures. Once the last powder of the 9th grade crystal core was inhaled into Lin Yuan's body, the physical reaction within him reached an extremely dangerous critical point. The explosive power of his 200,000 kilogram physical body began its ultimate leap toward 250,000 kilograms after absorbing the substance energy of a whole 9th grade crystal core. From every pore of Lin Yuan's body, fine, blood-colored steam erupted. This steam was mixed with the waste impurities expelled from within. His skeletal structure emitted a series of explosive sounds under the high temperature and pressure, with each vertebra becoming as deep as a black hole. At the center of the dantian, that solid thunder crystal with a black dot completely collapsed under the extreme physical pressure. It did not vanish, but fully integrated into Lin Yuan's flesh and blood. From this moment on, his body no longer needed to rely on the dantian to store chi. Every inch of his muscle and every drop of blood contained physical kinetic energy and thunderous destructive power capable of tearing through space. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The deep blue pupils had completely vanished, replaced by 2 pools of pure non-reflect. He stood up. Just the simple act of rising caused the alloy floor of the isolation chamber to collapse under the weight of his immeasurable absolute mass. Lin Yuan grasped the starfall blood blade beside him. The explosive force of 25000 kilograms transferred through his palm to the hilt. The 236 Imaging battle blade felt effortlessly light in his hands, devoid of any sense of drag. At the very moment Lin Yuan completed the physical transformation in the underground secure room of the Supreme Command of the Great Xian Nation, 2,000 kilometers away in the capital city. Two agents in black uniforms utilizing the highest authority keys provided by the heads of the 5 major families successfully bypassed the military's mainframe firewall. They stood before a massive quantum server rapidly modifying a set of top-secret foundational codes originating from the early days of the nation's establishment. Coordinate correction complete. Disguise program for the Abyss Energy Beacon has been activated. Disguise frequency adjusted to the Divine Fragment scattering band. One of the agents watching the green code flickering on the screen pressed the enter key. Confirm transmission. An invisible quantum frequency was projected through the military satellite network of the Great Xia Nation at light speed, landing precisely on the coordinate point of the Death Canyon in the Zero Defense Zone. This frequency bore no destructive power, but within the perception system of deep-sea monsters it represented an ultimate temptation capable of driving them insane. This beacon was set as a beta last resort during the ceasefire treaty signed with the 10th grade Forbidden Existence. Once the beacon lit up, it signified the emergence of a divine substance capable of allowing the 10th grade existence to evolve once more deep within the absolute darkness of the ocean trench 15,000 meters below sea level. Here temperatures remained perpetually below freezing and pressures were sufficient to crush any steel. There was no light, no signs of life. But at the moment the beacon frequency swept across this maritime region, the physical environment at the seabed underwent a violent change. The seawater boiled in an instant. The extreme cold was forcibly evaporated by an unfathomable massive heat. The seawater within 100 kilometers was pushed aside by a colossal force, forming a gigantic vacuum vortex that connected directly to the seabed. The tectonic plates emitted a dull cracking sound under this immense pressure. A seabed fissure stretching hundreds of kilometers opened with a thunderous roar. A pair of enormous, deathly pale pupils slowly opened in the depths of the dark fissure. The 10th grade Forbidden Existence, the true master of the East Sea Abyss. The catastrophic sea god had been in slumber for 50 years. It made no sound. The 10th grade existence had long transcended the realm of lower monsters communicating emotions through sound. It merely shifted its massive body capable of bearing an island. The sea level of the entire East Sea abruptly rose by 30 meters. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater were directly hurled into the air by its rising motion, creating a super tsunami that spanned the entire coastline of the East Sea. The wall of the tsunami exhibited a bizarre pitch-black color, a physical transformation caused by the extreme compression of seawater. The pale pupils of the catastrophic sea god penetrated through thousands of kilometers of spatial barriers, locking onto the direction of the Death Canyon. In the next second, its massive body vanished from sight. It neither swam nor flew. The power of the 10th grade Forbidden Existence allowed it to tear through the distances of physical space, executing an extremely brutal pinpoint spatial jump. Death Canyon Observation Station. The piercing highest-level air defense alarm sounded throughout the skies above the Zero Defense Zone. All barometers and gravity sensors in the observation hall spiked simultaneously. The red needle on the screen pierced through the highest scale, and the electronic components within the instruments emitted thick smoke due to overload. Su Qingxue stood at the window of the hall, her gaze chillingly fixed on the sky outside. The originally gloomy sky transformed entirely into pitch black at that moment. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but rather the physical light of the entire airspace being forcibly distorted and swallowed by an extraordinarily massive entity. The oxygen in the air was siphoned away, replaced by an intense sense of pressure that felt like fire in the lungs. The gravitational field outside has completely gone awry. Zhao Qing's hand, gripping the heavy machine gun, trembled violently as he turned to look at the passage leading to the basement. Our bullets can't even leave the barrel. Heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase of the underground passage. Thud, thud. Each step resonated with the heartbeat of everyone present. Lin Yuan emerged from the underground passage. His black vest had turned to ashes under the high temperature, leaving his upper body bare. His formerly white skin now exhibited a visually striking dark gold hue. Dense golden black patterns flickered within his muscle fibers. He held the Starfall blood blade in one hand. At this moment, the dark void fissure on the blade's surface had expanded to a width of a finger, with the edge of the blade's space in a state of continuous collapse. Lin Yuan glanced at the smoking instruments in the hall, then raised his gaze to the dark sky. No need to fire. His tone remained calm, unaffected by the world-ending pressure from the sky. That is a mass beyond your handling. He took a step towards the door. Su Qingxue, concentrate all the energy of the defense shield on the base's shock absorption module. Do not allow this building to be shattered by the impending physical aftershocks. Lin Yuan stepped out of the observation station's door. He stood on the ground covered in dark purple soil, tilting his. The black clouds in the sky were forcibly torn apart. A massive eye over 500 meters in diameter and pale as death emerged from the clouds, overlooking the Death Canyon below. The moment this eye appeared, the mountains on either side of the canyon could not withstand its immense divine pressure and began to collapse on a massive scale. Tens of thousands of tons of boulders rolled down, reduced to powder the moment they touched the canyon floor. The 10th grade Forbidden Existence. Since the founding of the Great Xia Nation, no one had ever slain such a supreme being on the front lines. Lin Yuan stood beneath that gigantic eye, smaller than a grain of sand. But he did not bow his head. He slowly raised his right hand with the tip of the 236 Virgin Starfall blood blade pointing straight at the heavens. The absolute physical explosive force of 250,000 kilograms surged crazily through his limbs. The ground beneath his feet sank 10 meters without any movement, forming a perfect circular pit. I never signed a treaty with the Great Xia nation. Lin Yuan's voice mixed with extreme physical pressure shot into the sky, forcibly dispersing the clouds surrounding that pale eye. Today, since you have crossed the trench. Lin Yuan's legs bent slightly, the dark gold bones throughout his body erupted with a deafening roar. Then leave your life here and be my whetstone for the blade. As his words fell, the ground beneath Lin Yuan was utterly shattered. He transformed into a dark physical current capable of swallowing light, charging towards the heavens with the heavy battle blade that tore through the void, facing the divine might of the 10th grade forbidden existence. This ultimate physical collision that would overturn the history of human martial arts erupted fully above the Death Canyon, without reservation. Those heads of the families hiding in the underground conference room of the capital and attempting to use him as a pawn would never understand that what they awakened was not the Grim Reaper to harvest Lin Yuan's life, but rather a supreme supply that would propel him into the realm of divine embodiment. The black clouds above the Death Valley were forcefully torn apart by a dark golden stream of light. Lin Yuan's body, propelled by an initial speed of 3 times the speed of sound, crashed into the thick abyssal aura ahead, creating a vacuum. The sheer mass of his body, weighing 250,000 kilograms, generated intense friction, with the air forming a thick layer of red and white plasma 10 centimeters deep on the surface of his skin. This layer of high-temperature plasma, upon contact with his jade-white skin, emitted a series of dense metallic, quenching-like explosions. The earth beneath him, bearing the physical backlash from the explosion, was now displaying a large-scale physical collapse. The originally flat canyon floor formed a circular pit 20 meters deep, centered on the point where he took off. The rocks at the edge of the pit, having been compressed too rapidly, turned into crystal with a glass-like texture. In midair, Lin Yuan held the Starfall Bloodblade, which weighed 23,600 pounds, with one hand. The dark fissure along the blade's edge was wildly devouring the surrounding light. The immense deadweight, combined with Lin Yuan's own mass, should have accelerated him downward due to gravity during the free fall from this height. However, under the influence of the physical field he actively controlled, he was descending towards the gigantic pale eye in the clouds along a trajectory that defied the laws of physics. The eye, belonging to the 10th grade forbidden existence, sea god of calamity, sensed this physical provocation from a tiny being. The deep purple patterns in the center of its pale pupils suddenly began to rotate clockwise. A gravitational field heavy enough to fracture metallic atomic structures poured downwards from above in a cylindrical shape. The strength of this gravitational field exceeded 500 times the standard Earth's gravity. As the air came into contact with this gravitational force, its density surged, instantaneously transforming into a semi-transparent liquid-like substance. The remaining rock walls on both sides of the canyon collapsed inward without any process of toppling or rolling, turning into piles of dense gray stone powder. Lin Yuan was at the epicenter of the gravitational impact. The dragon marrow bones within him emitted an incredibly heavy grinding sound. This sound spread through his flesh, stirring up low-frequency thunderous echoes in the atmosphere. At that moment, his 250,000 kilograms of muscle fibers were stretched to their limits, as dark golden patterns on the surface of his skin glowed with a blinding light, each cell bearing the weight of this destructive physical pressure. Lin Yuan's ascent speed did not diminish. Gripping the hilt of his sword, the muscles in his arms coiled like a dragon. The first strike. A low muffled roar emerged from Lin Yuan's throat. He did not use any techniques to release true chi. He simply relied on the contraction of his muscles to swing the Starfall Bloodblade in the thick viscous air. The 23,600-pound battle blade, enhanced by a striking force exceeding 140,000 kilograms, cleaved through the layer of 500 times Earth's gravity liquid air. Boom. A curved physical vacuum blade formed at the edge of the sword. Inside this vacuum blade, there were no air molecules, and the pressure difference reached a terrifying degree. The vacuum blade collided directly with the descending gravitational barrier. Two pure physical energies clashed midair, generating a circular shockwave stretching 3,000 meters. The observation station in the Death Valley, under the sweep of this shockwave, saw its outer layer of spare steel structures burst apart. Lin Yuan used the reaction force from this impact to accelerate again in midair. He charged straight into the 100-meter range of the sea god of calamity's pale eye. Observing closely, the capillaries on the surface of this eye resembled torrents of dark purple lava. Each blood vessel had a diameter exceeding 5 meters. Surrounding the eye was a twisted, corrosive abyssal field. Roar. A physical shriek, not belonging to human vocal frequencies, exploded from deep within the clouds. A dark, golden giant claw belonging to the sea god of calamity suddenly shot out from the black clouds, tearing through space, with black lightning aiming to grasp the space where Lin Yuan stood. This giant claw spanned over 1,000 meters, and as it moved, the atmospheric pressure across the entire East Sea battle zone experienced violent fluctuations. Lin Yuan appeared minuscule in the shadow cast by the giant claw. Yet the physical forbidden zone on his body reached its peak output at this moment. His mass of 250,000 kilograms caused the physical rules within 10 meters of him to undergo absolute contraction. Any true chi attributes or abyssal laws that entered this forbidden zone would be forcibly converted into the most basic kinetic and thermal energies, subsequently absorbed and suppressed by Lin Yuan's dark golden bones. Lin Yuan held the sword with one hand. As the giant claw closed in, he stepped onto the edge of its razor-sharp claw. The thick several-meter-high 9th-grade peak defensive shell cracked open with a 10-meter-long fissure under Lin Yuan's stepping force. Lin Yuan used the force to leap again. He appeared directly above the pale pupil. Gripping the sword with his right hand, he slammed his left hand against the side of the blade, infusing all the blood energy that had just completed quantum leap. Void shattering thunder prison /6 style material termination. As this strike was unleashed, the void fracture along the starfall blood blade completely opened. The originally dark blade turned into a pure transparent state, with only flickering miniature lightning within. The battle blade sliced through space without producing any sound, because with every inch of space it passed through, the physical structure was instantaneously annihilated at the atomic level. Puff! An extremely heavy penetrating sound. The eye membrane of the 10th grade forbidden existence capable of withstanding divine-level strikes was as fragile before Lin Yuan's strike as lard cut by glowing iron wire. The 23,600-pound battle blade plunged directly into the central collapse of the pupil. A large amount of dark purple spiritual energy blood spurted out as blood arrows due to the high pressure inside the eye stretching thousands of meters. Roar! At that moment, the entire East Sea front heard a mournful wail that sent shivers through the soul. The originally dark sky exploded with millions of silver spatial fissures at the sound of this wail. The scale of the tsunami beneath the deep sea doubled again as billions of tons of seawater were directly hurled to a height of 10,000 meters by the energy triggered by this excruciating pain. The enormous body of the catastrophe sea god, large enough to cover an entire city, was rolling wildly behind the clouds. Each whip of its tentacles shattered the surrounding mountains into pieces. Lin Yuan was currently inside the eyeball. Here there was sticky, heavy, and fiercely corrosive 10th grade blood everywhere. This blood was trying to invade his bone marrow through his pores. Lin Yuan snorted coldly. The 250,000 kilograms of muscle within him contracted again. A layer of high-frequency shock waves emanated from the dark golden membrane, shattering all invading energies. He gripped the starfall blood blade with one hand and made a horizontal slash inside the eyeball. Sizzle! A wound stretching over 100 meters formed within the eyeball. Lin Yuan precisely locked onto a spherical core emitting dazzling white light, which was as large as a small. That was the 10th grade forbidden divine core. It contained all the essence and fragments of laws accumulated by this monster over thousands of years. Lin Yuan released his grip on the blade. He directly used his dark golden fists to strike the hard surface of the divine core with the highest frequency of his current fist techniques. Nameless, just the most basic physical combos. Each punch weighed over 200,000 kilograms. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sound of collisions echoed within the eyeball. With each punch, the high-intensity crystalline structure on the surface of the divine core experienced violent physical ruptures. In just 3 seconds, Lin Yuan threw a total of 360 punches. The surface of the divine core was forcibly blasted to create a 5-meter-wide deep pit. Lin Yuan suddenly reached out and grabbed an energy main vein inside the divine core. His muscles bulged and his feet were firmly planted against the inner wall of the opponent's eyeball. Break for me. Now. Lin Yuan exerted force with his arms. The pure physical strength of the pull caused the entire head of the catastrophe sea god to undergo a terrifying deformation, accompanied by a crisp, resounding sound of physical rupture. The villainized divine core was violently torn away from the opponent's nerve cluster by Lin Yuan's sheer brute force. The moment the divine core was separated, the enormous pale eyeball in the sky instantly lost all its brilliance, rapidly becoming withered and gray. The black clouds that originally covered the entire East Sea began to disperse on a large scale after the energy source vanished. Lin Yuan grabbed the huge divine core holding the starfall blood blade in one hand and charged out from the shattered eyeball. His body was covered in sticky purple blood, and under the sunlight, he emanated a fierce aura that was hard to look at. He did not fall directly to the ground. Lin Yuan raised the divine core with one hand. His body, which had already begun to transition to quantum leap, displayed an extreme greed at that moment. Every pore on his bodice surface opened to its limit. The immense energy within the divine core under the pressure of Lin Yuan's 250,000 kilograms of physical field began to liquefy and flowed continuously into his body through his palm. Is he directly devouring the 10th grade divine core? At this moment, in the command center of the Zero Defense Zone, General Wei Cheng collapsed into his chair, and several senior officers beside him had fallen into a state of speechlessness due to extreme shock. The values displayed on the large screen turned into a string of garbled characters as they exceeded the software's logical range. They saw Lin Yuan standing at an altitude of 10,000 meters with his back to the collapsing and dispersing remnants of the 10th grade monster. That tiny human was using an almost primitive and predatory method to digest the ultimate legacy that could change the entire human martial world. General Wei, should we? The deputy swallowed hard. Do not move. No one, no army is allowed within 50 kilometers of the Death Valley. Wei Cheng's eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity. Transmit my order to designate this area as the War God Forbidden Zone. Lin Yuan. He is undergoing his final reorganization. If anyone disturbs him, they will be the sinners of all human civilization. Meanwhile, underground in Kyoto City, Xiao Zhan looked at the now completely extinguished abyss beacon on the screen and the figure standing on the clouds resembling a god or demon. The specially made alloy teacup in his hand was crushed into a pile of scrap metal by his trembling palm due to extreme fear. The 10th grade is dead. Xiao Zhan's voice echoed in the empty office, carrying an indescribable dryness. That was the 10th grade. A catastrophe that even the treaty could not bind. And he cut out its eyeball and extracted the divine core in 3 minutes. Xiao Zhan suddenly turned his head to look at the several clan leaders behind him. Everyone, the Xiao family, no our 5 great families. There is no retreat left. A trace of extreme decisiveness flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes. While he has not returned from the East Sea, immediately activate the cabinet judgment. In the name of him slaughtering Wang Jianya and posing a threat to national security with the arrival of the 10th grade, strip him of his rank as a major general. We must destroy all of his legitimate identities in the demon warrior before he finishes digesting the divine core. Meanwhile, above the Death Valley, Lin Yuan had completed the first round of energy absorption by now. The dark golden bones within him had completely turned to a black golden color. The liquid energy within the marrow cavity had thickened to a critical point. His physical explosive power was advancing towards 300,000 kilograms at an incredible speed with the aid of the system. Lin Yuan glanced down. Su Qingxue was standing at the top of the observation station looking up at him. In that dark sky, their gazes met in the void. Lin Yuan flicked his right hand, shaking off the purple blood from the blade of the Starfall Bloodblade. He did not descend, but instead gazed towards the more distant depths of the deep sea. He could feel that the space there was violently fluctuating. The fall of the catastrophe sea god had completely torn apart the so-called treaty that had been maintained for 50 years. Beneath the 10,000 meters of deep sea, even stronger and older existences were awakening. I'm not done killing yet. Lin Yuan coldly uttered 4 words. He carried the blade stepping through the 10,000 meters of high altitude, leaving behind a golden shockwave with each foot. 1 billion viewers across the internet saw that man, after slaying the 10th grade forbidden entity, did not choose to rest. He was charging towards the very core of the abyss, wielding the black blade against the raging tsunami. On this day, the history of the Great Xia Kingdom was turned over to a new page, and Lin Yuan was using his physical logic to draw a bloody period for all the gods and rules of this world. Above the East Sea, the dark purple clouds, after a massive collapse, presented an eerie grayish hue. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Bloodblade, weighing 23,600 pounds, with one hand, his bare torso covered in intricate dark golden patterns. At this moment, he stood 3,000 meters above the sea surface, stepping on the void, each exertion creating a golden physical ripple in the air. As these ripples spread outward, they produced sharp sound bursts, instantly dispersing the surrounding moisture. His body, which had initially completed quantum leap transitions, now saw every cell consuming the vast energy recently absorbed from the 10th grade divine core. The 140,000 kilograms of physical explosive force was in a state of violent growth, making a final physical sprint towards the absolute threshold of 300,000 kilograms. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the front. About 500 kilometers from the Black Wind Port Fortress, a black vortex several tens of thousands of meters wide was spinning wildly on the sea surface. This was the residual magnetic field and physical resonance created by the abyssal rift after the 10th grade taboo, sea god of calamity, was slain. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater were being sucked into the forbidden trench deep in the crust through the vortex, causing the sea level to drop and forming circular waves up to 100 meters high that surged towards the surrounding land. Lin Yuan did not descend. He took a step, starting a rapid run at an altitude of 10,000 meters. As his physical mass reached an inhuman level, every step he took generated a powerful gravitational pull. His speed exceeded 5 times the speed of sound, creating a white shockwave cloud that stretched for dozens of kilometers in the air. Under the sunlight, this shockwave cloud shone with a metallic luster spanning the sky above the East Sea defense line. At this moment, on the rooftop platform of the Death Valley Observation Station, Su Qingxue stood in the cold wind, her black special operations uniform tightly fitted to her body. Holding a silver longsword in her hand, her long hair was blown back by the wind. Several mini holographic projection windows floated in front of her, displaying Lin Yuan's physiological data and movement trajectory in real time. Captain, a large-scale gravitational anomaly has been detected 3,000 meters north of the Black Wind Port. 3 11th grade taboo life response points in the deep sea are activating. They are utilizing the energy void left by the fall of the sea god of calamity for cross-dimensional transport. Su Qingxue's voice clearly rang in Lin Yuan's consciousness through their linked tactical wristbands. Lin Yuan did not slow down. With a surge of power in his right hand, the Starfall Bloodblade drew a dark blue arc in the air, directly shattering a multi-ton iceberg that had been swept up high by the hurricane. Let them come. I need this level of physical counteraction to complete the final skeletal solidification. Lin Yuan's voice was deep, filled with a fervor for physical transformation. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan arrived at the edge of the black vortex. The physical constants here were thoroughly unbalanced. Gravity exhibited an erratic radial pattern in this area. Seawater occasionally splashed upwards against gravity, forming liquid spears soaring up to a kilometer high. In the center of the vortex, 3 colossal magical beasts, each over 200 meters tall, had surfaced. These were 3 deep-sea executors. Their bodies displayed a semi-transparent dark purple gelatinous texture covered in heavy armor formed from deep-sea ice. The physical density of this armor exceeded 60 times that of gold. The executors had no limbs, and beneath their bodies were countless gigantic tentacles over 10 meters in diameter, each covered with suction cups, possessing extremely high electrical pressure. The appearance of the 3 executors turned the surrounding 1,000 kilometers of sea into a realm of deafening silence. Lin Yuan hovered 1,000 meters directly above the vortex. He held the Starfall Blood Blade horizontally in front of him, the dark golden patterns on his right arm glowing intensely. 250,000 kilograms of explosive force surged within every atom of his being. He felt that his bones were no longer mere calcium structures, but had transformed into an extremely dense state akin to neutron star material. First wave physical collision. Lin Yuan uttered 4 words, and without any warning, he dove downward. He did not mobilize any true energy, relying solely on gravitational acceleration and his own pure mass. Boom. Lin Yuan's figure exploded into a massive blood-colored splash on the dark purple sea surface. The leading executor swung 2 gigantic tentacles, attempting to block Lin Yuan's trajectory. Lin Yuan held the blade in one hand, and at the moment of contact the Starfall Blood Blade, weighing 23,600 pounds, sliced through the thick 10-meter spiritual energy shield surrounding the tentacles. Crushing on a physical level, the black blade cut into the executor's armor made of deep-sea ice. This armor, capable of withstanding missile strikes, was as fragile as a thin eggshell before Lin Yuan's 250,000 kilogram impact. Puff! An extremely deep penetrating sound echoed. Lin Yuan's body with the battle knife pierced directly through the back of the 200-meter-long magical beast, then emerged from its abdomen. This penetration shattered a spinal cord main trunk with a diameter of 5 meters inside the magical beast. The body of this executor convulsed violently twice on the sea surface, and then its semi-transparent body began to undergo massive physical disintegration, turning into pools of dark purple viscous liquid sinking into the deep sea. Lin Yuan rolled on the sea surface, his feet standing on the peaks of the waves. The physical exclusion zone around his body forcibly pushed away all the seawater, forming a 10-meter diameter, dry circular pit beneath his feet. At this moment, the other 2 executors realized that this human before them was not a simple predator. They simultaneously emitted low-frequency, infrasonic wave frequencies. 2 waves capable of instantly pulverizing the internal organs of all living beings within a 50-kilometer radius, intertwined in the air, forming a semi-transparent physical wall. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the pit. He took a deep breath. As his lungs expanded, the speed of blood circulation in his body increased to 1,000 times per minute. The dark, golden vital energy seeped through his skin, forming a blood armor half a meter thick around him. Sound waves are also a form of physical vibration. Lin Yuan spoke coldly. Gripping the knife in his right hand, he suddenly threw a punch at the empty space in front of him. This punch carried no true energy fluctuations, only pure explosive force of 250,000 kilograms. Bang! The air in front of his fist, due to excessive compression, formed a solid block of air with a 3-meter edge. This mass of air pushed forward at 3 times the speed of sound, directly colliding with the infrasonic wave physical wall. The collision of the 2 waves triggered a small-scale, localized tsunami on the sea surface. Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. In the next second, he appeared above the second executor. He gripped the Starfall Blood Blade with both hands, the blade tip pointing downward. Sky-shattering lightning prison, /7th, form mass collapse. At this moment, the battle knife, weighing over 20,000 pounds, had its surrounding light completely dissipated due to the physical pressure exerted by Lin Yuan. A micro-black hole effect generated by extreme density appeared at the point of force on the knife's tip. Die! Lin Yuan thrust the battle knife with all his strength into the head of the officer. There was no resistance. The entire 200-meter-long giant creature began to collapse inwardly towards the tip of the knife the moment it made contact. The once massive body was forcibly compressed into a dense ball of flesh and blood with a diameter of merely 1 meter in less than a second. Subsequently, this flesh ball, under the influence of gravity, smashed through the seabed, creating a bottomless black hole. Lin Yuan effortlessly drew the battle knife from its sheath. His gaze remained calm, but the dark golden beads of sweat trickling down his forehead indicated the immense physical toll this level of explosion had on him. Just as he was about to slay the last officer, his movements suddenly paused. Lin Yuan turned his head towards the distant horizon in the south. Their 3 heavily armored transport planes, adorned with special insignia and entirely silver gray, were battling against the fierce wind rapidly approaching this airspace. They were the elite combat team directly under the 5 great families of Kyoto, the cabinet execution team. On these 3 planes were the last remnants of the families, 6 ancestors who had reached the peak of the 8th rank, but were in a state of extreme instability due to years of seclusion, along with 30 elites equipped with a spiritual energy blocking matrix specially designed against physical warriors. Xiaozhan's movements are rapid. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, his already quantumized perception clearly capturing the physiological signals filled with murderous intent from the other side. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood on the surface of the sea holding the knife in one hand, watching the last Lin Yuan flicked his right hand, and on the dark blade of the starfall blood blade a deep arc of thunder flashed. Then let them witness what a true physical forbidden zone is. At this moment, inside the cockpit of the first transport, an ancestor of the Shao family, Shao Li, was gazing through the porthole at the figure standing on the sea, slaughtering the 11th-rank demon with one hand. Shao Li's hands gripped the armrests tightly, and his withered face was filled with disbelief and shock. The intelligence is erroneous. This kid's power has transcended the realm of martial arts. He is forcibly rewriting the gravitational constant of this area, using the mass of his body. This is the physical essence that can only be touched in the legendary war god realm. Shao Li turned to the other ancestors beside him, his voice dry. If we retreat now, it will still be possible. Retreat. A distorted voice from the communicator interrupted. The beacon has been lit. The 10th rank taboo. If we do not kill him today, Kyoto will become his ghost under the knife tomorrow. Activate the divine judgment. Use that spiritual energy blocking matrix to forcibly reduce his body density. Lin Yuan stood on the surface of the sea, already sensing a complex spiritual energy binding formation forming in the air. Countless faint purple runes began to emerge in the sky, forming a massive semi-transparent light shield that enveloped a radius of 10 kilometers. These runes swirled in the air, attempting to influence Lin Yuan's atomic arrangement by interfering with the magnetic field. Lin Yuan felt a slight, almost negligible sense of lightness in his body, which weighed 250,000 kilograms at the moment the formation was activated. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. Using spiritual energy to interfere with molecular electromagnetic forces to weaken physical density. A cruel and cold smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips. He gripped the hilt of his knife. Within his dantian, the solid true chi point, which had fully merged with his flesh and blood, detonated completely at this moment. All the golden energy contracted into his bones in an instant. The truth of the flesh ultimate overload. Lin Yuan's figure stood upright on the sea. At that moment, due to the immense pressure exerted in his vicinity, the sea level within a 10-meter radius underwent molecular level rupture, transforming into an absolute dry vacuum. The purple runes in the sky, which had attempted to bind him upon contact with the 3-meter range around Lin Yuan, had no chance to explode and were directly shattered into the most basic spiritual particles by that terrifying physical density. Lin Yuan raised the starfall blood blade sharply towards the sky with one hand. He took his first step towards the 3 invaluable transport planes above. As this step landed, the seabed below emitted a mournful wail that shook the entire defensive line. You parasites who can only hide in iron shells. You have no idea what the true bottom-line truth of this world is. Lin Yuan's figure vanished. The next second, directly in front of the windshield of the first transport plane, Lin Yuan's dark golden figure stood suspended in the air without any flying equipment. Holding the heavy knife of over 20,000 pounds in one hand, the blade was pressed tightly against the special composite armor glass of the transport plane that could withstand nuclear pulses. In Lin Yuan's deep blue pupils reflected with Shao Li's face twisted in extreme fear. This level of iron shell is not enough for me to slice through with one blow. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand. The starfall blood blade pressed down fiercely. Creak. The entire heavy transport plane, under the gaze of 1 billion viewers online, was cleaved in half by Lin Yuan with one hand like a piece of fragile tofu. Fire erupted in the sky. Amidst the rain of metal debris and the explosive shockwaves, Lin Yuan, holding the battle knife in one hand, continued to stride towards the remaining 2 planes. His movements were slow, solid, and heavy. In this blood-red Eastern Sea, Lin Yuan was executing the final death sentence on the family system that had persisted for centuries in the Great Xian nation with his violent logic. At this moment, inside the observation station, Su Qingxue lowered the long sword in her hand, watching the various data on the screen that had completely gone out of control but was filled with extreme physical aesthetics. She slowly extended her hand, closing all electronic monitoring devices. A being of this level no longer needs data to prove itself. Su Qingxue walked towards the entrance of the hall, her gaze directed at the distant flickering flames. She knew that the era belonging to Lin Yuan had thoroughly arrived amidst those successive physical collisions. No rules could bind him, no deity could look down upon him. Because he was the sharpest and heaviest truth in this world. At this moment, the live broadcast signal went black due to excessive energy, but in the hearts of every citizen of the Great Xian nation, the dark golden silhouette, holding the black knife and single-handedly dismantling planes, was deeply etched. That was the end of the old era and the beginning of the physical theocratic belief. The first heavy tactical transport aircraft disintegrated midair. A blinding orange-earth fireball, mixed with distorted metal fragments, erupted in all directions. A secondary explosion of aviation fuel occurred under high temperatures, creating a spherical shockwave with a diameter exceeding 200 meters. Lin Yuan's figure hovered directly in front of the explosive fireball. His skin, covered with dark golden patterns, directly endured the scorching heat of thousands of degrees and the impact of metal shards. Without any protective chi, those high-speed fragments capable of tearing through the defense of a 6th-grade martial commander flattened into thin iron sheets upon touching his skin, then fell weakly downward. His gaze locked onto the second silver-gray transport aircraft, 500 meters to the right. At this moment, alarms blared throughout the cockpit of the second aircraft. Red warning lights flashed frantically in the cockpit. Wang Tian, the elder of the Wang family, and Li Mo, the elder of the Li family, both at the peak of 8th-grade cultivation, looked pale. They witnessed the entire process of the elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Li, being cleaved in half along with the first aircraft by Lin Yuan's single hand. Ascent. Full power ascent. Activate the anti-gravity thrusters. Leave this airspace. Wang Tian shouted at the pilot, his voice laced with uncontrollable panic. 4 heavy spiritual energy turbojet engines spat out blue flames extending 30 meters. The 210 transport aircraft's nose sharply lifted, attempting to dive into the clouds and escape. Lin Yuan did not give them the chance to distance themselves. He abruptly kicked back with his right leg in the air. The pure physical explosive power of 250,000 kilograms combined with his deliberately controlled high-frequency muscle vibrations compressed the air beneath his feet into a visibly solid white gas wall. A deafening sonic boom erupted in midair. Using the physical recoil of the gas wall, Lin Yuan transformed into a dark golden line, directly breaking the sound barrier. He created a white shockwave cone in the air, shooting straight towards the second transport aircraft at a speed exceeding 5 times the speed of sound. 500 meters away, it took less than 0.3 seconds. Boom. Lin Yuan's feet struck heavily against the composite armor on the side of the second transport aircraft. This layer of titanium alloy armor developed by the military of the Great Xia Kingdom to withstand continuous fire from heavy armor-piercing shells buckled inward significantly under Lin Yuan's 250,000 kilograms of contact pressure. The tremendous physical impact caused the ascending transport aircraft to undergo severe lateral skidding, and a violent tearing sound of metal echoed throughout the cabin. Lin Yuan held the Xingyun blood blade in his right hand, while his left hand spread open, directly inserting into the titanium alloy armor. His fingers, supported by dark golden bones, were sharper than any industrial cutting machine. He pried out 5 deep holes in the metal armor. Using this as a leverage point, his arm muscles instantly contracted and then forcefully tore outward. Accompanied by a jarring screech that made one's teeth ache, a piece of armor measuring 3 meters in length and width and 20 centimeters thick was forcibly ripped off and hurled towards the ocean below. The scene inside the cabin was exposed to the raging wind. Due to the immense difference in internal and external pressure, a powerful suction was generated inside the cabin, causing various unsecured devices and seat fragments to be ejected violently. Inside the cabin, 30 elite martial artists were gathered around a giant array plate radiating purple light. This was the spiritual energy locking matrix they had brought. Activate the matrix. Lock onto his body density. Wang Tian shouted, pouring all his 8th grade true chi into the array plate. A thick purple beam shot out from the center of the array plate, striking Lin Yuan's chest. This purple beam possessed no physical lethality. Its principle was to interfere with the intermolecular electromagnetic forces within the biological entity, forcibly dismantling the physical structure of high-density flesh. The moment the beam struck Lin Yuan, a layer of fine purple electric sparks appeared on the surface of his white skin. Lin Yuan lowered his head and glanced at the light spot on his chest. The dragon's blood energy within him accelerated its circulation at that moment. The mass of 250,000 kilograms caused his atomic arrangement to tighten beyond the conventional physical laws. Such a level of density could not be interfered with by an 8th grade array. Useless scrap metal. Lin Yuan spat out a cold evaluation from his throat. He grasped the edge of the cabin with his left hand and flipped directly into the interior. The moment he landed, the alloy grating at the bottom of the cabin was crushed to pieces. The 30 elite martial artists all drew their high-frequency, vibrating blades from their waists, forming a tactical formation and charging towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not even glance at them. Holding the Xingyun blood blade in his right hand, he raised his arm horizontally at his side, completing a 360-degree sweep without any build-up. The 23,600 pounds of pure black battle blade swung in the confined space of the cabin. The air in front of the blade was compressed to the extreme, forming a translucent circular, high-pressure gas blade. Puff, 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 puff. A series of muffled sounds of flesh being crushed echoed simultaneously in the cabin. The 30 elite members of noble families, each at least of 6th grade cultivation, found their high-polymer bulletproof vests and protective true chi simultaneously failing as they encountered this high-pressure gas blade. Their torsos were directly sliced in half by this irresistible physical kinetic energy. 60 segments of remains were swept towards the rear of the cabin by the pressure, crashing into the back wall and leaving a large patch of dark red blood. The entire process occurred within 1 second. All 30 elite members perished. The array plate, having lost its true chi supply, instantly extinguished, its purple glow turning into a pile of dull metal debris. At the very front of the cabin, only Wang Tian and Li Mo, 2 peak 8th grade elders, remained. You dare? Wang Tian's eyes turned blood red, knowing he had no way to retreat, and his fire attribute, true chi, erupted completely. He formed hand seals, and a 10-meter-long flame dragon roared towards Lin Yuan. At the same time, He formed hand seals, and a 10-meter-long flame dragon roared towards Lin Yuan. At the same time, Li Mo activated the gravity compression principle of the Earth attribute. The gravity inside the cabin instantly surged to 300 times, attempting to crush Lin Yuan to the ground. Lin Yuan stood still. The 300 times gravity pressing down on his dark golden bones made it impossible for him to bend his knees, even by a millimeter. Facing the oncoming 5,000-degree flame dragon, Lin Yuan did not swing his blade. He simply raised his left hand fingers together, transforming it into a plain palm knife, and struck down towards the flame dragon. With a mass of 250,000 kilograms and a remarkably high swinging speed, the palm knife sliced through the air, creating an absolute vacuum band extending 5 meters long. The flames could not burn in the vacuum. The imposing flame dragon split in two upon contact with the vacuum band, then under the pressure of physical wind transformed into countless sparks and completely extinguished. Wang Tian, having had his true chi forcibly interrupted, felt a surge of blood and chi in his chest, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yuan took 2 steps forward, crossing a distance of 10 meters, and appeared directly in front of Wang Tian. He extended his left hand, accurately gripping Wang Tian's neck. His fingers tightened. Crack! The crisp sound of a broken cervical vertebra echoed. The protective true chi of an 8th-grade peak powerhouse became meaningless against a grip exceeding 200,000 kilograms. Wang Tian's eyes bulged, his head drooping helplessly to one side, and he died on the spot. Li Mo stood by, watching his old friend of 100 years have his neck easily crushed by a single hand, and his mental defenses completely collapsed. He turned and sprinted towards the damaged opening of the cabin, attempting to jump out and escape. Lin Yuan did not even glance at him. Holding the Xingyun blood blade in his right hand, he tossed it towards Li Mo's fleeing. The 23,600 pounds battle blade transformed into a black streak of light. Whooshed! The battle blade pierced through Li Mo's back, pinning him against the metal wall of the cabin. The immense kinetic energy tore Li Mo's corpse and a whole section of the wall, sending them flying out of the cabin and plummeting towards the ocean below. The second transport aircraft lost control, flames erupting inside the cabin. Lin Yuan walked to the edge of the cabin and looked down. The third transport aircraft had already completed its turn and was fleeing at full speed towards Kyoto City. It had already opened up a distance of 5 kilometers from where Lin Yuan was. Without hesitation, he forcefully kicked off from the burning cabin floor. The second transport aircraft, which was falling, disintegrated midair under Lin Yuan's kick, turning into countless burning fragments. Lin Yuan's body transformed into a black armor-piercing projectile, rapidly pursuing the third transport aircraft. In the air, he lost his point of support and could not perform successive sonic explosions. He looked at the increasingly distant third transport aircraft, extending his right hand towards the falling Xingyun bloodblade in the sea below. Come back. Lin Yuan used the powerful gravitational pull of his own mass to forcefully alter the blade's trajectory. The black battle blade traced an upward arc in the air, steadily landing back in Lin Yuan's hand. At this point, the third transport aircraft had already flown 8 kilometers away. Lin Yuan took a deep breath in the air. He concentrated all his physical explosive power in his right arm. Dark golden veins bulged on the surface of his skin, forming a complex network. He gripped the hilt of the battle knife, tightly executing an extreme twisting motion in the air with his waist. Then he hurled the divine weapon weighing 23,600 pounds towards a transport aircraft 8 kilometers away with all his might. The physical disassembly application of the shattered sky thunder prison slashed the throne blade. At the moment the battle knife left his hand, the air in front of Lin Yuan erupted into a massive white sonic boom cloud. The speed of the starfall bloodblade directly broke the sound barrier at 10 times the speed of sound. Due to its incredible velocity, the friction between the blade and the air generated a dazzling dark blue plasma fire. The knife transformed into a true artificial meteor, carving a straight path of destruction across the sky. 8 kilometers was a mere 3 seconds for the heavy battle knife, traveling at 10 times the speed of sound. The radar system of the third transport aircraft had just issued an urgent alarm. Boom. The battle knife pierced through the central rear of the transport aircraft without any pause, directly penetrating the entire cabin's longitudinal axis, shattering the cockpit's front windshield and flying out from the nose. Within the transport aircraft, the main engine, the spiritual core, and all the ancestral elders and elites aboard were all vaporized in that brief moment of the knife's penetration by the terrifying physical wind pressure and high heat from friction. The entire transport aircraft erupted in an extraordinarily brilliant explosion midair, transforming into a massive fireball suspended in the sky. After throwing the battle knife, Lin Yuan's body began free-falling under the force of gravity. Below him lay the deep expanse of the East China Sea. There, a final 11th-grade deep-sea executor was thrashing its massive body on the surface of the sea, attempting to dive into the depths to escape. This creature witnessed the gruesome deaths of its 2 companions and saw the 3 enormous fireballs in the sky. The primitive fear remained as the only emotion in its simple mind. As Lin Yuan descended, he precisely calculated his landing point. When he was 500 meters from the sea surface, the Starfall Bloodblade, which had pierced through the transport aircraft, began to fall towards the sea as its physical inertia was exhausted. Lin Yuan adjusted his posture and accurately grasped the falling hilt midair. With one person and one knife powered by the immense potential energy from a 10th of centimeter fall, he smashed down towards the sea surface. Bang! A muffled roar erupted on the sea surface. Lin Yuan did not fall into the water. He stood on the surface of the sea where his physical mass of 250,000 kilograms combined with the falling potential energy created a massive hemispherical depression 100 meters in diameter and 50 meters deep. The seawater was forcibly pushed outward by this force, forming a water wall towering 100 meters high. The fleeing 11th grade deep-sea executor was right within the reach of this water wall. The gigantic wave flipped its 200-meter-long translucent body, exposing it to the surface. Lin Yuan did not give it a chance to dive back underwater. He stood at the center of the dry seabed depression, exerting force with his legs transforming into a dark golden arrow charging towards the creature. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. Without any unnecessary movements, only the purest, most primal physical cleave. Die. The Starfall Bloodblade sliced straight through the centerline of the 11th grade creature. The battle knife, weighing over 20,000 pounds, cut through its thick armor made of deep-sea ice, severing all its nerve centers and spiritual circuits. Under Lin Yuan's strike, this massive deep-sea overlord was cleanly split in two. A large amount of dark purple bodily fluid splattered across the sea surface, tainting the surrounding water a toxic hue. Lin Yuan stood atop the creature's corpse. Skillfully, he flicked the blade, sending an 11th grade crystal core radiating a terrifying thunderous aura flying out from the body, landing steadily in his left hand. The battle concluded. From the arrival of the disaster sea god to the slaying of 3 11th grade executors and the tearing apart of 3 heavy transport aircraft, the entire process took no more than 15 minutes. The gray clouds in the sky completely dispersed, an array of sunlight pierced through the clouds, scattering onto the turbulent surface of the East China Sea. Lin Yuan stood bare-chested, holding the knife in one hand quietly on the sea surface. The seawater was forcefully separated at a distance of 5 centimeters beneath his feet by an invisible physical field. At this moment, his physiological data was exceptionally stable. The series of extreme physical explosions had not left him feeling fatigued. Instead, his body and the newly acquired force of 250,000 kilograms achieved the most perfect synergy. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Death Valley Observation Station, a holographic projection screen was live-streaming Lin Yuan standing on the creature's corpse holding his black knife. 4 military high-definition live-streaming drones had faithfully recorded everything. With the microwave relay station repaired and directly connected to the military's main network by Su Qingxue, the entire battle was displayed unreservedly on all live streaming platforms and television screens nationwide. This large-scale reality show, named National Martial Arts University Resource Competition, had its online viewership exceed 1.5 billion. Almost everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom with terminal devices was watching this live broadcast. The barrage of comments in the live chat had become so numerous that it caused server lag. It's over. 3 aircraft, 3 11th grades, 1 10th grade. He single-handedly slaughtered through the entire ecology of the East China Sea and the foundation of the Kyoto families. Who remembers this was originally a dating reality show? Dating show? This is obviously a one-sided documentary of physical dominance. But why do I feel so excited watching this? This is absolute power. No conspiracy or trickery can have any effect in the face of this level of physical mass. In the upper right corner of the screen, the CP Popularity Index rankings of this dating show was prominently displayed in glaring golden letters. First place, Lin Yuan, Su Qingxue. Martial arts points maxed out. CP popularity points 3.5 billion. 3.5 billion popularity points. This number was unprecedented and would likely never be matched. The audience did not feel dissatisfied even though the show had lost its pink romantic atmosphere. In this high martial world, survival and strength remained the eternal themes. Lin Yuan displayed the strongest posture an individual human could achieve through the most direct physical violence, while Su Qingxue's absolutely calm command, unconditional trust, and efficient recovery of spoils formed the most solid link in this brutal tapestry. In the eyes of all the viewers, this was the highest form of romance. A hardcore romance established on the foundations of absolute strength and unwavering trust belonging to the strong. Lin Yuan placed the 11th grade crystal core into a tactical storage bag. He did not linger on the sea surface. He turned around facing the land and began to stride forward. His running once again created a white shockwave cloud across the sea surface, causing the water to roll aside under his battle boots, forming a physical path straight to the coastline. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan returned to the Death Valley Observation Station. The heavy alloy doors slid open to the inside the hall. Zhaoqing, Li Cheng, and 9 other magic martial team members stood upright, their eyes towards Lin Yuan filled with endless awe, devoid of any impurities. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing to disturb this deity who had just emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Su Qingxue stood at the center of the hall. She looked at Lin Yuan's body adorned with dark golden patterns and radiating terrifying heat and quickly approached. She held a pure white towel soaked in ice water. Without any hesitation, she handed the towel to Lin Yuan. He accepted it, and casually wiped away the blood of the creature from his face and neck. The ice water hissed upon contact with his skin, evaporating into a plume of white mist. 3 11th grade crystal cores. Lin Yuan tossed the storage bag onto the metal table. The heavy bag thudded onto the surface, producing a dull sound. All accounted for. Su Qingsu's voice was calm as she opened the storage bag to take a quick glance, then placed it with the previously collected spoils. She raised her head, her gaze directly meeting Lin Yuan's eyes. On the Kyoto side, the main forces of the families have all been cleared out. Su Qingxue stated the current situation. The command center has issued the latest directive. The East China Sea defense line has officially entered a post-war adjustment state. The military's dedicated aircraft has already landed at the Black Wind Pass, ready to take us back to the mainland. Lin Yuan walked to the hall's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the gradually dissipating purple mist and the chaotic Death Valley. He held the Starfall Bloodblade in his right hand, replanting the divine weapon beside him. The weeds in the East China Sea have been pulled out. Lin Yuan's voice was low, carrying an undeniable determination. Pack up your gear. We're heading back to Kyoto. He turned his head, a sharp glint flashing in his deep blue pupils. Those old folks from the families have been sitting in the basement for too long. It's time for them to witness what true physical demolition looks like. This journey of slaughter, which began in the wilderness ruins, was about to conclude in the bustling heart of Kyoto in the most brutal manner. Under the gaze of 15 billion viewers online, this hardcore duo was set to embark on their return journey with a power that would send tremors throughout the world. The clouds over the East Sea defense line rushed back beneath the wings of the heavy transport aircraft. This military strategic transport aircraft, codenamed Black Gold, is equipped with the latest wave-absorbing materials and energy-resistant armor, gliding steadily through the sky at 30,000 meters and 4 times the speed of sound. Inside the cabin, a high-powered air purification system emitted a low hum, attempting to filter out the persistent scent of sulfur and blood brought back from the abyssal front. Lin Yuan sat in a specially designed metal seat in the first row of the cabin. Due to his nearly 300,000 kilograms of physical mass, the hydraulic support of the entire seat had completely collapsed, and the alloy deck beneath him had sunk about 3 centimeters. He wore a brand new black tactical vest. The dark golden dragon marrow patterns on his sturdy chest had thoroughly sunk into his skin, transforming into a subtle yet dense dark red sheen. His right hand gripped the rough handle of the Starfall Bloodblade. The 23,600-pound warblade stood beside him, its tip pressing a distinct dent into the steel plate of the cabin floor. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his consciousness introspecting the bones that had undergone quantum leap transformation. After devouring the 10-rank divine core, his bone marrow no longer produced blood, but instead erupted with a liquid high-energy substance of a metallic black hue. This substance flowed through his veins at a speed 100 times that of ordinary blood, and each passage through the heart produced a muffled sound akin to a heavy hydraulic pump. Opposite him, Su Qingxue was focused on operating a military-grade, high-frequency encryption terminal. Her cold face, illuminated by the blue light of the screen, appeared particularly stern. Her long fingers swept across the virtual keyboard at such speed that only a series of afterimages could be seen. Captain, the situation in Kyoto has changed. Su Qingxue raised her head, her cold gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. She pushed a document labeled Top Secret onto Lin Yuan's wrist projection. Within 10 minutes after you killed the 10-rank taboo, 5 seats of the Kyoto cabinet jointly signed the emergency wartime. Due to your killing of Wang Jianya at the Black Wind Pass and the extensive damage to the defense system, the cabinet has stripped you of your major general rank for negligent war crimes and declared the Demon Marshal Squad a target for investigation. Su Qingxue paused, a palpable chill seeping into her tone. Currently, the first military airport in Kyoto has been taken over by the Cabinet Special Task Force. They have deployed 6 sets of molecular intervention matrices inside. That old fellow Xiao Zhan is personally leading the team, waiting for us on the tarmac. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his pitch-black pupils held not a glimmer of light, resembling 2 abysses capable of devouring stars. An act. Lin Yuan's voice was low and harsh, causing a physical wave of air to ripple in the confined cabin. Such rules, based on the amount of true energy and familial background, are always deemed omnipotent until that blade severs their spines. Lin Yuan exerted strength with his right hand, lifting the Starfall Bloodblade that stood beside him. Tell Wei Cheng that no airport guidance is needed. I will disembark directly from 20,000 meters high. Lin Yuan stood up, and due to the sudden shift in weight, the tail of the heavy transport aircraft jerked sharply upwards. Su Qingxue did not question why. She swiftly shut down the terminal, grabbing the silver longsword at her back and standing beside Lin Yuan. 2 minutes later, the transport aircraft hovered over the outskirts of Kyoto. Whoosh! The heavy cabin door at the rear of the aircraft thundered open at 10,000 meters. The violent high-altitude airflow immediately rushed in, sweeping all unsecured items in the cabin toward the sky. Due to the high-pressure environment, here the air friction at the edge of the cabin door produced a piercing whistle. Lin Yuan had no parachute. He didn't even use a shred of true energy. He held the blade in one hand and stepped toward the edge of the cabin door. The metal ramp beneath him groaned in agony under his immense weight. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan leaped from an altitude of 15,000 meters. As his body fell due to the immense physical density, he did not exhibit the typical rolling motion, but instead plummeted like a solid iron ball directly toward the earth. Boom. Lin Yuan smashed through the first layer of clouds below. Due to the combination of his mass and gravitational acceleration, his descent speed instantaneously exceeded 5 times the speed of sound. White shockwave clouds formed a massive conical shape around him, tearing through the resistance of the atmosphere. The air on his surface generated thousands of degrees of high temperature due to intense friction enveloping him in a blaze of crimson plasma fire. 2 minutes later at the first military airport in Kyoto runway 1, 3 entire battalions of cabinet elites were over 100 warriors clad in the latest magnetic levitation battle armor, formed a neat formation, and the high-frequency, vibrating spears in their hands emitted a chilling cold light under the sun. In front of the formation, Xiao Zhan sat in a dark golden grandmaster chair. His aura emanating from his peak 8th rank true energy spread outward, unabashedly stifling the air within 100 meters. Beside him, 3 other family ancestors radiated murderous intent, holding control talismans specifically designed for gravity-type warriors. Radar shows the transport aircraft dropped an unidentified object 15 kilometers away. A lieutenant shouted in terror, speed 5 Mach. It's on a vertical collision course with runway 1. Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically as he stood up abruptly. Before he could issue any commands, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, almost shattering eardrums. Boom. A crimson meteor descended from the sky, directly smashing into the central part of runway 1, which was 2 meters thick in reinforced concrete. In that instant, the shockwave of physical impact caused the surrounding land to violently leap. The special cement of the runway crystallized upon contact, then shattered into countless fine dust particles that sprayed outward. A massive impact crater 50 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep formed at the center of the airport. The physical shockwave produced by the impact radiated outward in a circular pattern, flipping and crushing dozens of fighter jets parked nearby. The 2 rows of elite cabinet warriors closest to the impact point, faced with this pure physical shock, couldn't even scream. Their bodies were violently shaken, bones breaking as they coughed up blood and flew out. Amidst the clouds of dust at the center of the massive crater, a figure with a bare upper body, radiating a dark golden sheen, slowly stood upright. Lin Yuan leaned on the starfall bloodblade with his right hand. The blade pierced into the molten ground, emitting a hissing sound. His black hair danced wildly in the fierce wind. With a body density of 140,000 kilograms every second, he stood there, radiated an extremely unstable gravitational field. Xiao Zhan. Lin Yuan raised his head, his dark pupils locking onto the pale-faced Xiao Zhan 100 meters away. Is the proposal signed yet? Lin Yuan stepped forward, walking out of the meteorite pit. With each step he took, the heavy concrete runway cracked open with deep fissures. Lin Yuan. You dare to openly defy orders, violently breaking into the capital. Xiao Zhan steadied himself, suddenly crushing a purple jade tablet in his hand. That was the activation signal for the molecular intervention matrix. Buzz. Around the airport, 6 metal pillars, each 30 meters tall, lit up simultaneously. Dense purple arcs of electricity intertwined in the air to form a massive web of light, completely covering a radius of 500 meters. Under the interference of this matrix, the internal molecular forces of ordinary matter would instantly decrease by 80%. An ordinary person's body would directly collapse into a pool of blood, while the true energy of a martial artist would be thrown into utter chaos. Lin Yuan felt it. A tingling sensation coursed over his skin. The electromagnetic force attempting to dismantle his molecular structure emitted a clang sound upon contacting his muscle cells, which had already undergone preliminary quantum reorganization. It was akin to a lawnmower trying to disassemble rebar. Such a toy has no significance other than wasting electricity. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the blade's handle. He did not draw the blade. He merely stepped forward, then retracted his right fist to his waist and delivered a simple, unadorned punch towards the purple light barrier ahead. Bang! This punch struck the air. However, within Lin Yuan's body, 25,000 kilograms of explosive power at the moment of striking the air created such immense pressure that the nitrogen and oxygen molecules in the air underwent a small-scale nuclear fusion. A blinding ball of white light erupted before Lin Yuan's fist. The so-called molecular intervention matrix, which could suppress a 9th-grade master, crumbled under the vacuum shockwave created by Lin Yuan's punch, fragile as a bubble pricked by a needle. The purple light web shattered instantly. For massive metal pillars unable to withstand the recoil broke and collapsed. Lin Yuan passed through the dissipating purple arcs. He was now 30 meters in front of Xiao Zhan. Your grandson Xiao Chen should still be alive, right? Lin Yuan halted the blade tip of his weapon, leaving a trail of deep blue sparks on the ground. You aristocratic families sitting in the basement of the capital expecting a few pieces of paper and broken formations to dictate my life and death. At this moment, Xiao Zhan already felt the terror surging from the soles of his feet to the heavens. He realized that within these few days Lin Yuan's strength had undergone a fundamental qualitative change. If Lin Yuan was a heavy war hammer on the Eastern Sea front line, now he was a walking embodiment of the laws of physics. Lin Yuan, you killed Wang Jianya. That means self-destruction for the Daxian National Military. Another elder from the Li family beside Xiao Zhan shouted, pressing down with both hands. Gravitational law, 500 times suppression. A force capable of flattening tanks instantly descended upon Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan's shoulders sank slightly. His legs cracked the concrete beneath him, but his spine remained straight. 500 times. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cruel arc. The dragon marrow in his bones emitted a thunderous roar. Dark, golden chi and blood seeped through his skin, forming a layer of visibly rippling physical waves around him. Let me show you what true gravity feels like. Lin Yuan suddenly lifted his left foot and forcefully stomped down on the marble base. Physical forbidden zone, all open. Boom. At that moment, the gravitational constant within 100 meters centered on Lin Yuan was forcibly rewritten. The originally 500 times true energy gravity was instantly devoured in the face of this absolute gravitational force derived from physical mass. Not only that, Xiao Zhan the elder from the Li family and the hundreds of elite cabinet members simultaneously felt their bodies become 10,000 times heavier. Crack, crack. The sound of dense bones shattering echoed on the airport runway. Those soldiers in heavy exoskeletons had no chance to scream as they were crushed into thick meat patties barely 3 centimeters thick by the weight of their own armor and bodies. Bright red blood sprayed out in all directions through the gaps in their armor, yet was forcibly pulled back to the ground by Xiao Zhan and the elder from the Li family as peak 8th grade masters were now desperately holding onto their knees, their blood vessels bursting in an instant. The concrete runway beneath their feet collapsed into 2 deep pits due to the simulated weight of tens of thousands of Lin Yuan. Xiao Zhan's eyes turned red from high pressure, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. What are you planning to rebel? Rebellion. Lin Yuan hoisted the 20,000-pound warblade with one hand. He stepped over the bodies of the soldiers turned into meat patties and approached Xiao Zhan. The dark blade of the heavy war knife gently tapped against Xiao Zhan's already distorted face. Over 20,000 pounds of dead weight. Xiao Zhan's skull emitted a desperate faint crackling sound upon contact. Once I chop down the main beam of your Xiao family's ancestral home, then you can go talk about rebellion with the cabinet. Lin Yuan swung his right hand vigorously. Puff. There were no fluctuations of true energy. The once renowned 8th grade peak master in the martial arts world of Kyoto, the elder from the Li family, was directly transformed into a mist of blood and vanished into thin air under the sweeping force like a heavy hammer. Only a pair of severed legs still standing in the deep pit swayed gently in the breeze. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the transport plane that had already landed steadily in the distance. Su Qingxue was slowly descending the ramp, holding a collection box filled with 9th grade and 10th grade crystal cores. At this moment, the live-streaming drone above the airport had synchronized everything to the entire internet. 1.5 billion viewers sat before their screens watching the blood-red carpet laid out by the elite families, completely at a loss for words. With this step, Lin Yuan shattered not just a military airport, but the long-standing aura of authority upheld by the 5 major families of the Daxia kingdom for hundreds of years. Let's go. Lin Yuan did not look at Xiao Zhan's eyes filled with hatred. With the knife resting on his shoulder, he walked alongside Su Qingxue, taking that incredibly heavy step towards the cabinet building in the center of Kyoto, a symbol of supreme power under the fading sunlight. With every step he took, it sounded like the death knell of the old era was ringing in the skies above Kyoto. The smoke from the first military airport in the capital has yet to dissipate. In the center of the giant 50-meter meteorite crater on runway 1, the remaining concrete and lava emit a dim red glow. The air is filled with the burnt smell from the high-temperature ionization, along with the intense residual blood aura left behind by the hundreds of elite martial artists from the cabinet who evaporated in an instant. Lin Yuan hoisted the Xingyun blood blade back onto his right shoulder. The dead weight of 23,600 jin pressed down on his already quantum-restructured shoulder blade, producing only a barely perceptible sound of bone fitting. His bare upper body exhibited a layer of dark golden patterns that flowed slowly, resembling a living metal armor. He stepped out of the meteorite crater, and with each footfall on the already cracked tarmac, a clear footstep impression 3 centimeters deep was left behind. Su Qingxue followed Lin Yuan steadily, carrying a silver-white collection box. She did not glance at the severed limbs scattered on the ground. Her cold gaze remained fixed on the broad back ahead. At this moment, the extreme cold, true chi within her body was operating at a high frequency, forming a layer of visible white cold mist around her, forcibly isolating the remaining high temperature. At the airport's exit, 2 rows of armored personnel carriers that were initially on guard had already shut down. The drivers and soldiers hid behind the armor plates, watching the man approaching with a knife through the firing ports. No one fired a shot, nor did anyone dare to breathe loudly. In the face of physical pressure capable of shattering an 8th grade master, any tactical action seemed superfluous. Lin Yuan passed through the airport's gate, officially stepping onto the main road leading to the center of the capital, Zhuke Avenue. This is a wide road capable of accommodating 12 heavy trucks side by side. At this moment, gigantic holographic advertisement screens on the outer walls of the skyscrapers flanked the street, simultaneously broadcasting the national high martial love variety show. Lin Yuan's face appeared on every screen. The pedestrians on the street had completely evacuated. In their place, every 500 meters stood an automated defense structure. These structures rose from the ground, extending out massive spirit energy cannons and missile launch ports with all infrared targeting systems converging on Lin Yuan's chest and head. Major General Lin Yuan. A voice echoed through the empty long street via a loudspeaker. It was the voice of the cabinet's Secretary-General, tinged with a sharpness born from extreme tension. Your current actions have crossed the highest red line of the Great Xia National Martial Security Law. The cabinet has authorized the 1st and 2nd Armored Divisions stationed in the capital to enter combat readiness. If you take another step forward, we will consider it a declaration of total war against the state. For the safety of millions of citizens in the capital, please immediately lay down your weapons and submit to military tribunal questioning. Lin Yuan halted his steps. He stood at the center of Zhuke Avenue. Due to his 250,000 kilograms of physical density, the asphalt beneath his feet was slowly deforming, with the black asphalt softening from the heat and bulging outward. He looked up at the towering cabinet building. At the top of the building, the red sword flag of the Great Xia Kingdom fluttered wildly in the wind. For the safety of the people, Lin Yuan's voice was deep, causing violent echoes between the buildings flanking the avenue. The frequency of this sound wave was so high that it shattered the glass windows of dozens of shops nearby. Did you consider the safety of the people when you set up the Abyss Beacon in the Death Valley? Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, swinging the Xingyun blood blade. He carried on his shoulder violently to the side. Sizzle! The sound of the blade slicing through the air was exceptionally sharp. A vacuum wave measuring 300 meters long rushed out along the trajectory of the blade. On the right side of the street, an automated defense structure that was charging up experienced a physical collapse the moment it encountered this wave, with its 50-centimeter thick composite armor plate crumbling. The entire bunker seemed as if it had been stomped on by an invisible giant, instantly caving in and shattering into a heap of chaotic scrap metal. The spirit energy ammunition stored inside emitted a muffled sound of detonation due to the severe physical compression, yet due to the interference of the gravitational field, not even a flame could escape more than 3 meters. Lin Yuan resumed his steps. 100 meters. I've crossed it. With each step he took, the ground of Zhuke Avenue would emit a sound of being unable to bear the weight. At that moment, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room was almost paralyzed. 1.5 billion online viewers watched the man with his bare upper body entering the core area of the capital with a knife, feeling a primal shock that words could not describe. He was single-handedly opposing the entire national machine. The box in Su Kingsu's hand contained a 10th grade divine core and 5 9th grade crystal cores. That was a fortune capable of purchasing a small country. Cabinet building, 108th floor. Highest decision-making conference room. Xiao Zhan sat at the round table, gripping the armrests tightly. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the red dot approaching the projection screen. Have the 1st and 2nd Armored Divisions responded? Xiao Zhan turned to his secretary beside him. The family head, General Wei Cheng, and Vice Principal Tu Lai have already taken over the coordination center in the suburbs. They have issued a wartime ban. Any active duty unit that dares to turn their artillery towards Lin Yuan will be directly classified as a crime against humanity and stripped of their military rank on the spot. The secretary's voice trembled violently, and the folder he was holding fell to the floor. Those soldiers. Xiao Zhan smashed the glass cup in front of him. Wang family, Sun family, Zhao family. Where are your people? Xiao Zhan looked at the other family heads. What about those death warriors your families raised, those 9th grade ancestors? The head of the Wang family looked ashen, speechless. He had just received news that the ancestor Wang Tian sent to the airport for support was crushed like garbage by Lin Yuan before he could last even a minute. Lin Yuan's advancing speed on Zhuke Avenue is 5 kilometers per hour. The projection screen emitted a cold mechanical voice. He is expected to reach the plaza directly beneath the building in 15 minutes. Current target's gravitational field strength constant at 100 times. Core contact pressure uncalculable. Meanwhile, on Zhuke Avenue, Lin Yuan arrived at a zone of magnetic field chaos caused by the gravitational field intervention. Streetlight bulbs burst in clusters. The electronic surveillance cameras that were originally operational had their internal chips burned out the moment Lin Yuan approached. 500 meters away from the cabinet building, the street was neatly severed. A total of 50 governors in pure black-powered armor, all at the pinnacle of 6th grade or above, formed the last line. In front of them stood 3 5-meter-tall suppression-class Spirit Energy Titan mechs. These mechs had massive hydraulic shock hammers attached to their right arms, while the left arms were equipped with multi-barrel rotary laser cannons. Lin Yuan, this is where it ends. The leading captain of the guard, a master of the 8th rank, wielded a heavy battle axe that blazed with fierce crimson, true energy. This is the dignity of the capital city. Every step you take is treading upon the national fortune of the Great Xia Empire. Lin Yuan halted, gazing at the 3 energy titans ahead. Treading upon the national fortune, Lin Yuan slowly lowered the Starfall blood blade in his right hand. The tip of the battle knife pierced the ground once more. He opened his left hand, and an extremely piercing sound of bone grinding filled the air between his fingers. That is the national fortune self-proclaimed by your 5 families. At this moment, the 25,000 kilograms of physical density within Lin Yuan began to unleash its second phase of explosion. He did not rush forward. He simply raised his left foot abruptly and stomped down on the road ahead with all his might. Gravitational wave expand. Boom! A visible earthy yellow halo surged forward along the asphalt road at a frantic pace. Where the halo passed the hard surface of Juke Avenue, seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. The thick concrete base and rebar grid faced with this absolute physical wave crumbled like foam rolling and shattering over a large area. The three Energy Titan mechs, each weighing over 100 tons, had their internal hydraulic support systems explode the moment the wave reached their metal feet. Metal parts exploded like projectiles under pressure, shooting out in all directions. The entire mech, having endured gravity over 1,000 times its structural limit, collapsed into a heap of flattened scrap metal. The 50 members of the guard, even with their powered armor's full defense activated, could not withstand the physical shockwave emanating from the ground. Crack, crack, the sound of bones shattering filled the air. The soldiers knelt on the ground, their kneecaps piercing through their armor and into the earth. The instantaneous pressure of 10,000 times gravity caused their internal organs to undergo massive physical rupture within a second due to blood flow reversal. Lin Yuan stepped on the debris of metal remnants and walked up to the captain of the guard. The battle axe in the captain's hand had already bent into a strange arc due to the immense pressure. His once proud 8th rank true energy was suppressed into a flickering flame within the physical exclusion zone surrounding Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and gently pressed it on the captain's shoulder. The national fortune lies under my blade. Lin Yuan slightly exerted force with his fingers. Bang! The body of the 8th rank master, unable to withstand the fingertip pressure exceeding 140,000 kilograms, had his left shoulder along with half his body instantly shattered. He let out a brief agonizing scream before Lin Yuan casually brushed him aside, sending him crashing against the blast wall behind, turning him into a puddle of blood and flesh. Su Qingxue walked through the rubble-strewn passage created by Lin Yuan. She held a box, her steps still elegant, as if the horrific scenes around her had nothing to do with her. Captain, the lower structure of the cabinet building has been reinforced against gravity. Su Qingxue glanced at her wristband. 36 deep-sea silver pillars are buried below, connecting to the tectonic plates. Then let's shatter the tectonic plates together. Lin Yuan arrived at the square directly beneath the cabinet building. The square covered tens of thousands of square meters with a massive white marble monument in the center. Lin Yuan looked up at the building that represented power. The floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the fiery red sunset over the capital, presenting a hue called dusk. He gripped the Starfall Bloodblade with both hands. The pitch-black void seam on the blade completely split open. At this moment, the surrounding light was frantically drawn into the blade, causing the brightness in the square to drop several levels. Lin Yuan stepped forward. The dark golden bones in his body erupted with a thunderous roar. He did not attack the building. Instead, he aimed a full-force vertical slash at the ground beneath the square. Fragmenting void, thunder prison, / ninth-style collapse. This was Lin Yuan's strongest demolition technique, combining physical mass with spatial collapse after devouring the 10th rank divine core. Ziz. There was no intense explosion, only the sound of space being forcibly shredded. A pitch-black, bottomless crack spread wildly from the point where the Starfall Bloodblade landed towards the foundation of the cabinet building. The deep-sea silver pillars below the building, upon contact with this crack, had their internal metal atomic structures completely disintegrate. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth began to undergo extremely violent physical displacement. The entire cabinet building, towering hundreds of meters high, began to tilt forward slowly and steadily, having lost support on one side of its foundation amid the deafening sound of collapse. The special bulletproof glass surface of the building exploded in large quantities due to deformation, creating a rain of crystals. Lin Yuan retracted his battle knife. He stood amidst the shards of glass and metal debris, allowing the sharp glass fragments to strike against his skin. After tilting 30 degrees, the building crashed heavily onto the square ahead. The physical vibrations produced at that moment made the entire city of Kyoto feel as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Dust soared into the sky, obscuring the sunset. Half of the building was completely shattered due to the immense impact force. Lin Yuan took a step forward, stepping onto the tilted outer wall of the building, entering the core of the ruins. His target was the conference room located on the top floor, which was now crumbling as the building toppled. 1,500,000,000 people watched the man walking towards the ruins of power amidst the rising dust. Xiao Zhan, the Wang family head, and the cabinet ministers. These once elevated figures were now struggling to crawl out from the pile of tilted tables and shattered displays. Blood streamed from Xiao Zhan's forehead as he gazed at the figure entering the conference room with a knife, his lips quivering violently. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan walked to the center of the round table. The expensive Zeton wood round table had already been broken into two halves. He drove the 23,600 gene battle knife into the carpet once more. Let's discuss the matter of the bill again. Lin Yuan sat on the main chair, which had tilted, yet not collapsed. His weight made the chair emit an extremely piercing groan. Su Qingxue walked behind him and set down the collection. Lin Yuan glanced at the online viewer count on his wristband before looking at the family patriarchs curled up in the corners. Now who is for and who is against? Lin Yuan's voice echoed amidst the ruins. Due to the building's self-destruction and the collapse of power, the so-called rules were completely swept into the historical dumpster by this absolute physical violence at this moment. In the last second of the live broadcast, Lin Yuan's face, stained with a few drops of blood and bearing a cold expression, was frozen in the eyes of 1,500,000,000 viewers. At that moment, he was no longer merely a competitor. He sat atop the ruins of power, becoming the new and sole physical coordinate of this world. The night in Kyoto descended. However, the physical revolution, led by Lin Yuan, had just turned the most bloody and pure page. The main structure of the cabinet building in the capital, which once symbolized the highest power of the Great Xia nation, now lay at a 30-degree angle across the cracked square. The high-strength, bulletproof, tempered glass covering the outer layer of the building had been completely shattered during the previous impact, due to structural deformation, with countless crystalline shards scattered across the ruins of Zhuke Avenue, reflecting a cold, hard luster under the last dark red glow of the setting sun. In the tilted, high-level decision-making conference room, the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning wires. The entire building's power system had completely collapsed due to the foundation's fracture, and the only light in the room emanated from the cracks in the ceiling and the faint red glow of the emergency indicator lights that had yet to extinguish. Lin Yuan sat in the tilted reclining chair that originally belonged to the head of the cabinet. Due to his current physical mass of 250,000 kilograms, the alloy skeleton of the chair underwent irreversible metal fatigue. At the moment it bore his weight, emitting sharp, creaking sounds. The starfall blood blade in his right hand was vertically embedded into the alloy floor beneath the carpet, its weight of over 20,000 pounds serving as an anchor, ensuring he remained as steady as a mountain in this slanted room. On his bare chest, the dark golden dragon vein patterns had completely transformed into a deep black gold color, with each breath triggering small pressure waves in the surrounding air. Xiaozhan knelt half-heartedly among the rubble 5 meters away from Lin Yuan, his dark golden robe stained and soiled with blood and dust. His right hand gripped a broken rebar tightly, using the remaining 8th grade true qi to stabilize his center of gravity, preventing himself from sliding down the slanted floor. Lin Yuan, you have destroyed the power center of the Great Xia nation. Xiaozhan wiped the blood from his face, his voice hoarse, yet underscored with a fundamental stubbornness. Do you think you can rule this country through force? Without the spiritual energy resources provided by our 5 great families, and without the operational rules set by the cabinet, the entire Great Xia nation will collapse within 3 days. At that time you will be the center of all humanity. Lin Yuan raised his left hand, his slender fingers tracing his jawline. Rules. Lin Yuan uttered 2 words, leaning slightly forward. With just a tiny shift of his center of gravity, Xiaozhan felt an overwhelming physical pressure crash into him. The air around him was forcefully compressed in that instant, causing a severe burning sensation in his airways. Your so-called rules are merely hiding the beacon of the abyss under the feet of the sacrificed, while calculating the gains and losses from your bunker. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, grasping at the void. The physical exclusion zone force field that enveloped him within a 10-meter radius underwent a precise vector deflection at that moment. Bang! The high-strength rebar in Xiaozhan's hand twisted into a dead knot without any contact due to the suddenly intensified gravitational pressure. Xiaozhan let out a muffled groan, his entire body being forcefully pressed against the floor, his forehead heavily colliding with a shard of marble with a dull thud. Resources, I will take them myself. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Wang and Li family heads hiding behind the remnants of another desk. Su Qingxue, standing at the door, entered holding a silver collection box. Throughout her journey, she had maintained a high-intensity, extreme cold true qi defense, so her black combat suit remained unstained by even a speck of dust. She took out a stack of deep blue metal cards from the tactical bag at her waist and laid them out on an otherwise intact tilted tea table. These are the highest authority keys obtained from the command center of the Blackwind Fortress. Su Qingxue's voice was cold and particularly clear in the spacious and slanted conference room. They contain all the coordinates of the secret resource caches established by the 5 great families deep beneath the capital, including the 3 9th-grade spirit stone veins that you privately detained, originally belonging to the magic marshal. Su Qingxue glanced at the pale-faced family heads. The captain just outside has already taken control of the capital's defense satellite. The gendarmerie dispatched by General Wei Cheng has now sealed off all entrances and exits to these coordinates. Those so-called ancient ancestors you are hiding inside, if they dare to resist Wei Cheng, will use heavy drilling bombs to bury them. Xiaozhan stammered. You want to seize the family's wealth? The head of the Wang family, Wang Zhen, raised his head, disbelief written all over his aged face. Those resources are crucial to the martial artist training plan for the next decade of the Great Xia nation. That is now a thing of the past. Lin Yuan stood up. The moment he got up, the 250,000 kilograms of mass completely crushed the chair. The alloy seat instantly disintegrated into a pile of tiny parts. He held the Starfall Bloodblade with one hand and stepped towards Xiaozhan. When Wang Jianya severed my signal in the Death Canyon, did you think he held absolute life and death? Now as I stand here, you should understand this physical causal cycle. Lin Yuan walked directly in front of Xiaozhan. His right hand slowly raised the battle blade, the black blade edge pressed against Xiaozhan's neck. The chilling and heavy touch of the Starfall iron caused Xiaozhan's true qi defense to instantaneously collapse in a chain reaction. This was due to the vast difference in density between the two, creating a natural repulsion on the material level. Xiao Zhan, where is Xiao Chen now? Lin Yuan asked blandly. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth, refusing to answer. Lin Yuan pressed down slightly with his right hand. Crack. Xiao Zhan's collarbone shattered under the pressure of over 20,000 pounds. The excruciating pain twisted his once dignified face into a ghastly visage. He is in the rear mountain's tomb, undergoing a second bone transplant. Xiao Zhan's voice trembled, the primal instinct of survival ultimately overcoming his so-called family honor. Second transplant. Using whose bones? Lin Yuan's gaze became extremely deep. It is the remains of those excellent magic martial graduates who died on the front lines of the abyss. The indestructible golden body. Xiao Zhan's voice grew softer, eventually almost becoming inaudible. Standing behind Su Qingsu's ice blue eyes erupted with unprecedented killing intent upon hearing those words. The silver sword in her hand emitted a crisp blade song, and the surface of the surrounding ruins quickly covered with a layer of frosty white ice, desecrating the bodies of the fallen and refining them into family possessions. Su Qingxue turned to Lin Yuan, her tone carrying an absolute coldness. Captain, this act has exceeded the limits of human martial arts. I recommend executing physical erasure on the Xiao family, canceling their designation and expelling them from the family. Lin Yuan moved the battle blade away from Xiao Zhan's neck. He did not directly strike down Xiao Zhan. For him, such a level of killing could no longer bring any physical satisfaction. What he needed was a complete and thorough uprooting destruction. Is the live broadcast still on? Lin Yuan did not turn. 4 drones are hovering at the building's fissures with stable signal. Su Qingxue reported the data accurately. Lin Yuan glanced at the screen. He knew that the entire Great Xia nation was watching this conference room. Those ordinary martial artists who had once been exploited by the great families, those soldiers who exchanged their lives for resources only to be shortchanged at every turn, were all waiting for a result. Lin Yuan slowly spoke to one of the drone cameras. The rules of the Great Xia nation will reset from today on. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, swinging the Starfall blood blade violently towards the wall on the other side of the conference room. Boom. The already tilted side wall of the building was directly breached, creating a massive hole under the sweep of the 20,000-pound battle blade. Lin Yuan turned to look at the 4 heads of families huddled in the corner. Su Qingxue, take the box. We are going to the underground palace to see what kind of bones can grow from this so-called second transplant. Lin Yuan brandished his blade and leaped directly down from the hole in the side wall. His weight of 250 kilograms shattered several exposed load-bearing beams during the descent. Due to the high speed of the fall, he let out a short whistle in the air and finally crashed heavily into the center of the vast Zhuke Avenue. Su Qingxue followed closely behind. The two advanced rapidly along the avenue. With the main road of the capital now completely cleared, their triple sonic speed caused an extremely violent air shockwave, sending the signs and decorations of the shops on either side flying in all directions. 15 minutes later, in the northern suburbs of the capital at Wulong Mountain. This is the ancestral burial site of the royal family and the aristocratic families of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it is also the place with the highest density of spiritual energy. The entire mountain was covered in layers of formations, and one could see ancient palaces at the waist of the mountain appearing tranquil and solemn in the twilight. However, in Lin Yuan's quantum perception, the interior of this mountain had been completely hollowed out. Thousands of spiritual energy conduits spread like black veins within the mountain, continuously drawing energy from the Earth's crust to supply a massive metallic sphere structure on the mountaintop. That was the private laboratory of the Xiao family, where Xiao Chun was undergoing skeletal reconstruction. Lin Yuan stopped in front of the white marble archway at the foot of the mountain. The archway was engraved with the 4 characters Guardian of the Nation. Lin Yuan held the knife in one hand. He did not ascend the stairs. Su Qingxue stepped back. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. At that moment, the physical density of 250 kilograms within him began to vibrate at the highest frequency. The dark golden bones emitted a roar akin to the operation of heavy machinery. The temperature on his body surged dramatically, causing the stone steps beneath him to crack and shatter instantly. He did not gather strength. He simply raised his right hand and horizontally slapped the 2360-pound blade of the Starfall blood blade against a corner of the mountain. Physical resonance frequency synchronization. Lin Yuan gently vibrated his right hand on the blade. A black physical ripple surged along the blade directly into the granite foundation of Wulong Mountain. Buzz. In that split second, the entire Wulong Mountain, standing at 800 meters high, experienced an extremely unnatural and high-frequency tremor. The exquisite formations originally covering the mountain's surface had no chance to explode before this physical shockwave that transcended the laws. The nodes of the formations began to collapse at the molecular level. Immediately after, the entire mountain began to visibly disintegrate. A large amount of rock slid down from halfway up the mountain, and those magnificent palaces collapsed amid clouds of dust. Lin Yuan at the foot of the mountain forcibly terminated the geographical existence of this mountain with a direct display of violence. Found it. Lin Yuan locked onto a black metal passage exposed from the collapsed mountain. The entrance had been reinforced with dozens of layers of deep-sea cold iron. But under Lin Yuan's physical resonance, the surface of the cold iron was covered with countless cracks. Holding the knife, Lin Yuan stepped into the passage filled with dust. Inside the passage, the lights were bright. A pungent smell of a mixture of preservative agents and high-concentration nutrient solutions filled the air as Lin Yuan walked down the corridor. With each step, his mass triggered violent echoes within this enclosed space. At the very end of the corridor, in a sterile operating room covering an area of 1,000 square meters, dozens of core physicians from the Shao family dressed in white protective suits were surrounding a massive transparent cultivation tank filled with pale golden dragon blood solution. At this moment, Shao Chun was suspended in the center of the solution, completely naked. His arms and chest had been cut open, and several glowing golden bones belonging to others were being gradually implanted into his body through precise nanothreads. At that moment, Lin Yuan pushed open the heavy explosion-proof door of the operating room with his knife. "Is this what you call skeletal remodeling?" Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the silent operating room, carrying a chilling cold that could freeze blood. The dozens of physicians turned around in terror when they saw the man with an exposed upper body covered in dark golden patterns holding a massive black knife in one hand. All their brains went blank with fear. Lin Yuan walked up to the cultivation tank. He looked at Shao Chun, who was absorbing energy with his eyes closed in the tank. This physical enhancement built on the sacrifices of others will only make this body more fragile. Lin Yuan applied force with his right hand. Bang! The tip of the starfall blood blade lightly tapped against the high-strength composite glass of the cultivation tank. Due to Lin Yuan's massive mass at that moment, even a gentle tap caused the reinforced glass capable of withstanding missile strikes to shatter into countless fine particles instantly. The pale golden solution spilled all over the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet. Shao Chun, having lost the support of the solution, crashed heavily to the floor. The pain from the forcibly interrupted surgery caused him to open his eyes wide, emitting an inhuman scream. Lin Yuan. Shao Chun looked at the man in front of him, his face twisted almost beyond recognition due to excruciating pain and terror. "I've seen your bones. They do not belong to you." Lin Yuan grabbed Shao Chun by the neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. His fingers tightened slightly. "Su Qingshu seal all records here. These remains will be taken back to the magic marshal for burial." After finishing his words, Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, raising the dark blade of the starfall blood blade horizontally. He did not kill Shao Chun. Instead, he slapped the battle knife flat against Shao Chun's back. This strike is to repay those fallen seniors. Bang! The newly implanted golden bones within Shao Chun shattered once again under the pressure of over 200 pounds of physical mass, unable to withstand the impact. Moreover, his own true chi pathways under the suppression of that physical barrier completely turned to nothingness. Shao Chun collapsed like a puddle of mud casually tossed aside by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held the knife and turned to walk towards the exit. The Shao family has come to an end. The rest is up to the gendarmerie. Lin Yuan exited the underground palace of Wulong Mountain. At this moment in the capital, night had fully descended. Yet in the direction of the ruins of the cabinet building, countless beams of spiritual energy shot up into the sky. Those were the resources originally belonging to the aristocratic families, now being comprehensively taken over by the Magic Marshal's reception team, according to Lin Yuan's will. Lin Yuan stood atop the mountain overlooking the reshaped capital. The physical density of 250 kilograms within him after absorbing the high concentration of residual dragon blood in the underground palace produced an extremely harmonious resonance. His goals were no longer confined to this inland city. He gazed toward the distant deep sea. There was the ultimate testing ground for a physical brute like him. On the screen of the live broadcast, 1.5 billion viewers watched Lin Yuan standing atop the ruins facing the wind with only one thought in their minds: the old rules had been completely shattered, and the new laws were firmly held in the grip of that man's knife, spreading wildly across every inch of land in the great Xia kingdom with each of his breaths. Physics is truth. These 5 words from now on will become the only oracle on this land. On the ruins of Wulong Mountain, the smoke and dust illuminated by the moonlight presented a murky grayish texture. The originally towering ridge line had now fractured into several massive rock slopes, with large quantities of high-purity, white jadestone shattered into fist-sized fragments, continuously sliding down the slope and producing a fine, yet noisy clattering sound. Lin Yuan held the Starfall blood blade weighing 23,600 jin in one hand, while his military boots were planted on a bare cracked support pillar of deep-sea cold iron. Within him, the physical density of 250,000 kilograms was under precise control by his cerebral cortex, maintaining an efficient standby state. Even so, the cold iron pillar beneath him still emitted a dull metallic distortion, sound bending downward at a slope. His bare upper body displayed a layer of black and gold patterns on his skin, shimmering with a dense luster under the dim light. This luster did not radiate outward but exhibited a physical property that forcibly pulled the surrounding light inward. Su Qingshu stood 3 meters behind Lin Yuan. The silver longsword in her hand had been sheathed, but her left hand remained on the end of the hilt. She held a collection box filled with high-grade crystal cores, and a thin layer of ice covering the box's surface sublimated rapidly in the hot air, forming a white cold mist that enveloped her ankles. Captain General Wei Cheng's advance team has arrived at the foot of the mountain. Su Qingshu raised her left hand, and a light blue holographic screen popped up from the tactical terminal. On the screen, hundreds of green dots representing friendly forces were quickly surrounding the entire Wulong Mountain. Lin Yuan did not turn around, his pitch-black pupils focused on the dark entrance of the underground palace ahead. 3 minutes later, several heavily armed helicopters landed on the flat ground halfway up the mountain. The massive propellers stirred up a violent whirlwind, dispersing the surrounding dust. General Wei Cheng, dressed in a wrinkled, deep gray military uniform, hurriedly crossed the ruins and approached Lin. His gaze trembled physically upon seeing Lin Yuan's almost demonic black and gold patterns. As a peak 7th rank master, he could sense the layer of physical exclusion zone surrounding Lin Yuan's body, which was forcibly distorting the atomic arrangement of the surrounding space into a dense structure. Lin Yuan. Wei Cheng stopped 5 meters away, the safety distance instinctively sensed by his body. The 5 seats of the cabinet have completely collapsed, and the family assets and illegal armed forces of Shaozhan and others are being fully taken over by the gendarmerie. But I must remind you, your previous strike severed the ley line nodes of Kyoto, causing a 30% fluctuation in the entire inland spiritual energy supply system. Lin Yuan slowly rested the starfall blood blade back on his shoulder. The fluctuation was caused by the old fulcrum being too fragile. His voice was deep and rough, causing subtle physical tremors in the atmosphere. I will use high-density resources. The items within the Shao family's underground palace are sufficient to forge a new node. Wei Cheng took a deep breath, glancing at the collection box in Su King's hand, then at the gendarmes emerging from the underground palace, carrying skeletons wrapped in white cloth. The act of desecrating the remains has been classified by the command as a crime against humanity at the highest level. Wei Cheng's voice turned serious and cold. The Shao family will be completely removed from the Great Xia's ranks. Not only the Shao family, but all the aristocratic families involved in the Abyss Beacon tampering plan will face final reckoning tonight. The Resource Management Department of the Demon Marshal has already dispatched an expert team to take over all equipment here in 1 hour. Lin Yuan stepped forward, walking towards the flat ground where the helicopters were located. With each step he took, the rubble beneath his feet crumbled into fine powder due to the sudden high pressure. As for the reckoning, you can follow the procedures. Lin Yuan passed by Wei Cheng without pausing. I only want results. Within 3 hours, if I do not see the complete list of resource transfer, I will visit the ancestral home of the next aristocratic family. Wei Cheng smiled wryly, not doubting Lin Yuan's words. Having witnessed Lin Yuan single-handedly cleave through 9th-rank flattened strongholds and crush the cabinet, he knew that such pure physical violence could not be restrained by any existing rules. I will personally supervise it, Wei Cheng stated sternly. 20 minutes later. A high-speed transport plane entirely painted black and equipped with multiple layers of radiation shielding soared into the sky, with Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue speeding towards the direction of the Demon Marshal University. Inside the cabin, Lin Yuan sat with his eyes closed on a specially designed weighted seat. Su Qingxue was operating the terminal, categorizing and archiving the vast amounts of experimental data extracted from the Shao family's underground palace. Captain, the experimental records from the Shao family indicate that they have been attempting to forcibly merge the bones of martial artists with different attributes through physical compression. Su Qingxue pointed to a complex molecular structure diagram on the screen. The remains implanted in Shaochun have had their atomic arrangement forcibly disrupted by this illegal method. Even if you do not intervene, he will spontaneously combust within a month due to the physical repulsion within his bones. Lin Yuan kept his eyes closed, sensing the cellular pressure within him that had reached the limit of 250,000 kilograms. That method attempts to simulate the pressure within a star, but their tools are too crude. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of dark light flashing within his pupils. True mass evolution does not require these external patchwork methods. 90% of the energy from the divine core has been absorbed by me, and the remaining 10% is compressed within my heart valve. He extended his right hand, feeling the physical tension in his palm that could crush space at will. We need to return to Demon Marshal and utilize the 10,000-fold gravity laboratory there to complete the final 300,000 kilogram leap. Meanwhile, in various corners of Kyoto City, the once invincible 5 great families are undergoing a thorough and devastating reckoning. On Zhukei Avenue, dozens of spiritual energy towers previously controlled by the aristocratic families were forcibly taken over by the military engineering units. The gendarmerie sealed off all private channels into and out of Kyoto. The ancestral home of the Shao family, an ancient garden covering thousands of acres, is now significantly tilted due to the previous rupture of the ley line. The plaque that was originally hung at the entrance, inscribed by the god of war at the founding of the nation, now lay askew in the weeds, having been crushed into pieces by passing military vehicle treads. The young heirs hiding in the cellar and air raid shelters watched the screen as the highest bounty on Lin Yuan now turned black and white was revoked and replaced with the commendation announcement of National Guardian Major General, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This change of order occurred without lengthy voting or debate. In just a few hours, Lin Yuan, wielding his more than 20,000 gene black blade, forcefully performed a physical excision on the upper structure of the Great Xia. The live broadcast signal had now shifted from battle scenes to a looped official announcement regarding the great victory at the East Sea defense line. However, the 1.5 billion viewers remained glued to their screens. The barrage in the live chat refreshed so frequently that it caused localized overheating in the base stations of inland cities. The moment the cabinet building collapsed, I felt something within me collapse as well. That was the shackle of the old era. Lin Yuan's kick shattered more than just concrete. Did you see how Su Xiaohua carried the box? She showed no emotion from start to finish. That absolute rationality combined with Lin Yuan's sheer violence makes me feel that this is the truth of martial arts. I heard Lin Yuan has returned to Demon Martial. Is he about to break through the 300,000 kilogram barrier? Amidst the clamor of discussions, the people of Great Xia began to realize that an iron-blooded era centered on physical power was rapidly approaching under this unreasonable violence. At the Martial Arts University of Magic City, in the Forbidden Zone of the Back Mountain, 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue appeared before the alloy door of the 10,000-fold gravity laboratory. The person in charge here, a trembling old professor filled with excitement, was waiting outside the door with dozens of... They gazed at Lin Yuan's naked body, which emitted a golden-black sheen, their eyes filled with a fervent curiosity akin to religious zeal. Major Lin, the old professor adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. The energy core of the laboratory has been connected to the spiritual energy pulse point deep within the Earth's crust. Once the 10,000-fold gravity is activated, the spatial coordinates here will experience a slight collapse. Are you sure you want to break through in this state? Lin Yuan held the Starfall blood blade upside down with one hand. Activate. Lin Yuan uttered these 2 words and stepped into the cylindrical space entirely sealed with dark silver ore. Su Qingxue stopped outside the door and handed the collection box to a researcher nearby. Monitor all deviations and physical constants. Report to me immediately if any gravitational wave anomalies are detected. Su Qingxue issued her command coldly. Yes. The researchers quickly took their positions, their fingers flying over the complex control panel. Lin Yuan walked to the center of the laboratory, plunging the Starfall blood blade into the floor upright. Buzz. The 3-meter-thick alloy door slowly closed, completely isolating all wave bands inside and out. Gravity multiplier activated. 100 times, 500 times, 1,000 times. The air inside the laboratory was instantly compressed into a visible, translucent crystal. Lin Yuan stood at the center. He felt every inch of his skin being uniformly pressed by tens of thousands of tons of force from all directions. Since the density of his physical body had already surpassed 250,000 kilograms, this level of gravity felt like a comfortable physical massage dam. Continue to apply pressure. Lin Yuan's voice transmitted through the internal speakers, steady enough to evoke a sense of unknown heaviness. 2,000 times, 5,000 times, 10,000 times. The voice of the old professor was already trembling. On the display screen, the spatial values of the area where Lin Yuan stood turned deep red, indicating danger. The surrounding dark silver or walls emitted a piercing cracking sound. This material capable of withstanding master-level attacks began to deform at the atomic level under 10,000-fold gravity. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. At that moment, the dragon marrow energy within him was forcibly activated by the 10,000-fold gravity. The last 10% of the divine core energy hidden in the heart's valves was like a trapped beast finally released completely under extreme pressure. Physical transformation began. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. A layer of pitch-black light suddenly erupted from the surface of his body. This light did not illuminate the surroundings, but acted like a miniature black hole, forcibly absorbing the gravitational waves within the laboratory. His bones began their third reconstruction under the extreme pressure. The original golden black bones were now transitioning to an absolute void-like hue. The liquid energy density within the marrow cavity doubled, and due to the immense pressure, these energies began to undergo microscopic-level physical fusion. Lin Yuan felt every cell in his body shattering, only to reassemble into a higher density, physical structure under the infusion of divine core energy. At this moment, his weight broke some sort of logic. 255,000 kilograms, 270,000 kilograms, 290,000 kilograms. As the value approached 300,000 kilograms, the foundation of the entire 10,000-fold gravity laboratory emitted a heavy cracking sound. The entire area where the Martial Arts University of Magic City was located felt a noticeable gravitational shift at that moment. All the pointers' clocks and even flowing liquids tilted slightly towards the direction of the back mountain laboratory. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes there were no pupils or whites, only 2 bottomless, slowly rotating black star vortices. He raised his right hand and gently clenched his fist. Crack. With this grip, the space around his fingertips, unable to withstand the pressure of such absolute density, cracked open several black fissures. 300,000 kilograms. Pure physical explosive power had officially entered an ultimate realm that had never existed in this world, capable of directly crushing all rules. At the moment Lin Yuan completed his transformation, deep within the East Sea abyss beneath 15,000 meters of ocean trench, the gigantic crack left by the fallen sea god of disaster emitted a chilling red light. The deep-sea monsters that had retreated were undergoing a terrifying secondary mutation under the illumination of that red light. Their bodies shrank, but their scales transformed into a metallic dark red hue. An intent ancient 1,000 times older and 10,000 times more violent than the sea god of disaster was slowly coalescing at the center of that red light. This intent penetrated layers of seawater, traversing thousands of kilometers, accurately locking onto the back mountain of the martial arts University of Magic City. It sensed the physical singularity that was threatening the entire abyss ecosystem. The sea level of the East Sea halted its fluctuations at this moment. This stillness was not a natural calm, but a physical stasis caused by a higher level oppression. The echo, as Lin Yuan in the laboratory, seemed to sense that gaze from the deepest part of the deep sea. He stood up and pulled the Starfall blood blade from the now molten floor. This battle blade, weighing 23,600 genes, was as light as a willow branch in front of his current 300,000 kilograms of physical strength. With a single hand gesture, whoosh, the 3-meter-thick alloy door capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion along with the 3 layers of lead shielding behind it smoothly crumbled like butter cut by a hot knife before his blade. Lin Yuan, holding the sword, walked out of the laboratory. His entire aura had been retracted to the extreme. If one did not look at the cracking ground beneath his feet, he appeared to be an ordinary cold-faced young man. Su Qingxue stood outside the door. Her terminal had completely burned out due to data overload. She looked at Lin Yuan as he emerged, a glimmer of unprecedented light flashing in her cold eyes. "Captain," Su Qingxue spoke, her voice carrying a confirmation of ultimate truth. "Let's set off." Lin Yuan hoisted the battle blade and gazed towards the eastern horizon, which was already tinged with the light of dawn. "Go to the seaside. Before that thing completely comes ashore, step it back into the mantle." Lin Yuan began to stride forward, leaving a series of half-meter-deep crystallized footprints in the back mountain of the Martial Arts University of Magic City. The drones broadcasting live across the internet took to the skies once again at this moment. 1.5 billion viewers watched the silhouette walking towards the East Sea under the dawn light, feeling that a physical tsunami affecting the entire world was officially beginning with the footsteps of that man. Order has been reshaped. What follows is Lin Yuan's final physical proclamation against all taboo existences. In this era defined by muscle and mass, there are no gods. If there are, they can only be the prey whose spines are severed by Lin Yuan's black blade. In the forbidden zone of the Martial Arts University in Modu, the morning mist was forcefully dispelled by an extreme physical pressure. Lin Yuan walked along the winding mountain road leading to the coastline, holding the Starfall blood blade, which weighed 23,600 pounds in one hand. At this moment his weight could no longer be measured with conventional tonnage. The physical explosive power of his 300,000 kilogram body caused a permanent distortion in the gravitational constant around him. With every step he took, the specialized high-strength asphalt road beneath him emitted a crisp sound of physical rupture, and then caved in to form a footprint 20 centimeters deep, with the stones inside the asphalt instantaneously crushed into white powder. His bare upper body exhibited a deep black gold hue, a manifestation of the complete fusion of dragon essence energy and the material of the 10th grade divine core under 10,000 times the gravity. The sunlight fell upon him without any reflection. It seemed to be absorbed into an abyss, exuding a heavy aura that silenced all things. Su Qingxue closely followed behind him. She had changed into a brand new deep blue combat uniform, with 2 specially made energy interference grenades hanging at her waist, and a silver longsword firmly gripped in her right hand. The frost beneath her feet no longer spread outward, but transformed into 2 extremely thin crystalline trails supporting her body to counteract the gravitational pull radiating outward from Lin Yuan. "Captain, the red light in the East China Sea has already spread 3,000 meters offshore. The satellite cannot penetrate that layer of red light's physical barrier, but feedback from the underwater seismograph indicates that the source of the tremor is advancing towards the shallow sea at a speed of 50 meters per second. Su Qingxue's cool voice rang in Lin Yuan's ear, carrying an absolute objectivity regarding the data. Lin Yuan did not turn back. The tiger's mouth of his right hand felt slightly warm, and the patterns on the hilt of the Starfall blood blade seemed to come alive, generating a pulse of connection in his palm. That red light is not light. It is a physical radiation generated by a certain high-density substance, creating friction in space at high speed. Lin Yuan spoke, his voice deep, like the muffled thunder from the depths of the earth, causing the leaves of nearby trees to tremble violently. It is attempting to reshape the physical rules in this area. The secondary distortion of those deep-sea monsters is to adapt to this high-intensity physical pressure. 20 minutes later, the 2 arrived at the coastal defense line in the eastern part of Modu. There originally stood a steel breakwater stretching 10 kilometers, but at this moment, this solid military fortification appeared on the verge of collapse. The sea surface had completely stilled, displaying a viscous dark red texture. The heavy layer of red light emanated from the depths of the sea, dyeing the entire sea area a strange blood color. Dozens of drone speedboats patrolling the near sea were now quietly floating on the water's surface. Their metal shells were undergoing slow deformation due to the change in gravitational parameters. The decks of these speedboats were concaving towards the center, emitting a series of teeth-gritting metallic grinding sounds. Lin Yuan stood at the very top of the breakwater. He held the battle blade horizontally, its edge pointing toward the core. Buzz! A massive physical pulse wave suddenly erupted from the depths of the sea. Splash! The previously still dark red seawater suddenly surged upward, forming a 300-meter-tall blood-red water wall. Within the water wall, thousands of aberrant monsters, shimmering with dark red light, could be vaguely seen. These monsters had shrunk to about 3 meters in size, but their bones and scales exhibited a semi-transparent crystalline texture. They had no vocal organs, yet as they moved they emitted a high-frequency, physical noise that vibrated the surrounding air. The red tide has landed. Su Qingxue unsheathed the silver longsword in her hand, the tip creating ripples of blue in the air. First wave quantity 20,000. The average physical strength is assessed to be at the upper limit of grade 7. Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the breakwater. He did not leap, but instead ran at full speed down the vertical breakwater wall, pulled by the force of gravity, towards the sea surface. His feet left deep pits on the alloy wall. Due to his massive weight, what he left behind on the wall was not footprints, but a gully formed by twisted metal. 3 seconds. Lin Yuan collided with the blood-red water wall on the sea surface. No true chi collided. The 300,000 kilogram physical density within Lin Yuan directly shattered the seawater in front of him into molecular state at the moment of impact. Boom. The entire 1,000-meter-long water wall due to Lin Yuan's breakthrough at this point generated a physical chain reaction that caused the tension of the entire sea area to collapse instantly. Countless aberrant monsters under this collision had their internal crystalline skeletons unable to withstand the instantaneous explosive pressure, bursting into heaps of red powder. Lin Yuan landed on the muddy seabed. The seawater here had been forcefully expelled due to the physical inertia of his charge. He gripped the starfall blood blade tightly in his right hand, his waist muscles exerting force, swinging his entire upper body to unleash a sweeping crescent strike from deep within the earth. The tense style of Smasher of the Void Thunder Prison Proton Impact. As this blade was swung, a viscous black material spewed forth from the pitch-black void fissure on the surface of the starfall blood blade. This material was the product of space being extremely compressed. The battle blade cut across the seabed. Those thousands of aberrant monsters crawling from the fissures in the seabed upon contact with the blade edge were subjected to physical compression exceeding the atomic structure's bearing limit. Their bodies had no chance to explode before turning into tiny black dots, subsequently completely devoured by the void suction created by the starfall blood blade. Beneath Lin Yuan's feet, the originally moist seabed was instantaneously dried and hardened, cracking open numerous fissures several meters deep. The dragon essence energy within him pulsed with extreme excitement. With every swing of the blade, he could feel his skeletal density undergoing minute enhancement through this high-intensity clash. Not enough. Lin Yuan gazed at the enormous shadow deep within the red light. This shadow resembled a colossal pillar reaching to the heavens, slowly shifting towards the direction of Modu along the seabed mountain range. With every shift, it triggered a seabed earthquake affecting the entire East China Sea. That was the body of an 11th grade forbidden existence known as the Pillar of Stabilization. It was not a biological entity but a living mass formed by various high-density minerals from the deep sea combined with abyssal will. Its existence was to provide physical coordinates for the subsequent arrival of higher-level abysses. At this moment, Su Qingxue also leapt down from the breakwater. She stood 50 meters behind Lin Yuan, slicing the air with the silver longsword in her hand. Captain, these small monsters' crystal cores are self-destructing. They are attempting to create a vacuum in this area to cut off your physical supply. No sooner had she spoken than the remaining thousands of monsters suddenly ceased their attack. They huddled together, their internal red light flickering violently. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dense explosions echoed from the seabed. These explosions did not produce flames, but generated an extremely powerful physical repulsion. The surrounding air's spiritual energy and even tiny dust particles were forcibly pushed outward by this repulsion. The area within a kilometer turned into an absolute physical vacuum. In this vacuum, warriors could not obtain oxygen through breathing, nor could they draw spiritual energy from the air. All long-range true chi techniques would see their power plummet by 90% after losing their medium. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the vacuum zone. The lack of air pressure caused a slight expansion of the organs in his chest cavity, but his expression remained unchanged. His 300,000 kilogram body was itself a closed self-circulating physical system. His strength did not come from external spiritual energy, but from the mass of each of his atoms. This method won't work on me. Lin Yuan's voice could not propagate in the vacuum, but his will communicated directly to the consciousness of each monster through the physical vibrations of the ground. He slowly raised the starfall blood blade above his head. The 300,000 kilogram explosive power within Lin Yuan concentrated on his arms at this moment. The black gold patterns on the surface of his arm skin seeped a layer of gold-black sweat due to the immense pressure. He did not attack those self-destructing monsters. Instead, he swung his blade towards the enormous Pillar of Stabilization, ahead, unleashing the heaviest strike since his return. No sound accompanied it. Yet at the moment the blade descended, the previously vacated vacuum zone produced a physical phenomenon known as the cavitation effect due to the speed of the blade. A black tear over 3,000 meters long opened in the void. This tear resembled a gluttonous mouth, forcibly shredding and devouring all seawater red light and the thousands of monsters ahead. Boom. 3 seconds later, when the sound regained a medium, an explosion reverberated across the entire East China Sea, erupting at the sea surface. The Pillar of Stabilization, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, was cleaved into countless fragments by Lin Yuan. The will from beneath the deep sea roared in anger. More red light surged from the depths of the fissures in the sea. Lin Yuan stood before the collapsed remnants of the pillar, gripping his blade, his deep blue pupils sparkling with an extremely frenzied battle intent. He could sense that at the end of that red light a true mass, capable of making even his 300,000-kilogram body tremble, was awakening. Hold your sword tight. Lin Yuan turned his head and said to Su Qingxue. This physical war has only just... Su Qingxue nodded. She said nothing but pointed the tip of her sword towards the increasingly violent red ocean ahead. The two stood amidst the ruins of the seabed. In the distance the horizon rose again. A divine being, constructed entirely of dark red metal 100 times larger than the god of disaster, was slowly lifting its enormous foot capable of crushing continents from the depths of the mantle. The night sky of the East China Sea was completely dyed red, and Lin Yuan, gripping that heavy black blade, took the most solid step of his life against the crushing physical pressure capable of destroying planets. Every muscle's thrum was declaring to the world that Lin Yuan's physical supremacy was unshakable. 1.5 billion viewers across the internet watched through the live broadcast lens, now filled with static from the physical storm, the two small, yet unyielding figures before the red tide. In this moment with no retreat, Lin Yuan was the last and heaviest trump card of the Great Xia Kingdom. The battle had and Lin Yuan's limits were wildly breaking through into the unknown deep space with every swing of his blade. Physics is the oracle, and Lin Yuan is the one holding the heavy blade, rewriting the oracle amidst the ruins. At this moment the seabed of the East Sea completely lost its original geographical form. As the massive body made entirely of dark red metal slowly emerged from the depths of the mantle, the entire East Sea continental shelf was met with a cataclysmic physical rupture. With each lift of its gigantic metallic foot, it unleashed molten magma weighing in the tens of millions of tons. The subterranean magma, reaching temperatures of 6,000 degrees, made widespread physical contact with the frigid seawater, resulting in an instantaneous and extraordinary steam explosion. The white high-pressure steam diffused at supersonic speeds in all directions, completely enveloping a radius of several hundred kilometers. The visibility in the air dropped to zero. Yet this could not hinder the arrival of the 12th grade forbidden existence, the Yuanhai heavy god. Its height exceeded 30,000 meters, piercing through the troposphere and merging into the dark red stratosphere. This deity did not possess a conventional biological structure of flesh and blood. Its entire being was forged from ultra-high-density metallic ores deep within the core under the immense pressure of abyssal will. The surface of the dark red metal was covered with naturally formed 100-meter-wide spiritual energy circuits, within which flowed a black-red liquid high-energy plasma. As it fully stood upright, the gravitational field of the East Sea underwent a catastrophic deviation. The seawater was no longer bound by Earth's gravity. Instead, it was drawn upwards by the immense mass of this metallic giant, beginning to flow against the surface of its body, creating anti-gravity waterfalls that encircled its metallic calves. Lin Yuan stood amidst the ruins of the seabed. Within a 10-meter radius around him, due to his 300,000 kilograms of pure bodily density, an absolute physical vacuum was formed. The high-pressure steam and molten magma were violently pushed away as they approached this region, unable to touch him in the sun. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the dense steam, locking onto the towering metallic giant above. Only this level of metallic density is worthy of sharpening my blade. Lin Yuan tightly gripped the hilt of the Starfall blood blade. The 23,600 gene battle blade emitted a deep, resonant roar in his hands. The pitch-black void seam at the edge of the blade began to uncontrollably expand outward upon sensing the enormous mass ahead devouring the surrounding light and heat. Su Qingxue stood on the remnants of the breakwater 50 meters behind Lin Yuan. She was not intimidated by the apocalyptic scene before her. The silver longsword in her hand was fully drawn. Facing the incoming molten lava and boiling water towards the coastline, the pinnacle of 5th grade extreme cold true qi within Su Qingxue erupted without reservation. Absolute thermodynamic deprivation. Su Qingxue plunged her long sword into the rocks beneath her feet. A wave of ice-blue freezing ripples rapidly spread along the coastline. This was not ordinary freezing, but a forcible extraction of thermal energy at the molecular level. The magma, reaching 6,000 degrees, had its internal molecular thermal motion forcibly halted the moment it came into contact with the ice-blue ripples, directly transitioning from liquid to a dark, brittle solid state. The boiling seawater was extensively frozen, forming a glacial front spanning 10 kilometers. Using thermodynamic principles, Su Qingxue created an absolutely stable physical recoil launch pad for Lin Yuan in this boiling hell. In the sky, several military high-definition livestream drones had activated their highest level of strong light filter lenses and heat radiation shields. They hovered at the edge of the stratosphere, transmitting this visually stunning scene in real time to all terminal screens across the nation. The number of viewers online had surpassed 2 billion. What was originally marketed as a reality dating show titled Genius Warriors Interacting had now completely transformed into a survival battle for Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. The barrage of comments in the livestream chat rapidly scrolled on the right side of the screen. While others are dating on a Ferris wheel at amusement parks, Lin Yuan is disassembling a 30,000 meter high metal mech with Su the school beauty underwater. Su Qingxue's precise temperature control is absolutely critical. She is responsible for locking in the thermodynamic variables of the environment, while Lin Yuan generates absolute, physical kinetic destruction. This is the highest level of tactical complementarity. 300,000 kilograms of flesh colliding with a 30,000-meter metal giant. Human physics will be rewritten today in the East Sea. 0-degree heavy blade CP. Let's dismantle this piece of scrap metal. Lin Yuan felt the absolute hardness transmitted from the glacier beneath his feet. That was the battlefield Su Qingxue had prepared for him. He did not look back, but simply held the Starfall blood blade horizontally beside him. He slightly bent his legs. The 300,000 kilograms of physical explosive force was madly compressed within each of his golden black bones. His heart beat at 2,000 times per minute, pumping the liquid high-energy blood converted from divine core energy into every limb and sinew. Boom. Lin Yuan jumped. The 10-kilometer-long glacial front beneath him was instantly filled with dense cracks after bearing the unmeasurable physical recoil, then it shattered into a cloud of ice crystal powder. Lin Yuan's body transformed into a pure black stream of light shooting straight towards the 30,000-meter-high Yuan-high heavy god at over 10 times the speed of sound. He left behind a conical dark blue shockwave cloud in the air. The air, due to extreme friction, reached temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, but upon contact with the physical no-zone force field at his surface, all thermal energy was forcibly converted into upward kinetic energy. The Yuan-high heavy god's enormous eyes, composed of two masses of high-energy plasma, captured the minuscule mass approaching at high speed below. It made no movement to evade. For a being of its size, any microscopic evasion was superfluous. It raised its right arm. The 8-meter-long metallic arm swung through the air, producing a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the atmosphere. At the end of the right arm was not a hand, but a heavy metal warhammer with a diameter of 1 kilometer, its surface entwined with a black-red abyssal electromagnetic storm. The Yuan-high heavy god swung this warhammer, capable of erasing a medium-sized country from the map, directly downwards in line with Lin Yuan's trajectory. This was a pure dimensional strike, based on an absolute difference in size and mass. As the warhammer descended, the air in front was compressed into a thick wall of liquid air 100 meters deep. In midair, Lin Yuan faced this 1 diameter metallic warhammer. His deep blue pupils showed no emotional fluctuations, only precise calculations of the physical stress points. He did not dodge, but firmly gripped the hilt of the Starfall blood blade. Physical overload stage 3. Lin Yuan fully infused all of his 300,000 kilograms of explosive force into the battle blade. Shatter Sky Thunder Prison / Ultimate Derivative Singularity Collapse. The 23,600 gene battle blade completely lost its luster at this moment. Shatter Sky Thunder Prison / Ultimate Derivative Singularity Collapse. A microgravitational singularity only the size of a fist, but possessing an unmeasurable mass, suddenly formed at the tip of the Starfall blood blade. Lin Yuan swung the battle blade carrying this micro-singularity and collided head-on with the 1 diameter metal warhammer. Dong. A sound of extreme low-frequency vibrations inaudible to human ears on a physical level reverberated through the high sky of the East Sea. The point of impact did not erupt into any flames. The metal warhammer, forged from high-density abyssal ores, suffered devastating damage to its internal atomic structure the moment it came into contact with the singularity at the tip of the Starfall blood blade. On the surface of the 1 kilometer diameter warhammer, a fist-sized black hole appeared. Subsequently, the metal structure of the warhammer began to undergo widespread physical collapse centered around this black hole. Countless tons of dark red metal were forcibly torn and crushed by the gravitational pull of the singularity, collapsing inward into a storm of metallic debris. Crack! Crack! The piercing sound of metal fracturing echoed through the skies. Lin Yuan, with the Starfall blood blade, forcibly penetrated through the very center of this 1 kilometer warhammer. At the end of the Yuan-high heavy god's right arm there remained only a massive hollow and a metal fracture from which black-red plasma liquid continuously erupted. Lin Yuan passed through the remnants of the warhammer, maintaining his speed without any decrease, and continued to ascend. He landed directly on the chest armor of this metallic giant. The thickness of the metal armor here reached an astonishing 500 meters, its surface covered with rows of 10-meter diameter defensive electromagnetic launch matrices. The moment Lin Yuan's feet landed on the surface of the armor, those electromagnetic launch matrices activated. Tens of thousands of black-red high-energy electromagnetic beams formed an impenetrable firepower network, completely enveloping Lin Yuan from all sides. Every beam of light possessed the power to instantly vaporize a 9th-grade master. Lin Yuan stood still, sheathing his battle blade behind him. He crossed his arms protectively over his chest. At this moment, the density of his 300,000 kilogram body transformed into absolute physical defense. Tens of thousands of high-energy electromagnetic beams struck the surface of his body. The black-red high temperatures capable of melting everything erupted with dense cracking sounds upon contact with Lin Yuan's black-golden skin. A layer of high-frequency physical shock waves formed on Lin Yuan's skin, forcibly rebuffing all the energy from the beams. The beams were deflected into the surrounding air, triggering a series of explosions that turned the area into a sea of fire. Lin Yuan lowered his arms amidst the inferno. His skin bore no traces of burns. The dark golden patterns glowed even brighter as they absorbed some of the kinetic energy from the beams. The armor is too thick. Then I shall dismantle it from the inside. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of his blade once more, bending down and pointing the tip of the Starfall blood blade at the metallic armor beneath him. All 300,000 kilograms of physical power focused into his arms. Open for me. Lin Yuan thrust downward with great force. The 20,000 gene battle blade, imbued with the power to tear through space, pierced directly into the 500 meters thick dark red metallic armor. The friction between the blade and the high-density metal generated terrifying temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun. With both hands gripping the blade, Lin Yuan began an extremely brutal physical cut along the texture of the armor on the chest of the metallic giant. He ran wildly across the surface of the armor. The blade carved a massive fissure over 1,000 meters long and 100 meters deep into the metal. The Yuanhai heavy god sensed the structural damage radiating from its chest. Its colossal body began to shake violently. The left arm suddenly lifted, and the massive metallic hand slammed down on its own chest, attempting to crush the insect that was causing destruction on its armor into mush. Lin Yuan ignored the metallic giant's hand descending from above. He stopped in the fissure in the armor, withdrew his battle blade, and then exerted force with his legs. The 300,000 kilograms of body mass crashed through the cut fissure. Boom. Lin Yuan used his body as a projectile, directly shattering the remaining 400 meters of armor, forcefully penetrating into the interior of the Yuanhai heavy god's torso. The giant metallic hand slammed against the chest, producing a deafening roar, but it only struck empty space, leaving a deep palm print on its own armor. The interior scene of the giant was a heavy industrial hell composed of countless thick pipes and gears. Dark red spiritual hydraulic oil surged through the pipes with diameters of dozens of meters. Countless internal defense mechanisms detected Lin Yuan's intrusion, rushing in from all directions in an attempt to block his advance. Lin Yuan navigated straight through the intricate metallic structure. Every mechanical entity that stood in his way, whether it was a high-strength alloy shield or an energy barrier, instantly turned into a heap of scrap iron under the impact of his 300,000 kilogram force. His target was clear, heading straight for the energy reactor located at the very center of the Yuanhai heavy god's chest. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan kicked open a 10-meter thick isolation gate and entered a vast core control room. At the center of the control room floated a massive artificial divine core 100 meters in diameter, appearing dark golden, with high-purity abyssal laws swirling within. The energy output of this divine core supported all physical actions of the 30,000-meter giant. Surrounding the core were 12 defensive halos composed purely of gravitational laws. Lin Yuan approached the divine core. The 12 gravitational halos activated instantly, and a gravitational field 10,000 times stronger directly affected Lin Yuan's body. The metallic floor beneath Lin Yuan was severely deformed by this gravitational force. His bones emitted crisps, but a cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. 10,000 times gravity. I have already adapted to it in the laboratory of the magic martial arts. Under the 10,000-fold gravity, Lin Yuan slowly but firmly raised his right hand. The tip of the Starfall blood blade pointed at the 100-meter diameter divine core. All machines become a pile of scrap iron once you pull their power source. Lin Yuan suddenly stepped forward. Against the 10,000 times gravity, he plunged the battle blade directly into the first gravitational halo on the surface of the divine core. Crack. The physical cut severed the first gravitational halo under the void attribute of the Starfall iron. Lin Yuan swung his blade in succession. His movements were brisk, clean, and without a hint of hesitation. In 10 seconds, all 12 gravitational halos were cut to pieces. Lin Yuan approached the dark golden divine core. He extended his left hand and pressed it against the scorching surface of the divine core. The density of his 300,000 kilogram body formed an absolute gravitational vortex at that moment. Devour. Lin Yuan did not shatter the divine core. He directly utilized the mass field of his body to forcibly extract the high-purity energy from within the core. The massive energy surged into his body through his left arm. The Yuanhai heavy god's outer layer began to exhibit severe energy depletion reactions. The flashing red electromagnetic matrices extinguished one by one. The enormous metallic arm drooped weakly, crashing into the East Sea and creating colossal waves. This 12th grade forbidden existence, after Lin Yuan forcibly extracted its core energy, lost its support and began to collapse towards the sea surface. The process of the 30,000-meter metallic body falling lasted a full minute. Just 1 second before the giant was about to crash into the sea surface, boom. The armor of the giant's chest cavity was violently breached from the inside. Lin Yuan held the Starfall blood blade in one hand and grasped the dark golden core, now shrunken to the size of a human head and depleted of 90% of its energy, with the other launching into the sky from the metallic ruins. He hovered in midair, watching as the 30,000-meter tall metallic giant crashed into the seabed, triggering an earthquake that rippled across the entire continental shelf. The sea surface churned with murky mud and metallic debris. Lin Yuan glanced at the core in his left hand. His current physical density, after devouring the energy of this core, had completely stabilized at the absolute limit of 300,000 kilograms, and a physical resistance membrane began to form on the surface of his bones, immunizing him against low-level energy loss. He tossed the core into his tactical storage pouch. Turning his head, he looked towards the direction of the breakwater. Su Qingxue still stood there. The surrounding glacial positions were filled with cracks due to the giant's collapse, but the rock she stood on remained as solid as ever. At this moment, the live streaming room with 2 billion viewers was engulfed in an eerie silence lasting 3 minutes. No one sent any comments. Everyone was digesting the scene they had just witnessed. One person charged into the 30,000-meter-tall mech, tearing apart the core and turning the divine being into a pile of scrap iron. It wasn't until the military drone zoomed in, giving a close-up of Lin Yuan holding the black blade hovering above the sea, that the live streaming room finally welcomed the most terrifying flood of comments in history. It's over. The highest threat on the East Sea defense line has been soloed by him. What is a dating variety show? This is a dating variety show. Lin Yuan packaged the 12th grade core as a gift. This is what you call hardcore gifting. Those aristocratic families should already be writing their wills in the basement. The physical god of 300,000 kilograms. The Great Xia Kingdom has welcomed its true iron-blooded commander. Lin Yuan's figure traced an arc in the air and landed on the breakwater. They'll leave the collection work to you. Lin Yuan planted the Starfall blood blade into the dam and looked at Su Qingxue. The high-density ores within this metallic body are enough to renovate the magic martial arts laboratory 100 times over. Su Qingxue nodded. She didn't say much more, turning around to contact the engineering team of magic martial arts preparing for this unprecedented loot recovery. Lin Yuan stood in the sea breeze. This battle not only shattered the crimson tide of the abyss, but also thoroughly destroyed all order of the old world. The future of the Great Xia Kingdom will be inscribed with undeniable steel rules by the black blade in Lin Yuan's hand upon the ruins crushed by physical pressure. The boiling state of the East Sea's surface persisted for a full 3 hours. After the collapse of the 30,000-meter-high 12-grade forbidden existence known as the Deep-Sea Heavy God, its massive metallic body lay across the junction of the continental shelf and the deep-sea trench. The dark red high-density metallic shell continuously released a large amount of thermal energy under the erosion of seawater, causing a thick layer of white steam with a sulfurous smell to completely envelop the surrounding 50-kilometer sea area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive concrete wreckage of the breakwater. He laid the Starfall blood blade weighing 23,600 pounds flat on his knees. After experiencing the recent high-intensity advanced slaying, his physical body density of 300,000 kilograms entered a self-cooling phase. On the surface of his jade-white skin, the black golden dragon marrow patterns were slowly contracting and settling, ultimately completely disappearing beneath the dermal layer. With each even breath he took, a high-temperature, high-pressure airflow formed in front of his mouth and nose. These airflows collided with the surrounding air, producing faint cracking sounds. Su Qingxue stood 10 meters away from Lin Yuan. The silver longsword in her hand had been sheathed, and she was conducting high-frequency data interfacing with the Logistics Command Center of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University through her tactical wristband. The frost ground beneath her feet had melted away significantly, but the 5th grade peak extreme cold true chi she emanated still maintained an absolute low-temperature zone with a diameter of 3 meters around her. The sky was filled with the rumbling sound of heavy engines. 12 military-grade engineering salvage ships, each over 500 meters long, broke through the dense white steam and hovered above the offshore area of the East Sea. These ships were equipped with large anti-gravity floating arrays, and their sides were painted with the prominent insignia of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University's Resource Management Department. Deputy Principal Tu Lai, dressed in a deep black combat suit, stood at the edge of the deck of the first engineering ship. He gazed at the 30,000-meter metallic wreckage lying across the sea's surface, his rugged face filled with shock and fervor. Descend. All engineering mech units deploy into the water. Cut off the main energy pipelines and prepare for segmented cutting. Tu Lai loudly issued orders through his communicator. The belly hatches of the 12 engineering ships opened simultaneously. Over 100 heavy underwater operation mechs coated with yellow anti-corrosion paint leaped into the water amidst the sound of mechanical operations. Each of these mechs weighed 50 tons and was equipped with the highest power plasma cutting saw currently available in the. Tu Lai leapt down from the deck, landing steadily on the breakwater wreckage, and quickly walked up to Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. Lin Yuan, well done. Tu Lai looked at the bare-chested, indifferent freshman before him, his tone devoid of the condescension of a teacher towards a student, now fully engaging in equal conversation, even carrying a hint of reverence. The command center is in total chaos. The high-density ore within this 12-grade metallic wreckage has a physical value exceeding the total mining output of the entire East Sea defense line over the past decade. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his deep blue pupils showing no emotional fluctuations. The armor is too thick, your mechs can't cut through it. Lin Yuan stated a physical fact. Tu Lai was momentarily stunned. At that moment, an urgent report came through his communication channel from the engineering team leader. Principal 2. The cutting operation is obstructed. The molecular density of this metallic shell is too high. The moment our highest power plasma cutting saw made contact with the armor surface, the teeth melted physically. We can't penetrate it at all. Tu Lai's expression changed, and he turned to look at the sea surface. Those heavy underwater operation mechs were surrounding the wreckage of the deep-sea heavy gods, armed the plasma saws in their hands flashing with dazzling blue light, but at the points of contact with the dark red metallic armor aside from a few sparks, not even a white mark was left. This thing was forged under the extreme pressure environment from deep within the mantle. Lin Yuan stood up from the concrete wreckage. The moment he rose, the 300,000 kilogram weight caused the concrete block beneath him to crack with multiple fissures. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, lifting the starfall blood blade from his knees. Have your mech retreat 500 meters. Lin Yuan's voice was steady without deliberately raising its volume, yet it carried great penetrating power. Tu Lai showed no hesitation and immediately issued a retreat order to the engineering troops. Over 100 operation mechs quickly shut down their cutting saws, engines revved up and retreated toward the outer sea area. Lin Yuan held the sword in one hand and walked to the edge of the breakwater. He did not leap into the sea. The 300,000 kilogram physical explosive force coursed through his right arm, all infused into the more than 20,000 pound pure black battle blade. He slightly bent his legs, the muscles in his waist tightening instantly, and aimed at the several thousand meter long metallic arm beneath the sea surface, delivering a powerful vertical strike. The blade cut through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. A 2,000 meter long semi-transparent, high-pressure vacuum blade shot forth. Due to the immense pressure, this vacuum blade forcibly displaced the seawater to the sides the moment it entered the water, forming a waterless fracture on the sea surface that was 100 meters deep and 10 meters wide. The vacuum blade struck straight against the metallic arm of the deep-sea heavy god. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. Even the highest power plasma saw could not leave a white mark on the dark red high-density armor, which emitted a piercing fracture sound upon encountering the vacuum blade that bore pure physical mass. The 8,000 meter long metallic arm was cleanly severed into two sections by this strike. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, exposing the complex mechanical circuits and spiritual energy pipelines inside to the seawater. Continue to strike, cutting the main body into 100-meter-sized blocks for easy loading by the engineering ships using anti-gravity traction beams. Lin Yuan did not sheath his blade. He stood on the breakwater, initiating a mechanical and precise series of physical cuts. With every strike, a massive waterless fracture would form on the sea surface. Accompanied by the deafening sounds of metal fracturing, the once invincible 30,000-meter divine body was rapidly dismantled into blocks of standard industrial recyclable material under Lin Yuan's relentless physical violence. The mech operators of the engineering team sat in their cockpits, dumbfounded at this spectacle. They were powerless against the world's most advanced cutting equipment, while the man standing on the breakwater merely waved his cold weapon from the shore, accomplishing this epic dismantling task. The cutting operation lasted a full 2 hours. When the last piece of metallic torso was cut open, the 12 engineering ships simultaneously activated their anti-gravity traction beams. Streams of blue light enveloped those enormous metallic blocks, slowly lifting them into the air and swallowing them into the massive cargo holds of the ships. Su Qingxue stood aside her tactical terminal, continuously receiving confirmation messages for the materials being stored. Captain, the first phase of metallic wreckage recovery is complete. The total weight is estimated to be 120 million tons. This batch of resources will be directly transported to the underground core armory of the Magic Marshal. Su Qingxue reported, raising her head. Lin Yuan heavily thrust the starfall blood blade into the ground, the consumption of 300,000 kilograms of physical strength still within his controllable range, though a layer of fine sweat beads began to form on his forehead. At that moment, 4 military high-definition live broadcast drones slowly descended in altitude. A small military hovercraft approached from behind, landing on flat ground 50 meters away from Lin Yuan. The hovercraft's hatch opened, and the official chief director of the National Martial Arts University Resource Competition, accompanied by several military field reporters holding professional audio equipment, stepped down with a tense expression. With the crisis in the East Sea resolved, this large-scale reality dating show, which attracted 2 billion viewers, simultaneously welcomed its final conclusion moment. The live broadcast screens across the internet were split in two. On the left was the shocking scene of the engineering ships loading the massive metallic wreckage, and on the right was a close-up of Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue standing side by side on the breakwater. The chief director swallowed hard. Having worked for 20 years and produced countless phenomenal variety shows, he had never encountered a program where guests could tear apart 10-grade and 12-grade forbidden creatures on the spot, while also collapsing the highest power centers of the nation. Holding the microphone, he stopped at the safety boundary 10 meters away from Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. Major Lin. Lin Yuan. Classmate Su Qingxue. The chief director's voice echoed through the drone's amplification system across the internet. After a month of intense competition, the crisis at the East Sea defense line has been resolved. Your team has won the national championship of this reality dating competition with an astonishing 40 billion CP popularity points and immeasurable martial achievement points. The chief director glanced at the prompt in his hand, took a deep breath, and continued with the established flow of the program. As a program devoted to showcasing the tacit understanding and emotions of martial prodigies, at the moment of the final awards, 2 billion viewers across the nation were fixated on a single question. Tell us, when you faced a 30,000 metal grade 12 metallic colossus, what emotional foundation allowed you to stand shoulder to shoulder and fight without fear? The question sent the live stream into a frenzy. The barrage of comments surged as the nation watched. On the breakwater, the sea wind toyed with Lin Yuan's short black hair. He turned his head, his ink-dark pupils found Su Qingxue at his side. She met his gaze with a cool, composed look. There was no sentimental, lingering eye contact between them, nor any unnecessary touch. Lin Yuan looked toward the director behind the camera. Efficiency. Lin Yuan uttered the single word, calm and underpinned by an unarguable physical logic. The director was taken aback. Efficiency. Yes. Lin Yuan tightened his right hand on the hilt of the Starfall Bloodblade. In a state of physical output equivalent to 300,000 kilograms, I require no extraneous cover. Su Qingxue's presence can with the utmost efficiency clear out interference sources of grade 5 and below around us and lock on to the enemy's core weak point with absolute certainty. She is responsible for controlling thermodynamic variables and salvaging battlefield spoils. I am responsible for producing absolute kinetic destruction. That is the basis upon which we coexist on the battlefield. Su Qingxue nodded, giving Lin Yuan's summation her unreserved assent. His corporeal mass provides absolute safety redundancy. She spoke into the microphone with a cool voice. My sword ensures that no low-level mistake will slow his swing. This is a tactical complementary mechanism of physical cooperation. 2 billion viewers listened to that exchange and fell into stunned silence. There were no oaths of undying love, no poetic vows. There was only thermodynamic variable control, absolute kinetic destruction, and safety redundancy. Words like those would sound dry from anyone else, but coming from the mouths of two people who had just slaughtered the gods of the Eastern Sea, they carried a hardcore romance that pierced the soul. The spectacle left the nation breathless, waves of awed disbelief rippling through the audience. The director wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He understood that these two would not follow the scripted sentimental route. He hurriedly moved the program on to the next segment. To honor the champions, the command and the Ministry of Education have prepared generous rewards. The rewards included permanent mining rights to 2 grade 7 spirit energy veins and other benefits, but the director's words were cut off as Lin Yuan raised his hand to interrupt. I do not need the rewards you prepare. Lin Yuan relaxed his grip on the sword and reached into the tactical storage pouch at his waist. He pulled out a fist-sized solid object of dark golden hue, its interior flowing with high-purity abyssal principle. It was the core he had ripped free by hand from the great god body of the abyssal sea. Although 90% of its energy had been absorbed by Lin Yuan to effect the 300,000 kilogram physical transmutation, the remaining 10% still held physical value greater than the total yield of any grade 9 spiritstone vein in the secular world. Holding the dark gold core, Lin Yuan turned and offered it to Su Qingxue. Take this scrap and have your sword reforged from it. His voice betrayed no emotion, as if he were handing over a simple tool. Su Qingxue regarded the grade 12 remnant core that emitted terrifying high-pressure oscillations. She made no refusal. With pale, steady hands she accepted it. Though the core weighed 200 kilograms under Su Qingxue's 5th grade peak true chi, it did not appear burdensome. Parameters recorded, she said. I will have the MOU forge conduct thermal treatment. Su Qingxue placed the core into her collection case and answered in a calm, even tone. The 2 billion viewers were once more utterly stunned by the exchange. Many could not fathom that he would casually give away a forbidden grade 12 core as if it were scrap. Its value alone could buy half of Desya. The official livestream segment drew to a close amid that metallic, weighty, hardcore reciprocity. The director and the field reporters swiftly boarded the hovering airship and evacuated. They had to edit the footage into a documentary as soon as possible. Tu Lai returned to the breakwater. He produced an encrypted communicator, tapped the screen a few times, and then turned it to a hologram unfolded, and General Wei Cheng's weary, yet keen face appeared on the display. Lin Yuan. Wei Cheng's three-dimensional image scanned the surroundings. The purge in the capital has been fully wrapped up. The Xiao Wangli Sun and Zhao family's illegal strongholds and underground laboratories in the capital were thoroughly destroyed by the military police and the inner guard. A total of 1,200 core members implicated in the case have been detained at the first military prison awaiting trial before the Supreme Military Court. Wei Cheng's image displayed an electronic list hundreds of pages long. At your request, the state assets embezzled by those noble houses, including 76 high-purity spirit mines, control of 200 high-level secret realms, and 30 million tons of special alloy reserves, have all been transferred to the Resource Management Office of Modu Wudao University. You will have absolute authority over them, Wei Cheng said. Lin Yuan studied the figures on the screen. His 300,000 kilogram frame betrayed no change in pulse. How goes the cabinet reorganization? Lin Yuan asked. The old seats have all been abolished, Wei Cheng replied, his expression grave. The command and the Ministry of Education convened a joint meeting. In light of your overwhelming physical dominance along the East Sea defensive line and your achievement in resolving the abyssal crisis, the Assembly passed a resolution unanimously. Wei Cheng stood at attention and gave Lin Yuan a formal salute. Desya will establish the position of Supreme Physical Adjudicator, placed above both the cabinet and the command. That post will be held by you directly. From now on, the highest order in Desya will be validated by the edge of your blade and the mass of your body. Tu Lai listened at his side. Although he had expected this outcome, his breathing quickened at the announcement. A freshman had in less than a month and on the stage of a national combat reality show cut through the entire old order and risen to the absolute physical pinnacle of the nation. Lin Yuan displayed no false humility or overt excitement. He accepted the result with equanimity, for he understood that in this world only mass and explosive force were the true arbiters of order. I have received the list, Lin Yuan nodded. Suddenly Wei Cheng's image enlarged. The research department analyzed the abyssal mutation data you submitted and reached a conclusion. The destruction of the Pillar of the Seas and the fall of the Calamity Sea God have awakened a severe alert in the abyssal plain. At the deepest point of the Pacific in the center of the Mariana Trench, a spatial wormhole has formed and continues to expand. Wei Cheng's tone carried a thread of unease. The gravitational spectrum there exceeds our instrument's measurement limits. The research department posits that higher dimensional matter beyond grade 12 may be attempting to cross the wormhole onto Earth's surface. At last a substantive gleam passed through Lin Yuan's ink-dark pupils. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the starf. The 300,000 kilogram physical extreme pressure awakened again at the thought of a stronger adversary, producing an instinctive longing to break through once more. Send the precise coordinates of the wormhole to my bracelet, Lin Yuan said, his voice threaded with a battle will that made General Lin that is an existence beyond grade 12. We must lay out a detailed strategic plan and mobilize the nation's forces. Wei Cheng attempted to dissuade him. No plans are necessary. Any complex tactic is redundant before absolute mass. Lin Yuan cut him off, then turned to face the vast Pacific. The red sun had already risen above the East Sea's horizon. Golden light laced his black gold back muscles, tracing the perfect lines of human physical extremes. He'll return to MOU for 3 hours of maintenance. Prepare a heavy transport capable of reaching the Mariana Trench. Lin Yuan slung the Starfall Bloodblade over his shoulder and strode toward the tactical transport parked behind the breakwater. If the abyss will not obey the laws of physics, then I will go and set the rules for it, Su Qingxue said quietly, carrying her silver long sword and a case filled with spoils as she followed him. Waves of the East Sea thundered against the seawall below, heralding the final fall of Dexia's old era on that, and Lin Yuan's physical odyssey had only just crested the horizon. Toward that unknown deep blue, he raised his heaviest, most unstoppable next stroke. In the early morning of the East Sea, sunlight pierced through layers of stacked white vapor, casting a pale and harsh sheen upon the ocean. The once tumultuous sea surface now exhibited an eerie calm, having been completely disassembled and reclaimed due to the remnants of the 30,000-meter-tall Yuan-Hai heavy god. Thick layers of dark red metal fragments and powdered monster shells floated on the water, rising and falling with the tiny waves exuding a strong metallic scent of blood. Lin Yuan held the pitch-black Starfall Bloodblade in one hand, turning it upside down. The weight of the battle blade remained at 23,600 pounds, yet in the face of his current physical explosive power of 300,000 kilograms, this heavy weapon felt as light as a willow branch casually snapped off. He took strides along the crumbled concrete surface of the breakwater. The black military combat boots struck the hard remnants of the building, producing a dull and solid sound of physical impact. With each step, the rebar within the concrete blocks would crack under the immense density of pressure, creating a crisp sound of creak. His bare upper body bore the black and gold dragon vein patterns which had completely sunk into his skin, transforming into a subdued dark red luster. Sunlight struck his well-defined muscles, not reflecting at all, but rather absorbed directly by his high-density body, creating a visible physical pressure field around him. Su Qingxue carried a silver-white collection box, walking lightly 3 meters behind him. This was the safe distance she had calculated through multiple practical scenarios where the extreme cold true chi within her body could perfectly counteract the high-intensity gravitational waves naturally emitted by Lin Yuan. Captain, the first batch of resource reception airships from the Demon Marshal has already returned. The gendarmerie dispatched by General Wei Cheng is taking over all nearby spiritual energy anchor points. Su Qingxue looked up at the distance, her cold gaze sweeping across the dozens of black flight trails in the sky. The observer sent by the cabinet in Kyoto arrived at Haifinka 10 minutes ago, but was physically driven away by Vice Principal Tu Lai. Lin Yuan halted his steps, gazing at the metal wreckage being hoisted by the engineering ship. Those people from the cabinet no longer have the right to dictate here. Lin Yuan's voice was deep, like the muffled thunder rolling from deep within the earth. Due to the quantum restructuring of his vocal cords, his words created a visible physical ripple in the air, instantly dispersing the water vapor within 10 meters around him. Within that 30,000-meter iron block lies high-density ores capable of reshaping the industrial system of the Great Xia. These things belong solely to Demon Marshal. Lin Yuan resumed his steps towards the heavy tactical transport aircraft parked on the flat ground behind. 20 minutes later, a special transport aircraft painted deep gray and with a body shell 3 times thicker took off amidst the roaring of its massive engines. Inside the cabin, Lin Yuan sat in a specially reinforced seat. The entire seat was made of high-strength titanium alloy, yet it still emitted a strained metallic groan under the burden of Lin Yuan's 300,000 kilograms of physical mass. The cabin deck beneath the seat had already deformed significantly due to the downward gravitational pressure. Lin Yuan stood the starfall bloodblade between his knees, his hands crossed atop the hilt. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking within. After devouring that 12th grade core, the flow of blood within him slowed to a crawl, but the kinetic energy contained within each drop was enough to penetrate a 1 centimeter thick armor plate. Every inch of his bones exhibited a semi-transparent crystallization state, with dark gold energy threads circulating within. 300,000 kilograms was no longer just a simple measure of strength. It represented a physical hegemony that allowed him to alter the structural composition of matter at the molecular level. Sitting opposite him, Su Qingxue was focused on operating the tactical terminal. Her cool visage appeared particularly stern under the blue glow of the screen. Captain, according to the last gravitational wave data transmitted from the Mariana Trench, Su Qingxue's slender fingers rapidly struck the virtual keyboard. The expansion speed of that wormhole has already surpassed physical limits. In that dark abyss, a vibration with a frequency of 2400 Hz has emerged. This frequency does not belong to any known carbon-based or silicon-based life forms. Su Qingxue paused briefly, pushing a simulated spectrogram to Lin Yuan's wrist projection. That is the whisper. Su Qingxue's voice carried a seriousness towards unknown truths. That is the physical wail emitted by space itself, unable to withstand the pressure of some ultra-high-density object. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and the black point of physical collapse in his pupils suddenly magnified. The wail of space signifies that the opposing mass is nearing the carrying limit of this material realm. Lin Yuan's right hand tightened around the hilt of the battle blade. Crack. The high-strength synthetic fiber strap shattered into powder under the pressure of his fingertips, exceeding 14,000 kilograms. Whether it be the whisper or the wail, as long as it wishes to come ashore, I must step it back down. 3 hours of flight time passed in the blink of an eye. The heavy transport aircraft landed smoothly at the military airport behind the Martial Arts University of Magic. As the cabin doors opened, a slightly humid sea breeze rushed in. The once tranquil campus was now filled with an unprecedented atmosphere of iron and blood. Hundreds of students from Demon Marshal clad in deep red special combat suits were lined up neatly on either side of the tarmac, led by Zhao Qing and Li Cheng. Each person's cold weapon reflected a piercing cold light. When they saw the man with his bare upper body descending the ramp, while wielding a giant blade, their bodies involuntarily stood straighter. They had witnessed firsthand how that man had chopped down those so-called deities strike by strike in a live broadcast. Lin Yuan stepped onto the thick 5-meter high-strength concrete runway of the airport. Thump, thump, thump. Each footfall resonated with a violent physical resonance in the hearts of the surrounding Demon Marshal students. Lin Yuan reached the front of the crowd. Zhao Qing. Lin Yuan's voice echoed across the open tarmac. Present. Zhao Qing stepped forward and responded loudly. Distribute the batch of high-purity spiritual energy armor confiscated from the aristocratic families of Kyoto. All teachers and students above the 6th rank in Demon Marshal are to enter a level 2 combat readiness status from today onwards. Lin Yuan issued the command expressionlessly. Yes. He did not linger, shouldering the battle blade with one hand and striding towards the underground resource management office deep within the campus. There the control rights of 3 9th-grade spirit stone veins originally belonging to Demon Marshal had been completely transferred. Boxes of high-density spiritual energy ores were continuously sent into the underground smelter via conveyor belts, transforming into the most basic physical enhancement liquid. Lin Yuan entered the smelting hall. The high temperatures here were enough to melt steel, yet his black and gold skin appeared unusually comfortable amidst the heat waves. He approached a pool filled with deep purple liquid mineral essence. How long can the concentration here support my physical stabilization? Lin Yuan turned to ask the closely following Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue glanced at the data on the monitor. Given your absorption efficiency of 300,000 kilograms, these resources will be depleted within half an hour. However, this method of stabilization through external intake only achieves 5% of the effect of a divine core. Lin Yuan removed his combat boots and directly stepped into the scorching pool. 5% is sufficient. Lin Yuan sat at the center of the viscous purple liquid. As he consciously began to contract his physical field, the liquid in the pool began to swirl, violently forming a deep vortex. This high-concentration energy sufficient to turn an ordinary martial artist into blood in an instant was forcibly infused into his densely packed muscle tissue through his pores. Around his body, due to the extreme gathering of energy, a visible layer of physical refraction was produced. For a full 3 hours, Lin Yuan stood up from the now completely dried-up pool, which was left with only a layer of grayish-white powder. He felt every inch of his physical body filled with substance. This substance was not an expansion, but rather a kind of absolute existence, produced by the extreme containment of mass. He put on his clothes and picked up the Starfall Bloodblade once more. Let's go. Lin Yuan looked at Su Qingxue. Has the coordinate of the Mariana Trench been locked? Su Qingxue nodded and placed the collection box she held onto the adjacent automatic conveyor. Locked. The whisper from the abyss is intensifying. According to the latest spectral analysis, the entity has begun attempting to utilize gravitational forces to capture Earth's near-geosynchronous satellites. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Capturing satellites. It is overconfident in its physical Lin Yuan stepped out of the resource hall. Outside, the setting sun had already dipped below the horizon. The sea of Magic City once still began to violently churn with physical agitation once more. A dark red beam of light shot straight up towards the sky from the direction of the Mariana Trench, dyeing the entire night sky a blood-like hue. Lin Yuan stood at the highest point of the school, looking down at the blood-colored ocean. He knew that this was not some kind of anomaly. It was another form of absolute power issuing the most primitive declaration of war against this continent. And Lin Yuan, gripping that black blade bearing the dead weight of 23,600 pounds, once again set forth against the blood-red evening glow. In this battle there was no retreat. Only the most direct violence could leave an indelible physical crater in this ancient ocean for those who consider themselves deities. The live broadcast signal across the internet connected once more. 1.5 billion people were glued to their screens, watching the black figure standing at the cliff's edge, facing away from the setting sun. Physics is truth. And Lin Yuan is the only man in the Great Xia capable of holding the truth in this. At this moment, the coastline of Magic City was struck by the first wave of physical tides generated by the wormhole expansion. The deafening roar rang out in the stillness of the night, heralding the opening drumbeat of the final battle. On the helipad behind the Martial Arts University of Modu, 3 heavy vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft codenamed Breaker of Abyss were idling their engines. Beneath the massive composite wings, 6 high-power spiritual energy turbofan engines were ejecting pale blue streams of high-temperature particles, causing the surrounding concrete ground to bake to a faint whiteness. The air distorted due to the intense heat, creating dense physical refractions. Lin Yuan held the Starfall Blood Blade in one hand, his black combat boots firmly planted on the metallic ramp of the cabin door. The 30,000 kilogram physical mass caused visible deformation in the ramp, made from aviation-grade titanium alloy. The metal surface sunk under pressure, and the hydraulic pistons inside the support frame emitted a dull sound of stress. He wore a specially customized tactical vest, made from high-strength carbon fiber in a deep gray color. This vest had no protective function. Its only feature was its extreme elasticity, capable of accommodating the high-frequency vibrations generated within his muscles due to mass accumulation. Su Qingxue stood by the cabin door holding a silver collection box. She was checking the last supply list. Captain, the first batch of physical anchor points has been loaded. Su Qingxue looked up at Lin Yuan. Her gaze was calm, and the terminal screen in her hand displayed dense gravitational wave values. These anchor points are filled with high-density metals extracted from the abyssal heavy divine body, each weighing 50 tons. They can establish temporary physical coordinates at a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean. Lin Yuan nodded. He stepped into the cabin. The cabin door closed tightly with a hissing sound as the pressure was released. With a violent overload vibration, the Breaker of Abyss transport aircraft ascended in height, its nose tilted, and it flew at full speed towards the Mariana Trench. The cabin's lights displayed a subdued dark red hue. Lin Yuan sat in the reinforced alloy seat. He extended his left hand and placed it on his knee. As his fingertips touched his skin, a dull echo akin to solid metal blocks colliding resonated. The 30,000 kilogram body made every inch of his flesh feel absolutely solid. We have 30 minutes until we reach the target airspace. Su Qingxue sat across from him, checking her silver longsword. She produced a 12th grade fragment obtained from the abyssal heavy divine body. The fragment emitted a faint dark golden glow. She deftly embedded it into the groove at the guard of the longsword, and then secured it with a locking clasp. The cabin's air pressure began to fluctuate. As the aircraft sped along, the sea surface below had turned entirely deep. This red color was not caused by some biological secretion, but rather by the minerals originally dissolved in the seawater being physically precipitated at the molecular level under some high-intensity gravitational field. 30 minutes later, arriving at the airspace above the Mariana Trench. Altitude 10,000 meters. The captain's deep voice came through the speaker. The gravitational constant here has completely fallen out of balance. Radar has completely failed. All electronic devices are in a state of physical shielding. Major Lin, I can only take you this far. Open the cabin door. Lin Yuan stood up. He lifted the Starfall Blood Blade with one hand. As the cabin door opened, a gust of wind filled with intense electromagnetic interference rushed into the cabin. Below, a giant waterspout over 100 kilometers in diameter was slowly rotating. The center of the vortex was not air, but rather a black vacuum pit that led directly to the ocean floor 10,000 meters deep. In the black seawater, dense purplish red spatial lightning flickered. Lin Yuan showed no hesitation. He took a step forward and jumped directly from 10,000 meters high. During his descent, he did not spread his arms to balance his body. Instead, he completely contracted his 30,000 kilogram physical mass. Bang! He pierced through the first layer of clouds. Due to his immense mass, the sonic boom generated in midair formed an extraordinarily dense conical shape. The air was forcibly displaced by his rapidly descending body, generating high temperatures that directly evaporated the rain clouds surrounding him, forming a transparent passage connecting heaven and earth. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan struck the center of the black vacuum pit. Boom! No explosive flames. Only the sound of extreme physical shattering. As Lin Yuan fell onto the water's surface, the seawater within a 3-kilometer radius, under the instantaneous pressure of 30,000 kilograms, transitioned directly from liquid to supersolid state, and then under massive physical rebounding transformed into a sky filled with water atoms. Lin Yuan's figure continued to sink. 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters. The surrounding water pressure had reached an astonishing 800 standard atmospheres. This pressure was enough to crush a special tank into a solid sphere. But on the surface of Lin Yuan's body, the layer of black and gold dragon marrow patterns flickered slightly, forcibly rebounding all the pressure. He stood on the dark brown rock layer at the deepest point of the Mariana Trench. The gravitational acceleration here was double that of the outside world. Lin Yuan held his sword with one hand. 500 meters in front of him lay a spatial fissure stretching across the seabed for several kilometers. Dark red substances flowed within the fissure, and occasionally black tendrils with a diameter of 100 meters extended from the fissure, then quickly retracted. Suspended above the fissure was a transparent sphere about 10 meters in diameter. Inside the sphere sat a being resembling a human, but with skin exhibiting a silvery metallic sheen. This being did not breathe, nor did it exhibit any fluctuations of blood or energy. It opened its eyes, its pupils absent, with pure white eyeballs focused on Lin Yuan. Physical mutant of the great Xian nation. A wave produced by physical oscillation directly reached Lin Yuan's eardrum. Lin Yuan slowly raised the starfall bloodblade. Are you the master of this fissure? The silvery being slowly stood up from the transparent sphere. With each movement, the surrounding seawater created ripples of black physical waves. I am the executor responsible for cleaning up the overloading materials of this dimension. The silvery being raised its right hand. There was no true energy in its palm, but a black sphere composed of high-density gravity suddenly condensed. 30,000 kilograms of mass. In this world you are the only anomaly. The silvery being casually tossed, the black sphere passed through the deep sea, instantly consuming the seawater in its path. Lin Yuan took a step forward. His military boots left a 2-meter deep imprint in the seabed rock layer. He did not swing his sword. He directly extended his left hand, fingers spread. Over 250,000 kilograms of explosive physical force concentrated in his palm. This level of gravitational strength isn't enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Lin Yuan grabbed the incoming black sphere. The black sphere was directly crushed into countless black fragments in the face of Lin Yuan's absolute physical hardness. These fragments generated slight gravitational fluctuations in the seawater and were then forcibly absorbed by the dark golden patterns on Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan's figure surged forward. In the high-pressure environment of 10,000 meters deep in the ocean, his sprinting speed still surpassed 3 times the speed of sound. He carved a straight vacuum passage through the seawater. For the first time, a subtle ripple of disturbance appeared in the silvery being's eyes. It brought its hands together. Dimension-heavy pressure. The physical constants of the space within 100 meters of it were forcibly modified. Lin Yuan felt every inch of skin on his body being cut by the void. It felt as if tens of thousands of fine blades were attempting to dismantle his atomic structure. Lin Yuan's right hand tightly grasped the starfall bloodblade. The dragon marrow skeleton inside him emitted a deafening roar. Sky-splitting thunder prison /11 style law erasure. As this slash was executed, the pitch-black crack on the surface of the starfall bloodblade completely swallowed all the surrounding red light. The battle knife cleaved through the distorted spatial barrier. There was no obstruction. The dimensional heavy pressure released by the silvery being instantly collapsed before this absolute mass slash. Lin Yuan appeared directly above the silvery being. The battle knife in his hand drew a straight black line from top. Physics is the only law. Lin Yuan's blade cut through the transparent sphere. The silvery being crossed its arms to protect its head. As its arms made contact with the starfall bloodblade, the dense silvery metallic skin couldn't withstand the instantaneous pressure of 30,000 kilograms, directly fracturing physically. Puffed, silvery red blood scattered in the deep sea. The silvery being was violently smashed into the rock crevice below, which was 10,000 meters deep. Lin Yuan, holding the sword, stood at the edge of the collapsed rock wall. He could sense that in the deepest part of that spatial fissure, a larger and heavier mass was slowly moving. Su Qingxue, drop the anchor points. Lin Yuan issued the command through the tactical wristband. 3 seconds later, 3 physical anchor points weighing 50 tons pierced through the sea surface in their ultra-high-speed descent, accurately landing on the 3 supporting points of the spatial fissure. Buzz, the anchor points activated. An extremely domineering physical gravity forcibly locked the expansion speed of the fissure. Lin Yuan slung the battle knife over his shoulder. He stepped forward in this underwater ruin, walking step by step toward the abyss, radiating red light. The live broadcast signal across the internet flickered back to life due to the activation of the anchor points. 1.5 billion viewers caught a glimpse through the blurry lens of the figure in the 10th sand-meter deep sea, wielding a black knife, standing alone against the encroaching dimensions. That was Lin Yuan. He was using his own body to redefine the physical baseline for this collapsing trench. Meanwhile, the silvery being that had been smashed into the rock crevice was climbing back up from the depths with even more violent electromagnetic reactions. The battle was on. At this extreme depth in the sea, the final phase of material annihilation officially commenced. At a depth of 11,000 meters in the Mariana Trench, the physical environment presents an extreme state that completely defies surface knowledge. The water pressure reaching 1,100 standard atmospheres compresses every cubic centimeter of seawater to a density unattainable under normal conditions. Surrounded by absolute darkness with no natural light sources, low frequency noise generated by tectonic plates pressing against each other permeates the environment. The water temperature remains close to the freezing point at around 2 degrees Celsius, but near the geothermal vents that continuously spew mantle materials, the temperature can suddenly spike above 400 degrees, forming distorted supercritical fluid zones. Lin Yuan's feet firmly pressed against the seabed covered in black basalt. With a pure body mass of 300,000 kilograms, he maintained an absolute standing posture in this extreme deep sea, where even specialized submarines would be instantly crushed. His bare upper body exhibited a profound black-golden hue, with dragon marrow bones beneath his skin exuding substantial physical pressure. Around him, the corrosive and high-pressure seawater was forcibly pushed away 3 centimeters from his body surface by the naturally emitted physical exclusion zone force field, forming an absolute vacuum water layer tightly adhering to his skin. In his right hand, he held the Starfall blood blade weighing 23,600 pounds. The pure black blade remained unaffected by buoyancy in the high-pressure seawater, its tip resting against the basalt, creating a smooth fissure several meters long. 500 meters ahead, the silver-white creature that Lin Yuan had smashed into a rock crevice was slowly rising from the collapsed rubble, accompanied by a high-frequency electromagnetic shock. His originally smooth and mirror-like silver-white metallic skin was now covered with deep cracks measuring an inch. Silvered blood flowed from these cracks, but upon contact with the deep-sea high-pressure water, instead of dissipating, it quickly solidified into a high-density red crystal adhering to the surface of his wounds, completing a physical self-repair. Your mass exceeds the computational limit of carbon-based life forms. The silver-white creature did not open its mouth. A high-frequency sound wave penetrated the high-pressure seawater, directly impacting Lin Yuan's eardrum. Lin Yuan did not respond to this meaningless pre-battle exchange. He abruptly kicked back with his left leg on the boom. The explosive force of 300,000 kilograms was instantly released from his foot. The hard basalt seabed could not withstand this concentrated pressure and collapsed into a hemispherical pit with a 10-meter diameter. A large amount of rubble was propelled upwards by the recoil. Lin Yuan's body transformed into a black golden stream, surging forward at full speed against the resistance of 1,100 atmospheres towards the silver-white creature. Breaking the sound barrier in the 10 to 7 meter deep sea triggered an extremely violent fluid dynamics reaction. The seawater directly in front of Lin Yuan was forcibly compressed, forming a solid wall of water several meters thick. This wall of water, along with his sprint, pushed forward, leaving a cavitation bubble trail extending over 100 meters. The seawater boiled instantly due to high-speed friction, creating a violently swirling cloud of white steam underwater. The silver-white creature's pure white eyes, devoid of pupils, locked onto Lin Yuan's trajectory. Its hands quickly pressed together in front. Dimension collapse. The seawater surrounding the silver-white creature instantaneously froze. Following this, the 100 meters of space directly in front of Lin Yuan's sprinting path had its physical gravitational constant forcibly altered. In that space, the seawater density increased by 100,000 times within a millisecond, transforming into an invisible high-density spatial gel. Lin Yuan crashed into this spatial gel. His sprinting speed visibly diminished. His body, which had originally broken the sound barrier, was now subjected to uniform and violent pressure from all sides upon entering this zone. Lin Yuan felt his muscle fibers emitting sounds of extreme overload tension as fine beads of blood began to seep from the surface of his black golden skin. Stop! The silver-white creature pushed its hands forward. The internal pressure of the gel zone doubled again, attempting to completely crush Lin Yuan in this deep-sea space. Lin Yuan halted his sprint. He stood at the center of the high-density spatial gel. He neither struggled nor attempted to mobilize his true chi to resist. He simply slowly raised his right hand, gripping the Starfall blood blade. The 300,000 kilograms of physical explosive force at that moment coursed through his spine, shoulder blades, and arms, fully pouring into the 20,000-pound battle blade. Lin Yuan exerted force from his waist, driving his entire upper body to perform a 360-degree lateral full rotation slash within the high-pressure gel. The first form of the shattered void thunder prison slash sea break. The pitch-black blade of the Starfall blood blade opened a void gap along its edge as it swung. Sizzle, an extremely piercing sound reminiscent of fabric being torn, echoed at the seabed. Wherever the battle blade passed, the spatial gel, whose density had been forcibly altered by the silver-white creature, was directly sliced in half from the very bottom of its physical structure. The backlash force generated by the shattering of the spatial barrier manifested as a visible white shockwave wildly spreading through the surrounding deep sea. Lin Yuan cut through the obstruction and leaped again. This time he gave the opponent no time to release any rules. He crossed the remaining 400 meters in half a second, directly appearing above the silver-white creature. With his right hand, the battle blade swung down from above, carrying the absolute kinetic energy to tear everything apart. The silver-white creature crossed its arms above its head, and a layer of dimension shield shimmering with purple lightning instantly covered the surface of its arms. Clang! The Starfall blood blade struck the dimension shield. Over 20,000 pounds of physical dead weight combined with 300,000 kilograms of downward explosive force. The purple dimension shield held for less than 1/10 of a second, becoming riddled with cracks, and then shattered with a crisp. The blade's edge effortlessly sliced into the crossed arms of the silver-white creature. The high-strength silver metallic bones were smoothly severed before the starfall iron. Silvered blood mixed with shattered metal parts splattered throughout the seawater. The silver-white creature emitted a soundless, pitchless physical shriek. Its massive body crashed down under the immense kinetic energy, with both knees heavily slamming into the basalt seabed, creating 2 deep craters in the ground. Lin Yuan did not retract his blade. He clenched his left fist and delivered a powerful straight punch at the silver-white creature's chest, which was now defenseless. Bang! This punch landed solidly on the opponent's metallic chest armor. 300,000 kilograms of force concentrated on the surface area of a fist. The silver-white creature's chest armor instantly caved in, and the metallic spine on its back burst through its body after receiving this penetrating physical shock, embedding a large mass of dark red internal organs into the sand behind. The silver-white creature's body was sent flying backwards, scraping a 200-meter-long trench across the seabed, ultimately buried beneath a pile of collapsed rocks. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters above sea level, the Breaker heavy transport aircraft was circling at the edge of a massive waterspout. Inside the cabin, Su Qingxue sat at the holographic tactical control console. The main screen in front of her was divided into 2 sections. On the left was the high-definition data wave returned by the military's detection radar, and on the right was the official live broadcast of the National Martial Arts University Resource Competition directly connected to the internet. In this abyssal defense battle that concerned the survival of humanity, the command center made an extremely bold decision. They transmitted Su Qingxue's tactical terminal interface along with the sonar-synthesized images returned from the 3 physical anchor points on the seabed to 25 billion viewers nationwide in real time. This dating reality show at that moment had completely transformed into a hardcore war live broadcast involving the entire nation. In the upper right corner of the live stream, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue's CP popularity score had already surpassed an astonishing 6 billion. The barrage of comments rolled by at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. 60 billion popularity points. This is the first CP in the physical realm. In 11,000 meters of deep sea, facing a high-dimensional creature with 1,000 atmospheres. This is the most hardcore date scene I've ever witnessed. Su School Beauty is providing tactical guidance above, while Lin General is down below tearing apart aliens. This absolute trust in their duo mode is more thrilling than any oath of love. Did you see that slash just now? The sonar image shows the seabed rock layers were cut directly in a kilometer. What level of muscle density has Lin Yuan reached? Su Qingxue did not pay attention to those comments. Her ice blue eyes were fixated on the data fluctuations on the left. Her fingers quickly tapped on the virtual keyboard, inputting complex physical formulas and thermodynamic parameters. The life signs of the target creature are rapidly rising. Su Qingxue's voice was clearly transmitted to Lin Yuan's earpiece through the quantum communication frequency. Its metallic skeleton has memory reconstruction abilities. Additionally, that spatial crack is supplying it with high-purity dimensional energy. If we don't cut off the energy source, it will complete a second evolution within 3 minutes. In the 10th centimeter deep sea, Lin Yuan flicked the silvered blood off the battle blade. Cut off the energy source. Lin Yuan glanced at the massive crack, glowing red, which spanned across the seabed. Then let's seal the crack directly. He took large strides through the underwater ruins, heading towards the crack. Su Qingxue, activate the 3rd physical anchor point. I need to adjust its landing coordinates. In the high-altitude cabin, Su Qingxue immediately pulled down a red control lever on the console. Control authority for the 3rd anchor point has been transferred. The traction beam is activated. Su Qingxue's tone was rapid yet steady. Below the sea, 800 meters to Lin Yuan's right, a 50-ton giant metallic cylinder appearing dark golden stood quietly embedded in the seabed's mud. This was the previously dropped physical anchor point. Lin Yuan walked up to the 3rd anchor point. He wrapped his hands around this solid metal column with a 2-meter diameter. All 300,000 kilograms of physical explosive force concentrated in his waist and arms. Lift. Lin Yuan let out a low roar from his throat. A physical anchor point weighing 50 tons was forcibly pulled from the depths of the seabed. A large amount of underwater silt mixed with murky seawater spread out in all directions. Lin Yuan embraced the 50-ton metal pillar with both hands and turned to face the spatial rift, emitting a red glow. He aimed the tip of the metal pillar at the center of the rift. This kind of thing is only useful when smashed in. Lin Yuan slightly bent his legs, then suddenly pushed off the seabed. With the 50-ton anchor point in his arms, he became a heavy torpedo hurtling towards the spatial rift at full speed. At this moment, the silver-white creature buried in the rubble had completed the reorganization of its body. Its lost arms were covered and formed anew by a layer of newly generated liquid metal. It burst out from the rubble and immediately spotted Lin Yuan rushing towards the rift with the anchor point. A blinding light flickered in the pure white eyes of the silver-white creature. It opened its mouth and emitted an extremely piercing physical shriek. Dimension freeze. The silver-white creature unleashed all the dimensional energy within it. A semi-transparent gray energy wave emanated from its center, sweeping outwards in a fan shape towards Lin Yuan. Wherever this energy wave passed, the seawater ceased to flow, and even the hot springs on the seabed were instantaneously frozen. At that moment, the physical concepts of time and space were forcibly stripped away. Lin Yuan's charging body collided with this layer of gray stillness 200 meters away from the rift. His high-speed collision with the 50-ton anchor point was abruptly halted by this energy, as if a pause button had been pressed. His body hovered motionlessly in the seawater. 300,000 kilograms of physical momentum was forcibly locked. He could feel his thoughts were still clear, but every atom of his body was tightly bound by an irresistible dimensional law. Seeing Lin Yuan immobilized, the silver-white creature flickered and appeared directly in front of him. Its newly formed right hand transformed into a 10-meter-long silver metal blade aimed at Lin Yuan's heart and thrust forward with full force. Your mass ends here. In the high-altitude cabin, Su Qingxue watched the physiological data feedback of Lin Yuan suddenly turn into a straight line on the screen, a slight ripple appearing for the first time on her typically cold face. The captain is under attack by the higher dimensional stillness law. Physical momentum is 0. Su Qingxue remained calm. She placed her hand on the hilt of a silver longsword embedded with 12-grade divine core fragments. Higher dimensional laws are also based on thermodynamic principles. Su Qingxue drew the longsword and stabbed the tip into a special interface in the center of the tactical control console. Absolute zero pulse transmission. Su Qingxue amplified all the extreme cold true energy within her body geometrically through the 12-grade residual core on the sword's hilt. Subsequently, this extreme cold energy capable of freezing atomic thermal motion crossed a distance of 10,000 meters through quantum communication frequencies and the other 2 anchor points laid on the seabed, precisely projecting into the seawater surrounding Lin Yuan. Under the seabed, the silver-white creature's blade was less than 1 centimeter away from Lin Yuan's heart. At that instant, an extreme ice-blue cold wave erupted violently centered around Lin Yuan. The temperature of this cold wave approached absolute zero. The surrounding seawater was frozen into a deep blue solid ice crystal harder than steel within 1,000th of a second. The silver-white creature's body and the layer of gray stillness it released had their internal atomic thermal motion completely stripped away upon contact with this absolute zero. The stillness law collapsed immediately due to the loss of the fundamental physical conditions for energy transfer. Lin Yuan felt the binding around his body vanish in an instant. He did not pause at all. He looked at the silver-white creature, which was now frozen into an ice sculpture just inches away. Lin Yuan, holding the 50-ton physical anchor point, exerted force from his waist, bringing the tip of the metal pillar down hard against the head of the silver-white creature. Bang! An extremely dull sound of physical shattering echoed. In the absolute zero frozen state, the silver-white creature's originally high-strength metal body, capable of memory reorganization, became exceptionally brittle. With the 50-ton anchor point and 300,000 kilograms of downward force, the silver-white creature's head and upper body shattered into countless tiny silver ice crystal fragments scattering through the seawater. Lin Yuan did not look at the shattered corpse. He continued to charge towards the spatial rift with the anchor point pushing against the surrounding hard, deep blue ice crystals. 300,000 kilograms of flesh smashed a large tunnel through the ice ahead. Boom! Lin Yuan, holding the physical anchor point, accurately crashed into the center of the spatial rift, emitting red light. The 50-ton heavy metal pillar was thrust deep into the dark red dimensional substance at the depths of the rift by pure seal it off. Lin Yuan released the anchor point with both hands and drew the starfall blood blade from his waist. He raised the over 10th sand-pound war knife above his head and struck down with full force at the exposed end of the anchor point halfway out of the rift. Dong, dong, dong. Lin Yuan, like the most violent underwater pile driver, struck the 50-ton metal pillar down into the very bottom of the spatial rift with 3 consecutive blows. As the anchor point was completely driven in, the red light inside the rift began to flicker violently. The heavy pressure established on the basis of physical mass forcibly disrupted the stability of this cross-dimensional passage. Kakaka. Accompanied by a series of glass shattering sounds, the spatial rift spanning several kilometers across the seabed began to rapidly contract and close under the suppression of the physical anchor point. 3 minutes later, the red light completely vanished. The seabed of the Mariana Trench returned to a dead silence. Only the dark golden metal pillar deeply embedded in the basalt remained as proof that a dimensional war had once occurred. Lin Yuan slung the starfall blood blade back behind him. He glanced at the scattered silver ice crystals on the ground and forcefully pushed off from the seabed with his legs. With an explosive force of 300,000 kilograms, he transformed into a black countercurrent missile, rapidly ascending towards the surface of the sea 10,000 meters above. 20 minutes later, a huge splash erupted on the surface of the East China Sea. Lin Yuan landed steadily on the metal rescue platform suspended beneath the breaker of Abyss transport aircraft. His body was enveloped in a layer of high-temperature steam, and his black golden skin regained its restrained texture. The lifting platform sent him into the cabin. Su Qingxue was standing at the door holding a clean white tactical towel. Lin Yuan entered the cabin, received the towel, and wiped away the seawater and bloodstains remaining on his face. He walked to the tactical control console and glanced at the screen where the live barrage was still frantically scrolling and the popularity points had already exceeded 8 billion. Lin Yuan turned to Su Qingxue. The cooperation was precise. That absolute zero didn't waste any resources on time. Lin Yuan offered the highest praise he could give as a pure physical brute. A rare faint curve appeared on Su Qingsu's usually cold face. She hung the silver longsword embedded with residual cores back at her waist. Because I know that as long as the constraints of the law are broken, you won't make any mistakes in the remaining physical harvesting work. Su Qingsu's voice was calm, but it carried an absolute trust forged through countless practical exercises. The official live broadcast room was ignited at that moment. This is what we call a mutual endeavor. One delivering absolute zero with precision from 10,000 meters high, the other smashing aliens with a 50-ton iron pillar from 10,000 meters deep. This is what we call efficiency. This is what we call hardcore. 1,000 times better than those idle dramas that only This operation of Major General Lin and Schoolflower Su directly elevated the dating show threshold of the Great Xia nation to the level of dimensional warfare. Who would dare flaunt their love in front of them in the future? Lin Yuan sat down beside his alloy chair, laying the war knife flat on his knees. Return home. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his 300,000 kilograms body entering a deep self-repair state. The old rift is sealed off, but the mass of the abyss remains. We need to return to Mo Wu and forge all the 12-grade scrap iron we've dug up into new weapons. The transport aircraft's door slowly closed. With the roar of the engines, the breaker of abyss left a white trail across the horizon, flying at full speed towards the interior of the Great Xia nation. This global deep-sea counterattack under Lin Yuan's unreasonable physical assault came to a hardcore and the dark gray breaker heavy vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft hovered above the exclusive military helipad in the back mountain of the magic capital Martial Arts University. 6 high-power psychic vortex engines emitted a stream of pale blue high-temperature particle flow downward, causing the 5-meter-thick special concrete base of the helipad to glow slightly red. The powerful downdraft spread outward, bending the surrounding trees severely. The landing gear at the bottom of the aircraft slowly unfolded. Accompanied by a heavy hydraulic buffering sound, the transport aircraft landed smoothly on the ground. The metal ramp at the rear of the cabin slid out with a sound of air pressure release, heavily settling onto the runway. Lin Yuan stepped down the ramp, holding the Starfall Bloodblade in one hand. His bare upper body exhibited a deep black gold hue, and the physical density of 300,000 kilograms crushed 2 5-centimeter deep footprints into the concrete surface of the helipad upon contact. The surrounding gravel and dust dispersed into the air under the immense gravitational field. Su Qingxue followed closely behind, holding a silver-white collection box containing high-grade crystal cores and 12-grade residual cores. She circulated peak 5th-grade extreme cold true energy at her feet, laying down a thin layer of ice crystal trail on the surface to counteract the high-intensity gravitational waves emitted from Lin Yuan's body. Outside the helipad, Vice Principal Tu Lai of the Magic Martial University led hundreds of experts and mentors from the engineering department who had already been waiting here for some time. Behind them, dozens of heavy-tracked transport vehicles were parked, their cargo holds filled with the metallic remains of the 12-grade Forbidden Demon Yuanhai heavy god salvaged from the East Sea defense line. Major General Lin Tu Lai approached, his gaze lingering on Lin Yuan's black gold skin for a second. All 12-grade high-density metal ores have been delivered to the special forging center on the underground 3rd floor. The geothermal energy reactor is already operating at full power. The load-bearing structure of the forging center has been entirely replaced with deep-sea silver, or as per your request. Lin Yuan nodded. He did not engage in any unnecessary pleasantries and directly walked toward the entrance of the underground forging center. Lead the way. Let's start the reforging now. Above them, 4 military-approved official live broadcast drones hovered steadily. This program, titled National Martial Arts University Resource Competition, although formally transformed into a physical war documentary, saving the defense line of the Great Xia, saw its online viewership increase steadily to a terrifying level of 2.5 billion. National audiences watched through the drone's cameras as Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue walked side by side towards the underground passage. The barrage of comments in the live stream scrolled down the right side of the screen at a waterfall-like speed. Finally, we have reached the final forging stage. I want to see how a physical brute of 300,000 kilograms forges iron. Other dating shows end with fireworks by the sea, but the 0-degree heavy sword couple ends with forging 12-grade forbidden divine weapons in the underground furnace. This plot is so hardcore. Su Schoolflower is holding that box, which contains 12-grade residual cores. Lin Yuan said he would give it, and this is the highest dimension of a betrothal gift. True romantic physics is forging a sword for you with my fists in a furnace of 3,000 degrees. The special grade forging center on the 3rd floor of the Magic Martial University. This area covers more than 30,000 square meters. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire space are all made of thick deep-sea silver, or 2 meters thick. This type of ore has extremely strong thermal insulation and earthquake resistance, capable of withstanding the full-force clashes of high-level warriors. In the center of the forging center, there is a giant forging platform measuring 10 meters by 10 meters. Next to the forging platform, a small mountain of dark red metal blocks was piled up. These were the 12-grade high-density armor cut from the body of the Yuanhai heavy god. Lin Yuan walked up to the pile of dark red metal blocks. These metals emitted temperatures of several hundred degrees, even at room temperature. The surrounding air expanded due to the heat, causing serious visual distortion. The supervising minter of the engineering department stopped 5 meters away from Lin Yuan while holding a data report. Major General Lin, the melting point of these 12-grade metals exceeds 80,000 degrees. Our current geothermal energy reactor can only output a maximum temperature of 12,200 degrees. Conventional plasma furnaces and Qi heating methods cannot bring these metals to a malleable state. The supervising minter stated the current physical problem. Lin Yuan casually tossed the Starfall blood blade in his right hand. The 23,600 gene war blade traced a black arc in the air, accurately piercing into the edge of the forging platform's silver floor. The blade embedded half a meter deep into the floor, standing steadily. No need for a furnace. Lin Yuan stepped forward, extending both hands. He did not channel any true energy. He directly plunged his black gold hands into the pile of dark red metal blocks. The physical explosive power of 300,000 kilograms instantly contracted in his arm muscles. Ka ka ka. A series of teeth-gritting metallic crunching sounds echoed throughout the spacious forging center. Lin Yuan forcefully pried off a piece of dark red metal core, weighing 200 tons from the pile of metal. This core's volume was equivalent to that of a heavy main battle tank. He lifted the 200-ton metal core with both hands and turned toward the central giant forging platform. With each step he took, the load-bearing structure of the third underground level emitted a low muffled sound. The silver floor was pressed into clear depressions under his military boots. Bang! Lin Yuan heavily smashed the 200-ton metal core onto the forging platform. The tremendous impact caused the entire forging center to shake violently. The surface of the forging platform's silver ore was smashed into a cloud of white powder. Lin Yuan stood before the forging platform, his legs apart, shoulder-width apart. If conventional thermal energy can't melt it, then let's use kinetic energy to convert it into thermal energy. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The organs in his chest rumbled like thunder under the high-intensity physical pressure. He raised his right fist. Without any build-up or using any martial techniques, Lin Yuan directly threw his first punch at the 200-ton metal core on the forging platform. Boom! The physical mass of 300,000 kilograms combined with supersonic punch speed resulted in kinetic energy reaching an extremely terrifying astronomical figure. At the moment of contact between the fist and the dark red metal, a dazzling burst of white light erupted. This was due to the extreme high pressure caused by the physical impact, leading to the instantaneous ionization of oxygen in the air. A massive shockwave spread outward, blowing the engineering experts standing far away back repeatedly. A deep 10-centimeter dent was hammered into the surface of the metal core by this punch. Then came the second punch, the third punch, and the fourth punch. Lin Yuan's punching speed increased. His arms became two swirling black gold shadows in the air. Bang 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 bang. The dense sounds of impact merged into one. The frequency of this sound surpassed the comfortable range of human hearing, transforming into infrasound waves capable of causing visceral resonance. As the frequency of physical strikes increased, the tremendous kinetic energy generated from the impacts was forcibly converted into thermal energy. The surface temperature of the 12-grade dark red metal core began to soar. 3,000 degrees, 8,000 degrees, 20,000 degrees, 50,000 degrees. The originally incredibly hard high-density ore began to glow a dazzling white under Lin Yuan's relentless physical friction and heavy strikes. The atomic structure of the metal began to shift under the extreme high temperature and pressure, and the original solid form started to transition towards a supercritical softened state. Lin Yuan's upper body was roasted by this tens of thousands of degrees of heat. The black gold patterns on his skin circulated wildly, converting all intruding thermal energy into the reserve energy of his cells. The sweat that flowed from his pores was vaporized instantly by the high temperature, forming a layer of white steam. Su Qingxue walked to the other side of the forging platform. She opened the silver-white collection box in her hand. The 12-grade Yuan High Heavy God residual cores and several 9-grade crystal cores lay quietly inside, emitting high-purity abyss energy fluctuations. She drew the silver sword from her waist. Captain, the temperature has reached the forging critical point. Prepare for atomic reorganization. Su Qingxue's cold voice pierced through the deafening sound of hammering, accurately reaching Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan stopped punching. The surface of his fists now exhibited a dark red color due to the extreme heat. He pulled out the Starfall bloodblade that was stuck nearby. At this moment, the 23,600 gene warblade became his hammer for reshaping the weapon. Lin Yuan raised the Starfall bloodblade high. All the explosive force of 300,000 kilograms concentrated on the blade. Release the crystal cores. Lin Yuan shouted the warblade, creating a black void rift that tore through space as it struck down with all its might at the already softened bright white metal core. Su Qingxue was quick to react. In the thousandth of a second before the warblade fell, she used the sword tip to flick up 3 9-grade crystal cores from the box, accurately dropping them into the center of the metal core's dent. Dang! The Starfall bloodblade smashed heavily onto the junction of the crystal cores and the metal. The physical pressure from this strike crushed the 3 9-grade crystal cores into powder. High-purity spiritual energy erupted, attempting to dissipate into the surroundings. But Lin Yuan was already. The physical exclusion zone force field surrounding his body instantaneously contracted, forming a 3-meter diameter absolute gravitational sphere that firmly sealed all the crystal energy within the metal core. Su Qingxue quench it. Lin Yuan raised the war blade again and brought it down once more. Su Qingxue gripped the silver sword with both hands, unleashing her peak 5th grade extreme cold true energy without reservation. Absolute zero ice sealing slash. A blue ice sword energy swept from the long sword, accurately striking the bright, white metal undergoing atomic fusion on the forging platform. The temperature plummeted from tens of thousands of degrees to near absolute zero in an instant. The atomic structure within the metal underwent a complete physical reorganization after experiencing the alternation of extreme heat and extreme cold. The originally dark red 12-grade metal began to show a deep black sheen on its surface after absorbing the energy of the 9-grade crystal cores and undergoing extreme hot-cold tempering with dark blue lightning patterns flowing within. This is the forging method of a hardcore couple. One responsible for brutally heating and compressing with 300,000 kilograms of physical kinetic energy, and the other responsible for precisely cooling and shaping with absolute zero. 2.5 billion viewers across the internet watched the live broadcast, captivated by the scene of sparks flying and ice and fire merging as the barrage of comments erupted in excitement. No furnace was needed. He directly softened the metal with a melting point of 80,000 degrees using nothing but his fists. Lin Yuan's body density was astonishing. With temperatures in the tens of thousands of degrees scorching him, not a single hair was singed. Su Zaiwa's control over her sword energy was impeccable. Every frozen slash perfectly targeted the critical points of the metal deformation. Such synergy could not be achieved without having gone through life and death battles. I declare this to be the most shocking interaction segment in the history of dating shows. While others were in the kitchen baking cakes, they were in the basement crafting nuclear bombs. The forging process lasted a full 2 hours after Lin Yuan had swung his Starfall blood blade 30,000 times, and Su Qingxue had unleashed 5,000 instances of extreme cold sword energy. A brand new heavy battle knife gradually took shape on the silver forging platform. This new blade was larger in size than the original Starfall blood blade. The blade's total length reached 2 meters and 2 centimeters with a width exceeding 30 centimeters. It presented an all-consuming blackness with dark red serrations covering its spine, while a visible silver void strip, formed by spatial collapse, flowed along the edge of the blade. The material of this blade was entirely restructured from 12th grade forbidden metals and several 9th grade crystal cores. Lin Yuan set down the old Starfall blood blade, which was now marred with cracks from intense impacts. He extended his right hand and grasped the hilt of the new knife. As he did, a weight of 100,000 kilograms in absolute dead weight bore down on Lin Yuan's right arm. Due to its immense weight, the surface of the silver, or on the forging platform, let out a crisp cracking sound the moment Lin Yuan raised this new weapon weighing 100,000 kilograms with one hand. His 300,000 kilograms of physical explosive power formed the perfect physical synergy with the heavy battle knife. He casually twirled the knife in the air. With a swish, the blade sliced through the air, creating a 5-meter-long black vacuum fissure in the center of the forging area. The suction within the fissure instantly drained the surrounding high-temperature steam. New knife. Codename Yuan Hai. Lin Yuan's voice conveyed a sense of mastery over absolute power. He rested the 100,000 kilogram battle knife on his shoulder. Then Lin Yuan turned to Su Qingxue. Bring out that 12th grade core fragment. Your sword also needs an upgrade. Su Qingxue nodded, retrieving the dark golden 12th grade core fragment from her collection box. This fragment was of exceptionally high quality, containing the primal power of abyssal laws. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take the fragment and begin the second round of physical forging. In the northwest corner of the underground forging center, the massive reactor responsible for supplying geothermal energy to the entire area suddenly emitted a piercing red alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. The coolant valve has suffered physical damage. Reactor core pressure is rising rapidly, expected to reach critical explosion in 1 minute. The cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the spacious forging center. The engineering experts who had been standing at a distance to record data were thrown into chaos. What's going on? The cooling system was functioning normally 10 minutes ago. The supervising mentor, drenched in sweat, rushed to the control panel, frantically typing on the keyboard. Someone has cut off the hydraulic control main switch from the outside. The manual override command has been locked. In the shadows not far from the reactor, 4 martial artists dressed in engineering uniforms, their eyes filled with resolute determination, held plasma cutters that had already been heated to red. They were the last pieces placed by the 5 great families of the old era in the logistics department of the Demon Marshal. After Xiao Zhan and the others were captured, they received the final death order to destroy the geothermal reactor at the most critical moment of Lin Yuan's weapon forging, flattening the entire underground base. Lin Yuan, you have destroyed the families and you want lived. The leader of the Death Warriors roared, igniting his 6th grade true energy, preparing for a suicidal energy detonation to accelerate the reactor's collapse. Lin Yuan stood before the forging platform, gazing at the massive geothermal reactor, which had turned red from pressure overload and stood dozens of meters tall. He showed no signs of panic. With the 100,000-kilogram Yuan-Hai battle knife resting on his shoulder, he took a step toward the reactor. Su Qingxue, deal with those trash. Lin Yuan issued a decisive command. Su Qingxue did not draw her sword. Instead, she formed a sword finger with her left hand. Extreme cold freeze. A wave of absolute low temperature imperceptible to the naked eye spread rapidly across the ground. The four family death warriors attempting to self-destruct had their true energy frozen before it could escape their bodies by this low temperature that broke through the thermodynamic limits. Their blood organs and bones turned into solid ice blocks within 1,000th of a second. For ice sculptures maintaining their fierce postures stood quietly in place. Su Qingxue didn't even have the interest to glance at them. At that moment, the reactor's internal pressure had reached the critical point of explosion. The massive metal shell emitted a tearing sound from being overburdened high-pressure steam spraying out from the crevices. The supervising mentor's face turned ashen. Major Lin. Hurry. This level of geothermal explosion is equivalent to a small nuclear bomb. The underground structure can't withstand it. Lin Yuan did not retreat. He walked to the fully red reactor radiating thousands of degrees of high temperature and planted the battle knife into the ground beside him. The premise for an explosion is that internal pressure breaks through the physical constraints of the external container. Lin Yuan extended his hands. His black and gold arms opened wide, giving the 30-meter-tall reactor a firm embrace. In that moment, 300,000 kilograms of physical explosive force transformed into absolute inward constriction. As long as my physical density exceeds its expansion pressure, it won't explode. Lin Yuan let out a low growl from his arm muscles bulged, and the blood vessels on his black gold skin twisted like dragons. Give me. Retract. Lin Yuan exerted tremendous force with his arms. The specially designed alloy shell, which had expanded outward due to pressure overload, was forcibly pressed inward the instant it came into contact with Lin Yuan's arms. The geothermal energy inside the reactor in a supercritical state was forcibly compressed and halted in its atomic thermal motion by this irresistible absolute physical pressure from the outside. The pressure value on the display plummeted at a cliff-like speed. The red alarm light flashed a few times before finally extinguishing, turning green to signify safety. Lin Yuan released his hands. The reactor, originally cylindrical, now had a deeply concave center, leaving a clear 2-meter arm ring mark. The high temperature left no traces on Lin Yuan's skin. He drew the battle knife from the ground and walked back to the entire forging center fell silent. All the engineering experts stared at Lin Yuan as if he were a monster. Using his body to forcibly compress the reactor to prevent an explosion was a physical logic for problem solving that had utterly exceeded their realm of understanding. 2.5 billion viewers across the internet witnessed everything clearly in the live stream. I initially thought they would face a bitter battle or a life-and-death escape. Instead, Lin Yuan walked over and simply gave the reactor a bear hug, deflating it. This is the worth of 300,000 kilograms. Explosion. Physics does not permit you to explode. You must obediently deflate back. The death warriors sent by the families were simply a joke. Su Qingxue didn't even draw her sword, freezing them into popsicles instead. What is a sense of security? This is absolute security. Any conspiracy or scheme is nothing but a joke in the face of absolute physical pressure and absolute zero. Lin Yuan returned to the forging platform. He looked at Su Qingxue standing by the edge and reached for the 12th grade core fragment in the collection box. The obstructions are cleared. Now let's reforge your sword. Lin Yuan picked up the dark golden core fragment with his right hand and turned his left hand over, laying Su Qingxue's silver sword flat on the silver forging platform. After drawing this new sword, nothing in this world will be able to stop our physical advance. Lin Yuan raised the 100,000 kilogram Yuan-Hai battle knife. Under the high-definition lens of the live broadcast drone, amidst a barrage of excited comments, this hardcore forging combining extreme violence, absolute trust, and the interplay of ice and fire welcomed its peak moment of conclusion. This dating show, which subverted the values of the entire Daxia kingdom, was forever inscribed in the annals of human martial arts and physical evolution amidst the sound of hammering. Within the special forging center on the 3rd underground level of Magic City Martial Arts University, the air was in a state of physical tension. Because the geothermal reactor had just undergone extreme pressure contraction, the white mist expelled by the cooling system gathered beneath the ceiling. The entire 30,000 square meter space was filled with the cold light reflected from deep-sea silver, or while the temperature around the central forging platform remained above 5,000 degrees. Lin Yuan held the newly forged Yuan-Hai battle sword weighing 100,000 kilograms in one hand. The silver void band swirling on the blade drew in the surrounding white mist, which was then obliterated at the edge of the blade. On the surface of his dark golden skin, sweat emerged and was vaporized by the high temperature, forming a thick layer of white steam about 2 centimeters wide. In front of him on the silver forging platform lay Su Qingxue's silver longsword. The hilt of the longsword had a hexagonal physical slot reserved. Su Qingxue stood at the edge of the platform, her fair right hand holding the dark golden fragment of the 12th grade core. The abyssal laws within the fragment were vibrating at high frequency, causing visible microcracks to form in the surrounding space. Due to the mass density of this fragment exceeding the load limit of conventional matter, the molecular structure of the longsword required a comprehensive physical restructuring. Su Qingsu's voice echoed in the spacious laboratory. She looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes revealing a precise control over the physical data. Captain, I need you to provide a constant vertical downward pressure of 30,000 tons to forcibly compress the atomic structure of the core into the sword body. During the compression process, I will simultaneously release absolute zero pulses to ensure that the sword body does not suffer structural collapse due to molecular thermal motion. Lin Yuan offered no verbal response. He stepped forward. Bang! The silver floor emitted a muffled sound under his immense weight. Lin Yuan's left hand spread wide, pressing above the tip of the longsword. At that moment, the physical explosive force of 300,000 kilograms was precisely divided and utilized. His entire left arm swelled momentarily, the dark golden dragon vein patterns glowing to their limits, and the veins beneath his skin resembled dense metallic hoses. Release. Lin Yuan uttered a single word. Su Qingxue waved her right hand, and the dark golden core steadily fell into the slot of the longsword hilt. The moment the core made contact with the sword body, a violent abyssal repulsion erupted from the center of the slot. The originally solid silver blade began to bend and tremble violently from the impact. Lin Yuan's left hand pressed down forcefully. The 30,000 tons of physical constant pressure sealed the entire physical coordinates of the longsword. Creak. The air between the longsword and the silver forging platform was forcibly expelled, forming a translucent, high-pressure gas ring. Pulse activated. Su Qingxue gripped the sword hilt tightly, and the peak-level 5th-grade extreme cold true energy within her flowed through her palm, transforming into ice-blue lines that drilled into the sword's body. In an instant, an extremely rare physical phenomenon unfolded within the forging center. Under the high-pressure coverage of Lin Yuan's left hand, the air around the longsword appeared dark red due to the high temperature, while inside the sword body, Su Qingsu's extreme cold energy was forcibly freezing each metal atom in place. This was a true molecular-level contention. Lin Yuan maintained this downward pressure, and the bones throughout his body emitted a dense friction sound. At this moment, the Yuanhai battle sword in Lin Yuan's right hand also sensed the situation, its tip subconsciously pointing towards the forging platform, guiding the excess gravitational waves around. Time passed second by second in this high-intensity physical confrontation. A full 40 minutes later, the originally dark golden core under Lin Yuan's continuous tentasand and pressure had shrunk by 90%. It was no longer a fragment, but had been forcibly crushed and flattened, ultimately merging completely into every inch of the longsword structure. The originally silver-white blade now emanated a deep dark blue hue, with golden physical circuits appearing delicately across the blade's surface. Huff! Su Qingxue exhaled deeply. The sweat on her forehead dripped down her cheek and instantly solidified into a bead of ice on the ground. Lin Yuan slowly retracted his left hand. The skin on his palm, due to the intense pressure just now, displayed a dark purple hue from the high temperature, quickly returning to normal under the repair of the dark golden patterns. Su Qingxue held the sword hilt with one hand and slowly lifted it from the forging platform. The weight of the restructured longsword had skyrocketed from 300 pounds to 3,000 pounds. As the blade swung, the sound of air being sliced was no longer sharp, but rather a dull roar. The sword's name is Hanji, Su Qingxue whispered. With a flick of her right hand, a ring of frost at the tip of the sword instantaneously froze a column of silver waste material in one corner of the hall into powder. Lin Yuan hoisted his Yuanhai battle sword and walked towards the entrance of the forging center. The weapons are ready. Wei Cheng's plane should have arrived. The 25 billion viewers of the live broadcast witnessed the entire process of these two divine weapons being reforged. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room presented an almost frenzied unity at this moment. This is the final form. Yuanhai sword, Hanji sword. When Major Lin suppressed 30,000 tons of thrust with one hand, just now, I felt my display screen was shaking. Su Qingsu's absolute zero control has strengthened again, as evidenced by the ice beads scattered all over the ground, indicating her current energy level has reached the 6th grade limit. The dual deities stand together. This is the pinnacle display of the physical powers of the Great Xia Kingdom. Stepping out of the underground forging center, the outside world was already in the early morning. The dark red pillar of light emanating from the Mariana Trench had now expanded to a diameter of 10 kilometers. It resembled a blood-colored spear piercing through the Earth's atmosphere, dyeing the clouds above the entire sea area dark purple. On the helipad of the Magic Marshall Back Mountain, a black special transport aircraft, which was twice the size of the Breaker, had already landed. The outer shell of this aircraft was not painted, but directly exposed a particle-like layer of deep-sea silver alloy. On the side of the fuselage, a huge code was brushed in white paint. Ultimate Expedition. General Wei Cheng and Vice Principal Tu Lai were standing by the hatch. Both wore extremely serious expressions. Major Lin Yuan. All physical anchor points have been deployed by the Advanced Submarine Group. Wei Cheng pointed to the tactical map on the screen. A stable 13th grade material reaction has been detected inside that wormhole. This is a mass level that humanity has never touched in history. If we cannot stop it from continuing to expand within 2 hours, the Earth's rotational orbit will be irreversibly affected. Lin Yuan, holding the 100,000 kilograms Yuan Hai, did not pause as he directly walked up the metal ramp of the aircraft. The impact on the orbit will return to normal after the sword cuts through it. Lin Yuan's voice resonated heavily in the cabin corridor. Su Qingxue followed closely behind. The cold air emitted by the Hanji longsword in her hand caused a layer of white frost to form on the cabin pressure valves. The cabin door slowly closed. This aircraft, representing the highest technology and absolute mass capacity of the Great Xia Kingdom, roared violently as it ascended vertically into the clouds. Within 10 minutes of their departure, the entire network of the Great Xia Kingdom television and even the large screens on the streets had their images forcibly switched. In the footage, Lin Yuan sat in the cabin leaning on his sword, eyes closed in meditation. Su Qingxue sat opposite him, meticulously polishing the dark blue Hanji with a piece of specially made deer leather. In the background of the cabin behind them, due to the immense physical density they emitted, the air displayed a twisting sensation like flowing water. Ladies and gentlemen, a red announcement box appeared on the screen issued by the Supreme Command of the Daxia Kingdom. Major General Lin Yuan and student Su Qingxue are en route to the Mariana Trench to undertake the most challenging physical task in human history. This is not merely a battle. It is the final collision between the physical limits of the human body and the will of the high-dimensional abyss. Wishing both of you a successful journey and safe return. In the ruins of Zhuke Avenue, people paused their cleanup work looking up at the screen. In the playground of the Magic Martial Academy, thousands of teachers and students maintained absolute silence, each one fixated on the large screen. Xiaozhan, Wang Jianya, and others who once held great power now sat in a specially designed cell of a military prison. They watched the two figures on the screen, distorted by their immense mass, their expressions no longer filled with hatred, but rather a profound dread of a higher dimensional force. 15 minutes later, the transport aircraft had flown directly above the Mariana Trench. The physical environment here no longer belonged to the realm of ordinary Earth. Black rain fell from the sky. These raindrops were not water, but heavy metal dust precipitated from seawater due to intense gravitational forces. The air was filled with dark purple spatial lightning like a spider's web. Altitude 20,000 meters. Due to the overload of the gravitational field below, the engine blades are undergoing physical meltdown from gravitational compression. The captain's voice trembled. Both of you, jump. We need to return immediately. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. In those pitch-black pupils, 300,000 kilograms of physical will awaken fully at that moment. He gripped the hilt of Yuan Hai with his right hand and stood up. Su Qingxue, keep your sword ready. Lin Yuan walked to the edge of the already open hatch. Below, on the surface of the sea, the enormous vortex with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers was no longer just an empty shadow. A huge tentacle, entirely crystalline and presenting a dark purple hue covered with countless physical patterns, was slowly emerging from the spatial wormhole. Just this one tentacle exhibited a mass exceeding that of the previous 30,000-meter tall, Yuan Hai heavy deity. In this battle we strike at the source of mass. Lin Yuan leaped. 300,000 kilograms of flesh combined with 100,000 kilograms of battle blade. As he fell, he carved a golden ripple in the air that spanned 5 kilometers. This ripple resembled a golden seal stamped upon the ruined void. Su Qingxue followed closely behind, her longsword positioned across her chest. As she descended, she released all of her extreme, cold, true chi. Absolute zero domain expansion. A transparent ice crystal barrier rapidly formed around Lin Yuan's descent trajectory. This barrier countered the omnipresent dark purple spatial lightning, clearing a path of absolute physical passage for Lin Yuan, free from any interference of laws. 2.5 billion viewers online. Through that lens covered in snowflakes, and even starting to show physical deformation, they saw two streams of light. One heavy and dark, the other ice blue and sharp. They pierced straight into the profound darkness of the Mariana Trench like two long nails driven into the heart of a deity. Bang! The moment Lin Yuan's battle boots reconnected with the seabed rock layer, the seabed crust within a 50-kilometer radius collapsed downward by a full 20 meters. At the center of the dark red light column, the 13th grade entity that was descending within its enormous eyeball flashed a moment of extremely astonished physical fluctuation. It clearly had not anticipated that in this low-dimensional material realm there exists a being capable of carrying such terrifying and utterly unreasonable mass directly colliding with its singularity of laws. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the ruins holding Yuan Hai. He felt the pressure of 1,500 atmospheres around him, sensing the surging of the mantle magma beneath his feet. He gazed towards the deity taking shape before him. I am Lin Yuan. He spoke, his voice shattering all surrounding water molecules through the physical conduction of seawater. A first-year student at Magic Capital Martial Arts University. I am also the one taking charge of Daxia's physical order. Lin Yuan slowly positioned his battle blade before him. Now your mass belongs to me. The finale of the battle at this moment officially began, the physical curtain that could shatter all illusions in this 10th sand-meter deep sea of silence. Every ray of light, every grain of sand held its breath in the face of this absolute power confrontation. In the depths of the Mariana Trench, the black rock layers trembled as Lin Yuan fell, creating a physical shockwave that reverberated throughout the tectonic plates. Lin Yuan stood steadily on the collapsed seabed, his right hand gripping the Yuanhai battle knife, its blade embedded 1/3 into the basalt layer. At this moment, the 300,000 kilograms of physical explosive power within him balanced delicately against the surrounding pressure of 1,500 atmospheres. The surface of his black golden skin bore dark red patterns that flowed slowly under the immense external pressure. A fine golden black liquid oozed from his pores. The moment this substance touched the seawater, it was vaporized by his Bodis ultra-high temperature, forming a 5-meter diameter zone of absolute buoyancy balance. 300 meters ahead of him, a massive dark purple tentacle emerged from the spatial rift, slowly unfurling. The physical patterns on its surface flickered with a purple electric light that made the skin tingle. Each barbed hook, stretching 100 meters long, emitted a crisp cracking sound under the immense pressure of the deep sea. Lin Yuan looked up at the gigantic eyeball, slowly opening from the depths of the rift. The diameter of that eyeball exceeded 50 meters, its pupil a lifeless gray. 300,000 kilograms of mass is merely the starting point in this dimension. Lin Yuan's voice spread through the deep sea via the physical vibrations of water molecules, shattering dozens of massive basalt debris around him. He released the grip on his knife and lunged forward. In the environment of 1,500 atmospheres, Lin Yuan's speed still broke through 3 times the speed of sound. His body forcibly carved a straight vacuum channel through the seawater. Due to his high body density, the physical displacement he generated turned the surrounding seawater directly from liquid into a supercritical state. Boom. Lin Yuan's fist struck heavily against the side of the massive dark purple tentacle. The 300,000 kilograms of physical impact produced a small-scale nuclear fusion effect at the point of contact. A blinding white light exploded in the depths of the seabed, smashing a massive 10-meter deep pit into the tentacle that could have snapped mountains. Dark purple psychic blood erupted from the cracks in the tentacle's shell, but was forcibly shattered by the physical force field surrounding Lin Yuan's body the moment it neared him. The tentacle, suffering from the heavy blow, spasmed violently in pain. It recoiled sharply, pulling the massive body hidden in the depths of the rift into a larger physical counterattack. Su Qingxue locked onto its neural connection point. As Lin Yuan issued the command, his right hand grasped the air, pulling the Yuanhai battle knife back into his palm. At this moment, Su Qingxue was hovering 100 meters behind Lin Yuan. The Hanji long sword in her hands was held horizontally in front of her, the 12-grade residual core embedded in the blade, emitting a cold blue light. In this 10th-meter deep sea, the extreme cold energy she released froze the seawater within a 1,000-meter radius into a dense bluish solid ice glacier, 100 times more compact than ordinary ice. This glacier not only provided Lin Yuan with a stable point of footing, but also simulated the movement trajectory of the tentacle in real time through physical conduction. 3.5 kilometers down from the center of the rift, there is an overlapping physical dimensional point, the interface, connecting its body to this dimension. Su Qingxue's voice was cold and decisive as she projected a 3-dimensional infrared thermal map directly onto Lin Yuan's retina through her tactical terminal. Received. Lin Yuan gripped the handle of the Yuanhai tightly, the dark golden bones throughout his body erupting with a thunderous roar. Every cell within him began a high-frequency physical spin at that moment. The 300,000 kilograms of explosive power coursed from his waist through his back and finally gathered in his arms. The 12th move of the Shattered Sky, Thunder Prison / Dimensional Collapse. This was Lin Yuan's ultimate demolition technique, derived from the combination of the 100,000 kilograms of the knife's weight and his own 300,000 kilograms of explosive power after reforging the Yuanhai battle knife. Lin Yuan stepped heavily on the glacier. This step shattered the 100-meter thick solid ice layer laid by Su Qingxue. He swung the Yuanhai battle knife in a heavy slash upwards. Sizzle. The dark void seam on the surface of the battle knife expanded completely. All surrounding seawater light, and even the potential energy generated by the deep-sea pressure, were madly absorbed into the blade at that moment. A 2,000-meter-long absolutely black physical slash wave carrying the dominance to shatter all physical properties accurately struck the overlapping physical dimensional point. Clang. An extremely crisp sound akin to high-strength glass being shattered echoed in the deepest part of the mark. The physical dimensional point supporting the 13th grade existence's descent instantly underwent atomic-level physical collapse under Lin Yuan's forceful blow of 400,000 kilograms. The dark red light column began to warp and collapse on a large scale as it lost the support of the physical base. The being hidden in the depths of the rift emitted a mournful cry that did not belong to the realm of sound waves, but directly acted upon the physical gravitational field. The massive tentacle was severed at the root by this slash. Due to the significant pressure differential at the cut, a large amount of dark purple flesh and blood was forcibly drawn from the rift, scattering like debris across the seabed. Lin Yuan did not cease his attack. He hefted the heavy knife and took an even heavier step through the collapsing dimension. He could sense that behind the collapsing dimensional point lay a pulsating dimensional heart massive enough to alter the surrounding gravitational constant. As long as it is a mass entity, it can be cut. Lin Yuan exerted force with his right hand, positioning the Yuanhai battle knife horizontally in front of him. The physical density within him surged once more. His originally black golden skin now appeared an almost void-like black due to the density of his body being great enough to distort the trajectory of light around him. Su Qingxue suddenly flashed and appeared beside Lin Yuan. The cold air emitted by her Hanji longsword had equalized the pressure differential within 500 meters, creating an absolutely stable physical output environment for Lin Yuan. Captain, its heart is attempting to escape using spatial folding. I will lock its thermodynamic coordinates. Su Qingxue gripped the sword hilt tightly and plunged it fiercely into the seabed beneath her. Absolute zero seal it. A colorless cold wave surged through the rock fissures within the crust, rapidly spreading toward the depths of the rift. The folding spatial dimensions upon contacting this absolute zero cold wave had their internal molecular physical motion forcibly halted, freezing the originally flexible and variable spatial structure into fixed physical coordinate points in an instant. Now cut it. Su Qingxue looked up at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hesitated not at all. He gripped the knife with both hands, the 300,000 kilograms of explosive power erupting from his feet. He carved a deep trench 5 meters into the seabed, his entire being transformed into a black star plunging straight into the depths of the frozen space. 23,600 pounds of battle knife, 300,000 kilograms of physical body, 100,000 kilograms of new knife load. At this moment, they converged into the heaviest physical judgment in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Bang! The deepest part of the Mariana Trench erupted with an unprecedented extreme brightness since the dawn of that was matter completely transforming into energy under absolute mass pressure. In that moment, the screens of 2,500,000,000 viewers turned pure white. Everyone understood. That man once again used his violent logic amid the unfathomable darkness to drive an unshakable physical milestone for humanity's right to survive. The white light at the deepest point of the Mariana Trench lasted a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, the high-pressure water of the 10th-meter deep sea was directly vaporized by the high temperature generated from physical annihilation. A perfect vacuum sphere with a diameter exceeding 5 kilometers formed on the seabed. The surrounding seawater attempted to rush inward, but was firmly blocked by the shockwave of the outward expanding material, creating a supercritical water wall that was 100 meters thick and rotating at high speed. Lin Yuan stood at the very center of the vacuum sphere. He held the Yuan-Hai battle knife weighing 100,000 kilograms with its blade deeply embedded in the basalt below. At this moment, the physical explosive power of 300,000 kilograms transformed entirely into downward gripping force, firmly anchoring him to the violently shaking crust. On the surface of his black gold skin, plasma sparks generated from high-temperature friction leapt continuously, only to be directly crushed by the dense physical barrier field surrounding his body. Ahead, the spatial tear that originally emitted a dark red glow had completely closed. The arrival channel of the 13th grade entity fractured at the physical dimension after receiving a frontal impact of 400,000 kilograms. At the center of the closed tier floated a fist-sized pure black polyhedral crystal. This crystal had no luster, and the surrounding space exhibited a serious inward collapse. When light passed near it, it was directly absorbed, unable to reflect. This was the dimensional core of the 13th grade entity, as well as the source of the abnormal gravitational pull in the entire Mariana Trench. Lin Yuan released his left hand, holding the battle knife with one hand, and strode towards the black crystal. With each step, he took the basalt beneath him shattered into fine powder from the weight of his 300,000 kilograms. The vacuum environment eliminated air resistance, making his movements quick and decisive. Upon reaching the black crystal, Lin Yuan extended his left hand and directly grasped the core. Buzz! At the moment of contact, a physical pressure of several million tons was transmitted directly into Lin Yuan's skeleton through his arm. This fist-sized crystal contained the entire mass of a higher dimensional space. Lin Yuan's left arm suddenly, the dark golden bones of his arm emitted a dull friction sound. The veins beneath the skin bulged, instantly displaying a high-pressure state of black and red intertwining. The weight is considerable, just right for some extra load. Lin Yuan exerted force from his waist, instantly locking the muscles of his left arm. The physical explosive power of 300,000 kilograms clashed against the static pressure of several million tons, forcibly dragging the black crystal down from midair and stuffing it into a tactical storage bag, specially reinforced with 13th grade forbidden metal at his waist. As the core was inserted into the storage bag, a violent distortion of space flashed across its surface, but ultimately stabilized under the physical rigidity of the metal. With the loss of the core's support, the 5-kilometer vacuum sphere formed by the shockwave began to collapse. 1,500 atmospheres of seawater rushed towards the center at supersonic speed. Su Qingxue's figure flickered, appearing beside Lin Yuan. The Hanji longsword in her hand emitted a ghostly blue. The immense energy provided by the 13th grade remnant core allowed her extreme cold true chi to reach an unprecedented peak. Captain, the physical gravitational field has returned to normal. The kinetic energy from the rushing seawater will generate a secondary crustal shock. Su Qingxue gripped the sword hilt with both hands, stabbing it into the rock beneath her feet. Absolute zero ascent channel. A chilling wave erupted in a cylindrical shape towards the ocean surface, centered around the two of them. The high-pressure seawater rushing and froze instantly upon contact with the cold wave, turning into hard, ghostly blue ice crystals. A solid ice column with a diameter of 100 meters formed instantly in the deep sea, reaching the surface of the ocean. Go! Lin Yuan pushed off forcefully from the seabed. The explosive power of 300,000 kilograms exploded at his feet, directly creating a crater over 100 meters deep in the basalt crust below. He transformed into a streak of black light shooting up through the vacuum passage inside the ice column towards the ocean surface. Su Qingxue closely followed, and the two created a straight, ascending trajectory in the 10th sand-meter deep sea. 5 minutes later, Pacific Ocean surface. The gigantic waterspout that originally covered hundreds of square kilometers had completely dissipated. The dark purple spatial lightning vanished without a trace. The black heavy metal acid rain also ceased. Boom. A ghostly blue ice column with a diameter of 100 meters broke through the ocean surface, piercing into the sky. Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue burst out from the top of the ice column, landing steadily on the sloping ramp of the ultimate expedition heavy transport aircraft hovering in midair. Inside the cabin, General Wei Cheng and Vice Principal Tu Lai watched the two walk in their shock beyond words. Instruments indicated that the 13th grade energy source deep in the Mariana Trench had undergone complete physical annihilation 10 minutes ago. Lin Yuan sat down beside the alloy seat in the cabin, holding the 100,000 kilogram Yuanhai battle knife. His bare upper body emanated waves of high-temperature water vapor. The rapid switch between the high pressure of the deep sea and the vacuum environment formed a layer of salt crystal on the surface of his skin, which was then melted by the high temperature emanating from his body. Su Qingxue sheathed her Hanji longsword and took a seat opposite Lin Yuan. She opened the tactical terminal and began uploading geological data from the seabed. In the live broadcast room, with 2,500,000,000 viewers online, the screen lit up again with the restoration of the communication signal. When Lin Yuan's cold, tireless face appeared on the screen, the entire network of the Daxia Kingdom experienced the highest frequency of data flow in history. This official large-scale live-action dating competition, named National Martial Arts University Resource Competition, officially reached its climax at this moment. The live broadcast screen was divided into two sections. On the left was a real-time close-up of Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue sitting in the cabin, and on the right was the constantly rising CP popularity scoreboard. At this time, the score had reached a breathtaking number: 12 billion. 12 billion. This is not only a dating competition record, but also the viewership record for all of humanity. Did you see that storage bag on Lin Yuan's waist? 11,000 meters deep in the sea, he tore off the 13th grade dimensional core and packed it up. This hardcore harvesting method is simply a miracle of physics. What is top-tier double play? Lin Yuan was responsible for outputting 400,000 kilograms of kinetic energy strikes, while Su Qingxue controlled the absolute zero and the retreat channel. Their tactical synergy had no unnecessary movements. No nonsense, no dramatics. This life-and-death mutual trust, based on absolute mass and extreme cold control, is the highest dimension of romance. The official rewards should be issued quickly. They have resolved the crisis of the Earth, and not giving 1,000 spirit mines would be unreasonable. Inside the cabin, the official director aboard the floating airship trembled as he connected the holographic projection device in the cabin. The three-dimensional image of the director appeared in the center of the cabin. Lin Yuan Major. Students. The director's voice transmitted through the signal, resonating throughout the entire network. The crisis alert for the Mariana Trench has sounded across the globe. You are not only the champions of the Daxia Kingdom, but also the builders of humanity's physical defense line. The director took a deep breath and, according to the joint instructions of the cabinet and the command department, announced loudly, the supreme physical court of the Daxia Kingdom is officially established. All the forbidden metals confiscated from families deep-sea salvaging, and over 80% of the national martial arts resources will be allocated by the two with the highest authority. Lin Yuan sat in his chair, his left hand casually resting on the hilt of his battle blade. He gazed at the holographic projection, a pure sense of physical pressure emanating from his pitch-black pupils. Resources are to be directly transported to the core armory of the Demon Martial Underground. I want to see all martial artists above the 6th rank across the nation complete high-density rearmament within 3 days. Lin Yuan issued his first decree. His gaze did not linger too long on the camera. He turned his head, looking out at the sky beyond the cabin window. At this moment, it was already night. The clouds had dispersed and a massive full moon hung in the sky above the Pacific Ocean. But this full moon was distinctly different from any before. On the surface of the moon, in the Sea of Tranquility, a dark red patch appeared, covering an area of several million square kilometers. This patch could be clearly seen with the naked eye from Earth, emitting an extremely faint, yet undeniably real gravitational interference wave. Su Qingxue followed Lin Yuan's gaze, and her tactical terminal simultaneously received the highest level red alert from the Daxia National Observatory. Captain. Su Qingxue's long fingers swiftly swiped across the screen, pulling up a set of astronomical observation data. The dimensional rift in the Mariana Trench generated a strong gravitational slingshot effect at the moment of its collapse. A portion of the high-dimensional matter left within the rift was directly ejected into outer space, striking the front side of the moon. General Wei Cheng quickly walked to the window, gazing at the mutated full moon in the sky, his complexion turning ashen. The observatory reports that the moon's rotation orbit has shifted by 0.01 degrees. That dark red patch is a giant physical resonance node. It is absorbing the stellar mass from within the moon, preparing for a secondary dimensional expansion. Tu Lai gasped, expanding on the moon. If that thing takes form, it only needs to initiate a gravitational pull on Earth to trigger a devastating tsunami and tectonic rift that would cover the globe. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly dropped to freezing point. The joy of just resolving the deep-sea crisis was completely shattered by this sudden interstellar upheaval. Viewers across the internet also witnessed the changes on the moon through the official alert broadcast. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily halted. Lin Yuan stood up. He effortlessly lifted the 100,000 kilogram, Yuan-high battle blade. The physical explosive power of 300,000 kilograms flowed steadily within him, without any signs of fatigue or hesitation. He walked to the bulletproof glass window of the cabin, his deep blue pupils reflecting the dark red moon. I've tested the water pressure of the deep sea. I haven't tested the vacuum of outer space yet. Lin Yuan's voice was steady, carrying an absolute coldness that regarded all things in the world as mere physical experiments. He turned his head to look at Wei Cheng. Where is Daxia's space base? Wei Cheng paused for a moment before quickly standing straight and responding. In the northwest desert at the Jiuquan Interstellar Launch Center. There is a super heavy launch rocket currently in the testing phase, originally meant for deep space spiritual energy or collection. Modify the rocket's payload compartment. Remove the life support systems entirely and replace them with the highest strength deep-sea silver armor plates. Lin Yuan issued the command. I don't need air or food. I only need a thruster capable of withstanding my total mass of 400,000 kilograms and accelerating me to the first cosmic speed. Upon hearing this, everyone in the cabin inhaled sharply. Su Qingxue stood up holding her Hanjia long sword and walked to Lin Yuan's side. Captain, the temperature difference on the moon's surface ranges between plus and minus 200 degrees. In a vacuum environment, the method of thermal conduction will change. You need absolute temperature control to prevent your body from becoming physically brittle during sustained combat. Su Qingxue's tone remained cold as she laid out the objective physical conditions. Modify the blueprint. Add a secondary seat to the payload compartment. Lin Yuan did not refuse Su Qingxue's companionship. After the series of battles in the East China Sea and the Abyss, their tactical cooperation had reached a perfect level of synergy. In this upcoming interstellar expedition, the synergy of extreme cold control and physical output would be the only means to destroy the high-dimensional node. The ultimate expedition transport aircraft completed a sharp turn in the sky above the Pacific Ocean, its 6 engines running at full power as it sped toward the northwest desert of Daxia. The official live broadcast of the Real Combat dating show did not switch off. 2,500,000,000 viewers across the nation followed the camera's shift, watching as this hardcore battle, which had penetrated 10,000 meters beneath the sea floor, directly escalated to an interstellar battle to shake the moon spanning 380,000 kilometers. It's insane. Completely insane. They're going to the moon to fight aliens. No space suits, just sitting in the armored compartment as the rocket sends them up. Lin Yuan's body could already withstand cosmic rays. The dual rows have blasted through Earth's dungeons, and now they're going to conquer the moon dungeon. The date location for this couple is no longer within Earth's jurisdiction. I've already smashed my keyboard. The battle to shake the moon, a physical legend. 10 hours later. In the northwest desert of Daxia at the Jiuquan Interstellar Launch Center. The vast Gobi Desert was engulfed in yellow sand. A 200-meter-tall launch tower stood amidst the wind and sand. At the center of the tower, a super-heavy launch rocket painted entirely black had completed its fuel loading. The top of this rocket lacked a streamlined fairing and instead featured a multifaceted structure, deep-sea silver. Lin Yuan, bare-chested, carried the Yuan-high battle blade on his shoulder, walking step by step along the steel corridor of the launch tower toward the armored compartment. His black hair flew in the desert's fierce winds. His black and gold skin did not exude a single drop of sweat under the scorching sun. The 300,000 kilograms of physical mass caused the steel plates of the corridor to emit heavy creaking sounds. Su Qingxue, holding her sword, followed closely behind him. The two entered the armored compartment. The hatch locked shut with a heavy metallic clanking sound. Inside the command center, the countdown echoed through the speakers. 10, 9, 8. The audience across the internet held their breath. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Boom. The 16 super thrust engines at the bottom of the rocket simultaneously ejected scorching flames reaching up to 100 meters. The massive recoil turned the guiding channel beneath the launch pad into a molten state. Amidst the deafening roar, this black rocket, carrying the highest physical destructive power of Daxia, slowly lifted off against the northwestern winds. As its speed increased, it tore through the clouds, penetrating the stratosphere, charging toward the cold, silent depths of the universe that concealed ultimate mass, launching the most hardcore assault. Lin Yuan sat inside the armored compartment, looking through the thick, bulletproof glass at the ever-growing dark red moon. He tightened his grip on the hilt. The physical iron authority of Daxia was about to strike the heaviest first blow on that celestial body 38,000 kilometers away. The abyssal void stretched infinitely, utterly black, utterly pure. A colossal black-painted heavy-lift launch vehicle having jettisoned its first and second stages glided silently, at hypersonic velocity, along the 38,000-kilometer Earth-Moon trajectory, guided solely by inertial momentum and minute thrust adjustments from its core module's main engine. Inside the armored cabin, no conventional spacesuits nor complex life support systems were present. Lin Yuan sat upright upon a co-pilot seat forged from abyssal silver, or the 10th kilogram. Yuan high, warblade planted vertically between his legs. His 30,000-kilogram physique, possessing extraordinary atomic density, had shifted the cabin's center of gravity, forcing the rocket's flight attitude control system into continuous full-load correction. Beyond the hull lay the near-absolutezero cosmic background and unshielded lethal ionizing radiation. Within a profoundly restrained physical field shimmered across Lin Yuan's black and gold skin. This ultra-dense atomic lattice rendered his body impervious to vacuum-induced embolism and radiation penetration. Su Qingxue sat opposite him. In her hand the longsword, Hanji, emitted a faint sapphire glow. In vacuum, devoid of convective heat transfer, thermal exchange occurred only via radiation and direct contact. Su Qingxue anchored frigid true energy onto the inner hull, erecting an absolute thermodynamic equilibrium dome, ensuring neither she nor Lin Yuan expended unnecessary physiological energy amid the sunward side's 200-degree scorching heat and the shadowed side's 130-degree deep freeze. Beyond the armored viewport loomed a vast dark red celestial body swelling rapidly in their field of view, the Mare Imbrium region of the moon. A dark red blotch spanning millions of square kilometers had overtaken the moon's original ashen regolith. At its epicenter, thick, crystalline dark red conduits plunged deep into the lunar silicate crust, voraciously siphoning the satellite's planetary mass. 100 kilometers to lunar surface. Gravitational capture is active. Lunar gravity equals 1/6 of Earth's, Su Qingxue reported with precise, physical parameters glancing at the custom mechanical tactical terminal strapped to her wrist. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Deep blue irises reflected the dark red ring mountains below. 1/6 gravity changes nothing. The absolute kinetic impact of 400,000 kilograms remains unchanged. He grasped the hilt of Yuan Hai and rose from his seat. Open the hatch. We bypassed deceleration descent. His command was terse decisive. Deceleration descent demanded copious fuel and time. In Lin Yuan's physics-based logic, the swiftest landing method was simply to strike. Without hesitation, Su Qingxue pressed the physical forced unlock button on the console. In the airless void, the hatch opened without sound. The massive abyssal silver armor plate swung outward. Below lay the crater-pocked lunar surface. Lin Yuan gripped the 10th-kilogram warblade in one hand and leapt headlong from the hatch, 100 kilometers above the moon. On Earth, high-altitude freefall encounters atmospheric drag, culminating in terminal velocity. But on the moon, pure vacuum, no such resistance existed. Lin Yuan's 30,000-kilogram body combined with the 10th-kilogram blade formed a colossal 40,000-kilogram mass, accelerating relentlessly under lunar gravity, gaining velocity, with terrifying momentum. He employed no true energy to adjust posture. He remained perfectly upright, like a pitch-black steel nail hurled from deep space, plummeting straight toward the dark red blotch's heart. Su Qingxue followed instantly. She discharged ultra-dense solid ice crystals backward from Hanji, harnessing Newtonian reaction force to accelerate through vacuum, holding position 500 meters directly above Lin Yuan. 2,500 million viewers worldwide watched this epic-defining scene live, transmitted via radiation-hardened external cameras mounted on the armored hull. Silence reigned. No sound propagated in vacuum. The live stream exuded a profound, breathless awe. Only the right side scrolling barrage erupted ceaselessly. Vacuum freefall. No parachute, no retro rockets. Pure ballistic impact. How many Mach will he reach upon? This impact rivals a micrometeorite strike. This is the hardest core space voyage I've ever witnessed. This couple chose the moon for their date, and crashed in with bare flesh and steel. CP fans unite. Type, shaking moon romance on screen. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan's feet struck the Mare Imbrium's lunar crust with thunderous finality. The roar did not travel through air, but surged directly through the moon's silicate bedrock, registering instantly on deeply buried seismographs. The Great Xia Astronomical Observatory received an 8-magnitude moonquake signal, a seismic signature erupting from the lunar surface. At ground zero, 40,000 kilograms of mass impacting at hypervelocity unleashed cataclysmic kinetic energy. Regolith crystallized instantly under extreme pressure upon contact, then shattered into airborne dust beneath a radially expanding shockwave. Owing to the moon's low gravity and airless environment, the pulverized regolith and rock fragments formed no mushroom cloud, instead arcing outward in perfect parabolas scattering over 100 kilometers. A fresh 5-kilometer-wide impact crater violently formed within Mare Imbrium. At its exact center, Lin Yuan slowly straightened his spine. The bedrock beneath his feet had vitrified into translucent glass-like crystal. Lunar dust particles flying past him defied their natural parabolic trajectories. Lin Yuan's 30,000-kilogram mass, compressed into minimal volume, generated a microscopic localized gravitational field around his body. Within 10 meters of his person, dust particles were irresistibly drawn inward, plummeting vertically to the ground, leaving behind a pristine dust-free circle. Lin Yuan rotated his wrist, the 10th kilogram, Yuan high, carved silent arcs through vacuum. Gravitational anomaly neutralized. Physical coordinates locked. Su Qingxue landed softly behind him. The ice crystals beneath her feet did not melt upon contacting the scorching regolith, instead completing instantaneous thermal exchange, forcibly locking ambient temperature across a 100-meter radius at a rigid -50°C. They stood together at the crater's base, gazing upward. Along the rim, the dark red blotch, shaken by the violent moonquake, began contorting violently. The ground split open. A kilometer-long high-density dark red crystalline limb erupted from the subterranean. Its form resembled that of an interstellar arthropod's appendage, yet its substance consisted entirely of 13th rank dimensional compressed ore. It issued no roar. In vacuum, it located Lin Yuan via seismic resonance, then reared high, unleashing physics-defying penetrative force in straight down at him within the crater's heart. In vacuum, pneumatic slashes are impossible. Lin Yuan observed the descending kilometer-long limb. He knew well, without atmospheric medium, all his customary vacuum edge techniques, relying on compressed air blades, were nullified. Here, physical output reduced to only two primal modes: direct contact impact and oscillatory waves transmitted through solid media. Lin Yuan did not evade. Gripping Yuan Hai's broad hilt with both hands, he channeled 30,000 kilogram explosive force downward, rooting himself immovably into the crystallized lunar surface. He raised the 10th kilogram blade overhead. Then we meet force with force. The dark red limb descended. His biceps surged, black and gold musculature blazing under vacuum sunlight, embodying brutal trance. He met the limb heat-in, launching a full-force upward slash. Shatter Sky Thunder Purgatory slash, modified for absolute physical contact. Blade met limb midair. Deprived of air, the collision unfolded in eerie silence, a surreal cinematic tableau. At the point of impact, blinding white light detonated. Pure kinetic conversion, matter annihilating itself. The dark red limb's ultra-dense crystalline carapace froze mid-ascent, halted utterly by the compounded weight of Yuan Hai's 10th kilogram dead mass and Lin Yuan's 30,000 kilogram explosive power. Then, a visible fracture rippled upward from the impact point, racing along the kilometer-long limb. Crack, a physical brittle failure. The 13-rank crystalline limb, kilometers long, shattered in vacuum into tens of thousands of dark red fragments. Propelled by raw kinetic energy, they scattered into the fathomless cosmos, forever escaping lunar gravity. Lin Yuan withdrew his blade. Yet the battle had only just begun. The ground surrounding the meteorite pit began to collapse entirely. Dozens of thick, dark red limbs emerged from the ground, intertwining to form a massive crystalline web, attempting to completely entrap Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue within the pit. The source of these limbs was a colossal dimensional node hidden beneath the lunar crust. It was wildly siphoning the core mass of the moon to nurture some higher dimensional existence. Captain, its core is 30 kilometers underground. It is utilizing the moon's geological structure to absorb the kinetic energy from our attacks. Su Qingxue quickly transmitted physical data through the short-range quantum communication channel built into their helmets. 30 kilometers underground. Lin Yuan lowered his head, gazing at this ancient satellite that had accompanied Earth for billions of years. Then let's break through these 30 kilometers. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of his blade, pointing the tip vertically at the ground beneath him. His dark golden bones emitted the highest frequency of physical spin at that moment. All physical potential was squeezed to its utmost limit. With 300,000 kilograms of mass, plus 100,000 kilograms of weaponry, he transformed himself into the most ferocious interstellar pile driver. Lin Yuan leaped high into the air. In this environment, with only 1/6 of Earth's gravity, he soared to a height of 1,000 meters. Then he forcefully changed the direction of gravity using the physical field within his body, plummeting headfirst towards the pit, with a speed of 10 times the speed of sound, his battle blade poised to strike. Shattered Sky Thunder Prison Slash, an interstellar specialization that shook the moon. Boom. This was a true seismic impact on a celestial body. The moment the blade's tip pierced the bottom of the meteorite pit, an amount of physical kinetic energy that could not be quantified surged directly along the moon's silicate rock layers, wildly transmitting in a straight line towards the moon's core. The entire surface of the moon rippled outward from Lin Yuan's point of impact, creating visible geological waves. The geography of the Silent Sea region was utterly rewritten at that moment. Towering mountains thousands of meters high collapsed under the sweeping shockwave, turning into flat land. This physical shockwave propagated through the moon's crust at an incredibly high speed. Those dark red crystalline conduits, originally buried deep underground, experienced irreversible shattering of their internal structures upon encountering this absolute violent kinetic impact. 30 kilometers underground. The high-dimensional core absorbing the mass of the moon was directly struck by this 40,000 kilograms of extreme pressure shockwave that propagated along the rock layers. The defense matrix surrounding the core shattered in an instant. Above the surface, those dark red limbs that attempted to encircle Lin Yuan became rigid in midair due to the loss of energy supply from the underground core. Su Qingxue seized the opportunity. She swiftly darted into the forest of rigid limbs. The cold silence, long sword in her hand, danced through the vacuum, each strike precisely piercing the physical connection nodes of the limbs. Absolute zero structural disintegration. The limbs pierced by cold silence had their remaining thermodynamic movements thoroughly erased. In a state approaching absolute zero, these once indestructible 13th grade crystals became more fragile. Su Qingxue danced in the vacuum, where her sword passed dozens of massive limbs shattered into cold powder. She controlled the variables of thermodynamics, completely freezing the residual energy contained in the shattered powder to prevent it from causing secondary pollution to the lunar soil. Lin Yuan slowly withdrew the blade lodged in the ground. A stream of dark red high-pressure liquid was attempting to surge outward from the 30-kilometer-deep geological fissure beneath his feet. That was the dimensional waste liquid seeping out after the high-dimensional core shattered. Lin Yuan glanced at the fissure. He turned to Su Qingxue. Freeze this fissure. The internal pressure of this planet has become unbalanced. We cannot let it leak out. Lin Yuan made a direct physical judgment. Su Qingxue approached the edge of the fissure and thrust her longsword into it. A deep blue ice extended down the fissure, sealing the 30-kilometer-deep wound, within seconds forming a solid glacial patch. The highest physical adjudicator of the Daxia Kingdom and his extreme cold control partner completed a hardcore duo that could change the pattern of the galaxy at a vacuum surface 38,000 kilometers away from Earth. 2,500,000,000 viewers across the internet watched the live broadcast, seeing the dark red crystal fragments scattered on the ground and the black golden figure standing in the ruins of the Ring Mountain, holding a blade. At that moment, the popularity points in the live room officially surpassed an astonishing 15 billion. This is the ultimate form of physics. A single slash through 30 kilometers of lunar crust. I thought shaking the moon was just a metaphor. I didn't expect him to actually shake the moon. Does this count as an interstellar level date? Blowing up an alien's lair as a backdrop for a confession. Earth can no longer accommodate them. This level of physical output can only be used to develop extraterrestrial resources in the future. Lin Yuan walked to a higher rock. He raised his head, gazing at the beautiful planet suspended against the backdrop of the black universe, radiating a blue glow. That was Earth. In the vacuum, there was no wind, no sound. Everything appeared extremely quiet and pure. Lin Yuan's black golden skin glimmered with a heavy metallic texture under the blue light reflected from Earth. Su Qingxue stood quietly beside him, the cold silence. Longsword sheathed, her clear eyes also fixed on the blue mother planet. The crisis has been averted, Su Qingxue said through the quantum communication channel. The observatory has sent data indicating that the moon's rotational orbit has returned to normal. The gravitational pull of Earth's tides has also stabilized. Lin Yuan heavily planted the 100,000 kilogram Yuan high battle blade into the lunar soil. The 300,000 kilograms of pure physical density in this low-gravity environment made him feel an unprecedented sense of physical transparency. He looked at Earth with no trace of fatigue in his pitch-black pupils. This is merely a dimensional node. Lin Yuan stated this fact plainly. The mass of the abyss is far beyond this. I have established the rules on Earth, but the physical laws in the universe still need to be measured slowly with this blade. He turned to Su Qingxue. Their gazes met in this cold vacuum. No unnecessary words were exchanged. That was the absolute tactical synergy forged through countless experiences under extreme physical pressure at the brink of life and death. As long as that heavy blade continued to swing, the absolute zero-eyes crystals would forever pave the path ahead of him. The live broadcast picture froze at that moment. The black golden physical brute, the ice blue extreme cold fencer. The background was a scatter of alien crystal ruins along with that blue Earth. This legendary live broadcast, which transformed from a dating show into an interstellar physical war, used the most violent and direct physical laws to draw an undeniable hardcore conclusion for the Daxia Kingdom and all of humanity. All calculations and rules from the old era were utterly shattered. Yet the absolute mass era belonging to Lin Yuan had just taken the heaviest first step toward the endless sea of stars. The deep space of the Earth-Moon orbit is enveloped in absolute silence and low temperatures. The pure black super heavy transport rocket core cabin carrying Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue has completely escaped the gravitational pull of the moon and has entered a parabolic trajectory back to Earth. Having forcibly dismantled all life support systems and parachutes before departure, this armored cabin, crafted from deep-sea silver, or now relies solely on inertia for ultra-high-speed gliding in the vacuum of space. Inside the armored cabin, there are no oxygen supplies or temperature regulation systems. Lin Yuan sits upright on the alloy base of the co-pilot's seat. His physical density of 300,000 kilograms has caused a severe shift in the center of gravity of the entire armored cabin. To maintain stable flight posture, he must compress every atom of his body to an absolute state of stillness. With both hands gripping the Yuan-Hai battle knife, which weighs 100,000 kilograms, the blade points vertically downward, resting against the silver floor, forming a physical anchor point for a stable cabin structure. Su Qingxue sits opposite him. The Hanjing sword in her hand emits a faint blue glow. In the vacuum environment, heat transfer has lost its medium of air and can only rely on the metal conduction of the cabin. Su Qingxue continuously injects her peak-level extreme cold true energy into the armored plate beneath her feet, constructing a solid ice crystal insulation layer 5 centimeters thick on the interior wall of the cabin. 3 minutes until entering the Earth's atmosphere. Su Qingxue looks at the mechanical tactical terminal on her wrist, reading the physical parameters. The entry angle is 15 degrees. The initial speed is 80% of the second cosmic velocity. Without a deceleration module, the armored cabin will generate over 10,000 degrees of high-temperature plasma friction upon entering the ionosphere. 10,000 degrees of high temperature won't penetrate the physical structure of deep-sea silver. Lin Yuan's voice cannot propagate through the air in the vacuum cabin, but he uses the low-frequency vibrations generated by his 300,000 kilograms of mass to transmit the sound waves directly into Su Qingxue's bones. 3 minutes later, the armored cabin violently crashes into the Earth's thermal layer. The ultra-high-speed physical friction instantly ignites the thin air surrounding the cabin. A blinding crimson plasma flame completely envelopes the black armored cabin. The tremendous deceleration force erupts instantly. Such a level of overload is sufficient to crush the internal organs of an ordinary human into mush. Lin Yuan sits in his seat, his black gold skin radiating a dense physical barrier force field. 100 gs of overload presses down on his bones, producing only a faint sound akin to metallic grinding. His heart pumps at a rate of 2,000 beats per minute, delivering high-energy liquid blood to all parts of his body, countering the external physical pressure. Protected by the ice crystal insulation layer, Su Qingxue presses her body against the seat back. The long sword in her hand continuously outputs absolute zero pulses, forcibly neutralizing the high temperatures attempting to penetrate the silver armor. White water vapor continuously forms inside the cabin before instantly crystallizing into ice, creating an extremely stable thermodynamic equilibrium cycle. Altitude is 20,000 meters. The outer structure of the armored cabin shows signs of physical melting. Su Qingxue observes the rapidly decreasing values on the terminal 300 kilometers to the East China Sea defense line. Without parachutes, the kinetic energy upon impact with the ground, given the current gravitational acceleration, will trigger a physical disaster equivalent to a million-ton nuclear explosion. Then we will exit the cabin early and dissipate the kinetic energy in the sea. Lin Yuan stands up. The movement of 300,000 kilograms within the cabin causes the rapidly descending metal structure to tumble violently. He walks to the hatch, which is already glowing red from the extreme heat. Without any unlocking procedure, Lin Yuan raises his right leg and delivers a powerful kick to the center of the hatch. Boom. The half-meter thick deep-sea silver hatch breaks away from the hinges under the explosive force of 300,000 kilograms, flying out into the high-speed airflow outside the cabin. A violent high-altitude hurricane mixed with temperatures of thousands of degrees instantly floods into the cabin. Lin Yuan, shouldering the battle knife, leaps out of the cabin from an altitude of 20,000 meters. Su Qingxue follows closely behind. At the moment she leaps out of the hatch, she condenses a high-density ice crystal platform beneath her feet, adjusting her falling posture with the reaction force. Below is the turbulent surface of the East China Sea. Lin Yuan makes no deceleration maneuvers in the air. He straightens his body into a line. With a mass of 300,000 kilograms plus the 100,000 kilograms of the battle knife, totaling 400,000 kilograms, he breaks through 10 times the speed of sound under the pull of Earth's gravity. He creates a pure black shockwave cloud cone in the air. Intense friction causes the temperature of his surface to soar, but the plasma flames are forcibly repelled the moment they make contact with his black gold skin due to its extremely high physical density. Bang! 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan plunges vertically into the deep sea 10 kilometers off the coast of Magic City. At the moment of impact, the surface of the water does not splash as it normally would. The mass of 400,000 kilograms crashes into the liquid water at 10 times the speed of sound, creating an unquantifiable physical repulsion. Within a kilometer radius, the seawater is forcibly compressed into solid state within 0.1 seconds, and then under the release of massive kinetic energy, it directly vaporizes. A giant hemispherical cavity with a diameter of over 5 kilometers forms explosively on the sea surface, exposing the muddy seabed below. The displaced seawater forms a ring-shaped tsunami towering 100 meters high, rushing madly toward the breakwater of Magic City. Just as the tsunami is about to form, Su Qingxue falls from the sky. She does not crash into the water, but lands steadily on top of the 100-meter high ring of water. The Hanjing sword in her hand pierces into the seawater beneath her. Absolute zero glacier suppression. A blinding blue cold wave spreads wildly along the blade. The raging tsunami, carrying billions of tons of kinetic energy, experiences a complete detachment of thermal motion of its internal molecules the moment it comes into contact with this cold wave. The entire ring of water wall is forcibly frozen into a solid glacier stretching 5 kilometers as it advances. The physical turmoil of the sea surface is forcibly pressed down to a halt. Lin Yuan steps onto the glacier from the exposed seabed. His bare upper body emits an astonishing amount of heat, melting clear footprints into the ice beneath his feet. He rests the Yuanhai battle knife on his shoulder, his black short hair appearing exceedingly sharp in the sea breeze. Kinetic energy has been offloaded. The coastline structure is intact. Lin Yuan glances at the intact steel breakwater of Magic City, providing a physical assessment. Su Qingxue sheathes her long sword and walks to his side. The two walk side by side on this glacier shaped by pure violence and extreme cold heading toward the coastline. At this moment on the coastal defense line of Magic City Martial Arts University, General Wei Chung, Vice President Tu Lai, and over 10,000 fully armed martial arts students and faculty are already arrayed here waiting. This live-action dating show of the National Martial Arts University Resource Competition after experiencing underwater god-slaying and interstellar moonshaking has finally welcomed the official return of its two main characters. The online viewer count in the live room stabilizes at 2.5 billion. The CP popularity leaderboard halts at an unprecedented figure of 150 billion. The bullet comments flood the screen, almost drowning out all visuals. While others take planes home, Lin Yuan crashes directly into the sea from 20,000 meters high. This landing method is too hardcore. Su Qingxue's glacier freezing was absolutely brilliant. Lin Yuan is responsible for generating destructive physical energy, while she is in charge of breaking this energy. This tactical complement is seamless. 150 billion CP points. This dating show has completely reached divine status. From now on, any dating show not involving dimensional warfare is merely child's play. 0° heavy sword CP returns. A new era of physics in the Great Xia Kingdom has officially. Lin Yuan descended from the glacier, stepping onto the metallic surface of the breakwater. General Wei Chung strode forward, giving Lin Yuan the highest form of military salute. Judge Lin. The reorganization of the command department and the cabinet has been completely finalized. All armed forces of the illegal families have been disbanded. Wei Chung lowered his arm and reported in a booming voice the location for the Supreme Physical Tribunal has been determined right at the former forbidden area of Magic Martial University's back mountain. The 12th grade metallic or salvage from the EC has already been smelted into standard construction modules by the engineering department. Lin Yuan paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd towards the direction of the Magic Martial back mountain. What is the construction progress of the tribunal? Lin Yuan inquired. Beside him, Tu Lai looked troubled. Major Lin, although the engineering department's machinery is the best in the country, the density of those 12th grade metals is too great. A 500-ton crane can only lift one foundation module at a time. At the current pace, it will take at least 3 months to complete the main framework of the tribunal. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. 3 months is too slow. Although the abyssal wormhole has been sealed, the cracks in the physical dimension have not fully healed. I need this building completed within 24 hours, as it will serve as the physical core to suppress the inland ley lines. Lin Yuan resumed his steps, striding through the crowd towards the Magic Martial back mountain. Withdraw all cranes from the engineering department. I will handle it myself. 20 minutes later, a vast flat area covering 100,000 square meters had been cleared above the former 10,000-fold gravity laboratory of the Magic Martial back mountain. Surrounding the flat area were thousands of dark red standard metal modules, each measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. These were forbidden construction materials of 12th grade, forged from the shell of the Yuanhai heavy god. Over 100 heavy engineering machines idled in the distance. The mentors from the engineering department stood outside the safety line, watching Lin Yuan enter the site. Lin Yuan approached a dark red metal module weighing 5,000 tons. He did not use the Yuanhai battle blade. Instead, he planted the blade into a distant rock. He extended his black gold hands, directly gripping the stress edges at the bottom of the metal module. 300,000 kilograms of physical explosive force surged through his arm muscles. The basalt foundation beneath his feet instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Lift. A deep muffled sound emanated from Lin Yuan's throat. The 5,012th grade metal module was lifted over his head purely by his physical strength. The surrounding engineering mentors gasped in astonishment. The 500-ton crane would emit a severe metal alarm when lifting such modules, yet Lin Yuan accomplished this physically improbable feat, relying solely on the support of his bones and muscles. Holding the 5,000-ton metal block, Lin Yuan walked to the designated foundation pit. He did not lower it gently. Instead, he exerted force with both arms, smashing the metal block into the pit. Boom. The ground trembled violently. The metal module embedded itself precisely into the foundation, forming an absolute physical lock with the underlying rock layers. Lin Yuan turned and moved towards the next module. His actions were seamless and swift. Lift, walk, smash. One after another, 5,000-ton metals were stacked together by him. When it came time to weld the modules, Lin Yuan did not use a plasma welding gun. He stood directly at the seams of two metal blocks, his fists becoming mere shadows as they struck the metal surfaces at a speed surpassing sound. Bang, 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 bang. The high-frequency physical impacts instantly converted massive kinetic energy into extreme thermal energy. The 12th grade metal at the seams melted and softened under tens of thousands of degrees of heat. Lin Yuan used the high pressure of his body to forcibly squeeze the softened metal together. After cooling, a seamless physical deadlock formed between the two blocks of metal. The strength of this friction welding far exceeded the limits of any industrial equipment. Su Qingxue stood at the periphery of the site. The cold silence sword in her hand occasionally unleashed a beam of ice blue sword energy precisely striking the recently welded metal connections, still radiating tens of thousands of degrees of heat. The absolute zero quenching caused the internal atomic structure of the 12th grade metal to reorganize, doubling. With their cooperation, a massive square fortress entirely dark red devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, and exuding a raw aesthetic of violence rose visibly from the ground. The walls of this fortress reached an astonishing thickness of 20 meters. All load-bearing pillars were cast from a mixture of high-density crystal core residues and deep-sea sunken silver. In just 5 hours the main structure of the Supreme Physical Tribunal was declared complete. This building had no windows, only a massive 50-meter-tall alloy main gate. It resembled a steel mountain pressing down on the ley lines of the Great Xia Kingdom, emanating an absolute physical pressure that left all martial artists breathless. The highest level of the fortress was an open hall with an area of 3,000 square meters. At the end of the hall stood 2 enormous high-backed chairs carved from the most core 13th grade dark red dimensional crystals. These chairs bore no carvings, only straight lines and sharp physical facets. Lin Yuan, wielding the Yuan-Hai battle blade, ascended the steps to the end of the hall. He turned and sat down boldly on the left high throne. 300,000 kilograms of flesh combined with 100,000 kilograms of battle blade. The 12th grade metal floor beneath the seat emitted a heavy resonance of stress, then stabilized completely. Su Qingxue, holding the cold silence sword, ascended the steps and sat in the right chair. Her cool face, reflected against the dark red metal walls, exuded an air of inviolable absolute reason. In the rear side of the hall, the military's main camera, which had been following them, captured this moment. The host of the official live broadcast, trembling, read the final conclusion. Dear viewers across the nation, the month-long resource competition has officially come to an end at this moment. The old order has collapsed. The threat of the abyss has been physically crushed. The Supreme Physical Tribunal of the Great Xia Kingdom is officially established. In this era defined by absolute mass and extreme kinetic energy, Judge Lin Yuan and Lady Su Qingxue will protect the physical bottom line of human civilization with their bodies and blades. Thank you all for your companionship. The live broadcast is concluded. The screen abruptly cut off, transforming into the red sword banner of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet the 25 billion viewers across the internet remained entranced by the blacked-out screen, unable to regain their senses. Inside the Supreme Physical Tribunal, the great doors slowly closed, completely isolating the outside clamor. Lin Yuan sat on the high seat, his black gold skin subtly shimmering in the dim light. He turned his head to look at Su Qingxue sitting beside him. This is merely a stronghold. Lin Yuan spoke plainly. I know. Su Qingxue's slender fingers gently stroked the eerie blue core of the cold silence sword. The physical coordinates on Earth have been cleared. What is the next location you intend to measure? Lin Yuan stood the Yuan-Hai battle blade before him. Wherever there are deities that defy physical laws, go there and dismantle them. Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through the thick, dark red walls, directed towards the endless deep space. The turmoil within the Great Xia Kingdom had ended, but this was merely the first probing strike of physical deities in this vast universe. The true expedition for mass had only just begun, having completed its initial build-up within this steel fortress. In the dark crimson hall of the Supreme Physical Adjudication Court, the air was so dense it seemed on the verge of congealing into solid matter. The edifice itself, cast as a monolithic mass of 12-grade forbidden metal, served as a vast gravitational anchor. Around the hall, 36 Chinese gravity pillars 5 meters in diameter emitted a faint cold glow. They plunged 2,000 meters into the crust, suppressing tectonic fluctuations within a 100-li radius. Lin Yuan sat upon the dark crimson physical throne, his right hand casually resting on the hilt of the Yuan-Hai warblade. The 100,000 kilograms of dead weight left a subtle ring of physical subsidence along the alloy armrest. Even at rest, his 300,000 kilogram corporeal density continued to warp the surrounding space, causing light within 3 meters of the throne to refract, and his silhouette to assume an uncanny, unreal profundity. Su Qingxue occupied the right-hand seat, the Hanjia longsword laid across her knees. As her strength steadily rose, the absolute zero domain encasing her had been perfectly constricted to the surface of her skin. Only the dark blue remnant core at the sword's guard pulsed in measured rhythm, proclaiming the devastating thermodynamic deprivation nested within. At the center of the hall, a holographic projection flickered violently. The image of General Wei Cheng materialized on. He stood in the command center of the northwest desert, rows of supercomputer arrays roaring behind him at full capacity. Adjudicator Lin, Lady Su. Wei Cheng's voice was exceedingly grave as he called up the latest radio spectra from the far side of the moon. This is a signal received 3 minutes ago from the physical sensors we deployed in the Jinghai crater. This was no ordinary abyssal shockwave, but a piece of physical encoding with an intensely logical structure. On the screen, a waveform displayed an obsessively regular sawtooth pattern. Each crest coincided with a faint tremor across the lunar surface. Preliminary decryption at the computing center points the signal to a physical concept: material recovery. Wei Cheng paused, cold sweat beading at his brow. They do not seem to regard us as living beings. They view Earth and the moon as scattered high-energy raw materials. That 13th grade dimensional core that vanished in the Mariana Trench has been classified by them as a lost probe. Lin Yuan slowly lifted his eyelids, an icy edge passing through his coal-black pupils. Material recovery. Lin Yuan's voice rolled through the cavernous hall, setting the Chinese gravity pillars into high-frequency resonance. I am not unfamiliar with a civilizational logic founded on the absolute oppression of mass. From their perspective, anything lacking sufficient mass has no right to speak. He flexed his right hand and raised the Yuan-Hai warblade. Where is the signal originating? Near Jupiter's Great Red Spot. Wei Cheng swept the display, revealing a star chart. There is a spatial gravitational collapse point with a diameter 3 times that of Earth. By Doppler calculations, it is estimated that in 6 hours a reckoning wave will sweep across the entire solar system. The wave's physical property is to forcibly dismantle the electromagnetic bonds between atoms, reducing all matter to its most elementary particle state, so it can be reclaimed. Su Qingxue rose, fingertips brushing the Hanjia blade. That means within the next 6 hours we must erect a thermodynamically secure barrier capable of covering the entire atmosphere. Relying on our current spiritual energy defensive arrays against atom-level disassembly is no different from paper, she said coldly. Wei Qing, activate the backup plan of the Southern Gate project. Lin Yuan rose, his 300,000 kilogram weight made the 12-grade metal floor emit a heavy iron-like crack. Send word to the demonic Martial Resource Management Office. Throw every 9-grade and above crystal core salvaged from the Shao family vault and the Donghai recoveries into the adjudicatory's physical furnace. I will force this fortress gravity field to expand within 3 hours until it can envelope the entire Donghai defensive line. Yes. Wei Cheng cut the comm and began executing the supreme directive. Lin Yuan turned to Su Qingxue. Return to the demonic Martial Core laboratory. Use that 10,000-fold gravimeter to smelt the remaining 3 fragments of the 12-grade remnant cores into your absolute zero domain. I need you when the reckoning wave arrives to produce an absolutely motionless thermodynamic vacuum band to serve as the adjudicatory's physical bulwark. Su Qingxue nodded without a word. She flashed away as an ice-blue streak and vanished through the hall's exit. Silence returned. Lin Yuan hefted his blade and walked onto the adjudicatory's open platform. It was noon. The sun poured heat onto Moda-scarred Earth. After successive physical wars, the city had been transformed into a steel-armored martial fortress. Countless citizens stood in the streets, craning their necks toward the dark crimson hall on the hill. They understood that a deep-space threat capable of annihilating civilization was approaching. Yet when they saw the figure bearing the black blade, the city felt no panic. An order forged by absolute violent protection showed its most unyielding vitality. Boom. At the base of the adjudicatory, the colossal physical furnace roared to life. Tens of thousands of high-grade crystal cores were crushed under extreme pressure, their discharged energy surging up the Chinese gravity pillars toward the skies. Lin Yuan stood on the platform with closed eyes as his 300,000 kilogram body began to synchronize in frequency with the entire structure. He felt his consciousness thread down the metal conduits into the mantle. Crustal tremors, molten flows, the compression of air. All physical variables at that moment lay beneath his control. Then the sky abruptly darkened. Not clouds, but an immense gravitational field from the solar system's edge forcibly distorted Earth's light refraction. In Lin Yuan's quantum perception, the wave named Reckoning had already arrived in low Earth orbit ahead of schedule. With dozens of military satellites, the Great Xia State had deployed in orbit, underwent structural collapse, without any flare, disintegrating into dense scrap, and then being drawn by an unseen pull into deep space. The air above Modu began to emit a piercing whine as molecular bonds were forcibly stretched. If this is Reckoning, then we must be prepared to strike back. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his coal-black pupils mirrored the vast dark purple vortex descending in the sky. He gripped the hilt of Yuan-Hai and raised the warblade before his chest. At that moment, his 300,000 kilogram mass did not unleash outward force. Instead, in a grotesque inversion, it contracted inward toward the black gold vertebra within him. Around him, a 10-kilometer diameter, visually perceptible physical collapse zone opened. Every beam of light, mode of dust, even sound vanished upon entering it. Sui Kong Lei Yuzhan, Form 13 Physical Singularity. Lin Yuan thrust his right hand upward and toward the descending dark purple vortex, delivered a heavy slash devoid of any chi augmentation, relying solely on kinetic layering and mass. SSSHH. A pitch-black fissure was violently torn across the midair. It was not a tear in space, but a physical black scar born of matter collapsing when air density surged toward infinity. The black scar surged upward and struck the invisible reckoning wave. Thunderous resonance split the Donghai sky. The horrific collision's aftershock cleared the clouds within a 100 li radius. The once blue sky became a cosmic tremor-inducing void black. On Moda's sea wall, Su Qingxue had already reached her appointed position. She thrust Hanjia into the ground's energy interface and was instantly encased in a 10-meter-thick shell of pale blue ice crystal. Absolute zero full-field deployment. Ice blue ripples spread from her feet, neutralizing in an instant the terrible thermal and kinetic aftershocks produced by Lin Yuan's blow. The city remained absolutely still. In this apocalyptic tableau, their coordination displayed a ruthlessly immaculate physical aesthetic. In the sky, the dark purple vortex underwent an intense physical collapse under Lin Yuan's slash, but the moment after, a clearer, more domineering physical oscillation issued from the vortex, anomalous mass point detected. Correction protocol execute, forced pulverization. A colossal sphere over 10 kilometers across fashioned entirely of dark gold, fluid metal slowly protruded from the vortex's center. Its surface bristled with countless micro-gravitational lenses. It was the Reckoner's materialized projection. The instant the sphere appeared, modus apparent gravity multiplied tenfold. Lin Yuan stood upon the adjudicatory platform, his legs smashing the 12-grade metal plates beneath his feet. He wiped a smear of golden-black blood from the corner of his mouth caused by extreme pressure, and a feral violent war fury kindled in his coal-black pupils. Forced pulverization. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt. Then let us see whether your orb is harder or my blade is heavier. He vanished from the platform. A second later, he had leapt tens of thousands of meters into the air and materialized before the giant orb. The 236 black blade, backed by the will of a 300,000-kilogram body, crashed down upon the dark gold surface. The battle was no longer confined to deep seas or trenches. At 10,000 meters altitude inside this recovery field defined by the Reckoner's, Lin Yuan was using raw violence to compose the first physical judgment from Earth against a high-dimensional civilization. 2.5 billion viewers across the net watching through screens already warped by the physical fields saw the dark gold figure bare-chested and wielding the black blade as he relentlessly hacked at the divine orb. Each downward stroke landed like an iron nail named resistance hammered into the old universe's order. At an altitude of 10,000 meters at the boundary between the troposphere and stratosphere, the air is thin and the temperature extremely low. A dark golden fluid metal sphere with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers quietly hovers directly above the city of magic. The surface of the fluid metal exhibits an irregular movement of anti-gravity with tens of thousands of miniature gravitational lenses continuously forming and collapsing across its surface. Sunlight strikes these lenses, forcibly refracting the path of light, resulting in a large area of visual distortion in the space surrounding the sphere. Lin Yuan's figure appears 50 meters in front of the sphere. He grips the Yuanhai battle knife, which weighs 100,000 kilograms, with both hands. At this moment, the physical density of his 300,000-kilogram body is driven to its peak. The black golden skin shows bulging veins, and the high-energy liquid blood flowing inside emits a dull sound like a hydraulic pump. Without any unnecessary pause, Lin Yuan's waist muscles contract, instantly driving his arms to lift the massive black battle knife above his head, striking down with full force at the enormous metal sphere ahead. The blade, weighing 100,000 kilograms, tears through the vacuum ahead under the drive of 300,000 kilograms of explosive force. The silver rift at the edge of the blade creates a black shockwave extending a kilometer long due to high-speed friction. Boom. The battle knife strikes solidly against the surface of the dark golden sphere. The collision of two absolute masses generates a pure physical explosion at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A blinding white light erupts at the point of contact between the blade and the fluid metal. The surrounding air is instantly compressed by this immense kinetic energy, forming a high-pressure gas ring that thickens to 100 meters and rapidly expands outward. The surface of the dark golden fluid metal is forcibly cut open by the Yuanhai battle knife, creating a massive gash 500 meters deep and 50 meters wide. The edges of the gash cannot self-heal under the spatial collapse field accompanying the sword. A large amount of dark purple high-energy cooling liquid sprays out from the gash, scattering into the high-altitude atmosphere. From within the sphere, a high-frequency mechanical vibration is heard. Physical intrusion confirmed. Mass level assessment, severe threat. Activate localized gravitational compression. The fluid metal on the sphere's surface rapidly gathers towards Lin Yuan's position. Thousands of miniature gravitational lenses instantly realign, directing all gravitational focal points at Lin Yuan's body. A gravitational force of up to 1,000 times standard gravity unexpectedly descends upon Lin Yuan. His body, suspended in midair, suddenly plunges 30 meters under this tremendous pull. The bones within his body emit a series of dense friction sounds. The black golden skin's capillaries rupture under the unbearable pressure of 1,000 times gravity, oozing a layer of fine black golden blood droplets. The moment these droplets touch the air, they are vaporized by the high temperature of his body. Lin Yuan does not fall. He forcefully kicks off with his legs in midair. The mass of 300,000 kilograms forces the air beneath his feet into a dense solid gas wall. Using the reaction force from this gas wall, Lin Yuan stabilizes his form against the pressure of 1,000 times gravity. 1,000 times gravity. It's slightly less than the experiments at the Magic Marshall Laboratory. Lin Yuan lets out a low growl from his throat. Gripping the knife handle tightly, he climbs upward step by step against the invisible weight above him. With each step he takes upward, the air beneath his feet produces a deafening sonic boom. Meanwhile, on the ground, at the remnants of the breakwater along the coast of the City of Magic, a floating airship broadcasting officially activates its maximum power interference array. 4 military drones coated in deep-sea silver paint hover at an altitude of 5,000 meters, synchronously transmitting the combat scenes above and the defensive actions on the ground to the entire network. This large-scale live-action romantic competition jointly hosted by the Ministry of Education and the Command Department of the Great Xia Kingdom has stabilized its online viewership at 2.8 billion. On the live stream, the pink heart-shaped icons create a stark visual contrast against the cold metallic borders. The CP popularity scoreboard in the upper right corner is wildly fluctuating at a rate of tens of millions per second. First place, Lin Yuan Su Qingxue. CP name 0 degree heavy knife. Current score 18, 1,000 times gravity pressing down, yet Lin Yuan can still move upward against it. Is this muscle density made of neutron stars? This is clearly a defense battle against interstellar warfare. But seeing him bravely confront the alien fortress in the sky to protect the ground's Su Schoolflower, I find it incredibly sweet. The most hardcore CEO quote, I use 300,000 kilograms of mass to block 1,000 times gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what high-quality dating looks like. Cutting open an alien gravity sphere as fire above in the high altitude. The sphere realizes that gravitational compression cannot destroy Lin Yuan and immediately changes its attack mode. On both sides of the cut gash, the fluid metal rapidly solidifies, forming 2 rows of dark red metallic spikes extending 1 kilometer long and 50 meters in diameter. These spikes are entwined with high-pressure electric arcs, making a piercing sound as they attack Lin Yuan from both sides. Lin Yuan doesn't even glance at the incoming metal pillars. He positions the 100,000-kilogram Yuan-high battle knife horizontally in front of him, pressing his left hand against the back of the blade. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of metal spikes slam heavily against the broad black surface of the battle knife. The dead weight of 100,000 kilograms combined with the defensive power of 300,000 kilograms forms an absolutely solid wall of physical defiance. Those metal spikes sufficient to pierce the Earth's crust shatter upon contact with the blade, their front ends experiencing severe physical fragmentation due to the immense recoil. Shattered metal fragments scatter through the air at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Some of the large metal debris affected by gravity plummets toward the urban area of the City of Magic, carrying thousands of degrees of high temperature. On the ground, Su Qingxue stands on the platform of the highest physical adjudication court. She raises her head, her cold eyes locking onto the high-speed falling meteor-like fireballs in the sky. She holds the Hanji longsword level with her. The 12th grade remnant core embedded in the sword emits a dazzling blue glow. Thermodynamic coordinates locked. Target volume 120 pieces. Initial falling speed 4 Mach. Su Qingxue calmly calculates the physical parameters. She displays no excess emotional fluctuations, channeling her pinnacle-level extreme, cold, true energy into the longsword. Absolute zero wide area thermal energy deprivation. Su Qingxue swings the longsword, tracing a semicircle in midair. An ice-blue wave covering an area of 10 kilometers rises into the sky, precisely meeting the falling high-temperature metal pieces. Within 1,000th of a second of the wave contacting the metal pieces, the internal high temperature of the metal pieces is forcibly extracted. The violent thermal motion between the molecules comes to an immediate halt. The originally semi-molten dark red metal undergoes severe physical brittleness in the extreme cold environment where the temperature drops to absolute zero. Crack, crack, crack. Those massive metal pieces transform into blocks of deep blue brittle ice sculptures in midair. Su Qingxue pinches a sword gesture with her left hand and points into the air. Shatter. Physical resonance occurs. Those metal remnants frozen into ice sculptures directly disintegrate into fine dust high in the sky, 2,000 meters above the urban area of the City of Magic. He did not lose himself in the maze. He closed his eyes, utilizing his keen perception of physical mass to directly lock onto the core point with the greatest mass within the sphere. 3 kilometers directly below. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He held the battle knife upside down, the tip pointing straight down. All 300,000 kilograms of explosive force concentrated in his legs. He sprang up from the pipeline, then plunged headfirst with his 100,000-kilogram heavy knife, launching a vertical penetrating physical strike at the core position of the sphere. Swoosh, swoosh. All the metal partitions, energy shields, and mechanical arms along the way were cleanly severed and shattered under the 400,000 kilograms of kinetic energy as Lin Yuan descended. He carved out a straight path of destruction within the sphere. 10 seconds later, Lin Yuan smashed through the last thick layer of high-density alloy door, which was 100 meters thick. He fell into a vast core spherical hall. At the center of the hall, a dark purple crystal, perfectly spherical, with a diameter of 50 meters floated. The surface of the crystal swirled with intricate dimensional matrix patterns, crazily outputting energy to maintain the operation of the entire 10-kilometer sphere. Surrounding this crystal were 8 heavily armored guardian mechas, each reaching a height of 100 meters. These mechas had no cockpits and were entirely controlled by the crystal's intelligent matrix. They wielded high-frequency oscillation particle swords, each 60 meters long. The moment they saw Lin Yuan intrude, all 8 mechas simultaneously activated their engines. The 8 particle swords slashed towards Lin Yuan's body from different angles. A pile of scrap metal. Lin Yuan held the knife with one hand. He did not evade. His right arm muscles tightened instantly, swinging the Yuan-high battle knife in a 360-degree horizontal slash around his body. The black blade cut through the air. The weight of 100,000 kilograms when swung at high speed created a substantial ring of high-pressure air blade. Clang, clang, clang. A series of piercing metal fracture sounds echoed in the core hall. The 8 100-meter-tall, heavily armored Guardian mechas were neatly sliced in half at the waist by Lin Yuan's sweeping blow. The high-frequency oscillation particle swords extinguished upon contact with the Starfall iron. The upper halves of the gigantic mechas crashed onto the floor, producing a deep rumble. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at the remains of the mechas. He walked up to the 50-meter diameter dark purple core. The crystal sensed Lin Yuan's approach and instantly released a layer of plasma shield at a temperature of 100,000 degrees. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and directly penetrated the plasma shield. The high temperature turned the air around his left hand into nothingness, but his black gold skin remained unscathed. The absolute suppression of physical density allowed him to maintain cellular integrity even under such high temperatures. His left hand pressed against the surface of the crystal. Mass detachment. Lin Yuan exerted force with his 5 fingers. His 300,000 kilograms of grip penetrated the crystal's surface structure. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed within the crystal. Immediately after, Lin Yuan yanked his left arm back. He forcefully used pure physical strength to rip the gigantic core with a diameter of 50 meters from its energy connection base at the bottom. The moment the core connection was lost, the entire dark gold sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers fell into complete paralysis. All the lights inside went out. The anti-gravity device ceased operation. This colossal higher-dimensional delivery weapon, having lost its power source, was captured by Earth's gravity and began to fall from 10,000 meters towards the sea surface. Lin Yuan held the 50-meter diameter core in his left hand. With his right hand gripping the knife, he struck forcefully at the thick layer of metal armor above him. Boom! The battle knife cut open a wide escape route. Holding the core, Lin Yuan pushed off the floor and charged out through the passage of the disintegrating metal sphere. Outside, the live drone cameras faithfully captured this world-shocking moment. The gigantic 10-kilometer diameter object covered in cracks was plummeting towards the East Sea. Above the sphere, Lin Yuan stood bare-chested, his black gold skin exuding a violent texture under the sunlight. He held the 50-meter diameter dark purple crystal in one hand, and the 100,000-kilogram black heavy knife in the other, his body hovering steadily in midair. This was a pure display of strength. It was an absolute conquest to dig out the enemy's core and hold it aloft. My God, he has taken the heart of that sphere out, holding a 50-meter diameter crystal with one hand. I could watch this scene in textbooks for a lifetime. This is not just a victory, it is a complete and utter one-sided physical crushing. Lin Yuan held the core, and his body began to descend towards the highest physical tribunal below. Due to the massive crystal he was holding, the air resistance during his descent was completely blocked by the crystal, creating a huge vortex of airflow above him. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan landed steadily on the open platform of the tribunal. The weight of 300,000 kilograms combined with the crystal caused the surface of the 12th grade metal to emit a dull sound of stress, but the structure remained solid. Lin Yuan waved his left hand, slamming the 50-meter diameter dark purple core heavily onto one side of the platform. Boom. The core hit the ground, the energy within still circulating, emitting a soft purple glow that illuminated half of the Su Qingxue sheathed her cold silence, long sword, and walked up to Lin Yuan. She glanced at the gigantic core, then at Lin Yuan's black gold face, which showed no signs of fatigue. The internal thermal energy has been completely blocked. The outer shell's quality is intact. Su Qingxue provided an objective assessment. Lin Yuan thrust the battle knife into the ground and casually pointed to the core with his right hand. The energy density in this stone is very high. Once cut open, it can serve as a backup power source for the magic martial. Lin Yuan's voice remained steady, as if he hadn't just dismantled a higher dimensional weapon at 10,000 meters, but merely bought a cabbage at the market. Su Qingxue nodded. I will contact the logistics department for the cutting operation. The official live broadcast camera zoomed in at that moment. In the background was the massive dark purple trophy along with the wreckage of the sphere falling into the deep sea in the distance. Lin Yuan stood at the front, his posture straight as an unyielding mountain. Su Qingxue stood to the side, dressed in white, her gaze cool. The chief director announced loudly in the channel, "Dear viewers nationwide, the resource competition has concluded successfully. Major Lin Yuan and classmate Su Qingxue have topped the Great Xia Kingdom's highest martial arts leaderboard with a record-breaking CP popularity score of 20 billion. There were no sentimental embraces, no emotional declarations. The two simply stood amidst the ruins and trophies, completing this display of strength for the 28 billion people across the nation through the most hardcore tactical cooperation. The physical order of the Great Xia Kingdom was at this moment firmly nailed to the most solid foundation by this heavy knife and this cold sword. The dust lost its kinetic and thermal energy, transforming into a silver-white snowfall under the sea breeze, gently falling onto the streets of Magic City. The viewers in the live broadcast room fell into a frenzy upon witnessing this scene. So stable. Su School Flower's thermodynamic control transformed the meteorite attack into artificial snowfall. What is a sense of security? There's an anti-gravity above and a temperature controller below. The citizens of Magic City say today's weather is perfect for romance. The ultimate mutual pursuit. He does not look back, because he knows she can clean up the trash that falls. CP ranking top, without a doubt. This cooperation has no second of delay. At 10,000 meters high after Lin Yuan blocked the metal spike's encirclement, a high-frequency rumble emanated from within his bones. He did not give the sphere another chance to adjust its attack mode. Holding Yuan high with both hands, he charged directly into the interior of the sphere along the 500-meter gash he had previously made. Boom! Lin Yuan crashed through the solid metal net blocking the gash. Inside the sphere lay a giant mechanical maze entirely composed of anti-gravity devices and high-energy plasma circuits. Countless mechanical tentacles scurried through the maze trying to repair the outer armor that Lin Yuan had sliced open. Lin Yuan's feet landed on a trunk energy pipeline with a diameter of 10 meters. The weight of 300,000 kilograms caused the surface of the pipeline to instantly dent. On the open platform of the Supreme Physical Tribunal, the red working indicator light on the bottom of 4 military-grade, high-definition live broadcast drones painted in deep-sea silver switched to green in the same second after a month of continuous flashing. Subsequently, the indicator light completely extinguished. The miniature anti-gravity engine inside the drone emitted a steady low-frequency hum as the body completed a 90-degree vertical turn in the air, forming a formation and flying away towards the logistics base of the Magic City Martial Arts University. As the drones departed this live-action romance variety show hosted jointly by the Supreme Command and the Ministry of Education, which was broadcasted to an audience of 2.8 billion across the country, physically severed all information interactions with the outside world. The platform returned to absolute silence. Only the sound of airflow slicing through the dark red metal walls carried by the sea breeze, along with the energy flow sound emitted from the dark purple high-dimensional core with a diameter of 50 meters. Lin Yuan stood beside the core. His bare upper body displayed a deep black gold color. Having just experienced a high-intensity physical dismantling, the temperature of his skin reached 300 degrees. The moisture in the sea breeze was instantaneously vaporized when it approached within 3 centimeters of his body, forming a layer of white steam tightly adhering to his skin. In his right hand, he held the Yuan-Hai battle knife, which weighed 100,000 kilograms. The tip of the blade touched the floor paved with 12th-grade forbidden metal, leaving no scratches, but the sheer weight of 100,000 kilograms combined with his own physical mass caused the surrounding gravitational field to exhibit a continuous state of inward contraction. On Lin Yuan's retina, rows of deep blue physical data that only he could see were rapidly refreshing. The National Martial Arts University Resource Competition has officially concluded. Detection indicates that the host has completed all combat indicators. The final CP popularity score is set at 20,300,000,000. Achieved the highest accomplishment of cross-dimensional leaderboard. Settlement mechanism initiated. Acquired high-level vitality points 5 million. Limit on physical explosive power removed. Commencing the 4th quantum reorganization. As the data refreshed, Lin Yuan closed his eyes. The bones within his body emitted a series of extremely dull cracking and reorganizing sounds. The originally dark gold dragon marrow bones began to transform into a pure black color under the forcible infusion of 5 million high-level vitality points. The concentration of liquid energy within the bone marrow cavity surged to double, with the flow rate of the gold-black blood in the blood vessels reduced to 10 cycles per minute, but the mass of each drop of blood reached over 1,000 times that of ordinary mercury. Lin Yuan's heart rate dropped from 2,000 beats per minute to 30 beats per minute. Thump. 1 heartbeat. A visible white shockwave rippled through the air surrounding the platform. Thump. The 2nd heartbeat. The 12th-grade metal floor beneath Lin Yuan's feet sank 5 centimeters under the pressure from within. His physical explosive power steadily and irreversibly transcended from 300,000 kilograms to the absolute field of 350,000 kilograms. This leap in mass brought about a more domineering control over the surrounding physical environment. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and in the depths of his deep blue pupils the black collapse point had spread to the edges of his entire iris. He only needed to stand there without needing to mobilize any true qi, and the surrounding dust and light would be naturally captured by his body. Su Qingxue stopped 10 meters away from Lin Yuan. In her hand, she held the Hanji long sword, which weighed 3,000 jin. The 12th-grade remnant core embedded in the sword guard emitted a ghostly blue glow. During the time Lin Yuan completed the mass leap, she maintained the lowest power output of the absolute zero field, controlling the thermodynamic variables on the platform to an absolutely stable value, preventing the high temperatures emitted by Lin Yuan from igniting the surrounding air. Your mass density has increased by 16.6%. Su Qingxue looked at the mechanical tactical terminal on her wrist, reading the gravitational wave deviation data, providing an accurate assessment. Lin Yuan nodded. He raised his right hand, grasping the handle of Yuan-Hai, and casually swung it in the air. No sonic boom was produced. The physical control of 350,000 kilograms allowed him to compress all the air resistance generated by the swing of the blade at the edge of the blade's edge in the void. This is just the basic reserve. Lin Yuan rested the battle knife on his shoulder. The upcoming target is not within the earth. 350,000 kilograms is just enough to cope with the microgravity environment of deep space. At that moment, the holographic projection array above the platform automatically activated. The three-dimensional image of General Wei Cheng was projected in midair. He was in the underground command center of the Jiuquan Interstellar Launch Center in the northwestern desert, with a stern expression resting his hands on the tactical control console. Lin Tribunal Officer. Wei Cheng spoke quickly without any post-war pleasantries. A new physical variable has appeared at the gravitational collapse point in the Jupiter red spot region. According to the latest spectrum returned by the deep space probe, that high-dimensional civilization has not ceased its actions due to the crash of the detection sphere. Wei Cheng drew a star map of the solar system on the light screen. On the star map, Jupiter's massive red cyclone was rotating in a way that defied fluid mechanics. 30 minutes ago, a strong gravitational force from within the collapse point tore open Jupiter's atmosphere. An ultra-large entity with a mass equivalent to 3 moons was utilizing Jupiter's gravitational slingshot effect for secondary acceleration. Its target trajectory was aimed directly at Earth's orbit. The estimated arrival time is 72 hours later. Lin Yuan gazed at the ultra-large entity on the lights. It appeared as a regular dark purple polyhedron on the star map, without any thruster exhaust, relying entirely on altering its own gravitational field to gain acceleration. Has the analysis of its outer shell material been completed? Lin Yuan asked. Preliminary spectral analysis shows that its surface is covered with 13-grade dimensional compression, or up to 500 kilometers thick. Conventional nuclear strikes would be forcibly disintegrated before reaching its gravitational zone. Wei Cheng retrieved a set of simulation impact data. Once it enters the Earth-Moon orbit, Earth's tidal forces will instantly spiral out of control, and 80% of the continental plates will be submerged by seawater. If a direct impact occurs, the Earth will shatter into an asteroid belt. Su Qingxue approached the projection screen, quickly scanning through the thermodynamic and gravitational parameters. 72 hours. It's meaningless to set up any defensive positions on Earth. Su Qingxue turned to Lin Yuan. The interception point must be set outside Mars' orbit. We need to physically disrupt its mass balance before it enters the inner solar system. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the 72 hours. Enough time to build a ship. He turned to the dark purple core 50 meters in diameter, which he had forcibly extracted from 10,000 meters in the air and was currently in a dormant state. Wei Cheng notified Tu Lai. Retrieve all the wreckage of the 10-kilometer metal sphere that fell into the East China Sea. I want to see all the metal debris on the Magic Marshal's helipad within 3 hours. Lin Yuan issued the highest-level tribunal order. Yes. The engineering department is already fully deployed. Wei Cheng cut off the communication. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Qingxue. This deep space expedition does not require conventional life support systems and thrusters. Lin Yuan patted the 50-meter dark purple core. This thing is the power source. We don't need to build a spaceship, we just need to create a sufficiently hard and heavy impactor, directly using mass collision to smash it to pieces in Mars orbit. 3 hours later, on the giant flatland at the back of the Magic City Martial Arts University, hundreds of military engineering ships were traveling back and forth in the air. Huge anti-gravity towing beams transported blocks of dark red metal debris measuring hundreds of meters in length and width from the East China Sea to this location. These 12th-grade metal wreckages piled up like mountains, emanating a pungent smell of salty seawater and the burnt odor of melted metal. Tu Lai stood at the periphery of the flatland with thousands of engineering department instructors. They had already received orders, but facing this 12th-grade forbidden metal, which had a hardness far exceeding diamond, all conventional cutting and welding equipment became ineffective. Lin Yuan stepped into the center of the arena. He wore no shirt. His body, weighing 350,000 kilograms, left deep trenches on the ground with each movement. The 100,000-kilogram Yuan-Hai warblade was dragged behind him, its blade carving a straight black fissure into the ground. He walked between two pieces of dark red metal armor plates, each 500 meters long. These two armor plates were originally fragments of the 10-kilometer sphere's outer shell, with a thickness astonishingly reaching 50 meters. Let's begin. Lin Yuan drove the war blade into the ground. He extended his hands, pressing them against the edges of the massive metal plates. The 350,000 kilograms of physical explosive force began to operate fully. Beneath the black gold skin, the blood vessels erupted with a dull hydraulic sound. Combine. Lin Yuan's arms suddenly closed inwards. The two metal plates, each weighing several million tons, produced a deafening metallic grinding sound as they violently crashed together under his sheer force. At the moment of impact, a blinding white light erupted from the seam. Lin Yuan did not relent. He raised his fists and began to deliver a series of supersonic high-frequency strikes at the seam of the two metal plates. Bang, 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 bang. The ground of the entire Magic City trembled under the impact of these high-frequency physical blows. The 12th grade metal at the seam saw its temperature rapidly soar to 60,000 degrees after hundreds of thousands of extreme kinetic energy conversions. The dark red metal turned bright red and softened as Lin Yuan's fists compressed the atomic structure of the two armor plates together. Su Qingxue stood on a high platform nearby. She precisely monitored the changes in temperature of the metal. When the temperature reached the optimal critical point for molecular fusion, she swung her sword Hanji fiercely. Absolute zero solidify. A blade of ice blue cold sword energy sliced through the glowing seam. The 60,000 degrees of high temperature was stripped away in 1,000th of a second. The thermal motion inside the metal came to an instant halt, and the two armor plates completed a seamless physical lock welding, transforming into a supergiant base, measuring 1,000 meters long, 500 meters wide, and 50 meters thick. This was just the first step. For the next 50 hours, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue did not rest for a moment. Lin Yuan was responsible for using pure 350,000 kilograms of physical pressure to move, splice, and soften massive metal debris. He was like a planetary hydraulic press with infinite stamina, bending and shaping the 12th grade metals with sheer force. Su Qingxue was responsible for releasing absolute zero at every critical node, performing high-intensity physical quenching. She controlled her extreme cold, true energy down to atomic-level precision, ensuring the stress on the entire structure reached perfect balance. 2,800,000,000 viewers across the internet witnessed this incredible hardcore shipbuilding process through live streaming. There were no complex electronic circuits, no precision life pods. What the two created was a 3,000-meter-long, perfectly conical, solid metal ram. The tip of this ram was compressed from the highest density core armor, achieving the physical limit of hardness for conventional matter. The tail of the ram reserved a circular cavity with a diameter of 50 meters. In the 51st hour, Lin Yuan approached the dark purple dimensional core with a diameter of 50 meters. He embraced the heavy high-dimensional energy source with both hands and lifted it above his head. The weight of 350,000 kilograms combined with the core's mass caused small geological subsidence with each step he took towards the ram's tail. Clang! Lin Yuan fitted the core snugly into the cavity at the tail of the cone. Then he swung his fists, forcefully bending and compressing the metal edges of the cavity, physically locking the core tightly inside the ram, leaving only a 10-meter diameter energy ejection port. Thus, this physical weapon, named Interstellar Ram, was completely finished. It had no cockpit, only a 10-meter deep rectangular cavity in the rear part of the cone, which Lin Yuan had painstakingly carved out with his warblade. Inside the cavity there were no life support devices, only two sturdy seats made of heavy silver ore. This was the entire vehicle for Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue to journey into deep space. Tu Lai and the experts from the engineering department looked at this 3,000-meter-long solid metal cone, all rendered speechless. Its mass exceeded 1 billion tons. Its only function was to rely on the high-dimensional core for thrust in space, then use its unmatched hardness and mass to smash through anything that stood in its way. 20 hours remained before reaching the target entity. Lin Yuan approached the cavity in the middle of the ram. He held the Yuan-Hai warblade in one hand, lightly leaped, and jumped into the cavity, sitting in the left heavy silver seat. Su Qingxue followed, jumping into the cavity with her Han-Ji long sword, and sat on the right side. The energy pathway of the rear core has been established. Su Qingxue embedded a 9th-grade crystal core into the armrest of her seat as a temporary trigger device. Once activated, the dimensional laws inside the core will produce directional physical space collapse, generating reactive thrust. The initial velocity will directly exceed the third cosmic speed. Lin Yuan stood the warblade between his legs, pressing both hands on the hilt. He looked up through the opening above the cavity, gazing at the gradually darkening sky and the twinkling stars on the horizon. Take off! Lin Yuan's command consisted of only 2 words. Su Qingxue did not hesitate. Her right hand slapped the trigger crystal core on the armrest. Boom! The dark purple core at the tail of the ram was instantly activated. A stream of pure black space collapse shot out violently from the 10-meter diameter ejection port. This stream had no temperature and no flames. It directly consumed the air and earth below on a physical level. The 3,000-meter-long, 1 billion-ton solid 12th-grade metal ram slowly ascended under this terrifying thrust. The ground trembled, and the air was forcefully pushed aside, creating a vacuum passage leading to the skies. The ram's speed broke the sound barrier within 2 seconds and exceeded the second cosmic speed in 5 seconds. Lin Yuan sat inside the cavity. The immense force pressed down on him, yet his black gold skin showed no deformation. The mass of 350,000 kilograms firmly fixed him in the seat. Su Qingxue unleashed an absolute zero field, completely locking the temperature inside the cavity to prevent the high temperatures generated by intense air friction from scorching the two of them. 2,800,000,000 viewers across the internet watched as the 3,000-meter-long dark red metal cone, trailing a pure black space, collapse wake, pierced straight through the night sky of the Great Xia Kingdom, plunging into the cold, desolate depths of the universe. There were no waving national flags, no emotional farewells. This was the purest physical expedition. Target the outer orbit of Mars. Mission to use this 1 billion-ton metal ram and 350,000-kilogram body to completely smash that high-dimensional material recovery station equivalent to the volume of 3 moons into cosmic dust. In the depths of the cosmos, there is no medium for sound to propagate. An absolute silence envelopes this 3,000-meter-long pure, solid metal conical vessel, which weighs 1 billion tons. Within the groove at the tail of the impactor, a dark purple dimensional core with a diameter of 50 meters is operating at full capacity. The internal space collapse mechanism of the core continuously pulls the physical coordinates ahead backward, generating a persistent and stable jet of pure black reaction force. Under the thrust of this jet, the flight speed of the impactor has surpassed 300 kilometers per second, gliding at full speed along a precisely calculated straight trajectory towards a target area outside Mars orbit. In the deep groove at the rear of the impactor, Lin Yuan sits poised on a seat made of deep silver ore. In the weightless environment of space, the mass of conventional objects loses its weight, but Lin Yuan's physical density of 350,000 kilograms creates an independent microgravity field in this small groove. He does not require any safety belts for restraint, as he is firmly adhered to the surface of the seat solely by the gravitational force generated by his own mass. His bare upper body exhibits a deep black golden hue. Due to the inability to dissipate heat through convection in a vacuum, the vast heat generated by the high-frequency operation of his cells is entirely locked beneath his dermis. This results in his skin surface displaying a dark red radiance. The Yuanhai battle blade, weighing 100,000 kilograms, stands between his legs, its blade resting against the metal floor without making a sound. Su Qingxue sits in the seat to the right. The Hanjing long sword in her hand lies flat on her knees, with the 12th class remnants at the hilt continuously emitting a ghostly blue glow. Su Qingxue tightly adheres the peak-grade extreme cold true qi to the inner wall of the groove, creating an absolute insulation layer with a constant temperature of -200 degrees. This insulation layer effectively blocks the interference of cosmic microwave background radiation, while also maintaining the high temperature radiating from Lin Yuan within a safe physical limit. On her left wrist, a specially modified mechanical tactical terminal displays a set of continuously fluctuating green numbers. 1,500 kilometers to the target entity. Su Qingxue reports real-time data to Lin Yuan through the short-range quantum communication channel built into their helmets. The opposing gravitational field has already covered the airspace ahead. There was a significant redshift phenomenon when the radar waves encountered its gravitational edge. We will enter the opponent's physical capture zone in 5 minutes. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. In his deep blue pupils, the vast starry sky ahead is reflected. At the visible end of his field of view, a massive dark purple polyhedron hovers in the void. Its size is equivalent to the sum of 3 moons, with its surface composed of countless flat geometric facets. There are no thruster flames or any exposed mechanical structures. It merely hovers there, causing the surrounding starlight to refract and bend severely. This is the material recovery station deployed by a higher dimensional civilization. It has begun to intercept. Su Qingxue's slender fingers tap rapidly on the terminal screen. In front of the dark purple polyhedron, a vast asteroid belt that was originally scattered near Mars orbit is being forcibly drawn by some gravitational force. Tens of thousands of silicate meteors and metallic asteroids alter their original orbital paths, converging into a dense debris belt 1,000 kilometers wide, spanning the path of the interstellar impactor. Lin Yuan grips the hilt of the Yuanhai battle blade. Do not decelerate. Charge straight ahead. Lin Yuan issues the most direct physical command. The 12-meter-long metal impactor with an absolute mass of 1 billion tons plunges into the dense asteroid belt at a super speed of 300 kilometers per second. This is a completely unequal physical crushing. The sharp tip at the front of the impactor is made from the highest density armored plates repeatedly friction welded together. When it makes contact with the first silicate meteor approximately 500 meters in diameter, there is no obstruction. This sound does not propagate through space, but travels directly along the 3,000-meter metal solid to Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue's seats, causing a high-frequency mechanical vibration. The 500-meter diameter meteor is instantly shattered into countless fine dust particles. The kinetic energy contained in 1 billion tons of mass traveling at 300 kilometers per second reaches a colossal astronomical figure. Those meteors and metallic fragments blocking the path are crushed at the atomic structure level within 1,000th of a second upon contact with the impactor's outer shell. The impactor carves a straight path of absolute vacuum through the asteroid belt. Surrounding it are the shattered remains of celestial bodies, some of which are propelled back toward the rear groove of the impactor by the recoil. Su Qingxue stands up holding her sword in her left hand. Absolute zero structural solidification. She does not unleash any sword chi, but directly covers the vacuum above the groove with extreme cold true chi, forming an invisible thermal barrier. Those high-speed fragments of meteors, as they pass through this thermal barrier, have their residual thermal motion complete. The toughness of the material drops to absolute zero. Subsequently, these fragments collide with the 12-class metal armor around the groove, turning into clouds of white powder that drift into deep space, posing no substantial threat to the interior of the groove. Lin Yuan sits in his seat, his gaze firmly locked onto the increasingly large dark purple polyhedron ahead. The interception by the asteroid belt is forcibly torn apart. The high-dimensional intelligent matrix inside the polyhedron swiftly responds with a new physical reaction. A geometric facet with an area of over 10,000 square kilometers suddenly flips inward, revealing a dense honeycomb launch array below. Thousands of dark red metallic spheres, each with a diameter of over 100 meters, are ejected from the launch. These metallic spheres do not rely on traditional jet propulsion, but use their internal gravitational field distortion to accelerate beyond conventional physical limits, charging toward Lin Yuan's interstellar impactor. High-density, solid kinetic energy weapons. Estimated individual mass at 50 million tons. They are accelerating using the gravitational field, and the initial impact speed will reach 500 kilometers per second. Su Qingxue calmly reports the data. If a collision occurs, heat in the tip of our impactor will undergo physical deformation, causing a 40% reduction in subsequent penetration power. Lin Yuan grips the hilt tightly. He stands his legs, making shallow imprints on the 12-class metal floor. Lin Yuan concentrates all 350,000 kilograms of physical explosive force in his legs. He does not use any true qi. He simply pushes off hard against the metal floor of the groove. His entire being transforms into a streak of black golden light racing at full speed along the 3,000-meter-long outer shell of the impactor toward the very sharp tip. In an absolute vacuum and weightless environment, running does not require overcoming air resistance, but powerful traction is needed to provide the forward reaction force. Lin Yuan's mass of 350,000 kilograms allows his military boots to firmly adhere to the metal shell. With each step he takes, a clear heavy footprint is left on the surface of this 12-class forbidden metal. 5 seconds later, Lin Yuan reaches the very tip of the impactor. He stands at the forefront of this 3,000-meter-long metal spear, directly facing the thousands of dark red metallic heavy spheres charging toward him. There are no words. Lin Yuan raises the Yuan-Hai battle blade, which weighs 100,000 kilograms high above his head. The density of his 350,000-kilogram body is propelled to its peak in this moment. The veins on his black golden skin bulge, and the high-energy liquid blood within surges violently. Sky Fracture Thunder Prison / Interstellar Specialized Version Masquerade. Lin Yuan swings his blade toward the void ahead, striking over 100 times within 0.1 seconds. Each swing creates a black spatial fissure extending 10 kilometers long. Hundreds of spatial fissures intersect in the path of the impactor, forming a massive pure black spatial cut. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sounds of physical collisions resonate throughout his body via the metal impactor beneath his feet. The thousands of dark red metallic spheres, each weighing 50 million tons, collide with this spatial cutting net created by Lin Yuan at a speed of 500 kilometers per second. In the face of the spatial fissures forged from star iron, the physical structures of these high-density spheres suffer catastrophic cuts. The massive metallic spheres are neatly sliced into dozens of uniform fragments. These fragments lose their original structural integrity, and upon contact with the tip of the impactor, they are directly thrust to the sides by the enormous mass of 1 billion tons. Sparks cannot burn in a vacuum, but the intense heat generated by the metal fractures turns the area around the tip of the impactor into a blinding region of white light. Lin Yuan stands at the very front of the impactor, braving the overwhelming metallic debris and extreme heat. His black golden skin radiates an indestructible hardness under the illumination of the white light. The battle blade in his hand swings continuously, slicing through all the debris, attempting to directly collide with the main body of the impactor. 3 minutes of high-intensity slashing. Thousands of heavy metallic spheres have been thoroughly cleared. The tip of the interstellar ram remains unscathed, maintaining a speed of 300 kilometers per second. At this moment, the dark purple polyhedron, equivalent in size to 3 moons, occupies Lin Yuan's entire field of vision. Only 30 seconds remain before impact. The polyhedron seems to have sensed that conventional physical intercepts cannot stop this massive metal spear. All its geometric facets lit up with a dazzling purple light simultaneously. The target entity is altering the curvature of the surrounding space. Su Qingxue's voice resounded in the communication channel. It has created an absolute gravitational abyss in front of itself. If we crash directly into it, the mass will be infinitely compressed, ultimately leading to a collapse. Lin Yuan stood at the tip of the ram. He gazed at the visible distortion of space ahead, resembling a funnel-shaped collapse. Use mass to fill it up. Lin Yuan turned around, pointing the tip of his battle knife at the metal ram below him. He did not retreat into the groove. At this moment, his body, weighing 350,000 kilograms, unleashed all its physical potential. Su Qingxue maximized the thrust of the rear core. Lin Yuan shouted loudly. In the groove, Su Qingxue pressed her left hand firmly on the triggering crystal core. Boom. The dark purple core at the tail of the ram emitted a high-frequency vibration nearing overload. The pure black space collapse jet instantly doubled in size. The speed of the ram was forcibly pushed to 500 kilometers per second. Lin Yuan gripped the knife with both hands. He thrust the 100,000-kilogram Yuan-Hai battle knife forcefully into the 12th grade metallic armor below. Then he exerted force from his waist, pouring all the explosive power of 350,000 kilograms into the 3,000-meter-long ram without reservation. He was using his own physical mass as a secondary kinetic energy amplifier for the ram. Bang! The tip of the interstellar ram plunged directly into the distorted gravitational abyss. An extreme gravitational pull instantly acted on the ram and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt a chilling friction sound emanating from all his bones. A large amount of liquid high-energy blood seeped from the surface of his black gold skin. This blood did not disperse in the vacuum, but clung tightly to his body, forming a layer of dark red blood scab protective suit. The 3,000-meter-long ram emitted a teeth-gritting metallic tearing sound under the distortion of the gravitational abyss. Yet the absolute mass of 1 billion tons combined with the ultra-high kinetic energy of 500 kilometers per second forcefully tore a straight passage through this distorted space. The physical carrying capacity of the gravitational abyss reached its limit. Crack. The curvature of space was forcibly flattened. The interstellar ram penetrated the gravitational barrier, its tip directly aimed at the dark purple dimensional compressed mineral shell, which was 500 kilometers thick. It's here. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. In the next second, 1 billion tons of pure solid metal crashed into the surface of the high-dimensional recovery station, which was the size of 3 moons at a speed of 500 kilometers per second. There was no earth-shattering explosion, because sound cannot travel in a vacuum. But visually it was an ultimate destruction capable of making the galaxy shudder. At the center of the impact point, the dark purple dimensional mineral shell evaporated into a plasma sphere with a diameter of several hundred kilometers upon contact, due to pure kinetic energy. The tip of the ram, which had been tempered through countless trials, began to physically melt under the terrifying counterforce. But this melting did not halt its advance. The mass of 1 billion tons driven by inertia penetrated deep into the 500-kilometer thick shell, like a red-hot iron nail. The ram continued to penetrate downward. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. The surrounding dimensional minerals rolled to the sides under extreme pressure, forming solid metallic waves soaring dozens of kilometers high. Lin Yuan stood at the very front of the ram. He bore the full brunt of all the impact recoil. His legs sank into the metal surface of the ram. At this moment, the 350,000 kilograms of physical mass displayed its true value. He was not torn to pieces by the recoil force capable of shattering tectonic plates, but instead remained firmly pinned there, wielding the Yuanhai battle knife to cut through the high-density minerals that tried to compress him, providing a physical opening for the ram to continue its advance. Inside the groove, Su Qingxue compressed the absolute zero field to the extreme, completely freezing a 10-meter radius around her into an absolutely solid ice coffin to resist the devastating shockwave brought by the impact. 15 seconds later, the impact speed of the ram finally reached zero under layers of resistance. At this point, this 3,000-meter-long metal spear had already buried half of its length deep into the dark purple polyhedron shell. Only less than 50 kilometers of rock strata remained between the tip of the ram and the core area of the target. Lin Yuan released his hands. He withdrew the Yuanhai battle knife embedded in the metal. He looked around. This was an internal space completely torn apart by the impact. The dark purple minerals were in a semi-molten state under high temperatures. Complex mechanical pipelines and energy circuits flickered with violent purple arcs at their breakpoints. Lin Yuan's chest heaved violently. The dark red blood scabs on his surface gradually fell off after cooling, revealing the intact black gold skin beneath. The 350,000 kilograms of physical mass not only endowed him with extreme destructive power, but also granted him abnormal physical resistance. He turned around, looking towards the impact passage that extended 2,000 kilometers behind him. Su Qingxue, are you safe? Lin Yuan inquired through quantum communication. The ice coffin is intact. No physical fractures in the structure. Su Qingxue's voice remained cold and steady. A few seconds later, a stream of ice blue light raced along the metallic surface of the ram at high speed. Su Qingxue, holding the cold silence long sword, landed steadily beside Lin Yuan. She glanced at the alien-styled metallic ruins around her, focusing her gaze on the rock strata ahead that had been cracked. The physical structure here has become unstable. The core repair system of the target entity is gathering high-density materials towards here, attempting to seal us within this breach. Su Qingxue was reading the gravitational changes around them through the tactical terminal. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the rock layer crack. He lifted the 100,000-kilogram battle knife with one hand. The ship has delivered us here. The remaining 50 kilometers we will walk ourselves. Lin Yuan stepped forward, heading. With each step he took on the semi-molten minerals, a sizzling sound of physical cooling echoed. In this alien high-dimensional weapon a billion kilometers away from Earth, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue began the final phase of their physical dissection battle. There were no formations, no flashy spells clashing. Only the black heavy sword and the ice blue long sword. They aimed to dig out the heart of this colossal entity equivalent to 3 moons in size, using the most primitive physical cutting method before the other party's core repair was completed. On Earth, inside the data center of the Supreme Physical Tribunal, General Wei Qing looked at the green text on the screen that read physical impact completed, life sign stable, and let out a long sigh. He turned his head to look at the sky outside. That interstellar catastrophe capable of flattening Earth civilization was forcefully nailed beyond Mars orbit by a man and a woman using the most hardcore mass collision. At this moment, the physical epic of the Great Xian nation reached the pinnacle within the realm of human understanding. At the end of the collision passage, a dark purple semi-molten state is revealed. After exhausting all kinetic energy, the metallic structure at the forefront of the 1 billion-ton interstellar impactor has physically locked into the surrounding 13th grade dimensionally compressed ore. Lin Yuan, holding the Yuanhai warblade weighing 100,000 kilograms in one hand, stepped out of the metal breach torn by the tip of the impactor. His black golden bear torso radiated an astonishing heat. In the vacuum environment, this heat could not dissipate through air convection and could only be released in the form of infrared radiation, causing large areas of secondary melting on the surface of the surrounding ore. With a pure physical density of 350,000 kilograms, he maintained absolute traction in this weightless alien planet. His military boots crushed the semi-molten dark purple rock layer, directly transforming the viscous high-temperature material into dense solid plates. Ahead lay a solid or layer 50 kilometers thick. Su Qingxue, wielding the Hanji longsword, walked to Lin. The 12th grade core embedded at the sword's guard continuously emitted a deep blue extreme cold true energy, forcibly neutralizing the radiant heat emitted by Lin Yuan, and establishing an absolute thermodynamic safety zone with a constant temperature of -50 degrees around them. According to the gravitational wave detection feedback, the density of the ore layer 50 kilometers ahead shows an increasing. Su Qingxue's slender fingers swiped across the tactical terminal, bringing up a set of three-dimensional geological maps. The hardness of the outer layer is 1,000 times that of Earth's diamond, and the closer it gets to the core, the denser the atomic arrangement of the material becomes. Regular physical slashing would cause severe kinetic energy scattering, leading to most of the force being absorbed and distributed by the immense mass of the entire celestial body. Lin Yuan gazed at the solid rock wall ahead that emanated a faint dark purple glow. Kinetic energy scatters because the material possesses physical toughness. Lin Yuan held the 100,000 kilogram Yuan-high warblade horizontally in front of him. As long as its toughness is completely stripped away, any material in the face of absolute mass is merely a pile of brittle bones. He turned to Su Qingxue. Pave the way. Su Qingxue showed no hesitation, gripping the handle of the Hanji longsword and thrusting it straight into the dark purple rock wall ahead. Absolute zero heat deprivation, deep penetration. A blinding deep blue cold wave surged along the sword's edge, fanning out as it madly advanced into the depths of the rock wall. The atoms within the 13th grade, or originally in a high-frequency motion state, were forcibly brought to a halt within 1,000th of a second upon contact with this absolute zero cold wave. The previously indestructible ore layer, which possessed strong physical absorption capabilities, underwent severe contraction and brittleness at the moment of rapid temperature drop. The surface of the dark purple rock wall quickly became covered with a thick layer of white frost, accompanied by a series of dense cracking sounds extending countless deep cracks reaching hundreds of meters. Lin Yuan moved. His waist muscles instantly tensed, and the 350,000 kilograms of explosive physical power surged through his spine, gathering entirely in his arms. He swung the 100,000 kilogram Yuan-high warblade down at the completely frozen and brittle rock wall with all his might. Instead of using the blade's edge to slice, he directly struck it with the broad black blade for a large area physical impact. Boom. This pure physical strike did not produce any sound waves in the vacuum environment, but the destructive kinetic energy directly transmitted into the interior of the celestial body along the brittle rock layer. Large chunks of dark purple ore shattered into a cloud of fine powder under the combined crushing force of 100,000 kilograms of dead weight and 350,000 kilograms of explosive power. A tunnel 100 meters wide and 2 kilometers deep formed instantly under Lin Yuan's unreserved physical push. Continue. Lin Yuan sheathed his sword, stepping over the cold powder scattered on the ground, moving toward the new rock wall. Su Qingxue closely followed, drawing her longsword and thrusting it into the rock layer ahead once more. Cooling brittleness, heavy smashing, and pulverization. The two of them embarked on a physically penetrating operation of astonishing efficiency within this high-dimensional material recovery station, which was equivalent to the volume of 3 moons. The black blade and deep blue frost flashed alternately, and with each coordination the distance to the core was shortened by 2 kilometers. 10 minutes later, they had advanced 30 kilometers forward. The color of the surrounding ore shifted from dark purple to a profound pitch black, and the material density doubled once again. Just as Su Qingxue was about to perform the 16th absolute zero penetration, the ore ground beneath their feet suddenly emitted a high-frequency mechanical vibration. The depth of physical intrusion has breached the critical value. Initiate internal mass clearance procedure. A wave of information directly affecting the gravitational field transmitted into Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue's perception. The black ore wall ahead began to significantly cave inwards, melting into a form of black liquid metal. These liquid metals rapidly reorganized in midair, transforming into over 100 geometric mechanical bodies, each 50 meters tall and perfectly shaped like a regular dodecahedron. These geometric mechanical bodies lacked limbs and heads, consisting entirely of pure 13th grade compressed metal. They floated in the vacuum tunnel, with each facet glimmering with dazzling red gravitational lenses. The local gravitational field has changed. Su Qingxue immediately read the terminal data. These mechanical bodies are creating interconnected gravity traps. The gravitational index in the front airspace oscillated rapidly between plus and minus 10,000 times. Any matter entering that area would be torn apart into molecular form by the gravitational differential. Over 100 regular dodecahedron mechanical bodies began to rotate simultaneously, the red gravitational lenses locking onto Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. A gravitational force of up to 10,000 times abruptly descended upon the two of them, while beneath their feet a repulsive force of 10,000 times emerged. The two extreme forces tried to tear their bodies apart from the middle. Su Qingsu's cold, true energy emitted a series of unbearable cracking sounds. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, pulling Su Qingxue behind him. The 350,000 kilograms of physical density exhibited absolute dominance at this moment. His black golden bones emitted a dull rumble, and every cell within his body compressed tightly under the high pressure. The gravitational differential of 10,000 times acted upon him, yet even the keratin layer on his skin remained unbroken. Lin Yuan held the Yuanhai warblade in one hand facing the invisible gravitational tear net ahead and took a step forward. Things that lack sufficient mass are futile no matter how many gravity tricks you play. Lin Yuan's legs exerted force, and the 350,000 kilograms of physical mass instantly erupted with an initial speed of 10 times the speed of sound. Instead of avoiding those gravity traps, he relied on his absolute physical density and directly charged into them. Sizzle! The high-frequency gravitational fields generated by the geometric mechanical bodies were torn apart as they made contact with Lin Yuan's body, unable to shake his monstrous mass. Visible physical ripples appeared in the vacuum, marking the traces of the gravitational field being violently flattened. Lin Yuan charged into the formation of mechanical bodies. With his hands firmly gripping the warblade, Lin Yuan used his waist to drive his arms, executing a 360-degree, full moon horizontal slash. The tense style of shattered sky, thunder prison, / proton impact. The black blade swept through the surrounding void, and the silver void fissures at the edge of the blade under the enhancement of 100,000 kilograms of dead weight, cut open a circular absolute cutting belt. The nearest dozen regular dodecahedron mechanical bodies did not even have time to activate their defense matrices. Their sturdy 13th grade metal shells were neatly sliced in half before the falling star iron. The red gravitational cores inside were exposed, and then under the spatial collapse force field accompanying the warblade, they directly disintegrated into a pile of useless scrap metal scattering around. The remaining 80 mechanical bodies immediately changed their tactics. They quickly widened the distance as the red gravitational lenses on all facets simultaneously charged. 80 dark red beams formed from high-density particles shot straight toward Lin Yuan at the center of the formation without any deviation in the vacuum environment. The kinetic energy contained in each beam was enough to penetrate the entire mantle of the Earth. Captain right flank, Su Qingsu's voice came from behind. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan abruptly shifted his body to the left, fully exposing the defensive gap on the right side. Su Qingxue held her sword, cold serenity lifted forward. Absolute zero deflect, ice mirror. A 10-meter thick, 100-meter diameter, deep blue hexagonal ice shield instantly formed at Lin Yuan's right side. The atomic arrangement inside the ice shield had undergone absolute solidification through extreme cold chi, presenting a flawless mirror-like state. Over 30 dark red high-density particle beams struck the surface of the ice shield. The extreme heat and extreme cold engaged in a fierce thermodynamic confrontation at the contact point. A large area of melting appeared on the surface of the ice shield, but under Su Qingsu's continuous infusion of chi, the steam produced by the melting instantly recondensed in the vacuum, forming a thicker physical reflective layer. The trajectory of the high-density particle beams was deflected by the physical refraction of the ice shield, reflecting towards the rock wall above the tunnel, creating dozens of bottomless pits in the pitch-black ore. Taking advantage of the half-second of cover provided by Su Qingxue, Lin Yuan forcefully pushed off with his legs in midair. He transformed into a black cannonball, charging toward the densely packed cluster of mechanical bodies on the left. Shatter for me. Lin Yuan raised his sword, relying solely on the 35,000 kilograms of his physical mass and the 100,000 kilograms of his battle sword to unleash the most primitive physical smashing among the mechanical cluster. Clang, 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 clang. The dull sound of physical impacts echoed through Lin Yuan's bones. With each strike, a 50-meter high geometric mechanical body was smashed into a pile of flattened scrap metal. Lin Yuan charged through the mechanical formation, his black golden skin splattered with the cooling liquid that gushed from the insides of the mechanical bodies. This cooling liquid rapidly evaporated under high temperatures, then condensed into small black crystals within his physical gravitational field. In just 2 minutes, over 100 high-dimensional mechanical bodies responsible for internal mass clearance were completely dismantled by Lin Yuan using pure physical violence. The vacuum was filled with shattered metal parts and red core remnants. Lin Yuan stopped his actions, casually resting his battle sword on his shoulder. He breathed steadily. The previous high-intensity explosion did not result in any noticeable depletion of his stamina. His 35,000 kilograms of physique granted him nearly infinite physical endurance. Cleanup complete. Lin Yuan glanced at the darkness ahead, 10 kilometers to the core. Su Qingxue released the ice shield and walked beside Lin Yuan. The material structure ahead has undergone a qualitative change. Su Qingxue looked at the spectrum feedback on the terminal, a hint of severity flashing in her ice blue eyes. The last 10 kilometers are not ordinary dimensional ores. The other party utilized gravitational collapse technology to create a layer of pure solid degenerate matter defense wall around the core. This material has a density of 10 tons per cubic centimeter, which absorbs all kinetic energy impacts. Lin Yuan squinted slightly. A density of 10 tons per cubic centimeter means that the 10-kilometer thick wall ahead has hardness and physical absorption capabilities that exceed the core material of a white dwarf. Every material has its stress limit. Lin Yuan stepped forward toward the pitch-black absolute defense wall. If the kinetic energy is absorbed, then let's crush it with static extreme mass without generating speed. The two of them approached the position 10 kilometers from the core. Blocking their path was a wall that was completely non-reflective and displayed an absolute black color. The surface of this wall was as smooth as a mirror with no atomic gaps inside. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and gently pressed against the degenerate matter wall. A terrifying physical reaction force instantly transmitted back to his arm. The wall's mass was so great that it generated a powerful microscopic repulsion force on its surface. Using a battle sword to slash the force would be evenly distributed at the moment of contact across this star-like structure the size of a 3-month celestial body. Su Qingxue stood aside calmly analyzing the physical logic. We need to establish a thermodynamic absolutely isolated system to prevent energy from dissipating, then concentrate all your mass on an infinitely small point to apply continuous static pressure. Lin Yuan lowered his left hand and switched to holding the Yuan-Hai battle sword with both hands, the blade tip pointed vertically at the black wall ahead. Point isolation, Lin Yuan said. Su Qingxue stepped forward, placing the tip of the Cold Serenity sword against the spot where the Yuan-Hai battle sword was about to pierce. Absolute zero thermodynamic blockade. The energy within the 12-tiered remnant core erupted completely. A dazzling deep blue light ring rapidly spread across the surface of the black wall, ultimately forming an absolute ice-sealed ring with a diameter of 1 meter. Within this ring, the thermal conduction of the material was completely severed. This meant that any physical forces occurring at this point could not dissipate outwards by even a centimeter. All destructive forces must be borne solely by this point. Lin Yuan spread his legs, deeply rooting himself in the rock layers of the ground. He precisely positioned the tip of his battle sword at the isolated center point. The physical density of 35,000 kilograms of his body at this moment ceased all outward radiation, instead rapidly contracting inward. Lin Yuan's black golden skin gradually darkened due to the extreme concentration of mass, creating a visual illusion where light could not escape. He did not swing the battle sword or generate any acceleration. He simply held the handle with both hands, using his body as a static heavy hydraulic machine, slowly, continuously, and mercilessly pushing forward with the explosive force of 35,000 kilograms combined with the dead weight of the 100,000 kilogram battle sword. Creak. In the utterly silent vacuum, a kind of soul-level physical wailing seemed to resonate. The degenerate matter with a density of 10 tons per cubic centimeter began to collapse internally under the 40,000 kilograms of absolute static pressure that could not be dispersed and was completely isolated to a single point. The tip of the sword penetrated into the absolute black wall at a speed of 1 millimeter per second. Lin Yuan's arm muscles tightened to a near-tearing state due to the immense reaction force. Yet there was no wavering in his pitch-black pupils. Break for me. A low roar escaped Lin Yuan's throat as the 35,000 kilograms of mass completed an extreme physical push at the last moment. Crack. A fine crack appeared at the tip of the sword. Under the constraints of the thermodynamic blockade ring, this crack could not spread outward but extended straight into the inner wall. The 10-kilometer-thick degenerate matter defense wall was forcibly penetrated by Lin Yuan, creating a passage that ran through from front to back with pure static pressure. With the passage opened, the internal physical balance completely collapsed. The black wall ahead shattered, creating a passageway 10 meters wide and high amidst a soundless collapse. A strong light imbued with a rich dimensional aura projected from within the passage. Lin Yuan retracted his battle sword and calmed the high-energy blood surging within him. He stepped over the debris on the ground and walked side by side with Su Qingxue into the passage. 10 kilometers later, they officially entered the core area of this high-dimensional material recovery station. It was a massive spherical cavity with a diameter of 100 kilometers. In the center of the cavity, there was no mechanical structure or complex electronic circuitry. Suspended, there was a giant rhombus crystal as large as a giant city. The crystal exhibited a semi-transparent dark purple color with a dazzling dimensional fluid flowing within like a star river. This is the absolute center controlling the entire star-like body the size of 3 months. There was no gravity around the crystal, yet its mass was astonishing, causing the light within the entire 100-kilometer cavity to curve towards the center. The moment Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue stepped into the cavity, the city-sized rhombus crystal ceased its rotation. A grand, cold, and emotionless physical gravitational wave swept directly over their bodies. Detected low-dimensional mass anomaly. Physical assessment unable to resolve the source of its mass. The immense information wave triggered slight tremors in the vacuum within the cavity. Protocol change. Cease regular physical clearance. Initiate highest level dimensional downgrade extermination. The physical environment within the cavity underwent a complete transformation in an instant. The originally stable microgravity environment suddenly went berserk. 10,000 times, 20,000 times, 50,000 times. Within 0.1 seconds, the rhombus crystal at the center of the cavity modified the gravitational constant within the entire core chamber to a terrifying magnitude of 50,000 times. This level of gravity was enough to instantly compress the hardest alloys on Earth into a sheet as thin as a cicada's wing. Su Kingsu's extreme cold domain emitted a piercing cracking sound under the pressure of 50,000 times gravity. Her space of absolute zero, which could originally cover a 100-meter radius, was forcibly compressed to less than 1 meter from her body. Her hand holding the cold serenity sword trembled slightly, desperately maintaining the last thermodynamic defense line with the energy from the 12-tiered remnant core. Lin Yuan stood at the edge not far from the entrance of the passage. The 50,000 times standard gravity pressed down mercilessly on his head. The degenerate matter floor beneath his feet was directly crushed into 2 depressions half a meter deep. His black-golden spine emitted a high-frequency rumble as the flow of blood within him was momentarily halted by the gravity. Lin Yuan slowly raised his head. His pitch-black pupils faced the massive dark purple crystal his face, showing no sign of seriousness, instead a cold smile, filled with violent intent, spread across his lips. Withstanding the terrifying pressure of 50,000 times gravity, he slowly lifted the 100,000-kilogram Yuan-high battle sword, pointing its edge directly at the high core above. 50,000 times gravity. Lin Yuan's voice pierced through the gravity's blockade, carrying an absolute disdain for all flashy laws. This level of pressure is merely a way to loosen my bones. The final reckoning between the physical marauder and the high-dimensional core was about to meet its most hardcore and pure ultimate collision in this extreme pressure abyss of 50,000 times gravity. Inside a spherical cavity with a diameter of 100 kilometers, the laws of physics were forcibly taken over by a dark purple rhomboid crystal the size of a city. 50,000 times standard gravity is a terrifying value capable of compressing the molecular structure of ordinary carbon-based life forms into a two-dimensional plane. In such an extreme physical environment, the path of light propagation was severely deflected downward, causing the visual space of the entire cavity to present a twisted sense of sinking. Lin Yuan stood on the degenerate matter floor at the edge of the cavity. His physical density of 350,000 kilograms under the influence of 50,000 times gravity exerted a static downward pressure of up to 17.5 billion kilograms on the ground beneath him. Such a level of pressure caused the degenerate matter floor, which was said to have an extremely high density and could absorb all kinetic energy, to be unable to maintain a smooth surface. Creak, creak. The floor around Lin Yuan's feet began to show regular circular depressions. His black golden military boots sunk 10 centimeters into the hard ground. He was not crushed by this gravitational force. Every muscle fiber on his black golden naked upper body was undergoing ultra-high frequency contractions and expansions. Within the marrow cavity, the extremely high-quality black golden liquid blood pumped forcefully by the heart fought against the downward gravitational pull, rushing toward the brain to sustain the physical functions of the entire body. His spine emitted a continuous low rumble, a true physical feedback of high-density bones interlocking and bearing force under extreme pressure. Lin Yuan slowly raised his right hand. The Yuan-high battle knife, weighing 100,000 kilograms, had an actual weight of 5 billion kilograms under 50,000 times gravity. The muscles in his right arm instantly swelled. The surface of his black golden skin showed bulging veins indicating a dark red high-pressure state. He gripped the hilt of the knife, tightly, forcefully lifting the 5 billion kilogram battle knife bit by bit from the ground. The moment the tip of the knife left the ground, the degenerate matter below, due to the sudden drop in pressure, experienced a slight physical rebound. Su Qingxue stood 2 meters behind Lin Yuan. The icy blue extreme cold domain around her was forcibly compressed to less than half a meter from her body under the crushing weight of 50,000 times gravity. The Hanji long sword in her hand was embedded in the ground, and the 12th grade residual core at the sword guard was flashing frantically, emitting extreme absolute zero energy. The distribution of the gravitational field is extremely uniform. There are no gravitational dead zones. Su Kingsu's slender fingers tapped on the tactical terminal's keyboard, reading the surrounding gravitational wave bands. The air in this environment has been completely evacuated, and the heat conduction path is left only with solid contact with the ground. My absolute zero can freeze the gravitational conduction node beneath your feet, providing you with a 0.5 seconds window of weightlessness. Lin Yuan held the Yuan-high battle knife horizontally in front of his chest. 0.5 seconds is enough to cross over. The black color of the collapsing point in Lin Yuan's deep blue pupils expanded to its limit. Ahead, the dark purple rhomboid crystal at the center of the cavity sensed Lin Yuan's pressure resistance. A massive wave of information once again triggered a disturbance in the vacuum. Target mass not disintegrated. High pressure removal failed. Initiate material entity cutting. On the surface of the rhomboid crystal, hundreds of flat facets simultaneously flipped outward. A large amount of high-density dark purple dimensional ore was squeezed out from within the crystal. These ores quickly took shape in midair, transforming into thousands of gigantic metal flying blades over 100 meters long. Each flying blade had a mass exceeding 1 million tons. Under the double acceleration of 50,000 times gravity and the gravitational field of the crystal itself, these thousands of million-ton metal flying blades broke through 20 times the speed of sound raining down towards Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, freeze the ground. Lin Yuan shouted, powering up his legs in the sinking ground. Su Qingxue showed no hesitation. She gripped the hilt of the Hanji sword with both hands, injecting all her extreme cold, true energy directly into the degenerate matter floor beneath her. Absolute zero, freezing the gravitational node. The icy blue cold wave spread forward at the speed of light along the ground. The moment the cold wave passed, the atomic thermal motion inside the ground matter was completely stripped away. The microscopic mechanical structures responsible for conducting 50,000 times the gravitational field experienced a brief physical stasis within 1,000th of a second as the temperature dropped to absolute zero. It was this 1,000th of a second of stasis that created a 0.5 seconds local weightlessness window for Lin Yuan. The 17.5 billion kilograms of gravity pressing down on Lin Yuan suddenly vanished. In that moment, Lin Yuan unleashed the full explosive power of his 350,000 kilogram body. He pushed off the ground with all his might. Boom. The degenerate matter floor shattered beneath his foot, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 1. Lin Yuan transformed into a black golden reverse flow, charging straight toward the center of the cavity, and the rhomboid crystal facing the thousands of metal flying blades, shooting at 20 times the speed of sound. The distance between them rapidly shortened. The first wave of metal flying blades reached directly in front of Lin Yuan. He did not evade. In the vacuum, he gripped the 100,000 kilogram Yuan-Hai battle knife tightly, using his waist to drive his arms in an extremely violent horizontal full rotation slash. Fragmentary space, thunder prison, / interstellar specialization, version mass shattering. The black blade cut through the surrounding void, and the silver void fissures at the edge of the blade under the immense kinetic energy cut open a 1,000-meter long absolute physical fault. Clang, 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 clang. The battle knife collided head-on with those million-ton metal flying blades in midair. No sound emerged, only blinding white light continuously erupted at the point of collision. Those high-density dimensional or flying blades were neatly sliced into two segments by the absolute hardness of the Yuan-Hai battle knife and Lin Yuan's terrifying explosive power, and then shattered into a cloud of metallic powder under the immense reaction force. Lin Yuan pushed forward through the metal rain of flying blades, moving ahead in the vacuum. His black golden skin was constantly struck by the shards of shattered metal. These impacts could not penetrate his physical membrane, but they caused the dark red radiative sheen on his surface to flicker continuously. In just a few seconds, Lin Yuan crossed a distance of 50 kilometers. He burst out of the coverage area of the metal flying blades, appearing directly in front of the city-sized rhomboid crystal. Upon close inspection, the dark purple dimensional fluid flowing over the surface of the crystal was actually composed of countless miniature spatial folding matrices. It was not merely an energy source, but also a physical fortress containing high-dimensional spatial structures. The information waves within the crystal surged violently. The diamond-shaped crystal faced the enormous cut surface directed at Lin Yuan and suddenly concaved inward. A force of physical attraction surpassing the bounds of gravity erupted from the concave area. This attraction no longer acted upon the mass of matter, but directly influenced the spatial coordinates of the matter. The vacuum environment surrounding Lin Yuan began to flatten rapidly. The spatial boundaries above, below, left, and right were being forcibly eliminated. This was a dimensional attack that violently compressed three-dimensional matter into a two-dimensional plane. Lin Yuan felt his body being subjected to an irresistible force of rules. His vision began to distort, and the scenery before him transformed into a flat image devoid of depth. The essence of physical laws is still the confrontation between mass and energy. Lin Yuan did not shrink back in any way. At this moment, the density of his 350,000 kilogram body was pushed to the utmost limit. The golden black high-energy blood within his bones ceased to flow, entirely transformed into static physical support. He gripped the Yuan-Hai battle blade with both hands, pointing the blade tip at the concave surface that was initiating the dimensional attack. Lower my dimension, and see if your mass is sufficient to bear it. Lin Yuan's arm muscles bulged as he thrust forward with all his might, stabbing into the flat space ahead. The 14 style of the shattered sky, thunder prison cut, singularity anchor. The 1,000 kilogram battle blade, at the moment it pierced into the flat space, unleashed an extremely pure force of physical collapse at the tip of the blade. This collapsing force forcibly created a three-dimensional mass singularity in the space that was about to become two-dimensional. The process of dimensional reduction was abruptly halted by this suddenly appearing three-dimensional mass point. Two entirely different physical laws clashed violently in the vacuum environment. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of the blade tightly. The explosive force of 350 kilograms continuously poured into the blade. He used his own body mass as a physical fulcrum to counter the high-dimensional recovery station's dimensional attack. Su Qingxue. Lin Yuan let out a low roar through the quantum communication channel. 50 kilometers away, Su Qingxue stood on the frozen ground. The view before her was also disrupted by the dimensional waves. However, the 12th grade remnant core of the cold silence long sword in her hand provided her with the energy to anchor her thermodynamic coordinates. She spotted the physical stalemate point created by Lin Yuan ahead. Su Qingsu's figure flickered rapidly as she followed the physical trajectory left by Lin Yuan's previous sprint, charging toward the center of the cavity at full speed. She utilized continuous force in the vacuum and 3 seconds later arrived behind Lin Yuan. The cold silence long sword was drawn out. Su Qingsu unleashed her extreme cold true energy without reservation. Absolute zero-dimensional freeze. Instead of attacking the massive crystal, she thrust the long sword straight into the mass singularity created by Lin Yuan's blade tip. The eerie blue absolute zero energy surged wildly into the concave surface of the diamond-shaped crystal along the singularity. The high-dimensional spatial folding matrix upon contact with absolute zero had its internal physical thermal energy completely drained. Those complex spatial structures lost their energy support and underwent physical solidification under the extreme cold. The dimensional attack that originally attempted to render Lin Yuan two-dimensional collapsed entirely due to the solidification of space. Lin Yuan's view regained its three-dimensional depth. He did not pause at all. The wall has frozen and shattered. Lin Yuan withdrew the blade a half-step, then with a surge of power from his waist brought the 1 kilogram Yuan Hai down hard onto the crystal surface frozen by absolute zero. Boom. This tremendous sound resonated through the debris within the cavity, deafening. The 1,000,000 kilogram battle blade combined with the explosive force of Lin Yuan's 3,500 kilogram body smashed violently against the frozen crystal surface. The dark purple crystal shell shattered under this strike, creating a massive breach over 1,000 meters in diameter. A large amount of dark purple dimensional fluid gushed out from the breach. Once these fluids lost the constraints of the high-dimensional matrix and came into contact with the physical constants of three-dimensional space, they underwent violent material expansion instantly. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the breach, facing the high-energy fluids that were surging forth. He did not retreat. He raised his left hand and reached into the expanding dark purple light. 3,500 kilograms. That's still not enough for me to completely dismantle this planet. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Lin Yuan's dark pupils. His black golden skin absorbed these high-purity dimensional energies. The physical density of his body began to rise again through this almost predatory absorption. 36,000 kilograms. 38,000 kilograms. 4,000 kilograms. Accompanied by this explosive increase in mass, the vacuum environment beneath Lin Yuan's feet exhibited noticeable gravitational distortions. The surging dimensional fluids upon nearing within 10 meters of his body were forcibly redirected, swirling around him to form a massive dark purple mass vortex. The diamond-shaped crystal at the center of the cavity emitted its final information wave. Core structure damaged by 70%. Mass loss. Entering physical disintegration procedure. This crystal, equivalent in size to a city, finally could not maintain its physical stability after Lin Yuan cleaved open a breach and extracted a large amount of energy. Giant cracks spread across the surface of the crystal. Su Qingxue stood behind Lin Yuan, observing the disintegrating crystal as a red highest alert popped up on the tactical terminal. Captain, core disintegration will trigger the gravitational collapse of the entire celestial body. This material recovery station, the size of 3 moons, will collapse inward into a miniature black hole in 3 minutes. Su Qingxu's voice remained calm, but the objectivity of the data proclaimed their current predicament. Lin Yuan ceased energy absorption. He lowered his left hand and turned to glance at the massive crystal, now riddled with cracks and growing dimmer. The physical density of his body at 4,000 kilograms made each breath he took exert a heavy oppressive force on the surrounding space. He propped the Yuan Hai battle blade on his shoulder. A miniature black hole. Lin Yuan's gaze turned toward the 30-kilometer-long impact passage they had come through. Then let's completely shatter it before it turns into a black hole. Lin Yuan had no intention of escaping. He turned around, facing the collapsing crystal. Su Qingxue, drain all the residual thermal energy in this cavity. Cool it down. Lin Yuan gripped the battle blade once more. Su Qingxue did not ask why. She raised the cold silence long sword high over her head. Absolute zero domain deprivation. Within the entire cavity, with a diameter of 100 kilometers, all the metallic debris, dimensional ores, and those surging fluids had their temperatures plummet to absolute zero at this moment. The collapse process of the crystal under extreme cold experienced a fatal physical stagnation. Lin Yuan seized this moment of stagnation. His 4,000 kilogram body suddenly took a step forward in this absolute stillness. This step shattered the physical boundaries of the surrounding vacuum. The Yuan Hai battle blade in his hand, driven by 4,000 kilograms of explosive force, cut through the air, drawing a black trajectory capable of splitting stars in two. The blade tip sliced effortlessly into the frozen core of the diamond-shaped crystal. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the pure annihilation of matter forcibly severed at the microscopic level. The high-dimensional hub, as large as a city, was neatly split in half under Lin Yuan's strike. The internal collapsing gravitational force, after being physically severed, completely lost its balance. This material recovery station, equivalent in size to 3 moons, faced its ultimate disintegration at this moment. The dark purple city-sized rhombic crystal fractured completely at its geometric center under the combined shearing force of Lin Yuan's 40,000 kilogram physical might and his 10,000 kilogram battle saber. Vacuum bears no sound, yet the catastrophic disintegration unleashed violent gravitational wave oscillations. These ripples propagated unimpeded through the vacuum-filled cavity, striking surrounding metallic debris in 13th-rank dimensional or with devastating resonance. The internal stellar architecture, once forcibly compressed by 5 million-fold gravity, instantly lost its centripetal coherence as the core gravitational source ruptured. This high-dimensional matter reclamation station, volume equivalent to 3 moons, began an irreversible total structural disintegration. Above the cavity, hundreds of kilometers of dark purple lithosphere fissured into colossal fault lines, each spanning over a kilometer in width. Deprived of gravitational constraint, ultradense or plates violently recoiled outward into deep space as accumulated internal stress explosively discharged. Lin Yuan stood motionless at the razor-sharp edge of the cleave that bisected the crystal. The cut surface was flawlessly smooth. The dimensional fluid within, upon contact with absolute zero, had frozen instantly into a seamless solid crystalline plane, its surface shimmering with interwoven hues of abyssal blue and somber violet. He drove his 10,000 kilogram saber, Yuan high, deep into the degenerate matter floor beneath his feet. His 40,000 kilogram body density rendered him an autonomous, immovable, microgravitational anchor within this collapsing celestial body. He extended his black-gold right hand and pressed it flat against the crystalline cleavage. 90% of its energy has dissipated, but the core dimensional essence remains intact. His fingers clenched with explosive force, 40,000 kilograms of pure grip piercing straight through the frozen crystal surface. His right arm muscles coiled like tempered steel. With a muffled resonant shatter of crystalline lattice, he wrenched from the center of the cleavage a rhombic core, nearly 2 meters per side. The core was matte black, non-reflective, inert, yet radiating an immense warping mass density capable of distorting local spacetime curvature. Lin Yuan hoisted the 2-meter cube single-handedly and sealed it into the tactical storage pouch at his waist, a pouch forged from 12th rank metal. The pouch's metallic mesh buckled severely upon ingestion, but stabilized instantly when Lin Yuan infused it with a pulse of his own bodily gravitation. Su Qingxue stepped beside him, her longsword, Hanji, ceased emitting absolute zero fields. The stellar disintegration is accelerating. Degenerate matter flooring is losing gravitational integrity. The atomic lattice is undergoing reverse expansion. Su Qingxue glanced at her wrist-mounted tactical terminal. Ice blue eyes reflected the collapsing metallic dome overhead. We must reach the rear concavity of the interstellar ram within 5 minutes, or be swept into the high-velocity asteroid belt generated by the star's fragmentation. Lin Yuan withdrew Yuan high from the floor. He did not retrace the tunnel he'd carved earlier. It had been wholly buried beneath collapsed strata. No need to navigate. The shortest path is always straight. Lin Yuan pivoted, raising the saber horizontally before his chest, its tip aimed precisely toward the interstellar ram's position. Su Qingxue, keep pace. His legs exploded against the expanding, degenerate matter floor. 40,000 kilograms of raw physical force detonated silently in vacuum. Lin Yuan became a pitch-black projectile, launched at 15 times the speed of sound, plowing headlong into 50 kilometers of crumbling lithosphere. Tactical derivation of Shirkong, Lei Yuzhan physical linear thrust. He did not swing the blade. He used its broad 10,000 kilogram surface as a forward-facing shield, bracing it squarely before his torso. Boom. This brutal direct impact carved a perfectly straight corridor of devastation through the collapsing star's interior. Million-ton, or slabs, adrift and unmoored, disintegrated into incandescent dust the instant they collided with Lin Yuan's unstoppable momentum. His black-gold epidermis surged to thousands of degrees under relentless friction, yet his cellular architecture, forged under such extreme pressure and heat, remained utterly stable and scathed unyielding. Su Qingxue trailed precisely 50 meters behind. She accelerated along the vacuum channel Lin Yuan had torn open, each step propelled by newly condensed ice platforms beneath her feet. She faced no physical obstruction ahead, only thermodynamic control, ensuring the channel's temperature never rose high enough to trigger spontaneous combustion from Lin Yuan's hypervelocity friction. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan shattered the final kilometer-thick 13th rank armor plate and burst free from the collapsing stellar interior. Before him floated the interstellar ram, a 3,000-meter-long solid 12th rank metallic cone suspended in vacuum. As the star fragmented, its embedded rock matrix had detached, the entire cone now drifted slowly backward. Lin Yuan executed a flawless mid-vacuum somersault and landed firmly upon the ram's rear hull. His 40,000 kilogram mass struck with a deep resonant metallic groan. Su Qingxue landed immediately after. They swiftly entered the rectangular concavity near the ram's mid-rear section and seated themselves upon chairs forged from argentite ore. Rear core energy stable. Exhaust nozzles undamaged. Su Qingxue scanned the control interface, then placed her left palm upon the activation crystal. Lin Yuan rested, Yuan high, upright between his knees. Initiate launch. Destination Earth. Su Qingxue channeled true chi from her palm. The activation crystal flared instantly. Within the concavity, the 50 diameter dark purple dimensional core reignited, spewing a torrent of pure black spatial collapse radiation. Boom. This colossal recoil thrust propelled the 10 billion-ton solid metal ram through a storm of flying stellar fragments, carving a return corridor with sheer unrelenting force. The ram accelerated relentlessly in vacuum's frictionless void 50 kilometers per second, 100, 300, until stabilizing at an ultra-high cruise velocity of 800 kilometers per second. Lin Yuan sat motionless inside the concavity. His 40,000 kilogram mass held him rigidly anchored to the seat. No air meant no engine roar. Only silent, endless vistas of receding stellar shards beyond the viewport. The former high-dimensional matter reclamation station, once 3 lunar masses, had now dissolved entirely into a vast asteroid belt orbiting beyond Mars. The existential threat had been erased, physically irrevocably. Earth's crisis was over. The 70-hour return voyage stretched quietly across the infinite stillness of space. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, commencing assimilation of his newly attained 40,000 kilogram physical mass. At this density, his cellular membranes had undergone a fundamental physical metamorphosis. His once carbon-based cell walls, saturated with advanced vital energy and dimensional resonance, had transformed into a semi-metallic hexagonal lattice structure. With each heartbeat, his heart no longer pumped mere blood, but a liquid high-energy, heavy metal carrying immense This heavy metal flowed through his veins, continuously washing and refining his pure black dragon marrow bones. Su Qingxue sat opposite him, also meditating. She placed the Han-Ji sword flat on her knees, utilizing the near-absolute zero natural environment of space to refine the 12th grade remnant core at the sword's grid. With each refinement, the extreme cold, true chi within her body became purer, and the bottleneck at the peak of the 5th grade gradually showed signs of loosening in the vacuum. 70 hours later, the blue Earth reappeared in their view. In the underground command hall of the Zhoqiuan Star Launch Center in the northwestern desert of the Great Xia Kingdom, General Wei Chung and Vice Principal Tu Lai stared at the deep space radar scan on the main screen, where a physical entity weighing 1 billion tons was rapidly approaching Earth at a speed of 800 kilometers per second. The target has entered the Earth-Moon orbit. The deceleration procedure has not been initiated, reported the radar controller loudly. That is the interstellar ram of Lin Kaiju Guan. Wei Chung pressed down on the table and issued orders immediately. Issue the highest level of air defense alert globally. All cities along the East China Sea coast activate their spiritual defense arrays. If this billion-ton iron mass were to crash down directly, the shockwave would overturn half of Asia. In space, Su Qingxue looked at the increasingly closer Earth's atmosphere. There are 5 minutes until atmospheric entry. Our speed is too fast. The billion tons of mass will generate apocalyptic kinetic energy under gravitational acceleration. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his deep blue pupils reflecting tranquility. The mission of this ship has been completed. Lin Yuan stood up and lifted the 100,000 kilogram Yuan high battle sword. Shut down the rear thrust. We'll dismantle it. Su Qingxue cut off the energy supply to the triggering crystal core. The pure black jet at the tail of the ram instantly extinguished. Lin Yuan pushed off the bottom of the recess with his legs and jumped out of the armored recess, standing on the 3,000-meter-long metallic ram shell. Su Qingxue followed closely behind. The two stood in space. Beneath them, the billion-ton metallic behemoth. Ahead lay the blue Earth. Lin Yuan raised the Yuan high battle sword high. 400,000 kilograms of physical explosive force was poured into the blade without reservation. The silver void fissure at the edge of the blade surged to 100 meters in an instant. The 15 style of the Sui Kong, Lei Yuzhan mass disintegration. Lin Yuan aimed at the 12th grade metallic shell beneath him, swinging down with all his might. Boom. This strike directly severed the physical stress structure of the 3,000-meter-long metallic ram. The pure solid metal of 1 billion tons split in half at the moment of internal stress rupture. Immediately after, the battle sword in Lin Yuan's hand transformed into a swirling black vortex, unleashing over 10,000 strikes within seconds. With the purest physical destructive force, he sliced this billion-ton ram into tens of thousands of equally sized standard metallic blocks, each measuring 100 meters on each side before entering the atmosphere. Su Qingxue cooled them down. Lin Yuan paused, observing the surrounding scattered tens of thousands of 12th grade metallic blocks. Su Qingxue waved her sword, covering the entire area with absolute zero. The metallic blocks were instantly frozen in the vacuum, the surface's frictional heat energy completely stripped away. Let's go. Lin Yuan grabbed Su Qingxue's wrist with one hand. He locked onto a metallic block located at the forefront, exerted force with his legs, and landed steadily on this 100-meter square metallic plate with Su Qingxue. Subsequently, these tens of thousands of 12th grade metals frozen into ice blocks were captured by Earth's gravity and entered the atmosphere. Due to the significant reduction in volume and the extremely low surface temperature, they did not generate devastating thermal radiation when penetrating the ionosphere. These tens of thousands of metals transformed into a spectacular dark red meteor shower in the sky, accurately falling towards the highest physical tribunal of the Wudao University in Modu. The citizens of Modu emerged from the underground shelters, standing in the streets, gazing up at the dense and quiet meteor shower in the sky. They knew that this was the spoils brought back by the judgment officer. 5 minutes later, the first metallic block landed steadily on the vast flat ground in front of the tribunal. Boom. The ground trembled. Immediately after, tens of thousands of 12th-grade metallic blocks fell, like dumplings, landing precisely around the flat ground, forming towering dark red metallic mountains up to 100 meters high. The metallic plate that Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue were on finally landed on the open platform of the tribunal. Weighing 400,000 kilograms, Lin Yuan released Su Qingxue's wrist and planted the battle sword into the ground. His bare upper body was covered in a layer of grayish-white ozone dust as he penetrated the atmosphere, which was immediately blown away by the sea breeze, revealing his black golden steel physique. General Wei Cheng and Vice Principal Tu Lai had already arrived at the open platform via the internal elevator. Seeing Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue standing there unharmed, the two high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Kingdom bowed deeply. Lin Kai Guan. The command department represents all of humanity in thanking you for shattering the crisis of high-dimensional descent. Wei Cheng's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Lin Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Wei Cheng's report. He walked to the edge of the platform, overlooking the mountain-like pile of 12th-grade metallic debris below. All these metals send them to the underground forging center. The existing teaching system of Modeo will be completely abolished from today. Lin Yuan turned to look at Tu Lai. Abandon those ethereal true chi practices and flashy martial skills. Lin Yuan's voice was cold and hard, carrying an irrefutable physical will. Starting tomorrow, every student in Modeo will have a mandatory course of squatting with 10 tons of heavy silver or in a 10,000-fold gravity chamber. I want every human's bone density to be trained to withstand armor-piercing rounds with their flesh. Lin Yuan threw the specially made storage bag at his waist to Tu Lai. Inside is a high-dimensional spatial crystal core. Install it beneath the foundation of the tribunal. It can provide infinite gravitational adjustment energy for all of Modu. Tu Lai caught the incredibly heavy storage bag with both hands, his wrist pressed down sharply, his eyes filled with fervor. Yes. The physical forging method will become the only compulsory education core in the Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Yuan said no more. He turned, holding the 100,000-kilogram black sword, and walked towards the dark red hall inside the tribunal. Su Qingxue followed quietly behind him with her long sword. The crisis of the Great Xia Kingdom had been resolved. The material recovery station of high-dimensional civilization had been turned into cosmic debris. Yet Lin Yuan understood that in this vast and boundless universe, there were still many who considered themselves divine, manipulating low-dimensional matter through high-dimensional laws. And his physical expedition had just crossed the threshold of Earth. As long as the mass of his body continued to increase, and as long as the sword in his hand could still sever matter, the judgment of physics would never cease. The morning sunlight penetrated the thin morning mist over the magic city, casting its rays upon the highest court of physical judgment, made of 12-grade forbidden metal located on the back mountain of the Magic City Martial Arts University. The dark red metallic exterior showed no sheen under the sunlight. Instead, it absorbed all surrounding light, exuding a visual pressure that felt overwhelmingly suffocating. Deep within the core beneath the court, a 2-meter-square pure black crystal core extracted from a high-dimensional recovery station had been securely placed by the engineering department in a giant circular base made of deep-sea silver. Although the crystal core had lost most of its energy, the high-dimensional mass it carried continued to distort the surrounding gravitational field. Following Lin Yuan's blueprints, the engineering department laid out tens of thousands of superconducting coils around the base, forcibly converting this massive and chaotic gravitational wave into a precisely controllable gravity adjustment field. The entire playground of the Magic City Martial Arts University had now transformed into a giant outdoor, high-pressure forging factory. The Ministry of Education of the Great Xia Kingdom issued the highest directive overnight, completely abolishing all previous teaching outlines concerning true chi, breathing, meridian operation, and flashy martial techniques. 30,000 martial arts teachers and students donned standardized, deep gray special combat suits. These outfits offered no defensive capability. Their only feature was an extremely strong physical extensibility, allowing them to adapt to muscle expansion under high pressure. On the playground, the gravity adjustment field was set to 50 times the standard gravity. Freshman Zhao Qing stood with his legs apart, shouldering a block of deep-sea silver, or measuring 1 meter on each side, and weighing 10 tons. His skin was flushed, and as sweat began to seep from his pores, it was instantly evaporated by the high temperature emanating from within his body, forming a clearly visible white vapor above his head. Squat. In front, Vice Principal Tu Lai, bare-chested, and also shouldering a 50-ton metal block, shouted the command with a booming voice. Creak. Zhao Qing clenched his teeth as the muscles in his waist and legs exerted force, simultaneously slowly bending his knees. He could distinctly hear the sounds of friction from within his bones, the muscle fibers in his thighs experiencing slight ruptures under the extreme load, only to be rapidly repaired and regenerated by the residual spiritual energy within his body. This process was accompanied by intense physical pain, yet it also allowed his muscle density to visibly increase. Not just Zhaoqing. Across the entire playground, 30,000 teachers and students were engaged in this most primitive and brutal weighted squat. No one complained and no one stopped. The physical war that spanned from Earth to the Moon yesterday, along with the meteor shower composed of 12-grade metal in the sky, had thoroughly destroyed their understanding of the old martial arts system. In the face of absolute mass and kinetic energy, the only truth for survival was to enhance one's physical density. The highest court of physical judgment, the dark red hall at the top. Lin Yuan sat upright in a high-backed chair carved from 13-grade dimensional stone. The physical density of his 400,000 kilograms body radiated intense gravitational interference even while at rest. The 12-grade metallic floor beneath the chair had developed a perfect 10-centimeter indentation due to long-term exposure to such inhuman static pressure. He closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling slowly at a rate of 30 times per minute. With each breath, the air density within the hall underwent a visibly tangible physical change. Golden-black high-energy blood surged through his thick veins, washing over his bones, which had completely turned a pure black from the dragon marrow. After absorbing the city-level crystal, his cellular structure had exhibited a semi-metallic hexagonal grid state, elevating his Bodhi's defensive capability to a new physical level. The 100,000 kilogram Yuan Hai battle knife stood to the right of the chair. The silver void on the blade's surface flowed quietly, cutting through the dust near the edge. Su Qingxue sat on the right side of the hall. On the metallic surface of the table in front of her lay 3 fragments emitting a dim purple glow. The cold silence, sword in her hand, rested on her knee, while the 12-grade fragment at the sword's guard was exchanging thermodynamic energy at high frequency with the 3 fragments on the table through a visible ice blue, true chi channel. The temperature peeling efficiency has increased by 30%. Su Qingxue's slender fingers recorded the latest physical data on the tactical terminal, then she looked up at Lin Yuan. The energy structure within these high-dimensional materials is very stable. I need to increase the output power of the absolute zero field by another order of magnitude to completely melt them and absorb them into the blade. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the deep blue of his pupils displaying a profound calm. No need to melt them. Lin Yuan's voice triggered a low-frequency resonance within the spacious hall. Shatter them directly and use pure physical pressure to smash the fragments into your bones. The control of thermodynamics also requires a high-density body as a foundation. Su Qingxue pondered for 2 seconds, her cold face showing no hesitation. She collected the 3 fragments on the table, preparing to head to the gravity chamber below for physical compression. Just then a brief red alarm sounded from outside the hall. Tu Lai's rough voice came through the internal communication channel. Judge Lin, external personnel are forcefully breaching the magic martial defense line. They did not use any transportation, but flew directly from high altitude, surpassing our gravity alert net. The target is rapidly descending towards the open platform of the court. Lin Yuan did not stand up. He merely directed his gaze towards the thick, dark red metallic door at the end of the hall. Lin Yuan uttered 2 words, his tone carrying a scrutiny of old rules. The anti-gravity devices on Earth are still in the testing phase. Only those at the peak of the 9th grade who have mastered the true chi's ability to transform into void forms can fly solely with their bodies. Bang! A dull sound of impact came from the direction of the open platform. Immediately after, the thick 12-grade metallic door suddenly displayed visible white sword marks on it. These sword marks did not cut through the metal, but left deep 3-inch grooves on the surface. The hall's metallic door began to slowly slide open to the sides under the operation of internal mechanical shafts. Outside on the open platform stood a tall, thin old man dressed in a gray-white robe. His hair and beard were completely white, and beneath him lay a jade sword radiating a greenish glow. Around his body, a layer of invisible airflow composed of pure, true chi swirled, rapidly rotating in the air, breaking down all minute substances that approached him. His name was Gu Changfeng, the previous master of the reclusive sect, Wuxiang Sword Sect, in the Great Xia Kingdom. A being at the peak of the 9th grade, half a step into the 10th grade divine realm. He had closed himself off in a secret mountain for 30 years, avoiding the turmoil of the secular world, and missed all the live broadcasts of Lin Yuan tearing apart high-dimensional weapons with bare hands in the East Sea and outer space over the past month. 3 days ago, Gu Changfeng emerged from his seclusion, initially believing that he had achieved mastery and could unify the martial arts world of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, he discovered that the entire martial arts system of the Great Xia Kingdom had been thoroughly subverted, all spirit stone veins reclaimed by magic martial, and the true chi cultivation methods that had been passed down for thousands of years were directly labeled as ineffective teaching. Furious, he rushed towards the magic city, vowing to teach this arrogant young man a lesson in traditional martial arts using his superb Wuxiang sword energy at this so-called highest court of physical judgment. Are you the young fool attempting to abolish the foundation of Great Xia's martial arts? Gu Changfeng stood on his flying sword, his gaze piercing through the open door directly at Lin Yuan, who sat in the high-back chair. Gu Changfeng's voice was laced with powerful true chi, creating substantial sound waves in the air that swept towards the interior of the hall. Lin Yuan sat in the chair without any movement. As the sound waves approached within 3 meters of Lin Yuan's body, they collided with an invisible physical wall. The pressure field generated by Lin Yuan's 400,000 kilograms of mass caused the air density in this area to reach an astonishing level. The true qi sound waves collapsed upon contact with the high-density air, dissipating into a gentle breeze, not even stirring the black short hair on Lin Yuan's forehead. Gu Changfeng frowned slightly, sensing the unusual heaviness within the hall. Yet he had absolute confidence in his wuxiang sword domain. That was the pinnacle product of his 30 years of hard training, merging true qi with the laws of space. The essence of martial arts lies in refining essence into qi, communicating with the laws of heaven and earth. Gu Changfeng clasped his hands behind his back, striking a masterly pose, and loudly reprimanded. To replace direct access to the Tao with this crude method of brute force is to ruin the evolutionary path of all humanity. Today I shall let you witness what true power of the laws entails. Gu Changfeng snorted coldly, lightly tapping his right foot on the jade flying sword. Wuxiang sword domain activate. The 9th grade peak true qi within the old man erupted without reservation. Instantly the air within a 500-meter radius was evacuated. Countless transparent sword energies materialized in the vacuum. These sword energies had no physical form, completely composed of high-frequency, oscillating laws of space intertwining to form an impenetrable net that enveloped the entire open platform and the entrance of the hall. The dark red metallic plates on the ground emitted a piercing friction sound under the cutting of these formless sword energies. Although unable to cut through 12-grade forbidden metal, they were sufficient to leave white scratches on the surface. Su Qingxue sat on the right side, her ice blue eyes coldly gazing at the old man outside the door. She didn't even feel interested in drawing her sword. After witnessing interstellar collisions and dimensional degradation attacks, the so-called spatial laws, based on low-concentration spiritual energy, appeared full of flaws in her eyes. Lin Yuan finally moved. He did not reach for the Yuanhai battle knife beside him. Instead, he pressed both hands on the armrests of the chair and slowly stood up, his massive body towering. With a thud, the 4.0-kilogram physique left the chair and his feet landed on the ground. The 12-grade metallic floor of the hall emitted an extremely dull roar. The entire structure of the judgment hall trembled visibly under this absolute downward pressure. Lin Yuan took a step forward, heading towards the outdoor platform. He stood bare-chested, his black gold skin glistening. He did not activate any defensive shields or mobilize any true energy. He merely relied on the contraction of his leg muscles to provide physical momentum for moving forward. Seeking death. Gu Changfeng saw Lin Yuan daring to enter his wuxiang sword domain, with his physical body a flash of anger crossing his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, countless transparent sword qi gathered in the air, forming a spatial sword dragon over 100 meters long, roaring towards Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan did not dodge. He maintained a steady pace, moving straight ahead. Bang 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 bang. The transparent spatial sword qi crashed against Lin Yuan's black gold skin. No blood splattered, nor was there any tearing of flesh. The so-called wuxiang sword qi, which claimed to cut through all things in the world, was directly crushed by the absolute density of 4.0 kilograms the moment it touched Lin Yuan's skin. The spatial laws within the sword qi collapsed under the immense pressure, and hundreds of sword qi exploded on Lin Yuan's chest, shoulders, and arms, transforming into scattered streams of spiritual energy that dissipated into the surrounding air. Lin Yuan resembled a bulldozer, forcefully crashing through Gu Changfeng's proud wuxiang sword domain and creating a straight vacuum path. Gu Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently from shock. This is impossible. This is the wuxiang sword qi that integrates spatial laws. How could your physical body withstand the cutting of the laws? Gu Changfeng shouted loudly, his hands forming seals in a frenzy, trying to mobilize more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to maintain the sword domain. Lin Yuan reached the outdoor platform less than 5 meters away from Gu Changfeng. Laws. Lin Yuan's voice was deep and cold, carrying an unmistakable sense of physical pressure. Your laws lack a foundation of mass. Lin Yuan stomped his right leg heavily on the metallic ground. Boom. The explosive force of 4.0 kilograms shattered the wuxiang sword domain's formation beneath his feet. A terrifying physical backlash transmitted through the ground into the air. The jade flying sword under Gu Changfeng's feet broke the internal spiritual energy patterns upon being struck by this physical shockwave. The flying sword lost its lift, and Gu Changfeng's figure swayed as he fell from the air onto the outdoor platform. Before he could stabilize himself, Lin Yuan was already standing before him. Gu Changfeng reacted swiftly. He grabbed the falling jade flying sword with his right hand, infusing all the residual true energy within him into it. The sword erupted with a Tinjiang long green sword light, cleaving down towards Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan raised his left hand. He did not clench his fist, but simply spread his fingers, reaching out to grasp the Tinjiang long green sword light. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Yuan's left hand accurately grasped the blade of the jade flying sword. The Tinjiang long green sword light, upon contact with Lin Yuan's palm, was forcibly torn apart by the high-intensity gravitational field emanating from his body, transforming into countless green light particles. Gu Changfeng held the sword hilt with both hands, exerting all his strength to pull the long sword back from Lin Yuan's grasp. But he was horrified to discover that his flying sword was as if it were cast in a solid iron mountain, utterly immovable. Lin Yuan's pitch-black eyes looked down at the astonished old man before him. You see clearly. This is the reality. Your laws lack a foundational mass. Lin Yuan's left fingers suddenly contracted inward. The 4,000,000 kilogram physical grip was unreservedly applied to the blade of the jade flying sword. Crack. Boom. This 9th-grade pinnacle magic weapon, nurtured by generations of Wuxiang sword sect masters and claimed to be indestructible, began to shatter at the point of force under Lin Yuan's pure physical grip. The high-density jade material could not withstand such a bizarre pressure, instantly turning into a pile of fine white powder that fell through Lin Yuan's fingers. Gu Changfeng stared blankly at the remaining sword hilt in his hand, his brain falling into a blankness that lasted 2 seconds. The collapse of physical knowledge terrified him more than the blow to his body. Lin Yuan did not give the other party time to think. He raised his right hand and delivered a controlled slap to Gu Chang. Slap. This slap did not use all his strength, but the energy contained was still immense. Gu Changfeng's tall and thin body rolled in the air several times before crashing heavily against the silver railing at the edge of the outdoor platform. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth. The bones in his cheek shattered extensively, and the 9th-grade true energy sea within his body was left covered in countless cracks under the physical shock of this slap, completely losing its ability to condense spiritual energy. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, leaving no trace on his black gold skin. He turned his head to look at Su Qingxue and notify Tu Lai to come up and take him. Lin Yuan issued the command in a flat tone. 1 minute later, Tu Lai arrived at the outdoor platform with 2 fully armed engineering department instructors via the elevator. Seeing Gu Changfeng collapsed by the railing, bloodied, and with a shattered energy sea, Tu Lai showed no surprise. This stubborn old man, still clinging to the outdated laws of thought, was no different from a piece of paper in the face of Lin Yuan's 4,000 kilograms of mass. Lin the judge, how should we deal with this old fellow? Should we just throw him into the first military prison? Tu Lai asked loudly. Lin Yuan walked to the door of the hall and glanced back at Gu Changfeng. The prison is a place for holding criminals. He is now a waste who does not even meet the basic physical mass standards. Lin Yuan pointed towards the depths below. Put him in a suit weighing 20 tons of deep-sea, silver-weighted clothing. Throw him into the lowest area of the 10,000-fold gravity chamber. Lin Yuan's judgment showed no signs of compromise or mercy. Since he likes to meditate, let him meditate enough under extreme pressure. If his bones aren't crushed and reformed 1,000 times, he should never be let out. Yes. Tu Lai stepped forward, lifting the limp Gu Changfeng, as if dragging a dead dog towards the elevator. The outdoor platform returned to silence. Lin Yuan walked back to the hall and resumed his seat on the dark red physical throne. Su Qingxue had already organized the 3 pieces of dimensional remnants. She stood up, picked up the Hanji long sword, and prepared to head to the underground gravity chamber. The remnants of the old era have been cleaned up quite thoroughly, Su Qingxue said calmly as she passed in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan grasped the hilt of the Yuanhai battle knife. These old fellows on Earth are merely substandard products lacking in quality. Lin Yuan's gaze turned to the heavy metallic ceiling of the hall, as if he could see through the metal to the vast depths. The real quality test has only just begun. Deep underground, 8,000 meters beneath the Magic City Martial Arts University, lies a facility originally excavated by the military of the Great Xia Kingdom as a standby air defense shelter. It has now been completely transformed into the only training area in the country with 10,000 times the normal gravity. The walls, floors, and ceilings are all cast from deep-sea silver or with a thickness of 10 meters. During the casting process, a large quantity of 12th-grade high-dimensional metal powder was mixed in, achieving a hardness that reaches the peak of known materials on Earth. The air circulation system is physically isolated with multiple layers of high-density filters installed in the ventilation ducts, ensuring that the air pressure within the gravity chamber remains at an absolutely stable value. Su Qingxue pushed open the heavy metal gate and entered the first gravity chamber. She was wearing a dark gray specialized tight combat suit. This material is woven from polymer nanofibers, providing exceptional elasticity and fit. She placed the 3-dimension cores emitting a faint purple light onto the silver workbench at the center of the gravity chamber. Activate gravity adjustment. Su Qingxue's slender fingers input commands on the mechanical control panel on the wall. Gravity coefficient set 10,000 times standard gravity. Countdown 10 seconds. A cold electronic synthesized voice echoed in the enclosed chamber. Su Qingxue walked to the center of the gravity chamber, spreading her legs shoulder-width apart with her sword Hanji held vertically against the ground in front of her. She closed her eyes, mobilizing the peak 5th-grade extreme cold, true chi within her body. Ice blue energy flowed out through her pores, forming a solid layer of ice crystals 3 centimeters thick on the surface of her skin. Boom. The 10-second countdown ended. 10,000 times standard gravity suddenly descended upon every physical coordinate within the gravity chamber. In an instant, Su Qingxue's knees buckled severely and the muscles in her thighs erupted with a dull tearing sound under the pull of the 10,000 times gravity. The solid ice crystal layer on her body was immediately covered in countless cracks. An invisible pressure weighing hundreds of tons pressed down forcefully on her shoulders and spine. She did not fall. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, the true qi within her marrow flowing wildly forcefully, supporting her entire skeletal structure. She extended her right hand, slowly reaching for the three-dimension cores on the workbench under the pressure of 10,000 times. Under 10,000 times gravity, each of the dimension cores, originally the size of a fist, now weighed an astonishing several hundred tons. Su Qingxue's fingers touched the first core. The high-dimensional energy within the core produced intense physical repulsion the moment it came into contact with an external force. A wave of heat reaching thousands of degrees erupted from the surface of the core. Absolute zero deprivation. Su Qingxue formed a sword seal with her left hand, channeling extreme cold, true qi directly into the core with her right arm. The high temperature and extreme cold engaged in a fierce thermodynamic conflict within the core. The dark purple light on the surface of the core began to flicker violently. Under the external pressure of 10,000 times gravity and the internal cooling of absolute zero, the atomic structure of this 13th grade dimensional material underwent irreversible physical embrittlement. Bang! The core shattered into hundreds of tiny crystal fragments in Su Qingxue's palm. She did not stop. She pressed these fragments directly into her left arm. This was the purest and most violent method of physical implant. She intended to use the downward pressure of 10,000 times gravity to smash these fragments of high-dimensional material directly into her bones, thereby enhancing her physical density and energy capacity. The sharp crystal fragments pierced through the nano-combat suit, cutting into her fair skin and muscles. The blood that began to seep out was instantly frozen into dark red ice beads by the extreme cold true qi. Su Qingxue let out a low groan from her throat, her right hand exerting force suddenly. Under the enhancement of 10,000 times gravity, the crystal fragments forcibly pushed apart her muscle fibers, embedding directly into the surfaces of her left ulna and radius. The bones suffered severe physical fractures the moment the foreign objects invaded. However, under the effect of absolute zero, the fractured bones did not misalign, but were forcibly frozen in place. The dimensional energy contained within the core fragments began to fuse with her bone marrow. This process was accompanied by pain that exceeded the human nerve tolerance. Cold sweat covered Su Qingxue's icy face, and the sweat turned into ice particles the moment they dripped, landing on the silver floor with a crisp sound. She followed the same method, implanting the remaining two cores into her right arm and spine. 3 hours later, the temperature in the gravity chamber had dropped to minus 150 degrees. Su Qingxue slowly stood upright. The wounds on her arms and back were completely covered by newly grown muscle tissue. After implanting the high-dimensional cores, her bone density had increased threefold. She was now able to maintain normal standing and walking under the environment of 10,000 times gravity. She drew the Hanji long sword from the ground. As the sword's body swung, it was no longer just pure extreme cold airflow, but instead created visible distortions in the physical space. The extreme cold combined with the high-density mass elevated her destructive capabilities to an entirely new physical level. At the same time, at the bottom level of the underground training area, in a separate isolation chamber with 10,000 times gravity, Gu Changfeng, the sect master of the sword sect of no return, was lying on the ground. He was wearing a suit made from deep-sea silver designed as a weighted bodysuit. Its initial weight was 20 tons, and under 10,000 times gravity, its actual weight reached 200,000 tons. Gu Changfeng's 9th grade Qi had been shattered by Lin Yuan's palm, and at this moment, he was merely an old man with a physique slightly stronger than an ordinary person. 200,000 tons of dead weight pressed down upon him. The bones in his limbs, ribs, and spine suffered catastrophic fractures the moment the gravity was activated. He couldn't even let out a scream as his lungs had been crushed, and air could not flow through his vocal cords. But the life support system in the gravity chamber was operating constantly. High-concentration advanced blood restoration liquid was continuously injected into his body through the pinholes in the floor. Bones shattered, the restoration liquid forcibly fused them, then they were crushed again by gravity, and once more fused. This is a purely physical cycle devoid of any superfluous torture methods, grounded solely in the hardcore forging based on the gravitational constant. Lin Yuan's commands were executed mechanically, with 10,000 instances of fracture and reassembly, as even one less would not trigger the heavy silver door. Above the ground, it was the rear mountain of the Martial Arts University in the Demon City. Lin Yuan stood on the open platform of the highest physical adjudication court. The 50 diameter bisected high-dimensional core had undergone preliminary physical polishing by the engineering department, transforming it into a massive hemispherical structure. Lin Yuan, bare-chested with black gold skin, had a physical density of 400,000 kilograms, slightly distorting the light around him. He walked towards the front of the hemispherical core. He extended his hands and directly supported the bottom of the hemispherical structure. Lift! With a surge of strength in his arms, Lin Yuan steadily raised this high-dimensional material weighing millions of tons above his head. He stepped onto the heavy silver staircase, making his way into the large foundational pit excavated underground in the adjudication court. The interior of the pit was filled with superconducting coils made from high-purity copper mixed with 12-grade metallic fibers. These coils had a diameter of 1 meter intricately intertwined to form a vast physical array covering the entire metropolitan area of the demon city. Lin Yuan accurately placed the hemispherical core into the recess of the base. Boom! A dull thud echoed underground. Lin Yuan did not use any welding equipment. He directly reached out his hands, gripping two superconducting coils with a diameter of 1 meter. A physical grip force of 400,000 kilograms erupted. He forcibly pulled the two coils to the energy connection point of the core. Then his fists transformed into black shadows, delivering high-frequency supersonic strikes at the junction of the coils and connection point. The high-frequency impacts generated temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees. The superconducting copper and high-dimensional metal softened under the extreme heat. Lin Yuan utilized pure physical pressure to tightly knead them together, completing the most primitive and robust fit. For a full 5 hours, Lin Yuan completed the physical connections of over 1,000 critical nodes by hand. When the last coil was secured, Lin Yuan stood at the center of the underground pit, lifted his right foot, and stomped heavily on the ground. Activate! A massive kinetic energy surged through the ground into the core. The hemispherical core was physically awakened. Dark purple light surged madly along the superconducting coils, spreading outwards in all directions. Above the sky of the demon city, a visible, transparent, physical dome appeared. This dome was not composed of true chi, but rather a spatial barrier twisted from a pure gravitational field. Any unauthorized object falling from a height would be instantly compressed to powder by locally amplified gravitational forces upon contact with the barrier. At this moment, the physical defense system of the Great Xia Kingdom underwent a substantial upgrade. Lin Yuan emerged from the underground pit, returning to the open platform. General Wei Cheng's holographic projection had been waiting on the platform for some time. His expression was even more severe than when he faced the dimensional sphere. Lin Adjudicator, Wei Cheng's image displayed the latest scan of the edge of the solar system. The Deep Space Observation Station captured an anomalous physical source 5 minutes ago. On the scan, an irregular shadow of deep black was rapidly passing through Neptune's orbit. This is not a mechanical creation of a high-dimensional civilization. Wei Cheng's tone carried a hint of undeniable tremor. Based on spectral analysis and mass calculations, this is a purely biological entity. Its size is equivalent to that of a small gas planet, but its internal mass is highly concentrated in a core region with a radius of only 100 kilometers. Lin Yuan's dark pupils fixated on the shadow displayed on the screen. Biological entity, Lin Yuan's voice was steady. Its large size and concentrated mass indicate that its body density has reached the planetary physical limit. Yes, Wei Cheng quickly switched data panels. It has not utilized any spatial jump technology. It is entirely relying on its physical body to navigate through space. It is ignoring the gravitational fields of major planets in the solar system, heading straight towards Earth at full speed. Estimated arrival time 120 hours. Lin Yuan raised the Yuan-Hai battle blade in one hand beside him. The 100,000 kilogram blade drew a dull trajectory through the air. What is its estimated mass? Lin Yuan inquired about the most critical physical parameter. The estimated total mass exceeds 50 megatons. Its surface is covered with an absolute keratin layer capable of absorbing radiation and kinetic energy. Wei Cheng reported, conventional interstellar collision methods are ineffective against it. Its body elasticity would rebound all the kinetic energy from the impact. Lin Yuan nodded. Since it is biological, it possesses bones and organs. Lin Yuan turned around, gazing at the vast surface of the East China Sea outside the demon city. If it dares to swim over with its body, then I shall perform a pure physical vivisection on it in Earth's orbit. The physical adjudicator of the Great Xia Kingdom, a 400,000 kilogram heavy armored thug, tightened his grip on the black battle blade at this moment. A new physical verification object had appeared, and the confrontation of absolute mass would never have an upper limit.